Family, who understands? I was chased and attacked by a stalker with a kitchen knife. Just when I thought I was done for, a shadow appeared and saved me, and a contract was formed. It turns out I'd been kidnapped by a stalker before, and in a critical moment, I called for help for my snail necklace. After the shadow appeared, it disappeared. I offered fruits to it, and it took the fruits back to the tribe to save its people. I even gave it medicine, but I was still troubled. Let me tell you, that shiny kitchen knife was really aimed right at my forehead. Just when I was about to be done for, a shadow appeared with a whoosh and kicked that crazy person away. I was completely stunned, and the next second, I heard a ding in my head, and 4 words. Contract achieved. Hey Race, what happened, family? Zhou Manqing, have really had a run of bad luck lately. I almost got hit by a car while walking, a flower pot fell from a building when I went out, and today was even more ridiculous. I was kidnapped by a stalker. I was just riding a little electric scooter to buy some fruits, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a man dressed all in black appeared and tried to cover my face with a cloth. His eyes were so intense that I thought I had entered some kind of pyramid scheme. I elbowed him back. He let out a grunt, and I hurried to run, but after just a couple of steps, I felt dizzy. Oh no, that cloth must be poisoned. That crazy guy dragged me into an alley and pulled out a shiny kitchen knife. I panicked and shouted, "What grudge do I have against you?" Guess what he said? He said, "Sister man, you're being criticized all over the internet. Living means being scolded. It's better to die and leave a good reputation in doing this for your own good." Good grief. I was like an old person on the subway looking at their phone. What kind of logic is that? Thank you for caring about me so much that I feel like slapping you. There was not a soul in the village at this time of day, so I couldn't shout for help and could only pick up the fruits on the ground and throw them at him. But those fruits were no match for a kitchen knife. Just when I thought I couldn't move anymore, I felt so desperate and shouted, "Anyone, anything, just save my life, and I'll do anything." At that moment, my snail necklace flew out from my neck. This is a family heirloom my grandmother gave me, claiming it was a treasure from the gods. Normally, I wouldn't believe in such things, but now that a knife was about to chop my head off, what did I have to lose? I prayed frantically, and then the scene at the beginning happened. The shadow kicked the crazy person away, then kicked him again, and that crazy guy curled up on the ground and couldn't get up. I was just about to say thank you, but then this guy suddenly changed his demeanor and started crazily picking up the apples I had dropped. As he picked, he disappeared, vanished into thin air. I rubbed my eyes, he was really gone. Only the stalker was left there mumbling. I quickly got up to call the police to get that crazy guy locked up first. The police checked his phone, and luckily, he was a lone warrior who hadn't told anyone my address. I don't look much like my photos without makeup, yet I was still recognized. After resolving this matter, I felt a mix of emotions. When I returned to the fruit store, just thinking about the shadow that saved me, I waved my hand and bought several more boxes of fruits. When I got home, I felt more and more that something was off. That shadow and my glowing snail necklace were definitely not an illusion. What my grandmother said might be true. I took off the snail necklace and respectfully placed it on a plate, alongside several plates of washed fruits. I silently thought, "Great snail god, I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll offer you some plates of fruits, please accept." Guess what happened next? Whoosh, the fruits disappeared along with the plate. My eyes widened. Is this real? I went to the kitchen and washed a big basin, placed the snail in it, and thought it again. It disappeared again. Even the basin was gone. Good grief, how many years has it been starving? I directly offered up an entire box of apples, a box of pears, a box of pomegranates. Then I took out my phone and opened the delivery app, ordering all kinds of fruits like cantaloupe and watermelon. Even if it meant a huge delivery fee, I had to let the great god try something fresh. Meanwhile, the guy I saved, Zhou was kneeling in his tribe praying. He was a young chief, and the tribe had just lost a battle, leaving over 300 old, weak, sick, and disabled people driven into the deep mountains without food, water, or medicine, on the verge of extinction. He had no choice but to take out the ancestral holy item, the snail, and ask the gods for a way to survive. Just then, he heard contract achieved, and then he was transported to save me and brought back a bunch of apples. The next day, the tribe's elders came to pressure him again. An elder named Lexi insisted that they couldn't afford to support so many people and wanted to send the old and weak to accompany the dead to save food. Of course, Zhou refused and was arguing with him when Lexi expressed dissatisfaction with the pile of apples he was hiding, questioning where they came from. Just as he finished speaking, thud, one of the fruits I had just offered hit Lexi squarely on the forehead. Immediately after, the plates of fruits I had offered appeared out of thin air beside Zhou. Everyone was stunned, then instantly ecstatic. Someone shouted, "The god has manifested." Now, no one cared about the issue of accompanying the dead anymore. Meanwhile, I was still frantically placing orders, and the delivery guy at my house was almost forming an assembly line. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that the shop refused to deliver anymore, because it was too far that things finally calmed down. I felt like my brain had been emptied, exhausted, and then realized that the great snail god consuming the fruits was using my spiritual energy. I calculated it good grief. 200 boxes of apples, pears, peaches, bananas, pomegranates, plus over 2,000 pounds of watermelon, 100 bags of pomelos. What have I raised? The next day, I dreamt of the scene of being chased and smelled a bloody scent. I ran back to that alley and saw a small bloodstain where the shadow had stood. Was he injured? Did he get hurt saving me? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that was the case. I hurried to the village clinic and bought a bunch of Yunnan baiyao, gauze, and cotton swabs, asking the snail to send them over. Afraid that ordinary medicine wouldn't work on a god, I simply bought several copies of all the wow medicine available at the clinic and ordered a bunch online for next day delivery. After all, I have money, I must take care of my lifesaver. Just as I finished offering the medicine, Zhou Manqing was having another meeting. The elder Lexi, still greedy, proposed to dispose of the seriously injured warriors, saying they couldn't be treated and were wasting food. I tell you, this old guy is very cunning. His family members hardly go to battle, and those who die or get injured are all from Zhou Manqing's side. He wants to weaken Zhou Manqing's power to elevate himself. Of course, Zhou Manqing refused, his aura fully unleashed, almost ready to fight. Lexi, this old man, was also a slippery character, stepping up the pressure and mocking Zhou Manqing. You can ask for food, but can you ask for medicine? Zhou Manqing's face darkened because since the last time, the snail hadn't made any moves. Just when he was about to take action against Lexi, a dramatic scene unfolded. A red plastic bag floated down from the sky, landing right on Lexi's head, then dropped at Zhou Manqing's feet, interrupting his move to draw his weapon. Zhou Manqing tore open the bag, and a medicinal scent wafted out. He quickly called the tribe's shaman to smell it, and the shaman looked surprised. This seems to be iron vine. We have this in our wound medicine. The elders who had just supported Lexi suddenly fell silent, embarrassed. The others were ecstatic. Zhou Manqing hurriedly told his brother to take the medicine to the injured. However, his brother couldn't open the bottle of Yunnan baiyao no matter what. Zhou Manqing had no choice but to let him use a knife to cut it open. Just as his brother was about to leave, he widened his eyes and shouted, "Brother, the wood god has manifested again." The elder Lex's forehead was bulging with veins, and when he looked down at Zhou Manqing's feet, good grief, there were several big packages, all filled with the medicine I bought. Lex's face turned green, probably thinking, "Are you cheating?" In the cave, those severely injured warriors had lost all hope. Some of their wounds had maggots crawling in them, and hearing that they were to be abandoned made their hearts sink. Suddenly, Zhou Manqing's brother shouted, "We have medicine." The entire cave erupted with excitement. Heaven won't abandon our Shimu. Everyone cried and shouted, celebrating as if it were the new year. As for me, I went to town to pick up a package, filling a burlap sack with medicine, and found a secluded spot to deliver it all to the snail immortal. After delivering it, I checked my phone, and my boyfriend, In Jianshun, still hadn't replied to my WeChat message. Forget him. I had more important things to do. I bought paper, pens, and a printer, preparing to figure out how to communicate with the snail immortal. Just as I was about to start, my grandmother reminded me that my mom's birthday was coming up. My mother, MS. Zhou Fangrong, a career woman, had thrown me to my grandparents since I was little. Later, she remarried and had another daughter, treating me quite coldly. If it weren't for my boyfriend, In Jianshun, insisting on accompanying me back, I might have just made a phone call to wish her well. When I arrived home, it was luxurious, but I felt like an outsider. At the dinner table, my half-sister, Yin Sima, was being all sweet and charming, laughing and talking with my boyfriend while I sat there silently eating. I couldn't take it anymore, so I put down my chopsticks and tried to leave. Yin Sima pretended to stop me, and I shot back. Some people are really off-putting. I left that day, even packing up my old things because my room had been taken over by my sister. The next morning, In Jianshun surprisingly sent flowers, which lifted my spirits a bit, but then I scrolled through my moments and saw my sister posting a bouquet of the same flowers with the caption, "Gifting flowers to a beauty." At that moment, I had the same expression as an old person on the subway looking at their phone, thinking, what the hell? So frustrating. Meanwhile, in the Shimu tribe, thanks to the companionship logistics provided by me and the snail immortal, life was getting better. They used the seeds from the fruits I sent to plant crops, and the injured warriors who received my medicine were mostly recovering. The elder, Lu Shi, was too scared to speak up, fearing that he might get kicked by the healed female warrior leader while walking. Now was the turn of the old shaman in the tribe, the witch who could no longer sit still. She was originally the only one in the tribe who could communicate with the gods, but now all the attention was taken by Zhou Jinglin, which made her quite unhappy. but she had to admit that Xiao Jinglin was impressive. So she approached Xiao Jinglin with a forced smile and said, "Look, the wood god is so powerful. We should hold a sacrifice to show our gratitude. Let us discuss how to do this together." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinglin understood her intentions clearly. This old witch wanted to share in the benefits and secure her own position. He kept a calm demeanor, but began to calculate in his mind that this was a great opportunity to weaken the shaman's influence and take complete control of the tribe. I tell you, as much as I want to think about it, that kid Xiao Jinglin is incredibly quick to act. He directly told the old witch, "Just leave those bone pieces with me. I need to study how to connect with the wood god, right?" The old witch turned pale. Her expression was as if she had eaten 3 pounds of bitter herbs, utterly unwilling. Of course, her authority depended on those few broken bones, right? Now that the bones were in Xiao Jinglin's hands, wouldn't she become a mere figurehead? But there was nothing she could do. Her whole clan was eagerly waiting for divine guidance. If she dared to say no, she would probably be drowned in spit from her clansmen right then and there. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Xiao Jinglin took the bone pieces away, her eyes filled with resentment that could kill. Xiao Jinglin sneered inwardly. "Wasn't it your kind of supernatural nonsense that fooled my father into a lame state, leading to his death outside? Now, this is just the beginning. Let's wait and see." While Xiao Jinglin was busy with his endeavors, on the other side, Zhou Manqing was having a rough time. She had just woken up, and her mood was already at rock bottom because of her bizarre family. Then, her phone lit up, and her own mother sent her a WeChat message that had the tone of a green tea princess. The content was roughly, "Daughter, you're 26 now. I've done my duty raising you. Your sister is unwell, and you're still angry with her. I've failed as a parent. From now on, I want to take care of your matters. I wish you and your grandparents well. Don't come back." Goodness, between the lines. It was almost like she was saying to get lost and not to bother her. Zhou Manqing held her phone, feeling so depressed that she nearly passed out right there. Just then, the snail around her neck suddenly started to heat up like she was holding a small heater. She was startled and thought, "Is this thing about to show its spirit or ignite itself?" She quickly took it off and placed it on the table. In the next second, there was a loud noise as a piece of bone fell out onto the table. It had carvings on it. Good heavens, Oracle bone script. This sudden change instantly pulled Zhou Manqing out of her sorrow. She hurriedly took a photo and searched online. The translation roughly said, "God, we have a sacrificial ceremony in 3 days. Will you come? Please give us a clear answer. Signed, Shimu, who understands family matters. I become a deity." Zhou Manqing was dumbfounded. She then realized that the one who saved her that day wasn't some snail fairy at all, but someone from the ancient tribe called Shimu. And this snail was just a cross-time communication device that mistakenly identified her as a deity. Then she thought, ancient sacrifices, wouldn't they involve human sacrifices? What if a head drops out next to the snail? She shivered. No way, that's too horrifying. She felt that communicating in Oracle bone script was too tedious. It was pure nonsense. Then she had a bright idea, drawing. Communicating through drawings should be understandable, right? Just as Xiao Jinglin finished handing off his hunting tasks, he felt the snail heating up. He quickly hid in his little black room, telling his brother to guard the door and not let anyone in. Then, several white paper pieces floated down at his feet. The first drawing showed a long-haired figure lying on the ground, with a shadow blocking her in front, and next to her lay a man with a knife. Xiao Jinglin's pupils shook. Wasn't this the scene of him saving someone? He continued to look, and the drawing style shifted. The long-haired figure placed a pile of fruits next to the snail, and in the next drawing, the fruits were gone. Then there were some bottles and jars, with a drawing showing medicine powder being sprinkled on a wound. He suddenly realized the wood god showing spirit was not true at all. It was that woman. She also had a snail, and she was the one bringing food and medicine to herself. The last drawing showed the little figure holding the bone piece he had sent over, making a face of annoyance. Xiao Jinglin couldn't help but laugh at that disdainful expression. It turned out that even a goddess could have such grounded moments. Immediately afterward, the snail spat out a stack of white paper, a few black sticks, and a lump of yellow clay. Xiao Jinglin imitated the drawing and picked up one of the black sticks to draw on the paper. Wow, this thing is incredible. Usually, when they carve characters, they had to exert a lot of effort using stones or metal tools, but this little stick could easily leave black marks on the paper. A few days later, Zhou Manqing received a reply. The other party's drawings initially looked like ghostly symbols, with holes all over the paper, indicating a lack of control over strength. Gradually, they became more skilled and turned into stick figures. Through this cross-time doodle communication, Zhou Manqing finally understood. The other party was Xiao Jinglin, the young clan leader of the Shimu tribe, and their tribe had lost the battle and was driven into the deep mountains, relying on her casual feedings to survive. She explained that she came from the future, but Xiao Jinglin directly regarded her as a divine being, respectfully calling her the Green God and saying that the sacrificial altar was almost ready. Zhou Manqing was both amused and exasperated. Well, now she couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She looked at the drawing of the Shenmu tribe members using stones and wooden sticks to dig the ground, and her heart shattered. This wasn't just opening up wasteland. This was like moving mountains. No, she had to get them some modern equipment. It felt like playing a nurturing game, and a super realistic one at that. But the problem was, there were over 90 people in the tribe who could open up wasteland. Where was she going to get more than 100 farming tools? Her little electric scooter couldn't carry that much. Just as she was worrying, Aunt Wong from the village, nicknamed Gualapa, drove over in her electric tricycle, which was comparable to a small truck. Zhou Manqing's eyes lit up. That's it. She found an excuse and spent 200 yuan to rent Aunt Wong's vehicle for a day. Then she went straight to the hardware store in town. Boss, I want 100 of each. Sickles, hoes, and shovels. The boss was all smiles, thinking a big customer had arrived, helping to arrange the goods and load the vehicle. After the first truck was loaded, Zhou Manqing paid, and her Alipay received a deposit of 28,800. She drove the tricycle to a deserted path, backed it up to the grass, and with a whoosh, sent everything over. After the transfer, she felt something was off. Having tools without instructions wouldn't do. She ran to the bookstore in town, buying everything from illustrated learning posters to children's vocabulary cards and a children's dictionary. The boss even enthusiastically recommended a 199 yuan early education reading machine, and in a moment of impulse, she bought it too. But when she went back to transfer the second batch of tools and books, something strange happened. The paper items could be transferred, but that reading machine just wouldn't go through. It seemed the snail was quite picky. It wouldn't accept anything electric or with a complex structure. Exhausted to the point her temples were throbbing, just as she wanted to take a break, she opened her phone, and more troubles came. Her boyfriend, Yin Jinshin, hadn't replied to her messages for several days, but his social media showed a photo of sunflowers. I tell you, these sunflowers were their love signal from back when they started dating. But he hadn't contacted her, so who were the flowers for? Her heart sank and she called, but no one answered. Then her phone popped up a gossip news alert. The flower-picking order male and female leads KTV late at night, holding hands on the street, suspected of being in a hot relationship. The flower-picking order? Wasn't that the web drama she and Yin Jinshin had just aired? Goodness. Is this a case of the couple from the drama becoming real, trying to pressure her into breaking up with cold violence? Zhou Manqing exploded right then and there, directly buying a plane ticket back to Xing City. She had to clarify things face to face. After getting off the plane, she rushed straight to the apartment. Before opening the door, she was cautious and turned on her phone's recorder. As soon as the door opened, she was stunned. The person her boyfriend was leaning on wasn't that actress, but her own sister, Yin Ximiao. Her sister was still acting, saying, "Sister, don't misunderstand. I just feel dizzy." Misunderstand? Zhou Manqing rushed over to grab her, but that scumbag pushed her away, protecting that white lotus. Zhou Manqing was pushed against the coffee table, bruising her leg. Yin Jinshin yelled at her, "You don't know Xiao Miao is unwell?" Zhou Manqing was so furious she laughed. "You push me for her? Don't you know who your girlfriend is?" Then Yin Jinshin directly said, "Not anymore." Good, good, good. Zhou Manqing is all about not indulging. She charged in and pushed that pair of scumbags aside, yanked her sister's hair, and threw her out the door. Then she turned around and kicked the jerk out too. "This house is rented by me, so you can get lost." She took out her phone, waved it to show the recording interface, and coldly said, "I'm pulling out my investment in the next film crew, a 10 million breach of contract fee. Let the big star compensate for it themselves." After driving away the scumbag and the cheap woman, she looked around at the mess in the room. The pain in her leg and the hurt in her heart mixed together, and she couldn't hold back her tears. The good thing about underground relationships is that you don't even need to announce the breakup. She lay in the hotel for a night, and the next day, she had her agent handle the breach of contract issue. However, a series of troubles followed. As soon as she returned to the countryside, planning to buy some seeds and fertilizer for the tribe, to help others to the end, her card was frozen when she went to pay for the fertilizer. It was her mom's living expense card, and it was cut off just like that, really ruthless. After she switched to a new card and finished paying, her agent called, saying the company wanted to terminate her contract, also at her mom's request. Shortly after, her assistant also texted to say she had been reassigned. In just one night, She went from a little rich woman with investment to a jobless, heartbroken, and abandoned, lonely person. She felt completely lost, sitting in the living room in a daze, unable to help but ask her grandmother, "Grandma, what exactly is the story behind this rice snail you gave me?" Her grandmother smiled and said it was passed down from their ancestors, given to daughters but not to sons, and it helped their family ancestors avoid several wars and famines. She also mentioned a friend from a big family, surnamed Jiang, who loved to hear these stories and always wanted to buy this rice snail at a high price. Zhou Manqing thought to herself that it was a good thing her grandmother didn't sell it, as it was her only lucky charm now. Just when Zhou Manqing's life was falling apart, the Shunshu tribe was going crazy with joy, looking at the piles of iron tools that appeared out of nowhere. The tribespeople were kneeling and worshipping the sky as if it were New Year's. Xiao Jingling was quite cunning. He didn't tell the truth, but only said it was a gift from a messenger of the wooden god, Qing Shun, firmly controlling Zhou Manqing's existence in his hands. I tell you, this guy's little schemes are incredible. He realized that this so-called god might be the biggest cheat on his path of revenge. However, a problem arose. While the pile of iron looked impressive, how exactly was it to be used? Zhou Manqing hadn't had the chance to issue a manual yet. Xiao Jingling waved his hand. Take out 3 of each to study first, and the rest, keep them well stored. This task was handed over to the female warrior Qi Hongye and her team. I tell you, the division of labor is incredibly clear. Qi Hongye and her team are responsible for moving these precious items into the newly built wooden compartments for safekeeping. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingling is leading a group of the most promising young men in the tribe, shouting and rushing toward the clearing with a few samples in hand. Who understands what the family members are feeling? The people clearing the land over there are dumbfounded. They're all exhausted, their fingers worn to the bone and bleeding. And even the children who fell while carrying mud stopped crying, staring wide-eyed as this group charged in like it was the new year. 2 of the more impatient ones immediately grabbed a curved knife. Later they found out it was called a sickle and started digging into the ground. Goodness, they were astonished. Young clan leader, this thing is much faster than our bone knives. Another one, Xiao Jingling's silly younger brother Xiao Hasong, scratched his head and said, "It is fast, but it feels a bit thin. It doesn't have much power." Xiao Jinglin was listening next to him, his head aching, silently repeating 100 times that he couldn't hit his own brother, or else he would have to support him if he got stupid. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and picked up a hoe head, assembling it with a wooden stick and some stones with a few clinks. "Everyone pay attention," he shouted, and then plunged the hoe into the ground. Hey, what a labor-saving device. At that moment, everyone realized that this thing was a combination tool. Everyone scrambled, clanging and banging, and instantly armed their shovels and rakes. Xiao Jinglin handed the assembled hoe to an old man whose hands were covered in cuts. The old man tried it out, and the next second, he felt his knees with a loud thud, crying out dramatically, calling for the wood god's blessings. At that moment, the foolish younger brother, Xiao Hasong, seemed to suddenly understand. He took a sickle, made a few gestures at a tree trunk, then at a stone, and finally walked over to a patch of weeds taller than himself. He grabbed the weeds with one hand and held the sickle with the blade facing inward, gently pulling. Whoosh. The troublesome weeds fell down in unison. Brother, this is so useful. This thing is amazing. Xiao Hasong laughed like a 200-pound monkey, excitedly cutting grass, causing those nearby to quickly dodge, fearing he might accidentally cut himself in his excitement. The addition of these magical tools was like a dimensional strike. Originally planned to work the land all day, they finished before noon, efficiency skyrocketing. When they returned to the cave, they happened to see Uncle who was in charge of cooking, struggling to cut meat with a sickle, having to smash bones with a big stone. Xiao Hasong shouted, "Uncle Hu, stop smashing. I have high-tech for you." He wiped the mud off the hoe, asked everyone to step aside, and then swung the hoe down onto the bone. Crack, clean and neat. The people around were stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Xiao Jinglin couldn't watch any longer. He pressed down on his show-off brother and pulled out his treasure kitchen knife from his waist. This was the first magical tool he had obtained, and now that Zhou Manqing had sent a large batch over, he no longer needed to hide it. I tell you, he wielded this kitchen knife as if he were in a martial arts film, cutting meat, but moving with such flair that the clan members stared in astonishment, repeatedly praising the gods. Xiao Jinglin knew in his heart that as long as the clan members could master these tools and even research their manufacturing methods, their Shamu tribe would no longer be the stray dogs hiding in the mountains. Reclaiming their homeland and avenging their grievances was just around the corner. But while the tribe was bustling with construction, I tell you, over at our female lead Zhou Manqing, the scene suddenly changed. These days, she was leisurely at home, scrolling through short videos, learning farming techniques, enjoying it like a real-life simulation game. But then, her scumbag ex-boyfriend Yin Jinshin's calls came in like death knells, and WeChat messages bombarded her endlessly. What was it about? He pleaded for her mercy, asking if the 10 million breach of contract penalty could be paid in installments. Too late. Zhou Manqing now looked at him like he was a clown. Although the company had terminated the contract, her word didn't count, but scaring him was still possible. She directly replied, 3 days, do as you see fit. Then she blacklisted him, focusing on watching videos with her legs crossed. Over there, Yin Jinshin was having a terrible time. After the backstage collapsed, his position in the company plummeted, and he was dragged to drink with various investors every day, being treated like a servant. Upon receiving Zhou Manqing's death knell message, he could no longer sit still and secretly slipped out to call his assistant, deciding to take a risky route to raise funds for a photo collection, trying to scam fans to fill this hole. Just as Zhou Manqing was enjoying the thrill of stepping on her enemy, a loud crash echoed. Something had happened. A heavy object fell in the yard, followed by her grandmother's panicked shout. "Qingqing, come quickly, your grandfather has fainted." Zhou Manqing's heart sank. She didn't even have time to check her phone and rushed out to help her grandfather up, called for an ambulance, and took him to the county hospital. Once the test results came out, the situation was not good. He had to be hospitalized. Her grandmother was old, so Zhou Manqing had to hire a night nurse, costing $350 a day. Her savings quickly ran low. This truly was a case of misfortune piling on top of misfortune. She called her mother, Zhou Fengrong, to tell her about her grandfather's illness, but her mother didn't answer and later replied with a WeChat message that was simply outrageous. The implication was, "I've given you so much money. Are you really going to bother me over your grandfather needing surgery?" Zhou Manqing felt a chill in her heart. She could guess that her good sister, Yan Sima, was behind this. Sure enough, the scene shifted to Yan Sima, who was holding her mother's phone at a milk tea shop in the airport, grinning ear to ear upon seeing Zhou Manqing's plea for help. What grandparents? She didn't know them, but as long as Zhou Manqing was upset, she was happy, purely a scheming little green tea. Worse was yet to come. Just after her grandfather's surgery, her grandmother fell ill again, running a fever and needing hospitalization. Zhou Manqing looked at the 4-digit balance left in her bank account and felt overwhelmed. She thought of selling her designer handbag on second-hand platforms. But when she opened the box, good heavens, it had been maliciously slashed by her good sister. What a dirty trick. The second-hand selling route was also blocked. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and call friends in her contact list to borrow money. I tell you, at that moment, she truly saw the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Those who had surrounded her when she was thriving now avoided her like the plague. Only a screenwriter friend she had once helped, Jia Jiala, without a second thought, transferred her 50,000. Zhou Manqing felt a lump in her throat, but still held on. She canceled her hotel reservation and directly moved into her grandmother's hospital room, renting a folding bed for 50 yuan to sleep on the floor. However, in the middle of the night, her ancestral little snail suddenly heated up. Zhou Manqing woke up instantly, sensing something was off. The door creaked as if it had been pushed open. She quickly grabbed her phone from under her pillow, turned on the flashlight, and leaned against the wall, pretending to scroll through short videos. I tell you, at that moment, her phone was like a brick, ready to strike at any moment. The shadow outside paused. Hearing the movement inside, didn't he dare to enter, and quietly slipped away. Zhou Manqing was drenched in cold sweat, holding her phone for half an hour. And only after confirming the person had left did she rush to the nurse's station to report. The next day, the hospital leaders invited her for a talk, apologizing and offering compensation, saying they would move her grandmother to a private room and waive all fees, just asking her not to expose the matter. Zhou Manqing thought, as long as her grandmother was okay, she agreed. But the money issue still wasn't resolved. Seeing how hard she was working, her grandmother insisted on giving her their savings passbook, which contained over 20,000 that the old couple had saved their whole lives. Holding this heavy passbook, Zhou Manqing felt even worse. She truly had no way out, so with a mindset of trying her luck, she thought about asking Xiao Jinglin if he could send her some bone ornaments or earthenware bowls as local specialties. At least they were antiques and could be exchanged for some money. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jinglin was incredibly helpful. The afternoon he received the letter. A piece of jade was sent to her hand. The jade was shaped like a knife handle, warm to the touch, with an ancient pattern, clearly not an ordinary item. Zhou Manqing checked online, and similar antiques from the same period were selling for 500,000 to 600,000. She instantly saw hope. She hurriedly found the nearest antique shop, jumped on a shared bike, and rushed over. The shop owner was a thin old man, clearly a wily fox. He pretended to examine the jade with a flashlight and a magnifying glass, then sighed, "Little girl, the item is good, but it's too niche to sell for a high price. How about this? 200,000. I'll take it." Zhou Manqing sneered inwardly. Did he think she was a fool? She directly picked up the jade and was about to leave. The boss feigned reluctance. 220,000. Can't go higher. Still too low. Zhou Manqing left without looking back. As a result, she spent the entire afternoon visiting every shop in the county, and the prices offered were getting worse. At this time, the caregiver came to urge payment for the caregiving fees, and the hospital also issued a bill for the outstanding fees, totaling over 5,000. If she didn't pay, her medication would be stopped, but she only had a little over 4,000 left in her card. Zhou Manqing gritted her teeth and had to return to the jewelry consignment shop that offered the highest price. 220,000 it is. But as soon as she entered, the boss still greeted her warmly and leisurely said, 180,000. Zhou Manqing exploded on the spot. "Boss, didn't you say? Little girl, market prices fluctuate." The boss grinned like a weasel. Zhou Manqing was so angry she shook all over, but she still maintained her composure and left. What she didn't know was that as soon as she walked out, a man came out from the back room. He was the folding bed vendor who had tried to sneak into her hospital room a few nights ago. It turned out these two were in cahoots. That pervert sold the news about Zhou Manqing needing money for hospitalization to the antique shop owner, and they teamed up to drive the price down, just waiting for her to feel cornered so they could grab her treasure at the lowest price. Zhou Manqing sat in the hospital lobby. After paying the fees, her card was completely drained. She looked at her backpack in despair, wondering if she should sell this only genuine designer bag too. Just then, she suddenly heard someone at the front desk loudly asking, "Doctor, I'm really a friend of Zhou Hain. Can you help me check the war number?" Zhou Hain was her grandmother's name. Zhou Manqing looked up sharply, and a well-dressed noblewoman appeared in front of her. Let me tell you, a savior has descended from the sky. This was the good friend of her grandmother from a prominent family, who loved tribal culture, Jiang Suan. Next to Jiang Grandma was a grandson named Mo Jialai, who looked decent but had a condescending look in his eyes as he regarded Zhou Manqing, probably having searched her online and thinking she was a nobody. Jiang Grandma didn't care about that. After catching up with her grandmother without saying a word, she arranged a transfer to the city hospital, covering all expenses. Zhou Manqing and her grandmother felt embarrassed to take advantage of this. Zhou Manqing suddenly had an idea and remembered the jade in her hand. She pulled Jiang Grandma aside and whispered, "Jiang Grandma, I have a piece of tribal jade. Can you help me take a look?" Jiang Suan's eyes lit up at once. The two found a room, and Zhou Manqing took out the jade. As soon as Jiang Grandma touched it, she was captivated, repeatedly praising it. Without using any tools, just by looking at the patina, she determined it was a top-quality genuine piece. "Girl, sell this jade to Jiang Grandma for 600,000. Zhou Manqing was stunned on the spot. This was higher than her estimated maximum price. Jiang Grandma smiled. "Business is business. This is the market price. I'll pay the tax for you, and the 600,000 will be directly transferred to your account." Wow, what a deal. When the bank notification of 600,000 arrived, Zhou Manqing felt like she was dreaming. She immediately paid back the 50,000 she borrowed from her friend. However, Mo Jialai had touched the money, but he hadn't seen the jade. He thought Zhou Manqing was using her family's connections to cheat his grandma out of money and sarcastically jabbed at her. Now that Zhou Manqing had money, she was in a good mood and couldn't be bothered to deal with him, just made a face at him, infuriating the guy. With money, everything became easier. After being checked at the city hospital, her grandfather recovered well and was soon discharged to rest at home. Unexpectedly, on the day of discharge, it was actually Mo Jialai who drove them back. He stayed for a meal in the village and unexpectedly refused to leave. Her grandmother politely invited him to stay for a few days, and he readily agreed. Zhou Manqing felt very clear in her heart. This guy was definitely up to something. Sure enough, that evening, Mo Jialai couldn't hold back and came to ask Zhou Manqing if she had any more tribal treasures. It turned out he was also a fan of tribal culture, and seeing the jade her grandma had, he was itching to get it. His grandma had sent him to find Zhou Manqing to buy it, while also cultivating their relationship. Zhou Manqing sneered inwardly. An opportunity had come. She quietly cleaned her grandfather's pesticide sprayer, mixed the solution, and handed it to Mo Jialai. Want to see the treasure? Sure, let us see how you perform. Mo Jialai looked at that shabby sprayer, and he was instantly petrified. He had never done such work in his life. Just as he was about to pay someone to do it for him, his grandmother came over and said how could she let a guest do the work. Mo Jialai, fearing Zhou Manqing wouldn't sell him the treasure, hurriedly said, "Grandma Zhou, I want to help." Now with Grandma supervising, Mo Jialai could only face the reality, wearing a long face as he carried the sprayer and went to spray the pesticides. Meanwhile, over at the Shimu tribe, Xiao Jingling claimed to have received divine inspiration and moved the sacrificial ceremony forward by half a month, under the watchful eyes of the entire tribe. The jade offering to the blue god mysteriously disappeared. The tribe members exclaimed, "My god, the blue god has manifested." This boosted their faith in the blue god to the max, becoming extremely fervent. Only Xiao Jingling knew that at the moment the jade disappeared, the snail on his neck burned again. It burned again. Let me tell you, this time the burn made Xiao Jingling clear that it was from my side that the goods arrived. But on the surface, he put on a show, waving his hand and telling the tribe members that the remaining offering, the wild boar, was the blue god showing compassion for everyone, specially left for them to feast on. The old witch had always disliked Xiao Jingling, and when she heard they were going to eat the divine offering, her face turned green. She wanted to say it was against the rules, but thinking of the scene where the jade mysteriously disappeared, she swallowed her words. Unable to resist the excitement of the entire tribe, they eagerly carried the wild boar away. Who understood the atmosphere? With it raised to this point, who dared to say no? Then there was that heavenly book, which was the literacy materials I sent over, directly stirring up a storm in the tribe. These people were still at the stage of drawing and taking notes. When they saw the neat square characters, they were dumbfounded, thinking this was a miracle only a god could create. Thus, a vigorous literacy campaign began. But not everyone was qualified. Only the elders and a few promising young people could attend Xiao Jingling's little cabin for divine studies. Wow, the learning atmosphere was even more intense than when we were preparing for exams back in the day. Xiao Jingling, the elder, and the old witch, these top students, were eager to learn the divine script, hoping to replace each other and connect with the gods themselves. Of course, where there are high achievers, there are also low achievers. That uncle who, a pure muscle man, got a headache just looking at the book and directly passed his spot to his son, Husan. Husan was also a bit clueless, so he grabbed his younger brother, Lu, to take his place, saying, "Little Lu, you learn fast, you go." And that female warrior Chihongya was even more straightforward. She said she only loved hunting and not studying, directly shoved her adopted form partner, Banmu, in. Banmu was indeed ambitious. He had previously researched the farming tools I sent and was eager to learn more skills, determined not to let others mock his wife's poor taste. I was stunned when I received a reply from Xiao Jingling. In less than 2 months, this guy's writing skills have surpassed even a third grader. His sentence structure is a bit chaotic with subject-verb-object. I thought, well, I'll arrange a complete set of the Xinhua dictionary and a collection of essays for you. He also mentioned in the letter that the vegetables I told him to plant have had a great harvest, especially those that can be cut and will grow back. They are like a vegetarian perpetual motion machine, and the tribe's gathering team is almost turning into a planting team. But what really gave me chills was that they actually planted a whole 5 acres of green beans. My goodness. I repeatedly warned them that if these aren't cooked thoroughly, the whole tribe would have to meet their ancestors. But soon, an even bigger problem arose. They managed to cultivate over 30 acres, but there aren't enough people. The tribe's population has decreased by more than 40, and now there are only about 240 people left, with fewer than 100 young and strong individuals. They have to send people to guard the fields every day to prevent birds and beasts from having a buffet. Sometimes wild boars show up, and several young men just disappear. This isn't farming. It's practically risking lives to fill the fields. As soon as I heard this, I thought this is serious. I immediately printed out tutorials for building fences and planting thorn vines and casually ordered a large batch of nylon nets and wire mesh online. This had to be a physical barrier. I also casually asked about their farming situation, and it turned out that Xiao Jingling hesitated and told me they had a few pigs kept under the toilet. Goodness, I was immediately like an elderly person on the subway looking at a phone. JPG. I couldn't bear to imagine such a beautiful scene. It was pure natural, ecological recycling, right? Just when I was worrying about the tribe, that rich second-generation Mo Jialai, who had been the protagonist of a transformation show at my place for a few days, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He came to me to pray, saying he wanted to participate in some antique club competition to show off to his rival, and asked me to sell him another one. Seeing him fidgeting, I decided not to tease him anymore and directly held up 3 fingers. He shouted too. No more. Fine, I agreed to sell him one, but he had to owe me 2 conditions for future use. In the end, he spent $88 million, emptied all his assets, and bought a greenish-white jade elephant, even borrowing money from me for the plane ticket. As soon as the money arrived, I immediately sent him a WeChat message, returning to him verbatim what he had previously pompously said. Actually, even if you don't help my family, I would still be willing to sell you this little jade elephant. Hey, I just love seeing him look like he wants to kill me, but can't. I heard that this wealthy boy heroically saved a beauty at a club, helping a little assistant confront the diva actress Qin Zayano, and he even grandly offered to help her pay off her car loan. Later, I found out that the little assistant was actually my former assistant, which was why she was targeted by Qin Zayano. TSK, this world is really small. After sending off this play god, I quickly passed the wire mesh to ZhouManqing. Not long after, he sent me a gift in return, a jar of sorghum wine, contained in a chubby, round, 3-legged gray pottery jar. Let me tell you, that jar was adorably ugly. It perfectly matched my aesthetic. I checked on a certain treasure website, and those trendy teapot jars were selling for over 100. A light bulb went off in my head. Wasn't this a business opportunity? I could hire craftsmen from their tribe to make these handicrafts and then sell them. The cost would be nearly nothing. I was about to make it big. On the Shamu tribe side, their initiative was also impressive. With the wire mesh and various tools I provided, the entire tribe got to work, planning a way to build a great wall. At lunchtime, they directly used the pressure cooker I sent. They called it a tudu pot. Meat that used to take a whole day to stew now only needed to wait for the small cap on the pot to sputter for a while. And the meat would be tender and falling off the bone. A group of people gathered around the pot, moved to tears, exclaiming, "Qing Shinyo is awesome." That noon, they really had meat to eat. 2 unfortunate mountain chickens accidentally flew into the newly installed nylon net and were directly used for soup. The meat was so fragrant, paired with freshly picked pumpkin vines, that everyone was slurping it down, even chewing the bones to swallow them. Someone teared up on the spot. Oh my God, how can there be 2 servings of food? Who would have dared to think that before? By evening, the main event arrived. A giant wild boar suddenly crashed into the wire mesh, getting stuck. The 5 young men on night watch, who usually went weak in the knees at the sight of such creatures, saw this time, hey, it can't move. With a boost of courage, they grabbed shovels and went to town on the boar's head. In no time at all, they took down this big guy. 5 people, unscathed, took down a wild boar that used to require a dozen people to subdue. The next day, the entire tribe was buzzing. The looks they gave the wire mesh were more affectionate than those for their own fathers. ZhouManqing gazed intently at that net, his heart shouting, "This year's grain is secure. Thank you, Qing Shun. I am currently researching nearby agritourism spots online, preparing to take one over as my secret base and storage." I just received a letter from ZhouManqing, who excitedly reported on the achievements of the barbed wire, and also sent along a small clay pig made by his 5-year-old sister, Zhou, as a gift for me. It may be a bit ugly, but it is filled with heartfelt intention, and there are several tiny fingerprints on the pig's belly. As soon as I saw it, I thought, this child's creativity shouldn't go to waste. So I immediately ordered a set of 36 colors of ultralight clay to give them as a return gift. However, before my clay even arrived, good grief, ZhouManqing sent me dozens of ceramic pigs, chickens, and elephants, saying that all the kids in the tribe were going crazy and insisted on making one for Qingshin. One of the pigs even had the names of family of 3 engraved on its belly, asking me to bless his wife for a safe second pregnancy. Oh my goodness, I was both amused and exasperated. I was almost becoming a fertility goddess. Looking at this pile of cute little things, I had a new idea. Instead of giving clay, I decided to send something more practical, so I directly bought a batch of green-skinned sugarcane seedlings to send over. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. After all, I wanted these little ones to have candy every year. Just as I finished this, I happened to need to go out that day, thinking I would stop by the courier point to pick up something, so I borrowed Aunt Wong's precious electric tricycle from the village. However, as soon as I opened my mouth, good grief, Aunt Wong immediately switched to drama mode, sighing and moaning, her little eyes practically saying, "Hurry, ask me what's wrong." It was written all over her face. What else can I do? I can only cooperate with the performance. "Grandma Wong, what's wrong with you? Have you encountered some troubles?" As soon as she heard this, she became lively and started spitting out words. "Oh, let me tell you, Zhou Dolly from the village drank himself to death. My goodness, Do you think his wife is just a jinx? A husband killer? Isn't she not even 40 yet? Let me tell you, her foolish son was cursed by her as well. He got a fever that damaged his brain. I was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the fool's mother she mentioned was actually the second aunt's son that I had saved before. I was speechless at that moment and directly interrupted her. Aunt Wong, we shouldn't engage in that feudal superstition. As a result, she was not pleased and watched me ride away while murmuring behind me. The young people nowadays, they're not afraid of anything. I couldn't be bothered with her. So I hopped on my little tricycle and headed straight to the farmer's market, buying a huge pile of sugarcane for those little guys in the Shimu tribe, some to chew on directly and some to use as seedlings. As for teleportation, it's a piece of cake for me now. That overwhelming feeling I used to have is long gone. I guess my brain CPU is quietly upgraded. After returning the vehicle, I was on my way home when my phone pinged. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Shiwen. Let me tell you, this girl is also a legend. She started off with, Sister Qingqing, I quit. Qin Xiano is such a terrible person. If you need an assistant, just hit me up anytime. I haven't replied yet. And she sent another message. By the way, sis, I recently met a rich second-generation guy, super generous. He directly paid off my 100,000 yuan car loan. Wow. I was startled at that moment and quickly replied to her. Take it easy. Be careful not to fall into a scam. In this day and age, there aren't that many good things that come out of nowhere. I was typing with my head down, completely unaware when a nearby electric motorcycle zoomed past. On it was my quirky neighbor, Sun Shui, and her husband. I could hear her mumbling to her husband, look at the Zhou family. They're so wealthy. Her grandfather has been in the hospital for over a month, yet they still have money to buy so many packages. Her husband replied, having money is great. They can lend me some to spend. Who understands family matters? Neighbors like this really raise my blood pressure. On the other side, things were quite dramatic with Jiang Shiwen. She thought she was debt-free and could go home to help her brother manage the martial arts school. But guess what? Her brother was laughing and joking with her on video, while in reality, the school had already closed down. On her way home, she saw her light-as-a-feather brother dressed in a yellow kangaroo outfit delivering food. It was quite a scene. While I was dealing with trivial matters, a huge disaster was brewing in another world. Outside the Linha tribe, on barren land, over 100 rough-looking men were lying around in disarray. The leader, a scar-faced man, was sharpening his big knife. A younger guy nicknamed Skinny Monkey came over to complain, Boss, are we really listening to that woman and clearing land here? The brothers have knives and axes in hand, but this ground is too hard to dig. The scar-faced man spat on the ground. What does she count as the second in command? If we clear the land, we'll all starve to death. She doesn't want us to live. Another guy named TZ pointed to the forest in the north and said, Boss, look at that forest. It's full of wild beasts. Hunting there is better than digging here. These guys are not good people at all. They had gotten separated from their tribe during a severe drought and survived by burning, killing, and even cannibalism. Now you want them to farm? Dream on. Skinny Monkey slyly added, I heard that after the Shimu tribe was defeated, the old, weak, sick, and disabled all ran into that forest. Old and weak. The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed dangerously. He suddenly stood up. Let us go. Time to hunt. There is fur, and maybe human flesh to eat. As soon as the words human flesh were uttered, the group went wild, raising their stone axes and iron knives, shouting, kill, kill, kill. Who cares if they're old or weak? The longer we stew them, the better they taste. Boss, take us to feast. Thus, over 100 bloodthirsty cannibals set off towards the Shimu tribe. What was even more sinister? This was all part of a cunning plan by the second-in-command of the Linha tribe. Her brother, the chief, was still hesitating. After all, they were their old tribesmen. The woman smiled slightly, like a venomous snake. Brother, they're used to eating human flesh. If they stay, they eventually become a disaster. Besides, I'm curious about how the Shimu tribe is doing now. Let them fight it out while we reap the benefits. ISNT that good? Wow. This cunning scheme was like the Pro-Max version of a palace intrigue drama. I am still completely unaware of the impending danger and am busy planning my handicraft business. The clay that the children from the Shimu tribe molded for me was sent for appraisal, and, as I guessed, modern materials sent for appraisal do not turn into antiques when returned. This is exactly right, as what I want to sell is the concept of traditional craftsmanship. I was still pondering how to take over the farmhouse as my studio when Mo Jelly's call came in. He said he needed me to be his companion for some final review of an antique club. I asked, is this review supposed to include family? You should bring an expert. I immediately sensed something was off. Oh, it's not what you think. It's just a banquet, a formality. Just help me out. He kept insisting, saying that if I agreed to go, he would find someone to take care of my farmhouse issues. Fine, I thought. Let professionals handle professional matters, so I agreed. When we arrived at the banquet hall, a guy walked up to us with a head of hair styled like a perm gone wrong, looking like a hedgehog. Right away, he started throwing sarcastic remarks at MOGLE, and they were bickering like school kids. As the argument escalated, the guy with the crazy hair waved his hand, signaling his bodyguard to bring over an enormous vase. Here, MOGLE. Let me show you something. MOGLE, being impulsive, rolled up his sleeves to take it. But when I saw the bodyguard's arms, the veins bulging out, I knew something was off. That vase was definitely a problem. I held MOGLE down and walked it myself. The guy with the aluminum foil hairstyle lit up when he saw a woman coming over, silently making a gesture as if to say boom. He wanted me to publicly smash the vase and make MOGLE look bad. In a split second, I firmly took the vase. Then, lightly, I placed it on the table next to me. How is that possible? The aluminum foil guy was stunned. He rushed over, trying to lift it himself, but despite using all his strength, the vase didn't budge at all. Only then did MOGLE react, pointing at the guy's nose and cursing. You old schemer, trying to set me up here. He looked at me again, his eyes filled with stars. Sister Zhou, from today on, you are my real sister. I shook my hands and felt that my strength had been increasing recently, probably due to carrying supplies. My face, after the tin foil perm, had turned the color of pig liver, and in the end, I could only angrily throw out a line. You're the one who's scheming against me. I hired a bodyguard to pretend to be a rich girl and left in a huff. Just as this farce was coming to an end, I received a letter from ZhouManqing. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Just when I was attending this boring banquet, something happened to the Shimu tribe. They went to the fields and found a large tear in the barbed wire. All 10 of the night watchmen were missing. Farming tools and pots were stolen, and the ground was left with a shocking pool of blood, along with a severed arm. ZhouManqing and the others followed the trail, and what they saw was simply hell on earth. That group of beasts was setting up a fire in the valley, and in the pot, they were cooking the missing tribesmen. They had eaten them all. Only a head was left discarded nearby, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. That was Kaiji, the man I knew, the one who not long ago was happily hunting wild boars with barbed wire to exchange for sugarcane for his pregnant wife and daughter. The letter said that his little daughter, Gwa, the one who always secretly gave me wildflowers and sent me the flower crowns her mother made, was also missing. At that moment, my mind went blank. All those ridiculous crafts and agritourism were thrown out of my mind. This is not a game. This is not a business. These are real, living people. They're the little girls who bring me flowers. I can't just sit back and watch them get into trouble. Online shopping is too slow. I directly booked the nearest high-speed train ticket, rushed to the city, rented a Wuling Hongguang, put on a mask and hat, and headed straight to the largest labor protection supply store. As soon as I entered, I told the owner, I'm with a security company, and I need 200 sets of gear, the strongest protective ones. The owner's eyes lit up when he heard it was a big order. He took out a stab-proof vest, and without hesitation, I grabbed a small axe from the store and swung it down. The vest was fine, but the foam bucket underneath cracked right away. The owner looked at me differently, probably imagining which spy organization I belonged to. This one. I pointed to the vest with steel plates and said, give me 200 of those. And this helmet, this small round shield, and that large square shield. 100 each. Also, 50 riot batons. The owner was jotting down my order while asking for sizes. All right, sizes. I quickly wrote a note to ZhouManqing and passed it over. Find a place. I'm sending you gear. Hurry up. Get everyone's sizes for me. Over there. ZhouManqing and his team had just had a skirmish with a small enemy squad, barely managing to fend them off 2 against 1, and morale was low. As soon as my note arrived, everyone was energized and immediately rushed to the tribe. I was exhausted from transporting equipment to another world, collapsing in the vehicle and gasping for breath. Interestingly, some high-tech items like night vision goggles actually failed to teleport. It seems my golden finger has its own rules. Over at the Shimu tribe, the clan members who received the equipment were stunned. Uncle Hu poked a riot fork into the ground and found it lacked lethality, looking disappointed. Chi Hongya, however, was enamored with the shield. ZhouManqing put on a riot vest and said to Uncle Hu, bring a kitchen knife and slash at me. As soon as he said that, everyone erupted. No, young clan leader, you can't do that. This fabric is so thin. How could it possibly withstand a knife? Only the elders from Lu Shi's group were eager for the spectacle, cheering and hoping to see just how miraculous this divine garment really was. And guess what? Uncle Hu, that old fellow, really didn't spoil them and pulled out a kitchen knife. Let me tell you, my heart was in my throat at that moment. He first lightly scraped the knife across the riot vest, and a crowd immediately surrounded him, watching like it was a show. Hey, Guess what? It didn't tear. Wow. The whole place erupted. My brother Xiao, jingling, remained calm and said to Uncle Hu, use some strength. Uncle Hu was a straightforward man, asked everyone to step back, then gathered his strength, gripping the kitchen knife and swiftly slashed across my brother's vest. My brother let out a muffled grunt, and we were almost scared out of our wits, rushing over to check. And the result? He was fine. He took off the vest, and his shirt underneath was intact. He said this thing was cut resistant. No matter how strong the opponent was, it would only feel like a dull impact, giving you a jolt, but drawing blood? No way. Now the tribe was completely in an uproar. My goodness, this is clothing fit for a deity, invulnerable to blades and guns. Now, who is afraid? I can take on 10 of them. You must be joking. My brother quickly asked everyone to be quiet, saying that Qing Shun had sent word that there would be something even more impressive tomorrow. Full body armor. Who understands this, family? This vest is already incredible. But what does full body armor even mean? It's hard to imagine. Then he taught everyone how to wear helmets and put on vests. While Qi Hongye tried out the shield, which was unbreakable by knives and indestructible by clubs, though it was a bit heavy. Uncle Hu, that big guy, actually liked the small round shield, saying it was nimble and accurate. The warriors were there studying the new equipment, while my brother had already picked up a magical device called a telescope to look into the distance. Let me tell you, the expression on his face was like he had opened the heavenly eye. He could see a leaf falling from a tree 100 meters away clearly. Isn't this a physical cheat? Although Qing Shun always claims to be an ordinary person, to us, this is definitely celestial magic. But just when everyone was immersed in the joy of this divine gear, something went wrong. The sun was about to set, and when I looked up, I saw my younger brother Xiao and his team, one by one, stumbling back like blood gourds. The leader was carrying Hu San, who was completely still with his eyes closed. At that moment, my head buzzed. It was over. Something must have happened on the other side of the land we were guarding. This incident happened an hour ago. My brother Xiao, Song, and Hu San were guarding the land we had just opened with 40 people. As soon as it got dark, a foul smell wafted through the air. Then, a group of crazies with hair all messed up like bird nests came out of the woods. There were about 40 of them, too. The leader was grinning in a creepy way, saying prey found it. These bastards were simply inhuman. They threw sharpened bamboo poles and stones into our barbed wire. Our people fought back with spears from behind the net, killing several of them. And guess what they did? They used the corpses of their own comrades as shields to cover the barbed wire, then threw torches in. While our people dodged the torches, they jumped in. What was even more sinister was that they had an ambush. More than 30 more people charged in. My brother was cursing, saying they'd been tricked. He quickly sent someone back to report. But the leader with a scarred face directly used his knife tip to poke our messenger's head and tossed it right at Hu San's feet. Laughing, he said, "Looking for help? Here you go." Hu San went mad on the spot, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed forward to fight, but was ambushed by a guy named TZ, who slashed him on the shoulder, causing blood to gush. My brother Xiao and Song fought desperately to shove TZ away, shouting for the remaining people to retreat with the injured. They fought while retreating and finally took refuge in the cornfield, which was taller than the people, just to save their lives. The land was lost. Many were injured. Morale plummeted to the bottom. When my brother came back and saw me, the first thing he said was, "Brother, the land is gone." He said if we couldn't take it back, we wouldn't even need the enemy to fight us. We would starve to death ourselves. Xiao Jingling truly had no other options left and could only place the last hope on Qing Shun, offering up all the jade artifacts at home to plead for Qing Shun to save us. Let me tell you, Qing Shun is also a decisive character. Upon receiving the message, she wasted no time and got straight to work. She discovered that the snail treasure used for teleportation had upgraded within 3 meters. She could send things over with just a thought, without needing to stick them one by one. This made her furious, saying if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have put in so much effort. She knew we were short on manpower and couldn't confront them head-on, so my brother's tactic was guerrilla warfare, wearing them down with small strikes. He then asked if there were any inconspicuous but powerful magical tools. Qing Shun thought for a while. Conventional weapons were hard to come by, so she decided to use some local specialties. What was it? Animal traps. You might think, hey, isn't that a bit too harsh? But if you look at it from another angle, the opponents are man-eating beasts. If they win, our tribe's elderly and young alike would become their meals. Showing them mercy would be cruel to our own people. This time, I'm with Qing Shun. We must hit them hard. She is also quite clever. This kind of thing is not easy to buy on the market. So, she found a hardware store owner, sweet-talked him, claiming she needed them for several farms and could take as many as he had, paying cash on the spot. She cleared out over 50 of his stock. On the other side, the supplies sent by Qing Shun also arrived. Goodness, what a scene! Rice, flour, fresh meat, peanut oil, pure white salt, piled up like a small mountain. The people in the tribe were wide-eyed, and Uncle, who tasted the salt, so excited he could hardly speak, saying the local salt he used to trade gold for was like mud, bland as anything. With food in hand, the people's hearts were steady. The warriors were salivating while counting the supplies, and they also received a new toy from Qing Shun, the more than 50 animal traps. Early the next morning, the old man Lu Shi, being curious, insisted on studying them himself. He fiddled with the trap opener for a long time, nearly trapping his own foot. My brother came over, quickly opened it with a couple of clicks, then tossed in a bloodied pig leg bone. There was a crisp snap. That big bone was instantly crushed to pieces. Everyone was stunned. If this thing were to clamp down on a human leg, it would either kill or maim. My brother nodded with satisfaction and gave the order. Split into 5 teams, take weapons, and under the cover of darkness, let's teach them a lesson. Those cannibals had just taken our land and were feeling quite pleased with themselves. They thought we were too scared to retaliate, so during their patrols, they were careless, not even scouting the area. Someone even stomped his foot and said, "The grass here is just fine. Not a single blade is down. There can't be any traps." Just as those words left his mouth, a loud cry erupted, and the one at the front fell victim. His ankle was caught tightly by a metal trap, and blood spurted out instantly. Following that, there were 3 more screams. One unfortunate guy, when he fell to the ground, had his thigh caught by another trap and fainted on the spot from the pain. They wanted to rescue him, but 2 big men used all their strength to pry open the metal jaws, only to find it tightening even more. Our team, Chi Hongyes, was watching the live broadcast through binoculars from 300 meters away. Watching those guys on the other side flailing about, crying and screaming, was simply exhilarating. This feeling was a clear indication that we were far ahead. Taking advantage of their misfortune, we charged forward in our stab-resistant vests, shields in hand, like iron cans. On the opposite side, their knives couldn't cut through, their spears couldn't pierce, and they were left dumbfounded. Often, in that moment of daze, our knives would strike. The scar-faced leader, hearing the commotion, rushed to provide support, but in his haste, he stumbled right into our arrow formation, taking down 7 or 8 of his men, and several others fell into animal traps. He was furious, cursing loudly, but dared not pursue us, only able to watch helplessly as we burned the bodies of his companions, and then withdrew calmly. He pointed at my brother, cursing that he would eventually kill him. My brother paid him no mind. His imposing demeanor scared the man's subordinates from approaching. By the end of the day, they had lost over 80 men. As for us, we only sustained some bruises, applied some of Qing Shun's medicine, and had no serious issues. Qing Shun was also on edge until he received news of my brother's great victory, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The remaining cannibals were terrified, dragging back their injured comrades to eat, and then over 90 of them shrank back into their territory like turtles, planning to wait us out. They wanted to wait, but we weren't going to play along. Qing Shun's side sent over 200 pounds of fresh meat every day. It felt like a festival for us, and we needed to be well fed to have the strength to work. After dragging it out for over 10 days, the scar-faced leader could no longer sit still and took his men out hunting, but ended up losing track of one of our teams. Then his subordinate, a skinny monkey, caught a whiff of a meat aroma that he would never forget for the rest of his life. My brother played a deadly trick. He deliberately had a small team cook meat in a place where they could smell it. The aroma of the meat, enhanced with special spices from Qing Shun, wafted for miles. When the scar-faced guy charged over with more than 40 starving subordinates, our people pretended to be overwhelmed and scattered, leaving both pots of meat behind for them. Those fools fought over it, injuring each other, and one guy even bit his own tongue because the food was too delicious. Within minutes, they had licked the pots clean, and the result? That broth contained a specially gifted pufferfish sashimi from Qing Shun. Before long, they were all foaming at the mouth, rolling on the ground with stomachaches, and their combat effectiveness dropped to 0. My brother took people over there just like harvesting wheat, one shovel at a time, sending them all to meet their ancestors. That scar-faced guy still wanted to curse, but my brother went up and gave him a shovel, silencing him right away. The ones left at home saw that their boss and the others went and didn't come back, and they knew it was bad. This guy was also a little clever, making a quick decision to gather the last 20 or so people, pack their things, and make a run for it that very night. They used sticks to probe their way, and they really discovered a dozen or so animal traps. Just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, there was a dense forest ahead, and this group was so excited, thinking they were about to escape to safety. But as soon as they stepped in, wow, Let me tell you, it was just the beginning of a hell on earth. They all thought they were about to slip away, but the next second, whoosh, a dozen dark shadows fell from the sky, all with sharpened bamboo spears. The few unfortunate ones running in front were instantly turned into human kebabs. The remaining souls were frightened out of their wits, with someone screaming. In the trees. There's an ambush. That little leader named TZ reacted quickly, shouting at the top of his lungs. Forget it. Charge forward. They can't catch up. He led the charge. But the person to his left suddenly screamed and fell, his ankle caught by a metal trap. Let me tell you, TZ was drenched in cold sweat. The people from the Shimu tribe were truly ruthless, even daring to set traps so close to someone else's territory. This guy was also clever. Taking advantage of the chaos, he dove into the nearby grass and played dead, planning to survive till the end. Unfortunately, his subordinates weren't so lucky. As they ran forward, they collided head-on with a row of people dressed in monster skins, wielding the iron tools we had given them, and it was like cutting vegetables. This group of cannibals had never seen such a scene. They thought they had run into real monsters. Unable to find TZ, they assumed their last leader was also done for, and their morale plummeted. In no time, they were all taken care of by the people from the Shimu tribe. In the grass, TZ didn't dare to breathe, listening to the people from the Shimu tribe easily cleaning up the battlefield, calculating in his mind that as long as he survived this wave, he would be. Just then, while he was dreaming, a cold arrow, let me tell you, struck him right in the back, chilling him to the bone. Our female warrior, Aing, had long been watching him. Anyone who dares to harm my family. No one gets to run away. After the battle ended, everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief when someone suddenly screamed, Aing, you're bleeding. As everyone rushed over, they discovered there was already a small pool of blood beneath her feet. Family members didn't understand. This sister had come with a determination to die, to seek revenge, enduring multiple injuries without a word. The chief, Chi Hongye, was frantic, quickly having someone bring a stretcher to carry her back to find a shaman. But Aing knew in her heart that she had no intention of living. She only had one thought, to avenge her great hatred. She wanted to go down and accompany her husband and children. On the stretcher, she quietly passed away like that. I'm still happily providing Aing with medication for her pregnancy. But then I received news from Xiao Jingling that left me stunned. He said that Aing wants to be buried with her husband. What's more troublesome is that Aing's family is starting to blame Xiao Jingling, feeling that he shouldn't have let a pregnant woman go to battle. I asked him if he regretted it, and, after a long pause, he replied, as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation of the tribe, I respect everyone's thoughts. I have to say, at that moment, I felt that Xiao Jingling, as the chief, truly has a broad vision. This is the legacy of the late matriarchal society, genuinely regarding women as independent individuals. I really admire that. Admiration alone isn't enough. Something practical is needed. I thought their medical care was too backward, and teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. My grandfather just happened to have an old version of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, which is richly illustrated and seems tailor-made for them. I immediately ordered 50 copies, along with various herbal medicine charts, pestle and mortars, and hand scales, and sent everything over to help them cultivate their own medical talents. Just as I finished dealing with the tribe's matters, I also had to manage the farmhouse. I rode my little electric scooter to meet Assistant Jiang, who had been waiting for me for half a month. He was handsome and professional, and he had prepared the contract, an annual rent of 18,000, which his boss, Missouri Jialai, had even advanced for me. I was thrilled with the ease of it all. After seeing off Assistant Jiang and looking at the empty farmhouse, I immediately called my former assistant, Jiang Sherwin. Sister, there's a farmhouse offering free meals and accommodation. Are you in? She replied instantly. Whatever Qingqing does, I'm in. On my way home in the afternoon, I was stopped by our village's chatty neighbor, Aunt Sunday. She was all smiles and said she had arranged for a harvester for us, asking me to pay her 300 for 1 mu and 600 for 2 mu. Wow. She asked for 600 right off the bat. I didn't think much and transferred the money. When I got home and told my grandfather, he was so angry he almost broke his chopsticks. Other families charge 100 per mu for harvesting, but she was trying to charge me 3 times that. The next day, I took my grandmother over there. Aunt's son tried to be tricky, first claiming she only collected 200. When I showed her the WeChat transfer record, she changed her tune, saying the harvester was greedy. My grandmother immediately fired back. That 600 was calculated including your family's 3 mu, right? Aunt's son, relying on the fact that we couldn't contact the harvester, refused to admit it and even tried to push us out. Seeing her attitude, I firmly stood my ground. She couldn't push me at all. My grandmother leaned against the doorframe and shouted outside, "I'm over 60, try pushing me." I seized the opportunity to sneak into her living room. Wow, it felt like I was visiting my own store branch. I picked up a hairdryer. "Ms. Wong, this is the X666 model you borrowed from my house a few days ago, right?" Then I grabbed an electric pancake maker. "This one belongs to Mr. Yang. You said you borrowed it to make egg dumplings. It's been a week. Time to return it, don't you think?" After going through everything, I found 4 or 5 appliances that belonged to my house. The villagers watching were amazed. Seeing she couldn't win the argument, this aunt started resorting to low tactics, spreading rumors about me in front of the entire village, saying I was dating a rich man. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I took out my phone and showed her my Taobao shopping history, clearly laid out with order numbers, model numbers, and order times. I asked her, "Aunt Wong, don't you have any proof for your purchases?" She was instantly speechless. At that moment, the village chief arrived, as I called him in advance. He saw the situation and directly announced in front of everyone, "I, Zhou Manqing, will purchase the village's grain at market price, including old grain." I tell you, when those words came out, the whole place erupted. 1 jin is 50 cents more than the street vendors. That's $500 for 1,000 jin. The villagers who were just watching the excitement a second ago looked at me differently the next second. Well, now I have turned from the bullied outsider into the god of wealth for the whole village. That couple, Granny's son and her husband, must be regretting it deeply. Sometimes, to protect your family, you have to play it this way and give them a little modern shock. The tribe over there wasn't idle either. The crops in the fields were propped up, and they learned a new skill, cooking. They made stir-fried green beans with the peanut oil I sent over. And those primitive people had their first taste of stir-fried dishes, which made them shout with joy, devouring 2 big bowls of rice. But not everyone was happy. That old witch felt that this new god was stealing her thunder and started doing little tricks behind my back. On the day of grain collection in the village, there was a long queue, and a man tried to cut in line, bullying a young man, Zhou, who didn't seem too bright, and his mother. I saw the situation and walked out to call out the line cutter by name. "There's surveillance at the village chief's house. Should I pull it up for you to see?" That guy immediately backed down. Later, I found out that this mother and son were from the family of the second uncle's son I saved last time. Her husband had died, and her son was foolish, so the villagers bullied them. Seeing how pitiful they were, I decided to hire them to work at my farm-stay, providing food and accommodation. After a week of grain collection, I spent over 60,000 collecting 18,000 jin of rice and 5,000 jin of rice bran, all piled up in the farm-stay warehouse. The first batch of pottery from the tribe also arrived, 6 small tripod pots. Let me tell you, those little pots were so cute they made my heart tremble. I immediately video called Mo Jialai. It was time for this rich second generation to play his part. He took the genuine and imitation items I gave him and went straight to the antique exchange meeting. Those rich people were originally not interested in modern crafts, but when they heard it was made using ancient methods, their eyes lit up. Guess what happened next? Those rich people really fell for it, each of them taking out magnifying glasses to examine the items, asking where they could buy them. Just like that, the first deal was about to open. Mo Jialai opened for business in an instant. In the video, he calmly held up 2 fingers in front of those old men. One elderly man thought it was 20,000 and said that the genuine item was only worth that much. Let me tell you, Mo Jialai knows how to play it cool. He smiled slightly and said 1,001. He added that it was purely handmade and that he couldn't produce more than 5 in a month. Well, as soon as those words came out, the old men pounced like hungry wolves, snatching up all 3 small pots. Those who didn't get any were so anxious they started stomping their feet, lining up on the spot to place reservations. Mo Jialai told me he was glad he had kept one for himself. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away by these people. I'm overjoyed to hear this. It's just too easy for these wealthy people to make money. I don't have those connections, so I entrusted everything to him. I offered him a commission, but the young master declined, saying that he just wanted to be the first to receive any new products in the future. All right, that must be arranged. He's quite good at shifting responsibility, immediately handing this matter over to his assistant, saying he just wants to enjoy the thrill of showing off. I said, what a coincidence, I also have an assistant here. And I winked at Jiang Sherwin beside me. This little girl just started, and she will be my person from now on. My farm stay has started running, and I've hired 3 people. Aunt's son Air and her son are responsible for the fields and sanitation, while the new assistant, Jiang Sherwin, is in charge of creating product brochures for me. I even specially provided her with a new computer. The tribe sent over several new samples, along with some genuine antiques. I've locked all the genuine items in the safe, and set up surveillance and infrared detectors to ensure maximum security. I told Jiang Sherwin that these are original items and need to be well protected, but she has no idea that she's guarding a room full of real antiques. I was happily calculating the cost and profit, preparing to pay the tribe, when a bolt from the blue struck. News came from Zhou Jingling that the child who had previously sent me the small ceramic elephant, also called Little Elephant, had taken the medicine from the prescription I gave and died. My mind went blank for a moment. My first reaction was, did I give too much medication? Impossible. I had repeatedly emphasized the need to use a scale, and I sent over the medical scale almost half a month ago. How could there be a problem? Then, what Zhou Jingling said next left me utterly speechless. There are deaths, not just one. 5 people in the tribe died because they used my new herbal medicine. 2 adults and 3 children. Many others who took the medicine experienced mild symptoms like dizziness and vomiting, while others had severe breathing difficulties. 2 warriors who were already injured were in so much pain after applying the medicine that they died from it. The tribe was in an uproar. They claimed that the medical book I provided had issues. And some even started saying I was a wicked god, invoking divine punishment, and demanded sacrifices. I really can't believe this. What kind of cyber-feudal superstition is this? Children are so important to the tribe, and now, with 3 dead, according to their rules, the person responsible for this must be expelled, which is almost like a death sentence. Even more bizarrely, all 5 of the deceased were supporters of Zhou Jingling. This clearly indicates that someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. I urged him to quickly investigate what was going on. However, he is currently in the role of my spokesperson, and his image has collapsed. The family of the deceased has blocked him outside the door. With no other options, he could only send his 2 honest and clever little brothers, Hu San and Hu Lu, to discreetly gather information. Before long, the deceased family came knocking. A young couple who had lost their daughter, crying and demanding an explanation from Zhou Jingling. It was heart-wrenching to listen to. Hu San and Hu Lu returned with clear findings. Most patients were stable before taking the medication, but after taking it, they died within a few short breaths. Or at most a few days. 3 people had died in a row, prompting everyone to realize something was wrong. Zhou Jingling's brother, Zhou Husong, wanted to ask the witch's apprentice, Nan Xing, about the situation. That girl was a childhood sweetheart, but now she was avoiding him. It was obvious that this matter was closely related to that witch. Zhou Jingling guessed that the problem either lay with the prescription or with the person preparing the medicine. Amidst all this turmoil, the old witch could no longer sit idly by. She summoned all the elders for a meeting and publicly announced that the medical book I had given was a form of evil magic used to demand payment. Well, she directly labeled me as the villainous big boss. Among the elders was someone named Lu Shi, who echoed her sentiments, claiming that my origins were unclear and that I was not a legitimate deity. I realized that these 2 were clearly in cahoots. Upon hearing this, the deceased's family burst into the meeting cabin, demanding a public confrontation. The witch took out the medical book I had given, and guess what? The book was wet. She claimed she discovered its true nature last night, that it tried to escape, but she had trapped it with holy water. Now, it needed to be placed under the sun for the sun god to purify it. Damn, this sorceress's tricks are unbelievable. Zhou Jinglin wanted to step forward to check, but was immediately stopped, with the warning that she feared he would be possessed by evil spirits. Zhou Jinglin questioned her on the spot, saying those 5 people had all been affected after taking the medicine she gave them. And did she dare claim she hadn't done anything? That witch even put on a show, looking sorrowful as she said her knowledge was limited, making her an accomplice. Furious, Zhou Jinglin declared that once the book was finished, he would personally test the medicine. His little sister also stood up to support him, insisting that a group of kids follow him to test it as well. Seeing this situation, the witch began to incite the crowd again, claiming that she had provided the tools that attracted the cannibals and the medicine that killed their kin, rambling on and on. Elder Lu, she also chimed in, saying that the pigs we raised were also given by him, and if he were to revoke his gifts, they would be at the mercy of others. I listened to Zhou Jingling recounting these things in my mind, and it really made me furious. These ungrateful people, they're all grateful when they benefit, but when something goes wrong, they throw all the blame on me. Zhou Jingling looked at the nearly dried-up book, feeling anxious. He sensed that the witch still had a backup plan, but his witnesses and evidence hadn't arrived yet. Just at this critical moment, while I was anxiously pacing back and forth, suddenly, I tell you, it was like having a Bluetooth headset in my brain, hearing a man's voice intermittent, calling me Qing Shun. Oh my God, it's Zhou Jinglin. That voice, deep and hoarse, is simply a walking ASMR. I blushed at that moment, but the situation was urgent. I quickly patted my face, got serious, and thought back to him. Xiao Jinglin, I found a reason. The fever medicine is wrong. The herbal medicine got mixed up. The injury medicine is correct, but the dosage was increased. As I spoke, I quickly sent him samples of the correct and incorrect herbs, along with a detailed explanation. Xiao Jingling suddenly found several herbs in his hands and was bewildered. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the medical book under the sun emitting a strong, pungent smell, and then it spontaneously ignited without fire. The scene erupted. The sun god had manifested. It really was an evil book. The deceased's family rushed towards Xiao Jingling like mad, and the situation instantly spiraled out of control. The old witch, carrying a bucket of so-called holy water, was about to splash it on Xiao Jingling, claiming she wanted to purify him. Don't let it touch him. The voices of Xiao Jingling and his brother Xiao Husong echoed in his mind and reality almost simultaneously. In a split second, Xiao Jingling dodged and subdued the witch with a swift move. His brother Xiao Husong arrived with Nanqing, holding a bamboo tube and shouting, "We discovered something that can ignite itself." Soon after, Xiao Jingling's mother also arrived with a new medical book and herbs. Hu San and Hu Lu had also searched the deceased's home for the remaining medicine packets. Witnesses and evidence all came together in one wave. Xiao Husong demonstrated on the spot, pouring the so-called holy water on a branch, which instantly caught fire. The witch stubbornly claimed that Xiao Husong was also tainted by evil energy. Then came a counterattack. Nanqing pointed out that the dosage of the wound medicine was 5 times what the book recommended. Xiao Jingling took out the letter I sent and read aloud. Chives. For those with fever, AIDS heat worsens the condition. Strychnine, wound medicine, overdose can cause fatal poisoning. The truth was revealed. The several packets of medicine found in the deceased's home were solid evidence. The deceased's family collapsed on the spot and rushed to tear the witch apart. It turned out this old hag had always been jealous of Xiao Jingling's family and feared I would shake her position. So in front of Nanqing, she replaced the medicine with her own trusted subordinates secretly. She thought she could burn Xiao Jingling to death and then pour all the dirty water on me. But in the end, we executed a perfect counterattack and crush her on the spot. In the end, the elders sentenced this witch to death, executing her immediately. Her daughter cried her heart out, and the eldest elder's son, Lu Chongkong, even went to comfort her. I can see these two will probably cause trouble in the future. After the storm settled, Xiao Jingling wanted to use telepathy to contact me again, but it was useless. I was anxious, fearing he would get involved with that thing, and later learned it was white phosphorus, which could burn through bones. We tried for half a day and found that the brain-to-brain communication function seemed to be a limited edition that could only be triggered in emergencies. Usually, we still had to write letters honestly. However, I must say, ever since that conversation, it felt like the distance in time and space had shortened. He now feels like an online friend from across time and space in my heart. It made me a bit shy, and I didn't really want him to know about my real-life matters. After all, he's an ancient man, but still a grown man. One day, while I was unboxing a newly purchased bow and arrow in the office, I was chatting casually with my assistant Jiang Sherwin. I asked her, Wenwen, do you think there are more handsome guys with pleasant voices or those with unpleasant voices? You know, the kind with deep, magnetic voices. To my surprise, my little assistant seriously replied, Sister, come on, the male celebrities I've seen, those with good voices are all pretending. I have to say, her words instantly woke me up. What low bass? It suddenly lost its charm. I immediately pictured a caveman restoration image, you know, the one with the pouting lips. Goodness, the filter shattered everywhere. Forget it. Forget it. Men are just fleeting clouds. Making money is the priority. I was thinking, it's not a good thing for Xiao Jingling and their tribe to always rely on hunting. What if the wild animals hibernate in winter? Wouldn't they starve? They definitely need to get into animal husbandry. I immediately rushed to the town, getting a few broods of chicks, ducklings, and goslings. I also bought those high-end automatic waterers and feeding buckets, just like the ones my grandma used when I was a kid. Once everything was ready, I told Xiao Jingling to prepare for the delivery. I asked him to quickly set up some enclosures and categorize them. Guess what happened next? As soon as I teleported, Xiao Jingling was sitting in an empty enclosure looking dazed, and his sister Xiao Vo walked by and innocently asked her brother, Big brother, are we going to raise Big brother like a pig? Ha ha ha. I was dying of laughter. Xiao Jingling's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just when the 3 siblings were staring at each other, the chirping chicks suddenly appeared at his feet. His sister exclaimed, Wow, little birds. His brother was just thinking about food, looking disappointed at how small they were. Then the quacking ducklings came, and his sister shouted again, Wow, little flat-beaked chicks. My goodness. With this level of understanding, I quickly sent him a few books on raising chickens, ducks, and geese, teaching him step by step. I initially wanted to send them some rice and rice bran, but this kid, Zhou rejected it. Goodness, he actually refused my free food. He said the tribe can't rely solely on my feeding. They need pressure to progress and should rely on their own efforts to obtain resources. When I heard this, I thought, hey, this guy's pretty good. Not just someone who knows how to beg. He has vision. He said he wanted to improve the tribe's combat power and reclaim territory. All right, I got it. One must be strong to forge iron. I told him to wait, and I would find some martial arts secret from our side for him. These days, my assistant Zhou has gone to the city to sell goods. So I've been researching how to help them with military training at home. During my free time, I suddenly realized that the pronunciation of jingling sounds just like koi in Mandarin. Who understands this, family? They worship me as a god every day, while we modern people worship koi every day. This reverse operation is incredible. I immediately got playful, took out the clay I bought, and shaped a chubby little red koi. Super cute, and sent it to him. After Zhou received it, I heard he cherished it immensely, wrapping it carefully in layers of foam paper and keeping it close. As for my assistant, things were chaotic over there. She went to an antique exchange meeting with a rich second-generation Mo Jelly and ran into that trend follower Feng Tianzi, who also started making replicas like us. What happened? Our newly released lacquerware was instantly sold out. A director filming a Warring States drama snatched up a wooden box on the spot, saying he had been looking for a token of love for a long time. And this was it. The scene turned into a purchase frenzy, with a bunch of bosses competing for our few little items, their faces flushed. Zhou also did great, immediately handing over the promotional brochures for custom services. Now, everything is good. The company has finally gotten on the right track, and orders are piling up. I was showing off my sales figures to my grandmother and thinking about the future of the company when suddenly my phone beeped, and a news notification popped up. The funeral of Ms. Zhou Fangrong, chairman of Xingchen Entertainment, will be held tomorrow. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Zhou Fangrong? Isn't that my mom? My hands were shaking as I held the phone, and I shouted to my grandmother, "Grandma, my mom is dead. Did you receive the call?" My grandmother's bucket fell to the ground with a thud. We bought plane tickets overnight and took the high-speed train to the airport, rushing just in time to arrive before the memorial service ended. But guess what? At the entrance of the funeral home, we were stopped by the staff, who said we couldn't enter without an invitation. My good sister, Yin Sima, came out at that moment, dressed in black with red eyes, putting on a very convincing performance. She completely ignored my grandmother and leaned in to whisper sarcastically in my ear, "Zhou Manqing, are you trying to take advantage of your mother's passing to ruin her career? Or are you here to fight for the inheritance? Let me tell you, not a single cent of the inheritance belongs to you." Just when my grandmother and I were left in a dilemma at the door, a handsome guy in a black suit suddenly approached. He actually knew my grandmother and said his grandmother was Jiang, the one who had previously paid a large sum for my jade handle-shaped artifact. His name was Jiang Jingxing, and he used the invitation that allowed him to bring one companion to take me inside. Finally, I got to see my mother one last time. After the ceremony ended, Jiang Jingxing had to leave for an urgent matter at his company. I thought I would go to the cemetery in the afternoon to see my mom off. So I first took my grandmother to the hospital to get her a room to rest. But guess what happened? When we got to the cemetery, I was stopped again. The administrator said my name wasn't on the list of relatives. Family, isn't this suffocating? My own daughter, not even allowed to see my mom buried. I was just standing there in a daze when I received a WeChat message from Yin Sima using my mom's account, sending me a property notarization that clearly stated I had nothing. Immediately after, she drove past me, deliberately rolling down the window, so I could see who was sitting next to her. In that instant, I felt completely numb. The woman in the car was Zhun, the same girl who bullied me in high school, locked me in the bathroom, poured cold water on me, and led others to beat me up. My mind went blank. The information hit me like a bomb and almost fried my brain. All these years, I thought I was just unlucky and had crossed the wrong person. But it turned out the root of it all lay with my so-called good sister. When I returned to the hotel, I felt completely disoriented. Seeing me like this, my grandmother sighed and finally told me everything. She said that the reason my mom brought us to the city was not out of some newfound conscience, but because Yin Sima was born with kidney problems and needed a transplant. My grandmother wanted me to go to a big city for better education, donated one of her kidneys to her. I was devastated at that moment. I collapsed into my grandmother's arms, crying my heart out. It turned out that all the good my mother did for me was conditional, exchanged for my grandmother's health. My grandmother also told me about my father, saying that my mother got pregnant with me when she was 16. My father got into a fight for my mother thinking he had killed someone. And then he abandoned her and ran away, completely disappearing from the world. My mom, my dad, my sister. What's going on? My grandmother held me and gently patted my back, saying, "Your mother is gone, and we no longer have contact with that family. You're an adult now, and from now on, we will live our own lives well. I want to live well, but some people just won't let you." I haven't even stepped out of the funeral home yet, and the internet has already exploded. A marketing account called Guoyan Ishian posted a few pictures, claiming that I, a washed-up actress, went to an entrepreneur's memorial service to gain attention, and ended up being stopped by security at the door. What a mess. The comments section was immediately filled with remarks. They said things like, "Is this how you're trying to get back in the game after leaving Xingqiang Entertainment? And do you have no shame in riding on the coattails of a deceased person?" Some even dug up my past work in a web drama funded by this company, saying I was mourning my benefactor. I was so angry it hurt my chest. What's even more outrageous? My good sister, Yin Sima, made an indirect post on Weibo, reminiscing about her mother, saying she would only rely on her father from now on, and ended with a haunting line: "I hope no one exploits my deceased mother." I tell you, just this one sentence defined me. The netizens instantly solved the case, saying I was crying thief while stealing, using the dirt I bought to hype my comeback. The previous bullying incident in the crew was dug up again, and a bunch of people shouted for all directors to stop using me. Does anyone understand? This move is full of tea aroma, simply the latest green tea rhetoric of 2025. Fortunately, my friend Mo Jialai reacted quickly and called me, asking if I needed him to help silence things. I was in a taxi to the airport with my grandma at the time. My head was about to explode. Clarification? What good would it do for me to speak out myself? I directly slapped a PDF report titled Paternity Test Report onto his face. I told him, "I'm not just writing the hype. This person is my biological mother. You help me settle this matter, but our relationship and my relationship with our mom needs to be kept confidential." On Mo Jialai's side, they were completely shocked. Wow, how do you even have that kind of thing? How did you get it? It's funny to think about. Back when I was first taken into that family, the Yin family made me, a teenage girl, go for a paternity test under the pretext of fearing that my mom would be deceived. It felt like stepping into my own mother's house was a kind of original sin. This matter has been like a thorn in my heart for many years. By the time I got on the plane, that explosive Weibo post had completely vanished without a trace. Later, I found out that the office of the editor-in-chief of that marketing account was in chaos. The editor-in-chief, hands on hips, pointed at that paparazzo and yelled, "Do you know who is behind Zhou Manqing? It's the Mo family. The Mo family. Which blind eye did you use to provoke the Mo family?" The paparazzo was so scared he was dumbfounded. He initially wanted to play the victim, but when he heard they were going to dock all his bonuses and salary, his face turned green. He tried to contact the informant who tipped him off, only to find that the number was already disconnected, which made him so furious he smashed his phone. On the other hand, my sister Yin Sima was still sitting in her mother's office every day, just waiting for me to show up and cause a scene, so they could stage a big drama of the security guard throwing me out. Let me tell you, she has been waiting so long she could grow mushrooms. I'm busy building my career. Who has time to pay attention to you? On my side, it's chaotic, while on the other side in the Shimu tribe, I tell you, it's simply another world. They were cut off from trade routes by enemies, and with winter approaching, they had no fabric to make clothes. So what happened? Under my divine guidance, they started their own textile production. From picking cotton, spinning cotton strips, to spinning yarn and dyeing fabric, the entire tribe was bustling with activity, and they managed to produce cotton cloth and summer fabric made from Rami all by themselves. That kid, Huliu, touched the new fabric, his eyes lit up, and asked his mother if he could wear new clothes in winter. I returned to my grandmother's house, feeling frustrated. So I set up a target in the open space behind the farmhouse to practice archery. The sound of the arrows whooshing by scared my second aunt quite a bit. She would always pull her silly son far away. Only my new assistant, Jiang Sherwang, remained calm, munching on sunflower seeds and biting into an apple while I shot. When I hit the target, she even cheered for me. My second aunt asked her why she wasn't scared, and she replied, "My brother does more dangerous things at home." When I heard that, my ears perked up. Upon asking, I found out that her brother runs a martial arts school and can perform 7 or 8 kinds of martial arts. Wow, this is an important connection, and I took note of it right away. That evening, I contacted Xiao Jingling, the young chief of the Shimu tribe, using a field snail. He sensed that I was feeling down, so I vented about the funeral and all the mess surrounding it. He felt particularly guilty and said that it would have been better if he could have been summoned directly like the first time. I laughed out loud, bro. What can you do by coming here? Beat them all up? Then we'll have to go in hand and sing Tears of the Iron Window. He was silent for a while. Ben seriously asked me, "So how can Qing Shan be a little happier?" Without thinking, I blurted out, "Make money. Earn big money." It seemed that Xiao Jingling took this phrase to heart and immediately began to think about how to improve the tribe's handicrafts to earn more money. A few days later, it was time for my small company to pay salaries. I prepared 2,000 cash for my second aunt, and she cherished it so much that she only dared to go to town to deposit it after stuffing it into her socks in 2 halves. I directly transferred 4,000 to Jiang Shiwan, and the little girl was so excited that she shouted. Then it was time to pay the Shunshu tribe. I discussed it with Xiao Jingling for a long time. At first, he absolutely refused, saying it was only right to work for the tribe. In the end, I issued a direct order that they must accept it. I settled with them at 20% of the selling price, which amounted to 500 jin of rice and 500 jin of rice bran, plus a large amount of cold-resistant cabbage and radish seeds as bonuses. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no customers at the agritainment business, I sent everything over from the warehouse in one go. They also started a performance assessment called a merit book, a tribal version of KPI, where the more you work, the more you earn, and no one could slack off, leading to unprecedented enthusiasm. Xiao Jingling even made 3 copies of the records, one for public display, one for retention, and one to send to me. I found him too troublesome, so I directly bought him some carbon paper and sent over all my textbooks and study aids for middle and high school, including history and politics, hoping he could study systematically and build a worldview. I just forgot that I used a daydream in class and doodled a lot of good stuff in my books. As a result, just when things were going well, trouble came. Several clients suddenly canceled their orders, and while I was puzzled, Mo Jialai called me. It turned out that a grandson named Feng Tianxi had pulled in some investment from a young lady from the Zhen family and found several pottery masters to imitate our handicrafts and snatch orders at a lower price. That young lady from the Zhen family, Xinzhen. Good. I hadn't settled the score with you yet, and you came knocking on my door. Mo Jialai was so anxious on the phone that he was jumping up and down. You need to get your masters to hurry up. They're going to steal everything. I remained calm. Didn't you say that his work is just a bit worse than ours? Right? So that's settled. I sneered. Let's amplify that worse for him. Give me a professional photography team, and we'll shoot a comparison promotional video so the clients can see for themselves what a genuine product is and what a high imitation is. After the promotional video was done, the village head came to me again, asking if I would buy the sweet potatoes from the village, saying they couldn't sell them at a good price. I thought about it and realized that these can be stored well, and making sweet potato flour for the Shimu tribe as food would be perfect. So I agreed. As a result, my troublesome relative Sun Shui jumped in, apparently having heard about it from somewhere, and she started buying sweet potatoes too, deliberately charging 10 cents more per pound than I did. Some registered villagers ran to the village head to have their names crossed off. I understood immediately that this was purely to challenge me. Fine, if she raises the price by 10 cents, I'll raise it too. If she raises it to $1, I went directly to the town to inquire about wholesale prices and set at $1. Sun Shui was so angry she was jumping up and down, while I happily shared a bunch of sweet potato flour recipes with Xiao Jinglin, telling him this was a bonus for their early delivery. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jinglin told me an even more troubling piece of news. With a hint of coldness in his expression, he said solemnly, "Qing Shun, in another week, I plan to take some tribesmen out of the mountains." Out of the mountains? My heart sank when I heard this. He had been observing with binoculars for several days, finding a mountain path they could climb out on, but that road had never been developed and was extremely dangerous. I asked him why it was absolutely necessary to go, and he said there were too few people in the tribe. They had to go out to exchange supplies, find craftsmen, and even gather some displaced tribesmen, or else if the enemies attacked again next year, they would have no way to fight back. I know it's for survival. I have to go. All right, since I can't be stopped, I'll arm myself to the teeth. I had him estimate the slope of the mountain, and the next day, I took the high-speed train to the city. I went straight into the outdoor supply store and started shopping like crazy for a group of 20. The owner was stunned seeing me restocking. "Beautiful lady, are you preparing for a team hike or camping?" I said while picking out items, climbing and camping. "We'll be out for several days, so we need to pack light, but it has to be durable. Sleeping bag, raincoat, trekking poles, windproof lighter, compressed food, jerky." I stuffed a large capacity backpack full to the brim. The most expensive item was the climbing dynamic rope, which costs over 3,000 for just one. I bought 20 sets of electric drills, hammers, hangers, carabiners, and various climbing tools, not even skipping the old-fashioned hand drill. Roughly calculated, I spent over 100,000 and didn't even blink an eye. I had my boss deliver everything to the hotel. After checking the room and confirming there were no cameras, I sent over the pile of supplies, along with my handwritten instructions and various precautions, all at once. But lying in bed, I tossed and turned, still feeling uneasy. In the middle of the night, I suddenly sat up with a start. No way. Having just the equipment isn't enough. I need weapons too. I immediately thought of Jiang Sherwin's brother, who runs a martial arts school. I need to prepare a batch of real weapons for Zhou, Jingling, and the others to defend themselves. Even if the delivery can't be sharp, I'll send them whetstones to sharpen them. Just as I added her brother's WeChat, Mo Jialai's call came in, and he was shouting angrily on the other end. That son of a gun, Feng Tianxi, is copying us. He has released a promotional video too. I laughed. So what? My orders aren't affected here. But I can't stand this pretentious person. All right, I thought about it and decided to give him some advice. Just subtly let him know that we're going to have a 5 discount and then fabricate a fake planning proposal to leak out, fishing for law enforcement. Let him learn. Mo Jilly over there immediately chuckled, understood. Meanwhile, in Yamada County, Sun Shui's nephew Sun Daqiang, who helped her collect sweet potatoes, just returned home humming a tune, only to see his wife with a dark face, her lips pouted enough to hang an oil bottle. Sun Daqiang washed his hands and leaned over. What's wrong? Who made my wife angry today? I told you. My sister-in-law's face just fell right there, and she glanced sideways at my brother. Ah Chong, you better come clean. How much did you pay per pound for those sweet potatoes from your good aunt? My buddy is quite cautious. Didn't I tell you it's 1 yuan each? Goodness, my sister-in-law exploded at that. She said she went grocery shopping today and casually asked around. Guess what? His good aunt in the village was collecting sweet potatoes, and at first, she only offered 80 cents. Later, when she saw others in the village starting to collect them too, she, fearing her business would be snatched away, reluctantly raised it to 1 yuan. Family members, who understands? This aunt is making a profit on both ends. She profits from the villagers and then takes a cut from my buddy's hard work. My sister-in-law was so angry that she couldn't even eat. She initially planned to take 30 cents per kilogram from you. What a big fool. Just as she was saying that, the phone rang. Guess who it was? It was that aunt. She started off pretending, saying that Zhou Manqing didn't understand the market and raised the price to 2 yuan, then cautiously asked, Dear nephew, how about I help you collect them at 1, 3, or even 1, 4? Is there any profit for you on your side? If so, your aunt will run around more. At that moment, I saw the look in my sister-in-law's eyes. It was simply extraordinary, that kind of disdainful look that says, see, I was right, wasn't I? My buddy was provoked by that look and got angry. He quickly calculated in his mind that this aunt was making quite a profit on both ends. He picked up the phone and said, All right, Annie, charge me 1, 4. My sister-in-law was anxious at that moment and shot him a fierce glare. My buddy quickly gave her a calming look and continued speaking on the phone. But I need it in the next couple of days, at most 2,000 pounds. My car can't hold anymore. After these couple of days, I'll just take the goods and leave. I won't wait anymore. After hanging up the phone, my sister-in-law stomped over. Are you crazy? I've already told you she's greedy. Why are you still going along with her? My buddy sneered and said, Hey, let me tell you, that expression finally stood its ground. He said, Didn't I say I needed it in these couple of days? I'm driving away tomorrow afternoon. If she really has the ability to gather 2,000 pounds in just a little over a day, then she is impressive. Can't deliver? Then let her haul it to the county and sell it slowly. Isn't she capable? Hey, what do you call this move? Extreme pressure. At that moment, I thought, this relative needs to be dealt with. Switching the scene, let's take a look at my goddess. What's she doing? She is sending gear to her cyber followers. Zhou Jingling organizing people to go on an adventure. My goddess directly prepared a luxury equipment gift pack for him. Wow, that seems like an airdrop. Duong. Dozens of huge mountaineering backpacks taller than people, along with helmets, axes, and nylon ropes thicker than my thumb. The people in the tribe were dumbfounded, trying to cut the rope with stone knives, but what happened? The stone knives were almost worn out, and the rope didn't lose a single hair. What was the most explosive? A windproof lighter. Who understands, for a primitive tribe that relies on fire by drilling wood and has someone guarding the fire day and night? This thing is no less than Prometheus stealing fire. Zhou Jingling just clicked it, and a small flame appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was so scared they took a step back, then surrounded it as if witnessing a miracle. My goddess is getting bolder and has started trying to teleport appliances. A charging electric drill, and with a bayou, it was a success. News came from Zhou Jinglin that this thing drills holes in rocks super fast. My goddess was so excited at the time, thinking, hey, can we send a phone over too? Not only could they watch rock climbing tutorial videos, but the key point is, We could see what Xiao Jinglin actually looks like. But, as you can guess, it failed. I sighed too. I wanted to see it as well. Forget it. Forget it. Since we can't see the male lead, let's watch the villain's good show first. On the other side, that greedy aunt, in order to earn a few extra cents on a pound, really worked herself to the bone, and in less than 3 days, she managed to gather 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, piling them all over the yard. In the evening, she happily took out her phone, ready to call my buddy to take credit. And what happened? The call went unanswered. When she called again, still no answer. Her husband, with a crow's mouth, said, "What if your nephew doesn't want it anymore?" She stubbornly replied, "Don't talk nonsense." But the couple didn't sleep well that entire night. The next day, my buddy finally called back, his tone nonchalant. "Oh, Annie, sorry, I was too busy yesterday and forgot. I've already delivered the goods to the city." The aunt panicked on the spot. "What about the 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes I worked so hard to gather? Aren't you coming back to pick up the goods?" My buddy shot back. "The shipping cost for this trip is more expensive than the little bit of sweet potatoes you earned. Didn't I say I need it within 2 days? If it's late, I don't want it." After saying that, he added, "I'm getting on the highway now. It's dangerous to talk on the phone," and hung up. Now great, 2,000 pounds of expensive sweet potatoes are stuck in my hands, losing 20 cents per pound. That's $400 just gone. Her husband exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at her, calling her greedy. She couldn't take it and yelled, rushing at her husband to fight. The two of them started pushing and shoving each other right there in the yard, rolling around among the pile of sweet potatoes. Family members, this is simply the best family comedy of 2025, all about self-inflicted consequences. In the end, they had to ask the village chief for help. Who came to ask my goddess? My goddess found it amusing, thinking the couple had learned their lesson, and said, "All right, I'll still buy them at the price of 1 yuan each." By the way, she also processed the sweet potatoes into sweet potato flour and noodles, hiring workers who had always trusted her and insisted on selling their sweet potatoes to her. You think that's the end? No. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. On the other side, the villain duo, Feng Tianxi and Zhun, also fell into the pit they dug themselves. That Feng Tianxi thought he had stolen my goddesses and Mo Jialai's project plan, feeling proud as he followed the discounts to run promotions. Orders came pouring in, 500 or 600 of them. He was so pleased that he treated Zhun to dinner, showing off all over. Zhun was happy too, and she immediately shared screenshots of the orders in the family group, ready to show off. But guess what? Before they finished their meal, Feng Tianxi's accountant called, and he turned pale. What happened? That project plan was actually a huge trap. Selling at that discount meant losing money on every order. Even the materials and shipping costs were in the red. Now, he either had to pay over $1 million in deposits or go ahead and lose even more. This newly started company was on the brink of bankruptcy in an instant. Zhun was so furious that she went home and started throwing cushions in her room. Then her adopted sister Jinju, whom she always looked down on, floated over and dropped a bombshell at her doorstep. "Sister, I heard that Mo Jialai is collaborating with Zhou Manqing. Oh, and by the way, Zhou Manqing is your mother Zhou Fengrong's biological daughter." Boom. Let me tell you, this information is more explosive than losing $1 million. Zhun was completely stunned. She directly rushed over to find her good friend Yan Ximiao and splashed a cup of cold tea all over her. "Yan Ximiao, you are you playing me? Is Zhou Manqing your real sister?" And guess what happened next? Yan Ximiao, with Oscar-level acting skills, cried like a pear blossom in the rain, saying her mom never told her anything, while also turning the tables, claiming how bad Zhou Manqing was when she was adopted into their family, even throwing her little dog off the balcony. The last line about her mom leaving not a penny of inheritance to her directly convinced Zhun, that fool. And then, the two of them became partners in crime again, plotting how to mess with my goddess through logistics. My goddess over here has no idea about all the chaos outside. She is busy unboxing new weapons for Xiao Jingling's expedition team. The goose feather knife customized from Brother Jiang is incredibly sharp. In the video, Brother Jiang pulled out a hair, placed it on the blade, and poof, it snapped. It can cut hair. My goddess immediately decided, this is the one, rushed 20 of them. After the weapons, and several hundred pounds of sweet potato noodles were transported over, Xiao Jingling's expedition team officially set off. With the modern climbing gear provided by my goddess, they safely conquered a treacherous cliff they had never dared to imagine before. However, the further they went, the more the atmosphere felt wrong. When they were close to the territory of the artisan tribe, they found the road to the nearby city of Mo Ku was littered with chaotic hoofprints and dark bloodstains. Xiao Jingling sent people to investigate, and their hearts sank. The entire Mo Ku city had been nearly looted clean, with corpses everywhere and survivors wailing amidst the ruins. They managed to rescue a few elders from the artisan tribe under a collapsed grass hut, only to learn that a group of barbaric northern cavalry had just raided the place, and the new leader of the artisan tribe had abandoned the old, weak women and children, fleeing with the able-bodied. Just as Xiao Jingling was organizing people to save the injured and relay my goddess's warning about a potential counterattack from the enemy, trouble quietly arrived on my goddess's end. She had just arrived in her hometown, Ungshi, to attend an antique auction when her phone exploded with notifications. One moment, a call asking if she was selling a car. The next, another asking if she was selling insurance. In just a few minutes, she received 7 or 8 harassing calls. Her phone number had been maliciously posted online. Following that, another call came from the company, with a customer complaining that the goods that were supposed to arrive a week ago still hadn't been received. My goddess immediately went to check the logistics. Goodness, she had over a dozen packages piled up at the delivery point for a week, and they hadn't been sent out. The delivery boss even made excuses, saying it was a new employee who missed the orders. My goddess was as clear as day. Someone must be sabotaging things behind the scenes. She decisively instructed Jiang Shaiwen to bring all the goods back because that delivery point could no longer be used. However, neither she nor Jiang Shaiwen noticed that as they drove away in their van, a small car with a Xing City license plate had quietly followed them. Goodness, these people really did catch up. But let me tell you, right now I can't worry about them at all. I'm in a real rush over here. I quickly had Jiang Shaiwen bring back the batch of goods that had been held up, and then I called each of the clients one by one. My excuses are all ready. I just said the product has defects, and we urgently recalled it for a replacement, even offering you a discount. Once the customer heard it was to ensure quality, they accepted the delay, albeit reluctantly. I immediately switched the courier to the designated company, Mo Jialai, and finally defused that situation. Just when I took a breath, I looked up and saw Feng Tianxi's face reappearing in front of me. Let me tell you, I was about to roll my eyes into the back of my head. Is this person a fly? Buzzing endlessly. He doesn't block me at the farmhouse or at my home, but chooses to block me on my way to pick up my grandparents in the evening. He looked helpless and said he'd been following me around the village for several days. And a few times he almost got mistaken for a thief by the villagers and sent to the police station, who understand the family. In the end, he had to bribe the villagers with red envelopes, claiming he was there to shoot short videos to get away. He saw that I wasn't driving this time and dared to come up and talk to me, fearing he would be turned away again at the farmhouse. I was annoyed at the time, carrying only a small bag, surrounded by villagers going home after work, all familiar faces. I wasn't afraid of him making a move. So I directly said to him, "Speak quickly, and if you have something to say, just say it." He rubbed his hands, looking very humble. Miss Mo, you see how much Mo Jialai is offering you for production costs. I can offer you double. Can you help me set up the production line? I think I understand now. He can't find the craftsman behind it, and he wants to directly undermine the situation by poaching me, the technical director. I laughed at that moment and directly confronted him. My relationship with Mo Jialai is like yours with Zhun Zhun. We are partners. You want me to help you? Sure. Give me half of your company's shares. Are you brave enough? One sentence left him speechless. He knew Zhun Zhun hated me fiercely, and if I were to become a shareholder, she would skin him alive. He just wanted to hire someone, not bring back an ancestor as a director. While we were arguing, I have to tell you it was incredible. Not far away, there were 2 masked men lurking around. These 2 were hired to take care of Feng Tianxi. As a result, Feng Tianxi, in an attempt to block me, wound through the village and ended up losing these 2 clumsy thieves. Just then, Sun Suzue and her husband walked by, and these 2 men in black were quite polite, approaching to ask for directions. Sun Suzue and her husband were angry over a piece of sweet potato and didn't even acknowledge them. Then the man asked again, "Where's Zhou Manqing from your village? We have something to discuss with her." Well, when Sun-A heard they were looking for trouble with me, her eyes lit up. She saw that these 2 looked menacing and immediately had a bad idea. She casually pointed in a direction and sent them on their way. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxi, seeing his plan to poach me fail, started to grind on me. "Miss Zhou, I know you have a lot of good things here. How about selling me a piece or 2? Money is not an issue. I'm really fed up, just want him to get lost quickly." So I casually said, "You're late. Everything's sold." When Feng Tian heard this, he realized there was no hope and left with a frown. As soon as he left, the 2 men in black started whispering. The shorter one said, "Big brother, the young master of the Feng family has left." The taller one has eyes lit up with greed. "So what if he has gone? It doesn't matter. Hitting him would only cost 8,000. Did you hear that? That woman just said she has a bunch of antiques, and they're all sold." "Sold? The money must be with her. There isn't even a camera in this place. If we rob her, we'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. At that time, I didn't know that I had become the new target and was just strolling home. Suddenly, my phone rang with a message from an unfamiliar number. I didn't want to look at it, but for some reason, my hand was faster than my brain, and I clicked it open. Zhou Manqing, be careful these days. Someone has hired thugs to go to Umshi. My pupils shrank, and cold sweat instantly poured down. The sender was Zhenzhu. At that moment, I thought, could Zhenzhen really be this way? Unable to compete in the marketplace, resorting to such despicable tactics? As the autumn wind blew, the surroundings felt eerily silent. In the blink of an eye, I saw two masked men vaguely hiding behind the trees ahead. It was those two from earlier. I pretended not to see anything and turned back, trying to take another route. But after just a couple of steps, I heard footsteps behind me. My heart was pounding like a drum, my palms were sweaty, and I couldn't even unlock my phone. The footsteps were getting closer, and I couldn't hold on any longer. I took off running. The two guys behind me immediately chased after me. I could hear their heavy breathing and felt like they had a knife in their hands. I didn't dare to look back. I just felt someone tugging at the hem of my coat. Right beside me was the little river we used to play in as kids. In 30 meters across the riverbank were a few houses. At that moment, one thought raced through my mind. Jump into the river. Get to the other side. Just as a big hand was about to grab me, I suddenly turned right, tumbled down the slope, and plunged into the river. The water barely reached my knees, and I felt a surge of joy. I had guessed right. This part of the river was shallow, but then the two guys jumped in after me. The water created resistance, and I struggled to move forward, but suddenly my feet slipped, and I slid down the riverbank. I cursed in my heart, who the hell is digging sand here? I'm going to die. I can't swim. I struggled desperately, feeling myself being sucked in by a tremendous force, unable to float up at all. Help! I don't want to die here. My company has just started, and my grandparents still need me to take care of them. Just when I was about to lose hope, I suddenly thought of my snail. Please, please, help me. Even teleporting away would be fine. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Teleportation. Fail. Insufficient energy. Meanwhile, in another space-time, Xiao Jingling had just led his clan to escape from pursuers, suffering a wound on his waist, and was tending to it. Suddenly, my voice rang in his head. Help. He stood up abruptly, shouting in his heart, Qing Shun. But again, that voice responded, teleportation. Failed. Insufficient energy. What do you mean failed? Xiao Jingling was frantic. Qing Shun cannot be in danger. At that moment, all thoughts of revenge and manipulation were thrown to the back of his mind. He shouted into the void, Divine being above, I am willing to give everything in exchange for energy. Please help Qing Shun. As soon as he finished speaking, the snail around his neck suddenly glowed brightly. He felt something being instantly drained from his body, leaving him spiritually empty, and he collapsed to the ground. On my end, just as I was about to suffocate, the snail on my neck suddenly expanded into a huge bubble that enveloped me. The next second, I disappeared into the water. It hurts. I woke up with a pounding headache, coughing incessantly. I felt something hot and hard beneath me. My eyes hadn't opened yet, but my hand instinctively reached out. Human skin? I suddenly woke up. I opened my eyes wide, and there it was. A half-naked handsome guy was lying beneath me, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked breathtaking even with his eyes closed. The touch of his body was too good. I couldn't help but pinch his abs again. He breathed heavily, his eyelashes fluttering as if he was about to wake up. I was so scared that I started coughing again. As Xiao Jingling opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a woman drenched in water lying on his chest. His body tensed up immediately, ready to push me away. Oh no! I looked up. My almond-shaped eyes filled with tears, staring at him. He was stunned. His appearance was very similar to Qing Shun. Qing Shun. His gaze froze, and when he looked down, he noticed a snail hanging from my neck. My collar was quite loose at that moment, and seeing him staring intently at my chest, without thinking, I slapped him. He quickly turned his head to dodge, letting out a muffled grunt. I had already rolled off him to the side, angrily covering my collar while using the firelight to examine him. Broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs with several layers of gauze wrapped around his waist. His muscles were solid, and paired with his disdainful gaze, he was absolutely stunning. Wait, he also had a snail hanging from his neck. I held onto my own snail and uncertainly called out, Xiao Jinglin? He nodded, and his eyes instantly became fervent. Qing Shun? I looked around at the deep mountains and old forests, listening to the distant roars of wild beasts, and a sense of joy from a victorious reunion surged in my heart. I couldn't help but rush over and give him a big hug. Xiao Jingling, family. My pen pal, whom I had never met before, turned out to be a super handsome guy. Let me tell you, at that moment, the corners of my mouth were harder to suppress than an AK, and my emotional value was instantly maxed out. He was so stiff from my hug that he didn't know where to put his hands. Only then did I realize I had lost my composure, and I blushed as I let go. He averted his gaze and took out his spare clothes and stab-proof vest from his bag to give to me. I also didn't hold back and hid behind a big tree to change my clothes. Just as I took off my wet clothes, a small wild animal suddenly dashed by, and I screamed in fright. Xiao Jingling thought something had happened and rushed over with his sword drawn. I was flustered, pulling my coat in front of me, but he caught sight of something he shouldn't have and froze completely. My face turned crimson, practically bleeding, and I weakly said, "Why you? Turn around, don't move." When I finally managed to get dressed, I lifted my leg, but the pants were too big and slid right down. A pair of long, pale legs just crashed into his view. Family, who understands? I was so embarrassed I wanted to die on the spot. I stiffly squatted down and, with a choked voice, asked him, "Xiao Jingling, do you have a rope?" We sat by the campfire. The atmosphere, so awkward it felt like we could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. I told him how I was chased and jumped into the river. He said he heard there was not enough energy at that time. I asked him how it suddenly became sufficient, but he didn't answer. He took off his snail to show me, saying it was glowing at that moment. Curiously, I took mine off too, and the instant our 2 snails touched, my mind went ding. The snail system is at your service. What is this? A system? I wondered, and it actually responded. It said that our fortunes collided. Activating the system. A light screen appeared in front of me, showing tasks, points, and a shop. My first task of selling crafts worth over 50,000 had been completed, granting me 200 points. In the shop, there was a longevity pill that could cure all ailments and extend life by 10 years. The first person, I thought it was my grandfather, but redeeming it required 10,000 points. The system said I could bind a subsystem to help me earn points. My gaze immediately fell on Xiao Jingling. This partner was just perfect. I immediately had the system bind the subsystem to his personal use. I was pondering how to go back when the system suddenly silenced me with a single sentence. "System, you have insufficient energy to traverse time." Xiao Jingling voluntarily sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to replenish the energy. I was blown away. 10 years off his life. How could this be? I quickly asked the system, and it said I could exchange for a chi supplement pill. All right, as long as it can be replenished. I made up my mind that as soon as I finished exchanging for my grandfather, I would immediately exchange for him. I must make up for those 10 years. Xiao Jingling noticed my changing expressions, but had no idea what I was thinking. I told him I couldn't go back for the time being, and after pondering for a moment, he suggested that I disguise myself as a passing doctor since the identity of Qing Shun was too conspicuous. The next morning, I crawled out of his sleeping bag and changed into the clothes he had dried for me. During breakfast, Ban Mu, the craftsman from the Shimu tribe, showed great interest in the zipper on my bag. Xiao Hasong, Xiao Jingling's younger brother, was also quite handsome, but he smiled more than his brother and was a warm-hearted guy. After finishing breakfast, I watched in awe as Xiao Jingling, who was 185 meters tall, swiftly climbed a tree 3 stories high with a telescope and a small yellow flag, faster than a monkey. After coming down, he coolly said, "There are tribesmen 500 meters to the east." We had just set off for a short while when we heard a series of hurried footsteps. There were many people. It was the craftsman tribe, 12 of them. They were sent by Chief Qing to hunt down Bamboo. Xiao and Song arrogantly said to the opposing group, "I advise you to escape quickly, or it will be very dangerous." I was shocked at that moment. There were 4 of us, and I and Bamboo were both weaklings, while the other 2 were fighting against 12 people. And they still let the opponents escape? As a result, the opponents were not polite at all. More than 10 of them drew their bows and arrows. The rain of arrows came swooshing down. I was so scared that I hid behind a tree and didn't dare to poke my head out. After the 3rd round of arrows had been shot, I looked again, and the Xiao brothers were unharmed. Oh my God, what they show in TV dramas is real. As long as the speed is fast enough, a sword can really block arrows. I instantly felt an overwhelming sense of security. When the opponents saw that their ranged attack wasn't working, they picked up their weapons and surrounded us. Xiao Jingling cut through the opponent's weapons with just a few strikes. One clever guy tried to sneak around and attack me from behind, grabbing my shoulder. I was so scared that my soul almost left my body, wildly swinging the wooden stick in my hand. As a result, that guy didn't even have time to react before Xiao Jingling stabbed him through the chest and kicked him away. I looked up in horror and only saw his piercing eyes. In the next moment, he plunged back into battle, not allowing anyone to come near me again. As we saw our numbers dwindling, the artisan clan finally began to fear and turn to flee. The Zhou brothers chased after them, cutting them down like vegetables. Out of the 12, not a single one was left alive. Ban Mu's eyes were also red as he delivered the final blows to the fallen, for they were once his kin. I leaned against the big tree, slowly sliding down to the ground, my face pale, wanting to vomit but unable to. There was blood everywhere and corpses scattered around. The Zhou brothers approached, dripping with the scent of blood, and in that moment, they truly resembled two killing gods. I instinctively shrank back. The next second, Xiao He and Song grinned, and Zhou Jingling's gaze softened. All right, these two killing gods are here to protect me. I cautiously stepped around the corpse, and Zhou Jingling noticed my gaze. He picked up the best bow and arrows from the ground and handed them to me. He personally drew the bow and tried it out. The arrow shot through the air with a whoosh and embedded itself deep into the wood. He handed the bow to me and said, "Aching, give it a try. I told you I used to practice archery, and having a weapon by my side makes me feel more at ease." I took the bow, drew it back, and shot. Although it wasn't as dramatic as his, it still landed firmly in the tree. Zhou Jingling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He walked to my side, stood beside me to help support the bow, and spoke softly, sharing his experience of drawing the bow. I tell you, when he leaned in, that cold, chilling scent hit me right in the face, and my mind just went blank in an instant. My face was so hot it felt like I could fry an egg on it. He was there teaching seriously, but I couldn't focus at all. My mind was filled with distractions, and my heart was pounding like a drum. After finally managing to shoot an arrow, it was predictably way off target. Mastering a skill isn't something you can do just by listening once. You have to practice. I guess Zhou Jingling has seen my blushing face and racing heart. I feel like his gaze has deepened several degrees. It's just incredible. By noon, we finally reunited with the main group. Wow, there were more than 10 people all gathered together, and a few of them looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. Just when they were about to shout something, they were shot down by a death stare from Zhou Jingling's older brother, Xiao Hasong. Xiao Hasong was remarkably calm, directly introducing me to everyone. "Oh, this is the medical girl we met in the woods, Aching." I looked at those people, nodding in response, and struggling to greet them, but their eyes were still very guarded, as if they were on high alert. Family, who understands? Apart from the Zhou brothers and Ban Mu, these people completely ignored me. No matter if I was protected by the young clan leader, they didn't care at all. Meanwhile, in that ghostly place called Mo City, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. The newly appointed Low B clan leader, Ban Chongqing, was scheming with his dog-headed military advisor, Jin Buhuan. There was a respected elder in their tribe named Ban San, who had been abandoned to fend for himself and was rescued by Ban Mu. Now, the city was filled with praises for Ban Mu, which made Ban Chongqing feel threatened. Thinking that the old man was trying to undermine him and help Ban Mu seize power, his dog-headed military advisor gave him a terrible idea, simply low to the core. He said, "Clan leader, don't be anxious. The city is short on manpower for reconstruction, and those old guys can't handle heavy work. Let us implement performance evaluations. Those who work more can eat 2 meals, and those who work less can eat 1 meal. If they can't do it, they can just roll out of the city and gnaw on the grass." Wow, ISNT this workplace PUA? Trying to star those old grandpas in the tribe who can't do heavy work. How malicious. Upon hearing this, Ban Chongqing clapped his hands in approval and insisted on sending a team to continue hunting down Ban Mu, saying he couldn't sleep until Ban Mu was dead. Here, once everyone gathered, we started the meeting, and it turned into a heated debate about whether to go into the city to rescue people. Ban Mu said he had a close relationship with Grandpa Ban San and was confident he could persuade those abandoned old tribesmen. However, another person in the team, Su Linjian, was more rational and pointed out that Ban Zhongqing would love nothing more than to skin Ban Mu alive. Going back now would be like delivering your head on a platter. The argument escalated, and I nudged the seemingly deep-in-thought Zhou Jingling next to me and asked, "Hey, big shot, what do you think?" I swear his reaction was like he got electrocuted. He froze completely, probably because he forgot their tribe's customs about men and women not having close contact. After a pause, he finally said 2 words, "Take a detour." He suggested that going in head-on wouldn't be beneficial right now. It would be better to recruit troops elsewhere first, and once we were stronger, we could send someone in disguise to scout the city. Everyone agreed that made sense. I'm nodding along, and suddenly a light bulb goes off in my head. Does anyone in the family understand? That troublemaking system of mine is back again. Latest task: become friends with the Lord of Mo City and exchange at least 3 items with Mo City. Reward: 500 points. No penalties for failure. I suddenly woke up, exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingling, and could see from his surprised expression that he had also received a mission. His task was to assist me, with a reward of 200 points. Together, we had 700 points. I was so excited at that moment. Do you know the city lord? Where is he? But he replied, I don't know him. By the time we arrived, he had already run away. Great, this is like finding a needle in a haystack. The only one in the team who might know the city lord was the soundly sleeping Banmu. Well, there goes the plan. Let's find the city lord. As we followed the clues, we stumbled upon over 100 corpses lying haphazardly, clearly a result of infighting, with our own people fighting each other. Banmu said that based on their clothing, they were members of the main clan from Moka City. My heart sank. It was over. The city lord couldn't have already died, right? What was the point of my mission then? Shout Jingling examined the corpses and said, they just died not long ago. Let's chase. We immediately accelerated and rushed into the forest. To our surprise, there was a woman, fiercely commanding, riding a horse and surrounded by dozens of people. With only a few guards by her side, seemingly on the verge of being overwhelmed. The leading traitor on the opposite side was still babbling, and the female city lord sneered, fool, colluding with foreign enemies, and now they've taken out your men too. Your IQ has basically said goodbye to bicycles. The traitor, infuriated by her retort, immediately ordered, charge, kill her. Just at that critical moment, guess what happened? Whoosh, an arrow flew from our side from a distance, striking the traitor leader right in the throat, killing him instantly. The crowd gasped, thinking the city lord's reinforcements had arrived. The city lord looked over excitedly towards us, but couldn't see anything. The traitor's small leaders, seeing us as cowards who only dared to shoot from the shadows, began to shout about charging forward. However, a rain of arrows from our side, numbering over a dozen, descended upon them like a hailstorm, turning those mounted small leaders into live targets. Then, a group of us emerged from the forest with knives in hand, and the traitors were so scared they wet themselves, dropping their weapons and kneeling down one after another. It was an incredibly satisfying scene. The big sister we rescued turned out to be the city lord herself, so we escorted her back to the city. Let me tell you, the most exciting part is coming. That class leader Ching, the one who's a total loser, originally came charging with a knife to attack Banmu. But as soon as he reached the city gate and saw the city lord was back with Banmu by her side, his face instantly turned green. He had to obediently kneel down and pay his respects. I could see his nose was all twisted in anger. He was simply the best clown of 2025. I was holding a horse with Shout Jinglin at the back of the team, munching on snacks crazily. He leaned over and quietly told me that he had already informed the Lord's people that I was a female doctor. I was taken aback and had a question mark on my face. He explained that he heard the Lord had a foot ailment and had gotten injured while fleeing this time. Suddenly, I understood. Wow, this was creating an opportunity for me. Sure enough, as soon as the Lord's mansion was tidied up, someone came to invite me. Xiao Jinglin insisted on coming along, standing at the door like a bodyguard. The Lord even teased him. Young Master Xiao, I'm just inviting the female doctor to check on an illness. You don't need to be so close, do you? I asked Xiao Jinglin to wait outside, and his obedient demeanor made me feel like a heartless woman abandoning her husband. When I went inside, I was taken aback. The city lord's toenails had grown into the flesh, causing painful paronychia. This was a chronic issue in ancient times, but for me, it was a small case. I had him soak his feet first, then I pulled out my magical nail clipper set from my little bag. I tell you, the city lord's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw me handle it quickly with various small tools. I even used cotton to stuff in the gaps between her nails to correct the growth direction, and she was completely shocked. Right on the spot, she wanted to exchange gold for my amazing tool set that I got for just 9 yuan with free shipping. I originally wanted to hold back a bit, but then she had someone bring over a large wooden box. When it was opened, oh my gosh, it was dazzling with gold. Hair accessories, necklaces, jade, agate. I couldn't help but catch it all. Then she noticed the lipstick and compact mirror in my bag, and I let her try it out. She held the little mirror and admired herself, completely enchanted, saying she had never seen such a clear reflection of herself. In the end, she simply stuffed the entire treasure chest into my hands and took my small handbag in exchange. Folks, I traded a bunch of small goods from Yiwu for a whole box of family heirlooms. This spinning shift took me to the stratosphere. The city lord was staring at my backpack, thinking there must be more good stuff inside. That night was the celebration banquet, and the city lord specifically invited me to do her makeup. When we arrived in the hall, the class leader Qing and his gang were already there. Upon seeing Banmu, he started with his sarcastic remarks, mocking our Shinmu tribe as poor, suggesting I was carrying a big bag to take home leftovers. The young people from Shinmu tribe were furious, but were silenced by a glance from Xiao Jingling. Xiao and Song were even more straightforward, slowly confronting him and easily exposing the lies he told back in the day about Ban Mu's father stealing things, leaving him speechless. Just when class leader Qing was stuck and could only continue mocking our outfits, someone at the door called out, "Beggar?" The entire venue fell silent as everyone turned to look. I saw a noble woman slowly walking in, leaning on me. She had slightly raised phoenix-like eyes, red lips, and white teeth, wearing a satin-long dress, exuding an aura of 2.8 meters. Everyone was stunned. Was this really their ordinary city lord? I drew eyeliner for the city lord and changed her eyebrow shape, instantly giving her a sharp aura. When the class leader Qing saw me standing closely with the city lord like sisters, his face turned darker than a pot bottom. He couldn't hold his sour face for 3 seconds when the city lord's sister spoke up, barely lifting her eyelids, and directly asked the class leader Qing, "Was it you who said that?" I tell you, class leader Qing broke into a cold sweat and quickly explained, saying that we were dressed too strangely. As a result, the city lord waved his hand, too lazy to even listen. Goodness went down on his knees with a thud, knocking his head on the floor in the middle of the hall, making a loud sound, shouting for the city lord to forgive him. I have eyes but fail to see. The city lord didn't even look at him, but instead turned to us with a questioning him. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Was also a clever one, immediately turning around and kowtowing to our Shamu tribe people. The tribe leader who was cheering him on beside him turned green with envy, probably cursing under his breath, but there was nothing he could do. He had to kneel as well. In the end, the city lord said, "Don't disturb my esteemed guests while they are dining," and drove these 2 unfortunate souls out. Now, the banquet could finally begin properly. The servants started serving dishes, and I took a glance: chicken, pork, wild vegetable soup, and half a bowl of yellow rice. I tell you, these dishes at the banquet were considered top-notch in their eyes, and they all ate with great relish, especially the rice, which they held in their hands like a treasure, exclaiming that it was much softer than sorghum. How generous the city lord was. But for us from the Shamu tribe, there was no ripple in our hearts, and we even felt like laughing. The chicken had no ginger to remove the fishy smell, and the taste was, hard to describe. We were so used to the cooking methods I brought them that eating this was like a downgrade in taste. The city lord's sister had been secretly observing us and was probably puzzled as to why these poor folks from the mountains showed no reaction to the rice and the big fish and meat. When Xiao Jingling saw the city lord's suspicious little eyes, he immediately signaled to his brother. The next second, an Oscar-winning performance was born. His brother, Xiao Husong, burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly, "City lord, I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. How can this rice be so soft?" I was almost unable to hold back my laughter. Such acting skills would be wasted if not used in Zhanhuanzhuan. The city lord's mouth twitched, probably thinking this kid hadn't seen much of the world, but at least he believed him. Just then a tall, slim, handsome guy rushed in from outside, looking anxious, and knelt down to pay his respects. The moment the city lord saw him, her expression immediately softened, and she told him to get up. The first thing that handsome guy did upon standing was to look the city lord up and down, and when he confirmed she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked where the traitor was. The city lord smiled and pointed to Xiao Jingling, saying he had saved her. The handsome guy, named Gao Zhun, immediately came over to give Xiao Jingling a grand salute. But the city lord's sister wouldn't let him speak more and directly waved him over. I tell you, that scene was something else. In front of everyone, the city lord went to hold the handsome guy's hand, cupping his face and saying he looked thinner. That handsome guy, Gao Zhun, looked uncomfortable and subtly brushed the city lord's hand away. At that moment, four words popped into my head. Forced love? Heh. The city lord's sister was in her 30s, while the handsome guy looked only about 17 or 18. They really knew how to play. After the banquet, Xiao Jingling didn't ask for gold and silver treasures, but requested 9 little ponies instead. I even took the opportunity to explain to him that raising the saddle a bit would make it more stable for sitting. The way he looked at me was one of admiration. Then, the most crucial part came. I showed him the pile of gold and jewelry I had exchanged for a set of nail clippers, and, as we were both excited, the system prompted that the task was completed, rewarding us with 500 points. I got so excited that I reached out to high-five Xiao Jingling. But he directly held my hand. Family, who understands? His hand was so big and warm, completely enveloping mine. We were both stunned. The atmosphere had reached this point. Suddenly, I heard a ding in my head. The snail system said energy was full and ready to teleport. Whoosh, and I was gone. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself back in a modern world, standing by the river near my house, still holding the backpack full of treasures. My system points had also increased by 200, definitely transferred to me by Zhou Jinglin. Before I could feel touched, I heard my grandparents calling my name in surprise and joy. I ran over to hug them, only to realize that during the days I was missing, some unusual guests had come to my home. My particularly materialistic second great-aunt, along with her son who works as a contractor, heard that I was missing. Not only did they not help look for me, but they also came every day to check on my old van, hoping to take it away. Fortunately, I returned just in time and managed to send them away with just a few words. It's true that distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. The village chief and the locals helped look for me all night. That night, I was exhausted and slept particularly deeply. As a result, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The power was out. From the window of my room, I heard a clicking sound, as if someone was pushing from outside. My heart sank. This was definitely not my grandparents. Immediately after, I heard the sound of my door lock being pried open with a hard object. I was so scared that I didn't dare to breathe. I picked up my phone, wanted to call the village chief. Just as the phone rang, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. It was those two robbers from before. When they saw me on the phone, the shorter one lunged at me. I screamed, rolled to the side of the bed, and instinctively grabbed the bow from the table. Yes, the one I brought back from the tribe. There was no time to think. All I could remember were the words Zhou Jinglin taught me. Keep steady when drawing the bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, hitting the shorter guy in his right arm. He howled in pain, and the taller one, who had been rummaging through my safe, rushed over. I didn't dare to stay, so I unlatched the side door and ran into the yard, shouting for help. But the yard's main gate had been bolted from the inside, and I couldn't open it. Seeing the shorter one chasing after me, I quickly turned and ran upstairs. By this time, the tall one had already slung my backpack full of treasures over his back. Yelling to hurry up and forget about the safe, I rushed up to the second floor, and the village chief's call finally got through. I turned on the speakerphone and anxiously shouted about the situation at home, while my bow and arrow were already aimed at the two robbers downstairs who were about to unlock the door. Taking advantage of their struggle with the door latch, I shot the second arrow, hitting the tall guy right in the calf. Damn! The tall guy cursed in pain, and when he saw me on the second floor, his anger flared up. He threw down his bag and shouted to get her. The two of them limped up the stairs. I only had a wooden rake used for drying grains beside me. I picked it up and waved it around, but it couldn't stop anything. The tall guy pulled out a dagger and lunged at me. In that split second, I suddenly let go of the rake and used all my strength to charge forward. The tall guy was knocked off balance, and the dagger grazed my arm, just when they were about to go for the kill. The village chief charged in with a bunch of guys wielding hoes and carrying poles. Thieves, don't let them escape. Break their legs if you catch them. The scene was simply glorious. The police arrived, and I was cautious. I had the system perform a cross-time package swap with Zhou Jinglin, exchanging my backpack filled with treasures for one filled with sleeping bags, wrenches, and compressed biscuits. Those two robbers swore to the police that the bag was full of gold, but when the police opened it, they were dumbfounded. The tall guy immediately questioned his life, muttering that it couldn't be true. His expression was just priceless. In the end, this was deemed self-defense, but my bow and arrows were confiscated. After several days, I heard from Mo Jialai that the mastermind behind this incident was my old classmate Jinjun. However, she originally wanted to teach her incompetent teammate, Feng Tianxi, a lesson, but that foolish dog led them to me instead. Now, because this incident escalated too much, the Zhun family directly sent her abroad, which can be considered poetic justice. After that, I hired my assistant Jiang Shao's martial artist brother as my bodyguard, and the security at the farm of my home was upgraded. With life becoming more relaxed, I found myself missing Zhou Jinglin a bit. I wondered how he was doing over there. I had a sudden idea and asked the system if we could video call. The system replied that video wasn't possible, but could activate a one-way monitoring feature, allowing me to check in once every 7 days. Is there such a good thing? I quickly said, let's do it. Right now. I sit up straight at my desk, and in the next moment, I tell you, a scene flashes before my eyes. Wow, a full screen of muscular chests, and that tight jawline. A few drops of sweat roll down the perfect neckline, and with a thud, it seems to land directly on the camera. I was stunned at that moment and screamed at the system. What the heck are you showing me? The system innocently replied, Subsystem Snail Perspective. I just realized that the snail was hanging on Zhou Jinglin's chest. Isn't this the legendary immersive first-person perspective of a boyfriend? Moreover, I heard someone shouting off-screen, Young clan leader, which way should we run? Zhou Jinglin's voice was deep and steady. They can't outrun the horses. Head into the dense forest. Goodness, it seems like he is being chased by someone. I quickly had my system zoom out the camera. I couldn't keep shooting right at Zhou Jinglin's neck. making it look like some kind of Tian Luo girl peeping scenario. Goodness, when the camera pulled back, I gasped in shock. Behind them were a dozen burly bald men, brandishing big knives and bare-chested, desperately chasing after them. The vibe was clearly not that of the cultured folks from Mo City. It was definitely a wild tribe. I was anxiously shouting Zhao Jinglin in my mind, but it seemed like he had turned on silent mode and couldn't hear me at all. All right, one-way communication. I get it. Fortunately, the Shamu tribe members had really good stamina. In just a few minutes, they had shaken off the pursuers. The other side, frustrated, shot a barrage of arrows and then retreated. Once the scene was closed, I finally let out a sigh of relief. I quickly wrote to ask him what was going on. How could they be chased and attacked just a few days after leaving? Zhao Jingling quickly replied, saying they had already left Mo City and passed by a place called Hongshu tribe, where people were in a firefight. They were probably mistaken for enemy reinforcements and were immediately attacked. He also mentioned that in order to learn skills, he left Bamu and 5 other tribesmen in Mo City, so this time only a few people came out to scout. At the end of the letter, he suddenly asked me, Qingshin, can you see what's happening on our side? I thought there was nothing to hide, so I told him about the main system's ability to monitor unilaterally. Of course, I didn't mention the part at the beginning where I was flustered and almost drooled on the screen. As a result, Zhao Jinglin was silent for a while, and then very tactfully asked me, Qingshin, next time you want to watch, could you give me a heads up in advance? I'm afraid Jinglin sometimes goes through the cycles of life and might offend your eyes. I was stunned for 3 seconds before I realized. The cycle of grains. Wow, he was talking about going to the bathroom. I tell you, I wouldn't have thought of that if he hadn't mentioned it. What if he's taking a shower? What if? Cough, stop. I'm a serious deity. Zhou Manqing, system. Can you send a reminder to the other party before turning on the surveillance next time? System, yes. Sigh, how should I put it? There's still a small sense of regret in my heart. What's that about? I asked him, so are you planning to take a detour? Zhao Jingling said, no. The Redstone tribe is an expert in ironwork. I want to trade some fabric with them for weapons. It would be even better if I could hire a few blacksmiths to take back with me. But the problem is, they attack you as soon as they see you. So how can we talk about business? Just then, the system beeped. Wow, a mission has arrived. I need to help Zhao Jingling gain the recognition of the Redstone tribe and complete 3 transactions, with a reward of 500 points. Zhao Jingling also received a mission. He just needs to gain recognition and complete 1 transaction. Points. Who understands, family? This is just forcing me to knowingly walk into a tiger's den. I quickly checked the information about the Redstone tribe. These people have lived around an iron mine for generations, and the hallmark of their artisans is a shaved head and a red powder on their right eyebrow, highlighting their profession. However, there are slaves in their tribe who are specifically responsible for mining, and the conditions are extremely poor, with collapses and deaths being a common occurrence. The scene shifts to the mining area, which is simply heartbreaking. A child named Almon is rubbing his stomach due to hunger, and his mother, Gully, secretly gives him some grass roots to chew on. The child innocently says that when he grows up, he also wants to go down the mine because miners can earn an extra half bean cake each day, and he wants to save the bean cake for his parents to eat. I feel heartbroken just listening to this. That damn Gully looked at him with that gaze. It's simply unbelievable. Silly boy, that half bean cake was earned with his life. Just as he said this, there was a loud rumble from the mine, and it collapsed. The ground was shaking. The overseers from the Redstone tribe calmed down and began whipping a few slaves who were slow to run away. Cries for help came from the bottom of the mine, but soon faded away. Amon's father was down there. He shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over to help, but was hit on the back by the overseer's whip and told to get lost. Gully quickly pulled him back, telling him not to say anything. The slaves could only dig with their hands and transport the soil out with baskets. But before they could clear the loose soil, there was no sound from the mine anymore. By the time they found Amon's father, he had already lost his breath. His mouth and nose filled with mud, suffocated to death. Amon hugged his father's cold corpse. Tears wouldn't come out anymore. He only said to his mother, Mom, let us escape. He was only 14, as thin as a monkey, but he didn't want his mother to take risks anymore. But Gully was so scared that she covered his mouth and said that although being a slave was hard, at least they had 2 meals a day and the protection of the tribe, which was better than being killed by other tribes outside. I was completely speechless by this logic. Isn't this typical Stockholm Syndrome? On the other side, Zhao Jingling wanted to communicate with the Redstone tribe, but they didn't give him a chance at all and started fighting as soon as they met. The anti-stab suit could protect against knives and swords, but not against spears. What to do? I was worried and frantically searched for ancient communication methods online. There was no way a mobile phone could work without a base station. Just as I was losing my hair over it, The loudspeaker at the village entrance selling pork blared. Pork. Selling pork. Pork. Wait, the loudspeaker. I immediately launched into action. This thing was simple and straightforward. Just press a button to shout. It was simply a miraculous tool. I quickly ordered metal shields, new bows and arrows, and then rushed to town to buy the most effective loudspeaker, and overnight drew up an operation manual to send to ZhouManqing. The next day, the sentinels of the Redstone tribe saw a moving mirror coming towards them. It was the metal shield I bought, so smooth that it could reflect a person's shadow. While they were still confused, a thunderous voice exploded. Redstone tribe. We are the divine wood tribe. We are here to trade. The people of the Redstone tribe were startled, but instinctively shot a wave of arrows first. The arrows clanged against the shield and bounced off. Immediately after, another thunderous voice sounded. Please let your chieftain come out to discuss. At the same time, arrows from the divine wood squad whizzed past their toes and buried themselves in the ground. Now the Redstone tribe dared not move. A man named Sheng hurried to find their chieftain. They had been waiting for supplies from Mo City for winter, but they had not arrived and were worried. Now that someone had come to their door, although suspicious, what if it was an opportunity? Their chieftain, a burly man with a big knife and a scruffy beard, came out. To show sincerity, ZhouManqing held the shield alone and walked to the middle, shouting at him from a distance with a loudspeaker. Roared until his throat almost broke. Just you few people, what good things can you bring? We don't care for gold, silver, or jewels. ZhouManqing calmly replied through the loudspeaker. Whatever the chieftain needs, we can exchange for. Was so angered that he laughed. Arrogant. I need enough food to sustain 500 people through winter. Can you provide that? ZhouManqing, yes. The people of the Redstone tribe looked at him as if he were a fool. Didn't believe it either and asked him to provide evidence. ZhouManqing directly shot a small bag of roasted sweet potatoes with an arrow. I taught him that to conquer a tribe, one must first win their stomachs. Sweetness is a rare commodity these days, and the fragrant, sweet, and soft roasted sweet potatoes can mesmerize anyone who eats them. The stone lion is also a cunning one. Not daring to eat himself, he casually grabbed a slave to test for poison. Coincidentally, it was Amon. Amon was starving and afraid of poison, torn with anxiety. The stone lion slammed the back of his knife and shouted, Eat. If you don't eat, you'll die now. With tears in his eyes, Amon took a big bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Oh my, it's so delicious. Fragrant, sweet, and soft. He finished one in just a few bites and looked eagerly at the bag. The stone lion scolded him and locked him up, saying he would observe him overnight, and if he didn't die by morning, they would talk again. The next day, ZhouManqing and the others became honored guests. The bag of sweet potatoes had already been shared among the tribe's leaders, who were all savoring the taste. ZhouManqing took out raw sweet potatoes for them to try and casually mentioned, sweet potatoes are delicious, but one shouldn't eat them every meal. They're best when cooked with rice for porridge. Upon hearing there was rice, the stone lion's eyes lit up. The two sides quickly finalized the details of the trade. Then, ZhouManqing expressed his desire to see the weapons they forged. The stone lion proudly presented his best knife, claiming it took him 30 attempts to successfully forge one. However, when ZhouManqing examined it, he shook his head internally. It was indeed hard enough, but too brittle. Its toughness was far inferior to his goose feather knife. As they left the workshop, they passed by the mining area. A female slave carrying heavy loads stumbled and fell right in front of ZhouManqing. The stone lion kicked her, saying, Don't block the way. ZhouManqing frowned, stopped to take a look, and realized she had fainted from hunger. So he handed her a sweet potato. The stone lion was displeased, thinking it was a waste of food. Just as they left, Amon ran over. The fallen woman was his mother, Guli. Recognizing the sweet potato, he hurriedly fed it to her, then gratefully glanced at ZhouManqing's back. That night, Amon secretly sneaked away to find ZhouManqing, asking him to take him and his mother away. But ZhouManqing refused. The day of the trade arrived. I had already transported hundreds of people's worth of food to a cave. When the people from the Redstone tribe came to collect the goods, they were all dumbfounded. Looking at the mountain of food and then at the 12 members of the Shamu team, they rubbed their eyes, questioning their existence. How on earth did these 12 people move a mountain of food? The trade was completed, but my task notification didn't sound. ZhouManqing guessed that the issue lay in gaining their recognition. That night, he used the excuse of staying overnight and invited the stone lion and his crew to eat the steam buns I sent over. The stone lion, not wanting to be ungrateful, after a hearty meal, began to boast about his iron smelting skills and flaunt his prized waste knife. ZhouManqing understood what he needed to do. To gain the recognition of these blacksmiths, He had to thoroughly crush them in their proudest field. He smiled slightly. Tribe Leader Stone, how about we have a knife contest? Wow, that was a direct challenge. The stone lion exploded with anger, drawing his knife. What is stopping us? Xiao Jinglin humbly replied, if my knife is decent, would Tribe Leader Stone be willing to accompany me in trying out new iron smelting techniques? The stone lion agreed, saying that as long as Xiao Jinglin's knife could withstand 3 strikes without breaking, he would accept. As a result, after 3 clangs of their knives, the stone lion looked at his blade, which was now covered in cracks. He tried to secretly return it to its sheath, but with a snap, the knife broke. The stone lion's face instantly turned a pig liver color. But true to his character, after a moment of shock, he burst into laughter, repeatedly saying good, and agreed to let Xiao Jinglin guide him. Next came Xiao Jinglin's personal showcase. He first taught them how to make charcoal, which burns hotter and lasts longer. Then he introduced the simplified steel-making method I had given him. After 4 days of working hard, he successfully produced a batch of steel knives that were comparable to the stone lion's prized knife. The stone lion held the new knife, his hands trembling. The looks of the Redstone tribesmen towards Xiao Jinglin shifted from suspicion to fervent admiration. The stone lion immediately gifted all 3 newly made knives to Xiao Jinglin. Just then, the task completion notification finally rang. I just woke up and received the news. My curiosity got the better of me, so I connected the system to view the footage again. Xiao Jinglin also received a notification and secretly tidied up his clothes before agreeing. As soon as the screen came on, I stretched my back and then froze. What caught my attention wasn't Xiao Jinglin, but the slaves in the mine. Each of them was barely clothed, numbly working like walking corpses. Just as Xiao Jinglin and the others passed by, Amon suddenly rushed out, kneeling down with a thud and knocking his head. Noble guest, please save my mother. The stone lion's face turned dark, and he drew his knife, ready to strike. Xiao Jinglin stopped him, but his expression was cold, clearly not wanting to get involved in this matter. He knew I was watching, but he usually refrained from intervening in such affairs. He asked what had happened to her, and after listening to Amon's tearful plea, he estimated that my monitoring time was almost up and lifted his foot to leave. I have to tell you, at that moment, I really couldn't stand it anymore. Who understand what it's like for family? I directly threw a piece of paper over with just a few words on it. Save him by the mouth. Xiao Jingling received the note, glanced at it, and sighed helplessly. Well, Qing Shun has spoken. This idle matter cannot be ignored. With money, the urge to invest in the project has come back again. I tell you, having money feels different. I'm itching to invest again. Recently, my agritourism business transformed into a cultural creative company, and 2 big directors came to visit. One is Director Zhang, and the other is his apprentice, Director Liu. I accompanied them to look at my collection of antique crafts and listen to them talk about their new film. Goodness, my little vault with over 20 million in savings suddenly felt restless. Director Liu happened to be shooting a farming web drama, and I thought, isn't this a perfect match for me? I immediately made a decision. Director Li, do you need investment? I won't be picky about roles. Just give me a small supporting role. Guess what? No director can refuse an investor who doesn't compete for the lead and actively offers money. Just like that, ZhouManqing am back on set. All right, speaking of spending money, let me tell you something even more exciting. Just before I joined the crew, I got a notification from Xiao Jingling's system. An enormous task popped up. Help the Shimu tribe defeat the Linha tribe and reclaim territory, with a reward of 3,000 points. When I combine that with my main and subsidiary systems, that's 6,000 points. 6,000. Does anyone understand how excited I was? I was almost ready to take off. This is just a step away from earning the 10,000 points needed to get my grandfather that longevity pill. I immediately messaged Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling, get as many people as you can. Hundreds or thousands are fine. I'll cover all the food and weapons. Once my big spender mode kicked in, no one could stop me. Although I knew that there are 300 people against their 2,000 was like a baby bus army challenging a high-level match. Having money gives you confidence. Now back to the crew. This time I'm playing a villainous female supporting role named Lin Qinxing in a drama called The Tiong Family's Daughters Are Not Idle, specifically opposing the female lead. The female lead is a modern character who time travels back, using various advantages, while I'm the one who is jealous of her, mimics her, and ultimately gets slapped in the face by her. When I first joined the crew, everyone was polite, but after a couple of days, I felt something was off. The male and female leads treated me like air. A nod was considered a courtesy. Especially a supporting actress playing a young widow named AI Nana, along with a few young ones, would huddle together every day whispering and looking at me like I was some kind of filth. I later found out that they had created a small group to share all my past scandals, like acting like a diva and bullying seniors, making it sound very credible. The most disgusting part was the actor playing the scumbag scholar, named Li Ji. After adding me on WeChat, he bombarded me with those greasy voice messages with a bubbly tone all day long, giving me goosebumps. I eventually stopped replying. Guess what? This guy went around the crew, saying I had a crush on him and that he rejected me. I would really thank him. You should take a look in the mirror at his average appearance. When AI Nana's little group heard this, they got even more excited, probably thinking they had evidence of my failed pursuit turning into hatred. These people are really idle. Director Liu scolded AI Nana on set for not acting properly and always throwing flirty glances at Li Ji, trying to create a couple dynamic. After being scolded, AI Nana turned around and saw me, her eyes almost burning a hole through me, thinking I was laughing at her. Sister, your acting is bad. What does that have to do with me? Then one day, that scumbag Li Ji actually took advantage of me while filming. The script said he was supposed to pull my hand, but he held on and started rubbing it. I wanted to slap him, but since the director hadn't yelled cut, I could only endure the disgust and force a happy smile for the camera. After filming, his courage grew even bolder. He cornered me against the wall and said, "Be my girlfriend. I have a lot of followers. I'll make you famous." I was so angry I almost laughed, kicking him away and saying, "Are you out of your mind? If you harass me again, I'll tell the director." The next day, rumors in the crew escalated. They said I tried to seduce Li Ji, but got angry when he rejected me and hit him. The story spread with such detail that they claimed he was limping when he walked. Goodness, my bullying reputation was once again confirmed. Director Lee probably heard about it and warned everyone on set with a loudspeaker to stop spreading gossip. What happened? These people got even more excited, saying, "Look, the director is supporting Zhou Manqing. I don't believe they didn't have an affair." I was truly speechless. Do these people have a soap opera playing in their heads? The real confrontation happened during a later scene. Li Ji's character held me and said, "If I pass the imperial examination, you'll be the wife of the scholar." While his hands started to get inappropriate again. This time I couldn't take it anymore. When the director yelled cut, I pushed him away. Director Lee asked what happened, and that scumbag actually turned the tables, saying in front of the entire crew, "Teacher Zhou, it's one thing for you to harass me privately, but now you're using the director's authority to force me? Fine, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right?" I pulled out my phone and showed the director the greasy voice messages he sent. Yet this guy, without blinking an eye, claimed it wasn't his account and that I had forged it. He had already prepared for this, using a secondary account that any assistant could take the blame for. Although Director Lee believed me, without solid evidence, he couldn't take action, so he had to mediate and told us both to be careful. Li Ji had this triumphant look in his eyes and even made a lewd hand gesture towards me. "Fine, kid, just wait. I'll make you understand what it's like to hit a brick wall." A few days later, I discovered a pinhole camera in the director's studio. I immediately understood what was happening. I told Director Lee, and we decided to turn the tables. Right under that camera, we staged a dramatic late-night discussion about the script. We were sitting 8 feet apart, purely discussing work. I estimated Li Ji on the other side of the monitor was probably blind from watching, unable to capture anything. The next morning, Li Ji sneaked into the studio to retrieve the camera, and as soon as he stepped out, he ran into the director's assistant who was recording him with a phone. Caught red-handed, the evidence was irrefutable. Director Lee came over with a forced smile and directly informed him to get lost, cancel the contract, and pay compensation. The day Li Ji was fired. The entire crew fell silent. He was still in their little group, whining to AI Nana that I had framed him. That foolish AI Nana actually believed him and became even more hostile towards me. But it's okay. Things became much quieter. At least most people started looking at me normally again. Just when I thought things were settling down, a major incident happened in the crew. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. We were filming a scene where the female lead's niece falls ill. The girl playing the niece, Gianni, was only 6 years old, looked like a doll, and acted really well. She could cry on cue. The camera was focused on her tear-streaked little face. One moment, she was delivering an emotional performance, tears streaming down her face, and the next moment, bam, she fell off the bed, all wrapped up in a blanket. The whole crew was in shock. We rushed over to check, and the little girl was frothing at the mouth, her limbs twitching. It scared us to death. The male lead, Chen-Chi, was the first to react. He rushed over to pick her up and take her to the hospital. The director was over there, anxious and stomping his feet, shouting, "Where's Gianni's assistant? Isn't her assistant a doctor? And what happened?" Someone replied, "The assistant went to buy Gianni some cookies." Who understands the family dynamics? At such a critical moment, everything fell apart I was really going to lose it. I leaned in for a closer look, and my heart sank. The child's lips were turning purple, and her face was flushed red, clearly lacking oxygen. She was choking. If Chun-Chi rushed her out just a few more steps, she might be gone. Just as I was about to charge forward, that troublemaker Ainana started again, with her sarcastic tone. Zhou Manqing, you want to show off again? Do you even have a medical license to be saving people like this? I really wanted to give her a good scolding. Lives are at stake, sister. I directly pushed her aside and shouted at Chun-Chi. Give me the baby. She was suffocating and wouldn't make it to the hospital. Chun-Chi is also a sensible person. He locked eyes with me and, seeing my expression, probably thought it was a matter of life and death. At that critical moment, he loosened his grip and handed the baby to me, saying, please, I don't have time for nonsense. I quickly flipped the child over, letting her lean against me while sitting on my bent thigh, wrapping my arms around her from behind. One hand was in a fist while the other held the fist, delivering several quick and forceful impacts to her stomach. 1, 2, 3. I tell you, my expression was so calm that I scared myself, and the surrounding doubts, including those from Aina, gradually faded away. Just a few seconds, Yanni coughed, and a small chunk of sticky cookie crumbs sprayed out of her mouth. Immediately after, she gasped for air, and her purple little face suddenly returned to normal. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. It was then that the unreliable assistant came running back, crying, and upon seeing the crumbs on the ground, her legs went weak with fear, showering me with thanks. Chun-Chi shot her a cold glance, picked up the child, and took her to the hospital for a checkup. Director Li also rushed over, his excitement making him stammer as he praised me. Those who had doubted me just moments ago all gathered around to commend my composure in the face of danger. The speed of human mood changes. The most satisfying was my little assistant, Jiang Shaiwen, who usually looked timid but spoke up loudly at a critical moment. Giving a public lecture to the air, mainly aimed at Aina according to the law, emergency rescue does not require a medical qualification certificate. The goal is to save lives. Oh my, that felt great. This girl is reliable. She really steps up when it matters. Aina's face turned green on the spot, and she shrank back into the crowd, probably still mumbling that I was wrong and that I was doing it for the child's good. Just a couple of days later, the main person involved showed up. Yanni's mother came to the set in person to thank me. Wow, her aura was something else, wearing big sunglasses and a mask, radiating the message that she was not to be messed with. She immediately ordered a private chef dinner for the entire crew, costing over 1,000 per person without batting an eye. We then realized that this little actress was actually a true heiress experiencing life for real. During dinner, she invited me, Director Li, and the male lead, Chun-Chi, to a private room. Privately, she directly handed me a jade bracelet, the quality of which made my heart race. I couldn't refuse it, as she said it was nothing compared to saving her family's only child. When she took off her mask, I was completely stunned. Family. It was Mu Yang, the 3-time Golden Rooster award-winning actress who had withdrawn for years for her family. I was frozen on the spot. Even more shocking was that Mu Yang referred to the male lead Chun-Chi as Shao Qi, and he called her sister-in-law. It turned out that Chun-Chi was her younger brother-in-law. No wonder his acting skills were so good despite not being formally trained. He had an award-winning actress mentoring him. With such a background and connections, he was leagues ahead in the industry. My mind was buzzing. The experts were right in front of me. What was I waiting for? I quickly took out my notebook and rushed over to ask for guidance from my senior. However, my character Lin Chenxing in the show was not having such a smooth time. While the female lead Lin Jisha's business was thriving and she was eyeing the handsome hunter male lead, what about me? I married a useless scholar, Li Jishu, and after 2 years, there was still no movement in my belly. My mother-in-law constantly criticized me at home, saying I was a hen sitting on eggs without laying any. My own mother was also anxious, constantly feeding me various soups and medicines, even giving me money to buy new clothes and dress up to attract my husband. As a result, my mother, along with her distant relative, suddenly had a revelation. My daughter was in great health, her periods were regular, and she looked very capable of bearing children. Could it be? The problem wasn't he with me, but with my frail scholar husband who read so much that his face turned pale? Wow, once this thought process opened up, my mother's gaze towards my husband changed dramatically, filled with deep meaning. While filming, I received a call from a village chief back home, his voice full of worry. He said that the hundreds of acres of corn planted this year had been contracted with a buyer, but the buyer suddenly changed their mind and no longer wanted it, and the corn was about to rot in the field. The village chief had no choice but to ask me if my grain business would still buy the corn. As soon as I heard this, I thought, what? The village chief has always treated my family so well. I must help. But I couldn't reveal that I was the boss, so I just told the village chief that I would ask around. After hanging up the phone, I casually opened the system to check on my otherworldly boyfriend, Xiao Jinglin. I was shocked when I saw him. He was leading a large group of newly arrived refugees on a journey through the wilderness, each one of them so hungry that their stomachs were touching their backs. He himself looked emaciated, unkempt, and it broke my heart to see him like that. Their food was almost gone, and they had started cooking a watery porridge. How could I stand that? Without hesitation, I called the village chief back. Village chief, my boss said he wants all the corn. Then I quickly found a fast food restaurant, directly added the boss on WeChat, and sent the menu. Twice cooked pork, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed pork with rice flour, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. 230 portions of hearty dishes, plus 3 big pots of soup to treat my man and his people to a good meal. That evening, I asked the director for leave, drove my SUV to pick up the goods, and wow, the entire trunk and even the passenger seat were packed full. I found a little road without surveillance, parked the car, and teleported. Let me tell you, the people on Xiao Jinglin's side were completely stunned. One second, they were worried about running out of food tonight, and the next second, hundreds of steaming, fragrant box meals appeared out of nowhere. The overwhelming smell of meat completely left everyone dumbfounded. Their eyes were nearly popping out, and their hands were shaking as they queued to get their food. It was like a divine meal. This scene was absolutely impressive. I tell you, more than 200 box meals were gone in less than 20 minutes. Not a single one left. The new team members ate like they were starving, licking their plates. No, I mean licking the plastic boxes, and after finishing their soup, they almost wanted to suck the chopsticks clean. After eating their fill, they just collapsed on the ground, their expressions showing that they felt they had reached the pinnacle of life. Some even started imitating us, the Shenmu tribe, taking a bite of rice, and then a bite of vegetables, and they were enjoying it so much. They exclaimed, "Why is this meat so delicious? This dish is so spicy it makes me gasp, but I just can't stop." They acted like they had never eaten before. They were so careful, licking the plastic containers clean and saying they wanted to save them for next time to hold something, and their cautious demeanor made me want to laugh. Of course, the most important thing was that after eating, these people kneeled down sincerely. They all prostrated themselves, looking up at the starry sky, and began to pray, muttering their thanks to the divine spirit. At this point, everyone's hearts were completely won over. Who wouldn't want to cling to a deity that could conjure up hundreds of steaming bowls of rice? I have been thinking about the Lord of Emoku City. If it weren't for her back then, how would I have made my first pot of gold and joined the group with capital? So, I picked out some gifts for her, several high-end lipsticks and an expensive skincare set. After all, she has a good foundation, just a bit rough around the edges. Taking care of oneself is more important than anything. By the way, I also ordered a batch of local specialties online for our Shenmu tribe family. Yumiajing. Who knows? This stuff is cheap, practical, and a winter essential back home. I thought I'd start with 1,000 boxes, but the customer service called me directly, asking if I was looking to wholesale, saying if I bought more, they could give me a discount. All right then, I directly ordered 10 cartons, over 3,000 boxes, enough for them to use until the end of time. At that moment, I had no idea that this stuff, which cost just a few bucks a box, would later become hard currency in our tribe. Back to the film crew, I had to start filming crying scenes again. In the story, I play the unfortunate supporting character Lin Chenxing, whose husband Li Jishu has failed again, while the female, lead has already given birth to her second child. And it's a son. Now, Lin Chenxing has lost even the moral victory of cursing the other woman behind her back. The female lead's business has even reached the city, with the governor personally giving her a commendation, which is quite the spectacle. On Lin Chenxing's side, her mother came up with a cunning idea. She suggested inviting her son-in-law home for a meal to recuperate, but it was actually a well-planned act. On that day, as Li Jishu and Lin Chenxing just stepped out, her mother started making sarcastic remarks from behind. Recuperate, recuperate. But no matter how much you water a barren land with gold, it won't bear fruit. She was so loud, afraid we wouldn't hear. Li Jishu's father was trying to smooth things over, saying to give him another year, and if that didn't work, he could take a concubine. Lin Chenxing heard it all clearly, but now she felt no waves in her heart, even wanting to laugh. Just wait and see whose land won't grow grass. When they arrived at her family's home, aside from her parents, there was also an old man with a celestial demeanor, dressed in Taoist robes. Her father introduced him as Master Zhang. Her father even played it up, saying this was a master who had guided him in his youth. And thanks to the master's advice, he went west to do business and struck it rich. Li Jishu was left dumbfounded, looking at the master with admiration. After a hearty meal, the drama began. Her father sincerely asked the master, "Master, Look at my son-in-law. He's talented, but just unfortunate. Can you predict his future? Li Jishu was so moved, feeling that his father-in-law understood him. His mother-in-law pretended to pull him back, saying, "Oh dear, I want the master to predict my daughter's descendants' fortune." Her father immediately shot her a glare. That's a woman's perspective. My son-in-law's future is the most important matter. I tell you, this statement was a precise hit, directly striking at Li Jishu's heart. He immediately bowed deeply to the master, genuinely pleading for guidance. The master, dressed like a celestial teacher, pretended to read fortunes and check pulses, but suddenly, while checking the pulse, he abruptly pressed hard on Li Jishu's waist. Li Jishu was stunned, not knowing what new trick this was. In the end, the master said nothing, just shook his head seriously at Lin Qing's mother. She was quick to catch on, her face turning pale as she trembled and asked, "Is he really hopeless?" The master waved his hand, stood up, and took his leave, keeping his skills and reputation hidden. Li Jishu wanted to chase after him, as he hadn't received any guidance yet, but he was grabbed by his father-in-law, who went from a kind face to a furious one in an instant. "You, Li Jishu, you're just a useless person." Li Jishu was left in confusion. Huh? His mother-in-law directly escalated. "That person just now is the most famous divine doctor in the county. His shaking head means you cannot live." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jishu broke down, throwing away all the scholar's decorum, and shouted, "Nonsense! Why can't I live? It's clearly your daughter who can't lay eggs, and you dare to blame me." Well, didn't he just let the cat out of the bag? His parents had thought it was their daughter's problem and had endured this family, but now that the truth was out, they couldn't endure any longer. A palm as big as a fan came crashing down on Li Jishu. He was hit and fled with his head in his hands, rushing out the door, only to hear Lin Qing's thunderous cries from inside. This matter escalated, and the two families directly dragged each other to the town's clinic. They visited 3 clinics in a row, and the diagnosis was the same. The problem lay with Li Jishu. Now, both Li Jishu and his parents were completely deflated. The mother-in-law, who had been sarcastic every day, now smiled so broadly at Lin Qing's mother that her face was about to crack. From then on, the power dynamics shifted. It was Li Jishu's family that had to humble themselves, visiting Lin Qing daily to plead for her to return home, while Lin Qing stayed at her mother's house, scolding Li Jishu severely each time. To be honest, while she scolded this good-for-nothing who was nothing but a face, she felt quite sad inside. After this scene was filmed, I finally got a break. But just a few days later, it was my turn to shoot an action scene with the newcomer Zhao Qian, who played the scholar. In the script, Li Jishu, driven mad, accidentally grabbed his wife's neck. AI Nana, that green tea in the crew who had always looked down on me, went to give Zhao Qian pointers, saying that if he performed well, even a crazy villain could gain fans. I felt something was off at that moment, but I didn't think much of it. Then when filming started, the problem arose. Zhao Qian's condition was completely wrong. His eyes were bloodshot, veins were bulging, and he wouldn't say his lines, just gasping for breath. He had his hand around my neck. I could feel the grip getting tighter and tighter. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was, this guy is not acting. He really wants to strangle me. My throat hurt so badly that I could barely make a sound, and I felt like I was about to suffocate. I couldn't think of anything else and mustered all my strength to kick him in the stomach with my knee. Taking advantage of his pain, I desperately pried his hand open. A few dark purple fingerprints were left on my neck right then. The crew finally reacted, rushing in to pull Zhao Qian away, who was still trying to pounce on me. The director turned pale and yelled at him. As for Zhao Qian, after being pulled away, he rolled his eyes and fainted. It was complete chaos on set. Jianni's new assistant, who knew a bit of medicine, looked at Zhao Qian and said he fainted for being overly emotional. Aino was hiding behind the crowd, unable to conceal her gloating expression. Although I couldn't speak, I directly typed on my phone to express my doubts to the director. Director Li was really angry this time. He could brush off previous minor troubles. But I am his financial backer. Dare to mess with me? That's like an old man hanging himself, asking for a long life, right? The director changed his usual demeanor and turned the entire crew upside down, checking surveillance, takeout, and deliveries, calling in everyone who had contact with Zhao Qian one by one for questioning. AI Nana thought she had done everything flawlessly, but the next day, she was called to the director's office. The director didn't waste any time and slammed the test report on the table. Zhao Qian's breakfast that morning was bought from the same place as yours. Unfortunately, he didn't finish it, and the leftovers were sent for testing, which contained substances that could stimulate the mind. Do you have anything else to say? AI Nana turned pale on the spot. Zhao Qian was beside her, looking terrified and angry. He had almost become a murderer. So how could he still speak up for her? In the end, AI Nana became the second actor to be fired. If this gets out, she can forget about acting for the rest of her life. With her little savings, after paying the penalty, there probably wouldn't be much left. As for me, I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Getting her to leave was my biggest demand. Because of an injury on my neck, the director gave me a few days off. I happened to receive a bunch of gifts sent by ZhouManqing and the others at the hotel, including small jade pieces, small sculptures, and a particularly beautiful piece of agate, with colors distributed like a little koi. ZhouManqing said this was a lucky koi, wishing me good luck. I smiled as I took the little koi to get a hole punched and strung it together with my rice snail. Meanwhile, ZhouManqing brought his team back to Mocha City. He gave his skincare products and lipsticks I sent him to the city lord, who was overjoyed. To her, the packaging and the bottles were simply exquisite treasures. ZhouManqing casually took out a box of Yumejing, claiming it was our tribe's divine object, and asked the city lord to try it out. As a result, this stuff exploded in the high society circles of Mocha City. Those noble women whose faces were cracked from the autumn wind applied a bit of the city lord's divine cream and were amazed by the results. It was fragrant and moisturizing, without the fishy smell of animal oils. What woman could resist? With just a few boxes of wholesale Yumejing, the Shimu team directly exchanged a massive amount of supplies from the nobles, along with a dozen little ponies. I later asked ZhouManqing how many boxes of Yumejing he exchanged for my koi agate. He replied, 2 boxes. I was silent at that moment. 5 boxes of Yumejing for a full, 2 boxes of Yumejing for a piece of agate worth over 1,000. This is simply more outrageous than a money printing machine. I quickly told him to boldly trade for whatever was lacking in winter. Yumejing is an ample supply, and if it runs out, I will send you more. ZhouManqing seemed relieved. He was worried I would blame him for trading away the divine item. Then he brought up a new question. The horse has been exchanged, but how do we transport it down from that 20-meter-high cliff? This really stumped me. People are one thing, but horses won't cooperate. Using a cable car? With that vertical drop, the acceleration would be too much, and if we couldn't stop it, it would end up as mush. I was really worried, mainly because the space in the system store that can hold living things costs 200 points. My grandfather's health is poor, and I need to save points to exchange for life-saving medicine. I really can't afford to spend recklessly. I confessed this matter to ZhouManqing, and he replied to comfort me, saying that all the points belong to me and that I shouldn't feel awkward at all. Everything in the tribe exists because of me. His words warmed my heart. At a critical moment, modern technology came to the rescue. I called Brother Jiangbin from the village and casually asked how the higher-ups transport heavy objects down. Without thinking, he said, use a household hoist. The renovation workers use that. I suddenly had a bright idea. Yes. How'd I not think of that? I immediately asked Brother Jiang to help me buy 2 units and even recorded the installation video. Then I quickly ordered a fire escape ladder, safety ropes, and a customized logistics box with a window based on the horse's body shape, and I even managed to get veterinary inhalation anesthetics. Everything was ready, and all the equipment was delivered to ZhouManqing. When they reached the edge of the cliff, the new team members looked down and their legs went weak. ZhouManqing commanded with confidence, first letting the strong young men climb down the soft ladder, with safety ropes tied to each of them. Just getting over 300 people down would take 2 days. The elderly people took even longer. One old man, halfway down, slipped and lost his footing, and lacking strength in his arms, he screamed as he fell down. It was over. I heard that in a few days they would reach the Shimu tribe, but he was going to die on the way to the land of Shimu. I tell you, just a second ago I thought it was all over, and the next second, someone nearly died on the spot. An old man was sliding down the rope, but his foot slipped, and he fell like a stone. My heart was in my throat. Luckily, he was tied with a safety rope, and he slid down just a meter or 2 before being caught. But the old man was already scared to tears. ZhouManqing saw that this wasn't going to work. The speed was too slow, and the old man couldn't handle it. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. I tell you, this walkie-talkie is truly another amazing tool after the loudspeaker. Zhou Manqing was worried about the strong winds on the cliff, making communication difficult, so she directly bought 50 of them. ZhouManqing handed one to each core member of their Shimu team. It said that they can communicate over dozens of kilometers, and with binoculars, they were all set. Holding this set of equipment, ZhouManqing's mind was already calculating how to make a big move back to the Lena tribe. He started directing with the walkie-talkie. Change the plan. Those above pull the rope, and those who are not strong enough support the ladder and go down slowly. After all the fuss, over 100 people were brought down on the first day. The second day was even more exciting. They had to transport horses. This wasn't about moving people, but live livestock. The craftsmen from the tribe studied the hoist and specially made containers with Xiao jingling. They had to time it right. The veterinary anesthetic was effective for only 30 minutes, so they had to be skilled. Zhou Manqing was also meticulous. She was afraid the anesthetic would last too long. The horses from this primitive era had never been exposed to modern medicine. And what if one shot put them to sleep forever? To ensure everything went smoothly, Amon and a few other young guys volunteered to go in the transport box as guinea pigs, going back and forth several times until they confirmed there were no issues before they started transporting the horses. One by one, the horses were led over, anesthetized right at the door of the box, lifted inside, the rope secured, filled with cushioning pads, locked the door, and off they went. The people below the cliff were responsible for catching them. After a whole day, they finally transported all the horses safely down. The horses that were anesthetized gradually woke up one by one, lively and jumping around, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few days later, they finally returned to the Shenmu tribe. By the time they got home, it was already evening, and the new team members didn't even have time to see what the legendary tribe under divine protection looked like. The next morning, Xiao Jingling dropped a bombshell. Everyone, break up and reorganize. Let me tell you, these new team members have been following Xiao Jinglin all the way, watching him handle various crises with such ease that they long admired him. So even though it was sudden to separate them from their family and friends, everyone was a bit confused but didn't cause any trouble and obediently followed the arrangements. After the group assignments were announced, everyone took their meager belongings and went to their new group's territory. The Shenmu tribe was also very supportive, having already designated their territory and even built a batch of small wooden houses similar to those of the indigenous people. The child named Amon, being young and not very strong, was lucky to be placed in the same group as his mother, following elder Mu Xuanfang to farm. Before departure, each person received 2 plump white steam buns. What do family members know? Amon was stunned at that moment. When he was a slave in the Hongshe tribe, he heard people boast that this food was a delicacy sent by the Shenmu team for their leader. A humble slave, arriving at the Shenmu tribe, could actually enjoy treatment at the level of the leader of the Hongshe tribe, and they were still warm. 2 for each person. He carefully took a small bite, reluctant to swallow for a long time. Elder Mu Xuanfang smiled at him and said, "Hurry up and eat, so you have the strength to work. If you do well today, you can eat again tomorrow." Amon's eyes instantly widened. Tomorrow? There's more? He couldn't hold back any longer and began to wolf down the food. When they arrived at the fields, this group of newcomers was once again shocked. It was already cold, yet the vegetables in the fields were still sprouting, and some lettuce was already big. Moreover, the tools used by the Shenmu tribe were all made of iron. Weeding was incredibly easy. Amon was assigned to spread a kind of small white granules, said to be fertilizer, to help the vegetables grow better. There were others spraying mist from boxes, claiming it was watering. Even more outrageous, there were people wearing something like gas masks spraying another type of mist, and they weren't allowed to get close. Elder Mu Xuanfang explained that as pesticide, it only kills insects and doesn't harm people. The newcomers' mouths dropped open in disbelief. Pesticide that only kills insects and doesn't harm people? This was simply an unheard of miracle. At lunchtime, they experienced the tutu pot with a fragrant meat soup that made people unable to move. Amon soaked his rice in the soup, devouring 2 big bowls, and only afterwards did he worry if he had eaten too much and whether he would be scolded. But the uncle cooking laughed at his timid look. "Kid, you worked the fastest and best this morning. Have another bowl. As long as you don't stuff yourself to death, eat as much as you want." That evening, returning to the small wooden house shared by a dozen people, Amon excitedly told his mother, "Mom, I worked so smoothly today, the elder said I can have buns again tomorrow. The chef praised me for being capable." As a result, the next day, because he stood out too much, he was directly transferred to the livestock area. That's fine. The breakfast in the livestock area is also buns. He was responsible for feeding the chickens and ducks. Looking at the plump and greasy animals in the pens, he could hardly believe his eyes. The Shenmu tribesman leading him carried a bucket of prepared feed and said, "Amon, work hard. No sneaking food. This is no joke. Let me tell you the most explosive thing. Yesterday, someone was so hungry, thinking the tribe only had 2 meals a day, that they went to steal pig food. They were caught on the spot. But those new tribespeople felt wronged, saying that the pig food had pumpkin, sweet potatoes, and broken rice. And it cooked up smelling better than what they used to eat during their New Year celebrations. Their former tribe's leader wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Who could resist that? At that moment, someone broke down. saying they never dared to dream they could live as well as the pigs of the Shamu tribe. This is simply it. The endpoint of our ordinary people's struggle is the pig pen of the Shamu tribe, right? I would like to call it the pig gate. On the newcomer side, there were all kinds of surprises and shocks, while on the old side, there were undercurrents. The Lu family, who were at odds with Xiao Jinglin, was practically restless. Their son Lu Zhongkong even went to find Xian Rui, who had taken over the shaman position. As soon as he got close to her place, he saw a man walking out of Xian Rui's house with a face full of happiness. Lu Zhongkong exploded on the spot, rushing in to confront her. Xian Rui, you betrayed me. Guess what Xian Rui said? She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she leaned in, gently rubbing his arm, whispering in his ear, Brother Zhongkong, I'm already yours. How could you not trust me? That person is from Xiao Jinglin's hunting team. I'm just playing along with him for you. She whispered her plan in his ear. Lu Zhongkong's expression shifted from anger to hesitation. Xian Rui giggled. This needs timing. You must cooperate with me and join their hunting team. When necessary, kill him. Her voice was soft enough to pinch out water, but her eyes were filled with poison. Xiao Jinglin was fully aware of these little maneuvers. There were too many newcomers and management was a big issue. Some old stubborn members in the tribe were unwilling to accept the newcomers, thinking they were there to take a piece of the pie. The Elder Council held meetings for 3 consecutive days, and in the end, it was still the supporters of Xiao Jinglin who narrowly won. Finally, they established the rule. Newcomers' living quarters and food would be provided based on a day's work for a day's meal, just like workers. Every half month, a KPI assessment would be conducted, and only the top 30 outstanding employees would be able to obtain a small piece of land in the tribe. After 6 months of good performance, they could officially be recognized as new tribespeople of the Shamu tribe. This tactic was brilliant. Newcomers did not enjoy benefits right away, but their basic survival was guaranteed. Elders wanted to rise could also win people's hearts during the process of developing newcomers. The key was that most of these newcomers were former slaves, and their contracts were still in Xiao Jinglin's hands. With his previous timely assistance and the temptation of tearing up their contracts, wouldn't these people be utterly devoted to him? He calculated it clearly. By the time spring arrived, this group of over 300 people would be selected, and at that time, the combat power of the Shamu tribe would definitely soar exponentially. After finishing all this, Xiao Jinglin finally had some free time. He went to find his mother and took away his father's relic, a bronze sword stored in a wooden box. This sword was his father's favorite thing in life, costing all their family savings. Now, he wanted to give this precious token to the wood god, also known as Zhou Manqing. When Zhou Manqing received this gift at the hotel, she was quite moved, thinking that this child was still concerned about her safety. She opened the 40-centimeter-long wooden box, and a golden light almost blinded her. Her first reaction, wow, what a huge chunk of gold. Second reaction, oh my gosh, it's a sword. The sword's hilt was pure gold, and the blade, which started as yellow-green, quickly oxidized to a bronze color right before her eyes. A bronze sword with a golden hilt. Zhou Manqing's legs went weak. She hurriedly took out her phone to search. Good heavens. Bronze swords from the spring and autumn or warring states periods sold for tens of millions, and a recent one from the Shang dynasty sold for 125 million. 100 million. 0.25. What do family members know? The chance to become rich overnight was right in front of her, but would she dare to move? This was a national treasure-level cultural relic without provenance. If she moved even a little, tomorrow's social news headline would be about her. Zhou Manqing, with tears in her eyes, replied to Xiao Jinglin, Dear, modern society is very safe. I appreciate your sentiment, but you should keep this treasure for yourself. After admiring 100 million for a whole night, she returned the sword the next day, sporting 2 black eyes. She had finished filming her own role, and the director was quite satisfied. The system dinged, rewarding her with 300 points. She happily took photos with everyone, completely unaware that AI Nana was plotting to blacken her name when the show aired. Upon returning home, Zhou Manqing was so busy that her feet barely touched the ground. While dealing with a pile of crafts sent by Xiao Jinglin, she was also sending over the newly harvested corn grains. She was packing with her assistant Jiang Sherwin when Jiang Sherwin remarked, Sister Qingqing, this little ceramic vase of yours is so beautiful, but it's too expensive. Have you considered creating some affordable cultural products? A single sentence awakened the dreamer. Zhou Manqing was deeply moved. If she could set up a factory assembly line in modern times, wouldn't that provide a stable source of income? Without hesitation, the two of them rushed to the trendy shop in the county to do some reconnaissance, buying a bunch of well-made samples and contacting manufacturers one by one. As a result, Some had minimum order quantities that were too large, while others ignored them because they thought their orders were too small. One manufacturer contacted by Jiang Sherwin even hung up the phone directly, saying their factory was on the brink of collapse due to vicious competition and thought they were scammers. Jiang Sherwin casually remarked, "Which factory would want to move to our remote mountain area? Unless they're about to go bankrupt and want to take a gamble." Zhou Manqing had a flash of inspiration and took out the product from that nearly bankrupt factory from the discarded bags. The factory manager, Yan Ku, was indeed in great distress. A rich second-generation kid had opened a competing factory and was waging a mindless price war, stealing all his orders. And his factory was about to go under. Just then, he received a call from Zhou Manqing. "We want to set up a factory. Would you be available to provide technical guidance? The salary is negotiable. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing this, Yan Ku thought, "Oh, another rich second-generation kid playing entrepreneur? But let us give a shot." He had been holding back his frustration with the neighboring General Feng for a long time. At the end of the month, he settled his employees' wages and closed the factory. Just then, General Feng drove up in a sports car, slid to a stop in front of him, rolled down the window, and mockingly taunted him, practically rubbing it in his face. Yan Ku wiped his face, feeling a surge of anger, and dragged his luggage to Zhou Manqing's farmhouse. However, when he saw the environment in this remote area, he felt half of his enthusiasm cool down. But once he entered Zhou Manqing's meticulously arranged product exhibition hall, his confidence returned a bit. With Zhou Manqing's financial capability and Yan Ku's technical expertise, they quickly rented land in the county's industrial park, and the factory was up and running. The system even issued a new task, offering more points, a good thing. Zhou Manqing was feeling happy when her grandmother came knocking. "Manqing, your second grandmother is here, specifically asking for you. I advise her not to come." Zhou Manqing's heart sank. This second grandmother was the one who wanted to borrow a van when she went missing last time. This visit surely meant trouble. Sure enough, in the living room, her second grandmother was there with her son Zhou Juanhao and grandson Zhou Ziyuan, and the three of them were munching on winter jujubes and sunflower seeds from the table. After some small talk, her second grandmother finally revealed her intentions. "Manqing, your factory is hiring. Look at your big brother Zhou. He used to be a construction contractor managing people. He could be your deputy factory manager, helping you run things, and he'll definitely do it clearly. As for the salary, we don't need to be particular among relatives. 10,000 a month is about right. I really have such a big face." The salary for civil servants in Yamata County is less than 4,000, and she asked for 10,000 right off the bat. Zhou Juanhao is still chiming in, saying that although his education isn't high, he can drink and knows a network. Zhou Manqing just smiles, waiting for them to finish their banter, and then slowly brushes the sunflower seed shells off her hands, politely yet unapologetically saying, "Second grandma, I don't think that's very impressive." She directly pulls out the job advertisement. General workers require at least a middle school education, and management needs at least a college diploma. My main business is in the internet sector, so I need people who can operate computers. Zhou Juanhao fell silent. Second grandma still wouldn't give up, directly dropping the act. "You're the boss. What's wrong with arranging for someone to go to the factory?" Zhou Manqing shook her head. If brother Zhou is willing to work as a general worker, with his skills, he would definitely be more than enough. If he does well, he can also get promoted. The base salary for general workers is 2,000, and Zhou Juanhao earns more than that in a day outside. He wouldn't consider it, and his expression immediately soured. Zhou Ziyuan noticed the adult's atmosphere was off, quickly jumped out of his dad's arms, and waddled in front of Zhou Manqing doing the duck dance. "Quack, quack. I'm a happy little duck," with the child interrupting. Zhou Manqing's expression softened a bit. She pinched Zhou Ziyuan's little face. "Happy little duck, do you want some candy? And we'll take you to buy candy." This was her way of indicating she didn't want to continue the conversation with them, not even giving face to her elders. Second grandma picked up her little grandson. "No, I still need to go back to cook." Now, the fharmacies has allocated a dormitory for Yan Ku, who is temporarily residing here to help Zhou Manqing prepare for opening the factory. Zhou Manqing invited Yan Ku to her office. "Mr. Yan, please help me review the factory rules and regulations." Originally, because the county's industrial park is not far from Yamata Town, some positions have low requirements for employees. Zhou Manqing informed the village chief about this, and some simple positions can be prioritized for villagers. She always remembers a saying her middle school teacher wrote on the blackboard while teaching classical literature. "When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When successful, one should benefit the world." Back then, she didn't understand that most people spend their lives in poverty and never reach the state of success. Her teacher had passion but lacked the ability to match it. Now that she has the ability, she wants to give back to the small village that raised her. But recently, several relatives like second grandma have come to greet her family, which made her alert. Hiring fellow villagers can be beneficial, but there are also personal ties involved. She must establish rules from the start to prevent any employee from using their relationship with her to avoid management or even act arrogantly. Very good. The employee responsibilities are clearly written out. It's not a matter of having too few, but of not being fair. Here, the rewards and punishments are clearly stated, and employees will know which direction to strive for. Yan Ku seriously read through the rules and added that attendance should be recorded. Zhou Manqing noted it down, as she hasn't even finished forming the management team at the beginning of the factory's establishment. The initial purpose of renting the farm-A was to stockpile goods. She needs a craft sign to maintain this territory. The income from crafts is stable, and Director Li has also ordered a few pieces, saying that since they are now in the royal business, they can't still use products from Yiwu as tokens of affection. Once the factory gets on the right track, she plans to hand it over to Yan Ku to manage on her behalf. As for herself, she will still focus on acting. Chapter 84. Building a cement wall for the tribe. A month has passed, and the weather is getting colder. With the addition of craftsmen from the tribe, the textile technology of the Shimu tribe is growing rapidly, mainly due to improvements in machinery. In winter, animals rarely appear, and there are fewer people needed for work on the land, so most tribe members have become idle. Only daily training is organized by Zhou divided into 10 groups, taking turns, with everyone from young to old participating. On ZhouManqing's side, she sold various antiques exchanged with the Tomo family when Zhou returned, amounting to over 5 million. If it weren't for the money spent on investing in the film crew and building the factory, plus the 50 million she received from the original antique bag given by the ink merchant lord, her savings could have approached 100 million. Now, being a millionaire with tens of millions is actually quite good. The over 5 million exchange for ZhouManqing will all be used for the construction of the Shimu tribe. Winter is the off-season for farming, making it perfect for building houses. Zhou Manqing ordered cement, sand, red bricks, and steel bars, and temporarily rented a large warehouse on the outskirts of the city to store materials. Due to the limited technology in the Shimu tribe, after laying the foundation on the mountain, they can only build single-story bungalows for now and have also constructed stairs, allowing them to dry grain and clothes on the roof. After seeing the power of cement, Zhou, after building a bungalow, discussed with the elders to prioritize constructing a wall around the tribe. On this day, Zhou Manqing rarely had some free time, so she had the main system open the monitor. She knew Zhou had returned to the tribe and was a bit curious about what the Shimu tribe looked like. The scene appeared, showing Zhou just coming down from the training ground, slightly sweating, and in the cold winter air, he was emitting a bit of steam. He was wearing a single garment made by the Shimu tribe, draped in a long military coat that Qing Shun had purchased for everyone. Regarding this military coat, Zhou Manqing originally wanted to buy down jackets, but down jackets are generally made of delicate materials, and there was no dry cleaning technology in ancient times, making them easy to ruin. Military coats are different. They are durable and sturdy, and the green color provides some camouflage in the woods. Zhou Manqing prepared 2 pieces for everyone, but there was one that Zhou asked her to keep temporarily, prepared as a reward to encourage everyone's morale. The camera moved with Zhou's movement, switching to a view from behind him. Many people greeted Zhou along the way. Some wearing blue cotton jackets were members of the Shimu tribe. The new cotton jackets made by the Shimu tribe can only be obtained by those who have enough work points or rank in the top 10 in the bi-weekly evaluations. Although they're not as well made as the military coats, wearing them is a symbol of honor. The tribe members who could first wear the blue cotton jackets walked with their backs straight. The Shimu tribe has paved several main roads with gravel, with mostly wooden and stone huts, and the corridors are lined with tall grass ropes, hanging various grains packed in baskets or strung together with ropes. It seems every tribe member has their own tasks, either holding tools or working, repairing roads, building houses, or carrying vegetables. Not a single idle person can be seen. By the wall under construction, there is Ban Mu, whom Zhou Manqing knows, and there is Grandpa Ban San and others. Young master, come quick. Ban Mu placed 3 bricks side by side. We think this brick can be placed this way, and the wall will be much thicker. It can't be broken with a hammer. But the problem is with such a long wall, if we leave 4 gates as planned in other areas, the bricks and stones are too tightly connected, and we can't see outside. If wild beasts or enemies come in, it would be hard to defend against. Grandpa Ban San added. Can we remove a few bricks in the middle? Xiao Jingling arranged the red bricks, alternating them and leaving a small gap in the middle. Or like the way we build our house, leaving small windows? Leaving small windows can prevent people, but not small beasts. I wonder if wooden windows can support the wall. Xiao Jingling stood up, and because the craftsman noticed the observation and defense issues, the construction of the wall was temporarily halted. This time, he and Ban Mu are in charge of building the wall. Others are tall, and a small section of the wall that has been built just reaches his chin. Beyond that, the tribe's craftsmen aren't that tall. Even with wooden or stone supports, that's about the height they can manage. Let's build the wall a bit higher. Make some high stools like those in Mo City, sturdy four-legged stools that the craftsman can step on to build the wall. Xiao Jinglin said that as for observing the outside issues, he would consult Qing Shen again. The scene then cuts off, and Zhou Manqing quickly added a folding ladder to her notes, allowing the masters to freely adjust their height while standing on the ladder. As for whether to leave a gap in the middle, she searched online for some window designs, printed them out, and showed them to Xiao Jinglin. Xiao Jinglin was surprised. The priceless glazed tiles that were invaluable in the tribe, and even the ordinary tribesmen didn't recognize them, could not only be mass-produced during Qing Shen's time, but could also be freely controlled in size and were not expensive. However, he felt a bit reluctant to install a glazed window every few meters. The mountain forest was just a temporary place. Such good things like glazed windows should at least be built in the old territory of the Shimu tribe, now that they had cement, red bricks, and other divine materials. Even if they flattened and demolished the houses in the old territory, they could quickly rebuild. Qing Shen, this item is precious. It would be better to wait until we reclaim the territory and then ask you to purchase it on our behalf. After that, we could open trade with other tribes. With glazed windows as divine goods, we would certainly be able to exchange for many good things from other tribes. If we take them out in advance, they wouldn't be so special anymore. Xiao Jinglin wanted to use this to exchange for greater benefits. You should keep the good things for the tribe first. I've sold too many antiques recently, which has lowered the prices. Zhou Manqing was both amused and exasperated. All right, Xiao Jinglin agreed readily. But he was thinking that ordinary treasures were no longer worthy of being offered to Qing Shen. He wanted to collect the most precious items from various tribes. If surveillance is needed, we can build watchtowers behind the wall. I'll send you the blueprints for the watchtower later. It can be made of bricks or wood. With the addition of telescopes, your defense should be fine. Zhou Manqing thought for a moment and prepared to go to the recycling station to collect some old wine bottles. There are still fragments of wine bottles embedded in the walls of some villagers' houses, which had a certain anti-theft effect. If the Shimu tribe's wall were built thickly, then a wide patch of glass shards should deter any normal person or beast from trying. Or a barbed wire for anti-theft would be good too, as it's easier to install. The alloy gate she ordered for the tribe was also in transit. She chose one that was fully enclosed in the lower half, with only the upper half being a fence, making it convenient for observing the surroundings while also serving a defensive purpose. In the Shimu tribe, Lu Shi had just encountered a setback with Amon. From his observations, this diligent and excellent slave was very fond of eating and could eat a lot. Lu Shi tried to entice Amon with food, attempting to get him to open up to him. Chapter 85, If only I could have some fate with the factory director unexpectedly. When this kid heard that he wanted to inquire about Xiao Jinglin's collection of new tribesmen, he didn't even want to eat anymore and took a detour upon seeing him from afar. As the grand elder of the Shinmu tribe, Lu Shi used to be respected by the tribesmen wherever he went. Even when Xiao Jinglin's father was alive, the tribe's decisions had to consider his opinions. Now, not only did those new team members, who perhaps owed a favor to Xiao Jinglin upon being taken in, increasingly respect him, but even the old tribesmen of the Shimu tribe did as well. Wasn't it just because he could contact Qing Shen? Lu Shi felt annoyed at the sight of the new wall and kicked it hard, dust and sand flying. Did they really think they could build a solid wall? It was a joke. Ouch. Lu Shi cried out in pain and sat down, holding his right foot which he had kicked against the wall. What a hard, dusty wall. Elder Chao Tuqiang saw him fall and walked over, wanting to help him up. Lu Shi gestured for him to sit next to him, pulling his foot back. Let me see what is special about this wall. Look at Xiao Jinglin. He doesn't even let the tribesmen rest in winter. He is too harsh. Usually, Chao Tuqiang, who flattered him, hesitated at this moment. Not hearing the other party agree readily, Lu Shi looked at him in confusion. Chao Tuqiang averted his gaze. Cough, Elder Lu. I have work that isn't finished yet. It's not lunchtime. I'm going to work for a bit. After saying this, he slipped away. Lu Shi was furious and slammed the ground. These people didn't dare to confront Xiao Jinglin openly during meetings. And now, they didn't even dare to say a word behind his back? This was not good. Lu Shi thought, Xiao Jinglin could not be allowed to stay. No matter how much boundless power and divine artifacts Qing Shan had, the Shimu tribe already had enough strength to protect itself. He didn't care how many benefits and surprises Qing Shan could bring to the Shimu tribe. He only cared about whether his words still held weight in the Shimu tribe. In Shantian village, during the winter farming off-season, Sun Suzue's family took a clay fire pot, filled it with the charcoal bought last year that hadn't been used up, stir-fried a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds, and served a few cups of tea to entertain her mother from her maternal family. Sun Suzue's mother kept cracking sunflower seeds and commented on some new arrangements in Sun Suzue's home, also mentioning her nephew, who collected sweet potatoes. Mom, why bring him up? I get angry just thinking about him. Sun Suzue ate slowly, not willing to eat as freely as her mother. The sunflower seeds were grown by her family, and not much was planted. There were still many guests to entertain before the new year, and things were expensive during the new year, so spending money on them didn't seem worth it. I heard his mother say that you're just too good at doing business, making money off your own relatives. It's not something that can be hidden. Does he not know he should be angry? Sun Suzue's mother said. Sun Suzue put down the sunflower seeds and retorted, a few dimes worth of stuff? What did I earn from him? Mom, when I used to do this business, didn't you praise me for being capable? Making money that others don't know about is the real skill. If you can't steal a chicken, you'll lose the rice. Sun Suzue's mother continued. I came this time to ask you to help me inquire about your neighbor. You know your brother was heartbroken for our family when he was young and didn't finish middle school. Did your neighbor's family open a factory? They require at least a junior high school education for general workers. Sun Suzue waved her hand. I'm not that close with her family. We don't really talk. How can you not say something? Your brother is over 30 and still hasn't found a wife. Isn't it because he is suffering from not having a job? I also heard that you took advantage of others too much before. One thing at a time. Is your face more important than your brother's lifelong happiness? I'll go with you. Sun Suzue's mother stopped eating sunflower seeds, wiped her hands on her clothes to get rid of the dust, and was about to get up. All right, Mom. Sun Suzue called out to stop her. No one is home next door. Going to the field in this cold weather? Sun Suzue's mother sat back down. Sun Suzue pouted. I heard that Zhou Manqing's grandfather is sick, and her grandmother went to the city with her. I think it's just to avoid us relatives and friends, afraid we'll bring up the job issue. Also, last month her grandmother's sister came over, wanted to help her family get a job, but didn't succeed. We're not related to her, so it's even harder, Sun Suzue said. Sun Suzue's mother sighed, then suddenly said, your son seems to have a high school diploma, right? He is not earning much money out there. Why not call him back here? At least he can pay for insurance here, and later on, he'll have a pension. Sun Suzue hesitated. My son is working as a network administrator in Guangzhou. He still makes a little salary there. Coming back here would be too low. Jobs in internet cafes aren't easy to find. What if it's not suitable and he has to go back? But I heard that the factory director still doesn't have a boyfriend, right? My grandson is handsome. If he could have some fate with the factory director. That's very difficult, right? Zhou Manqing is from a big city. Isn't your son also back from the big city? Think about it. The neighbor next door lost their daughter, and now they have only one granddaughter. Both of the old folks are not in good health, so wouldn't their family's granddaughter become yours? Zhou Manqing was completely unaware that someone in the village had already set their sights on her. For the past few days, she had been driving around looking for a somewhat remote supermarket. Xiao Jingling always felt embarrassed to ask her to buy supplies. The Shimu tribe now had over 600 people, and many items were in short supply. She was worried about encountering trouble with bulk purchases online, but if she opened a supermarket, it would be legitimate, and she could stock whatever was needed. If it sold well, that would be her skill and luck. This looks good. Zhou Manqing parked by the side of the road. This was a small supermarket by the country road, appearing to be a self-built structure. But it had a style from around the millennium, looking a bit old. The supermarket was conveniently located away from a small market, just a few dozen meters away, and within a radius of 30 to 40 meters. It was the only single-story building. Further out were a few restaurants catering to truck drivers. Indeed, this country road often had trucks passing by, and it was normal for a few trucks to be parked in front of the supermarket, perhaps for drivers to buy cigarettes or betel nuts. Zhou Manqing wrinkled her nose. She absolutely would not send cigarettes or betel nuts to the Shimu tribe, as they are addictive and harmful to health. As for alcohol, white liquor could be used for disinfection if necessary. But the alcohol brewed by the tribe was low in alcohol content. She would see how it goes. The small supermarket had a slightly tilted Hui Min supermarket sign, covered in a layer of dust. A notice on the glass door read, "Shop for transfer." Zhou Manqing pushed the door open, and an old man in his 50s sat behind the counter, scrolling through Douyin. Upon hearing a customer, he didn't even look up. "What do you want? Look for yourself. Are you the owner here?" Zhou Manqing asked. The old man finally glanced at her. "Yes. I saw the notice about the shop for transfer outside." The old man said, "If renting, I don't want to rent it anymore. If you want to buy, that's fine. The second floor is also mine. I can sell the whole building to you." Zhou Manqing was eager to hear this. This place also belonged to Shantian town, half an hour's drive from her village and about 50 minutes from the farm-stay, which was quite convenient. She smiled and asked, "How much are you planning to sell it for?" Chapter 86. Buying a supermarket for the tribe. The old man was suspicious. This girl looked quite young, and nowadays, who would want to buy property in the countryside? But his wife had gone to the city to take care of their daughter-in-law, and his son had a supermarket in the city. He thought about having his elderly parents move in with him to help take care of the two kids and watch over the supermarket. His wife and son's family had been urging him for a long time, and he was considering selling the house to move to the city, which would wrap up a matter for him. Zhou Manqing said, "Boss, I'm serious." She had been observing the store's layout. It had ordinary shelves and basic goods, and a few surveillance cameras were installed, under the temptation of stating that she could transfer money today if the price was right. The owner sold the small building of over 300 square meters to Zhou Manqing for 120,000 yuan. After the handover, the first thing Zhou Manqing did was turn off the store's surveillance cameras and text Xiao Jingling, "Prepare an empty storage room. I'm sponsoring this month's rewards." Xiao Jingling roughly understood what sponsoring meant and was curious about what Qing Shun had bought. He arrived at the cave by the tribe, which was the only single-story house. The house covered about 60 square meters and was usually used for meetings of the elders, as well as storing the tribe's collective supplies. The public postings for work points and exchanges were also done here. The previously empty window frames were fitted with glass windows sent by Qing Shun. Qing Shun said he needed to see the effect to know if it would sell well in the tribe, and he wouldn't take them back, along with a security door sent by Qing Shun. Without a key, one could not enter. Currently, the key was with him. Zhou Manqing was checking the goods and found that they were all long-lasting packaged items, with no vegetables or eggs. Xiao Jingling replied that he was ready. She didn't hesitate and waved her hand, trying to transfer the goods along with the shelves. After 2 hours, except for the shelves nailed to the wall that needed to be dismantled to be transferred, she moved everything else. The only items left were cigarettes, alcohol, and betel nuts. Xiao Jingling and the tribesmen he brought were stunned by the supplies that almost filled the house. Xiao and Song rushed up to check. "Brother, there are words on this shelf. The salt is here. Hey, this is sugar." Since Xiao Jingling brought back walkie-talkies, Husen also started learning to read. Not for any other reason, but because he couldn't read. He couldn't understand the manual. He couldn't prioritize wearing the technological gifts bestowed by Qing Shun. Xiao Jingling was also stunned for a while. Qing Shun said this was a supermarket. If such a building appeared in Moku City, it was unimaginable how much treasure it could earn and how much commotion it would cause. 3 days later, news spread throughout the tribe that work points could be exchanged for goods in the cement house. The entire Shimu tribe was abuzz. Almost everyone had taken the chance to look through the glass at the supplies inside, especially the literate tribespeople who explained the various items for eating and using to others. The Shimu tribespeople had never seen such a setup. Most of them had never left the tribe in their lives. Not to mention that Xiao Jingling had arranged the shelves according to the photos given by Qing Shun, with clean and neatly arranged rows of goods that struck a chord with all the tribespeople. For the past few days, everyone had been discussing the supermarket granted by Qing Shun. They wanted to exchange. They really wanted to exchange. The newly purchased supermarket saw Zhou Manqing spend some money on slight renovations. She had originally planned to open an unmanned supermarket so that goods could come and go freely without worrying about staff noticing changes in the inventory. However, considering the travel time and the need to regularly tidy up the goods that customers had messed up, Zhou Manqing calculated carefully and realized it would be more convenient to hire someone. The wages for employees at rural town supermarkets were very low, even in the county. It was a fixed salary of 800 a month, and they could be as old as 60. If you didn't want to work, there were plenty of people willing to take the job. For women in their 40s and 50s without fixed jobs, working in a supermarket was much more comfortable than doing sanitation work, serving dishes, or washing dishes. Zhou Manqing replanned the 2 halls on the first floor, building a wall in the middle to separate them into 2 rooms. The larger one would be used as a transit warehouse for the tribe supplies, while the smaller one would be combined with the original owner's small room to serve as a small warehouse. For from which employees could directly replenish the supermarket. The supermarket was reduced from over 300 square meters to over 80 square meters. Zhou Manqing hired 2 women in their 40s to manage the goods and check out each day, rotating 6-hour shifts during the day. And the supermarket would not operate at night or on weekends, with a salary of $800 a month. It took about a week to get the supermarket sorted out. Zhou Manqing was temporarily staying at the farm-A with her grandparents to prevent any relatives or friends from finding their way into the village and using connections to get into the factory. "Grandpa, you and Grandma have been here for over 10 days. Should I go back and check on the vegetables in the field?" Zhou Manqing was worried. Grandpa laughed. "We came out to hide from people. Do you think they're waiting for me and your grandma? Those people are just looking for you." Grandpa and Grandma's phone was an old model, and when others called, they could pretend not to hear and mumble a few vague words before hanging up. Zhou Manqing's private phone was kept under strict guard, leaving only the company landline. Zhou Manqing apologetically tapped her grandfather on the shoulder. The 2 elderly people didn't say much, but they were busy all day in the vegetable fields at the farm-A, perhaps missing the land in the village deep down. Fortunately, it was winter now. If it were summer, they couldn't leave the rice fields unattended. Zhou Manqing practiced a set of basic boxing techniques she learned from Brother Jiangbin and shot arrows for another half hour. Checking the time, it was 9 o'clock. There were no special plans for the day, so Zhou Manqing returned to her small room, stretching while asking the system to start a monitoring session. She wanted to see how the wall of the Shimu tribe was doing. Usually at this time, Xiao Jinglin had already gone to the wall construction site. However, today, Xiao Jinglin seemed to be delayed by something, as he was still practicing boxing in just a single layer of clothing. Men in the Shimu tribe typically kept long hair tied at the back of their heads, and some would braid parts of it. After new tribesmen joined, the men discovered that tying their hair into a bun or a high ponytail could be adorned with hairpins or cloths. The desire for beauty is a common trait among humans, and especially high ponytails became popular among young men. Xiao Jinglin, however, was quite traditional in this regard. He always wore a simple low ponytail. Yet, when practicing boxing, the stray hairs brushing against his stern face added a certain charm. Zhou Manqing secretly wondered if she could ask Xiao Jinglin to try a high ponytail hairstyle. That request seemed a bit abrupt, but she really wanted to see it. While she was caught in her thoughts, Xiao Jinglin finished a set of military boxing. Indeed, the military boxing manual Zhou Manqing provided. She thought he was going to check on the wall. Xiao Jinglin walked toward the side of the field, where there were several long benches that seemed to be for everyone to rest temporarily or place their belongings. Near the benches, a few tribesmen were scattered about, either standing or sitting. Zhou Manqing quickly noticed a woman in a military coat, with long black hair styled in several small braids, adorned with animal teeth and smooth little wooden beads. Not only was her outfit exquisite, but her features were also beautiful, seemingly enhanced with a bit of lip color, making her stand out even more among the surrounding drab-looking tribesmen. She was holding a noticeably oversized coat. After leaving the training ground, Xiao Jinglin walked straight toward that woman. Was that coat his? What was her relationship with him? Chapter 87. Seeing a beauty throw herself at him, Zhou Manqing paused her stretching, her mind racing. Xiao Jinglin had never mentioned his wife or children to her. At his age, even in tribal times, he should have had a partner, right? Even if he did, he had never told her that he didn't have a wife or children. Zhou Manqing hadn't quite figured out where the sudden sour feeling in her heart was coming from when she saw Xiao Jinglin stop in front of the woman. "Little clan leader, I see you've worked up a sweat. Putting on a cold coat isn't good for your body. Let me hold it for you," the woman said, shyly smiling as he looked down at her. "Little clan leader?" The woman noticed that Xiao Jinglin only extended his hand to her and didn't seem to intend to respond. So she had no choice but to hand over the military coat. As she did, she tripped over the hem and fell into Xiao Jinglin's arms. Zhou Manqing cursed inwardly. How could someone standing fall like that? But Xiao Jinglin didn't speak to her. Were they familiar or not? At that moment, Zhou Manqing saw his expression change suddenly, as if he heard the sound of her youthful heart breaking. Although the woman was somewhat pretentious, did he really care about her that much? Xiao Jinglin quickly caught the coat that was about to fall to the ground. Yes, the coat, without catching anything else. The woman fell hard onto the ground. Xiao Jinglin suddenly became tense and eagerly bent down. Zhou Manqing was anxious. Why was he so eager now when he couldn't even help her before? She saw Xiao Jinglin crouch down to pick up the leather pouch that had been tossed out of the coat pocket, walk to the side, sit down, and carefully open it on his lap. Layer by layer, he unwrapped the foam, revealing the fat koi fish Zhou Manqing had made for him a long time ago. He examined it carefully, ensuring there were no cracks before wrapping it up and putting it back in the leather pouch. After finishing this, he shook the coat, put away the leather pouch, and simply walked away. He left. The woman on the ground got up, looking aggrieved, and softly called out, "Little clan leader." Xiao Jinglin seemed unaware. He didn't ask the woman's name, didn't care how she fell, and wasn't curious about why such a beautiful woman had voluntarily offered him her coat. By the time Xiao Jinglin reached the wall, the scene had already disappeared. Zhou Manqing pressed her hand to her chest, surprised that Xiao Jinglin was so warm in his letters to her, yet treated his tribesmen this way in reality. But perhaps it was true that he wasn't familiar with her. She decided to gossip about it in her letters. After Xiao Jinglin walked away, Xiao Hasong saw the fallen woman silently shedding tears and complained to Su Linjian beside him, "My brother really doesn't know how to cherish a woman." The little clan leader had always been indifferent to women. Su Linjian hesitated for a moment and said, "He seems to only have a soft spot for a Qing." "That's not just a soft spot. My brother is not that gentle with my mother and sister." Xiao Hasong exaggeratedly shook his head. The woman wiping her tears was named Yunduo. She quietly noted down the name A Qing. Meanwhile, Sun Rue, who had been waiting for her lover's training to end, had her back turned to this scene, also taking note of Xiao Hasong's words. After the factory recruitment ended, Zhou Manqing's grandparents returned to the village, finally able to go home and take care of the fields. Zhou Manqing had been in a good mood these days. The factory was already in operation, and Yin Ku had brought several veteran employees over, so with experienced hands, production was going smoothly. She inspected the first batch of products, and the details and quality were quite good. Another reason for her good mood was that the show she participated in, The Farmer's Daughter is Never Idle, had premiered and received a positive response so far. After finishing lunch made by Aunt Wang Air at the farm-stay, everyone sat relaxed on the benches playing on their phones. Yin Ku and his group moved to the factory dormitory, and the craft company at the farm-stay had turned into a small group of four. Her, Jiang Sherwan, Aunt Wang Air, and her son, plus a bodyguard named by Mutong, who was Jiang Bin's junior. From his name, it was clear that his father loved watching martial arts films, and indeed, Bai Mutong's father had always dreamed of raising his son to be a kung fu superstar. Bai Mutong had good conditions himself, a square face, handsome features, and a strong demeanor. However, in his 20s, the hard masculine aesthetic was no longer in vogue in the country, and he happened to be at the peak of the pretty boy aesthetic. Bai Mutong could only play minor roles in the crew and often face setbacks. Thus, he drifted until he turned 30, switched careers to become an action director, but most productions no longer prioritized martial arts scenes. Following that, with the rise of fantasy dramas, actors didn't even need to perform stunts, as they could rely on special effect from a distance. At 33, Bai Mutong found himself directly unemployed, angrily returning to his school to teach martial arts, only to encounter a trend for foreign martial arts like Taekwondo. With no progress in his career, his relationships ended in long-distance breakups due to his frequent job changes, leading to a truly miserable situation. Zhou Manqing, hearing about Bai Mutong's experiences, felt sorry for him and promised to recommend him if she came across any suitable roles. After Bai Mutong stopped acting, he spent his leisure time barbecuing and drinking beer with friends, and he had long since gained weight. He knew that his current image was not good, and he told Zhou Manqing that he no longer had the energy to act. However, Zhou Manqing noticed that when she talked about the crew's matters or organized her crew notes with Jiang Shiwen, Bai Mutong would still pay silent attention. At that moment, Zhou Manqing was checking her Taobao logistics. Besides the supermarket and agritourism, she had rented a warehouse in town and hired an old man to watch over it, usually just asking him to open the door when goods arrived. Switching to a certain social media platform, she opened Mo Jialai's homepage and saw his latest pin post, a winter photo shoot with a Little Prince theme. Mo Jialai was certified as the manager of the Mo family group's headquarters on that platform. But everyone knew he was the only grandson of the Mo family and was expected to be the heir to the Mo family group. In front of the camera, he was sharp-tongued and quick-witted, and if the crew's arrangements were too explosive, he would go crazy, which resonated with the contemporary mental state. He had many fans among both his girlfriend fans and drama viewers. Look, Zhou Manqing said, bringing her phone screen closer to Jiang Shiwen. Jiang Shiwen glanced at it and said, "Sister, I've seen it." "Oh, you also follow Mr. Mo's Weibo?" Jiang Shiwen vaguely replied. Actually, Mo Jialai had sent her dozens of photos before posting the 9 grid and asked her to help choose, but after looking through them, they all seemed similar, so she randomly picked a few. Mo Jialai even asked her what was good about them. Frustrated, she stopped replying, and later, Mo Jialai came back as if he hadn't said that nonsense, and asked her about other work matters. What do you think? Zhou Manqing clicked on a photo. Several shots featured her factory's cultural creations, either held up by Mo Jialai near his face or cradled in his hands. He looks pretty handsome when he's not talking. Jiang Shiwen commented sharply. Zhou Manqing raised her eyebrows. The relationship between these two seemed quite good, allowing for casual teasing. Chapter 88. Where did this temp worker get such arrogance on a certain social media platform? Mo Jialai posted what seemed like a casual caption. Discovered some interesting little things. After 3 days, it garnered 10,000 comments. Let me see what luxury items the young master bought today. Looks exquisite, but feels not extravagant. Good morning. Young master, upstairs, don't doubt it. What's in the young master's hands must be the most expensive. That little bowl in the third picture is so cute. 5 minutes. Please give me all the information. I'm going to buy one to beg on the street, not. Mo Jialai liked a few comments. And after selecting a highly praised one, he tagged the Shinmu Tribe Cultural and Creative Factory. The comments surged again. Oh my. Guess what I saw when I followed the link? Don't click on the young master's tag. Don't click on the young master's tag. Don't click on the young master's tag. If this thing sells for a few thousand, I would suspect the young master is advertising, but now that it's selling for dozens, I reasonably suspect the young master's family is bankrupt. The last comment became the most liked one. And Mo Jialai replied with a mix of laughter and tears. Come on, the young master will treat you to dinner to show you some skills. This reply was also seen by Jiang Shiwen, who felt a bit down. It turned out this person could casually treat someone to dinner. With Mo Jialai's influence, the factory's orders steadily increased. Director Li knew that Zhou Manqing had opened a craft factory and asked if they could custom make some props for the crew. Zhou Manqing arranged it, and the props were made quickly and well, which Director Li recommended to his peers. In no time, orders from various crews came pouring in like snowflakes. Yin Ku had not felt the sensation of receiving so many orders for a long time, and, at this moment, he admired her, saying, President Zhou, your factory with 100 people is still conservatively planned. Zhou Manqing smiled. This is just the beginning. Only if Director Yin ensures quality can we have repeat customers. Otherwise, it will just be a one-time business. Of course, Yin Ku replied confidently. He followed the account of the rich second-generation Feng who had previously snatched his business, and he noticed that Feng's orders had decreased these days, and he was passionately venting online, accusing everyone of stealing his business. Mo Jialai, on the other hand, openly attracted a wave of popularity for Shinmu Tribe Cultural and Creative. And Feng, who was afraid of strong, had not been seen jumping around in Mo Jialai's comment section. Zhou Manqing let Yin Ku get busy first. She took Jiang Shiwen, put on employee hats and masks, and prepared to inspect the workshop. Passing by the second workshop, it seemed that the group leader and a team member were having an argument. You're just taking personal revenge. A young man shouted loudly. You're exploiting employees. Are the bonuses you deducted going into your own pocket? Seeing other workers looking over, the young man became even more animated. If you don't give me my bonus, I'm going to find the boss to complain about you. The group leader was a woman in her 30s, with long hair styled in a low bun typical for bank tellers, wearing a netted hair clip, no makeup, and her sharp brows and eyes were fierce as she retorted. It's useless to complain to any boss. The company policy is clearly stated, and you signed the contract. Employees who are late or leave early without reason more than 5 times a month will not receive bonuses for that month. I'm not late without reason. I had a reason, the man argued, helping my family pick vegetables 3 times and helping the elderly cross the street twice. Is that urgent enough for you to not even call and just skip work? The group leader questioned. Some workers laughed. The excuse was too ridiculous. The young man coughed a few times. Leaderly, I'll give you one more chance. Leaderly narrowed her eyes. Zhou Shanghong. The company is giving you one more chance. If you are late or leave early more than 8 times, the company will automatically terminate your contract. Zhou Shanghong hurriedly said, I'm childhood friends with your factory manager. Our families have a good relationship. Just try it and see if you dismiss me or if I get you fired. Zhou Shanghong spoke confidently, sharing the same surname as the factory manager and being of a similar age. Leader Li, who had valid reasons, hesitated. She had been in the factory for almost 2 months and had indeed never seen the factory manager, not knowing what kind of personality she had. I advise you to add my bonus back. I'll pretend this never happened. Zhou Shanghong noticed Leader Li's hesitation, leaned over and whispered something to her, then swaggered off. Which factory manager are you friends with? A clear female voice came from outside the door, stopping Zhou Shanghong. Zhou Shanghong squinted to size up the 2 young women who had entered, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, only wearing employee hats and masks. Recently, The factory had many orders and had recruited a batch of temporary workers. These temp workers did not have uniforms or ID badges, just temporarily given hats and masks. They looked quite young, like recent university graduates just starting their internships. It was surprising that they would come to work as temporary workers for over 100 a day, not seeming like they had connections or conditions at home. Zhou Manqing quickly made a judgment and said unhappily, "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" Zhou Manqing remained silent. She also had a copy of the factory's work regulations in her hand, which she opened to say, "What Leaderly said is correct. Employees who are late or leave early without reason more than 5 times a month will not receive bonuses for that month." You're being quite nosy. What were you hired to do? You might as well go learn from your master instead of managing us formal workers here, Zhou Manqing said condescendingly, as if temp workers were inferior. A few employees who had been listening to Zhou Manqing brag about his close relationship with the factory manager quickly chimed in. "Yeah, where did this temp worker come from? Acting all high and mighty here. Didn't you see that Leaderly didn't even dare to speak? If Brother Zhou didn't have some connections, he would have been called in for a meeting in the office long ago. Team Leaderly might not necessarily have anything to do, but this temporary worker doesn't understand the situation at all. He just walked in and said Zhou Manqing, and he might get fired." After listening for a while, Zhou Manqing thought that Yan Ku was probably too busy lately. He also mentioned that there were a few comrades in the factory who were seriously late or leaving early or had other negative behaviors, and that they were preparing to have a concentrated discussion after completing the recent orders. Unexpectedly, Zhou Manqing used this to make a big deal out of it. Zhou Manqing. She hadn't seen him many times, but his name was quite familiar. Seeing the leading girl not saying anything, Zhou Manqing sneered. "The factory manager, of course, is the real factory manager, Zhou Manqing. If you apologize to me, I'll pretend nothing happened." Zhou Manqing remembered. They weren't childhood friends, but they knew each other. He was the son of Sun Shui, who lived next door and occasionally stole tomatoes from her family's vegetable garden when they were kids. Zhou Manqing. "I think you should write a self-criticism." Zhou Manqing called Yan Ku, asking him to come over quickly. "You're pretending, right?" Zhou Manqing mimicked her tone. "Please. Factory manager Yan, come over quickly." Chapter 89. Mysterious bad luck in love unexpectedly. 2 minutes later, Yan Ku really rushed over. He called Zhou Manqing factory manager and directly took the dumbfounded Zhou Manqing and team Leaderly to the office. Zhou Manqing didn't follow. She believed Yan Ku would handle it well. Once in the office, Yan Ku asked team Leaderly about the situation and immediately criticized Zhou Manqing. "No matter whose friend or relative you are, our factory's regulations are the red line. Zhou Manqing, if you continue to have this attitude at work, you can prepare for termination." Zhou Manqing couldn't say anything. He was still reflecting on how many foolish things he had said and how arrogant he had acted in the short minutes he had seen Zhou Manqing. He thought to himself that he probably left a negative impression on Zhou Manqing. However, the factory had many orders in the past few months, and the bonuses were higher than the salary. He wanted to earn the factory's bonuses. Zhou Manqing dejectedly assured Yan Ku that he would definitely work well in the future. On the other side, Zhou Manqing finished checking the remaining workshops and warehouses with Jiang Sherwin, discovering that the working atmosphere in other factories was quite good. "Just one bad apple spoiled the whole batch in the second workshop," Jiang Sherwin said. "We still need to hold a meeting. Some people in the factory don't believe in the determination to enforce the rules, which affects work," Zhou Manqing replied. The factory broadcast announced that there would be a central meeting in the afternoon. During the meeting, both the factory manager and deputy manager spoke, announcing the list of negative employees compiled urgently at noon, and asking the workers to supervise. If they didn't correct their behavior within a month, they would be fired. Most of the factory employees were in their 30s to 40s, with their own fixed perceptions, and they were all alert to this. With no suitable candidates around, Zhou Manqing gave Jiang Sherwin an extra salary and asked her to frequently check on the factory's work for her. Zhou Manqing took out several pieces of gold jewelry from the safe, went to the county town to have a private boss melt the gold, and took the melted gold bars to the city's most famous gold shop to give Xiao Jingling a gold koi. Zhou Manqing had considered this material. The valuable items commonly exchanged in the tribe were gold, which could be used as a pendant for Xiao Jingling and could also be traded with other tribes when necessary. Although they had connections, one could never tell. After receiving the gold koi, Xiao Jingling sent Zhou Manqing a jar of brown sugar, saying that the sugar cane from the Shimu tribe had been successfully produced. "When spring comes, our tribe can take it out for trade. This is precious and will surely exchange for many good things. You can also find more jewelry for Qing Shan to wear and play with," Xiao Jingling wrote. In fact, Modern people rarely wear jewelry. Very few women wear hairpins or hair clips when going out. They treat antiques as everyday jewelry. Zhou Manqing chuckled, acting like a super rich woman. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiwen, inspecting the factory, was visibly irritable. She quickly glanced around the second workshop and then headed to the next one. After walking a few steps, Jiang Shiwen heard someone calling her cheerfully from behind. Shiwen. She rolled her eyes and turned around, saying, "Please call me by my full name." Zhou Shenghong. Yes, it was Zhou Shenghong. Out of consideration for being Zhou Manqing's childhood friend, Jiang Shiwen had reluctantly added Zhou Shenghong on WeChat once while eating in the factory cafeteria. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shenghong was very familiar with her. He greeted her and gave her things whenever he saw her, sometimes even deliberately looking at her affectionately in front of others. At this moment, Zhou Shenghong was holding a bottle of milk tea. "Here, you've worked hard checking." Jiang Shiwen didn't take it, waved her hand, and tried to leave. "Hey, are you free tonight? I sent you a message on WeChat, but you didn't reply. Let us go to the county town for dinner tonight." Zhou Shenghong quickly adjusted his messy hair, took off his mask, and smiled greasy yet oblivious. When he worked in the internet CAF, he looked handsome with the mask on. He often had female customers adding him on WeChat. He was very confident, thinking that without the mask, he was even more charming. Zhou Shenghong's thinking was simple. He believed that Zhou Manqing definitely didn't have a good impression of him, but he didn't like Zhou Manqing either, who was so overbearing. This assistant's sister was different. She had a good figure, looked nice, was the inspection group leader, had money, looks, and status, but no boyfriend. If he could win her over, wouldn't he immediately get promoted and rich? "No need. I appreciate your kindness, but for work matters, you can ask your team leader in the future. You don't need to ask me. I'm quite busy," Jiang Shiwen politely declined. In a small place like Shantian, it's quite boring, right? I know there's a hot spring in a nearby town. I could take you there to relax this weekend. Zhou Shenghong had no intention of leaving. Jiang Shiwen felt overwhelmed. If he directly said he liked her, she could clearly refuse. This person only acted kind when he came to inspect, and he didn't show much concern for her otherwise. She hated people who were so indirect. "No need. Please don't disturb my personal time," Jiang Shiwen quickly said, pretending to have a phone call, and hurriedly left. Once she exited the second workshop, she wiped her red eyes vigorously. She felt that her bad habit of crying when faced with some exciting events had become a physiological issue that couldn't be changed. Thankfully, she hadn't exposed herself in front of Zhou Shenghong. Otherwise, with his narcissistic personality, he might misunderstand her intentions. She couldn't hold it any longer. She had to tell Qingqing about this matter, even if it meant losing that salary. She wanted to escape this inexplicable bad luck in love. When Zhou Manqing learned about Jiang Shiwen's unfortunate experience, she contacted Yin Ku and arranged for the deputy factory manager or the security team leader to accompany Jiang Shiwen during inspections. The security team leader was Jiang Shiwen's older brother, Jiang Bin, who stood there with a serious face and could handle any romantic troubles. In February, with the spring breeze like scissors, Zhou Manqing had almost finished writing her short script, with each scene roughly annotated with ideas. At that moment, she sat on the second floor of a farmhouse, enjoying the breeze and looking at the scenery of the back mountain. Jiang Shiwen hurried upstairs, and before getting close, she shouted, "Qingqing, you're really famous now?" Zhou Manqing blinked, asking, "What do you mean famous? Is it the crafts that are famous? The cultural creations? The historical dramas? Am I famous? You're really famous. Look, this is trending on a certain blog, and this is trending on a certain site. Your name is in the top 10. Jiang Shiwen anxiously scratched her head. "I've already received several invitations from production teams here." Zhou Manqing currently has no plans to sign with a brokerage company. Her assistant and agent responsibilities are temporarily handled by Jiang Shiwen. "Let me take a look," Zhou Manqing said excitedly. She's been acting for several years, but none of the dramas she starred in became popular, and she has received quite a bit of criticism. The male and female leads of the daughter of the Tian family are well liked by the audience, and Liu has a good reputation in the industry. The script balances entertainment with correct values, and mainstream media is willing to recommend it. Since its premiere over a month ago, the ratings have steadily increased, and it is expected to become a moderate success. Zhou Manqing is aware of this, but recently, a content creator took a unique approach by analyzing her character. The villainous farmer girl Lin Qingqing, in a standalone video. The creator commented that Lin Qingqing has both human flaws and a unique female resilience. After this video went viral, many other creators and video accounts followed suit with their own analyses, leading to standalone clips, and this character became popular. In Chapter 90, she is so straightforward. I love it. Zhou Manqing clicked on the most popular clip, which began with Lin Qinxing, the minor antagonist, committing various misdeeds that were mercilessly punished by the female lead. Lin Jixia. After experiencing family changes, Lin Qinxing found joy in business, and although her horizons were limited, she persevered and managed to open a shop in town. The most discussed moments in the comments were when Lin Jixia, alone with her 2 children, was repeatedly obstructed by bandits from Wei Yao's escort agency who attempted to capture them in her village. Upon receiving news, Lin Jixia and her children could only flee to the back mountains, while the villagers were captured by the bandits at the threshing ground. Forced to reveal Lin Jixia's whereabouts under threat of village slaughter. The village had become prosperous thanks to Lin Jixia's support, and many young people worked in her business and Wei Yao's escort agency, unwilling to expose her location. The bandits killed several villagers without hesitation. At a critical moment, Lin Qinxing stepped forward. Everyone looked at her in fear or disgust. It was well known that Lin Qinxing was at odds with Lin Jixia, and her past misdeeds had been ruthlessly exposed by Lin Jixia. When Lin Jixia left her hometown to expand her business, Lin Qinxing had never shown a good face when others praised Lin Jixia. Lin Qinxing, what are you doing stepping out? You ungrateful thing. Jixia has helped our village so much. Your family has also benefited from the village's collective efforts. Don't speak nonsense. Lin Qinxing, don't be foolish. If Wei Yao finds out, he won't let you off. Several villagers, disregarding the weapons of the bandits, rushed forward in an attempt to pull Lin Qinxing back into the crowd. However, the bandits had been watching the villagers' movements and expressions, and seeing the originally united villagers turn against each other, they seized the opportunity. They used their knives to force several villagers holding Lin Qinxing back and captured her alone. Little lady, be sensible. If we catch someone, we'll let you go. We'll even give you a reward. Ha ha! One bandit laughed. Lin Qinxing ignored the villagers' curses behind her. Let us go. Don't touch me. I'll take you to find her. I played with her since we were kids. I know exactly where she'll run when something happens. She added with a look of hatred. Also, after you catch Lin Jixia, I suggest you kill her directly. Don't listen to her excuses that will just delay time. Upon hearing this, the villagers cursed even more harshly. The bandits were delighted to hear the villagers' insults. This woman has a grudge against Lin Jixia, so following her must be the right choice. Most of the bandits eagerly followed Lin Qinxing to search for Lin Jixia. Lin Qinxing led the bandits to a cave, twisting and turning until she disappeared around a corner. The caves in the mountains had numerous paths, and without someone to guide them, the bandits found themselves lost when they tried to turn back. At this moment, some clever bandits realized that this woman never intended to help them find Lin Jixia. They had fallen for her trick. They cursed loudly while splitting into teams to find their way. Because Lin Qinxing had tricked most of the bandits, those left behind, even when they realized what had happened, didn't he have enough manpower to search the village and mountains, allowing Lin Jixia to hold out until Wei Yao arrived to rescue her. Afterwards, she specifically went to thank Lin Qinxing, who had returned safely. Lin Qinxing refused the thanks. With you here, our village can develop better, and our family can get dividends. Stay away from me. You annoy me. The comments discussing this part of the plot were the most heated. So clear-headed, everyone, the second female lead, is not attracted by the female lead's charm, but rather considers the bigger picture and her own interests. She is so selfish and straightforward. I love it. Who understands? When I saw her lead the bandits to the back mountains, I really felt like I was swinging my 40-meter-long knife. I thought the villain would change her view of the female lead, but she saved her. I thought the villain would reconcile with the female lead for a happy ending, but she still dislikes her. After all this, she still can't accept the female lead and can become a boss on her own. Little antagonist, you have guts. Just asking. The little antagonist is actually quite good-looking, just a bit too dark with the foundation. Her profile is stunning. So great to have a villain with acting skills. We are saved. Zhou Manqing had never seen such friendly comments directed at her, and her smile gradually widened. Sister Qingqing, I forwarded a few scripts to you. Take a look when you have time, Jiang Shirwan said with a grin. Zhou Manqing glanced at them. They were all familiar villainous second female leads, lacking challenge or innovation. Let us not take them for now. I'll first finish shooting my short film. A few days later, even Aunt Wang Era's social media had clips of Zhou Manqing's character, and the excited commentary made Zhou Manqing feel awkward. The system's second task for this drama was to gain recognition from netizens, which would earn her another 500 points. Aside from helping the Shenmu tribe procure saddles, Zhou Manqing had nothing else interesting to do. In the Shenmu tribe, The original racetrack was insufficient for horse racing, so they cut down some trees near the tribe to build a larger racetrack. Anyone who excelled in the hunting team S assessments could learn horseback riding. The original tribespeople of Shimu learned more slowly than the newcomers. It wasn't that they lacked ability, but a significant reason for the previous defeat against the Linha tribe was that many tribespeople were trampled and killed by horses. The Shimu tribespeople who experienced this war had developed a fear of horses. To dispel their fears, Zhou Jingling directly had them feed the young foals and clean the stables. Sure enough, after interacting with the relatively gentle foals for a while, the original tribespeople became much bolder. How did you think of this method? I was going to send you protective gear for horseback riding. Zhou Manqing thought about preventing the Shinmu tribespeople from falling off their horses and reducing injuries. It's called desensitization therapy, Zhou Jingling said. Zhou Manqing sighed. Applying what you've learned, Zhou Jingling, if you were born in modern times with your self-learning ability, passing a graduate entrance exam should be no problem. Graduate entrance exam? There's nothing about that in the textbooks for compulsory education. Zhou Jingling didn't understand. Wait, I'll check the professional books for agricultural students. Your planting relates to agriculture. I'll send them to you later. Thank you, Qing Shun. I wonder if there are academies in your world that teach warfare? Zhou Jingling asked. Zhou Manqing thought to herself. There are, but they are all confidential. Passers-by aren't even allowed to take pictures at their gates. Before the War of Resistance, there was the Whampoa Military Academy. But much of the knowledge from modern military academies might not be applicable to ancient times. Most of the books previously sent to Zhou Jingling were about military management, like the classics The Art of War, 6 Secret Teachings, and New Book of Military Effectiveness. But it seems she didn't buy those for Zhou Jingling. Zhou Manqing opened an online shopping site, thinking, oh, she's going to personally cultivate a military strategist, which is quite exciting to think about. Chapter 91. The more black. The better the system's task notification had not gone off, so Zhou Manqing asked the system what was going on. System, the influence on the audience is still insufficient. Zhou Manqing, it's already in the top 3 trending topics. Is it not enough? Can I buy some trending topics to increase exposure? System, cheating methods cannot be used to complete tasks. Bored. Zhou Manqing scrolled through her phone and decided to log into her social media account to repost the previously trending video, sending 3 hearts as well. Expressing gratitude shouldn't count as cheating. After posting, Zhou Manqing tossed her phone aside and decided to take a nap. At the same time, AI Nana was also scrolling through social media. The Farmer's Daughter is Never Idle was a huge hit, and the character of the young widow she played was receiving attention, pulling her and her brother-in-law into an ethically complicated relationship, which was also an attractive storyline. However, because of Zhou Manqing, who, had a thing with the director, despicable, she got kicked out of the crew. AI Nana logged into her secondary account, which had quite a few bots and marketing accounts added. She sent a photo of Zhou Manqing sitting next to director Li from the set to a marketing account, along with the content she wanted them to write. Zhou Manqing's character was currently hot, so the marketing account quickly replied with an OK. AI Nana then bought a few hundred yuan worth of bots and waited under the marketing accounts article. Within just 2 hours, the article about Zhou Manqing had climbed into the top 5 trending topics. Meanwhile, netizens dug up dirt on Zhou Manqing. Is this sister a black hole? The dirt just keeps coming, never ending. I said some people really have a 7-second memory. How can they forget that the female lead is a bully? Zhou Manqing must have bought her way into the cast again, right? Did the resourceful actress steal someone else's role? People who bully little Nua get out of the entertainment industry. Although this actress likes to buy her way into the cast, this time she was truly wronged. She had a hidden rule with the director, and there is proof. AI Nana quickly liked the negative comments she found amusing, feeling ecstatic. She occasionally peeked at Zhou Manqing's social media account, thinking, come online quickly, I'll make sure you can't sleep. After waking from her afternoon nap, Zhou Manqing went to town to pick up the books she had bought for Zhou Jingling. When she remembered her social media post around 10 that night, she found the comment section was completely different from what she had imagined. The original video creator had deleted the video, and it no longer existed. The comments were over 99, with more insults than compliments. Zhou Manqing clicked on the trending topics based on the comments and saw the marketing accounts article. The main image showing her and Liu very close, looking quite ambiguous. In reality, if the camera had panned down, she would have been holding a notebook, and Liu wasn't that close. It was just camera positioning. The article featured several photos of her and Liu entering and exiting the director's studio together and claimed that the actor Li Ji had been harassed by her, leading to his withdrawal from the project. The comments were unbearable. Zhou Manqing glanced at them a few times before shutting off her phone. She didn't know who was behind this. Seeing her gaining some heat, they couldn't wait to attack her, even dragging Liu into it. Wali Ji had become a righteous white lotus in this situation. Zhou Manqing sighed. She was sure she would get the 500 points. But then she thought, why had Tishi received those 500 points? It was because her character's influence wasn't strong enough. Was her influence enough now? She was about to break into the second trending topic. Wasn't the traffic coming? Negative news spreads fast. In less than half a day, it had already reached the top 3 trending topics. Zhou Manqing muttered to the system. System, I really didn't buy this dirt. The system ignored her. Zhou Manqing couldn't help but like the marketing article, realizing she was a big account and quickly canceled it. But that brief second was captured by netizens. Zhou Manqing, like the article, exposing her hidden rules, quickly joined the trending topics. Zhou Manqing laughed and hit the bed. Now it was clear someone was watching her. The more black, the better. At a charity gala in Xing City, Yan Sima held her father Yan Hai's arm, greeting various business tycoons with champagne in hand. Aside from working for a month at her mother's company, Yan Sima had been enjoying her shares dividends, happily traveling and holding art exhibitions. Zhou Manqing had not appeared in public for a long time. Without her mother's money to support her, she could only go back to being a village girl. Yan Sima thought with satisfaction. 2 foreign businessmen approached, seemingly father and son. The older one was plump, but had an elegant demeanor, while the younger son had curly brown hair and deep-set features. His blue eyes gazed at anyone, making them feel he was deeply affectionate. This was Ethan Smith, the owner of Sky International, and his son, Charlie Smith, the current executive director of Sky International. The 2 families had known each other for a long time, and Yan Sima had seen Charlie at other events. Coming from a wealthy background, he was polite and handsome, making him popular among many women. The 2 fathers sat down first to discuss import and export trade, and Yan Sima extended her hand to Charlie. Charlie smiled slightly and shook her hand lightly. It's a pleasure to meet you here, Miss Yan. The painting you reported at the exhibition in Shenzhen left a remarkable impression on me. I wanted to consult you about it back then. Yan Sima was taken aback. She didn't expect this young master to care about someone like her, who had no real power in the company and was just a socialite. But then she thought that with her beauty, reputation, and her family's not-so-small business, it was reasonable for such a second-generation heir to want to befriend her. As they sat down, Yan Sima realized that Charlie was not just being polite. He had genuinely studied the painting from her last exhibition, complimenting the artist while discussing art. Her impression of this gentleman increased significantly. Later, at the antique auction, Yan Hai purchased a pottery bowl said to be from the tribal period. Recently, there had been a sudden increase in tribal antiques on the market, but despite the quantity, the varieties were slightly different, still holding certain collectible value, and the price was moderate. However, the company had recently invested in several real estate developments, and the previously completed houses hadn't sold well, leading to a tight cash flow. Attending the gala was also an attempt to seize opportunities to discuss investment cooperation with other bosses and quickly recover funds. Yan Sima glanced at her father with worry. Yan Hai smiled at her, signaling that it was fine. Yan Sima wasn't interested in antiques, and her exchanges with Charlie were just right, making her feel he was neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in consideration. She took out her phone and casually scrolled through social media. As she swiped, she quickly pulled back in disbelief. She stared at the number 1 trending topic. Zhou Manqing and director Li have ambiguous relations behind the scenes, and the farmer's daughter is never idle. What the heck? Wasn't Zhou Manqing's entertainment company dismissed at her suggestion? It had been half a year, right? How did Zhou Manqing land a role and still be trending number 1? The internet must be broken. Chapter 92. The slaves expelled by the Linha tribe. There were other people at the same table. Yan Simiao tried hard to stay calm, adjusting her facial expression to appear nonchalant. This trending topic was about Zhou Manqing's scandal. Yan Simiao glanced at the timeline and saw that Zhou Manqing had somehow joined Liu's crew and played one of the minor antagonists. Half a day had already passed without any clarification, indicating that Liu's relationship with her wasn't great either. Yan Simiao switched to her alternate account, spent some pocket money to buy more attention, hoping to make everyone annoyed by Zhou Manqing and completely blacklist her so she wouldn't appear again. Hey, look, what is that? On the hillside about 800 meters away from the Linha tribe, there were watchtowers spaced about 500 meters apart. This was inspired by the previous wall built by the Shimu tribe, and as spring arrived, the people of Linha tribe started to move. The Shimu tribe had set up the watchtowers in advance, using binoculars and walkie-talkies to keep an eye on the movements of their enemy tribe. One of the sentinels took his comrade's binoculars and noticed that Qing Shun had given them a new type of 1,000-mile eye that could see rabbits, clearly from a kilometer away. He looked closely and confirmed. It's people. They seem to be slaves from the Linha tribe, but they are unarmed. Behind them were Linha tribesmen wielding whips. They were expelling those slaves. Since the beginning of spring, this was the second group of slaves expelled by the Linha tribe. The previous group consisted of several elderly people who were severely ill, and by the time the Shimu tribesmen checked on them after the Linha people had left, the elderly had already died. This time, it was young people, and perhaps they could be saved, said a nearby tribesman. The Shimu tribe did not have any excess compassion for the Linha tribe's people. Rather, they needed to understand the latest movements of the Linha tribe. Spring had come, and the beasts in the mountains had awakened from their hibernation, leading to several injuries among the Shimu tribe's hunting team from attacks. Naturally, the Linha tribe was aware of the fierce beasts in spring and had prohibited their tribespeople from entering the mountains after spring began. The Shimu tribe couldn't even capture a few prisoners. 9 sentinels took a few stretchers and quickly descended from the wooden watchtower, while the squad leader changed the walkie-talkie number to report to the young clan leader. Report. Young clan leader. The word report was something the young clan leader had recently trained them to say, along with commands like return to formation and gather. The Shimu tribe had renamed their guard team as the army, and every half-month, they would assess the most outstanding youths to enter the army, which was divided into infantry and cavalry. Currently, there were 9 men in a squad, 27 in a platoon, and above that were the centurions and 1,000 commanders. Aside from a squad and platoon, the rest could be understood by their titles. The current centurions were mostly the previous leaders of several hunting teams. In order to help the tribe better accept military knowledge, Zhou Jingling mixed modern and ancient military knowledge. The ones being rescued were several slaves from the Linha tribe, among them a young woman who was bleeding heavily, and the other slaves seemed to be her family. Hearing the Shimu tribesmen say they were not here to kill, but to save, the middle-aged woman kept bowing to the Shimu tribesmen. Please save her. Please save her. We can all serve your tribe as slaves. We will repay you. These slaves were all severely injured and could barely move. Under Zhou Jingling's arrangement, half of the people from each watchtower set out to support them on their way back, and the tribe doctor, Nanxing, along with Xiao and Song, rode horses to hurry to the watchtower. With Nanxing's timely treatment, the bleeding of the young woman stopped. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The woman who had been bowing previously continued to bow to Nanxing. Zhou Jingling finished the training in the training ground and rushed over. Who are you from the Linha tribe? And why were you expelled? The middle-aged woman, who was also on the verge of death and saved by Nanxing, weakly replied, We are slaves of the Linha tribe and also servants of Lady Li. Because Lady Li offended the young master, she was punished by the lady, and after Lady Li lost her child, the lady said it was an ominous sign and expelled us all without reporting to the chief. Lady Li? Young master? Chief. Zhou Jingling was somewhat surprised, but also suspected it was a trick from the Linha tribe. He called Nanxing outside and quietly inquired about the health of these slaves. Nanxing whispered, The Linha tribe has been ruthless. If it weren't for the divine pills granted by Qing Shun, these slaves Wu and Ti have survived until now. This meant that the probability of using a ploy to deceive the Shimu tribe was very low. After all, if spies were sent and everyone died, what could be done? The Shimu tribe cautiously cared for the slaves from the Linha tribe, planning to investigate the Linha tribe matters once they stabilized. Xing Shi Villa. Yan Ximiao woke up early in the morning and eagerly opened a certain social media platform to check her results. She scrolled through, but couldn't find a scandal about Zhou Manqing that she saw yesterday. Surprisingly, Liu had posted a clarification. She asked the Water Army. She contacted what was going on, and the other party refunded her half of the money. Sis, we can't do this for now. There's a big shot protecting Zhou Manqing. Whoever touches her will lose their job. Sorry about that. Yan Ximiao gripped her phone tightly. What big shot? Who has Zhou Manqing latched onto now? Is it Yin Jianshen? Has Yin Jianshen rekindled an old flame? On the other side, AI Nana also received a cancellation from the marketing account, which had already knelt to apologize on the platform. She couldn't get through on the phone and could only curse in her room. Liu was just an ordinary director. He had connections in the circle. But could he really help Zhou Manqing to this extent? And what about Zhou Manqing not having any ties to him? Even the Water Army's mouths were shut. Zhou Manqing woke up and wanted to see how the scandal was trending. She discovered that Director Liu had already posted a clarification and had called her on WeChat, leaving a private message. She liked to keep her phone on silent while sleeping and hadn't answered. Just as she was about to reply, the phone rang. It was the actress Jianni's mother, Mu Yang, calling. It turned out that the trending topic had been retracted by her. I haven't found out who is behind this yet, but when I do, I won't let her off easily, Mu Yang said. Zhou Manqing, Ah, sister. I don't know how to thank you. Muyong, what is there to thank? I just can't stand people like that. I don't know which little actress it is who buys dirt on others when they see someone else getting popular. It's people like this who only focus on others instead of improving themselves that make the entertainment industry so chaotic. Is this what it feels like to be protected by a big shot? Zhou Manqing thought, feeling that before she even experienced an attack from the bad guys had already been severely punished by her side's big shot. Zhou Manqing expressed her gratitude while replying to Director Li. WeChat chimed again. It was Mo Jialai saying that he had gone onto a certain platform to scold the marketing account thoroughly. She should also be grateful for that. There was also a message from Zhang Jinxing. Miss Zhou, we have found out that last night's scandal was bought by a former actress from your crew, AI Nana. It was also instigated by your sister, Yin Ximiao. AI Nana's previous misconduct has already been made public. What about Yin Ximiao? Chapter 93. Looking for Qing in the tribe Yin Ximiao was considered Zhou Manqing's family matter, which Zhang Jinxing found difficult to handle. Zhou Manqing covered her face, wondering when she had built such a network in the entertainment industry, with so many big shots helping her. It gave her the illusion that no matter what she did in the entertainment industry, she would succeed. However, she had really only met Zhang Jinxing a few times. Even with the Zhang family's grandmother around, did it really require help to this extent? Zhang Jinxing. I heard that Miss Zhou has recently stopped dealing in antiques and crafts, and has switched to cultural and creative products? Ah, yes. If there is anything you like, I can arrange to send it to you today, Zhou Manqing said. Zhang Jinxing pondered for a moment and smiled. Miss Zhou's company creates cultural and creative products from the tribal period, which are very inventive. Sometimes I wonder how Miss Zhou has such a keen eye to discover so many interesting antiques. Zhou Manqing deflected. That is all thanks to the designers. You flatter me. Mr. Zhang Jinxing. The role Ms. Zhou has recently played has gained popularity, and there may be paparazzi following her. Do you need me to introduce some bodyguards? Zhou Manqing quickly declined, hung up the phone, and kept pondering, feeling as if Zhang Jinxing knew something and was testing her. It's best to keep a distance from this big shot in the future. At the Shunshu tribe's racetrack, Xiao Jingling was sparring with Hu Sen using a goose feather knife tied to a long pole. Ban Mu covered half of his eyes. The knife glinted ominously, and he feared that if they weren't careful, someone might get hurt. But he couldn't look away. Riding a horse with a goose feather knife requires bending down to get close to the opponent, which could startle the horse. But Ban Mu, your new idea is really great. With an extended goose feather knife, when I sit on the horse, I'm just like my brother, and he'd be in trouble, haha. Xiao Hasong gave Ban Mu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Ban Mu, delicate, leaned against his partner Qi Hongye's shoulder. All right. Qi Hongye pushed Ban Mu with 2 fingers to make him stand firm and pointed at the center of the arena, telling him to focus. The tribe members cheered from the side. Hu-san, catch it. You're using a knife from the Redstone tribe. So good. Thinking back to last year, when that bunch from the Linha tribe chased us on horseback swinging hoes, I must get into the cavalry. I want to chase them with a long knife. Now that I think about it, they only had about 20 horses back then. We lost because we couldn't outrun their 4 legs with our 2. Every day, I look forward to practicing mounted archery. I want them to experience the taste of being shot dead by us before they even get close. Hey, look quickly. The young tribe leader's knife, wow. Get out of the way. A group of people quickly scrambled to the sides as Xiao Jingling suddenly bent down and pulled back his mount, avoiding the goose feather knife that fell due to a loose rope. Xiao Jingling dismounted, rotated his shoulders, and walked over to Ban Mu to pick up the knife. It's still easy to loosen with the rope. Ban Mu took it and looked at the connection. It needs to be forged like a hoe with the blade and tube cast together, making a knife head and then fitting it onto the long knife handle. Our tribe's iron-making skills aren't good enough. Xiao Hasong scratched his head. Then let us find a tribe that can forge iron. The batch of weapons the Redstone tribe owed us should be ready by now. Xiao Jingling said in a low voice. The next day, Xiao Hasong and a group of 17, like in the autumn, strapped on their mountain climbing packs, preparing to go to the Hongri tribe. Unlike last time, everyone was very confident this time. They knew how far their destination was, that transportation was feasible, and their packs were not only filled with ample food, but also with candies that would make everyone go wild. Ban Mu finally didn't have to part from his partner this time. Qi Hongye was also going, responsible for communicating with the Redstone tribe about the new weapons, the long knives. The warriors were busy training for combat, and the Cloud, who was previously seen by Zhou Manqing hugging Xiao Jingling's military coat, finally gave up searching for Qing. Are you a Qing? The Cloud followed the directions given by other tribesmen and found the last woman in the tribe named a Qing. She was a young, round-faced girl, only 6 years old. With her fingers in her mouth, occasionally sucking. Who are you? It's nothing, it's nothing. The cloud weakly turned back. The Shunshu tribe's territory in the mountains was gradually expanding. As the new member brought back by Xiao Jingling, she had been asking about the woman named Qing during her rest times and was surpassed by others who were working, still not having gained the identity of Shunshu tribe member. Ahua, oh Ahua, you brought me such trouble. The cloud pounded her waist and whispered. Her old tribe was relatively stable. The chief would organize the selection of little wives every few years. Although the little wives had to be managed by the chief's wife. They were well-fed and well-clothed, followed by a group of servants when going out. Quite impressive. The cloud was fortunate to undergo the final inspection with several other young girls. But one named Ahua, who absolutely refused to become the old chief's little wife, angered the chief. They were all expelled together. Really, ugly, and still high-spirited. You don't want to live in luxury, but I still do, the cloud thought angrily. What if the chief is older? My mother said that older men know how to care for people. She simply couldn't walk anymore and sat down under a tree. Alas, now arriving at such a labor-driven tribe, if you don't work, you won't eat. She had been washing fabric pulp, and her hands had become rough. You must be the cloud, right? A young woman followed her from the path behind. The cloud looked at her warily. This woman was also good-looking, which was annoying. I heard that someone has been inquiring about a woman named Qing recently. The woman circled her, sizing her up. You know? The cloud asked urgently. Could it be that she missed someone? The woman smiled. I don't know, but if I tell this to the young tribe leader, how do you think he would view you? You. The cloud stood up anxiously. Don't say it. Then help me out a bit. My name is Xin Rue. In modern times, at the shooting range behind a farm-stay. Ka! Zhou Manqing shouted stop. The last shot of her short film was completed, and next it would be handed over to the editor. Bai Mutong, dressed in coarse cloth, with slightly long hair tied back and some black ash on his face, was also there. Mama Muyong brought little Jianni to ZhouManqing's hometown to connect with nature, and incidentally, little Jianni had a cameo role as a tribe girl. Jianni was also dressed in coarse cloth, twisting in Mama Mu's arms. Mommy, this fabric is itchy. All right, let the assistant sister take you to change. Muyong comforted, and Jianni's assistant came to take her away. Manqing, I really admire you. The fabric and clothes you found from whatever tailor have a real ancient feel to them. I want to ask you for a set to collect. Muyong smiled, feeling that this trip was very worthwhile. Jianni had gotten sickier and was much healthier running and jumping. Sometimes she also guided ZhouManqing's shooting based on her acting experience. And ZhouManqing's quick grasp of concepts was astonishing. Zhou Manqing was also happy. She dared not speak the truth. Coming from the Shunshu tribe, how could it not be real? Chapter 94. Jiang Shiwen must also be fascinated by herself, right? On the side, Jiang Shiwen saw that work had temporarily ended and finally connected to the video call from Mo Jelly. The two were whispering about who knows what. When did you two get so close? Zhou Manqing casually asked. Jiang Shiwen replied, it's for work communication. On the other side of the video, Mo Jelly, who was originally quite happy, squinted his eyes and pursed his lips, wearing an expression that said he hated you for being so dense. Zhou Manqing noticed and let out a meaningful "oh." Jiang Shiwen turned her head and continued to ask, what about the batch of craft orders from yesterday? You can contact my assistant, Mo Jialai said, turning away arrogantly and adding, I'm off skiing. Jiang Shiwen replied, isn't it spring already? Is there still snow? Mo Jialai responded, mind your own business. He ended the video call, and Jiang Shiwen looked at the message indicating the call had ended, a smile in her eyes. She wasn't foolish. She understood what Mo Jialai meant. They had too little interaction, and their background were quite different. If it was just for fun, she wasn't willing to engage. It would hurt her and affect her work. Jiang Shiwen's WeChat notifications popped up with several messages from Zhou Shenghong. She had long stopped replying to his messages, and the only reason she hadn't blocked him was that she would still see him at the factory. Zhou Shenghong, Shiwen, you haven't replied to my messages for a long time. Zhou Shenghong, sometimes I wonder if you can see my heart, which is why you ignore my feelings like this. Zhou Shenghong, recently, there are other girls in the factory trying to please me. Their education levels may not be as high as yours, but to be honest, they are prettier and have better figures than you. Zhou Shenghong, of course, I haven't agreed to anything. I have a lot to say to you, but I'm afraid you'll find me annoying. It's been a long time since we last met. I've lost weight, how about you? Zhou Shenghong, recent selfie. JPG, this confident statement was enough for Jiang Shiwen to want to pinch someone. Zhou Shenghong sought the most melancholic and handsome angle, taking several selfies in the public restroom mirror, selecting the one where he looked most charming to send to Jiang Shiwen. He admired his photo repeatedly, thinking that Jiang Sherwin must be infatuated with him too. Revealing his charm to her would surely make her anxious and jealous. Look, she's not replying to him. She must be jealous of the girls in the factory. A co-worker came out to wash his hands and caught a glimpse of his WeChat chat with One, jokingly saying, "Oh, which beauty in the factory is chatting with Zhou Handsome? Even in the restroom, you have to chat a few more lines? Zhou Handsome has fallen in love. Ha ha. Just an ordinary girl, playing hard to get with me." Zhou Shanghong put his phone away, shoved his hands into his pockets, and strolled back to the workshop with his co-worker. The co-worker said, "Then you should be more proactive and win her over. Leave the other girls for the brothers." Zhou Shanghong waved his hand. "We haven't started anything yet, but we could any time." The two laughed as they entered the workshop, where other co-workers had already lined up, urging them, "Hurry up, the team leader is about to announce the list of outstanding employees." According to factory regulations, employees with good performance each month could be nominated for awards, and those awarded could be arranged to intern as deputy team leaders. If qualified, they would have the opportunity to compete for team leader and other management positions. Zhou Shanghong stylishly swept his bangs aside and squeezed into the front row, nudging a few other co-workers aside, believing he had worked hard this past month and deserved a spot on the outstanding list. The team leader finished reading the list of outstanding employees. Next are the employees who failed the assessment and are entering the correction period. Wait a minute. Zhou Shanghong interrupted the team leader. "Team leader, have you finished reading the outstanding list?" The team leader, still Li, glanced at Zhou Shanghong and cooperatively looked through the list. "Zhou Shanghong, you want to know if you're on the outstanding list, right? You're not. How could I not be there? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Shanghong exclaimed, his bangs falling over his forehead, and he lost focus. "I know." The team leader cut him off. Director Zhou clearly stated at the staff meeting that no matter the household registration, background, or education level, we rate everyone based on work performance. Some employees cheered, and Zhou Shanghong glared at the source of the noise, but that person quickly silenced. Unable to find the person, and not wanting to stand in the front row to be laughed at, he lowered his head and squeezed back into the crowd. Zhou Shanghong thought, "ZhouManqing, you're targeting me, right? Just wait until I find evidence of your favoritism and expose your ugly face." He reached the back of the crowd, and a female worker made way for him. Zhou Shanghong couldn't help but puff out his chest and flip his bangs. "She must like me, otherwise, why would you give me space?" His charm was so great. Perhaps ZhouManqing felt she couldn't get close to him after embarrassing him at the start, which was why she targeted him. But he preferred girls with gentle personalities like Jiang Sherwin. ZhouManqing uploaded the edited short film to her Weibo account, wanting to see the netizens' opinions. Previously, the negative news had been cut off too early by the big shots, but a new wave of netizens eagerly came to her comment section after being recommended the short clips by the minor villain. The new short film quickly garnered over 80 comments, but most were about her role in Tian Jiayu Nu Ribuxian. Not much reference value. System ding. Detected that the audience's satisfaction with your supporting role has reached the requirement, rewarding 500 points. The points were increasing, bringing her closer to the goal of redeeming the longevity pills. ZhouManqing smiled brightly. She wanted to contact Xiao Jingling to ask what the Shunshu tribe still needed. The Shunshu tribe needed to develop quickly. She wanted to earn 6,000 points soon. Sister Qingqing. President Mo said he would come to check on the factory in a few days. Jiang Sherwin said beside her, "No problem. We can accompany him when he's here. After all, President Mo has helped us promote a lot." ZhouManqing said casually, "I'm going out to pick up a delivery." Shunshu tribe, textile workshop. The only survivors from the Linha tribe slaves rescued by the Shunshu people were a middle-aged woman and Madame Li, who received special care from Xiao Jingling. The middle-aged woman said her name was Chunhua, given to her by her previous master. Madame Li had no name. Li was the title given by the chief. Madame Li had an oval face and captivating eyes. Anyone who had seen her would know that the name Li was well-deserved. Everyone called her Ali. "Ali, your cotton strips are rolled so well, unlike ours, which end up as threads," one tribe member said. Another tribe member asked, "Did you finish the yumiaging that the young clan leader gave us? It helps soften your hands before bed." Ali had recuperated for more than half a month and felt better, so she volunteered to work, temporarily assigned to the simplest task of selecting cotton and rolling cotton strips. She listened to everyone chat casually. Although some work was tedious, it became enjoyable to hear everyone talk. Everyone wore gauze masks and hats that covered their entire hair, as it was said that the dust in the textile area was significant and required proper protection. Protection was a term Ali heard for the first time when a young clan leader's mother, Mu Xuanfeng, handed her the work clothes and tools. She explained, protection is to prevent inhaling dust and to safeguard everyone's health. In the Linha tribe, not even the ordinary tribe members regarded people's health seriously, let alone slaves. Yin Duo passed by holding a basin of dye and couldn't help but glance at Ollie a few more times. Chapter 95. Xiao Jingling always forces me. It is well known that Ollie is a woman saved by the young clan leader and his group. The mask covered her mouth and nose, making Ollie's eyes appear even more moist and lively. Yin Duo silently cursed. Another woman competing with me for the young clan leader. But it didn't matter. Since the young clan leader saved Ollie, he hadn't come to find her again. Yin Duo has passed the assessment from Nanxing and will soon be able to work as a team doctor. Being a doctor is not what she wants. It was Xin Rue's idea. As long as she learns the basic medical skills, she will take turns accompanying various hunting teams. Xin Rue promised to help her with the operations, and then she will be able to spend more time with the young clan leader. The young clan leader has no feelings for her, certainly because he doesn't know her well and they meet infrequently. As long as they spend a few more days together and she gives him some opportunities, she doesn't believe the young clan leader won't be moved. It's like a myocardial infarction feeling. It turns out that General Feng, who drove the harsh cultural creation factory to bankruptcy, finally found out who has been stealing his business in the past month. Upon discovering this, he dared not provoke. The opponent is Mo Jialai, quite a good leg hugger. Yin Ku. General Feng looked at the promotional image of Shinmu Cultural Creation, where Yin Ku was standing with Mo Jialai, showcasing the products. The Mo family has a powerful influence. If he confronts Mo Jialai face to face, his father would surely give him a good beating. What to do, boss? The orders are too few, and the costs are high. Last month we barely broke even, his assistant whispered. Lower the prices, push them down to cost price. No matter how many factories Yin Ku switches to, I can make sure his goods won't sell. This is Mo Jialai's first week in Shantian County. It must be that Feng is lowering prices again. I just need to look at his shop, and we can slightly lower our prices to stimulate him. In the end, he will succumb and return to the original price. Yin Ku was discussing cultural creation orders with Zhou Manqing. Zhou Manqing. Price competition is too vicious. Lowering prices in response isn't good for the overall environment, so let him play by himself. Recently, we have a few orders from film crews. Let's reduce the production of our general sales products a bit, but don't overstock to avoid significant impact. After speaking, Zhou Manqing looked around. Huh? Where are 1-1 and Mo Jialai? Yin Ku shook his head to indicate he didn't know. Beside the small flower bed next to the office building, Jiang Sherwin was about to be driven crazy by Zhou Shenghong. I know you're angry with me. I really didn't pay any attention to those women. Zhou Shenghong's attitude was very low. He was holding a bottle of jasmine tea and offering it to her. Zhou Shenghong. Sherwin, maybe you like jasmine tea? I heard girls like this fragrant drink. It's not as greasy as milk tea. Jiang Sherwin was shooting a distant view of the office building. The factory had just hung up several company signs, and she needed to change the display image on the company's homepage. She moved slightly to the side, ignoring Zhou Shenghong's presence, while he continued to chatter. Finally, after taking a few satisfactory front shots, Jiang Sherwin put away her phone and was about to leave when she saw Mo Jialai stepping out from under the tree with a gloomy face, revealing his entire figure. She didn't know how much of Zhou Shenghong's self-indulgent words he had heard. Jiang Sherwin. Mo Jialai walked step by step towards her. Is your aesthetic just this? Don't insult my aesthetic. Jiang Sherwin's expression was complicated. Zhou Shenghong scanned the man who was a head taller than him unfriendly. New here? Don't casually try to connect with our director. Mo Jialai didn't even look at the man whose hair looked like a bird's nest. He was focused on Jiang Sherwin's expression, wanted to know if she was really that oblivious to others' feelings. Jiang Sherwin looked at him for help. Mo Jialai pressed his lips together, although he was very angry inside. He still pulled Jiang Sherwin over, slightly turning his face, his eyes fixed on Zhou Shenghong while speaking to her. I want to settle accounts with you. Zhou Shenghong dissatisfiedly said, Who are you to dare to steal women from me? I'm a formal worker here. Shut up. Mo Jialai impatiently interrupted him, pulling Jiang Sherwin behind him. While I still have a good temper, get lost now or I'll punch you and make you pay $1,000. Choose one. Zhou Shenghong felt this was a huge humiliation. But one punch for $1,000. 5 punches is $5,000. He hesitated. He always skips work without reason during working hours. Let's see if he can be fired. Zhou Manqing and Yin Ku came over and saw this ridiculous scene. Upon hearing fired, Zhou Shenghong no longer cared about Jiang Sherwin and the others. He shouted at Zhou Manqing. Why should I be fired? We have received many reports of you harassing female employees, as well as skipping work without reason, which has greatly affected the factory's management, Yan Ku stated seriously. Zhou Shenghong saw Yan Ku, and his arrogance diminished a bit. Where have I harassed? They clearly harassed me. A few female employees who had reported Zhou Shenghong to the team leader and management gathered their courage and went to the factory director's office to confront Zhou Shenghong. Every time after work, she walks past me, sometimes even bumping into me. Zhou Shenghong pointed at the first female employee. Zhou Shenghong's workstation is the only way out for our group. If I don't walk there, do you want me to flip the table to get out? And there's her, always helping me check things. Zhou Shenghong pointed at another one. Zhou Shenghong works too slowly. If we don't help him check, our group's piecework will always be at the bottom, and the bonuses are the lowest. This girl, she has given me oranges a few times, quite a few times. We grow oranges at home. That's placed next to the workbench for everyone to eat. I just casually greeted Zhou Shenghong. Everyone present, except Zhou Shenghong, had a speechless expression. Let's move on. He doesn't even meet the standards of an ordinary employee. Yan Ku has also been an old factory director. He has never seen such a paranoid and narcissistic person. Mo Jialai didn't dare to look at Jiang Shiwen. He just stood behind the tree for half an hour, enduring this crazy jealousy, blaming it on Jiang Shiwen. Shimu tribe. Qin Ming was continuously wiping his long knife. Today it was his turn to follow Xiao Jinglin and the others for hunting. Recently, the wild beasts coming down the mountain have been increasing, and they are very aggressive. He has to be careful every time they hunt. He carried a small bag of beast-repelling powder in his pouch, which Xi and Rui had specifically given him last night. Minggu, tomorrow you are responsible for rear defense. You must prioritize your safety. Although Xiao Jinglin always forces me, I have never taken advantage of him. I'm waiting for you to become the hunting team leader. Then I can openly be with you and no longer fear others' threats. Xin Rui's tearful and pitiful appearance was etched in Qin Ming's heart. Xiao Jinglin. Qin Ming sheathed his knife and tightly gripped the hilt. In winter, he had seen Xiao Jinglin and Xin Rui tussling. They were far away, and he couldn't see their faces clearly. But that military coat and that hairstyle with a single braid hanging down should definitely be Xiao Jinglin. Xiao Jinglin called everyone to gather and frowned when he saw Yun Duo in the team. You just came to the tribe not long ago. Did you really pass the medical skills assessment from Nanxing? Don't worry about me, young clan leader. I will protect everyone well. Yun Duo pretended to be shy. Xin Rui's mother, who used to be the clan doctor, secretly tutored Yun Duo, making it much easier for her to pass the team doctor assessment. Chapter 96. The Death Trap Targeting Xiao Jinglin. The hunting team walked east, searching for traces of large wild beasts. Now that the tribe's population has increased, 2 hunting teams are dispatched each day, and even when they return fully loaded, the meat won't last long. Some clever wild beasts no longer approach Shimu tribe, while some fierce beasts roam around the tribe, trying to catch solitary prey. It's tiger footprints. Everyone be on alert. Sun Shui returned home carrying a basket of apples. Her husband took one look at what she was holding and realized that they hadn't been given away. It seems their son is now completely unemployed. No sense of humanity, surely still holding a grudge, seeking revenge for personal grievances. Bah! Sun Zizue's visit to the neighbor Zhou Manqing's house this time was just a plead for her son. Zhou Manqing's grandparents absolutely refused to help her son say a word. Aside from meal times, Zhou Shenghong just lay in his room, looking very dejected. This month, he received a salary but no bonus, citing that Zhou Shenghong had too many absences. But Sun Zizue heard from villagers working at the Shinmu factory that this month's bonus was over 4,000. Not going to work is one thing, but the bonus should still be collected, right? Sun Zizue knocked on her son's door and pushed it open. Zhou Shenghong was leaning against the headboard playing on his phone, and when he saw his mother, he impatiently turned his back. Son, can you come to the factory with me tomorrow to get your bonus back? Zhou Shenghong replied, that little bit of money isn't worth my time. You're unemployed now. Over 4,000 isn't just a little bit. Sun Zue urged. Hey, I got a big order here. Someone's paying me for photos of Zhou Manqing. I took a lot of pictures of her with guys at the factory, and I'm busy haggling, so I'm not going. Zhou Shenghong said, how much can those photos sell for? Sun Zue asked, and she's with so many guys? You should tell mom. Let her reputation be ruined. Zhou Shenghong retorted. If I sell the photos, they'll use them. What do you care? Don't let Zhou Manqing suspect me. Just leave it alone. Sun Zize didn't dare argue with her son. She thought to herself that in a few days, she would personally go to the factory to ask about it, at least to get her son's bonus issued. In the forest, Xiao Jingling's hunting team encountered Tiger and was engaged in a fierce battle. The soldier shouts, and the tiger's roars intertwined. During a break in the fighting, Qi Ming moved behind Xiao Jingling and exchanged a glance with Lu Changkong, both with the same intention. Ow! Xiao Jingling quickly glanced to the side and found that there was actually another adult tiger. Qi Ming shouted, "I'll handle this one from behind. We must first deal with the injured one in front." Xiao Jingling thought. He focused intently, gripping his knife tightly, and took advantage of the moment when the tiger lunged at a nearby soldier to strike swiftly at its back. Ah! A scream came from behind him. Just as his blade pierced the tiger's spine, Xiao Jingling felt a sharp pain in his back, and a tremendous force knocked him to the ground. The other soldiers, who had been entangled with the first tiger, hurried to stab it. Some, seeing Xiao Jingling being mauled by the tiger, suddenly had red eyes and raised their knives to rush to his side. Qi Ming sat on the ground, seemingly tripped by the grass and vines, leaving the back unguarded. He dared not look at the others, quickly bowed his head, and picked up his knife. Xiao Jingling was pinned to the ground by the second tiger. He endured the pain of the tiger, biting his shoulder, and thrust his knife into its belly. The tiger roared in pain, flinging its head and violently throwing Xiao Jingling away, but his knife remained lodged in its belly. Ah! For the sake of the young clan leader's revenge. Lu Changkong's eyes turned red as he and the others surrounded the tiger. The tiger was soon killed by the frenzied soldiers' blades. The soldiers had no time to clean the battlefield and dragged the trembling Yin Duo over. Medic, quickly check on the young clan leader. Yin Duo's legs went weak, almost being dragged by the soldiers. Xiao Jingling lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling beneath him as large patches of flesh were exposed on his back. She hurriedly removed Xiao Jingling's shirt to prevent the blood from gluing the flesh to the fabric, with several soldiers helping her. The wound was too large, and the blood loss was too great. Conventional bandages couldn't stop the bleeding at all. Yin Duo rummaged through her bag for a brown medicine bottle, which contained a different type of hemostatic powder, a divine medicine bestowed by the Qin god, with a small brown-red pill in the cotton. Nanqing had said that during severe bleeding, this should be fed to the injured. Yin Duo spoke while working. Lu Changkong, who had been observing, realized that Yin Duo was about to use the divine medicine, understanding that conventional medical techniques would not work for Xiao Jingling. As Yin Duo reached for the pill from the cotton, he shouted loudly, causing Yin Duo to tremble, and the pill rolled into the fallen leaves. She pretended to panic, concealing her excitement. Everything was going according to plan, too smoothly. The act of falling Qi Ming had genuinely twisted his ankle this time. The young clan leader was too formidable in the eyes of the clan, and he couldn't be sure if this time they could truly eliminate the young clan leader. Xiao Jingling was gravely injured, and he recalled all the good things about Xiao Jingling, regretting it at this moment. Lu Changkong shouted angrily, and while Qi Ming was still in a daze, he realized too late that Lu Changkong's long knife had already come down, severing his neck. "Drink, drink!" Qi Ming pointed at Lu Changkong, eyes wide in disbelief, his body crashing to the ground, breathless. It was him. There were no vines or dead branches underfoot. He must have intentionally betrayed the young clan leader. Lu Changkong appeared to be blinded by rage. Team leader, the medicine can't be found. Each medic only had one bottle of divine medicine, and the team members were still in shock. Yin Duo was already pleading with a crying tone, insisting they must quickly take the young clan leader back to the tribe. The group quickly sprang into action, and Yin Duo was genuinely weak in the knees at this moment. Lu Changkong was too ruthless. Qi Ming had only shown a slight wavering and was silenced. Yin Duo cried sorrowfully, and everyone thought she was worried about Xiao Jingling. Only she knew that she was masking her own terror. She had to maintain her disguise and not expose herself. Otherwise, she would be the next to be silenced. Brother. This was the third day since Xiao Jingling was gravely injured and brought back. Nanqing took over, administering the divine medicine, but Xiao Jingling still had not awakened. Because Nanqing had no solutions, the tribe even summoned the shaman's daughter, Xianrui. Xianrui performed a shamanic ritual, asking Xiao Jingling's family to call out to him. Perhaps it could wake him up. Xiao Ruan cautiously leaned by her brother's bed, constantly calling out to him. The elders of the tribe had also come to see Xiao Jingling. Lushi had come with Uncle Hu. Ah, Nanqing is still young. His medical skills are shallow. I heard there's a tribe called Chihuang on the other side of the mountain. Our previous shaman also went there to learn medicine. If we could invite them. Lushi pretended to be sad. Husan hurriedly said to Uncle Hu, "Dad, I'll go. How will you get there?" Xiao Yisong took all the climbing ropes bestowed by the Qin god. You can't climb over the mountain. Do you plan to charge through the blockade of the Linha tribe? Uncle, who was worried about Xiao Jingling, but also concerned about his son. Elder, who? I've climbed cliffs before. I have experience. I'll go. I can use grass ropes instead of climbing ropes, Zhou Manqing said. Climbing without safety gear would be much more dangerous. But they had previously put in pegs while climbing, which made it easier than climbing barehanded. The young clan leader had done immense good for the tribe. Previously exposing the shaman's poisonous plot prevented him and his wife from blindly believing in killing the enemy who murdered their daughter. Even if it was dangerous, Zhou Manqing was determined to give it a try. I will go too, Husan said firmly. Uncle Hu sighed, no longer stopping them, and took Husan and the others to count the warriors going up the mountain. Chapter 97. I want him to live. Lu Shi pressed down on his upturned lip corners. This journey was dangerous, and most of those going were loyal to Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling's brother Xiao, He-song, and Qi Hongye had already left, and only Uncle Hu, that old man, and the unconscious Xiao Jingling remained. This was Xiao Jingling's weakest moment. With the time, place, and people on his side, Lu Shi thought the Shimu tribe would soon belong to my Lu family. Previously, Bai Yun, who was with the hunting team, had now adjusted her mindset and came every day to take care of Xiao Jingling. She had eavesdropped on a conversation between Nanxing and Xiao Jingling's mother, Mu Xuanfang, for several days and confirmed that Xiao Jingling was already at death's door. She hinted to others that she and Xiao Jingling had developed feelings for each other, not expecting such an accident to occur. Elder Mu, whether you acknowledge me or not, I must take care of a young patriarch until. Sob. Bai Yun's meticulous care was noticed by everyone, even though Mu Xuanfang had her doubts. At this moment, with her son seriously ill, she just wanted to take good care of him and had no energy to argue with Bai Yun. Seeing that Mu Xuanfang had tacitly agreed, Bai Yun was overjoyed. Everyone noticed her, and Lu Changkong had no evidence, so he couldn't just kill her. Moreover, given her current relationship with Xiao Jinglin, once Xiao Jinglin was gone, the tribe would take care of her a bit out of respect for the Xiao family. Zhou Manqing was still unaware of the events happening in the Divine Wood tribe. She had been unable to contact Xiao Jinglin for several days, but was constantly interrupted by work matters. One day, just as she was about to enable one-way monitoring, a harsh phone call came in, asking her to come to the factory. fans.A had been causing a scene in the factory for several days and insisted that she personally appear to negotiate. Her actions didn't rise to the level of a crime, but her disturbances had unsettled the employees. Some employees who had their bonuses docked due to attendance issues were also restless and wanted to bargain with the factory. I'm on my way. Zhou Manqing was feeling flustered. She still submitted a one-way monitoring request, but the subsystem did not respond. System, can you switch back to the previous mode that doesn't require Xiao Jingling's consent? Zhou Manqing asked the system. The new changes will take effect next week, the system replied. In simple terms, it would not be usable for now. Zhou Manqing took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety, and decided to handle the matter with Sun-A first. When Zhou Manqing rushed over, she found Sun-A sitting on the factory square. Sun-A was cursing the factory as a wicked capitalist, accusing it of withholding money from the proletariat and bullying farmers like her family, who had a long history of being poor. Upon seeing Zhou Manqing, Sun-A immediately got up from the ground and grabbed Zhou Manqing's sleeve, shouting, "Director Zhou, you need to judge this situation. Do you really want me to judge this?" Zhou Manqing frowned and pulled Sun-A's hand away. Sun-A didn't expect Zhou Manqing, who looked weak, to be so strong. She used the momentum to sit back down on the ground. All right, we're from the same village, and you won't help me. Your son Zhou Shanghong has been harassing young women in the factory, absent without reason multiple times. The records from the time clock, the WeChat messages of female employees, and even the surveillance can prove this. How can you still have the face to demand money? It was already after work hours, and some employees, neglecting their meals, gathered to watch the commotion. Sun-A's loud voice had been causing a scene outside for half an hour, and they were itching to see how the factory would handle it. Zhou Manqing couldn't refute her words, so Sun-A insisted, "My son has worked a whole month. You can't just give him nothing." Yin Ku was nearby, explaining that the factory rules were clearly stated in the contract. Suddenly, the system sent a reminder. Ding. The subsystem is at risk of separation. Alerting the host. The subsystem is at risk of separation. Zhou Manqing, what's separation? Subsystem? System. If the host dies, the system will automatically separate. The subsystem belonged to Xiao Jinglin. Everything was fine, so why was there a warning about separation? No. Zhou Manqing felt a wave of panic wash over her. The impending separation meant imminent death, Something had happened to Zhou Jinglin. fans.A noticed Zhou Manqing's panic and thought she could no longer handle the pressure she was putting on her. She crawled over on the ground, grabbing Zhou Manqing's leg, shouting, "If you don't give my son his bonus, I won't leave. I'll come today, and I'll come tomorrow, until you give it to me." Zhou Manqing was still communicating with the system in her mind, wondering if there was a way to get her to the tribe or to bring Zhou Jinglin over. The system had already started the separation countdown. 1 hour. Zhou Manqing screamed in her mind, "System, no matter if it uses your points or energy, send Zhou Jinglin to a modern hospital. I want him to live." System, the host's request has been received, detecting the medical environments of both parties. Ding. Please rush to the nearest large hospital within 20 minutes. This crossing requires energy. Do you agree to use it? Outside, fans.A was still pulling at her, constantly interrupting Zhou Manqing's thoughts. Zhou Manqing urgently replied to the system with an agreement, and then noticed Jiang Bin and the security guard standing by. She suddenly bent down, grabbing fans.A's bony arm with a fierce look in her eyes, and whispered in her ear, "Fans.A, if you leave now, I'll pretend that your antics these past few days never happened. If you continue to pester me, I guarantee your son won't just miss out on last month's bonus. I have ways to ensure he won't receive a paycheck for the rest of his life." fans.A couldn't articulate her thoughts of what do you want. "Are you trying to kill me?" As she was already being pulled up by Zhou Manqing. fans.A felt pain in her arm and tried to shake Zhou Manqing off. Zhou Manqing strode away. She was, of course, trying to scare fans.A. But now the villagers all knew she had money. In their eyes, wealthy people had many ways to do bad things, and they wouldn't dare to gamble on it. A van stopped in the courtyard, and Zhou Manqing quickly ran to it. As she drove, she vaguely heard the old village chief rushing over, angrily scolding, "Son, if you ruin this factory, you'll cut off the economic lifeline of our village and town. No one will let you off." "All right," with the village chief present, Yin Ku and the others could handle it. If they couldn't, it wouldn't be her problem anymore. The system was counting down. "Please reach the nearest large hospital within 17 minutes. Zhou Manqing's hands were sweating. The industrial park wasn't far from the county hospital, and it was mealtime, so there weren't many cars on the road. She lightly pressed the accelerator, and the navigation reminded her to keep the speed at 50. "Stay calm. Stay calm." Zhou Manqing reminded herself to drive carefully at 50 kilometers per hour, maintaining her composure to ensure she could safely get Zhou Jinglin to the hospital. In the Divine Wood tribe, Zhou Jinglin still hadn't woken up. His wounds would occasionally bleed, and lying on his stomach was compressing his chest, making his breath shallower. At this moment, only Mu Xuanfang and Xiao Ruo were by Zhou Jinglin's side. Others had been called by Lu Sun to gather and announce the tribe's newly established regulations. "Mom, I'm scared. Why hasn't Brother Hu San brought the divine doctor back yet?" Xiao Ruo touched her brother's hand, feeling it was much colder than before. Nanxing had gone to the cave warehouse to search for the medicine bestowed by the Green God, hoping for something new that could help the young patriarch improve. Without Zhou Jinglin, no one could communicate with the gods. Mu Xuanfang couldn't answer Xiao Ruo's question. The tribe's walkie-talkies had run out of battery, and they couldn't contact the clansmen outside. She could only kneel with Xiao Ruo and pray, "God, Green God, please look at your messenger, Zhou Jinglin. He is about to die." In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jinglin suddenly disappeared. Mom, brother is gone." Chapter 98. Good baby Jinglin at the entrance of the county hospital. Zhou Manqing stopped the car, opened the back door, and saw Zhou Jinglin pale, leaning against the back seat. She had used all her remaining energy to generate an identification card for Zhou Jinglin for this time. China's household registration system is strict. It can't be forged just because one has money. Without an ID, there would be no hospital accepting treatment. On the way, a call had already been made, and medical staff quickly pushed the transfer bed over to take Zhou Jinglin to the ward first. The patient had already gone into shock and needed immediate surgery. This was a wound from a wild beast bite. How could it have taken so long to get here? The doctor didn't have time to listen to Zhou Manqing's explanation and threw out the contract. "Yours wife, right? Quickly look over the consent form and power of attorney. The patient can't wait any longer." "Oh no." Zhou Manqing was trying to hide her panic while looking at the authorization. She had been so focused on creating an ID for Zhou Jinglin that she forgot to secure her own identity as a family member of the patient. System. Register my marriage with Zhou Jinglin." The system replied. "Insufficient energy, unable to complete." Doctor, we haven't gotten married yet." Zhou Manqing's tears flowed out suddenly. It was over. What about his family? Hurry up and contact them. She was almost losing her hair from worry. Not in the city. Haven't contacted them yet. Zhou Manqing was even more anxious. Doctor, can you please perform emergency treatment first? I've already reported it to the leadership. The person is in the emergency room. We need to perform surgery now. Let me communicate with the attending physician. The doctor hurriedly left with the documents. Zhou Manqing followed to the emergency room. If it was early shock, maybe they could still wake him up. She shared her thoughts with the nurse at the door, and the nurse quickly went in and soon returned with isolation gowns. Hurry up and put this on. Try to call the patient. Xiao Jingling felt like he was trapped in darkness. Who was he? What was he supposed to do? He had no idea, only feeling his soul floating in the darkness. But his heavy body made him feel immobile. Xiao Jingling, wake up. It seemed someone was calling him. The voice was very familiar, making Xiao Jingling unable to refuse. He tried to concentrate the little spirit he had left, attempting to think about his current situation. It seems impossible, a doctor said. Zhou Manqing was already in tears. How could this happen? Wasn't Xiao Jingling also a person of great fortune? How could he be on the brink of death so easily? She clearly had the snail system. The system had supernatural powers. Why couldn't it save him? The longevity pill could prolong life, but the points were insufficient, far too lacking. Xiao Jingling, please wake up. Zhou Manqing was still making her final struggles. She didn't want to give up. The doctors were about to ask her to leave the emergency room to prepare for the next conservative treatment. Because the patient had regained consciousness on his own, Zhou Manqing told Xiao Jingling where to sign, and he complied. Xiao Jingling was physically strong. Even though he had been seriously injured for several days, he still managed to survive the surgery. Zhou Manqing informed her family and company that she had urgent matters to attend to outside for about half a month, and she rented an elevator apartment nearby, occasionally preparing some nutritious meals for Xiao Jingling. Her cooking skills were quite average. Most of the time, they still relied on the hospital cafeteria to feed the two of them, since men and women should not have physical contact. Zhou Manqing also hired 2 male caregivers to look after Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling had a good foundation and recovered quickly, after resting for more than a week. He could be discharged. Zhou Manqing had already bought 2 sets of large-sized clothes for Xiao Jingling, asking him to change out of the hospital gown first. Xiao Jingling changed into simple long-sleeve black pants. Apart from his longer hair, he looked curious about his surroundings and had a demeanor no different from modern people. Zhou Manqing walked around him a few times. Not bad, not bad. I specifically bought the largest size. You're too tall, and it's hard to find clothes. Later, I'll take you to the mall. The mall was probably a type of supermarket, Xiao Jingling thought, to avoid drawing attention to Xiao Jingling's odd behavior. Zhou Manqing applied for a private room for him, and there was no one else in the room. Xiao Jingling knelt down directly in front of Zhou Manqing, and before she could react, he had already knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Manqing hurriedly pulled him up. Xiao Jingling remained motionless. Looking up, Qing Shun, your life-saving grace. Jingling really doesn't know how to repay you this time. He had some estimation of the injury on his back. Even in Qing Shun's world, he had been rescued several times in the beginning. If he had stayed in the tribe, he would have undoubtedly died. Get up first. I don't want you to repay me. You took care of me a lot when I was with you, and you saved me in the beginning. Have you forgotten? Zhou Manqing said, pulling his clothing again. Also, call me Qing, okay? We're used to calling ourselves I hear. Later, when we go out, don't let anything slip. After the 2 were discharged, Xiao Jingling carried a backpack containing his original clothes removed during the surgery, and the snail had already been put back around his neck. Zhou Manqing carried a bucket with some toiletries. She tugged at the hem of Xiao Jingling's clothing as they entered the elevator, and the elevator door closed automatically. Xiao Jingling suddenly rushed forward to knock on the door, but Zhou Manqing pulled him back, noticing that others were looking at him strangely. He pursed his lips, protecting Zhou Manqing behind him. This enclosed little room felt too much like a cage. The moment the door closed automatically, he almost thought they had fallen into a trap set by bad people and were locked up. It's an elevator, a stair powered by electricity. We'll be there soon. Zhou Manqing explained quietly beside him. When the elevator reached the first floor and opened, others quickly left, thinking that the tall man looked handsome but might be a bit crazy. Better to keep their distance. Zhou Manqing noticed Xiao Jingling's helplessness and thought of how he had strategized in the tribe. He looked a bit pitiful now. The 2 went to the underground parking lot on the negative 1st floor of the hospital. The underground parking lot was relatively bright, and Xiao Jingling followed Zhou Manqing closely, looking around like a curious child. Can such a large square be built underground? Xiao Jingling asked. Yes, but it needs to be surveyed first. Also, look at these columns. If you're not a professional, you can't just dig such a big hole underground. It could collapse, Zhou Manqing explained. The two arrived in front of an SUV, and Zhou Manqing first taught Xiao Jingling how to open the car door. Xiao Jingling obediently sat inside. Zhou Manqing started the car, and the car's system prompted that the passenger seatbelt was not fastened. She looked at Xiao Jingling, who was sitting upright, seemingly unaware that the electronic voice was talking about him. At that moment, he looked at her innocently. Aching? Zhou Manqing sighed, unbuckled her seatbelt, and leaned over to help him pull the seatbelt. The faint fragrance from her body and her soft long hair brushed past him, causing Xiao Jingling's body to tense up. The familiar fluttering sensation he always felt when facing Qing Shun filled his heart once again. His brother often said he was indifferent to women, but only he knew that this wasn't true. He could calmly converse with Qing Shun across time and space, but once she got close to him, he couldn't handle it. Chapter 99. A well-bred man teased in the street. Do you know how to fasten it? Just press here on the buckle when unfastening. Zhou Manqing hadn't noticed yet. A few strands of hair obscured Xiao Jingling's cold and superior brows and eyes. He snapped back to reality and nodded randomly, looking both honest and pitiful. He had already realized that when he acted helpless, Qing Shun's attention would linger on him a bit longer. It was a bit selfish, but he enjoyed Qing Shun's attention. Since he had come to modern times, he might as well let Qing Shun pay more attention to him. The car passed through the toll booth, and Xiao Jingling heard the door automatically chime with a toll reminder. So this world has systems everywhere? Xiao Jingling murmured. Zhou Manqing replied, that's technology. How should I put it? It's a system, but it's different from our snail system. I haven't heard of anyone else having a snail system yet, so you must not expose it in front of others. The journey was smooth, and the road was filled with some black-gray material. Surrounding them were countless metallic boxes, flowing continuously, not much different from the vehicles in Qingshan. The signs on the buildings were bright, and the pedestrians were all in good shape, dressed in various styles. Especially the towering skyscrapers that seemed to rise from the ground. Xiao Jingling looked up, his eyes fixed on those buildings. Is this the world of the gods? Even if the Shinmu tribe obtained cement and red bricks, they could not construct such magnificent skyscrapers. Not to mention, he had already experienced the interiors of these tall buildings, which were clean and tidy, equipped with many automated devices. It was said that this was the norm in this world. Xiao Jingling clearly realized the gap between him and Zhou Manqing. The momentary excitement had disappeared, leaving only the ambition and passion for building the tribe. Could he bring these technologies back to Shenmu and create a greater tribe? Mom has folded your clothes. Son, quickly see if anything is missing. In Shantian village, Sun ZhouManqing had been restless for half a month. She feared nothing in the world but someone targeting her son. Mom, I said I'm not going anywhere. I made a lot of money recently, and I just want to lie at home and rest. Zhou Shenghong leaned back on the wooden sofa in the living room, his feet propped up on a stool, playing mobile games. Did that photo sell? Sun ZhouManqing asked anxiously. What if it gets discovered? I heard the police are very capable now and can track anything. Zhou Shenghong replied, Mom, as long as you don't mention this again, no one will suspect me. If you act guilty, won't people see through it right away? Sun ZhouManqing hesitated, but didn't you say Zhou Manqing would not bother me anymore if you stopped harassing her? In today's law-abiding society, killing isn't that easy, right? Zhou Shenghong shrugged off her concerns. Killing? Come on, that's just foolishness, sending another head over. At the same time in Xing City, Yan Simu was dining with a foreigner in a restaurant. After spending some time together, they had confirmed their relationship. The foreigner was gentle and considerate. After being with her, he openly announced their relationship, and his father was very supportive, saying they were a perfect match. Simu, the foreigner kindly pulled out a chair for her, and Yan Simu smiled gratefully. The venue for the second art museum is decent, but the venue fee is a bit high. It feels like a waste to hold an art exhibition. Yan Simu said casually. The foreigner replied generously, I'll have my assistant look into it. It's rare to find a venue that Simu likes to showcase her great works. How could it be a waste? Yan Simu chuckled, and when it was time to order, she glanced at her phone, not noticing the sudden change in the foreigner's expression. She thought that even if she had obtained the blackmail photos from Zhou Shenghong, now wasn't the right time. The online trolls were quite afraid of Zhou Manqing's benefactor. She planned to discuss with her dad when she got home to see if they could figure out who was behind Zhou Manqing. Zhou Manqing was currently doing very well in business, which was quite annoying to her. Once Zhou Manqing's company went under, her marriage with the foreigner would also be on the agenda. The two large companies combined would allow the Yin family to grow into a prominent family like the Jiang family in Xing City. The disparity was meant to be like this. A gentle spring breeze brushed over the tender green treetops. By mid-April, the southern land was no longer damp and cold. On sunny days, it was warm enough to break a sweat. This was the second day after Zhao Jingling was discharged from the hospital. He wore a colorful phone strap around his neck, attached to the new phone Zhou Manqing had bought for him, with a secondary SIM card that she had set up. He was dressed in a brown-green jacket, a light gray shirt underneath, and light brown pants, looking quite like a trendy young man. Today, Zhou Manqing's task was to help Zhao Jingling understand modern society a bit. Knowledge about modern people couldn't just be learned through videos. She didn't know when the energy from the Tianluo system would be sufficient, and she couldn't be with Zhao Jingling all the time. If she took him back to the village and he knew nothing, it would raise suspicions. Zhou Manqing started teaching him from the moment they left. How to take the elevator, how to find the community exit, how to use Baidu maps to search for destinations, and how to find the nearest bus routes. In the county, you could take a taxi, but some rural towns are quite remote, and there might be fewer customers for taxis. We should learn public transport first, Zhou Manqing said. Zhao Jingling learned to open Baidu Maps, an input bookstore. He had roughly studied the input method last night. The phone could search for videos, but he needed to filter the information. Many video explanations included internet memes, and after watching a few videos, he encountered problems understanding the vocabulary. So, Zhou Manqing decided to take him to see books first. The editing and publishing of books were relatively rigorous, which would help establish Zhao Jingling's initial understanding. He quickly found the direction by following the arrow and saw Zhou Manqing holding her phone, turning in circles following the compass of Baidu Maps. She said while turning, "You need to face this arrow. When the arrow stops and aligns with your direction, that's the correct route, okay?" Zhao Jingling had already found the direction, smiling as he looked at her, nodding in agreement. Zhou Manqing felt a bit flustered. How could someone read the compass without needing to turn around? Such a good sense of direction. When they arrived at the bookstore, Zhao Jingling followed Zhou Manqing up the spiral staircase and was amazed by the towering bookshelves filled with books. Social sciences, history, military. Just by looking at the signs, he could tell which category of books was on each shelf. After Zhou Manqing finished her call, Zhao Jingling was surrounded by several girls. "Can we not get WeChat? But you have a smartphone hanging around your neck. Can we take a group photo?" "You don't need to do anything for the group photo. Just stand behind us and face the camera." Zhao Jingling didn't understand what a group photo was. Finally, when Zhou Manqing returned, he looked at her helplessly, like a good man being teased in public. Chapter 100. I just want to take a photo with you. Following Zhao Jingling's gaze, the girls looked over too. No wonder he ignored us. It turns out his girlfriend is right next to him. One bold girl asked, "Excuse me, can we take a photo with your boyfriend?" Zhou Manqing smiled and asked Zhao Jingling, "Do you want to take a photo with the girls?" She pulled up a photo of herself with her grandparents from her phone and said, "Just like this." Zhao Jingling shook his head. "Ah, you've gone this far, and they still don't agree." Disappointed, the girls politely thanked him, playfully nudging each other as they walked away. After just a few minutes on the phone, Zhou Manqing looked at the stack of books Zhao Jingling was holding. "You should put that down. Your wound is still healing. Don't carry heavy things." Zhao Jingling complied and suddenly asked, "Aching, what is a boyfriend? A girlfriend?" Zhou Manqing wanted to explain, but her ability was limited, and she couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. Zhao Jingling took the phone off his neck, tapped the screen, and asked Aching, "Can I take a photo with you? I just want to take a photo with you." He added, looking at her with a hint of reliance, his eyes sparkling like stars. She patted her hot face. "Is it because I'm wearing too many clothes today?" "Of course." Zhou Manqing turned her eyes away, saying, "Let me take the photo. You're not familiar with the phone yet." The camera selfie allows you to see your image, and Zhao Jingling moved slightly with the screen, which looked like a mirror. "Smile, okay? Bend a little at the waist. You're too tall and might go out of the frame." "Forget it. I'll shoot vertically. I'll say 1, 2, 3. Keep your expression. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Jingling quietly leaned a little closer to Zhou Manqing, recalling the smiles of his younger siblings, and raised the corners of his mouth to form a smile. "Maybe you shouldn't smile," Zhou Manqing said helplessly. "You look too much like a highly educated criminal, about to stab someone at any moment." "All right, I'll send you the photos on WeChat later." Zhao Jingling had bought many books, but being in the modern world, he couldn't send them back to the tribe for now. Zhou Manqing asked him to leave a few books he wanted to read the most, and for the rest, she would pay for the shipping to send them to her town's warehouse. The two of them, getting along in modern times, felt a sense of peacefulness. While in the Shimu tribe, rumors were rampant. Some said the young clan leader had been taken away by the Qin god, becoming his messenger. Others claimed that the Qin god and the wood god were at odds, and that the wood god was angry that the Qin god had encroached on his followers, thus unleashing divine punishment. There were also suspicions that Xiao Jingling was dead, with Mu Xuanfang and her daughter suggesting that his sudden disappearance was to cover up the truth of his death. There were many opinions, but there was almost unanimous agreement that Xiao Jingling would not return. Before his disappearance, Xiao Jingling had not left a word, and Mu Xuanfang herself was not sure what had happened to him. Deep down, she hoped her son had been taken by the Qing god, but it had been so long. Why was there still no news? After observing for more than 10 days, Lu Shi could no longer contain himself and proposed at the elders' meeting to elect a new clan leader. No, Uncle Hu tried to stop him. Before the old clan leader left, we all swore that if he could not return, whoever could lead the Shimu tribe to reclaim its homeland would be the new clan leader. Lu Shi snorted disdainfully. Now that people's hearts are unsettled without a clan leader, how can we reassure the tribesmen? How can we lead Shinmu to develop and grow? My son might. Mu Xuanfang started to say, but was interrupted by the fence-sitter elder. Elder Mu, are you confident that the young clan leader will return? Aye. Mu Xuanfang had always been in charge of the tribe's logistics and could manage affairs, but was not good at debating. Lu Shi smiled slightly. The fence-sitter was someone who could see which way the wind was blowing. He had kept silent during the wall construction, but now that he saw the Lu family gaining power, he finally switched sides. I have prepared paper and pens. Lu Shi called out. Those who agree to elect a clan leader in 5 days, please check on the paper. Those who disagree, put a cross. Lu Shi shouted, and Lu Zhangkong brought the paper and pens to distribute to the elders. This so-called democratic election and anonymous voting were new ideas that Xiao Jingling had come up with when training the army to select small leaders. Using the sword forged by Xiao Jingling to kill the power of Xiao Jingling. What a wonderful feeling. Lu Shi smiled as he sent Uncle Hu to read the votes. And indeed, more than half of the elders checked. Then we shall notify everyone to send a representative from each household to elect a new clan leader in 5 days. Lu Shi shook his head, feeling quite pleased. After the elders' meeting, he secretly told his son Lu Zhangkong, spread the news that Xiao Jingling is dead. Also, say that the Linha tribe is powerful, and we must elect a clan leader immediately to have a chance to resist. Father, after that, will we attack the Linha tribe? Lu Zhangkong asked worriedly, lacking confidence in competing against the Linha tribe for power. What are you anxious about? First, we will kill Uncle Hu and Mu Xuanfang. When Mu Xuanfang's second son, Xiao Hasong, returns, he cannot be left alive either. As for the others who originally supported the Xiao family, if they disagree when they return, we will lure them out individually and make them have accidents, Lu Shi said coldly. Let the days pass quickly, he thought, eager to know what it feels like to be a clan leader. At around 11 o'clock at night, in the apartment rented by Zhou Manqing in a district of the county, Zhou Manqing tiptoed to the guest room door, slowly twisting the doorknob and opening the door. She felt like a parent checking if a child was reading novels under the covers. Sure enough, although Xiao Jingling had turned off the room light, the blanket faintly glowed. Xiao Jingling? Zhou Manqing called softly. The light immediately disappeared. With a snap, Zhou Manqing put one hand on her waist and turned on the light in the room. She rushed over, and Xiao Jingling revealed a disheveled head. Zhou Manqing forcefully pulled back the blanket, and Xiao Jingling was indeed holding a phone. Xiao Jingling still didn't know how to set a screen lock. Zhou Manqing took it over and saw a certain novel interface, reading a historical novel. Xiao Jingling sat up, his handsome features suddenly close to her, and Zhou Manqing's anger vanished without a trace. Zhou Manqing tried hard to appear serious. Didn't I tell you that you can't stay up late reading books or looking at your phone at night? But Xiao Jingling weakly replied, I don't know when I'll go back. What if you get nearsighted? If you're nearsighted, you won't be able to see clearly. If someone comes running from a distance during a battle, you won't know if they're friend or foe. Besides, nearsightedness can't be cured. It can only be operated on, which comes with risks, Zhou Manqing said, emphasizing the seriousness. And how can you be reading a novel? Zhou Manqing was speechless. Chapter 101. Is it worth talking to a guy like this? Is he looking for death? Xiao Jingling did not feel there was anything wrong with reading novels. It was recommended to me on the homepage. I found that these ancient people also used modern items to build infrastructure. Some methods are quite feasible. This book is different from that one. You should stick to documentaries. It will save you a lot of trouble. Zhou Manqing was about to take back her phone when she noticed he had also stuffed a notebook and a book under his pillow. She pretended to reach for it, but Xiao Jingling wouldn't let her. What is there that I can't read? Zhou Manqing directly lunged over, her soft body accidentally brushing against Xiao Jingling's arm. He froze in place, his face turning bright red. Zhou Manqing was oblivious, taking out the book from under the notebook and finding another titled Ancient Style, Men's Meridians Illustrated. She seemed to have bought this one before, but had not had time to read it. The book discussed meridian knowledge, but had rather enticing illustrations, like masters in partially exposed clothing and half-naked actors. Did Zhou Jingling buy this during the day? How could he find this book among so many medical books? Zhou Manqing coughed a few times. This book is a bit profound. It's not suitable for someone like you without a medical background. I can understand some of it. The Qing god gave me one before, which I gave to the tribe's healer, Nanqing, Zhou Jingling said, lowering his gaze. When did I? Zhou Manqing's confidence began to waver. When she previously passed a pile of books to Zhou Jingling, did she accidentally slip this one in? She wondered if there were any romance novels or magazines she read in high school. Oh no, some magazines even had her teenage thoughts written in them. Oh no, my dark history is coming back to haunt me. Under the soft night light, both of them had faces like they were painted with rouge, each feeling shy. The next day, Zhou Manqing took Zhou Jingling back to Shantian village. After having returned to the village a few times temporarily and a period of time passing, her grandparents might be worried about her. Oh, it's actually Manqing coming back. Before they even entered the house, they heard Zhou Er's grandmother's call. Zhou Manqing originally thought she had returned early, so not making a phone call would not be a problem and would not delay lunch. Unexpectedly, she ran into a surprise. Zhou Er's grandmother was in her living room drinking tea with a strange young man, and they both stood up as soon as she entered. Zhou Er's grandmother had already come to greet her. Oh, you often come home and even bring so many things. Zhou Er's grandmother wanted to see what good things Zhou Manqing had bought. So Zhou Manqing quickly handed the items she was holding to Zhou Jinglin. This is my second grandmother. Hello, second grandmother, Zhou Jinglin said. Zhou Er's grandmother noticed a tall man following Zhou Manqing, and her expression softened a bit, answering with some reluctance. When the grandfather and grandmother heard Zhou Manqing's voice, they quickly came over from the kitchen. This is my grandfather, and this is my grandmother, Zhou Manqing introduced. Zhou Jinglin said, hello, grandfather, hello, grandmother. You must be Manqing's friend, right? Please sit in the living room while I heat up some pigskin. Zhou Manqing's grandfather took the items and set them aside before heading back to the kitchen. Zhou Er's grandmother was a relative from her maternal side, so it was reasonable for her to accompany them. Come, Manqing, this is Wang Dapeng, the most successful younger generation from my in-laws. He runs a business in the city. Zhou Er's grandmother decided to ignore Zhou Jinglin because she was there to help Zhou Manqing find a match. Originally, Zhou Manqing's grandmother had said that Manqing was not home, which had disappointed her for a while. She thought about having Zhou Manqing's grandmother call her back, but unexpectedly, she came back herself. Hello. Zhou Er's grandmother couldn't stand the awkwardness between the two young people, so she quickly started introducing Wang Dapeng's family background and career. After listening for a few sentences, Zhou Manqing realized what Zhou Er's grandmother was up to and used the excuse of helping in the kitchen to slip away. Wang Dapeng believed that cooking was a woman's job, and although Zhou Manqing looked decent and was said to have a factory, he was confident that his family's financial standing was sufficient and he didn't need to perform in the kitchen. With Zhou Manqing gone, Zhou Jinglin was still there. Zhou Manqing's grandmother was peeling raw peanuts to prepare for lunch, and Zhou Jinglin insisted on helping despite her polite refusals. With his strength, he easily cracked the peanuts with just 2 fingers. Zhou Er's grandmother had already asked Zhou's grandmother if Zhou Manqing had a boyfriend. But this young man seemed to have a close relationship with Zhou Manqing. She couldn't let this person ruin her introduction. After all, Wang Dapeng's family had promised her a 20,000 yuan matchmaking fee if the introduction was successful. Zhou Jinglin, you're Manqing's friend, right? You look unfamiliar. You're not from Shantian town, are you? Where did you graduate from? Zhou Er's grandmother probed. Zhou Jinglin honestly replied, I didn't go to school. Zhou Er's grandmother. Huh? What do you mean you didn't go to school? Did you go to high school or the university? I didn't go to either, Zhou Jinglin answered. Wang Dapeng casually added, I made a slight mistake in my college entrance exam and only got into a 211 university. Zhou Jinglin didn't know what 211 meant, but he could tell that Zhou Manqing was unhappy with Zhou Er's grandmother's comments, so he focused on helping Zhou's grandmother peel peanuts. So, Zhou Jinglin, where do you work now? Zhou Er's grandmother asked again. Zhou Jinglin thought for a moment and said, I don't have a job. Zhou Er's grandmother. What did you buy a house in Shantian? Or where did you buy a house? At your age, you should have a car, right? Zhou Jinglin shook his head. Wang Dapeng interjected. My family has already helped me buy a 120 square meter house in Shantian County. It's fully renovated. As for the car, I drive a Honda worth over 200,000. He said this for Zhou's grandmother to hear, believing she would pass the information on to Zhou Manqing. As for Xiao Jinglin, apart from being slightly taller than him, he had no advantages. Zhou Heir's grandmother. Xiao Jinglin, you're not too young. Your parents must be worried about your marriage, right? You don't have a car, but you need to prepare a down payment for a house. Xiao Jinglin, my father passed away. Oh. Zhou Heir's grandmother stopped asking. Wang Dapeng looked at him with disdain, thinking that this Xiao Jinglin, a grown man with long hair, might be one of those poor artists trying to attract attention. Just a decorative pillow. Nothing to offer. Zhou Manqing should know better than to date someone like him. After lunch, Zhou Heir's grandmother forced Zhou Manqing to add Wang Dapeng on WeChat, and the two of them left. Xiao Jinglin felt that Zhou Heir's questions about him were highlighting Wang Dapeng's advantages. So he used the search method he had recently learned on his phone. What happens to a man without education, a job, a house, or a car? The first search result was a forum post where the poster described her boyfriend in similar circumstances. The top comment was, no car, no house, no education, no job, and you still date this kind of guy? Girl, are you out of your mind? Xiao Jinglin continued scrolling through the comments, which all advised breaking up and analyzed why such a man was not worth it, urging the poster not to date him. Xiao Jinglin, who was definitely not supposed to date him, sad. Chapter 102. Zhou Manqing is a mistress? Zhou Manqing naturally heard the conversation that her grandmother had relayed to her and understood Xiao Jinglin's low mood that afternoon. Xiao Jinglin? She called him. Xiao Jinglin looked up but didn't meet her gaze. Zhou Manqing circled around him, trying to see his expression. Next time someone asks you, just say you do have something. For now, let's aim for a diploma. Xiao Jinglin, I haven't studied. You could say you studied from elementary school to high school. Xiao Jinglin, looking dejected, replied, I also don't have a job or a house. His long eyelashes fluttered, paired with a slightly wronged expression, causing Zhou Manqing's heart to melt. She couldn't help but rub his fluffy head. You do have a job. You manage hundreds of people. You also have a house in the tribe, right? As she believed he had a job and a house, Xiao Jinglin's eyes gradually lit up. Education could be obtained through self-study. And if he saved some modern money, he could buy a car. This way, would it bring him closer to the modern woman's standards for choosing a partner? Seeing him a bit happier, Zhou Manqing smiled and said, besides, in modern times, what you have doesn't matter. You are the young chief of the tribe, just based on your identity. Many families in your tribe must appreciate you. But that's separated by several thousand years. Xiao Jinglin felt disheartened. Yes, Qingshen never thought he should worry about his modern identity. She naturally believed he belonged to the tribe. He had always thought so himself. But realizing this fact still felt heavy in his heart. He could act a little foolishly to gain Qingshen's attention, but if she never considered him as a potential partner, then her attention was merely like caring for a child. While Xiao Jinglin felt Zhou Manqing's concern, he also felt pain because of it. Plans never keep up with changes. At this time, the tribe had already started planting. He hadn't managed to return to his homeland before the spring planting. Xing City, Yin family. Mo Jialai announced his girlfriend from outside the circle, with his face heavily pixelated, but judging by her figure, it wasn't Zhou Manqing. Yin Samai clicked on the photos bought from Zhou Shanghong, seeing Mo Jialai opening the passenger door for Zhou Manqing and other photos. After getting close to Mo Jialai for so long, I can't even grab a spot as his girlfriend. I'm really useless, Zhou Manqing, Yin Samai murmured. Her information is limited, and she cannot determine whether Zhou Manqing's startup funds came from getting close to Mo Jialai or were secretly given to Zhou Manqing by her mother before she passed away. CMO, her father Yin Hai suddenly knocked on the door, asking her to come to his study. What's wrong, Dad? Yin Simo quickly went to the study. CMO, look, can you ask your boyfriend to lend us some money? Yin Simo laughed dryly. Dad, is this a business issue? If the company is short on funds, wouldn't it be easier to get a loan from the bank? Get a loan from the bank? Then the whole industry will know our company's cash flow has dried up. Yin Hai sighed. Yin Hai looked at his daughter sincerely. Dad's investment this time is mainly due to market issues. The pre-sold properties can't be sold at the moment. But we can't stop the construction of new houses. If we stop, the contractors and the home buyers will definitely cause trouble. I only need 10 million, CMO. Yin Simo couldn't believe it. Dad, how many times have I said it? The real estate business is not doing well now. Don't touch it. Just focus on the entertainment industry. Yin Hai knew that the real estate industry was declining, but he still had a glimmer of hope. There was little competition now, and he could sell at low profits. He didn't expect that young people today were reluctant to buy houses. Also, Yin Simo shook her head. The foreigners only paid 60,000 to rent a showroom for my art exhibition. How can I suddenly ask him for money? He would think I'm worthless. It's borrowing money. Yin Hai said, "No way, I want to marry him. I can't lower myself in front of him now." Yin Simo understood that having a man spend a little money on her was playful, but for large sums, a man had to willingly spend for her. "Dad, Zhou Manqing's company is doing very well now." Yin Hai replied, "She has long since severed ties with our family." "CMO, why do you care about an outsider?" Yin Simo said, "Dad, she has no relation to our family, but her money might have something to do with my mother. My mother's will stated that all her assets would be inherited by us. Dad, Zhou Manqing might have started her company with the money my mother gave her. Even if we can't get the money back, we can take her company." Yin Hai had already taken out his phone to search for the Shinmu cultural and creative company that his daughter had mentioned before. Shinmu's market valuation was over 100 million, and it was a rising star in Ungshi this year. "I've checked. As long as we get Mo Jialai back. Zhou Manqing has no power behind her," Yin Simo said with a sweet smile, her eyes shining. That night, Zhou Manqing received a call from Yin Simo. "It's amazing." Zhou Manqing heard Yin Simo on the other end, confidently stating that the startup funds for her company came from her mother, Ms. Zhou, and demanding either a repayment or shares. "You didn't even let me into the funeral. How do you think I could inherit Ms. Zhou's assets from your tightly knit arrangement? Didn't you show me the notarized contract?" "I can't get a single cent," Zhou Manqing replied. Yin Simo said, "Don't quibble. The Mo family is already preparing to bring Mo Jialai back. The funds for your company's registration and operation couldn't possibly come from second generation who does nothing." Seeing Zhou Manqing silent, Yin Simo thought she had hit a nerve. "Before 10 a.m. tomorrow, if I don't see the equity transfer document or your refund, it won't just be the Mo family's elders who know about your interference in Mo Jialai's relationship with his girlfriend. Is your family going bankrupt? You don't even have money to fix your brain." Zhou Manqing directly hung up the phone and blacklisted the number. Indeed, she could never understand the thought process of these madmen. In her youth, she found Yin Simo terrifying, always able to manipulate her. Looking back now, she realized Yin Simo had matured slightly through the harshness of society, yet she seemed like a legal blind person, still believing that others must give her whatever she wanted. "I need to visit the farm tomorrow." Wherever Zhou Manqing went, Xiao Jingling followed her. Upon entering, she first saw a handsome uncle excitedly approaching. "President Zhou, you're finally back. Brother Bai, you work hard these days." Zhou Manqing briefly introduced him to Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling greeted him. Noticing that Zhou Manqing didn't pay much attention to Bai Mutong and continued walking inside, feeling much more at ease. When he spoke too long, he would develop a strange accent. Except in front of Zhou Manqing, Xiao Jingling tried to avoid long sentences with others, fearing it would raise suspicions. As they approached the office, Mo Jialai suddenly jumped out and bumped shoulders with Zhou Manqing. "You scared me." Zhou Manqing dodged. "Did your family elders scold you and you came to vent on me?" "Ah, yes. I don't know which little genius." Mo Jialai pulled out his phone to show her the report photos received by the Mo family. The two leaned in a bit closer, and Xiao Jingling's brow furrowed with frustration. What was Mo Jialai's relationship with Qing Shen? Why did he ignore him? How could he be so close to Qing Shen? "The background is our factory. It's likely an employee. Please investigate the surveillance to see who took the photos." Zhou Manqing frowned. Chapter 103. If I could exchange for a second pill. Mo Jialai didn't take it seriously. Such a level of slander wouldn't deceive the Mo family elders. Zhou Manqing returned the phone to Mo Jialai, noticing that Xiao Jingling looked a bit down. Just then, Jiang Sherwin came out of the office holding documents. "Sister Qingqing," Mo Jialai proudly introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Jiang Sherwin." Xiao Jingling immediately felt relieved. Mo Zong had a girlfriend. It was known that modern society only allowed one girlfriend at a time, so he and Qing Shun had no romantic relationship. Zhou Manqing scratched her head in confusion. Was it her illusion, or did Xiao Jingling's gloomy mood vanish after seeing Wenwen get a kiss from Mo Jialai? The few of them entered the office, and Mo Jialai said seriously, "It's already past the 10 o'clock that Yin Simo mentioned. She might have already started slandering you online." Zhou Manqing shook her head. "If she sees that your family is doing fine, she might restrain her public statements and even not use this tactic." Quite cautious, Mo Jialai scratched his head. "How about I go back and confuse her? She better not do anything bad. If she does, just wait to go to jail." Still somewhat pretty, but with a mind full of illegal activities. Mo Jialai left as soon as he said that. In the afternoon, the farm welcomed another guest, Mo Jialai's older brother, Jiang Jingxing. "The black material Yin Simo bought online for you has been intercepted," Jiang Jingxing said straightforwardly. He spoke elegantly, exuding the demeanor of a scion from a wealthy family. Zhou Manqing welcomed him enthusiastically, offering him local specialty fruits. Knowing that Zhou Manqing's intervention would surely be much easier than the traps she and Mo Jialai had set. But what did Zhou Manqing want? Xiao Jingling was beside him, sharpening a metal arrow, making a rustling sound. Zhou Manqing glanced at him, saying he had something important to discuss with Zhou Manqing. But Zhou Manqing deliberately left this man behind. What was their relationship? This man's aura was strange, carrying a sense of pressure from having been in a high position for a long time. He spoke concisely, but he had never encountered anyone like him in inner city's upper circles before. Zhou Manqing had helped a few times before, and Zhou Manqing had reciprocated with several tribal antiques. This time, he came uninvited. Zhou Manqing didn't know what to say. She didn't want to reveal her plans to outsiders. Zhou Manqing changed the subject himself. My grandmother has worked hard for many years and is now seriously ill. She wanted to come and see her old friends, but is unable to do so, so I have come to convey her regards to Grandma Zhou. When it came to Zhou Manqing's grandmother, Jiang Suan, Zhou Manqing felt more at ease. She was her great benefactor. The first pot of gold she earned from selling antiques was given to her by Grandma Jiang. If it weren't for Grandma Jiang back then, the unscrupulous merchants would have driven the prices down, and it wouldn't have been easy to raise the medical fees for her grandfather. Your Jiang family has a large business, so you must know many famous doctors. Mr. Jiang, you should persuade Grandma Jiang to rest properly and not tire herself out with business matters, Zhou Manqing said sincerely. Zhou Manqing's gaze flickered slightly. Some famous doctors are only skilled through practice. Miss Zhou, your grandfather was also a barefoot doctor before. I believe there may be some folk remedies that are more effective than those from famous doctors. Ah, Mr. Jiang, I can't agree with that. Our family really is only a bit of skill, just enough to treat common colds and minor injuries, Zhou Manqing said, noticing his low spirits. It seemed that Grandma Jiang's health was indeed not good. If even the top modern medical technologies couldn't cure Grandma Jiang, she actually had a way. She still had a system, but she was very selfish. Earning 10,000 points was too difficult, and she wanted to exchange for a longevity pill for her grandfather first. Her grandfather had already been hospitalized once, and the doctor had warned that if he relapsed, there would be no cure, and he could only go home to count the days until he died. Zhou Manqing silently vowed that after she exchanged for the pill for her grandfather, she would work hard to get his second longevity pill to send to Grandma Jiang. Thinking of this, she comforted Zhou Manqing. If I come across any good remedies in the future, I will definitely contact you. Zhou Manqing looked at her for a few moments, smiling with some relief. It was unclear whether he believed she would find a good remedy or if he saw through her comfort and suppressed his own worries. Zhou Manqing came to convey his regards, and that was truly what he did. He went to the Zhou family again, bringing some supplements for the two elderly people, saying that the road to Xing City was far and that he hadn't even eaten dinner before leaving. After Zhou Manqing left, Zhou Manqing deliberately told Xiao Jingling some background about the Jiang family and Zhou Manqing as a young talent. However, Xiao Jingling did not show any signs of sadness. The test failed, Zhou Manqing thought. It seems that thinking Xiao Jingling might like me in the morning was just an illusion. That Mr. Jiang is after Qing Shun. Zhou Manqing came back to her senses. Xiao Jingling analyzed. Mr. Jiang is very courteous to Qing Shun, but there is no romantic feeling in his eyes. He seems more interested in the remedies that might be available to Qing Shun than in Qing Shun herself. Even if he suspects me, he should suspect where my antiques come from. How could he suspect I have miraculous medicine? My grandfather is still sick. Zhou Manqing shook her head, not believing it. Perhaps he gained some inspiration from Qing Shun's antiques. Xiao Jingling thought from another perspective. If you saw an ordinary woman suddenly produce a large number of antiques, escape from several assassins unscathed, and return safely after being missing for a few days, Qing, you need to be careful of him and protect your secrets, Xiao Jingling said in a low voice. Zhou Manqing nodded seriously. She trusted Xiao Jingling's judgment. Hearing Xiao Jingling's analysis, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. This was the perspective of those in power. They looked at the big picture, and through subtle clues, they would investigate what they wanted to know. Whether Zhou Manqing wanted to know the source of her antiques, her secrets, or was simply helping Grandma Jiang out of kindness, she had to be more cautious. While Zhou Manqing and the others went outside to see Zhou Manqing off, Zhou Shenghong quickly blocked Zhou's grandfather, who was the only one left at home. He entered the courtyard and stood in front of a wall crack, constantly apologizing for his mother's reckless behavior at the factory. Zhou's grandfather knew that the evil neighbor had done a lot of bad things targeting his granddaughter, so he cautiously watched Zhou Shenghong's every move. Zhou Shenghong chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I wanted to borrow an electric pancake maker from you, Grandpa. Ours is broken, and I want to make some hand-grab pancakes to satisfy my cravings. Zhou's grandfather recalled a not-so-pleasant incident. Zhou Xinghong's mother, Sun Shui, had borrowed an electric pancake maker a long time ago and had yet to return it. Grandpa, I'll return it in a few days. I'm not like my mom, okay? Sorry for the trouble. Zhou Xinghong lowered his stance and even bowed. Only then did Zhou's grandfather go to the main room to find the electric pancake maker. And Zhou Xinghong seized the opportunity to stick a listening device into the wall crack he had already targeted, just to inquire about Zhou Manqing's whereabouts. He would make 20,000 yuan. He was sure he would make that money. Chapter 104. Who had thought they could fly? Please vote. Put on the hat. Zhou Manqing handed a pink helmet to Xiao Jingling. Today, she was going to take Xiao Jingling to the factory, which was something they had planned the night before. Xiao Jingling had already put on his mask after the library incident. He had learned to wear a mask like Zhou Manqing when going out, covering his mouth and nose, revealing only his long eyelashes and prominent brows. Zhou Manqing focused hard on the buckle of her helmet, and indeed, good-looking people look 1,000 times better in masks. Xiao Jingling put on the helmet using Zhou Manqing's method. Riding an electric scooter was different from driving a four-wheeled vehicle. You can't move around too much, or I won't be able to keep my balance. As soon as Xiao Jingling sat in the back seat, Zhou Manqing felt the little electric scooter sink slightly and quickly reminded him. Zhou Manqing twisted the handle under her hand, and the vehicle started up. Xiao Jingling swayed a bit in the back, unsure where to hold on. You can hold on to my shoulders. Zhou Manqing initially wanted to say to hug her, but thought about having a male friend behind her and quickly changed her words. Xiao Jingling cautiously placed his hands on Zhou Manqing's shoulders, his ears slightly reddening. Hold on tight. The road ahead is a bit bumpy. Zhou Manqing's voice came vaguely from under her helmet. Xiao Jingling's gaze darkened. Since it was Qing Shen's request, he pulled his hands closer together, supporting Zhou Manqing's shoulders. At that moment, apart from the woman in front of him, he felt as if he could sense nothing else. Look at the rapeseed flowers. They can be used to extract oil. They're also very beautiful. When we come back, let's take photos together. Zhou Manqing led him through the lush green fields, passing by the golden rapeseed flower fields. As a girl, she wanted to take pictures when she saw beautiful things. Previously, Zhou Manqing had dug out photos from the library, and Xiao Jingling looked so good that it was almost unfair. She regretted not taking more pictures. Women of our Huaxia country need to see more pictures of handsome men to have the strength to work hard. Xiao Jingling obediently listened, trying hard to pull his attention away from her and feel the world of the divine. The bright rapeseed flowers, like sunshine, were brilliant and unrestrained. Whether you wanted to or not, they would forcefully occupy your line of sight, declaring their existence. Turn. Hold on tight. Zhou Manqing's words were not finished when a truck came barreling down the wrong way, honking its horn and heading straight for Zhou Manqing's electric scooter. Zhou Manqing was next to a mountain wall. If it were a field, she could hide in it, but this was a mountain. She had nowhere to escape. She urgently braked and tried to turn towards the roadside, but the truck showed no signs of slowing down, even steering towards her scooter. It was coming straight for her. Zhou Manqing's mind went blank, with only one thought. Someone wanted her dead. Let go. It was Xiao Jingling's urgent voice from behind. Zhou Manqing instinctively obeyed. In the blink of an eye, she felt her body lighten, and amidst the buzzing in her head, Xiao Jingling changed his grip from pulling to embracing, protecting her as they maneuvered between the electric scooter and the cliff. In a few quick steps, they both rolled into the roadside ditch. The truck harshly ran over the electric scooter before it could urgently brake, scraping along a long stretch of the cliff before finally coming to a stop. This is murder. Zhou Manqing's tears began to fall. The ditch had no water, just weeds and mud, with Xiao Jingling cushioning her underneath him, carefully helping her to sit up. He had not been entirely confident that they could both escape danger from the crash. The large truck was too massive, and if they couldn't jump out of its range, he had already prepared to push Qing Shen to the roadside. He could die, but he didn't want Qing Shen to suffer any more harm. Qing Shen might sustain minor injuries, but she wouldn't be hit by the truck. Fortunately, his body recovered well, and he was agile enough to protect Qing Shen. Zhou Manqing sat on his thigh, nervously touching Xiao Jingling's body. Are you hurt anywhere? Unknowingly, as she touched him, Xiao Jingling let out a muffled groan. She belatedly realized that their position seemed a bit ambiguous. Zhou Manqing used the action of taking off her helmet to disguise her own fluster. With Xiao Jingling by her side, the fear of someone wanting to kill her dropped sharply. He had a reassuring magic about him. She felt around, confirmed that her head wasn't dizzy, and aside from some abrasions, Nothing else was painful, so she hurriedly felt for the muddy curb to stand up. Xiao Jinglin was covered in mud and grass clippings on one side, and he also took off his helmet to assess himself. Carrying someone while rolling off was not so convenient, but fortunately, the ground was moist and relatively soft. He said, "I'm fine. I need to call the police." That truck was definitely aiming for me. Zhou Manqing was just about to find her phone when some passing drivers had already called the police, and a big brother stopped nearby to ask them, "Hey, are you guys okay? We're in trouble." Zhou Manqing said as she and Xiao Jinglin climbed back onto the road. The dust from the cars had settled, and Zhou Manqing's electric scooter was shattered beyond recognition, with not a single intact part. The place where the truck brushed against the cliff was dented, and the skid marks stretched for almost 50 meters, indicating how fast the vehicle was going. Xiao Jinglin supported Zhou Manqing in a protective stance, his gaze gradually turning cold. Not far away, a motorcycle that had been parked there saw the police car approaching and started to leave, confirming it was safe to leave the scene. The motorcycle rider dialed a number. "Employer, the mission was not completed." The voice on the other end was clearly altered. "What were you doing? Such a narrow road. Such a good position. You couldn't take her down." The driver's rough face showed an indescribable expression. The target had a bodyguard. Even if she had 10 bodyguards, could she avoid a suddenly appearing wrong-way vehicle? The driver struggled to say, "That bodyguard can fly, no lightness skill. I saw him take the target and jump to the roadside in just a few steps." Forget the employer. He himself felt like he was seeing things. When he saw that man take the target airborne in just a few steps, he felt a mix of emotions, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. He had never messed up a job he was paid for. But could a person really do that? He had calculated everything, but never expected the target's companion could leap into the air. The deposit is non-refundable. No need for you to make up the balance. The transaction is over. At the accident scene, a shaken Zhou Manqing received a harsh phone call. Before she could explain her unexpected situation, she heard some news that was somewhat expected. The person who took her photos was Zhou Shenghong. She also had to thank the person behind it for reacting so quickly. Factory surveillance generally isn't backed up, and the system automatically deletes it after a month. After this incident, the factory would specifically back up the surveillance footage. Zhou Manqing looked at Xiao Jinglin, who understood. Perhaps someone was spying on their movements. "We have installed surveillance and alarms at home. I can access the footage on my phone." Zhou Manqing searched through the surveillance software for any suspicious individuals visiting their home in the past few days. Soon, she found Zhou Shenghong borrowing the electric pancake maker yesterday afternoon after they left. Again, it was Zhou Shenghong. Chapter 105. How could the clue be found so quickly? In the footage, Zhou Shenghong, while her grandfather went to get the pancake maker, seemingly inadvertently pulled his right hand out of his pocket, reached behind him, and quickly retracted it. He even glanced at the wall crevice he had just leaned against when leaving. She reasoned that he might have hidden something there. The two exchanged glances, and this Zhou Shenghong seemed very suspicious. "Comrades, please come with us to the police station." The arriving police officers had already made a brief record. This country road was exactly at the corner, and while the truck's stopping position didn't significantly impact traffic, it shouldn't remain there for long. The traffic police took photos of the scene for evidence before preparing to call a tow truck. The truck was not equipped with a driving recorder, and the driver had passed out from the violent impact and had already been taken to the hospital. In contrast, the two owners of the electric scooter were somewhat dirty and looked a bit disheveled, but fortunately, they had not sustained serious injuries. Zhou Manqing switched her phone back to real-time monitoring and saw Zhou Shenghong knocking at the door, holding the electric pancake maker as if to return it. She quickly called her grandmother, asking her to check WeChat. She sent a text message asking her grandmother to stall Zhou Shenghong for 20 minutes and not let him be alone in the yard. After doing this, Zhou Manqing said, "Officer, I suspect that someone I know is retaliating against me by hiring a hitman." At the same time, at the Zhou family's home, Zhou's grandmother took out a package and asked Zhou Shenghong to help wrap it up, saying it was a return. Are the elders now so trendy that they can return items bought online? Zhou Shenghong had already gone to the wall crevice to retrieve his listening device. However, he came under the pretense of returning something, and Zhou's grandmother had already thrust the package into his hands. He had to casually help a bit before he could leave. Zhou Shenghong picked up the package and found it was a disassembled juicer, likely one of the most expensive models, with several different cup types that needed to be fitted into different foam inserts. He compared them and, finding two similar ones, tried to fit them in but realized they were wrong, so he needed to pull them out to swap. "Hey, Shenghong, take it slow. The original packaging can't be damaged, or they won't accept the return." Zhou's grandmother hurriedly stopped his big movements. Zhou Manqing had no choice but to patiently and slowly take out the cups. After spending 7 or 8 minutes putting all the parts into the foam holes, he was about to close the box and leave. My memory. Zhou's grandmother slapped her head, still holding a few plastic bags. These needed to be bagged before being stuffed into the foam. Zhou Manqing rubbed his nose and complied. He knew the person who bought Zhou Manqing's whereabouts meant no good and likely acted while Zhou Manqing was out today. Staying a little longer wouldn't hurt. He estimated Zhou Manqing had already. Click. Zhou Manqing suddenly looked up. Unscathed, Zhou Manqing pushed open the big door, followed by 2 police officers in blue uniforms. Mr. Zhou, please come with us to the police station. Zhou Manqing panicked. How can you just take a law-abiding citizen away? The police reassured him. We didn't say you committed a crime. We just asked you to cooperate with our investigation. This person was not very cooperative, and they couldn't forcibly search him, leaving the 2 officers a bit of a headache. Xiao Jinglin, who had been silent like a transparent person, suddenly stepped forward. Zhou Manqing hadn't reacted yet when he reached into Zhou Manqing's pants pocket and pulled out a small black component. Hey, are you stealing something? Zhou Manqing hurriedly tried to grab it back, wondering what was wrong with this man. Xiao Jinglin quickly restrained Zhou Manqing's hands behind his back, rendering him immobile. He handed the item he found to the police. The 2 police officers inspected it and exchanged glances. It was a listening device. Meanwhile, Yin Samai, who received the news, could no longer sit still. The Mo family had already captured Mo Jelly, and Zhou Manqing should have had no support. The money was transferred through layers of bank accounts, but the bank had already been inquired about. Yin Samai thanked the bank manager and hung up. Some people, as long as they're given a little incentive, will disregard professional ethics. The police could come to inquire at any moment. She initially just wanted Zhou Manqing to die, so she could return to her family's home and help Zhou's family handle Zhou Manqing's funeral in the name of family. The grandparents in the village were closed-minded and backward, making it easy to take Zhou Manqing's inheritance from them. As long as she deceived Zhou's grandparents, the money her father lost in investments could be quickly recovered. However, how could the police find clues so quickly? The hired killer from the black market had disappeared without a trace, and the truck driver shouldn't have exposed anything. Yin Samai hurried to Yin Hai's study. She didn't know who to turn to for help. Only her father could assist her. Her father must have a way. After hearing all of this, Yin Hai's expression turned grim. He slapped his forehead, trying to come up with a solution. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me before acting? Dad, no one expected Zhou Manqing's bodyguard to fly, Yin Samai said angrily, her body trembling uncontrollably. She went behind the desk and, like when she was a child, leaned against Yin Hai's knee. Dad, can we let a servant take the blame, or your driver? Just say Zhou Manqing was arrogant and bullied them at home, Dad. There must be a way, there must be a way. Yin Hai comforted his daughter by patting her back. If we want someone to take the blame, it requires a lot of money. This is murder, attempted murder. It shouldn't lead to the death penalty, but it will definitely be a heavy sentence, possibly many years in prison. But we have no money left. Yin Hai's forehead furrowed deeply. Yin Samai also realized this. They had no money. No money. Who would be willing to take the blame? Feeling the warm hand on her back, Yin Samai finally made up her mind. Dad, I'm still young. I haven't married yet. I can't go to prison. I send messages almost all from home. Even if the police trace it, they will trace it to the Yin family. Dad, if we really can't find anyone. Dad, can you really bear to let your only daughter go to prison? Yin Samai looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. She spoke slowly. Dad, if we really can't find anyone, you'll help me take the blame, right? Samai. Yin Hai's pupils constricted. His daughter actually wanted him to take the blame. Yin Samai quickly added, Dad, you've already failed in investments outside. If I go in, you won't have the ability to help me. But I have connections, I can help. Yin Hai snapped out of shock, firmly pressing on his daughter's shoulder. Let's go, Samai. We haven't reached a dead end yet. Let's ask the Zhang family for help. The Zhang family is related to the Mo family. If they can say a word, Mo Jelly will have to show mercy to Zhou Manqing. As long as the parties involved don't pursue it, you will naturally be fine. Chapter 106. Mo Jelly. I introduced him. Yin Samai's methods were not very sophisticated. Just a little investigation into the other parties' bank transactions would make everything clear. As for Zhou Manqing, there was criminal evidence, and he had already been temporarily detained. With the help of the cyber police, the bank account that transferred money to Zhou Manqing was quickly traced. This time, she was afraid she would really be unable to protect herself. Jiang family. You said there was something important to discuss with me. Jiang Suan, the matriarch of the Jiang family, sat in the courtyard with her eyes closed, resting. When she saw Yan Hai and his daughter coming to greet her, she slowly opened her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Yan Hai's late wife was Zhou Manqing's daughter, and given the urgency expressed at the gate, she wouldn't have intended to meet them at all. According to Zhou Manqing, these two had hardly returned to their hometown to visit her, cold-hearted and indifferent. But since they were relatives of the Zhou family, she was willing to listen. It was Yin Samai's first time seeing the legendary leader of the Jiang family. She had just been crying and couldn't help but sob again. Mr. Jiang, there are some misunderstandings between my two daughters. Now the elder one is unwilling to listen to our explanations. I would like to ask you to let your younger generation, Jieli, mediate. Yan Hai said cautiously. Jiang Suwen set her teacup on the side table and slowly said, a misunderstanding among the younger generation actually requires the elder generation to step in to mediate. This young lady is your daughter, right? I wonder who you mean by your elder daughter? Yan Hai respectfully replied, my elder daughter is Zhou Manqing, Mr. Jiang. If Zhou Manqing had heard this, she would have laughed out loud. When her mother was alive, she stayed in the city for many years, and Yan Hai only allowed her to call him uncle, even barely acknowledging her in front of outsiders and her mother. Now he had actually recognized her as his daughter. Jiang Suwen seemed uninterested in answering and picked up her teacup to savor it. Mrs. Jiang, my sister has a persecution complex. When our mother was alive, she always thought I was competing with her for our mother and was unwilling to talk to me, Yin Samai said, her voice choked with sobs. She always wants to escalate things. This time, it has even gone to the police station. Jiang Suwen's expression hardened. She had sent her eldest grandson, Jiang Jingxing, to develop businesses in Angxi, specifically to take care of Zhou Manqing. What big trouble had Zhou Manqing gotten into that even the police had to get involved? Was Jiang Jingxing still unaware? How negligent? Yin Samai took a glance at Jiang Suwen's increasingly serious expression and pressed on, I don't know how my sister got involved with Jieli. I'm not saying she is bad, but my mother knew she was extravagant and before she passed, told us to manage the family assets. My sister might have been too eager to take shortcuts and may have said some untrue things to Jieli. Jieli is kind-hearted and invested a lot of money in my sister's company. But my sister, she might have some connections with other bosses, and I'm afraid Jieli will get too deep and be harmed. You may know that I have some connections with your grandmother, Jiang Suwen said slowly. Unfortunately, your concern for your grandmother is less than mine as an outsider. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. Please leave. Mr. Jiang. Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Suwen slammed her teacup down heavily. Fool. Jieli is the one I introduced to your sister. The big boss your sister is involved with is me. Yan Hai was stunned. He broke into a cold sweat. He had hoped to seek protection from a powerful figure, but unexpectedly, the powerful figure was the enemy's benefactor. Yin Samai's face turned pale with fear. The matriarch of the Jiang family actually knew Zhou Manqing, which meant her malicious speculations would have been seen through by Jiang Suwen at a glance. The morning after the incident, Zhou Manqing was learning to shoot arrows with Xiao Jinglin at a farmstead. They couldn't go anywhere for the time being and were waiting for the police to summon them at any moment. The incident of the truck hitting the electric donkey was too severe. A passing car's dashcam recorded the shocking scene from behind the truck and uploaded it online. Although the news was quickly contained, it still increased the public pressure on the police. Fortunately, the truck blocked the view, so they couldn't see Xiao Jinglin's lightness of skill. Otherwise, the two of them might have really gone viral. The long silent system suddenly issued a reminder. Main subsystem ding. System energy has been fully accumulated. Xiao Jinglin host can return at any time. Do you wish to return now? Zhou Manqing put down her bow and arrow. Don't leave in a hurry. Zhou Manqing tugged at Xiao Jinglin's sleeve. It was too abrupt for him to just disappear like this. Pack up a bit, I'll drive you out. Xiao Jinglin was actually anxious. The longer he stayed away, the more variables there would be in the tribe. He was reluctant to leave Qing Shan, but he had things he needed to do. Hearing Qing Shan say this, Xiao Jinglin suppressed his excitement and quickly went to the office to get Zhou Manqing's bag. Zhou Manqing. System, can we enable one-way monitoring? I want to know the current situation of the Shamu tribe. System ding. One-way monitoring relies on the main and subsystems, but the subsystem Tianluo is in modern times and cannot be activated. Okay. Zhou Manqing thought for a moment, took her bow and arrows, went home, and stuffed the clothes and supplies she had prepared for Xiao Jinglin into a travel bag, which she then handed over to him. She drove to a small road, checked that no one was around, and finally instructed, the bow and arrows are the metal tips you sharpened before. Here, we have knife control regulations, so I stole a kitchen knife from home and hid it in the outer compartment. Be careful when you return to the tribe. She followed Xiao Jinglin to the back door, and the silent Xiao Jinglin suddenly stopped, causing Zhou Manqing to bump into his solid back. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jinglin asked. "Qing, can I hug you?" "Why the sudden?" Zhou Manqing's words were cut off as Xiao Jinglin already pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry, I can't help it. I don't know when we'll meet again." Xiao Jinglin buried his face in her shoulder, taking a deep breath. Zhou Manqing's heart raced. She felt as if she could hear Xiao Jinglin's heartbeat. Thump, thump. All the suppressed reluctance surged to her heart, and she had no time to think, tightly embracing the man in front of her. If the tribe didn't have Lu Shi, if there were no unrest, if this moment could last a little longer, if Xiao Jinglin were a modern person, that would be great. Zhou Manqing was startled. How could she have such a thought? If Xiao Jinglin were a modern person, what would she do? Zhou Manqing dared not think further. She wanted to push Xiao Jinglin away. She couldn't let herself sink any deeper. It would lead to losing control. Xiao Jinglin sensed Qing Shun's resistance and obediently released her, leaning into the back seat to pull out the luggage. In just a few seconds, all his lingering feelings were retracted, and his expression returned to its usual coldness. "Goodbye, Qing." A quarter of an hour ago, at the Shimu tribe square, Mu Xuanfang and Xiao Rou were poisoned by Yin Duo, who requested leave from the tribe under the pretext of their discomfort, missing this major election. Yin Duo was also scared. She stood in the crowd, not expecting that with Xiao Jinglin's disappearance, the Xiao family's prestige would fall so quickly. Lu Changkong threatened her that if she couldn't deal with Mu Xuanfang and her daughter, she would be dealt with unexpectedly. "Lu Shi, our tribe as practice is to elect an elder to take over as group leader. Elder Mu has fallen ill from missing the deceased. Xiao Jinglin, having received divine punishment, is no longer in this world. Elder Lu, don't speak recklessly about things without evidence." Uncle Hu couldn't help but intervene. Lu Changkong waved his hand, and several tribesmen held Uncle Hu down. With one word from Uncle Hu, the tribesmen who had originally supported the Xiao family were awakened, and they stopped their actions. Uncle Hu was dissatisfied. "Lu Shi, thank you all for your support. To disrupt the election for someone who can't return, I can only impose a slight control." Lu Shi's laughter grew louder, threateningly. Suddenly, an arrow shot swiftly, grazing his face and embedding itself into the wooden wall behind him. Chapter 107. Assassination of the Tribe Leader. Death penalty. Lu Shi suddenly looked up, cold sweat streaming down his face as he recognized the newcomer. The young tribe leader. It really is the young tribe leader. The young tribe leader has returned. Amidst the cheers of surprise from the tribesmen, Xiao Jinglin, dressed in casual clothes and holding a bow and arrow, parted the crowd and walked to the stage. His gaze was cold, his complexion rosy, and his steps were firm and powerful, showing no signs of having been injured. Someone has healed Xiao Jinglin. Realizing this, both Lu Shi and his son involuntarily took a half step back. Could it be that Qing Shun is truly omniscient and omnipotent? No, Lu Shi denied in his heart. His son had plotted against Xiao Jinglin, and he had instructed his son to poison Mu Xuanfang. Yet Qing Shun had not exacted punishment. This indicates that Qing Shun cannot directly intervene in tribal matters. Lu Shi steadied his mind. "Everyone, don't be excited. This might not be Xiao Jinglin. It could also be an evil god. Xiao Jinglin was so severely injured before. How could he possibly recover in half a month? I stand here in the sunlight." Xiao Jinglin draws his bow and shoots, aiming at the lower right corner of the windowsill behind Lu Shi. "Now, I will shoot the arrow at that black dot." The tribesmen were confused. Or was there a black dot on the windowsill? Only the elder closest to the stage quietly glanced over and indeed saw a black dot the size of an ant. The elder pointed with his finger and raised his voice. "There is indeed a black dot here." Even though he pointed out, the crowd below could hardly see it, with only a few sharp-eyed tribesmen realizing the extremely tiny black dot. Xiao Jinglin stood firm, drew the bow, and knocked the arrow, moving seamlessly. The arrow was shot, piercing straight into the black dot. The elders on the stage nodded, all confirming that Xiao Jinglin was telling the truth. Xiao Jinglin's archery skills were well known. He could hit an ant from 10 meters away. Xiao Jinglin said, "I have many ways to prove that I am who I say I am. But Elder Lu, I also have a question I would like you to verify. I want to know why my family, Mu Xuanfang and Xiao Ruo, who clearly claim to be ill today, are showing symptoms of poisoning. Furthermore, if the elders today insist on electing a leader, I will not delay the tribe's arrangements for the sake of my family. We can discuss my family's matters later." The elders looked at each other, and several of them, who were unaware of the situation, showed shock. They knew that Lu Shi had been frequently active recently, but they didn't expect him to dare to target the influential Xiao family. Uncle Hu, still being held down, cursed loudly, and asked the tribe's doctor, Nanxing, to check on how Mu Xuanfang and her daughter were doing. I can choose not to reason with you about what happened to my mother and sister right now. If you insist on voting according to tribal rules, the young tribe leader can also be nominated. If you do not vote, this election will be suspended. Now, please discuss my family's matters with me. Xiao Jinglin's expression darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Lu Shi touched the fiery scar on his face, sneering. He had to hold the election. This was a crucial moment. He had been lurking for years, waiting for this moment. Young tribe leader, of course, can be nominated. Continue, Lu Shi said. Good. Xiao Jinglin swiftly walked onto the stage, and the elders couldn't help but give way, allowing him to stand beside Lu Shi. The tribe's nomination continued. The remaining tribesmen placed their ballots in front of Xiao Jinglin, some of whom were still angry, regretting their hasty votes. Almost no one voted for Lu Shi anymore. Listening to the young tribe leader's questioning, Elder Lu seemed to have done something bad to Elder Mu. The white cloud hid among the crowd, occasionally glancing cautiously at Lu Changkong. Xiao Jinglin had returned. Her lies would be exposed, and her poisoning would definitely be investigated. What to do? Lu Changkong was entirely focused on the voting of the clansmen and had no time to respond to Yin Duo's plea for help. Xin Rue covered her face with her hand to hide her angry expression. Xiao Jinglin was not dead. Her regrets were no less than those of Lu Shi and his son. And then there was this fool, Yin Duo. Xin Rue slowly approached her. She couldn't be left alive. According to custom, the election would continue until noon, when the sun was at its zenith, and shadows fell directly beneath people. The number of clansmen holding votes gradually decreased, and the elected clan doctors and female warriors were responsible for counting the votes. They took ropes behind each candidate, stringing the ballots together in groups of 10 under the supervision of the clansmen. Nanxing was the head vote counter. She could not leave, as she had already sent a doctor to the Xiao family to check the situation. The last person cast their vote for Xiao Jinglin. After a while, the votes for Xiao Jinglin and Lu Shi were counted. Xiao Jinglin had one less string of votes than Lu Shi. Kid, what does your return matter? Once I become the clan leader, this will be evidence of your assassination attempt on me. Assassinating the clan leader? Just wait to be hanged. Lu Shi confirmed again that his string of votes was indeed one more than Xiao Jinglin's. He was overjoyed and softly said to Xiao Jinglin, if you kneel and beg me now, I can just cut off your hands and still leave you a small life. Xiao Jinglin remained as immovable as a mountain. The sun was about to shift to its zenith, and Lu Shi was flushed and sweating profusely, yet he was extremely happy. He cast a cold, ruthless glance at Uncle Hu and his son, then looked at those clansmen who had voted for Xiao Jinglin. Punishing them? Lu Shi had plenty of methods. Lu Changkong stood nervously behind the elders. A whistle blew. The crowd was startled, and Xiao Jinglin looked confidently toward the newcomer. Quick, give me the votes. The newcomer was his younger brother, Xiao He-song, who had led a team to the Hongshu tribe to fetch custom-made weapons. Xiao He-song and his team of 17 had set out about a month ago and had safely returned now. When Xiao Jinglin returned, he was teleported home and first met with his younger brother, who was eager to see him, while the medical team treated Mu Sunfang and her daughter. Xiao He-song was worried about his mother and stayed close by. The others also remained nearby, in case Lu Shi tried something sneaky. Mother and sister have woken up. They are temporarily fine. Xiao He-song indicated for Xiao Jinglin to look back. Several members of the Shimu team were supporting the still weak Mu Sunfang, who was holding the drowsy Xiao Ruanruan. 1, 2, 3. The number of clansmen following Xiao He-song grew, and Lu Shi's smile gradually faded. One less string, 10 votes, right? Xiao He-song looked interested, but inside he wanted to smash Lu Shi's head in and seize his family while he was away. How despicable. The returning Shimu team was unaware of the enmity between Lu Shi and Xiao Jinglin, but they had always followed Xiao Jinglin. Mu Sunfang was too weak. She still held on, supported by the clansmen, and cast a vote for her son. When she moved to the side to rest, she shot a cold glance at Lu Shi. Lu Shi glared back, his face full of indignation. He watched helplessly as the suddenly appeared votes, a total of 18, were all cast for Xiao Jinglin. Under the noon sun, Nanxing and Elder Nen announced the results together. Xiao Jinglin had 8 more votes than Lu Shi and was elected the new clan leader of the Shimu tribe. Seeing his father's defeat assured, Lu Changkong suddenly lunged forward, wielding the Yinling knife directly at Xiao Jinglin's back. As long as Xiao Jinglin was dead, his father would still be the new clan leader as second in line. With a thud, the sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was heard. Lu Shi's previously hopeful face suddenly turned gray. My son. Chapter 108. The Slayer of Kin. Mutual struggle for life and death. Xiao Jinglin blocked the Yinling knife with his bow and arrow, seizing the moment the blade was obstructed to draw a dagger and stab it into Lu Chongkong's heart. With a shove of his arm, Lu Chongkong spat blood and was sent flying along with the knife he held. To assassinate the clan leader is to be killed. Xiao Jinglin coolly echoed Lu Shi's earlier words. This was the tribe's rule, and the crowd fell silent. Xiao Jinglin's counterkill of Lu Chongkong was reasonable and justified. Lu Shi lunged for his son, but Lu Chongkong was already dead. He picked up the Yinling knife from his son's hand, its tip trembling as it pointed at everyone around him. I am the great elder. You cannot kill me at will. Lu Shi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression somewhat deranged. The clansmen were at a loss. Today's election had been full of unexpected events. The missing young clan leader had suddenly returned, and the esteemed Lu and Xiao families had brought their schemes into the open. The Lu family's young master was assassinated and then counterkilled. One after another, they were unable to react. Suddenly, a woman in the previously quiet crowd screamed. Xiao Yisong quickly rushed toward the commotion. Help! One woman accidentally lost control during the scuffle, and the dagger slipped from her hand, stabbing another woman in the throat. The injured woman was Yin Duo. She covered her neck in terror as blood gushed from her fingers. Yin Duo desperately tried to speak, to shout. It was that woman over there. It was that trembling, pretentious woman. She instructed me. Yin Duo's eyes widened, her body collapsing to the ground. Dead. Nanxing also rushed over, addressing Xiao Yisong, who had arrived first to stop Xin Rue. Xin Rue was brought to the front, trembling incessantly as she explained that Yin Duo when the young clan leader appeared. She was particularly anxious, always watching Lu Chongkong from below. Later, I noticed she seemed to be hiding something in her sleeve. I asked her, and she tried to run. I tried to catch her, and we got into a fight. I don't know how. Xin Rue was clearly frightened by her own actions of killing. Earlier, everyone had focused on the stage, but a few clansmen around Yin Duo testified that when the young clan leader came out, Yin Duo was indeed constantly looking at Lu Chongkong. Perhaps the two had some collusion. Xin Rue sowed the seeds of suspicion in the hearts of the clansmen, and as Nanxing found poison in Yin Duo's sleeve, most of the clansmen believed Xin Rue's words. Ha ha ha, ha. Lu Shi on the stage suddenly burst into laughter. Xin Rue wiped her tears to hide her shock. Previously, Lu Shi had opposed her being with Lu Chongkong, and she had not told Lu Shi about her contact with Yin Duo. But after the deed was done, he would help her take credit, and then she would have a grand wedding. Lu Chongkong was dead. She felt some regret. But what she cared about was whether Lu Chongkong had been unable to contain himself and told his father about her matters early on. After Lu Shi finished laughing, he cast a contemptuous glance at Xin Rue. Xin Rue, you are too infatuated. Xiao Jinglin is your mother's enemy, who killed her, yet you still protect him. Your mother will never rest in peace. Xin Rue sighed in relief, her tears falling like rain. She could only cry, unable to speak. It was as if Lu Shi had stabbed her deeply in the heart. My mother said that you once promised her that there were people of yours in the old clan leaders team who could definitely rescue my father. If my father had died by the time you went, you would help trap the old clan leader. If you became the clan leader, you would let my mother take my father's position as elder. Xin Rue sobbed, her voice not loud, but clear in enunciation. The word trap invited imagination. Xin Rue looked sorrowfully at Xiao Jinglin. I'm sorry. This is also what my mother told me before she passed away. At that time, the Lu family was powerful, and I didn't dare to speak. Lu Shi, yes. You don't need to be so euphemistic. It's not about trapping old Xiao. It's about sending him to the blade of the Lina tribe. Xiao Jinglin silently reached out to Xiao Husong, who understood and handed his brother the Yinling knife from his waist. According to clan rules, those who kill their kin can fight to determine life or death, and others are not allowed to intervene. Xiao Jinglin spoke clearly, and everyone except Lu Shi left the stage on their own accord. When Lu Shi was young, his martial arts skills were not impressive. He had wholeheartedly supported Wu to become the clan leader, but she fell in love with a man from another tribe and willingly gave up her position. Later, Xiao Jinglin's father seized the opportunity. After losing the leadership position, Wu sought help from the new leader, but Lu Shi had already realized that men could also be clan leaders. So why not take it for himself? Lu Shi gripped the hilt tightly with the body of his son, who was among the strongest in their clan, but was easily killed by Xiao Jinglin behind him. He couldn't defeat Xiao Jinglin, but he had been forced to a dead end. Originally, I thought that if Elder Lu drank the poison meant for my mother, we would be even. I didn't expect that there was also the matter of my father. Xiao Jinglin moved his limbs, and his gaze suddenly became as sharp as ice. The grudge for killing his father was unforgivable. Lu Shi's breathing grew heavy as he looked down at the crowd, some of whom were his loyal followers. But at that moment, none were willing to support him. Perhaps they were disheartened by his dark secrets, or perhaps they were afraid to confront Xiao Jinglin. Lu Shi shouted, but the knife in his hand slashed across his own neck. Xiao Jinglin, I will not give you the chance for revenge. Whether Lu Shi lived or died, he would decide for himself. At the farm, Zhou Manqing absent-mindedly had lunch. Sister Qingqing, the competitor who tried to undercut us, General Feng, is still struggling. But according to the announcement, their factory has stopped working and seems to have a lot of goods piled up. Jiang Sherwin mentioned the latest news. Yanku was very curious about General Feng. No other reason, just finally able to vent some frustration. Zhou Manqing was distracted. Sister Qingqing, do you have something going on with that Xiao Jinglin? Hearing her sigh throughout the morning, Jiang Sherwin seemed to sense something. What could there be? Zhou Manqing fiddled with the remaining bows and arrows. She had made an agreement with Xiao Jinglin that he would write to her after he was safe. But it was already 1:30, and he hadn't reported in. Feeling a bit excited, Jiang Sherwin said unexpectedly. Zhou Manqing's movements paused. She instinctively wanted to refute, but her heart told her there was no arguing against it. Why are you like this? Zhou Manqing hit her own head. Me and Xiao Jinglin? It's like crossing over several centuries or even millennia. There's no record of him in history, no record of his tribe. She even suspected that the two were from parallel universes. The distance was just too far. A long-distance relationship? It does require caution. But online relationships are indeed thrilling. A man's charm lies in a woman's imagination, Jiang Sherwin said unexpectedly. It had seemed quite like an online romance, akin to the pen pals of her parents' youth, perhaps even more fitting. Zhou Manqing thought about how the police were still investigating. If Xiao Jinglin returned now and was summoned later, she might not even be able to invite him over. Troubling. That Xiao Jinglin, although not chatty, focused all his attention on Sister Qingqing when he was around. Jiang Sherwin was still throwing bombs. Stop talking, stop talking. Zhou Manqing covered her mouth. This little girl surely didn't know that the red thread was not about whether both parties were willing to connect, but rather that the length of the red thread might not be enough. Zhou Manqing. System, if there's a court hearing or inquiry later, can you still bring Xiao Jinglin to the modern world? Chapter 109. The little lady of the Linha tribe. The deaths of Lu Shi and his son shocked most of the surging undercurrents. But a few loyal tribesmen attempted to sneak into the Xiao family that night to seek revenge for the father and son. Before they could quietly push open the door, they were shot dead by Xiao Hasong, who was stationed in a tree outside. The corpses of the intruders served as a response from the Xiao family. And it wasn't until the afternoon of the following day that Xiao Jinglin had the bodies dragged away, buried hastily like clouds. Speaking of clouds, a few days later, Ali also visited the Xiao family. As the newly appointed clan leader, Xiao Jinglin maintained a proper demeanor, and the Xiao family still lived in the original small wooden houses, not asking for any political power from the tribe. Aside from the title and his decision-making power in the Elders' Council, everything seemed unchanged. Those who had previously sided with Li's family due to voting or other reasons were no longer anxious and continued to contribute to the tribe's production. Clan leader Xiao Ali had recuperated at the Shamu tribe for a while and was much healthier. She cautiously bowed to Xiao Jinglin, who gestured for her to sit down properly. Good manners, Xiao Jinglin thought. Ali dared not look at him, lowering her eyes and bowing again to express her gratitude. I am grateful to clan leader Xiao for saving me. During this time, I have been fortunate to see the various aspects of the Shamu tribe, and I realized that my previous life was worse than that of pigs and dogs. Are you trying to complain to me? Xiao Jinglin asked. Ali replied, not at all. I suspect that clan leader Xiao has placed spies at the border, and knowing I am from the Linha tribe, still chose to save me, so there must be some ulterior motive. Clan leader Xiao does not use harsh interrogation, nor is he aggressive. He must hope that I will take the initiative to inform him. A clever person. Xiao Jinglin thought coldly, but too clever. It's not that he doesn't want to interrogate, but he has been too busy lately and fears that if he beats the rescued person too hard, he might kill the very person he worked so hard to save before getting any information. Ali continued, I was originally a slave in the Linha tribe, and due to my looks, I was noticed by the great leader of the Linha tribe and taken as a wife, allowing me to escape from suffering. However, I merely went from being a slave in the tribe to a slave in his household. I assume clan leader Xiao is not interested in petty matters. I was envied by the great lady due to my pregnancy, and she falsely accused me of having an affair with a guard. The great lady had the wrong guard killed and expelled several of my servants who pleaded for me. When I left the Linha tribe, they had already built a wall of earth and stone taller than a person. Within 100 steps inside, there was an inner wall for defense, and only the great leader and the second leader's residences were the only two houses with high walls. Xiao Jinglin had already taken out paper and pen, beginning to record what Elise said. He would verify her words later. This time, it seems he saved the right person. Elise's hands, hidden in her sleeves, trembled slightly. What she did not say was that she still had a living son, the second son of the great leader. She was evenly matched with the great lady. And if it weren't for her son being favored by the leader at a young age, the great lady would have schemed against her when the great leader was away, and she might have become the mother of the next leader. My son, Ellie thought, could your second aunt keep you safe? In the wasteland of the Linha tribe, several tribesmen were beating a young slave. The slave was protecting an old man, not begging for mercy or saying a word. After venting their frustrations on the old man for ruining a wooden hoe, several overseers spat in disgust. Stone, we thought your sister would be chosen as the little lady and that you might get some benefits, which is why we have taken care of you for so long. But your sister is dead outside. You still won't be a good person here. We can't indulge you. You'd better make another wooden hoe, or tomorrow we'll have to deal with this useless old slave. How about we use him as bait for the hunting team? One overseer suggested. The other overseers laughed heartily. Not a single one of them showed concern. Stone, are you all right? The well-protected old man helped the young slave up. When the other slaves saw the overseer walking away, they also put down their work to check on Stone's condition. I'm fine. Stone wiped the blood from his nose. He was young and could take it. He initially thought that Ollie, having become the little lady, could look after everyone a bit, but alas, some slaves wiped away tears. Stone didn't have time to be sad about his sister. He was already studying the broken hoe, trying to see if it could be repaired. A slave brought some herbs over. Stone, apply this to your wound first. The other slaves carefully shielded Stone from view, so the overseer wouldn't notice what they were doing. As fellow slaves, they subconsciously regarded Stone as their leader. I didn't expect the Linha tribe to be able to build earthen city walls. It seems their civilization is indeed more advanced than yours. Zhou Manqing passed a book to Xiao Jingling and brought a small stool to sit next to him in the supermarket warehouse for a chat. Xiao Jingling replied. Ollie described the Linha tribe as very powerful, but it could also be that slaves inherently fear their masters, so she exaggerated the facts subjectively. Zhou Manqing couldn't see this point from Xiao Jingling's notes, and even felt that Ollie was quite sincere in her statements. However, Xiao Jingling's judgment certainly had its reasons. Zhou Manqing had already sent Xiao Jingling the exam books separately yesterday, reminding him to study hard when he had time, aiming to take a college entrance exam in modern times by October. The system updated its functions when Xiao Jingling was elected as the tribe leader every week. The main and secondary system hosts could freely choose a time to travel between the two worlds with a stay duration of 3 days. No matter what area you are from, as long as you come into contact with us, you must study and take exams. Zhou Manqing thought it was quite amusing. Previously, it was her parents supervising her exams, and she had never supervised others' exams before. It would be even more interesting to supervise people from the tribal era taking exams in modern times. Should I order a set of literacy textbooks for the children in your tribe? Children should study hard. Zhou Manqing sought Xiao Jingling's opinion. Xiao Jingling refused. The Linha tribe is eyeing us. We don't have the conditions to provide education yet. He pondered for a long time and then said, Qing Shun, the Tianluo system is becoming increasingly perfect, and there may be other functions in the future. Even the ability to transport people other than you and me between the two worlds. That's great. You can bring your family to modern times for fun. I'll treat your family to a big meal and take the kids to the amusement park. Zhou Manqing replied without thinking. She hadn't been to an amusement park herself, and now felt too embarrassed to go alone as an adult. Xiao Jingling said, Qing Shun, what I mean is that if the system can transport others in the future, you must be careful in your selection. If someone with ulterior motives sees the prosperity of modern times, they may not be willing to return to the tribe. Modern people are kind, but if a villain goes back with malicious intent to harm and kill, then escapes using the system, the danger should not be underestimated. Zhou Manqing felt a chill all over. Indeed, how could she guarantee that the people she encountered across time would definitely be good people? With the system's barrier, she was an unknown, mysterious power to the Shunshu tribe, a deity. Previously, when she traveled to the tribe, she knew she couldn't easily reveal herself. If the tribe members found out that she was just an ordinary person in modern times, would they still continue to revere and worship her? Chapter 110. All that glitters is not gold, she still wanted to replace them. Zhou Manqing pressed her left hand against her right hand, realizing both were very cold. Shout Jingling gathered up the books and locked them in the cabinet, his expression serious. Qingshen, Jingling has been well taken care of by you for a long time, but he may also have ulterior motives. Zhou Manqing. System, if you transport other people in the future, you must seek my opinion in advance. System beep. This function is not available yet. Zhou Manqing. System, are there other systems like you in this world? What exactly are you? Who created you? System, host level insufficient. This type of question is not yet open for answers. Zhou Manqing steadied her thoughts. The system shouldn't be that easily obtained. Even if someone traveled through time and suddenly arrived in a strange environment, an ordinary person might not be able to create chaos. More likely, they would be captured for research. In ancient times, they might even be burned as an outlier. It must be said that from the perspective of protecting one's own tribe, the saying non-tribesmen will have different intentions still holds some truth. While she was pondering, she received a call from the police station, notifying her that the suspect had been arrested, and the suspect was her stepfather, Yin Hai. How could it be him? The one who threatened me on the phone was always his daughter, Yin Simu. Zhou Manqing was shocked and instinctively disbelieved it. From signal detection, online traces, and some details confessed by other suspects, it was basically determined that Yin Hai was the main culprit. Yin Hai confessed to threatening Yin Simu with words, the officer said. But Zhou Manqing still had doubts. Yin Hai had always been indifferent towards her. Could it be that she really didn't know people's hearts? Yin Simu was just a clown, and Yin Hai was the one manipulating things behind the scenes? The officer explained, it's merely verbal threats. He didn't take any actual harmful actions, which does not directly constitute a crime. The case will be sent to the procuratorate for review and prosecution, and finally, it will be tried by the court. Please keep your phone open to receive notifications. Okay. It was unbelievable, but she indeed had no evidence. Zhou Manqing temporarily set the matter aside. Meanwhile, Yin Simu, who was left at the Yin residence, was truly crying her heart out at that moment. When Yin Hai left, he told her that people left behind by her mother were only 5 parts trustworthy, while her boyfriend Charlie's family was only 3 parts trustworthy. But it had not been a day since her father was taken away, and already several board members were challenging her, claiming that her father's decision-making mistakes caused the company losses, demanding compensation from her, and forbidding her from inheriting her father's position. That was simply handing over her mother's hard work. Yin Simu would not allow such a thing to happen. She continuously searched through her contacts, ultimately stopping at Charlie's number. Her father's words might not necessarily be correct. Yin Simu thought, I have the most contact with Charlie, and his reactions won't lie. Charlie's family were also big businessmen. They only needed a little over 10 million for the project to continue. Yin Simu made up her mind. She would go borrow money from her boyfriend Charlie. In the living room, are you saying that the project on your side is about to stop? Charlie handed Yin Simu a cup of hot tea. Careful not to burn her. Yin Simu nodded. The warmth of the hot tea soothed her heart. Even knowing that she and her father were facing difficulties, Charlie was still so considerate. I also need to find the best lawyer for my father to fight for a reduced sentence, and there's a lack of cash flow. Charlie, you can help me, right? Yin Simu slightly raised her head, looking at him pleadingly. Yin Simu blinked. From this angle, her face looked particularly charming. Charlie sighed lightly. This matter can't be resolved all at once. I think you must be tired. The guest room is ready at my place. You should go rest for a bit. After coaxing Yin Simu away, Charlie locked the living room door and opened a hidden door in the wall. It was said that his father, Ethan Smith, who was on a business trip, was sitting in the secret room. The secret room had surveillance and audio recording, allowing him to hear the conversation between Charlie and Yin Simu clearly, without needing his son to relay it. Originally thought it was a big fish, but unexpectedly it was a fake. Ethan's expression was not good. He had spent so much time and effort on him, which really wasn't he worth it. Father. Yin Samai has shares with her father, which together account for more than 60% of the company, Charlie said. Ethan replied, when I saw Yin Hai at the auction, I thought their family had some assets. You heard that their company has been performing poorly in recent years, and their assets are hard to liquidate. Taking it over is just a mess, costing more than it brings in. Charlie's face also looked grim. Ethan continued, you should squeeze her for more information. If it's only worth this much, then manage the relationship and let her fend for herself. In the narrow, old-fashioned living room, a sudden phone ring pierced the silence. Yin Samai, who was cooking noodles in the kitchen, hurriedly turned off the stove, grabbed a spatula, and rushed out. Seeing a strange number, she panicked and hung up. Looking around, She went to the only window in the living room to peek outside, confirming that no one downstairs was watching her. She tightly drew the curtains and tiptoed to the front door. After listening for a moment and ensuring there was no one outside, she softly leaned against the door and collapsed to the floor. 10 days. It had already been 10 days. It had been 10 days since her father's trial ended. Not only had she failed to borrow money from Charlie, but she was also startled by the debt collection at his house. She hadn't expected that the Charlie family was just a fans.A, buried in debt, unable to even produce $5 million. Charlie said that after she saw him in a difficult situation, he could no longer face her calmly and casually cut ties with her. Yen-samai self-deprecatingly smiled. Her family wasn't in a good position either. To preserve the shares her mother left behind, she sold off all the valuable assets in the house. It still couldn't cover the losses from her father's failed investments. She dismissed the servants and listed her designer clothes and bags on second-hand websites. This scene felt somewhat familiar. She had once laughed at Zhou Manqing for selling luxury bags in embarrassment. The money was still insufficient, and the contractor even sent someone to block her door. "We really have no money left. Please give me a little more time," Yen-samai cried desperately. The contractor was shocked to see that the large villa was empty except for the doors, windows, and some fixed cabinets. This young person was quite honest. They had sold everything in the house. However, they couldn't leave empty-handed. The contractor waved, and the workers cleaned out all the movable tables and chairs from the villa. "We'll sell this furniture to cover part of your wages. This house should be worth quite a bit, right? Selling it should be enough to settle the current project payment." Yen-samai followed the workers, carefully clearing out items from the cabinets into cardboard boxes, including some high-end dresses. Without any servants to stop her, the property management, seeing the state of her house, realized her family was in trouble. They didn't care to intervene. It was already fortunate that these workers didn't beat her up. Remembering this, Yen-samai felt her hunger pangs intensify. She supported herself against the door, surveying the old building that reeked of the late 1990s. Chapter 111. Sister, I was wrong. This was the first house her mother bought when she came to the city to strive, old and shabby, worth little, yet it had unexpectedly become her last refuge. Even the lights of the usual incandescent bulb from the millennium, dim and glaring. Yen-samai went to the kitchen, filled a large bowl with instant noodles, and stood in the kitchen eating. There were no eggs, no green onions. It was simply seasoned with a bit of salt. This house hadn't been lived in for so long that even the water had to be carried up by her. Her mother used to say that when they had no money, they would just boil instant noodles in plain water. Yen-samai found the instant noodles really unappetizing. After just one bite, she felt like her life was over. She hadn't expected that being in debt was no easier than being in prison. She even thought about rushing to the police station, confessing that she was the mastermind, and letting the police lock her up. But sitting in prison for 15 years? Yen-samai shuddered at the thought and dismissed it. With over $2 million still owed to the project department, if she couldn't borrow money again, she would have to sell her shares. But if she sold her shares, she would be worthless. She couldn't take out loans either. She had originally considered that. But the contractor's visit to collect the debt had scared her out of her wits. She didn't dare to think about what it would be like if she owed money to loan sharks and the brutal methods they might employ. Who else could help her? Come on, everyone, cheers. Eat well, drink well. Today is a happy day. Zhou Manqing raised a glass of corn juice and toasted with everyone. Today she had booked a small banquet hall at a restaurant to treat all the employees of the craft company and factory to a celebratory meal, celebrating the company's monthly revenue reaching 150 million. The boss is getting rich. Yin Ku led the congratulations. The company was making money, and even the small shareholders would receive dividends, while the regular employees would get bonuses. With money to be made, everyone was very happy, raising their glasses together. The boss is getting rich. Zhou Manqing gulped down a glass of corn juice, feeling comfortable and letting out a long sigh. The weather was getting a bit warm, and drinking corn juice was really nice. It was her own business. She could drink alcohol if she wanted, or juice if she preferred, and no one could force her. Interestingly, some employees who claimed they couldn't enjoy themselves without alcohol before were now holding corn juice and praising the boss's taste. Feeling great, her phone rang, and she casually answered. "Hello, sister?" A timid voice came from the other end of the line. Zhou Manqing frowned. When did she have a sister? Glancing at the phone screen, it was an unknown number. Wrong number. I'm hanging up. Wait. Sister. It's me, Samai. I'm Yen-samai. Sister. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please help me. Yen-samai? Zhou Manqing greeted and left the restaurant, finding a secluded stairwell to continue the call. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Yen-samai who only acted like a close sister in front of outsiders, never called her sister when alone. Remembering Yin Hai, who had just entered prison, and the shaky business situation of Yin Hai's company that Mo Jialai had mentioned, Zhou Manqing easily guessed that this younger sister was in trouble, and it was no small matter. Yin Samai cried softly into the phone for a while. Not hearing a response, she glanced at her phone screen, confirming the call was still connected, and then said, "Sister, Mom's company is going bankrupt. If we don't have money to fill the previous project's holes, all of Mom's hard work will be gone." If Zhou Manqing had not started her own company and was still that little actress who only performed according to the script, she might have really cared about her mother's inheritance and believed Yin Samai's words. But now she owned two companies. Zhou Manqing patiently suggested, remembering their deceased mother. The company has fixed assets. You don't have cash flow, but you can still go to the bank for a mortgage loan. Your dad is just in prison. He hasn't absconded with the money. Yin Samai swallowed hard. She had considered the company as fixed assets before. Her father had always been involved in management, and she had just been a nominal figurehead. When it came to company finances, the other directors had all sorts of lofty reasons. In short, her father's signature meant he had to take responsibility. Now that Yin Hai was gone, it was up to her. She could also choose not to take responsibility and transfer her shares. Yin Samai anxiously paced back and forth in the small living room. The living room was cramped, and she accidentally bumped her leg against the old sofa. Yin Simiao winced in pain. She couldn't think of a reason, so she had to play the emotional card with Zhou Manqing. The company's matters are not something I can decide alone. Sister, I really have no other option but to ask you for help. You wouldn't want to see our mother's hard work go to waste, right? You are the big boss now. It shouldn't be difficult for you to put out over 2 million. Just over 200, no, 3 million. And Mom's company can get through this crisis. Yin Simiao, I'll help you. But will you give me the shares in the company that you left for my mom? Yin Simiao was certainly unwilling in her heart, but she could just verbally agree and deny it later. Sure, sister. Then draft a share transfer contract. And I'll see how much your shares are worth before I transfer money to your company's public account. Zhou Manqing didn't really want those company shares. However, after her mother passed away, she had never been given anything. Taking a few shares was merely for keepsake. Without them, it wouldn't be a loss. She understood that her cooperation with the Shimu tribe had already given her the capital to live independently and well. How can that be? Sister, you're taking advantage of my predicament. I knew you always wanted to take away Mom's inheritance. If you were willing to give up the shares, would Yin Simiao still ask for help from someone she has always looked down on? Zhou Manqing was speechless. Listen, Yin Simiao, we have no blood relation. Only new grudges and old grievances. The fact that I can answer your call is already a testament to my generosity. Don't flatter yourself. Your ability to be tolerant is only because the money isn't yours. The young master of the Mo family has given you a lot, hasn't he? You don't even want a title and still want to be with him. Yin Simiao's jealousy surged. They were both rich second generation. And even though Zhou Manqing was a mistress, the man she was with was a genuine wealthy one. You are the one relying on a man for a living. Zhou Manqing laughed speechlessly and directly hung up the phone, blocking her. Let her fend for herself. Zhou Manqing considered it generous enough not to step on her. In front of her mother, Yin Simiao had falsely accused her, bullied her at school, bought dirt on her, spread rumors. And even the accident from a few days ago had her fingerprints all over it. She was not a saint, nor did she possess the noble character of forgiving someone just because they apologized. Yin Simiao felt her blood boil. She shouldn't have asked Zhou Manqing for help. Without Zhou Manqing, there was still Zhou Manqing's ex-boyfriend. Holding on to the satisfaction of having at least dug a corner out from Zhou Manqing, Yin Simiao called Yin Jianchen again. Still unable to get through, she could only leave a voicemail. Yin Simiao sobbed a few times into the microphone, softening her voice. Brother Jianchun, why won't you answer the phone? You are all I have left. Please save me. Chapter 112. Teach him your skills in the residence of the second leader of the Linha tribe. There were several rows of neatly built earthen and stone structures surrounded by a layer of stone walls, with 2 large gates at the front and back. There were dedicated granaries, livestock areas, and stables. At this moment, a male slave with a chest injury was being led by a servant, waiting for the second leader's audience. Ah, is this the slave who saved the second leader from falling off the horse? Another servant asked. The servant nodded. Such a dirty slave because of his service. He can actually walk into the inner court. Indeed, that layer of black mud on his feet. Once he leaves, I'll have to clean the courtyard again. The second leader was still kind-hearted. This slave was seriously injured. If he died, it would be more convenient. But if he lingered between life and death, It might waste the medicinal materials of the residents. Isn't a medicinal material more precious than his life? The slave lowered his head, his disheveled hair covering his face. As a slave, he had endured too many cold mockeries from the Lena people. The second leader's tribe only mocked him, which could even be considered kind. The slaves of the Lena tribe were the lowest existence, not allowed to wear shoes or comb their hair. Any Lena tribesman could kick a slave a few times to vent their anger if they were in a bad mood and order them to do tasks. The second leader of the Lena tribe had also been frightened this time and was currently being attended to by maidservants for a bath and change of clothes. She prided herself on her intelligence, but was helplessly unskilled in work and lacked martial arts, so she could only be protected by guards when going in and out. During this hunting trip in the mountains, she didn't know what startled the horse, and at the moment of falling, she thought she was going to be trampled by the horse. When the head of the guards saw the maidservants helping the second leader twist her hair, and her hair was almost dry, he reported, "Second leader, that slave you instructed to wait earlier is already in the courtyard." "Has he been bandaged?" the second leader asked. "The bandaging has not been done," the head of the guards replied. The second leader shot him a glare. "You lack perception. Take him to bandage him first. After all, he saved my life. He should not be treated harshly." "Yes." The head of the guards, who was handsome, felt displeased but maintained his usual demeanor and left. Later, the second leader met the male slave in the hall. The slave came in and knelt down. A strong smell of blood mixed with the usual sour odor of slaves wafting in. The second leader covered her nose and said in a buzzing voice, "Slave, what reward do you want?" The slave maintained his kneeling posture. "Second leader, I want to stay by your side." The head of the guard scoffed. "A mere lowly slave. What qualification do you have to stay in a residence?" Ajiao is quite handsome. She usually spoils him a bit," the second leader said displeased. "Be quiet." Ajiao restrained himself a bit. "I am just a horse slave. If the second leader doesn't mind, it would be enough for me to serve the horses." The slave continued, his voice hoarse. The second leader recalled this slave's skills, who had been able to push her away and save her at the moment the horse was startled. He was indeed quite impressive. There would be plenty of opportunities for riding in the future, and after this incident, she also planned to select one or two from the horse slaves to serve her. This slave risked his life to save her, so he was presumably loyal. The second leader smiled and said, "My horse slaves must also be clean. Next, I will instruct that you don't have to take on any tasks. You go to the side courtyard to recuperate. Clean yourself up before coming to see me." Look, Qin Xiano is on news. Jiang Shiwen excitedly came to find Zhou Manqing. Previously, Zhou Manqing had been dropped by her agency, and Jiang Shiwen had worked as an assistant to Qin Xiano, almost being driven crazy by her. Zhou Manqing also saw it. It was about a recent play directed by director Zhang that had wrapped up and was now being promoted. Just when the atmosphere was lively, Qin Xiano, who played a minor role, unexpectedly reenacted the scene on stage where she recognized the male lead as her elder brother, kneeling before director Zhang, begging him to take her as a disciple. Director Zhang was a respected figure in the industry. He wouldn't fall for her act and directly refused her, giving her no face at all. Respect others' choices, mock others' fates, Jiang Shiwen thought. It seemed Qin Xiano's popularity was declining, and now she was resorting to such stunts to gain attention, hoping to become a disciple. Even if she couldn't, she still managed to make headlines. "I have some news that might make you even happier," Zhou Manqing said with a smile. "Director Li recommended the short film I shot previously. Director Zhang contacted me and asked me to shoot a low-budget film, and he will guide me. If it receives a good market response, he will take me as a disciple." Jiang Shiwen's mouth dropped open in an O shape. "So impressive, Qingqing," the admired and strong Qingqing, after leaving the farmhouse, headed straight to her warehouse that she rented alone. The cement, sand, and red bricks ordered yesterday have arrived. She plans to pass these items to Xiao Jingling today, waiting for Xiao Jingling's signal. Spring is the season for sowing, and while the population of the Shimu tribe is increasing, they haven't cultivated much new land. Following the chief's instructions, the Shimu tribe is preparing to upgrade the barbed wire defenses on their land and build cement walls. Learning from the last time when the cannibals occupied their land, they will build 2 warehouses next to the land to temporarily store crops and food for emergencies. The Shimu tribe has also expanded their playground and is hastening the training of infantry and cavalry. In the mountains and forests, the advantage of horses is not significant, but Xiao Jingling's goal is to charge into the plains and reclaim their homeland. Xiao and Song are using a chainsaw. After a buzzing sound, the thick trees fall. Xiao and Song turn off the chainsaw, astonished. In the past, we six would take turns chopping trees. Could we chop down 3 trees like this in one morning? The nearby tribesmen shake their heads. If we didn't have the divine axe granted by the Qing god, it would be good enough to chop down 1 tree all morning. Xiao and Song look at the smooth cuts where the trees broke, and an idea strikes them. He goes to find his older brother, Xiao Jingling, who is receiving the cement nearby. Brother, I have a new idea about attacking the city. Xiao Jingling had already seen the power of the chainsaw and told his brother not to point the blade at him. Xiao and Song chuckle and place the chainsaw aside. Brother, didn't Ollie say that the walls of the Linha tribe made of earth and stone are thicker than a person's head? Xiao Jingling nods, signaling his brother to continue. Look at this. I operate for 1 minute. Do you think the Linha tribe's door is harder? Or is my chainsaw harder? Xiao and Song fondly touch the chainsaw's handle again. Xiao Jingling has quietly noted down his brother's idea. Currently, most doors are supported by wooden poles or secured with wooden doors. If the people inside do not surrender, it is impossible to force the door open. Using an axe to chop or setting it on fire is also not easy to break through in a short time. As long as there is enough electricity, Xiao and Song's idea might really work. The remaining 10 or so foreign slaves responsible for land reclamation are either physically unfit or have failed to pass the assessment to join the Shinmu tribe due to laziness. This month's assessment is the last chance. Those who fail will be expelled. In these deep mountains, leaving alone is equivalent to death. Chapter 113. Linha Tribe. Preparing to enter the mountains at the same time, the Linha tribe is also fervently reclaiming land. The soil here is poor, and the Linha tribe does not know about using wood ash or animal manure as fertilizer. The land can only be farmed for 1 season and then left fallow for another, so they need to reclaim more land to ensure enough yield for food. The hard work of land reclamation is mostly done by slaves. One slave, working too hard, accidentally breaks his wooden hoe when hitting a stone. The overseer from the Linha tribe approaches and beats him. Damn it, at such a critical time, you deliberately damage the farming tools. You won't get anything to eat for the next 2 days. Please, my lord, have mercy. My family has a sick person waiting for my food to save their life. The slave, Asong, is horrified. He wanted to work harder to earn more food. Now, what will happen to his sick mother? How dare you mention sick people? Are you a human? Is your mother a human? You are nothing but animals worse than livestock. If you don't work, you won't have anything to eat. The overseer curses and leaves. The young slave, after a moment of covering the burning wounds from the wooden stick, picks up the broken hoe and continues to reclaim the land with the broken handle. Asong does not dare to slack off. If he performs well, the overseer might still spare him a bite to eat. His mother has caught a cold these days, dragging her sick body to work the fields and fainting on the ground. It was a few familiar slaves who helped move his mother to a tree when the overseer wasn't paying attention. The other slaves also dare not do anything. If the overseer sees them helping as being lazy or slacking off, they would also be implicated. If it weren't for Xiaoran asking her brother for help, by the time he finishes work at night and goes to find her mother, she might have already died from the illness. Xiaoran's brother is the horse slave who previously saved the second leader. At this moment, he has washed himself, changed into servant clothing, shaved off his beard, and is allowed to braid his hair and tie it on top of his head. The second leader, hearing the report from the servant, casually glances over, and her gaze is immediately fixed. This horse slave, though slightly thin, has an excellent bone structure and distinct features. Compared to the guard leader she favors, the horse slave's eyes are long, and his brows and eyes are a bit more aloof. Under the second leader's amazed gaze, the horse slave quickly lowers his head, his entire demeanor becoming timid and ingratiating. The second leader clicks her tongue in dissatisfaction. Lift your head. What's your name? They all call me Sure too. No, that name doesn't suit you. From now on, you will take my surname and be called Yichuan. The second leader casually gives the horse slave a name. She strokes her chin, initially just wanted to take a horse slave, but the way this slave looks makes her itch with desire, and she wonders how that matter will turn out. Yichuan, don't you kneel and thank your benefactor? The guard leader is quite dissatisfied with the horse slave's dazed expression. Ajiao, the second leader, calls the guard leader over and whispers to him. You take Yichuan and wash him again. Make sure he is clean and teach him your skills. The second leader playfully rubs the guard leader's backside. Hurry up. I'll need it soon. Ajiao glances at the horse slave with a hint of resentment. He had to do everything possible to gain the second leader's favor. Why does this slave get to enjoy such treatment? Just because he is good looking? His eyes aren't even bigger than mine. What is so good about him? Ajiao, the second leader, sees he doesn't respond and knows he is jealous. But who is she? A mere guard. She can indulge him when she is in a good mood. Yes, Ajiao reluctantly agrees and leads He Chuan away. Oh, the second leader gazes adoringly at He Chuan's back. After seeing his true appearance, even his back becomes alluring. She instructs the maid to prepare hot water. She will need it after this. When He Chuan comes out of the second leader's room, Ajiao has been waiting outside for a long time. The two men brush past each other. Ajiao's gaze is cold, while He Chuan's expression is blank. The second leader, Ajiao, has taught everything, except how to take care of her afterward. He Chuan is also a brainless one, truly thinking he can be used and then discarded. The second leader's expression is satisfied, completely unconcerned about He Chuan's lack of understanding. She has had enough of the sensible ones. Sometimes she just wants a change of flavor. Come here, what is the matter? I don't want it anymore. The second leader casually gathers her clothes while waiting for the maids to bring the hot water. Ajiao suppresses the sourness in his heart. Second leader, the chief has come by. He wants you to find him quickly to discuss matters. The second leader's expression turns serious, and she waves her hand. Go urge the hot water again. You don't need to serve here. Ajiao knows she has seen through his thoughts and helplessly agrees. Knowing that her elder brother has matters to discuss, the second leader tidies up quickly. As she walks to the chief's residence, she accidentally bumps into an 8-year-old boy. Second aunt. The boy, with red lips and white teeth, speaks with a bobbing tuft of hair on his head, looking very charming. The second leader pinches his soft little face. Little Sean, go play by yourself. When can I go to your place to stay? Little Sean is Ali's only son, the second young master of the Linha tribe. The second leader casually replies, next time. After she finished speaking, she headed to the elder brother's council hall. Xiao Shan saw the second leader vanish from sight, and with a forceful step, he crushed a very thin branch underfoot. The great leader had just returned not long ago from a long journey to the Hongshe tribe to exchange supplies. You haven't sought me out, so the tribe's land reclamation must be progressing smoothly. But Yin, I want to know about the matters in my manor during my absence. The great leader of the Linha tribe, He Ying, and the second leader, He Yin, are siblings born of the same mother and father. This question should have been asked by the elder brother long ago. The second leader thought to herself that the elder brother had never been this patient before. Indeed, after being the chief for so long, even a simple-minded person would become complex. She scratched the red mark on her neck casually and hissed. The young man who just started eating meat was truly something else. The second leader said, I'm not very clear about the matters in elder brother's manor. I only came to inquire about the great lady after hearing that Madame Li was driven out per elder brother's instructions, but I encountered danger instead. I still don't know why Madame Li was expelled. The people reclaiming the land these days have not seen her corpse. Perhaps Madame Li and the others escaped into the deep mountains. But the few slaves she brought have suffered punishment. They might have already been fed to wild beasts. The siblings exchanged glances. Before the great leader went out, he already had a premonition in his heart. He allowed the great lady to burn with jealousy and also let his sister avoid rushing to the manor to help, tacitly permitting Madame Li's fate. She was too clever and too ambitious. The great leader suddenly said this. The second leader understood, so she cannot be allowed to stay. With the great leader absent, only the second leader could slightly suppress the great lady. However, dealing with Li was a joint decision of both leaders. The great lady still believed that her husband was being lenient with her, trying every day to please the great leader. The great leader was much more relaxed at home. Xiao Shan, I originally wanted to cultivate him to be like me, a future assistant to the tribe leader, the second leader said, but he is too unruly. He is 8 years old this year, but has a deep affection for his mother. Chapter 114. The Divine Tree Tribe still has strength. When Madame Li got into trouble, her decisive act of sending her son to me shows that she knew I could protect the second young master. But she also overestimated the great lady's courage. The second leader was still analyzing when the great leader interrupted. She doesn't have the courage to harm my child. But the caretaker said that Ali miscarried when he was beaten. The second leader fell silent. The two siblings had calculated everything, but had not anticipated that Madame Li was pregnant. The great leader said, this time he came, take Xiao Shan back. You, as his aunt, cannot manage him well, and I, as his father, he is always feared. Just seeing him reminds me of Ali, which is uncomfortable. The elder brother liked Xiao Shan because he liked Madame Li, loving her and everything related to her. The second leader silently frowned. The elder brother wanted to shift the blame for losing the child onto himself, thinking it would ease his heart. Yes, the second leader responded. The great leader then asked, how are the spring plowing and land reclamation going? The second leader subtly changed her sitting posture. Everything is going smoothly. Once the rice is planted, we can prepare to enter the mountains. This is also what I wanted to discuss with you. Originally, after the start of spring this year, we were supposed to search for the remnants of the divine tree tribe in the mountains. However, when I went to the Hongshur tribe, their chief, Shur, was unwilling to see me. The great leader was filled with confusion. The Hongshur tribe was known for producing weapons and welcomed anyone as long as they could exchange for food. This time, upon hearing that he was from the Linha tribe and seeing the cart of food behind him, they directly closed the door to guests. He lingered outside the Hongshur tribe for 2 days. It was only when the Hongshur tribe shot arrows to warn him that the great leader had no choice but to leave. The great leader said, "I then went to Moke City, where weapons were much more expensive than before. I only exchanged for a dozen knives and bought over 100 slaves with the remaining food." The second leader pondered. The land of the divine tree tribe was still quite fertile, but the drawback was that it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it difficult to obtain news. However, precisely because of this, it was easy to defend and hard to attack, making it more effective to deal with enemies. If it were just about building the tribe, the elder brother's purchase of slaves was correct, but how the divine tree tribe developed in the mountains and whether they were still alive remained a hidden danger. Seeing her sister not responding, the great leader continued, "We still have some iron blocks. You take people to chop some firewood to come back, and we will make knives ourselves. Our knife-making skills are not that good." The second leader pointed out the issue. The great leader laughed heartily. "I brought back a craftsman from Moke City this time, who has some insights into weapon manufacturing. I'll introduce you to him later." "Oh, what is that craftsman's name? Is he well known?" "That craftsman's name is Jin Buhuan, an elder from the craftsman tribe affiliated with Moke City. He left the tribe to open his own blacksmith shop due to dissatisfaction with the change of tribe leader." "See, I managed to bring him back," the great leader said. The fact that the elder brother remembered the craftsman's name and background in just a few days and valued him highly made the second leader respond with congratulations on the surface. But her vigilance rose. In modern times, Zhou Manqing sent the tribal script she recorded to her editor friend, Jia, who had lent her 50,000 during her grandfather's hospitalization, asking her to help revise the script and offering to pay at the market price. Jia, "Manqing, I think the character of the tribe leader is more charming. Why is your main storyline about the ordinary tribesman Ying?" Zhou Manqing, "This is the first part of the tribe series. I just want to film a Ying story." Zhou Manqing chose to record a Ying story as it was and to create a beautiful ending for Ying and Kai Ji in a modern film. The shock Ying gave her was that after losing her husband and child, Ying could still bravely pick up weapons to fight against the cannibals. She did not self-destruct or shrink back. Until the last moment before she fell, she was seeking revenge. Zhou Manqing wanted to portray a more realistic female character from the tribal era, when there were no strict gender divisions and fewer constraints. Women of that time were independent and strong, shining brightly. Yan Sima leaned against Yin Jianqin's embrace, and the man had already tiredly fallen asleep on the sofa while she was still awake. Yin Jianqin's career had been going smoothly recently, but he was spending money lavishly. Yan Sima barely managed to get $1 million from him to stabilize the construction team. The subsequent financial gaps would not be a problem with Yin Jianqin as her cash machine. The old leather sofa creaked slightly with every move. Yan Sima thought that he truly liked her. Despite the dilapidated house, he was willing to move in and stay with her. The expensive photos of Zhou Shenghong she had bought previously were now useless. Zhou Shenghong absolutely did not know who the other buyer on the internet was, but the operation had failed. If she still posted those ambiguous photos online, Zhou Manqing could easily report it and ask the police to continue the investigation. Yan Sima secretly hated that she had already contacted the competitors of Shimu Company, the somewhat famous General Phone, but the photos could not be used. After this incident, her immediate priority was no longer to sabotage Zhou Manqing, but to improve herself. Once the storm passed, she would look for opportunities at socialite parties. Yan Sima gently caressed Yin Jianqin's chest, and this new star in the entertainment industry was her stepping stone to participate in the banquet. Report, Chief. The army of the Linha tribe is getting closer to our tower watch, about 200 meters away. The lookout towers near the river tribe have been reporting urgent military situations one after another. Early this morning, the river tribe suddenly summoned over 300 warriors to enter the mountains. Their marching speed is very fast. This is already the 4th lookout they are about to discover. Take all supplies, put away the ropes, and return to the tribe. Xiao Jinglin issued the order. The lookouts of the Shanshu tribe can only climb up using ropes, and it would take time to climb back up once the ropes are stowed away. At this moment, the river tribe suddenly gathering warriors to enter the mountains is definitely not good news. The second leader of the river tribe, Hien, frowned tightly. Since discovering the first lookout of the Shunshu tribe, her expression has not relaxed. In just 6 months, the Shunshu tribe surprisingly has the capacity to build lookouts outside. Could it be that the beasts in the deep mountains are not fierce? Or was there plenty of resources in the mountains? The second leader is deep in thought. When the Shunshu tribe was strong, they did not dare to exploit the rear mountains, nor did they set up barriers to intercept beasts. It shouldn't be that remnants of defeated troops can live so comfortably in mountains. Either there are other powerful forces in the mountains, or the Shunshu tribe has encountered some unpredictable fortune. Tell the chief to send another 200 people over, fully armed, with enough food for half a month. It would be best if the chief could lead the team personally. The second leader instructed a Jiao to return and report the news, signaling the main force to stop and set up camp first. The enemy's strength is unknown, and she herself is not strong. They cannot afford to be reckless. The Shunshu tribe is already dismantling the outer lookout towers, and with the help of electric saws, dismantling a small wooden tower is both labor-saving and efficient. It's just a pity for the structures we worked so hard to build. Su Linjian sighed. Xiao Hasong, on the other hand, remain calm. Our tribe has only about 300 warriors who can fight. The forest is dense, and it's inconvenient for us to ride horses. And the river tribe is the same. These lookout towers are too far from our tribe. We can only give up. Chapter 115. The river tribe is less than 300 meters away from here. Xiao Hasong distributed electric saws at the outer lookout and brought people to hide the dismantled wooden boards, dragging some scraps back to use for firewood. Xiao Jinglin was arranging the defense of the walls on the land side. Qi Hongye and Mu Xuanfang were also present. Mu Xuanfang expressed concern. Should we surround the newly opened wasteland with barbed wire? For now, the wasteland cannot be prioritized. The last section of the wall must be solidified by tomorrow at the latest. The main gate hasn't been installed yet. Qi Hongye is even more worried about the defenses. Xiao Jinglin said, let's first block this side of the gate with some barbed wire. We need to allocate more than half of our manpower here. Elder Qi, when the time comes, Uncle Hu will guard here with you. Do you need any other small leaders to help? Your family and Song are clever. If possible, let him come over too. Qi Hongye was completely unreserved. Are you kidding? The chief guards the tribe. If there's difficulty, Qing Shun can help. If she is so far from the tribe, without Xiao Hasong and Hu San, if she runs into the river tribe's second leader, who is more cunning than a hare, how will she fight? Xiao Jinglin had no objections. He initially wanted to arrange for Xiao Hasong to go out again and bring back a batch of newcomers. However, it is now spring, and there are many tasks that require hard work. Even in Moku City, most of the slaves sold are old and weak, and the prices are high. More importantly, the second leader of the river tribe, Hien, is decisive in her actions. They do not have time. It is uncertain how many warriors the river tribe will send into the mountains. Ban Mu is urgently assembling arrowheads and shafts with the craftsmen. These are all good things bestowed by Qing Shun. He had just finished speaking with Xiao Jinglin on the intercom. The bows and arrows would be completed in 3 days, and they should be able to assemble 5,000 arrows. The swords and knives ordered from the Hongshu tribe have also been sharpened. But now that the number of warriors has increased, the protective gear is still last year's stab-proof clothing given by Qing Shun. There isn't enough to wear. It's too late to make armor temporarily, and the Hongshu tribe doesn't have that technology. Zhou Manqing naturally received this news. Because it is uncertain how far the river tribe will go and how they will attack, stab-proof clothing is for close combat, but armor may still be needed for arrows. Generally, places that sell weapons also sell defensive gear. She approached Jiang Shaiwen's older brother, Jiang Bin. Now, rich people only buy 1 or 2 sets for fun. My friends might have some stock, but if you're talking about 300 to 500 sets of armor, Jiang Bin pondered, to be honest, to stop bullets. You still need bulletproof vests. Zhou Manqing smiled bitterly. The Shunshu tribe is not stopping bullets, it's cold weapons. On ancient battlefields, to resist attacks from swords and arrows, the defensive armor is more outstanding. She said, in any case, as long as there is defensive capability, the style is not important. Please help me ask. No matter how much stock your friends have, I'll take it all. Jiang Bin couldn't help but clasp his hands together. He still retained some of his chivalrous spirit. I'll handle it for the money. I'm not concerned about what Zhou Manqing buys the armor for. I'll keep it confidential. By the way, Zhou, are you really taking as much as possible? Zhou Manqing smiled. Sure, and please send it by the fastest delivery. Remember to keep it confidential for me. I'll pay you a commission per item, and I'll find you again next time I need something. With a commission to be earned, Jiang Bin chuckled. It's a straightforward job. After asking about the armor, Zhou Manqing was still uneasy and asked Jiang Bin to send her friend's stock of swords and knives to her warehouse as well. The iron-making technique of the Hongshe tribe has improved, but modern craftsmanship is stronger. Zhou Manqing found the WeChat of the owner of the labor protection store she had left before. Zhou Manqing, boss, please expedite the shipment of 500 sets of stab-proof clothing to this warehouse address in Shantian County, along with 300 large shields and 200 small round shields. Zhou Manqing, I also need 500 helmets, and please send me a batch of binoculars and flashlights. The labor protection store owner quickly adjusted the goods, and the supplies were delivered the next day. Zhou Manqing drove a small truck for 2 trips, and while the second batch of supplies was being delivered, Xiao Jinglin received news over the intercom that the river tribe had dispatched about 500 people and was close to locating the mountain where the tribe's base was situated. The tribe and the land are not on the same mountain peak. Xiao Jinglin is in the tribe. He made a decisive decision, instructing Su Linjian to take 30 people to carry a small portion of the hunted game, pretending to be a hunting team returning from a hunt, to lead the river tribe toward the tribe's base. The land planted with crops would definitely be affected by the war, while the tribe's wall is solid and backed by a cliff. The river tribe cannot play tricks. They can only confront him head-on. Chief, if we can set some animal traps on their route, we can eliminate some of the enemies first, Husan suggested. Xiao Jinglin pondered for a moment. You send a squad leader with a squad. Take the more than 50 animal traps and the opening tools bestowed by Qing Shun to the land side. If the river tribe has already sealed off the road, then retreat. He strode out of the warehouse, dragging out a box of intercoms, taking out 20 that were fully charged, and putting them into 2 climbing backpacks filled with the animal traps. The climbing backpacks bestowed by Qing Shun are convenient, durable, and have large capacities. The craftsmen of the Shenshu tribe have also been researching backpacks recently, but the technology is stuck on the zippers. As for how to use the animal traps, let them wait for news over there, Xiao Jinglin said. 500 pieces of stab-proof clothing, vests, shields, and so on piled into a small mountain, leaving 3 squads of warriors with Banmu to count the supplies and record them. Xiao Jinglin climbed to the tribe's watchtower. The highest watchtower of the tribe is built next to the warehouse. Through layers of leaves, even with binoculars, nothing can be seen. However, the dense trees have one advantage. The river tribe also cannot find the location of the Shenshu tribe for the time being. Xiao Jinglin asked Zhou Manqing, can we still buy animal traps from Qingshin's side? Zhou Manqing could only offer limited assistance. Perhaps there is still a chance. But here it has already become illegal, and I'm afraid it might. Xiao Jinglin probably understood that the law is akin to the tribal rules in the world of Qingshin, which cannot be violated. The craftsmen of the Shinmu tribe lack the strength to replicate this hidden weapon. The animal traps are somewhat of a sideline, and Zhou Manqing was concerned. Is the strength of the Linha tribe very strong? Xiao Jinglin replied, currently. There are about 500 warriors from the Linha tribe who have entered the mountains, while the Shinmu tribe has over 300 warriors, half of whom are guarding the land. So, it's 150 against 500. It looks like it will be a tough battle again. If the Linha tribe engages in battle on both sides, it would be 150 against 250, and with the cement walls, we should be able to defend ourselves somewhat, Zhou Manqing analyzed. We are preparing to lure the Linha tribe toward our tribe's direction with the walkie-talkies. The warriors left outside can launch a surprise attack from behind when the Linha tribe is exhausted. Xiao Jinglin responded, Zhou Manqing, you go ahead and fight. Let me know if you need any supplies, and I will definitely help you. Xiao Jinglin tightened the golden koi hanging around his neck, feeling warmth in his heart. Zhou Manqing drove back home, and the long-unseen village gossip, Aunt Wang, was chatting at her house. Oh, Manqing, it's raining outside, and you're still going out? Aunt Wang expressed her concern. Zhou Manqing had collected food several times in the village, paid promptly, and her family did not bully others in the village. So everyone liked her. Aunt Wang, it's just a light rain outside. I'm driving my little car. Zhou Manqing greeted and sat down to help her grandfather wash the vegetables. Aunt Wang said, I'm not being alarmist, but a few days ago, I heard that a couple was driving along a mountain road when suddenly the water rose. I heard that their car is still on the road, and the couple was washed away by the water. They can't be found. Such a tragedy. Chapter 116. The Shimu tribe has been found. The car is still there. If the water is strong, generally people would just call for help and would wander around, right? Besides, I haven't seen any news about it, Zhou Manqing said. Well, how could such bad news make it to the news? It's all just mutual reminders among us. Manqing, your company has a lot of business, but you need to pay attention to safety. Aunt Wang saw that it was getting late and took her leave, saying she had to go back to cook. Her grandfather casually invited her to stay for dinner, but Aunt Wang, being brisk, said she would go back. After Aunt Wang left, her words lingered in her grandfather's mind. After pouring out the vegetable washing water and filling another basin, her grandfather hesitated for a long time and finally said to Zhou Manqing, "Manqing, it has been raining lightly and moderately for the past few days without stopping. If your company doesn't have anything urgent, just stay home and work." Zhou Manqing was replying to a message and didn't see her grandfather's worried eyes. She casually said, "Grandpa, has there ever been a major flood in our county all these years? There was only one snow disaster when I was young. Now the country's infrastructure is very complete. A little rain is nothing to worry about." Zhou Manqing's grandfather knew that his granddaughter was a determined person. Saying too much would be annoying, but ever since that day, before Zhou Manqing went out, her grandfather would always ask her to check the weather forecast. If it was raining, he would try to persuade her not to go out. Although Shantian village is adjacent to a small river, the village is built on high ground, with a drop of more than 10 meters from the riverbank. So under normal circumstances, the water wouldn't rise to their homes or roads. No matter how much it rained outside, home was always safe. In the Shimu tribe, due to a shortage of armor, Xiao Jingling distributed the riot vests that Zhou Manqing had temporarily used. The soldiers, in addition to wearing stab-resistant clothing, also wore camouflage riot vests. The all-green riot vests were for squad leaders and platoon leaders, the black riot vests for 100 leaders, tribal leaders, and elders, and the gray riot vests were for the tribal doctors, led by Nanxing. The army is temporarily categorized by helmet color: green camouflage for infantry, blue camouflage for archers, gray camouflage for cavalry, and the helmets and riot vests of various leaders and tribal doctors are the same color. Previously, during drills, Xiao Jingling had already introduced modern military commands, so even with helmets on, the soldiers could hear the orders. The soldiers donned their gear, put on their helmets, lined up straight, and their spirits instantly lifted. Some members of the Shimu tribe had experienced the invasion from the Linha tribe and were now left with deep psychological scars. In recent days, they had been working anxiously. Now they had 3 meals a day, could eat their fill, occasionally had meat, had clothes to wear, and if they fell ill, there were tribal doctors. Such a blessed life, once experienced, losing it would be worse than death. However, seeing the warriors that the tribal leader had trained for nearly half a year, now called soldiers, the tribe's people felt much more at ease. "Let us go. Today's cloth hasn't been dyed yet." A sister patted her companion. Another little boy who lost his parents in the last war also patted his head. His parents would comfort him like this when they were alive. "Don't be afraid. With the tribal leader and the army here, nothing will happen." Early the next morning, Su Linjian reported that the Linha tribe was less than 300 meters from the tribal camp. Xiao Jingling instructed San to quickly use a loudspeaker to notify everyone, telling the tribespeople to bring all their belongings inside the walls and to check the barbed wire and sandbags set up at the main exits yesterday. The temporary barbed wire and sandbags were a modern tactic Xiao Jingling had learned. It served as a temporary defensive wall. He went outside the main gate and shouted through the loudspeaker. This time, in facing the Linha tribe, although we have the defensive gear, shields, and walls that cannot be breached by swords, we must not be complacent and must give our all. Today we will only defend and not pursue. The injured will retreat to the walls for treatment by the tribal doctors. Follow the military orders and do not act rashly. Understood? Understood. The guards inside and outside the city and the sentries responded in unison. The warriors of the Shimu tribe set up double-layer shields, readied their bows and arrows, and waited for the Linha tribe to attack. The first Linha warrior to appear was shot down by Xiao Jingling with an arrow. There was a clearing outside the Shimu tribe, originally meant for the tribespeople to drive various crops, but now it became a battlefield for the two armies. The Linha tribe hesitated to advance, and Ajia asked the second leader what the next move should be. The second leader remained silent. Her older brother, the big leader, was also present, and Ajia felt she shouldn't question him about military actions. Following the big leader, Jinbu Huan said, "Big leader, the scouts report that outside the Linha tribe is a clearing, which is convenient for our cavalry to charge. My newly made longsword is most suitable for mounted combat." Jinbu Huan was the strategist who had previously followed the old leader of the craftsman tribe, Ban Zhongqing. After Ban Zhongqing was unjustly executed by the lord of Mo City under some pretext, the craftsman tribe had no place to stand. He opened a blacksmith shop in Mo City and happened to meet Xiao and Song on their return journey. Catching a glimpse of the new long sword made by the Shimu tribe, Jinbu Huan extended the length of the blade and designed a reverse edge for the tip, naming it the horse-slaying sword, making it more convenient for cavalry to slash. He also informed the big leader about various matters he had seen in the Shenmu tribe while in Moka City, and the big leader was surprised to learn that the Shenmu tribe had somehow sneaked out of the mountains. However, knowing that the Shenmu tribe was secretly selling bomb and returning with gold jewelry without thinking to enhance their combat strength was truly short-sighted. Only the dozen or so horses from Moka City made the big leader somewhat wary. The big leader instructed his bodyguard leader, Deshaun, beside him, passed down the order to let our 30 cavalrymen come to the front, leading the charge with 60 slave soldiers on the side for protection, and deploy 300 warriors behind. As long as the cavalry breaks through the defenses at the entrance of the Shenmu tribe, they can rush into the city and kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. Brother, doesn't the Shenmu tribe have that invulnerable monster skin mentioned by Jinbu Huai? We should be more cautious and first shoot a batch of arrows to test the waters. The second leader reminded. The first leader, seeing the vast camp of the Shenmu tribe, was envious. There was an unimaginable amount of gold, silver, and jewels exchanged from Moka City. He reluctantly agreed with his sister's judgment. Caution is the key to survival. Daxian, let 100 archers step forward. The archers of the Linha tribe, using the trees for cover, carefully shot a wave of arrows, but most were blocked by sandbags and shields. The second leader said, Brother, the Shenmu tribe must already know we are here and is surely prepared. This is not like the time we ambushed the Shenmu tribe before. We should try to persuade them to surrender, or let the warriors shout in unison to intimidate them, ideally scaring their warriors into submission, so they dare not resist us any longer. If Zhou Manqing were here, she would realize that the second leader was employing modern psychological tactics. The first leader had no objections. The Shenmu tribe was on high alert. The Linha tribe had already drawn their bows, but why had they not taken action? Chapter 117. Climbing the wall, not afraid of barbed wire? The boiling water is here. Suddenly, the birds flew up in alarm from the woods, and hundreds of warriors from the Linha tribe shouted in unison. The Linha tribe is here. You cannot defeat us. Surrender and welcome us. Some of the newer warriors of the Shenmu tribe were indeed startled by the sudden shout from the opposite side, but when they saw the younger leaders remain calm, they gradually steadied their nerves. The tribe leader said to hold the line and not pursue. If it fails, they could always retreat behind the walls. No matter how strong the Linha tribe was, could they break through their concrete walls? They shouted for surrender for 5 rounds, and the warriors of the Linha tribe grew more excited with each shout, eager to rush in and kill. The slave soldiers wielded the most rudimentary weapons, wooden sticks and bamboo spears. They were terrified but had to stand at the front. Even as soldiers, they still did not earn respect. But being able to eat their fill and stay warm without constantly being beaten was already a great improvement. Charge! The first leader waved his hand, signaling the accompanying warriors to beat the war drums. Archers knocked their arrows and covered their cavalry's assault. The Shenmu tribe refused to back down, and the bugler sounded the charge. The trumpet's sound easily penetrated the helmets worn by the Shenmu warriors, and the archers took turns firing 2 volleys of arrows before retreating behind the walls, while the infantry steadied their shields and prepared for battle. The cavalry of the Linha tribe was about to cross the open ground and charge toward the sandbags. They waved their sharp sabers, their faces twisted in bloodthirsty smiles, having dodged the arrow rain from the Shenmu tribe. As soon as they got close to the opposing tribe, a single strike could slice them in 2. The faces of the Shenmu soldiers were hidden behind their helmets, and the Linha tribesmen could not see their caution. Pull! Su Linjian shouted loudly while holding the horn. The soldiers hiding by the roadside, wearing camouflage, quickly pulled up their horse tripwires, and the unprepared Linha cavalry fell alongside their horses. Some broke their necks as they fell. There were also skilled cavalry who leaped over the tripwires and swung their swords at the transparent barbed wire. This barbed wire was custom-made by Zhou Manqing. Though the holes were large, no one could pass through. If the Linha tribesmen got their weapons stuck in the barbed wire and could not withdraw in time, the long knives of the Shenmu soldiers would pierce through and turn them into hedgehogs. Cut the ropes. The first leader, surrounded by his guards, ordered the message to be relayed quickly. Before the slave soldiers on both sides could react, the soldiers lying in ambush by the roadside quickly raised their shields and retreated. Even though the tribesmen in front of them met a gruesome fate, the Linha tribesmen showed no fear, especially the slave soldiers of the Linha tribe. They knew that fleeing meant death. If they lost, they would have to accompany the fallen. Charge forward. Perhaps with military merit, there will be a chance to escape slavery. Soon, the ground in front of the barbed wire was piled high with the corpses of the Linha tribesmen. The slave soldiers of the Linha tribe, particularly fearless, even lifted their comrades' bodies to block blades, spilling blood as they fell into the barbed wire. The sounds of swords clashing rang out from behind the barbed wire. The archers on the watchtower of the Shimu tribe could only stop the advancing army behind them, but the troops below could not be held back, risking friendly fire. The later warriors of the Linha tribe pushed wooden carts, a tactic they had surreptitiously learned from the previous siege of Mo City. And they couldn't make a siege tower yet. However, they could make wooden carts. Once they approached the walls of the Shimu tribe, they could climb over. The thick trunks would not be penetrated by the barbed wire, allowing the Linha tribe to climb into the Shimu walls. More and more warriors from the Linha tribe surged into the trench, and the barbed wire was crushed under the heaps of corpses. Zhao Jinglin ordered a retreat. Just a few steps away, the bugler sounded the retreat command. Outside, the warriors of the Shimu tribe had become bloodthirsty, yet they still remembered the rules from their training. Fighting while retreating. The Shimu tribe locked some of the Linha tribesmen who had rushed in inside the gates. The Linha tribesmen rushed through the door and were momentarily stunned to see rows of warriors behind the main gate ready to defend various sections before they could react. They were shot down by the front row of archers. A few who barely managed to support themselves ran in front of the warriors, and one faced off against more than a dozen long knives. Clang! Those few dropped their swords and knelt down. This small wave of troops was merely a minor episode. By the wall, some soldiers set up folding ladders while others climbed the ladders, wielding long knives to cut down the Linha tribesmen attempting to climb in. A portion of the enemy carried wooden planks, trying to break down the Shinmu tribe's metal gate. The metal gate had not yet deformed, but the wall was crumbling and shedding cement dust. Zhao Jinglin had already climbed up, dodging the sharp swords shot by the Linha tribe while reinforcing the gaps, shooting down the Linha tribesmen who had managed to climb over the wall. In the brief moment he was reloading, he noticed the area with the most wooden carts and instructed one of the archers beside him. Quickly find the squad leader, get wood, and flip over their planks from under the wall. The archer took the order and left. Zhao Jinglin calculated the time. If they could hold out against this wave of enemies, Husan's side should be nearly ready. Make way, make way, make way. Husan came over, pulling a hot water pipe tied to a long stick. This was an extended water pipe gifted by Qing Xin. On the other end, Husan's mother, who was the cook, along with a group of chefs, continuously poured freshly boiled water from a nearby newly built water tank, with a pump set beside it. This water tank was originally intended to draw spring water for the tribe's daily use, but since the spring water had not been drawn up, hot water had arrived. Husan stepped onto the folding ladder, urging the warriors to lift themselves toward the wall, while other warriors standing on the ladder quickly gathered around to protect him. Husan steadied his balance, opened the switch on this side, aimed at the Linha tribesmen scrambling to climb the wall, and shouted into the intercom, "Liuzi, is the water full? Turn on the pump. You all get out of the way." Husan shouted to the tribesmen beside him. Although it was tied to a long stick, hot water would still splash. "Linha tribe, surrender, and you won't be killed." Husan shouted loudly. The warriors on the opposite side were not willing to listen, seeing the Shimu tribesmen retreat a bit, leaving only one holding a stick tied with a strange rope. They sensed something was off but dare not back down. While the Shimu tribe is few, quickly kill your way in, urged several small leaders from the Linha tribe. The warriors dared not hesitate any longer, gritting their teeth as they climbed forward along the thick trunk, which had left some wood chunks for them to grip. Husan sensed the water was coming up and quickly aimed the nozzle at the Linha warriors. The sound of splashing water echoed as the first few members of the Linha tribe who were scalded by boiling water instinctively stumbled backward. "It's boiling water. Retreat quickly." "Ah, my face." The Linha tribesmen who tasted the boiling water fell to the ground, and the hot water continued to pour out, causing those on the ground to cry out in agony. Hearing it was boiling water, the Linha tribesmen, aware of the pain of being scalded, began to hesitate. The chief of the Linha tribe shouted angrily, commanding the warriors to attack the main gate of the Shimu tribe first. Husan told his brother Hulu to turn off the water pump and keep the cooks boiling water. He threatened any Linha tribesmen who approached the wall by pointing the water hose at them. The wall near the wooden cart was secured, but the other side had no wooden boards, and the Linha tribesmen climbed over the pile of corpses, only to be pierced and injured by the barbed wire on the wall. Even if they managed to get in, their combat capabilities were almost gone. The Shimu tribe's gate remained unbroken after a long assault, yet their arrows seemed endless. Chapter 118. Can we still see the Linha tribe flee? By noon, the aroma of chicken wafted through the Shimu tribe. Very few Linha tribesmen dared to test the boiling water guns of the Shimu tribe. Dongying thought it was a waste to burn so much firewood for hot water and decided to kill a few chickens and scald them with boiling water to remove the feathers. Mother, brother wants to keep this boiling water to kill the enemies. Hulu was anxious on the side, swallowing hard at the smell of the already stewed chicken. Seeing her younger son acting like a little adult, Dong-ing couldn't help but laugh. Mother knows her limits. Look, your Uncle Gua and the others have been boiling water all along. If we don't scoop some water out of this pool, it will overflow. The Linha tribe outside the wall was so angry they were jumping up and down. They'd been attacking for a whole morning, and weren't they also hungry? Brother, let us retreat first. The second-in-command rubbed his empty stomach, and the visibly tired warriors who rotated out. The Linha tribesmen, as knives couldn't even touch the Shimu tribesmen, and continuing like this was pointless. The chief also took a few rounds hacking at the Shimu wall. His knife was already chipped, and the wall only shed a bit of dust. He had no outlet for his brute strength. After all, he had brought 500 warriors to fight this former subordinate, and he was unwilling to back down. Jin Buhuan also advised from the side. Chief, this Shimu wall is indeed sturdy. Let me go back and make a few more wooden carts. They only have boiling water at that one spot. What can they do to me? The chief reluctantly had his subordinates beat the drums again to signal a retreat. Tribe leader, the Linha tribe has retreated. They really retreated. Aha! I can actually see the Linha tribesmen fleeing in my lifetime. The older members of the Shimu tribe couldn't believe their eyes, and some archers, enduring the soreness in their arms, shot off their last feathered arrows. When enemies meet, they are particularly fierce. If they can kill one more, they will. The sentry on the watchtower observed for a moment with binoculars. The Linha tribe had indeed retreated a considerable distance. Cheers erupted from the Shimu tribe, and the tribesmen surrounded the warriors to eat, with a few groups staying behind to remain vigilant. The warriors would come back to rotate after eating. Nanqing hadn't stopped all morning. She led the tribe as healers to continually carry the incapacitated warriors on stretchers to the makeshift tents in the rear for treatment. This tent was also temporarily sent by Qing Shun, with cloth curtains pulled up on both sides and a transparent thin film, allowing ample light for the healers to treat the warriors' injuries. Once it was confirmed that the Linha tribe would not turn back, the Shimu tribe opened the main gate to assess the casualties, rescuing a few Shimu soldiers who were still alive among the piles of dead bodies. Su Linjian summarized the battle report. Tribe leader, in this battle, we lost 27 men and 64 were injured. There are 151 corpses of the Linha tribe left here. 49 seriously injured were all executed, along with 22 surrendered soldiers, 5 injured horses, and 2 dead horses. Shout Jingling nodded. Strip the captives of their clothes and chain them up. Those who are injured should be treated by the tribe as healers, and then locked up. The dead horses will be added to the meal tonight, and the 5 injured horses will be sent to the veterinarian to see if they can be treated. Upon learning that the Shimu tribe had temporarily repelled the Linha tribe, Zhou Manqing breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangbin helped her contact several armor manufacturers, and, coincidentally, the factory had just cleared out its inventory before she arrived, leaving only a few dozen pieces. The quantity was too small. Sending them over now would instead affect the morale of the Shimu tribe. Zhou Manqing decided to order 500 sets, paying a 20 deposit, and asked the manufacturers to ensure quality and quantity, not in a hurry. Currently, the stab-proof vests and the riot vests reinforced with steel plates were barely enough. She was worried about her film crew starting up. She had posted a recruitment notice on a certain platform, but the response from netizens was not friendly. According to Jiang Shaiwen's sister Qingqing, don't look, it's all bad reviews. The popularity of the supporting villain in Tianjia, Yu Nu Ribu Xian, was gradually declining, and last year's scandals were being dug up again due to the villain's sudden rise to fame. The public was generally skeptical about actors turning directors. Singers go act, actors go direct. It's a confusing world. Zhou, you should take advantage of the heat and take on a few more supporting roles to hone your acting skills. Let us focus on performing well first, which is more important than anything else. This is really scary. This person bullied others when acting, and as a director, wouldn't she bully the entire crew? Some relatively decent new actors, upon seeing the various negative comments and exposés in Zhou Manqing's comment section, quietly gave up the thought of auditioning. Zhou Manqing's reputation as an actress wasn't prominent, and it was expected that no one would respond when she became a director. Wenwen, how is the short drama you've been brushing up on lately? Zhou Manqing asked. There weren't many applicants. She and Jiang Shaiwen's had to take matters into their own hands, choosing actors with good appearances and reputations from online platforms to inquire about potential collaboration. Don't mention it. All I can think of now are the love triangles, Going Abroad, White Moonlight, Rebirth Slaps, Black Lotus. I Haven Tea followed many people, but I have a lot of memes here, Jiang Shiwen's complained. Zhou Manqing was speechless. She felt the same way. After watching a few short dramas, she felt her script ideas were getting muddled. With thunder and lightning and rain pouring down, the two were huddled under the lounge chair in the corridor, looking at each other as the wind blew. Wait, my sister, that Chun-Chi, who acted with you before, tagged you on a certain platform. Jiang Shiwen suddenly jumped up. Zhou Manqing looked closely, and indeed it was the male lead from their previous collaboration in Tian Jia Yunu Ribu Xian. The upright Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi's post was concise, retweeting her recruitment announcement with a comment. Let me try auditioning too. Chun-Chi had quite a few fans. Mostly rational fans who liked to watch him act without hyping up his looks or acting skills. He was a rare, refreshing presence in the fan community, making it hard to say whether he could be considered a part of it. With his retweet, Zhou Manqing's work account left Jiang Shiwen's WeChat, and her friend verification kept ringing. Sister Qingqing? Jiang Shiwen's now had a different kind of frown. Having more applicants was also quite troublesome. You help me screen them first. Then once the weather is good here, we'll go to Engshi for a unified audition. Zhou Manqing patted her shoulder. The crew not only needed to finalize actors, but also needed lighting technicians, photographers, and other crew members. There were many positions to fill, and it couldn't be done in a short time. Moreover, the Shimu tribe was currently facing an attack from the Lina tribe, and Zhou Manqing wanted to focus first on the Shimu tribe, driving the enemy back or subduing them before anything else. Zhou Manqing was worried about the Shimu tribe, which had just repelled another wave of attacks from the Lina tribe. The Linha tribe attempted to find a breakthrough point around the walls of the Shimu tribe, but it seemed that the Shimu people had eyes that could see 1,000 miles away, no matter whether it was day or night. Whenever the Linha tribe sneaked off to other places, the Shimu tribe was always able to keep up. The Linha's night raids were particularly terrifying. On a night when the moonlight was relatively bright, they launched a surprise attack, but before they had even covered half the distance, several bright lights shone down on them. At first, the Linha tribesmen thought it was some kind of white fire and were scared to hide everywhere. In fact, the light was the searchlight that Zhou Manqing had sent to the Shimu tribe. Although it was bright and blinding, it did not cause any substantial harm. It was just enough to scare the Linha tribesmen who had never seen such a thing before. Some of the Linha tribesmen were so frightened that their legs went soft, thinking it was the eyes of a deity, and they fell to the ground, afraid to move forward. The Linha tribesmen who gritted their teeth and charged into the light were shot down one by the Shimu tribe. The archers of the Linha tribe wanted to counterattack, but could not see the figures behind the light, and they nearly blinded themselves with the intense brightness. It would have been better to fight during the day. At least they could see where those cunning Shimu tribesmen were. The Shimu tribe appeared to be at ease. With day and night shifts, over 100 warriors had not rested enough, and even ordinary tribesmen had taken over basic tasks like keeping watch and providing illumination after some simple training. Chief, this big light is so powerful. Why can't we keep it on all night? That way, we wouldn't have to keep using binoculars to watch for them all night. Husan raised a question. Xiao Jingling replied, the searchlight consumes a lot of power, and the Qing Shun can't transmit large generators, so there's no way to support all-night lighting. Husan scratched his head, half understanding, but Hu Lu was quick-witted. Chief, let me take care of the light. I'm quick at whatever I do. You're still too young. Stick with Aunt Dongy and help with our logistics, Xiao Jingling said. Husan chuckled. Little brother, you want to take your brother's job? You're still too inexperienced. Xiao Jingling lowered his gaze. The Linha tribe had many people, and if they continued to launch constant assaults, the Shimu tribe would become too exhausted. He would have to contact his younger brother, Xiao Hasong, and have them send several teams over to help. However, doing so would expose the tribe's territory. The wire fence defenses on that side were not as solid as those on this side. If the Linha tribe was determined to attack there, it would be easy to lose ground. Fortunately, the Linha tribe had not been able to capture the area after a prolonged siege, and their two leaders were also feeling uneasy. This position of the Shimu tribe is excellent, and their walls are strong. We can't keep wasting time here, brother, the second leader said, sitting on the ground with the chief in a space cleared by the tribesmen. The early summer breeze was still a bit cool, and there were many mosquitoes in the forest, along with the need to be cautious of venomous snakes. The chief had just heard from Hichi that the Linha tribe had lost over 200 warriors in recent days. The tribe still had more than 300 warriors, but to defend the tribe and guard against external enemies, the 500 warriors brought into the mountains were already at their limit. The chief irritably took a sip of rice porridge. The Shimu tribe's camp was nearly 3 days' journey from Linha, and daily transportation of food required 60 tribesmen. What are your thoughts? That wall has cost us many weapons. The second leader replied, in my observations over the past few days, the cliffs behind the Shamu tribe are very high. We can't climb over, and they likely can't either. We just need to leave dozens of warriors outside each of their gates to cut off their contact with the outside. If we sit idly by, they have such a small area. How much food can they have to eat? What, they have a lot of stored food. The chief said, if what Jin Buguan said is true, they may have exchanged the jewels in Moke City for weapons of the Hongshu tribe. During battle, you and I can see that the Shimu tribe is also made of flesh and blood. They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms to sneak back with much supplies. Moreover, last year, we drove them into the mountains in autumn, and winter is approaching. They still need to clear land to farm. How much food can they have? The second leader's speculation was correct. If the Shimu tribe did not have Qing Shun, after clearing land, it would be winter and almost no crops could grow and be harvested in winter in this world. The chief agreed with the second leader's suggestion. You and I should arrange this quickly and let a Jiao return to communicate. Let the tribe's warriors rotate to guard. We must trap them here. In modern times, the rain in Shantian County was getting heavier, and some roads were not draining well, resulting in flooding. The farm-stay was situated in a low area, and the water from the pond had overflowed, covering the ground with a layer of water. Wenwen, you should go stay in the factory dormitory with Jiangbin for a while. Zhou Manqing said. The items on the first floor of the farm-stay had almost all been moved to the second floor, except for the food. Wang Er's aunt and her son had returned yesterday. The village was on higher ground, and if the farm-stay was flooded, it would be dangerous for those who stayed behind. Jiang Shuwen had packed her luggage when she received ZhouManqing's notice yesterday. Her brother's car was also parked at the farm-stay, and she was not too reassured about leaving Zhou Manqing there. Sister Qingqing, aren't the grain collectors coming later? Don't we need to help? The temporarily assigned security guard by Mutong was also there and wanted to stay to help. Zhou Manqing said, you all go first. Didn't we receive notifications from upstream about preparing for flood discharge? I've hired a truck driver. He's used to moving things quickly. Seeing by Mutong, still hesitating under the umbrella, she urged, by Gu, you should go with Jiangbin's car to the factory. If you wait for me to take you, what if I come back and the road is blocked? She said this half jokingly, half seriously, and they had no choice but to leave. Thunder rumbled in the sky again, and Zhou Manqing felt a bit uneasy hearing that sound now. Zhou Manqing was the only one left at the farm-stay. However, there was no truck driver. There was, however, a snail master. Zhou Manqing first turned off the power at the farm-stay, secured the door, and looked around to confirm that no one was nearby. She had already informed Xiao Jingling in advance, and now she reconfirmed that the Shimu tribe was ready. The snail system was activated, and Zhou Manqing transmitted about 2,000 pounds of grain from the half warehouse to the Shimu tribe. The amount of supplies she could transmit was increasing. In less than an hour, the warehouse was completely empty. This was much faster than asking a worker to move the grain. Zhou Manqing thought that she would have to give it to the Shimu tribe sooner or later, and since they were fighting now, the grain would be useful. As for the wages for the Shimu craftsmen, she would collect new grain to distribute to them once the rain passed. Zhou Manqing washed her hands and locked the big door of the farm-stay. Just as she was about to return to the village, she received a call from the supermarket lady. Boss, the water on the street is rising quite high, and in another 5 or 6 centimeters, it will flood into the store. What should we do? Zhou Manqing glanced at the previous flood discharge message. There was still more than an hour until the scheduled time. She could still drive over to get the snail system to transfer supplies in time. Auntie, you all lock the door and go back for now. The water is high, so there's no need to operate recently. I'll notify you when to resume work. After Zhou Manqing took care of the supermarket matter, she set off for the supermarket. Calling workers at the last minute might not be timely, but the snail system could transfer supplies quickly and could first send things to the tribe. Chapter 120. Zhou Manqing finally became afraid on the way to the supermarket. The light drizzle stopped, and Zhou Manqing let out a light breath. The water on the road hadn't yet reached her ankles, and there weren't many vehicles passing by. It took 50 minutes to reach the supermarket, and there was still more than half an hour before the flood warning from upstream. At this moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the sky was covered by a huge black cloth. Lightning continuously illuminated the sky, thunder rumbled, and rain could pour down at any moment, making one's heart race. If she hurried a bit, she could still make it back to the village from town. Zhou Manqing parked the car, opened the supermarket door, turned on the lights, and closed the main door. She began to transport. This time, aside from the shelves nailed to the wall, everything movable was sent to the Shimu tribe. When she opened the supermarket door, there were hardly any pedestrians outside. It was 11 in the morning, and the rain had intensified. Zhou Manqing opened the door to the neighboring warehouse with an umbrella and the water was about to overflow the threshold. She quickly glanced at the SUV parked nearby. It was fine. The water hadn't reached a third of the wheels yet. She needed to speed up. The supermarket warehouse mostly contained condiments and daily necessities, items with a long shelf life and high purchase volume. There was only one bag of towels left. Zhou Manqing swayed a bit and leaned against the wall. She had transported too much today and felt a little dizzy. The last bag. After sending the towels, Zhou Manqing felt her feet were wet. Looking down, the water had covered her shoes. Her boots were reasonably waterproof, but once the water surpassed the shoe tops, it was useless. She should have saved some noodles or something to take home, Zhou Manqing muttered to herself. In the short 1 or 2 minutes she spent walking out of the warehouse, the water had reached her ankles. This wasn't right. Zhou Manqing took out her phone. It clearly wasn't time for the flood yet. The screen displayed a new warning message. It turned out that due to unexpected rainfall upstream, the reservoir had released water early. After locking the warehouse door, Zhou Manqing noticed that the water was almost at the bottom of the car. At this depth, the car couldn't be driven. Starting it forcibly could damage the generator or even stall midway. Zhou Manqing looked around, searching for a higher building or a raised road. How could the water rise so quickly? In her lifetime, she had never heard of flooding in town due to upstream releases. Even though there were several rivers converging in the county town, only low-lying areas could experience some flooding. There was no time to think further. She couldn't see any pedestrians or cars on the road. The supermarket's location had been chosen specifically by Zhou Manqing for the convenience of relocating supplies, and it was somewhat distant from the nearest gathering of people. The water had already flooded past her knees and continued to rise. Thunder roared, and visibility was extremely low in the rain, making her feel oppressive. At this moment, Zhou Manqing finally felt scared. She turned back to the supermarket, opened the main door, and water surged in with her to the first floor. Zhou Manqing pulled the power switch, found a chair to step on, and quickly dialed 119. The fire department operator said that all emergency services had been dispatched and advised her to find higher ground to protect herself, leaving her phone number and address to wait for rescue. The counters in the supermarket were about 1 meter high, and the shelves were nailed to the wall. In just a few minutes, the water had already submerged the chair and reached Zhou Manqing's calves. Zhou Manqing estimated the distance. If she went down now, the water would probably be up to her waist. However, the chair was leaning against the wall, and with the water's push, it had become unstable. If the water rose any higher, she might fall into it, and she needed to move to the counter immediately. There were shelves next to the counter. She could hold onto the counter to stabilize herself. Zhou Manqing reluctantly entered the water. The rain was too heavy, and the supermarket's lighting was dim. In the water, she was occasionally bumped by debris swept in by the flood. Zhou Manqing gritted her teeth and managed to stand at the counter. She held onto the shelf, her body trembling from the cold water. The snail on her chest was getting warmer. It was Xiao Jingling sending her a message. Xiao Jingling. Zhou Manqing suddenly realized she still had the snail system. The Shimu tribe might still be fighting, but it was better than drowning here. She didn't dare to bet on whether the fire department or the flood would arrive faster. After all, the operator had said that water levels were rising in the county, and the row of houses near the river was already submerged to the second floor. She didn't know where things had gone wrong. The water volume clearly exceeded the capacity of Shantian County. Insufficient police force. Zhou Manqing took out the label paper and pen from her jacket pocket. Fortunately, her coat had a pocket. Xiao Jingling, we are experiencing a flood here. Can I come to your place? Zhou Manqing quickly wrote the note and sent it over. Xiao Jingling didn't receive the note. Qi Hongye said a small team from the Linha tribe was groping their way toward the land. He decisively led his men out to lure the enemy. The Linha tribe mistakenly believed that the Shimu tribe had been trapped for only 2 days and had run out of food, urgently notifying all warriors to come and attack. Xiao Jingling saved a Shimu tribesman, blocking a Linha tribesman's machete. Some veteran warriors from the Linha tribe recognized him as the young chief of the Shimu tribe and surrounded him. Chief, chickens and ducks back to the coop. Husen shouted. This was their secret signal. The tribesmen heading toward the Shinmu territory from the Linha tribe had returned to provide support. Mission accomplished. Xiao Jingling no longer lingered in battle. He spun his long knife and retreated while the Linha tribesmen dodged. Retreat. The signal sounded, and the Shimu tribesmen quickly evacuated. As he ran back, Xiao Jingling vaguely heard a female voice calling his name. It wasn't until he successfully closed the metal gate of the Shimu tribe that he realized it was Qing Shun's voice. Xiao Jingling's mind turned. The note Zhou Manqing had written a few minutes ago had fallen into his hands. He realized he had missed Qing Shun's call for help. He didn't even take off his helmet, urgently rummaging in his pocket for paper and pen to reply, but the message couldn't go through. The main system's host, like him, was too busy to pay attention to the snail's reminders. Husan, pay attention to enemy movements. Discuss matters with Su Lin at any time. I have urgent business and must leave. Xiao Jingling instructed and strode toward the nearest empty tent. Qing Shun did not respond. He had to rush to modern times for emergency help. Splash! Before Xiao Jingling could steady himself, he swallowed a mouthful of dirty water. Unable to touch the ground, he began to swim through the murky water. He anxiously shouted, Qing Shun! Qing Shun! Here! Zhou Manqing replied indistinctly. She clutched the edge of the shelf tightly. The checkout counter beneath her feet had already vanished in the water. The water had risen above her waist, and she bit down on her phone along with the wristband. If the phone soaked for too long, it might be ruined. If she had known after falling into the water last time, she should have learned to swim. Seeing Xiao Jingling made Zhou Manqing suddenly feel less afraid, and she even had the mind to think about other things. Xiao Jingling swam over and asked her where they should go now. Zhou Manqing couldn't speak. Xiao Jingling took off his helmet, turned it upside down to float on the water, and it was relatively dry inside. Zhou Manqing placed her phone inside the helmet. Let's go to the rooftop, Zhou Manqing said worriedly. The first floor of this supermarket was built higher than that of ordinary residential buildings, as it was a supermarket and needed to accommodate lighting and ceilings. Xiao Jingling nodded. Qing Shun, hold on to me. Chapter 121. This sense of security can only be provided by the state. Xiao Jingling pushed Zhou Manqing up to the supermarket's rooftop, propping himself up with both hands. His muscles bulging with the movement and effortlessly flipped up. Zhou Manqing was soaked to the skin, and the rain was still falling. Surrounding her was murky floodwater, mixed with tree trunks, garbage, and even a floating small car. Xiao Jingling wiped his helmet, checked inside, and found it relatively dry. He placed the helmet on Zhou Manqing's head to help her avoid some rain. Thank you. Zhou Manqing was shivering. Her shoes were full of water, and coming out of the water with the wind made her feel even colder. After hesitating for a moment, she decided that since she was already wet, she might as well sit down and take off both shoes to pour out the water. Xiao Jingling stood behind her, took off his riot vest, and opened his coat to shield her from the rain. Zhou Manqing put her shoes back on. She didn't know how high the water would rise, and it would be terrible if she got hurt in the sewage. Wearing shoes at least provided some protection. Xiao Jingling was apologizing to her. He hadn't received her call for help in time while he was on the battlefield. The man, just off the battlefield, still exuded a strong heat. Zhou Manqing unconsciously leaned back, bumping against the man's strong leg. The man's words paused. She realized that this was a bit too intimate and awkwardly stood up. Qing? Xiao Jingling looked down at her, his gaze gentle and affectionate. Zhou Manqing hesitated, unsure whether to leave the shelter of his coat. She was extremely cold, hugging herself, trying not to lean into the man's embrace. Her eyes wandered, and suddenly she said, Xiao Jingling, there's a little dog over there. Xiao Jingling's tribe only had wolves and had not domesticated dogs. He looked at a bobbing van in the water, on top of which was a wet little yellow dog. Its fur matted and skinny. It's dirty, Zhou Manqing whispered. It has no dog tag and is so thin, it's a stray dog. The little dog, panicked, stood on the roof of the van, slipping constantly. Upon seeing people, it kept whimpering in their direction. Xiao Jingling secretly observed her expression. Qing, do you want to save it? Can we? Zhou Manqing looked at him in surprise, then shook her head. It was too dangerous. Xiao Jingling took off his coat and draped it over her, and before she could react, he jumped into the water and swam straight towards the little dog. When the dog noticed someone was paying attention to it, its whimper turned into weak barks. Zhou Manqing held her breath and focused intently on the water, fearing that Xiao Jingling might get hit by debris. Fortunately, it was a close call, and Xiao Jingling successfully brought the little dog back. This is a Chinese rural dog, a local mutt. Dogs have a keen sense of smell and are very alert. Some villagers keep dogs to guard their homes, and they bark loudly at strangers. Zhou Manqing touched the little dog's emaciated belly and sighed. She didn't know when the fire department would arrive, and her umbrella had long been swept away by the flood. If she stayed like this much longer, she might catch a cold. The water level had stopped rising. Xiao Jingling was constantly observing the surroundings, trying to move Zhou Manqing to a safer place. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Zhou Manqing excitedly answered. Ah, yes, it's me. I'm still in this supermarket. I'm on the roof. After hanging up, Zhou Manqing's eyes curved with joy. The fire department has arrived nearby. We're saved. The fire department? Xiao Jingling still hadn't fully grasped the division of labor in modern society, but he spotted a strange boat approaching. "Aching, what's that?" Zhou Manqing had picked up his riot vest and was waving it. "That's the fire department. They're in a rubber boat." The rubber boat docked next to the supermarket, and the two of them, along with the dog, boarded. Zhou Manqing and Xiao Jingling each received a life jacket. "We only have one disposable raincoat left," a firefighter said, looking a bit troubled. Besides the two firefighters, there were also two civilians tightly gripping the handles. Zhou Manqing's earlier call for help had indicated that only she was trapped in the supermarket. "Please give it to her." Xiao Jingling didn't mind. He was observing the boat, which appeared to be made of plastic, but he wasn't sure what it was filled with. The back of the boat had a motor like a pump. One firefighter was holding on to the rubber boat's handle with one hand while steering the boat with the other. The non-driving firefighter handed the disposable raincoat to Zhou Manqing, saying, "Almost the entire town is flooded, but the northern area is higher. The water has only risen to the bend in front of the Anqing Hotel. Those in danger in the town are temporarily being arranged at the Anqing Hotel." The firefighter was sweating, speaking with little strength, and the other driver also looked strained, clearly exhausted. Zhou Manqing expressed her gratitude and fell silent. Once on the rubber boat, she felt particularly at ease. This sense of security could only come from the country. On the return trip, the driver took a slightly longer route, explaining that there was a fallen tree along their way that was swaying dangerously with the water. Suddenly, the usually quiet Xiao Jingling raised his head alertly as a strange blackbird flew by not far away. He turned to adopt a defensive posture, shielding Zhou Manqing. She patted his hand, softly reassuring him. "That's a drone. It's a type of camera that humans can control remotely. Our phones come equipped with cameras. And that's one of those things." "Yes." Zhao Fong received it. "Head to 3 o'clock immediately." The firefighter who was not driving suddenly received a command through the walkie-talkie. He told his partner, "About 200 meters at 3 o'clock, there's a civilian trapped in a tree." The driver changed direction. "How did you find out?" "The drone that just flew by. We need to hurry." Zhao Fong rallied his spirits. The boat had a limit of 6 people, and adding one more could pose some risks. However, the command center said that the civilian was in critical condition, and they were the closest boat, so they had to go for the rescue right away. After this mission, he and his partner could take a 20-minute break. Since the water started rising, the fire department had dispatched personnel to several low-lying townships. The government of Shantian Town, the most severely affected, had only left staff in the office on duty to answer emergency calls from the public and higher-ups, while they dispatched almost all comrades in the town and village, mobilizing every available boat. Rumor had it that some village committees had even requisitioned dragon boats used for racing during the Dragon Boat Festival. The rubber boat quickly located the civilian mentioned by the command center. It was an elderly man in his 50s who had nearly climbed to the top of a tree due to the rising water. Clinging to the trunk, he was submerged up to his chest in the water. Upon seeing the firefighters, the old man hurriedly shouted for help. "The water flow here is too rapid. We can't get close." The driver tried several times but couldn't approach the tree. The tree wasn't very large, but it seemed to be tilting with the current. "We can't go over there." A woman on the boat recognized the area and said, "This is by the river. Those trees are along the shore. If they're swept into the river, it will be very dangerous." Chapter 122. The tree has been washed down by the water. This woman looked to be in her 70s. She had grown accustomed to referring to all police officers as comrades of the People's Liberation Army. "Help! Help!" The trapped old man could feel the tree he was holding on to tilting. It was genuinely tilting, and with the firefighters right in front of him, how could he not be anxious? Tears mixed with snot streamed down the old man's face. "Comrades, help! Save me! I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Please save me. We must act immediately. It's not about the money. It's a matter of life and death." Zhao Fong tied one end of the spare rope on the boat around himself. Zhao Fong tested the firmness of the rope and swam towards the old man in the water. When he was more than 2 meters away from the old man, a wave opened up and Zhao Fong sank. "Ah!" Everyone on the rubber boat screamed. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Zhao Fong floated back to the surface. But his movements clearly became smaller. He didn't know if he was hit by something or if he was running out of strength. "Help! Help!" The old man was still crying out, "Help! Oh Lord!" Zhao Fong's movements slowed down further and was washed down again. "No! Zhao Fong, come back. I'll go." The driver was anxious and wanted to stand up but fell back down again. Zhou Manqing then noticed that the driver was bleeding from his leg. He was injured. Seeing this, everyone except Xiao Jingling felt their hearts tighten. "My son just got out of the hospital. His health isn't good," an old lady on the boat said, wiping her tears. The man next to her had kept his head down the entire time and didn't say a word. Zhou Manqing looked to Xiao Jingling for help. At this moment, he was the only one who could assist. As long as Qing Shen entrusted something to him, Xiao Jingling wouldn't refuse. This time, he comfortingly patted Zhou Manqing's hand. Zhou Manqing understood and quickly told the driver, "Comrade firefighter, my friend can swim. He was the one who rescued me from the supermarket to the rooftop before you arrived. Please let him try," without allowing the driver to refuse. Zhou Manqing shouted at Zhao Fong, who was still struggling in the water. "Zhao Fong, come back. We can swim, we'll go." Zhao Fong hesitated in the water. He knew he was running out of strength, but if he could just hold on to that crowd, the people on the boat should be able to pull them back. At this moment, Xiao Jingling had already tied another rope on the boat, just like Zhao Fong did before. He took off his life jacket and tied it around his waist before jumping into the water without saying a word. Everyone held their breath, and Zhao Fong was temporarily floating in place. Xiao Jingling moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, he swam a considerable distance. When he got close to Zhao Fong, his movements were clearly obstructed by the water flow. "Come on, young man." The old lady cheered him on. Zhou Manqing also wanted to cheer for Xiao Jingling, but saw him adjusting his position with the water flow, swimming effortlessly through the turbulent water. He grabbed a branch with one hand and quickly untied the life jacket from around the old man's head and put it on him. With the young man steadying himself, the old man shivered as he put on the life jacket and tightly held onto Xiao Jingling's arm. Zhou Manqing was worried that the old man's grip was too tight and might hinder Xiao Jingling's swimming. Not knowing what Xiao Jingling was saying, just as the old man was about to let go, the tree finally couldn't withstand the raging water and fell. Xiao Jingling reacted quickly and grabbed the old man's clothing. In an instant, everyone was astonished. They didn't know how he did it, but he threw the old man onto his back, and the old man tightly clung to Xiao Jingling's neck. When Xiao Jingling returned, he also pulled the exhausted Zhao Fong along. Dragging two people, he brought them both onto the rubber boat before finally coming up himself. Zhou Manqing let out a sigh of relief, anxiously checking to see if he was injured anywhere. Xiao Jingling shook his head, and the old lady had already started clapping. "Well done, comrade. Hold on tight, old man," Zhao Fong quickly reminded, making sure the newly rescued old man was settled. "Thank you, brother. Your skills are really impressive." Zhao Fong gave Xiao Jingling a thumbs up, and the driver praised his strength as well. "Brother, you're not a soldier, are you? On vacation?" the driver asked while steering the boat back. Xiao Jingling replied honestly, "I'm not." "Ha ha ha, he is. He usually loves to exercise," Zhou Manqing quickly added. They successfully arrived at the Anqing Hotel, and Zhou Manqing was assigned a separate room. She repeatedly thanked the two firefighters and finally couldn't help but say, "Comrades, you must remember to rest. It was too dangerous earlier." The two firefighters nodded in agreement, and Zhao Fong helped his partner sit down. "I'll go find you a doctor." The old man who was rescued held onto Xiao Jingling and thanked him, but he didn't mention the 50,000 yuan, fearing that the young man might ask him for it. When in danger, he felt that life was the most important, but once safe, he still felt pain about money. Zhou Manqing noticed the old man's careful thoughts and understood that it was human nature. She didn't ask Xiao Jingling to save people for a reward. "Come with me," she said. Xiao Jingling was originally assigned a place where there was already a male comrade, but the front desk gave him the room card and wouldn't manage where they went. The two of them and a dog went to the room assigned to Zhou Manqing. The hotel had no spare clothes, only bath towels. Zhou Manqing took off her clothes, wiped her body with warm water, and wrapped herself in a bath towel before coming out. Fortunately, the power supply wasn't affected. She adjusted the air conditioning and crawled into the quilt, shivering nonstop, urging Xiao Jingling to quickly change out of his wet clothes. The moment Xiao Jingling saw Zhou Manqing come out wrapped in a bath towel, he seemed like a mountain, frozen in place. "Hurry up and change. The small one is a towel, the big one is a bath towel, and the hot water is to the right. I taught you how to use the faucet before," Zhou Manqing said, confused. Xiao Jingling still stood by the window. Their room was on a high floor, allowing them to see some orange and blue small boats searching for people in the flood below. Small boats were continuously bringing people over, and there were a few other hotels built on high ground nearby that were temporarily safe. Even in the face of a sudden large-scale flood disaster, Huaxia could still respond quickly and ensure the safety of every ordinary citizen. Moreover, it seemed that they didn't ask for money. The two firefighters, who had no connection to them, risked their lives to save people as if they were protecting their own kin. Is this the country? A force more powerful than a tribe. "The water has receded," Xiao Jingling suddenly said. "So soon?" Zhou Manqing got off the bed and walked to the window to look outside. I can't tell. Over there. The window frame that was previously invisible can now be seen above. Xiao Jingling pointed into the distance. Now it was Zhou Manqing's turn to be stunned. It's too far. I really can't see clearly. Is Qing Shen safe now? Xiao Jingling subtly shifted his body, using a respectful term to remind himself to pay attention to the occasion. Zhou Manqing replied, he should be safe now. Everyone is unified in seeking refuge. With the government here, as long as the water recedes, we can go back. Chapter 123. Comrade, let me help you. Go back. She suddenly woke up, realizing that Xiao Jingling wasn't tea from this world. How could she have forgotten that? Are you going back to the tribe? Zhou Manqing said reluctantly. The tribe has Husan and the others. If they might find our land. However, Elder Qi Hongya is also very strong in battle. So it's not a problem for now, Xiao Jingling said. Having known him for so long, Zhou Manqing understood Xiao Jingling a bit. If it were very dangerous, he would only tell himself it was 50%. Not a problem for now, men, it was still unstable. Zhou Manqing said, I'm safe now. You don't have to worry about me. You go back. I'll send you the things from the supermarket. Look for what I sent you last time. There might still be pajamas and stuff. Send me a few pieces. She pretended to be relaxed. Xiao Jingling's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he said, I want to wait until the water recedes here and then take Qing Shen home before I leave. If he leaves now, he won't be able to come back in the short term. It's okay, look, many helicopters have also arrived. Our country is very strong. Help comes from all sides in times of trouble. With firefighters and the People's Liberation Army here, I will definitely be very safe, very safe. Zhou Manqing repeatedly assured, full of confidence. In fact, she didn't know how long this flood would last, but with the country backing her up, as long as she didn't act foolishly and go off on her own again, she should be fine. She had really learned her lesson. She would never be reckless again. Xiao Jingling nodded and said he was going out for a bit. After a while, Xiao Jingling returned empty-handed. Take care of yourself. Contact me if anything happens. I'm leaving. Aching. Xiao Jingling's expression remained the same, but there was a hint of affection in his gaze. Okay, remember to bring me clothes. Zhou Manqing waved with a smile. After Xiao Jingling left, she felt that she had calmed down a bit and found a towel hanging on the bathroom door to wipe her little dog. Can you stay with me for a few days and protect me? Zhou Manqing spoke to the little dog. The little dog barked and nudged her ankle. Zhou Manqing gently patted the dog, wondering when the flood would recede. At noon, Zhou Manqing, wearing the loungewear that Xiao Jingling had sent over, went to the first-floor lobby to collect her boxed meal. The water outside had obviously receded somewhat, and the people temporarily taking shelter in the hotel were much more relaxed. The boxed meals were being distributed by two female colleagues in red vests, one of whom had a big belly and was pregnant. Most people thanked them and left after receiving their meals, while a few young people hesitated, unsure whether to offer help. In the cool breeze, the pregnant woman was sweating profusely from the busyness. Zhou Manqing knew a bit about medical principles, and she understood that pregnant women shouldn't be overworked. With the flood wreaking havoc and blocking roads, it would be hard to get them to a hospital if something went wrong. Comrade, are you the only ones responsible for this hotel? Zhou Manqing asked while eating her boxed meal. Yes, the male comrades have all been sent out for rescue. And since our health isn't great, we were assigned easier tasks, the pregnant woman replied, occasionally rubbing her back. The other female colleague, noticing Zhou Manqing looking at her, shyly said, I got my period. It seemed that they were indeed short-staffed. Zhou Manqing quickly finished her meal. Comrades, let me help. I was rescued to the hotel alone, and I'm just lying in my room with nothing to do. The two staff members exchanged glances, and the one with her period, named Tang Mingyue, quietly said, Sister Huan, should we ask the leader? The woman referred to as Sister Huan replied, we probably don't need to ask for temporary help, right? Zhou Manqing had already moved to stand beside them to help distribute the meals. Seeing Zhou Manqing helping, a few young people who had been hesitating nearby also came over and said, we have nothing to do either. How do you distribute this meal? Let us help. An older man pointed to the entrance, looking around as if searching for a soldier, and said, aren't those meals supposed to be delivered to that soldier? The older man had previously heard Sister Huan mention that some fast food needed to be sent to another location. Yes, I'm on it. Tang Mingyue hurried over to connect with the soldier. Hello, comrade. I'm Tang Mingyue from the government. These 300 box meals are for the people in the West. The soldier rolled up his sleeves and called over another partner who had just parked the speedboat to help. The older man who had spoken earlier also volunteered, and two other young comrades stepped up to help. Zhou Manqing noticed Sister Huan secretly wiping her tears, and the other young comrades who were helping also seemed eager to assist. She felt warmth in her eyes and advised Sister Huan "Sister, you're sweating too much. You should take a break. Pregnant women shouldn't overexert themselves." Several young people chimed in to persuade her, and one young girl who looked like a college student came over to help, literally pushing Sister Huan down onto a chair. Around 2 in the afternoon, the boxed meals were distributed, and the helpers gradually left, leaving Zhou Manqing, Sister Huan, and Tang Mingyue as the only staff left in the lobby. Zhou Manqing added Sister Huan and Tang Mingyue on WeChat, saying, "My grandfather is a barefoot doctor. I know a bit about bandaging and such. If you need anything, just call me." She felt a bit regretful that the driver who saved her had an injury on his leg, and when she arrived at the hotel, it was too cold, and she felt like she was about to lose body heat, so she hurried to her room to dry off. When she came down after recovering a bit, the 2 firefighters were already nowhere to be found. Miss Zhou, can you help me check? My stomach hurts badly right now," Tang Mingyue said, still looking shy and sweating coldly on her forehead. She had a history of menstrual cramps, which weren't severe, but after being busy for a while today, the pain suddenly became unbearable. Unable to find ibuprofen for the time being, Zhou Manqing helped her press on some acupressure points on her lower abdomen. "Is it feeling any better?" "Much better, thank you," Tang Mingyue said softly while sitting in a chair. The front desk seemed to be busy with something, and there was no water left in the drinking fountain in the lobby. Zhou Manqing remembered that there was a kettle in her room, so she told Tang Mingyue to wait for her while she went to boil a pot of water. "Why are only you 2 here?" A middle-aged man walked into the hotel, hands on his hips, looking extremely tired. "What's wrong, Brother Wang?" Sister Huan stood up. "A batch of vegetables has been brought out from the nearby market, and we need to load them onto the rubber boat and send them to the south of the city. Some households with high floors were not affected, but they need supplies sent over," the middle-aged man said. "The PLA comrades are too tired, so I just wanted to see if there are others from our unit who can help. Let me go." Zhou Manqing raised her hand. Brother Wang glanced at her and confirmed she wasn't from their unit. "Comrade, you don't need to. I'm strong. It's just moving things, it's not a big deal." A girl who looked delicate and gentle, saying she was strong, didn't seem very credible. Chapter 124, Crossing Mountains and Rivers to See You. But Zhou Manqing insisted, and Brother Wang still took her along. Helping a bit is better than nothing. No. When they arrived at the market, Zhou Manqing's strength amazed several workers. Although they had also been running around all day and were overly fatigued, watching Zhou Manqing carry box after box of vegetables and fruits without getting out of breath. "This girl really was strong," Brother Wang exclaimed. Zhou Manqing spent the entire afternoon basically following Brother Wang, moving various logistical supplies, and even helped a few comrades who were so tired they nearly fell over. The soldiers, firefighters, and police were all in the most dangerous areas, while government personnel mostly delivered supplies, and even village committee members were mobilized. Whenever there was a moment of respite, everyone would sit down to catch their breath, and Zhou Manqing joined them. "Strong girl." A comrade gave her a thumbs up. "Are you a PE teacher or involved in some sports?" "Really impressive." Zhou Manqing just smiled, looking at the road that had revealed piles of debris and yellow mud as the water level dropped. The 3rd day after the flood was a sunny day. The water level had receded to the riverbank, and this flood had come quickly and receded just as fast. Cleaners, in cooperation with the village committee and government personnel, worked together to clear the roads. Zhou Manqing, as a volunteer, continued to help Sister Huan and the others distribute supplies, and in between, Brother Wang and the others brought over medical kits and temporarily bandaged the wounds of a few injured comrades. In the middle of it all, she encountered the 2 firefighters who had saved her before. She changed the dressing on the driver's leg wound and rebandaged it. "Hey, where's your friend?" The driver's partner, Zhao Fang, asked. Zhou Manqing replied vaguely. "He had something to attend to and isn't here." "No wonder," Zhao Fang chuckled. "He asked us to take good care of you. But I see that Xiao Zhou is quite capable and doesn't need our help." Zhou Manqing then realized what Xiao Jingling had been doing before he left. She scratched her flushed cheeks, thinking this person really. The mobile base station was affected by the flood that day, and she couldn't make any calls. Yesterday, when communication was restored, Zhou Manqing reported her safety immediately, and once the roads were clear, she could go home. She wondered where her car had been swept away to, and the supermarket's doors were left open, probably filled with mud. Thinking about these things gave her a headache, so she decided not to dwell on it. By the afternoon, traffic in the town was mostly restored, although some areas still had standing water. The people who had sought refuge in the hotel were notified that they could go home. "Thank you, Xiao Zhou. You've really helped us a lot." Before leaving, Sister Huan and Tang Mingyue both hugged Zhou Manqing. The little dog was also nearby, barking and wagging its tail nonstop, seeming to sense its owner's happiness. Sister Huan, Mingyue, take care of yourselves. If you need any help, contact me, Zhou Manqing said. Sister Huan waved her hand. The trap people have all been rescued. Now it's just about resuming production and ensuring price stability. We have enough manpower. Anyway, whether we have enough people or not, we can each do the work of two, Tang Mingyue quipped softly. The group burst into laughter. Zhou Manqing boarded the bus back to the village. On both sides of the road were piles of mud that had not yet been cleared, along with various emergency vehicles and fire trucks parked by the roadside, and even cars with other city logos passing by. The railings along the river occasionally showed rows of collapsed sections, revealing the exposed rebar underneath. Some trees had been uprooted, while others had disappeared, leaving only holes behind. The surviving trees were adorned with red and white plastic bags and other trash. Even with people and cars coming and going, there was still a sense of desolation in Shantian town. A cement arch bridge leading to Shantian village had been washed away by the flood. The government had temporarily built a cement pipe for water passage and laid down sand and mud to create a road. What can I do? Zhou Manqing leaned against the window, lost in thought. When Zhou Manqing got home, her grandparents were in a cold war for some reason. Upon seeing their granddaughter, the two elders were very surprised, and her grandmother thoroughly checked on Zhou Manqing. Looking at her grandmother's sunken face and her grandfather's heavy eye bags, Zhou Manqing felt a pang of sadness. I'm fine, Grandma, look at me. Her grandmother looked back and forth at her granddaughter, confirming that she was unhurt, and then relaxed a bit, but continued to be angry. Her grandfather's expression wasn't very good either, so Zhou Manqing went to comfort him. In fact, she was also rattled, but she didn't dare tell the two elders what she had experienced, only saying that she had gone to the hotel to hide before the water rose on the roadside. After a long time of comforting, her grandfather coughed and said, "We're all safe. Why are you still angry with me?" Zhou Manqing instantly became a bystander. "What's wrong, Grandma?" "It's your grandfather." Her grandmother huffed the day you went out. He heard that the water was rising outside and insisted on taking a bandit's car to the farm to find you. On the way back, the small bridge collapsed, and he couldn't get through to the house. He wouldn't listen to the bandit's advice. He climbed back up the mountain himself. The bandit was a nickname for an elder in the village. Her grandmother, in anger, wiped her tears. That mountain had a mudslide that day. Now I can still see a big yellow mark on the mountain. If your grandfather had gone the wrong way, we wouldn't even know where to find him if he got buried. Her grandfather also knew he had been a bit reckless, but he said, not seeing the village's situation, and not being able to find Manqing, you and I couldn't see. How could I not go to check? I wouldn't be able to sleep if I went. When I was young, I could climb over 3 mountains like this. I often went into the mountains. How could I not know where I could walk and where I couldn't? The small bridge was the cement bridge Zhou Manqing saw when she returned, which had been washed away. Zhou Manqing felt a wave of fear. Was her recklessness inherited from her grandfather? She had only seen nearby mountains catch fire growing up and had never seen a mudslide occur on a mountain. It was easy to imagine how scared the villagers had been during those days of heavy rain and flooding. How's the farmland at home? Zhou Manqing asked hurriedly upon hearing about the mudslide on the nearby mountain. Her grandfather replied, "The fields by the river have all been flooded. I want to take a look today at noon. The water hasn't receded yet. The early rice is definitely gone, and I don't know if we can replant in time. I told your grandfather not to go check the water. So many people have had accidents while checking the water." Her grandmother complained to her granddaughter. Accidents while checking the water? Zhou Manqing hadn't had time to gossip with anyone these days, spending her days and nights volunteering at the evacuation point. And whenever she had a rare moment of free time, she would receive a mountain of messages from Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling was really worried about her. Whenever she didn't respond to messages, he would become anxious, losing the calm demeanor he usually had as the clan leader. As for how she knew, it was because Xiao Ruanshu had secretly slipped a small letter into the pile of letters her brother sent. She was reporting to Qing Shan, saying her brother had previously given a set of loungewear to some sister, and her second brother had spent half a day trying to figure it out, but couldn't find out who it was. Xiao Ruanshu and the whole family were very curious about which sister it was. The mysterious sister, Zhou Manqing herself, felt embarrassed. Chapter 125. What else could be planted? Her grandmother continued to recount what she had heard from Aunt Wang. I heard that a few elderly people went to watch the flood at the riverside pavilion, and the flood swept both the pavilion and the people away. Scary. That pavilion has been standing for over 100 years without any incidents. Her grandfather quietly added, I saw it on the road. The river water was still over 100 meters away. Our village's road is higher than the riverbank by a building. It wasn't as dangerous as he said. As he spoke, her grandfather's voice nearly faded away, hurriedly heading home, knowing he was in the wrong. Not long after, Jiang Bin came to visit with Jiang Shiwen and Mo Jiaolai. They were all shocked when Zhou Manqing told them she had been trapped in the hotel. Jiang Shiwen cried all night, but they couldn't return to the town due to the road closures. Now that small vehicles were allowed to pass, they rushed over to the village to see if they could help Zhou Manqing with anything. Zhou Manqing could understand why the Jiang siblings came, but Mo Jiaolai noticed Zhou Manqing's teasing gaze and snorted. When one is in Shantian, and the flood here has made it to the central news, how can I not be anxious? He even borrowed his brother's private plane to apply for a flight route, but the weather had been bad those days, and they didn't approve it. So he had taken a charter bus around 2 provinces to get here. Jiang Shiwen, seeing Zhou Manqing safe, had red eyes again. Mo Jiaolai's concern for his sister was so obvious that Jiang Bin couldn't find any fault. Hey, that's enough. Little Mo, you've been holding my sister's hand all the way. Unless he couldn't help it. The weather cleared up for a few days, and the river's water level had mostly returned to its usual height. But the water was still murky. The tap water was also murky, causing itching when used for bathing. Zhou Manqing recalled the tumultuous experiences of the past few days during the flood. If only her snail system could teleport multiple people. She could invite the people from the Shenmu tribe to help. Wasn't that another kind of divine assistance? However, Zhou Manqing denied this idea again. She couldn't suddenly solve the identity issues of so many people. Previously, when Xiao Jinglin came alone, creating an ID for him had already consumed a lot of energy from the system. She still didn't know how the system's energy was actually obtained. The village's loudspeaker sounded, and the village head called on the villagers to each provide a labor force to help repair the flooded farmland and water channels. Despite her grandparents' objections, Zhou Manqing took up a hoe and went out. Her grandparents were getting old, and she had returned to her hometown to take care of them. How could she stay at home while making her grandparents work? On the way, she encountered Sun-A, who shot her a resentful glance, turned her head, and drew a line with her. Sun-Tizue's son had been caught selling Zhou Manqing's whereabouts online, and after being caught red-handed with the listening device he had placed himself, he was fined and sentenced to 3 years in prison. The Sun family was losing both money and a person, and she hated Zhou Manqing to death. Oh no, our cement plank bridge is gone, said a villager. There are also some fields across the river that need clearing. What does our cement plank even matter? The small bridges have been here for many years, and this time it was washed away. The village head said, the river is muddy. Let's first fix the land here, and later wait for the government to help us build a bridge. So, why did the water rise so much? Someone asked. I've lived for 60 years and have never seen anything like it. My mother said she has lived for 80 years and has never seen it either. Other villagers chimed in. I heard that they were building a bridge over the big river, and the bridge piers and iron frames blocked a lot of debris, which caused the blockage. I've heard that too. It's harmful. Many people couldn't escape when they were running on the road. I've heard some haven't been found yet, along with their vehicles. Village head, do you think with so many villages and so much farmland, we can really get compensation? Another villager asked. Everyone was concerned about disaster relief subsidies, but the village head couldn't guarantee how much compensation there would be. He sighed, everyone is struggling. The government must have suffered great losses too. Let's not add to the country's troubles, and take it slow. Zhou Manqing listened quietly. On the second day of her volunteering, the leftovers from the staff had to ensure that the villagers got the latest supplied fast food boxes first. The disaster relief supplies were all funded by the government, and even their accommodation at the resettlement site was free. Shantian County was one of the poorest counties in Angxi, and even solar street lights had only been installed in the village shortly after her return. This time, the flood did not damage the factory, since it was situated on higher ground. The company's revenue was good, and she also had money. She wanted to go back and discuss with Yanku about donating money and supplies to the county, just as Zhou Manqing was thinking about how to do it appropriately. She was suddenly bumped into and almost fell into a mud pit. She looked at the person. It was none other than Sun-A. Sun-A didn't leave after bumping into her. Instead, she smugly pushed her hair aside and provocatively stared at Zhou Manqing. After talking to so many men, not a single one came to help you. How pathetic. Sun-A didn't hold back with her words. Zhou Manqing replied, Sun-A, who have I talked to? Did you see? Sun-A glanced around. There were only about 10 villagers here, and she thought Zhou Manqing couldn't possibly accuse her of spreading rumors, could she? So she went ahead and spread the rumors anyway. Sun-A straightened her back and said loudly, whoever is acting like a vixen, I'll call them out. Unfortunately, her son had already planted a listening device in Zhou Manqing's house, and without evidence of her being a vixen, she believed the police. They sent him in, which proved her innocence. It's just a louder voice. Who can't do that? Zhou Manqing deliberately jabbed at her. Hey, you bastard. Sun Suizue swung her arm to slap Zhou Manqing. Just as it seemed a conflict was about to erupt, the village head hurried over to stop it. Son, didn't I tell you last time? Don't. But he couldn't finish his sentence. Zhou Manqing sidestepped, and Sun Suizue, who had swung and missed, fell into the mud pit due to her own momentum. This mud pit isn't a place to sleep, Zhou Manqing added nonchalantly. Anyone with eyes could see that Sun-A was the one stirring up trouble, and not a single person came to her aid. The village head arranged for Zhou Manqing to go to another piece of land and quietly said, Manqing, I'll keep an eye on her. Once her emotions settle down, I'll talk to her properly. Zhou Manqing waved her hand casually. Ever since Sun Suzue's son went to prison, she had become less annoyed with Sun Suzue. If there were retributions in the world, Sun Suzue had received what she deserved. As long as Sun Suzue didn't try to harm her again, Zhou Manqing wouldn't even think about her. Cleaning the farmland wasn't easy. Removing the mud and surface stones was one thing, but the land was hard and unyielding. A few families simply gave up. Village head, don't bother. Just let it lie fallow. What do we grow here? Cultivating a piece of land to be fertile enough for production is the result of generations of hard work. Restoring the soil quality and fertility to what it was before the flood is not an easy task. I can't do it anymore. Anyway, growing an acre of rice wouldn't even sell for a few hundred yuan, so I'm not doing it. One villager gave up. Chapter 126. What conditions are there to eat meat every day? At this moment, everyone was repairing the water channels. The water channels were considered everyone's responsibility, but the condition of the fields varied from household to household, and people were reluctant to help others. The village head helplessly said, if everyone clears the water channels, then each family can take care of their own fields. Zhou Manqing wiped her sweat and thought of the elders in the village who had once taken care of her as a child, even sharing a cookie or a piece of candy with her. After work, she discussed with the village head that if there was a need later on, she would pay for someone to help the village with the fields. Except for Sun Suizue's family, I don't want to bother with them. They have caused us a lot of trouble, both openly and secretly. I can't treat them like a bodhisattva. Later, when the village really unified the field repairs, Sun Suizue's husband heard that it was Zhou Manqing who provided the funds, so it would be inconvenient not to fix their house. He wasn't stupid. Saying it was inconvenient was already giving face to his family. He had certainly heard the villagers talking about the conflict between Sun Suzue and Zhou Manqing during the field repairs, and when he got home, he vented his anger on Sun Suizue. Why did you provoke her? Now, those people in the village can just wait at home for help to come. What about our 2 mu of land that was flooded? Do we still want her or not? Sun Suzue was both angry and regretful, and the stress made her faint with rage. Zhou Manqing could faintly hear some curses from his Sun family, and she shrugged her shoulders in disinterest. Zhou Manqing contacted Sister Huan from the previous resettlement site on WeChat, preparing to donate a batch of supplies to the county. This was a big deal. Sister Huan said she was just an ordinary staff member, and if Zhou Manqing was sure about donating, she would need to report to her leader to see who would coordinate with her. Zhou Manqing then remembered that Sister Huan was still pregnant. She had stayed with Tang Mingyue for a few days and learned her way of handling matters, subconsciously looking for Sister Huan whenever she faced a dilemma. Yin Ku invited Zhou Manqing to a meeting, and they finally decided to donate in the company's name, contributing 1,000 flood disaster relief care packages to the county and 2 million yuan specifically for local post-disaster reconstruction work. Additionally, they would donate 3 million yuan to the city for the same post-disaster reconstruction work in areas affected by the flood. Zhou Manqing personally contributed 3 million yuan, and Sister Huan discussed with her providing the county's public account for donations, marked for post-disaster reconstruction, as she transferred it to the bank. Now, that traffic control in Shantian County was basically lifted. It was relatively convenient to buy logistics. Zhou Manqing lay down at home, still feeling the excitement of donating for the first time to her hometown. Qingshen, how is the situation over there? Do you need some food and vegetables? Zia Jinglin's daily greetings have arrived. Zhou Manqing, we have opened the roads here, and the government is actively mobilizing supplies to ensure price stability in our area. This is what Huanjie told her, and when she went to the factory for a meeting, Yinggu also reported to her that vegetable prices are stable and the cafeteria's procurement has not been affected. Zia Jinglin has personally experienced the floods in Shantian town. She didn't expect that production and life could resume so quickly. Is this the power of unified mobilization? You keep the food and vegetables for yourselves. How is the Linha tribe doing recently? Zhou Manqing asked. The morale of the Linha tribe has greatly decreased. They may have to withdraw. Zhou Manqing replied. The Linha tribe's morale is not just low. The slave army of the Linha tribe can smell the delicious food coming from the Shunshu tribe every day and is on the verge of rebellion. Donnie has been cooking with the chefs these days and has tried out various seasonings from the tribe's supermarket. If the warriors eat well and are full, they will have the strength to fight. Star anise and bay leaves have become standard in stewing meat, and recently Donnie discovered a pre-packaged marinating spice bag. The taste is overwhelming. After one meal, the smell of marinated meat lingers on for a day. Moreover, this marinated meat has its own distinct flavor even when cold. The chief leading the siege against the Shunshu tribe is getting anxious. 12 days. A full 12 days. The young and strong called to fight here have not yielded any results. The Linha tribe has no meat or vegetables apart from grain. They have to rely on hunting. The nearby wild beasts have witnessed the prowess of the Shunshu tribe's hunting team and dare not build nests nearby. What the Linha tribe eats the most every day is boiled grains with leaves. The young chief can still have some salt, while ordinary warriors can only say they can survive. Many warriors eat their meals with the aroma of the Shunshu tribe's vegetables and meat wafting in the air. After eating, they are still drooling. At this rate, the slave army will likely rebel. The second chief is also holding back her saliva. She has never endured such humiliation. The meat in her bowl is both fishy and foul, and smelling the aroma from the Shunshu tribe, she can imagine how good it must taste over there. How can their tribe's meat never run out? It's pork every meal. Today seems to be chicken. The chief sniffs hard, looking both greedy and pitiful. The slave army was originally the slaves of the tribes we conquered, and they only became the vanguard for a bite to eat. Just the day before yesterday, several slave soldiers even rushed to grab chicken bones that fell from the Shinshu watchtower. Brother, we can't stay any longer. The longer we stay, the more our warriors can glimpse the benefits of the Shinshu tribe. The second chief wiped her nose. She wanted to return to the tribe. Here, her stomach has never been at ease. The two chiefs are eating the best food in the tribe, and it's still like this. So one can imagine how the small soldiers feel. Withdraw the troops quickly. Once Jean Buguan finishes building the siege equipment, we will come back to finish it quickly. The chief agreed quickly. He didn't want to smell it for another minute. The feeling of being able to smell but not eat is too unbearable. Let's go back. After fighting for so long, even the mosquitoes are well fed, and I'm still hungry. Keep your voice down. Don't let the chief hear. Do you want to get beaten? He Chuan joined the retreating Linha slave army, looking back deeply. The walls of the Shinshu tribe had already disappeared behind the trees, and he could see them no more. Brother sure too? A slave soldier called to him. He Chuan, it's nothing. During this time, he has been searching for the bodies of his sister Ali and her entourage, but there are no leads. Even earlier batches of expelled slave remains have been found by some slave soldiers for him. Many slave soldiers are not like what the Linha chief thinks. They're not just here to fill their stomachs and die, but are following Shidu's arrangements. That is now the second chief S-guard and horseman, He Chuan. Brother sure too. Do you think the slaves of the Shunshu tribe can eat the leftover bones? The slave soldier asked him. He Chuan shook his head. He didn't know. Hey slave. Ajiao's voice rang out. Aren't you supposed to help the second chief of the horses? Mixing in with a bunch of slaves? You'll return covered in a stench and waste hot water. Ajiao did not voluntarily come to find him. It was due to the second chief's orders. Yes. He Chuan replied expressionlessly, stepping out from the slave soldiers to look for the second chief's mount. If he can't find Sister Ali, he will take good care of her child. As for the Shunshu tribe, whether they are enemies or friends, he will find another opportunity to investigate. Chapter 127, just a bit similar, the official Weibo of Shunshu Culture released a donation announcement, attracting a crowd of netizens. I saw the factory in my hometown contributing to our hometown. I'm going to spend passionately on Taobao. Donating is good, but I don't recommend handing it over to others. I'm naming a certain association that pockets the money. It's well known that as long as the donation doesn't reach the person directly, it's handled through layers of exploitation. Some people shouldn't be too hateful. They criticize donations and also criticize those who don't donate. Comments were mixed, with bad comments mainly worrying that donations wouldn't reach the actual place. Some marketing accounts wanted to ride the wave of the flood disaster and stirred up negative reviews under Shunshu Culture's official Weibo. Zhou Manqing naturally saw this, and she asked Jiang Shuwen, who manages the account, to handle it. Say something, Sister Qingqing. Jiang Shuwen asked. Fight back. Zhou Manqing replied without hesitation. Jiang Shuwen nodded, got it. A few minutes later, Shunshu Culture's official Weibo reposted the highest-rated negative review, commenting, Our boss has volunteered there herself. How could she not know where the donated money is used? In this day and age, it's rare to see such a straightforward and tough official Weibo confronting haters. Zhou Manqing also bought a wave of heat to see if those who were pessimistic were supported by foreign forces as hateful elements. In fact, the government's public account also expressed gratitude, and her personal donation clearly stated that it didn't need to be publicized. The government respected her personal thoughts very much. Zhou Manqing used to be swayed by online public opinion, but after truly interacting with those workers, she now feels that some people online are just talking nonsense. Jealous of everything better than themselves, they have dark hearts and think the whole world is selfish. If Zhou Shenghong also participated in the flood relief, perhaps there wouldn't be so many crooked thoughts. Zhou Manqing thought of Sun Chui's son. Zhou Shenghong was in prison, puffing and puffing while operating a sewing machine, when he suddenly sneezed and almost messed up the stitches. Damn, who was talking bad about me? Zhou Shenghong had been in prison for a while. He no longer had the gloomy temperament he used to have. His hair was cut short, and his demeanor had transformed into that of a labor glory poster from the early days of liberation. Yan Hai, who was also operating a sewing machine, had completely lost the appearance of an elite entrepreneur. He had become silent. His daughter Yin Sima hadn't visited the prison for over a month, and he didn't know how she was doing or if she could take care of herself. I can take care of myself. Brother Jianshun, go talk about your matters. Yin Sima smiled gently. Yin Jianshun then reluctantly left. Tonight, he brought Yin Sima to attend a celebrity banquet. The agent wanted him to take this opportunity to show his face in front of a well-known director in the circle and toast. Yin Sima was a fragile little sister in his heart, needing protection. After she repeatedly assured him, Yin Jianshun finally left with the agent. Yin Sima used her hand as a fan to cool herself down, finally managing to send Yin Jianshun away. He always stuck to her like a piece of chewing gum at every banquet, leaving her with no chance to meet new people. Yin Sima needed some business friends. This time, she would definitely keep her eyes peeled to find a truly powerful business ally. Oh, isn't that Sima? Come over and chat. Chatting with you? Where'd you go to play? She probably can't even afford a plane ticket. Ha ha ha. How could Charlie have been interested in her before? So petty. Yin Sima had heard such biting remarks many times. She was currently riding on Yin Jianshun's coattails to get in and couldn't cause any trouble. Or she might be thrown out, something that had happened last time. She blocked out the mockery from a few acquaintances and pretended to stroll casually through the venue, noticing a particular area where many businessmen were gathered. Curiously, she moved closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Mr. Mu, it's your first time back in the country. What industries are you planning to invest in? Come on, let's take a look too. Mr. Mu, I have a project here. Would you mind taking 5 minutes to hear me out? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Mu. It wasn't intentional. In front of everyone, a delicate young girl fell beside Mr. Mu, who was at the center of the crowd. Her drink spilled on his pants, and she pretended to wipe it off, subtly rubbing his ankle with her small hand. Mr. Mu ignored her and just pushed the crowd aside, saying he needed to change into a formal outfit. Yin Sima stood at the back of the crowd, getting a good look at Mr. Mu's true appearance. One glance, and she felt deflated. Although Mr. Mu had dark, well-styled hair, a tall figure, and could be considered handsome, he was at least nearly 40, too old for her. Men in this age group were the hardest to deal with, having seen all kinds of tricks and being heavily career-minded. If he had younger family members, they would be at the stage of vying for power with their father. Yin Sima's gaze at Mr. Mu was devoid of interest. Returning overseas graduates were no longer anything special. Especially since the businesses of such bosses were abroad, information between domestic and foreign markets was not so fluid. Even if someone went bankrupt abroad, it wouldn't be discovered at home for a while. Didn't her ex-boyfriend Charlie's family receive a lot of flattery when they first returned? They looked good, but they didn't even measure up to her mother's little toe when she was alive. It was rare for someone to look at her with a less fiery gaze. Mu Zhengyue had only glanced casually, but felt a sudden shock. He wanted to look again, but the woman had already turned elegantly to leave. Mu Zhengyue took a few steps after her, then deliberately slowed his pace. He didn't want others to notice something was off with him, nor did he want to give that woman any leverage over him. She just resembled Xiaomei a bit. Time had left its marks on his face, and Xiaomei must have changed too. Even if cosmetic surgery was popular now, a person's face might temporarily regain youth. But one's eyes and aura could not be deceived. Mu Zhengyue stopped following the woman and turned towards the changing room. Yin Sima had been keeping an eye on Mr. Mu, and now that he had changed direction, she became somewhat interested. Just now, did that Mr. Mu want to talk to her? After changing into a new outfit, Mu Zhengyue walked out of the hotel room, deep in thought. He had been away from Xing City for over 20 years, and he could hardly remember how long it had been since he left his hometown and city. Initially developing in Xing City, he had attracted trouble due to his overly violent temper, clashed with local toughs, and faced setbacks everywhere, leading him to go abroad in search of opportunities. Busy with his career in his youth, looking back now, the most memorable impression from home was still the smile of his first love. Mu Zhengyue had been thriving in business abroad, but had never found a steady partner. People abroad were open and flirtatious. After getting to know a few, none gave him the feeling of a virtuous wife. Chapter 128, formerly known as Zhou Xiaomei. Mu Zhengyue returned this time to explore opportunities in the country and to look for Xiaomei, his first love. However, their hometown was in its city, so he would have to return there to inquire about her. "I'm so sorry. I really mistook you for someone else. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. We can get to know each other now, huh?" The corridor ahead was somewhat noisy. Mu Zhengyue looked up and saw the woman who resembled Xiaomei coming towards him quickly, followed by two young men. The two men had puffy faces and unsteady steps, clearly indulging in excessive drinking. From their conversation, it was clear that the young girl had mistaken someone for another and was being entangled as she tried to leave. The girl hurried over and hid behind Mu Zhengyue, quickly saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Mu." Then she spoke loudly, "My uncle is here. Do you want to get to know us?" Mu Zhengyue stood there, exuding an aura of authority without anger. A young man's father had brought him before Mr. Mu half an hour ago to make an impression. He grabbed another arrogant young man. Mu Zhengyue did not respond to the girl's words, but did not push her away either. The young man who recognized Mr. Mu saw this situation, covered half his face with his hand, pretended to cough, and said, "Oh, where are the tissues?" before slipping away as if nothing had happened. His companion was not foolish either. Realizing the middle-aged man before them was someone important, he quickly followed suit. "Thank you." The girl saw the two had walked far away and prepared to thank him before leaving. "You know me?" Mu Zhengyue asked, but it was more of a statement than a question. "I heard others call you that in the hall," the girl replied. Up close, Mu Zhengyue felt she resembled Xiaomei even more. He suddenly asked, "Do you know Zhou Xiaomei?" The name sounded somewhat familiar, but the girl shook her head and hurriedly said goodbye. In this chance encounter, Mu Zhengyue only learned her name, Yan Sima. He repeated the name in his mind, confirming he had no acquaintances with that surname. A young woman who knew about his family's business but did not want to cling to it piqued Mu Zhengyue's interest. As Yan Sima walked away, she kept wondering who Zhou Xiaomei was, the name Mr. Mu had mentioned. She only knew two people with the surname Zhou, her biological mother Zhou Fangrong and ZhouManqing. When Mr. Mu mentioned Zhou Xiaomei, his eyes were tender, and his expression nostalgic. The big bosses who surrounded him to flatter him earlier hadn't even received a glance from him. But why did he suddenly ask her about this? When Mr. Mu's drink spilled, his gaze seemed to linger on her longer than on others. Yan Sima returned to the hall and sat down. Searching for the name Zhou Xiaomei in various platforms' contact lists, suddenly struck by a thought. She opened her album and found the household registration photo she had taken. The second page had her deceased mother, Zhou Fangrong. It clearly stated, formerly known as Zhou Xiaomei, that Mr. Mu had a past with her mother. Yan Sima squinted her eyes. Rather than cultivate relationships from scratch with unfamiliar entrepreneurs, it would be better to probe into Mr. Mu's background. In mid-May, 2 weeks after the flood, prices stabilized, and the fields that could be cleared of silt had been cleaned. Those that could not only lay abandoned. The young people had all gone out to work, leaving the elderly and women in the village, who felt helpless. And the young people also looked down on the meager harvest from the land. Zhou Manqing's crew has initially recruited the cast, with the leading actress playing the female lead eyeing in the first film being a newcomer she discovered, named Jian Qingyu. The male lead, without a doubt, is the male actor who had previously self-recommended for collaboration. The male lead is very capable, constantly receiving film offers, and it's quite a surprise that he can sign with her crew. The shooting location has been chosen in a rural resort area in Anxi, where the theme is about returning to simplicity, featuring many thatched cottages. Not far behind the cottages is a vast, small forest, closely resembling the tribal scenes in Zhou Manqing's script. They are only renting and transforming part of the area, which does not affect the normal operations of the resort. Moreover, the resort has very average business on non-holiday days, and the owner is happy to earn rental fees from the crew. Directing and acting require completely different skill sets. Zhou Manqing brought Jiang Shirwan and Bai Mutong along, with Bai Mutong tentatively cast as one of the elder roles. When Jiang Shirwan was printing the script, she said to Zhou Manqing, "Sister Qingqing, is your drama called Chamu Tribe? It sounds like an advertisement for our company." Zhou Manqing replied that she hadn't thought of a new name yet, so they would use this for now, if this film receives a good response. She also wants to shoot a second and third part. However, reality is not as beautiful as imagined. Even with Li Yu providing remote guidance, unexpected situations arise daily in the crew. Zhou Manqing wavered. Although her private desire is for everyone to see Ying's story, directing is not that easy. System beep. The latest task detected. Ensure Shamu tribe is completed and aired. Reward, 300 points. Achieve a score of 8, 0 or above on a certain platform. Reward, 500 points. Failure results in no points and no penalties. She could be a director. Zhou Manqing clenched her fist. When lacking inspiration, she could still monitor one way, observing the daily life of the Shamu tribe. She is determined to earn those 800 points. Before the filming starts, Qing Shun informed Xiao Jingling that she has returned to the entertainment industry and has no time to attend to the Shamu tribe for now. Not knowing when the Linha tribe would launch another raid, Xiao Jingling ordered a group of 17, led by Xiao Hisong, to take the sugarcane packaged in plastic jars granted by Qing Shun to Mokesity in exchange for a batch of strong young slaves. In this battle, over 30 warriors of the Shamu tribe died, leaving more than 200 remaining. The Linha tribesmen who surrendered reported that Linha had at least 800 warriors, and with so few people in Shinmu, they could defend their home, but the odds of winning a direct confrontation were too low. After this clash with the Linha tribe, the people of the Shinmu tribe were filled with determination. It turned out that the invincible Linha tribe could also flee in fear. They realized they could stand up to the Linha tribe. The chief's training methods showed their benefits in this battle, demonstrating strict discipline and order. The surviving warriors cherished their daily training even more. The youth who had not yet joined the army listened to the praises of their tribesmen about the bravery in the battle and looked forward to the bi-monthly recruitment assessments. Eager tryout, Amon was holding a round, golden little beast, preparing to send it to the chief's house. It had been almost a year since he went from being a slave of the Hongshe tribe to becoming a new member of the Shinmu tribe, and he sometimes still felt like he was dreaming. Only when he smelled the strong aroma of food from the Shinmu tribe did he feel a sense of reality, having escaped the always hungry and harsh mining site. Little Huang, a little girl with a few grains of rice on her face, called out to the little beast in Amon's arms. The little beast barked and jumped down, running on all fours to the little girl's feet, scaring a group of ducklings following her to scatter. "Oh, my little ancestor, you can't take the ducks out to play?" A tribesman responsible for raising livestock hurried over to catch the ducklings and return them to the breeding area. Wan, Amon greeted her with a smile. Xiao Wan nodded like a little adult. She came looking for little Huang, the divine beast gifted to her brother by Qing Shun. The adult said the divine beast looked like a wolf but wasn't a wolf. They feared little Huang would attract wolves, so they wanted to get rid of it. It was only because her brother said this beast was a gift from Qing Shun that the tribesmen dared not speak recklessly. Besides the Xiao family, only Uncle Hu's family and Amon from the breeding area were not afraid of little Huang. Xiao Wan patted little Huang's round belly and said to Amon, "Feed him more, and when little Huang grows into big Huang, he can fight with the wild beasts outside." Amon patiently explained to her, "Whether it's a person or a beast, one meal shouldn't be too much. It can lead to indigestion, which is not good." Stingy. Xiao Wan couldn't understand these principles yet, and she said, "Little Huang, I'll take you to find Aunt Dongi for some bones to eat." Little Huang wagged his tail quickly, and the two little short legs hurried towards the tribe's cafeteria. The tribe has now initially divided areas for dining, livestock, weaving, and grain processing, resembling a small Mokesity. At Uncle Hu's house, Hulu was preparing to head to the craftsman area, carrying the backpack he exchanged for with work points. Hearing Xiao Wanwan's intention, Hulu said, "Wanwan, my mom went with Elder Mu to cook by the land today. She's not in the tribe." "Okay, then where are you going?" Xiao Wanwan asked dejectedly. And little Huang's ears drooped down too. Hulu said, "I'm going to Elder Bama's place." They dismantled the generator to see how to manufacture it. Words like manufacture, machinery, gears, and electricity have recently frequently appeared in the mouths and notes of the Shinmu craftsmen, as they attempt to look back and learn the principles from the perspective of finished products. Hulu, who excels in literacy and has a keen interest in science, has become the most popular young man among the craftsmen. When he took out his study notes and matched certain phenomena with scientific principles, his shining confidence almost made the tribesmen forget he was just a 10-year-old child. The chief also noticed Hulu's talent in this area and lent him and Bama textbooks related to physics and chemistry. Each field has its specialization, and many textbooks granted by Qing Shun to Xiao Jingling have been lent out. "Okay, I want to go see Uncle Bama too." Xiao Wan also liked the increasing creations by the craftsmen. She had heard her brother talk to Elder Bamu that the craftsmen were also preparing to form groups. and those who specialized in pottery and woodwork would have new titles. At this moment, Amon, who had been ignored by the two, weakly raised his hand. I encountered a peculiar tree while gathering outside. Even Elder Nanqing doesn't recognize it. I want to ask Elder Bamu to take a look. I want to go too. At a charity gala, Yin Sima once again saw Mu Zhengyue. The prominent figure organizing this banquet in Xing City was a former friend of Yin Sima's mother, Mr. Lei, and she obtained the invitation thanks to her mother's connections. The flood disaster in Engshi had passed for over a month, and some areas were still undergoing post-disaster reconstruction work due to insufficient funds. Mr. Lei, being a local of Engshi, brought out some of his treasure collections for auction, with the proceeds being donated to Engshi. Mu Zhengyue participated in the auction, and a jade cup was auctioned off at a market-high price of 3 million. After the host closed the auction, Mu Zhengyue announced that he would add another 3 million as a donation to Engshi. The applause was thunderous, but only Mr. Lei, who organized the auction, stared at Mu Zhengyue for a long time. After the auction, there was a banquet. Yin Simiao hid behind a pillar next to Mr. Lei and Mu Zhengyue, concealing herself in their line of sight and pretending to casually eat dessert. Their conversation reached her ears. Mr. Lei said, when she came to city back then, she wanted to find you. Unfortunately, I didn't know you well at that time and didn't know where you went after leaving in city. How has she been later? Not bad. She changed her name to Zhou Fangrong and founded a big company involved in real estate and the emerging media industry, Mr. Lei replied. Mu Zhengyue nodded. Perhaps you have her current contact information? Mr. Lei's expression grew sad. Mu Fangrong. She passed away last year due to illness. Mu Zhengyue felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing the bad news, almost unable to think. He couldn't hear anything Mr. Lei said afterward. All he knew was that the only woman he had ever loved had died without waiting for him. Others approached Mr. Lei to discuss business matters, and the wealthy businessman temporarily left. Yin Simiao, hiding behind the pillar, brushed her bangs aside, realizing he was her mother's old lover. Where her mother was dating Mu Zhengyue, she probably didn't know her father, Yin Hai. Calculating the years, when Mu Zhengyue broke up with her mother and went to city to struggle, Yin Simiao looked at the result on the calculator, her eyes widening. Damn it, Zhou Manqing was about this age. At that time, calculating when Mu Zhengyue left, her mother was already pregnant with Zhou Manqing. She and Zhou Manqing were like fire and water. If Mu Zhengyue knew she had once harmed his daughter, wouldn't he seek revenge? She had to stay as far away from him as possible. Contrary to Yin Simiao's wishes, upon learning that his white moonlight had passed away, Mu Zhengyue's long-suppressed longing exploded when he saw Yin Simiao, who resembled Zhou Xiaomei, once again. He blocked her at the hotel entrance as she was about to take a taxi home, insisting on giving her a ride. Yin Simiao radiated rejection. No need, Mr. Mu. I've already received your help before, and I'm very grateful. I don't know how to repay you. Mu Zhengyue squeezed her shoulder, sending a chill down her spine. He said in a deep voice, it's rare for a lady to refuse my help. The tactics of middle-aged men trying to seduce women were quite consistent. Yin Simiao took a few steps back, bowed to him, and weakly said, thank you, Mr. Mu. My friend is about to arrive. I've already promised him, and I can't go back on my word. If Mu Zhengyue were just her mother's admirer, she could enjoy the convenience that this relationship brought. However, Mu Zhengyue was not only her mother's ex-boyfriend, but also Zhou Manqing's father. Yin Simiao pinched her palm. She had already suffered greatly at the hands of Zhou Manqing. Before she gained actual power in the company, she couldn't compete with anyone. The more the woman rejected him, the more Mu Zhengyue's desire grew. He decided to stop pretending and leaned closer to Yin Simiao, saying, Miss Simiao, the first time I met you, I was smitten. If you would give me a chance to get to know you, you might find that although I'm a bit older, in other aspects, I'm still quite good. Yin Simiao knew this was Mu Zhengyue seeing through her act of feigned friendship. Her hand, which she had been pinching, now switched to gripping her bag. If Mu Zhengyue asked her mother's hometown, he would find out that her mother had given birth to another daughter for him. How detestable. She was only 2 years younger than Zhou Manqing. Yes, she was only 2 years younger than Zhou Manqing. Yin Simiao had an idea. Fortune favors the bold. She pretended she couldn't refuse and half-heartedly said, then I'll trouble Mr. Mu to give me a ride. In Chapter 130, how could one have malicious thoughts about their own daughter? She sat in the back seat of the Maybach with Mu Zhengyue. He lowered the partition to prevent the driver from hearing their conversation. Yin Simiao sat as close to the car door as possible, trying to keep her distance from Mu Zhengyue. He wore a playful smile. Miss Yin is for Xing City? Why are you living in the old city? Ah, yes. My household registration is in Xing City. Yin Simiao's mind raced as she began to probe. I wonder what qualities I possess that make Mr. Mu appreciate me enough to be fortunate enough to get a ride with you. Qualities, come a bit closer, and I'll tell you, Mu Zhengwei replied. Yan Ximiao hesitated, but shifted slightly, sitting in a more typical seating position. Mu Zhengwei didn't mind her small resistance. The more she resisted, the more interesting he found it. His hand casually rested on Yan Ximiao's thigh, enjoying the tension of her body, as natural as if it were on the armrest. You remind me of a friend. I originally wanted to return to the country to make up for the years I owed her, but unfortunately, I can no longer see her. Yan Ximiao was now certain of Mu Jingyue's feelings for her mother. He adored her. Mu Jingyue wanted to see what kind of expression this young girl would show, but he saw her tears streaming down her face. He was surprised. Why are you crying? I also have someone I want to see, but I can never see her again. Yan Ximiao said between sobs. When my mother was alive, she always favored my sister. My father said I was his daughter, but he only acknowledged me in front of others. Before my mother passed away, my sister secretly transferred some of her assets, and she never visited her before she died. My mother decided to leave the inheritance to my father and me. But I don't know why my father and sister fell out. He was sent to prison by my sister, and I can't contact her anymore. Yan Ximiao raised her tear-streaked face. Mr. Mu, the house in the old city is my mother's only inheritance. Mu Zhengyue thought to himself. It was a story about an overlooked little daughter. He nodded noncommittally. He just wanted to play around and didn't care whether her background was pitiful or not. When they arrived at her place, Yan Ximiao invited Mu Zhengyue to sit at her home. There are photos of my mother. Everyone has always said I look a lot like her. This statement piqued Mu Jingyue's interest. Entering the apartment building, he saw Yan Ximiao's old small room, which contrasted sharply with her sparkling dress, as if they belonged to two different worlds. This is the dress my mother had custom-made for me when she was alive. I want to meet some experienced seniors to manage the company. My mother left me well, Yan Ximiao said awkwardly with a smile. Mr. Mu, please have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. After pouring the tea, Yan Ximiao went to her room to get the photos, deliberately choosing several pictures of her mother holding her when she was young, with just the two of them. Mr. Mu, it's been a long time since anyone cared about me like this. This is my mother. Do we look alike? Yan Ximiao's eyes were red as she tried to smile like a little rabbit, looking weak and harmless. The moment the yellowed, incandescent light illuminated the photos, Mu Jingyue suddenly stood up, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. Zhou Xiaomei and her daughter. He had missed her for many years. She had a child with another man. Mu Jingyue's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled downward, as if brewing a storm. Mr. Mu, do you know my mother? Then do you know who her boyfriend was in 95? Yan Ximiao asked intentionally. Her words brought Mu Jingyue's rationality back to him. In 1995, he had eloped with Zhou Xiaomei, leading to a violent incident where someone was killed. He didn't want to go to prison and could only escape. He fled around October. At that time, dating wasn't as casual as it is now, so Zhou Xiaomei probably wouldn't have easily found another boyfriend. Therefore, her boyfriend at that time was Mu Zhengyue himself. I only found out I wasn't my father's biological child after he went to prison. He said my mother married him only after she got pregnant. Yan Ximiao said sadly. Mu Zhengyue asked, what about your sister? A kind of incredible, never-before-thought joy surged in his mind, almost overwhelming him. Dad said when registering the household, he swapped my birth year with hers. I am the sister, and the one born in 1996 is me. No wonder they protected her so much back then. Yan Ximiao continued, my mother said before she died that my father abandoned us. But at that time, my father was clearly in the hospital with us. Mu Jingyue's eyes grew brighter. So that's how it was. He must have broken Xiaomei's heart when he left without saying goodbye. But Xiaomei still gave birth to their child, and she was willing to raise her, even thinking of him on her deathbed. Mu Zhengyue gasped for breath, looking Yan Ximiao up and down, just like Yan Ximiao is his child. Her double eyelids are exactly the same as his. The photo in his hand was gripped tightly, the surface of the coating wrinkled. Mu Zhengyue suddenly slapped himself. How could he have such ill thoughts about his own biological daughter? Yan Ximiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Did Mu Zhengyue believe him, or... Ximiao, in 1995, your mother's boyfriend was me. Mu Zhengyue said with difficulty. Ximiao, I am your father. No, impossible. Yan Ximiao's face was filled with disbelief. My father is Yanhai, although they got married late, but... Yan Ximiao shook her head vigorously. No. My dad said my mom married him while she was pregnant with me. Mu Zhengyue leaned down, supporting her swaying body. Yes. I didn't know your mother was pregnant with you back then. Your father committed a crime. During the crackdown, if he hadn't escaped, he might have been shot. My mother didn't say her ex-boyfriend killed someone. She said that person was just seriously injured. Yan Ximiao screamed. She suddenly threw herself into Mu Jingyue's arms, crying, "Why did you come back only now? Why did you come back only now? I can't hold on to the company. My mother left me. Dad owes a lot of project fees. I'm the one paying them back. Why did you come back only now?" Mu Jingyue gently stroked Yan Ximiao's head. "I'm sorry, Ximiao. It was Dad who came back late." Yan Ximiao buried her face in Mu Jingyue's embrace, her face twisted with pleasure. "Zhou Manqing, your dad is now my dad." She internally apologized to her biological father Yan Hai. "I'm sorry, Dad, for the sake of survival and to keep the foundation you and Mom built. I can only wrong you." Yan Ximiao cried for a long time before she stopped, taking all the suffering Zhou Manqing had endured upon herself, along with that family that tricked her feelings and those shareholders in the company who opposed her. Her words were half true, as her mother had never publicly acknowledged Zhou Manqing's identity, and her household registration indeed only fell to Xing City later. As long as Mu Jingyue didn't mention Zhou Manqing's family, it would be hard to discover the truth from back then. Chapter 131. The warehouse of the Shenmu tribe exploded. Zhou Manqing's movie was basically finished. She gave everyone 3 days off and continued with post-production to see if there were any scenes that needed to be res-hot. On the last day of the holiday, after confirming a few scenes that needed to be res-hot, Zhou Manqing soaked in the hot spring cabin at the resort, requesting the main system to initiate a one-way monitoring. She hadn't followed the Shenmu tribe's dynamics in a long time. Xiao Jingling approved her monitoring request. The screen showed a thick plume of smoke, and she could hardly find Xiao Jingling. Zhou Manqing sat up straight. What happened to the Shenmu tribe? There were coughing sounds everywhere, and, as the picture stabilized, she saw Xiao Jingling bending down, carrying a child in each hand, running out. Oh, he was saving people. It seemed a small wooden house was on fire. She didn't know what was stored inside, but the smoke was especially dense. In fact, the house had already collapsed, wooden pieces scattered everywhere. Zhou Manqing inferred it was a wooden house from the broken door. Some tribe members quickly moved flammable items away from the wooden house, while others carried buckets of water from the distant dining area to put out the fire. Husan was shouting, running in with his extended water hose. "Everyone move aside. Luzi, start the pump." Husan yelled into the walkie-talkie. A rumbling sound erupted, and a continuous stream of water finally extinguished the blaze. The screen faded, and the monitoring time ended. Zhou Manqing hurried out of the hot spring to write a letter asking what happened in the Shenmu tribe. Xiao Jingling received the letter and took a while to respond. It turned out the warehouse storing fabric suddenly exploded. Xiao and Song brought back over 200 slaves and poor people, urgently needing work clothes, and a few Shenmu tribesmen came to collect fabric with their children. She didn't know how they managed it, but the small wooden house suddenly exploded. Zhou Manqing was speechless. Places with a lot of dust can explode when they encounter open flames. She had always emphasized that the clothing area should use flashlights at night. Perhaps some new tribe members didn't know the dangers and went in with torches. The wooden house exploded like that. Only the playing children might have escaped unscathed. It seemed that the water supply for the Shenmu tribe was actually very inconvenient. If a fire broke out, it would be hard to extinguish it quickly and could easily involve nearby houses. This was already the third fire this month. We plan to place a few more large water tanks around to store water. Xiao Jingling proposed a solution. Zhou Manqing frowned and replied, "I'll buy you a batch of fire extinguishers and gas masks. There are several particularly flammable places that you must do a good job on warning education and train the personnel." After she finished writing and looked at her letter, wow. After volunteering with Sister Huan for a few days for flood relief and disaster rescue, her speech had begun to sound institutional. She opened an online shopping site, roughly estimated the population of the Shenmu tribe, and added 200 people, estimating there were about 700 people. She didn't know how the Shenmu tribe arranged for so many people to live, so Zhou Manqing directly ordered fire extinguishers, 2,000 dry powder fire extinguishers, and 2,000 water-based fire extinguishers. There should also be fire drills. In places with a lot of people, fire drills must be conducted, and everyone must learn how to use them. Buying more definitely wouldn't be wrong. She also decided to buy 1,000 gas masks, distributing them to every household for emergencies. Zhou Manqing thought for a moment. Fire safety knowledge should also be popularized, so she checked some common potential problems, prepared illustrations for the printing shop, ordered popular science posters, and planned to post them on the tribe's walls. A few days later, the supplies granted by the Qing god arrived. Xiao Jingling and several hundred captains studied how to use the fire extinguishers according to the tutorial, starting a bonfire next to the training ground, surrounded by a group of soldiers watching. "This red bottle is very light. How much water can it hold?" Hussein asked in confusion. "Hey, Chief, didn't you say that dusty places are prone to catching fire? Why does this bottle say dry powder? A literate warrior asked. Water-based? I know water, but what is base? Bamboo fell in a deep thought. This bottle holds less than a water bucket. Can it really put out fires? Maybe it was enchanted by the Qing god. That mechanism is a spell that seals the magic. The soldiers discussed animatedly, and more tribespeople came over to listen, with the crowd growing larger. Now the productivity of the Shenmu tribe has improved. If it were in the past, everyone would prefer to work more during the day and wouldn't have time to watch this. Xiao Jinglin and Xiao Hesong, the two brothers, read through the manual and check the pressure gauge of the fire extinguisher. Normal. Xiao Jinglin nodded. Everyone step back a bit. Be careful not to inhale the extinguishing powder. Xiao Hesong asked Husan to maintain order at the scene. Brother, you go first. Xiao Hesong also stepped aside. Xiao Jinglin shook the fire extinguisher a few times, found the upwind position, pulled out the pin, and aimed it at the base of the roaring flames. Everyone held their breath and watched. A whooshing sound echoed as a fierce stream of white powder shot out from the small nozzle of the fire extinguisher, quickly enveloping the flames in a cloud of smoke. In the blink of an eye, the bonfire was reduced to blackened char and unburned wood. Know this. Husan was left speechless. The others looked equally astonished. Divine magic! Divine magic! A clan member shouted, vigorously patting his companion's back. Thank you, Qing Shun, for bestowing the fire-extinguishing treasure. The chief is mighty. My goodness. Such a big fire, and in the blink of an eye, it's gone. This is even better than water. Everyone was extremely excited, while Xiao Jinglin remained calm. His eyes mixed with excitement. Promoting this fire extinguisher and raising everyone's fire safety awareness can minimize the losses from fires in this dry season. Some new recruits, who had not yet passed the assessment, watched this scene with disbelief. I think we made the right choice coming to the Shenmu tribe. This is truly divine. Stop staring and get to work. There's an assessment next week. If you meet the standards, you can become a new member of the Shenmu tribe. If you meet the standards 3 times in a row, you can join the army of the Shenmu tribe. The army. Their food is said to be better than ours. My goodness, I can eat 3 full meals a day now. Everything tastes good. What could be better than this? I must join the Shenmu army. A few new recruits encouraged each other and ran off to their work areas, forgetting about resting. They wanted to become members of the Shenmu tribe. The weather was dry, and the Linha tribe had experienced a few fires. Then came a harvest season. The 2 leaders of the Linha tribe discussed fighting the Shenmu tribe after the harvest. I heard that the siege engines made of gold have already been completed, the second leader asked. The first leader replied, for have been made. The Shenmu tribe has 3 gates, leaving 1 as a spare. The second leader said, Brother, we chose this place surrounded by mountains to avoid the chaos outside. Once we harvest the grain, the turmoil outside may begin. The first leader knew that they could hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. They had experienced the might of nomadic tribes, leaving their homes to come here, building walls to defend against those barbaric people who lived off the land and killed like chopping vegetables. What do you mean? The second leader said, let's eliminate the Shenmu tribe's threat before the harvest. Recently, there have been frequent small fires in the tribe. I have an idea on how to break through the walls of Shenmu. Chapter 132. I love inventions of Shenmu brother. Seeing He Chuan come out of the mansion. The girl hiding by the door with a bamboo basket happily waved at him. He Chuan thanked the guard who helped him convey the message and moved a bit further from the gate, looking at her and another slave. A song. Why did you come here to find me? You rarely come home. Who knows when you'll be back, said his younger sister, Xiao Ran, with a smile. Sure Tuga. A song excitedly called out to him. My mother's health has improved a lot. She can work now. She took advantage of her free time to pick some water flow flowers and made some sticky rice cakes mixed with flour. So I brought them to you while they are still warm. You brought them, but the basket is with my sister? Each one asked. A song scratched his head awkwardly, unable to say a word. Xiao Ran knew her brother had caught on a bit and said angrily, Brother, don't tease him. He is clumsy, and I can't trust him to carry it. This is freshly steamed sticky rice cake from my aunt. It's not much, but it's warm. You could try something new. There's also a bowl of Jinjie tea. Drink it together. It's good for cooling and relieving heat. Hichuan always cherished his little sister. Whatever she said was what he would do. She had never suffered much, which made her innocent. While he was eating the sticky rice cake, he saw Xiao Ran playing with a song. A song dared to retort a few words back in private. But now that the older brother was beside them, he could only awkwardly fidget, bullied by Xiao Ran. Hichuan laughed and drank tea, placing the teacup back in the basket, saying to Xiao Ran, The mansion has been a bit strange these days. There may be trouble. Although a song is with you. You should tea come over recklessly next time. Who needs him to accompany me? Xiao Ran pushed a song away, who stood a few steps away, guarded her like a fool. Xiao Ran quietly asked Hechuan, "Brother, what do you think of Song? I think he seems like a good person." Hechuan replied lightly. Xiao Ran, "Yes, I think he seems like a good person too. Once you're done with this busy time, can you hold a pairing ceremony for us?" Hechuan's expression turned serious. Playing together was one thing, but becoming partners was a major matter. Their parents had been forced to open the road and died from exhaustion a few years ago. The eldest sister, Ali, was now missing and likely dead, leaving only him as the elder. "When you have time, I'll help you keep an eye on this boy," Hechuan said. This meant he still disagreed. Xiao Ran huffed, turned her head, and walked back, ignoring her brother. Hechuan helplessly returned to the mansion, passing by a small courtyard and seeing no one around. He slipped inside. In the courtyard, only the second young master of the Linhe tribe, Xiao Shan, was there. The attendant had been sent out by him to get snacks. "Uncle Hechuan, you've come a bit late. My guard will be back soon," Xiao Shan welcomed him. Xiao Shan didn't know why the second leader's guard privately took care of him, since he was assigned to live in the second leader's mansion. Not many people interacted with him besides his few attendants. "Have you practiced martial arts well these days? Are there any moves you don't quite understand?" Hechuan asked. In his eyes, this was Ali's only child. He couldn't protect Ali, but at least he had to protect Ali's child. Xiao Shan nodded, asking, "I heard my father came to discuss matters. Can I see him? I have new evidence." Second young master, "Don't think about reporting to the chief any longer," Hechuan interrupted him in a low voice. "These days, you must have seen that the chief has never blamed the first lady for your matters." Hechuan continued, "This means that the expulsion of Lady Li was tacitly approved by the chief." Xiao Shan's originally eager eyes cooled down, revealing a look that shouldn't belong to a 10-year-old child. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, who had just returned home with the basket, suddenly remembered that she had a few handkerchiefs she had embroidered for her brother that she hadn't given him yet. The song had already gone back, and since it was still early, Xiao Ran thought for a moment and decided to deliver them to her brother today, and then let him take her back. This. Zhou Manqing held a small piece of wood in her hands, one hand holding the appraisal result, unable to speak due to excitement. At this moment, she was alone in the hotel, scratching her head, thinking about how to tell Xiao Jinglin. The strange tree that a man saw before was golden Namu. The tree was over 500 years old, priceless. How is this possible? They just held a wrap party and were ready to rest for a while. And suddenly a way to make money comes knocking at the door. The price of 300-year-old golden silk Namu wood is over 200,000 per ton. And if made into finished products, the price will only be higher. According to Xiao Jingling, what Oman discovered is not just a tree, but a whole forest. Zhou Manqing wanted to calculate, but found it impossible to start. It's impossible to start, even if they took the beads from the car and sold them as bracelets. Each string could sell for tens of thousands. That's even higher than the price of the crafts made by the divine wood craftsmen before. Zhou Manqing thought for a while and decided to let Xiao Jingling protect that forest first. Once she figured out how to sell the golden silk Namu wood better, she would organize the divine wood tribesmen to cut down the trees. In the divine wood tribes artisan area, there was a cheerful atmosphere. That kid, Hulu, followed Elder Banmu and replicated a simple generator, although the parts need to be hand-carved and the electricity can only supply one flashlight. This is considered the power of the gods, born in the hands of humans for the first time in this era. Xiao Jingling only understood its principles from textbooks and had no time to figure out how to manufacture a physical object. He had been to the modern world and seen various devices relying on electricity for kinetic energy, from small appliances to large buildings and transportation, almost all of which cannot do without electricity. He understands better than anyone else the significance of utilizing electricity well. That afternoon, after the electric engine was made, the tribe held a meeting to commend Banmu, Hulu, and a few key developers, rewarding each person with 200 work points. 200 work points. My goodness. I can't even calculate that with my fingers. The top 10 in daily harvesting get 10 work points. If I work hard, I could earn that in about 20 days. But the crops in the field won't take 20 days to harvest. The tribesmen were astonished when the leader spoke of the power of electricity. It turned out that their water pumps, flashlights, and large floodlights all operated with this divine power. And Banmu and the others' achievement lies in the fact that they were inspired by the gods and grasped a bit of this divine power. Those 200 work points are not too many. This is borrowed divine power, said one tribesman. Mu Xiwenfang, amidst the discussion, brought a few tribesmen from the textile area to find Xiao Jingling. Leader, we in the textile area also have what you just mentioned as a new invention. Outside, Mu Xuanfang calls Xiao Jingling leader to show the distinction between public and private. Yes, we have improved the spinning machine, and now it can spin many cotton threads at once. Leader, come and see with us. With our new spinning machine, the amount of cotton thread spun can be several times more. Doesn't this count as an invention? The nearby tribesmen also got excited, wanting to follow and see. They must learn what this invention is so they can invent something tomorrow too. They strive to take more things to trade for good items at the tribe's supermarket. Chapter 133. Slave or young lady before Xiao Jingling could reach the textile area. Su Linjian reported that there had been some unusual movements from the Linhe tribe recently. After the Linhe tribe withdrew their soldiers, a group of more than 30 people occasionally harassed the Divinewood tribe, still under martial law. In recent days, the Linhe tribesmen have been frequently entering the mountains to chop wood. Several times, Linhe tribesmen attempted to ambush the watchtowers with bows and arrows, but were quickly detected by the Divinewood tribesmen, who had binoculars and retreated before being caught. Leader, the watchtowers we can use have shrunk again, Su Linjian said. Xiao Jingling replied, notify them to add 3 new tribesmen per row and practice together. Double the manpower for night patrols. Su Linjian agreed. Xiao Jingling quickly informed Zhou Manqing about the unusual movements of the Linhe tribe. Taking advantage of the stable crop growth that doesn't need much care, he planned to take the tribesmen down the mountain to catch the Linhe tribe off guard. Offensive battles are difficult to fight, but while the weather is dry, the Divinewood tribe, equipped with gas masks, can directly use oil-wrapped arrows to burn down the Linhe tribe. If there's a disagreement, they can just set fire to it, and with fire extinguishers on hand, the fire should be manageable. Zhou Manqing thought this tactic was quite ruthless. In war, it's either you die or I die. She discussed battle preparedness with Xiao Jingling, confidently stating she would take care of it. Jingling wanted to deliver a batch of craft goods to Qing Shun in the next few days, but might not be able to focus afterward. Xiao Jingling said craft goods are usually packed at the agritourism site, and city has a lot of big items, and Zhou Manqing planned to procure nearby. Now that it was reported they were in city, they would have to send it again. No need, you all keep it. I believe you can succeed. Zhou Manqing said, I will go buy supplies for you tomorrow. Be sure to wait for me to finish shopping and get equipped before setting off. The Divinewood tribe was making intensive preparations for war, and the warriors of the Linhe tribe were also regrouping. Each one was busy checking the horses to ensure the safety of the second leader's journey. As he came out of the stable, preparing to wash up, 2 attendants were chatting with their backs to him, bothering him. Now anyone dares to disturb the second leader. Is that so? I heard they were looking for the palace guards. A lowly slave, just using the pretense of looking for guards to ask the second leader for favors. I heard that slave mentioned something about a change. The second leader wouldn't give face to anyone except Chief Ajia. Yichuan felt a bad premonition rise in his heart. Who is the slave you're talking about? The 2 attendants immediately fell silent. The hierarchy in the palace was clear, and the status of guards was higher than that of attendants and maids. Most of the guards in the palace were from the Linhe tribe, and even the head of the guards was an heir from a prominent Linhe family. They forgot there was a special groom guard, who was chosen by the second leader when he was a slave. Since the attendants wouldn't speak, Yichuan didn't press them and quickly walked to the entrance. There were no one else at the door except the guards. Guard, the 2 guards greeted him. Has anyone been looking for me these days? Yichuan asked. The 2 guards exchanged glances, and one of them said, Guard, aside from your sister, we don't recognize anyone else, and generally wouldn't pass on messages. So someone had indeed looked for him. Yichuan pressed further, aside from my sister. Who else came to look for me? The guard replied, Guard, we don't recognize any other slaves. Yichuan felt anxious. Although the slaves regarded him as their leader, they wouldn't easily ask him for help. If they had already sought out the second leader's residence, it must be a matter that couldn't be handled. Just as he was about to rush home, he saw a slave limping towards him. Wasn't he at Asong? When Asong saw him, he anxiously tried to hurry a few steps but fell to the ground. The still healing wound burst open, and bright red blood stained the muddy ground. Asong, what happened? Yichuan hurried to help him aside. The Linhe tribesmen treated slaves like livestock, especially the noblemen on horseback, who would even trample over fallen slaves and curse them as roadblocks. Xiao Ran came to find you the day before yesterday, and was taken away by the chief. They said she was to be made a young lady. Asong's lips turned pale. Xiao Ran must not have gone willingly. Stone brother, Xiao Ran must not have gone willingly. Yichuan supported Asong, feeling as if struck by lightning. You go back to treat your wounds. Don't spread this matter any further. Even at this point, Yichuan still suppressed his worry for his sister and told Asong to go back first. After instructing him, He turned and ran into the palace, looking for the second young master. The second young master was not very willing to go to the chief's residence just to see a mere slave. His father sent him to the second leader's residence, and even when he arrived, he did not need to greet anyone, clearly indicating his disinterest. It's not just a mere slave. He Chuan clenched his fists and called the second young master by his name for the first time, Xiaoshan. Xiaoran is your mother's own sister. The second young master came from a poor background, and he had always avoided discussing it. Now that He Chuan bluntly pointed out that he had an aunt who was a slave, Xiaoshan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that he was not the only one with relatives. Xiaoshan looked at He Chuan, whose forehead was bulging with veins, and keenly sensed something. Uncle Chuan, who are you? What is your relationship with Xiaoran? He Chuan, with a complex expression, replied, Ali is my biological sister. Xiaoshan scrutinized He Chuan's features back and forth, finally believing him. Xiaoshan asked He Chuan to wait outside and called 2 guards to take the wooden sculptures he had made these days to gift his father. When leaving, Xiaoshan saw He Chuan standing aside and deliberately said, "You can't carry those wooden sculptures and protect me at the same time. Please let my aunt's guards accompany me." Upon entering the chief's residence, it wasn't long before He Chuan came out with heavy steps. He was trying hard to control himself, not to look back or confront the chief. Xiaoshan delayed him a bit, and he found his sister, who was in tears. After saying just a few words, he had to retreat, not wanting the patrolling guards to notice anything unusual. Seeing his expression, Xiaoshan realized that Xiaoran was not there willingly. After dismissing the personal guard, Xiaoshan said, "Uncle Chuan, you should quickly ask my aunt for help. In the Linhe tribe, only my aunt can persuade my father to change his mind." He Chuan bowed and hurriedly entered the second leader's room without announcement. Impudent. Ah Chuan. The second leader pushed away the woman, Ajia, who was rubbing against his neck. "Go tell the kitchen to prepare some snacks for me." The good moment was interrupted, and Ajia left with a look of grievance. He Chuan knelt and crawled to the second leader's feet, too anxious and losing his composure. The second leader covered his mouth and nose as He Chuan approached. "What a smell of horse dung. So it turns out you are not here to seek pleasure, but to plead with me?" "Second leader, I have a sister. She was taken to the chief's residence the other day and is to be made a little lady." He Chuan knocked his head on the ground, his voice trembling. The second leader's teasing expression turned cold, and his voice showed no sign of joy or anger. "To be a little lady? That's good news. After Lady Li left, my brother only has the big lady as a companion, so your sister won't be mistreated. My sister already has someone she likes, and I have promised her. Most importantly, second leader, she does not want this." He Chuan was no longer his usual foolish self. Isn't being a little lady better than being a slave? This is her fortune. The second leader spoke with a smile, yet his brows were furrowed. Chapter 134. Bye-bye, with discussions about the war. The second leader went to the chief's residence without taking He Chuan. He Chuan knelt in her room and did not rise, being quite stubborn. Taking him to the chief's residence might cause trouble. After roughly finalizing the plan to raid the Shenmu tribe, the second leader hesitated, seeing her brother's joyful demeanor. "Brother, have you recently taken a little lady?" "My sister is well informed. This is indeed the case," the chief casually mentioned. "The other day, when I left your residence, I encountered a slave girl who quite suited my taste, and she even resembled Ollie a bit." The chief licked his lips. Although a bit inexperienced, she is tender, just a bit too prone to tears. "Brother, in the tribe, what kind of woman do you not want? Every family wants to send their daughters to be your little lady. Most importantly, if the woman you find resembles Lady Li, the big lady will surely be upset and cause unrest in the residence," the second leader advised. The big lady was also the daughter of the elder of the Linhe tribe. When the 2 siblings seized power, the big lady's family had contributed a lot. The chief squinted at his sister, Ajia, who was beside the second leader, moved a bit closer, taking on a protective stance. "I'm just making a suggestion. I won't interfere with your matters. I've promised long ago." The second leader stood up, stretched, and bowed to the chief, then took her leave. After leaving the chief's residence, Ajia remarked, "The second leader is increasingly favoring He Chuan. If he finds out, he will surely be pleased. You don't need to mention this to him." The second leader replied nonchalantly. However, the chief had never liked the second leader discussing his household matters, and today she risked angering the chief. Not mentioning it to He Chuan, Ajia was not quite convinced. He Chuan had always maintained a distant relationship with the second leader, and being pampered had made him lose his discipline. The second leader stood still, tiptoed, and patted Ajia's handsome face. "There is nothing to say about what hasn't happened. Ajia, only you can know my secret." As soon as she said this, the tall man felt a bit flustered. Indeed, he was the second leader's closest guard, so why bother with that stinky slave? Yichuan knelt in the second leader's room until deep into the night. When the second leader returned after checking the troops, he was still kneeling upright. All right, I've instructed the steward at the chief's residence. The servants won't dare to bully your sister. The second leader yawned and came over to rub Yichuan's head. The man remained silent. She moved in front of him, used some strength to lift his chin. Chuan, I'm talking to you. Xiao Shi is too naive. She can't survive in the chief's residence. Yichuan hadn't had a drop of water for most of the day, his voice hoarse. The second leader's fingers rubbed his jaw. Although he was a bit smelly, this side of Yichuan was somewhat enticing. She leaned forward and fell into Yichuan's arms, pulling open his collar. A war is about to start. There will be fewer opportunities to accompany me like this in the future. You should be concerned about me. Chuan. Zhou Manqing rented a van and arrived at the largest wholesale market in Angxi. Just before getting off, she suddenly remembered she had ordered a batch of armor. She quickly called Jiangbin and had the delivery address written to her warehouse in the town. It seemed that after buying everything today, she would have to return. The armor would only be shipped the next day. Zhou, my friends are all asking about the Yinling knives from last time. They're all looking forward to you placing another order if you need them. Jiangbin mentioned. Zhou Manqing replied, if you have stock, please send it all to me. It doesn't have to be just the Yinling knives. Other weapons are fine too, especially bows and arrows. All right, Jiangbin was waiting for her to say this. He was now working as a security guard at ZhouManqing's company, and he also gave her martial arts lessons separately, earning double wages and bonuses, making even more than when the martial arts school was at its peak. However, his friends in the weapon-making business were still in a niche industry, relying on passion to keep going. He always felt a bit awkward asking the boss. So when Zhou Manqing inquired about the armor, he helped bring it up to support his friend's business. Zhou Manqing came over this time to replenish some defense equipment from the labor protection store she had previously known. The owner of the labor protection store had a deep impression of this procurement from the bodyguard company. He took out the tea he had been reluctant to drink from the cabinet, asked his wife to boil water and brew tea, and greeted her with a hearty smile. We have new models of stab-proof clothing this month. Would you like to take a look? The owner asked. Apart from cut-resistant fabric, do you have any clothes with steel plates added inside? I'm not talking about riot vests, Zhou Manqing said. The labor protection store owner said, yes. Let me show you these few items. Zhou Manqing casually tried a few things and promptly ordered from the owner. Give me 800 sets of the new style, 800 helmets, and 500 shields. I'll list the styles and colors for you shortly. The Shimu tribe had differentiated clothing colors based on military positions, and she paid attention to this while purchasing defensive gear. By the way, order 100 walkie-talkies and binoculars for me as well. Zhou Manqing added. Apart from food, the march was all about drinks, so Zhou Manqing found a nearby daily goods wholesale market. Military water bottles, 800 pieces. Compressed rations, 200 boxes. Head-mounted flashlights, 500 pieces. Lighters, 500 pieces. One vehicle wasn't enough to carry everything, so after settling the bill, she pretended to work and made 3 trips. The most troublesome part was the medical supplies. She could only buy 1 or 2 boxes of hydrogen peroxide, medical alcohol, and gauze from one pharmacy, and a few boxes of anti-inflammatory and wound care medications from another. After running around a few stores, Zhou Manqing clapped her hands, realizing she had forgotten about the delivery app. She directly placed an order online and had a delivery person from Shaokong express it, which was much more efficient than her running around outside. When receiving the delivery, a weary delivery person handed her a large bag of medicines and hesitated, saying, "Hello, beautiful. When I picked up the medicines, my boss asked me to check if you might be interested in buying a bit more." Huh? Zhou Manqing was a bit puzzled. It was strange for someone to ask others if they wanted to buy more medicines. This question was like asking a patient in a hospital if they wanted to sign up for a VIP long-term hospitalization discount, which could easily lead to being hit. The delivery person replied earnestly, "To be honest, the pharmacy owner is my relative. He wants to transfer the store recently, and the items are also on sale. But the demand from nearby residents is not high. Please leave the owner's phone number with me. I'll discuss it with my company." Zhou Manqing was cautious. After the delivery person left, she asked the hotel front desk to help her receive the 2 pending deliveries and took a car to the pharmacy mentioned by the delivery person. The pharmacy was located in a ground floor shop in an old residential area with several big characters written with a brush. Store for transfer, medications at 20 off. It really was for transfer. Zhou Manqing's eyes brightened. Sometimes what you seek is easy to find. Chapter 135, Mr. Mu's daughter has been smart since childhood. The store owner was a thin woman wearing glasses. She was somewhat surprised when Zhou Manqing said she wanted to buy all the stock in her store. If you're sure, I'll first take stock of the goods. Most of them have a list, but I need to check the items on the shelf. The owner pushed up her glasses. Zhou Manqing replied, no trouble at all. These medicines are ones the supplier agreed I could return. The owner pointed to a few boxes next to the counter. You can take a look. If you can use them, I'll sell them to you together. I won't get much back for returns anyway. Zhou Manqing went over to check. There were some wound medications, all with a long shelf life. She waved her hand generously. Don't return them. Just load them onto my car later. Only then did she remember she had come by taxi. So, Zhou Manqing contacted a rental car platform to send a vehicle over. The owner partially lowered the glass door and hung a temporarily closed sign. She pulled out the cardboard boxes to take stock, and after counting, put the corresponding boxes into the boxes. The owner pointed out a small portion of the more expensive medications and returned to the counter to calculate the cost. I have over 1,000 types of medicines here, with antibiotics and common cold medications accounting for 1/3, totaling 330 yuan. I want to count the other miscellaneous medications on the shelf. If you can pay in one go, I'll give them to you. Thank you for your kindness, but you should count them, Zhou Manqing replied. I'll settle this large bill first and come back later to pay the remaining amount. The owner replied amiably, it's just a little over 1,000 yuan. It's no trouble. I really appreciate you helping me out of a tough situation. Zhou Manqing transferred 55,000 yuan to the pharmacy owner. She didn't know why the owner wanted to transfer the store, but since she was willing to sell it to her at cost and even give her some medicines, Zhou Manqing felt she shouldn't shortchange the other party. After all, she wasn't short on money. What was wrong with giving a bit more? Moreover, Zhou Manqing thought to herself, you have helped me out of a tough spot. This trip allows me to place fewer orders, and that is worth it. After delivering the medicines to the Xinmu tribe, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Manqing casually found a flavorful roadside stall to eat. When a steaming pot of spicy stir-fried meat and potatoes with eggplant was served, she confirmed she had come to the right place. Eating habits are what they are. Even if you have a fortune, you can't eat caviar on bread every day. Speaking of breakfast, the rice noodle from her hometown suited her palate better. The seasoning in the city was slightly different, but luckily she could go back tomorrow. Zhou Manqing directly mixed the spicy dish with rice, unable to stop taking bite after bite, lamenting that there was no time to enjoy the food. Meanwhile, at dinner, Yin Samai was completely uninterested in the dishes. Tonight, Mu Zhengyue had invited wealthy elites to attend his recognition banquet. Yin Samai had her hair elegantly pinned up, with a few strands falling perfectly to accentuate her slightly thin cheeks. The orange blush made her complexion look great, and her powder-white haute couture gown was adorned with diamonds, making her glow with elegance. She linked her arm with Mu Zhengyue and stood on stage. Mu Zhengyue passionately announced, "This is my biological daughter." Guests who did not know Yin Samai applauded in congratulations, while a few wealthy businessmen who had seen Yin Samai in other contexts just thought they remembered her wrong. The threshold for modern paternity testing is not high, especially for a big shot like Mu Zhengyue, who must have conducted a thorough investigation for the recognition. They had no need to remind anyone at this time or touch on any sensitive topics. Mu Zhengyue explained a bit more, stating that Yin Samai was his biological daughter, and out of respect for her mother, Zhou Fangrong, she would later change her name to Zhou Samai. The few rich second-generation girls who had previously mocked Yin Samai at the banquet panicked, realizing that Yin Samai was not Yin Hai's daughter. Could it be that Zhou Manqing, who had stayed at their home, was Yin Hai's daughter? After congratulating the big shots, the wealthy girls apologized to Yin Samai and also shared their speculations. Seeing Yin Samai remain indifferent, one girl tried to make amends, saying, "It's my fault. My memory is poor." With so much dirt on Zhou Manqing, how can I mix her up? Yes, Miss Yin, no, Miss Zhou, please don't take it to heart. You are the bright moon in the sky, and we're just a few fireflies. We really didn't recognize the mountain. Miss Zhou, you're Mr. Mu's biological daughter, inherently more noble than people like us. As for that Zhou Manqing, Sai, the daughter of a convict, has the same character as her father. How could she be compared to you? The parents of a few wealthy girls also came over, recognizing that their daughters had offended Yin Samai and hurriedly apologized with smiles. I haven't changed my name yet. You all have changed mine first, Yin Samai said disinterestedly. She was originally happy, but hearing others speak ill of her biological father made her feel a bit ashamed. Some wealthy businessmen who knew of Zhou Manqing were talking with Mu Zhengyue. Mr. Mu, your daughter is indeed different. Miss Samai has been beautiful and clever since childhood. While Zhou's other daughter got involved in classmates' relationships in middle school and later engaged in underhanded tactics in acting, which has a very bad reputation. Zhen, how did you know that Zhou Fangrong has a daughter? Mu Zhengyue asked. My eldest daughter used to play well with Miss Sima, and President Zhou doesn't like to promote her other daughter. Perhaps she is also afraid that it would tarnish the Zhou family's reputation, Jin said. Congratulations to President Mu on finding your precious daughter. 2021. What comes after that? The new clansman, who is not good at math, used his fingers to count, but couldn't keep track. The other clansmen laughed heartily. If you can't count, just say 20 in a bunch and multiply it. Won't that work? I haven't learned multiplication yet. The new clansman became even more anxious. Another round of laughter ensued. The old clansmen were skillfully jotting down the names and quantities of supplies in their notebooks. Seeing this, Su Lin decided to let the new clansmen be responsible for moving things. These are the armor and weapons bestowed by the Qing god in the evening. The chainmail is tight and sturdy, and the various weapons haven't been sharpened yet. After counting the quantities, they still need to be sent to the craftsman for slight processing. I feel like I'm dreaming. The weapons bestowed by the Qing god just keep appearing in piles, said a new clansman while moving things. Why don't you pinch me? You pinch yourself. My hand is already bruised. I still haven't woken up. I feel like this isn't a dream, replied his companion. Another new clansman said, is the Shimu tribe really the descendants of gods? How can there be so many divine gifts? Moreover, it really seems like the Qing god is watching over us. Whatever we lack, she can provide. I only know that now, no matter which tribe it is. Even if they give me 5 meals a day, I won't leave the Shimu tribe. Just look at this armor. A clansman knocked it and retracted his hand with gritted teeth. With this thing, we are invulnerable to swords and guns. I really want to rush to Linha and earn military merit. The Shimu tribe was excitedly moving the supplies and weapons, looking forward to the upcoming battle. Deploy 200 archers, take turns lighting and shooting arrows. 200 slave soldiers push the siege engines as vanguards, 300 infantry support, and 50 cavalry wait to clean up the Shimu tribesmen once the city gates are wide open. The chief arranged for more than 500 warriors and over 200 more for support. This time, the Linha tribe is fully attacking the Shimu tribe, intending to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. The Linha tribe has reached an abandoned watchtower closest to the Shimu tribe. Their previous intimidation tactics worked well, and there were no sentinels from the Shimu tribe at this watchtower. The archers donned capes woven from vines and dry grass, carrying bows and arrows, and hid in the small woods outside the Shimu tribe. They tied pine, resin mixed with dried pine needles to their arrows. Once lit, they would burn for a long time. Jean Buguan calculated that today the southeast wind would just cover the entire Shimu tribe. As dawn approached, the 200 archers from the Linha tribe took their positions, with some shielding the direction of Shinmu, quietly lighting torches to ignite their arrows. Chapter 136. Fire attack on Shinmu. The few watchtowers of the Shimu tribe would survey the surrounding environment with binoculars every 20 minutes. The timing of the Linha tribe was just right. When the Shimu tribe noticed the smoke, the archers had already drawn their bows and shot arrows. Flaming arrows quickly flew into the walls of the Shimu tribe. The fire arrows landed on the thatched roofs of wooden houses, on stacked firewood and baskets, and quickly ignited with the wind. The Shimu watchtower rang the alarm, waking most of the still sleeping Shimu tribesmen through the intercom and loudspeakers. It's on fire! It's on fire! Some tribesmen rushed out without even putting on their clothes, holding their children. Where's the water? Where's the water? An elder hurried around with an empty bucket. Each household, following fire prevention training, grabbed extinguishers from inside and outside and started to put out the fire in upwind areas. The loudspeakers at each watchtower repeatedly played safety reminders. Check the pressure. Pull out the safety pin. Hold the black hose. Press down the handle to extinguish the fire. Most of the tribesmen had undergone training. Some bold and calm tribesmen had already donned gas masks, taken their household extinguishers, and extinguished the fire in their homes and nearby areas. The soldiers of the Shimu army were also fully armed, equipped with extinguishers from the storeroom, searching for various fire points. Some previously panicked tribesmen had calmed down, retrieving extinguishers, while others, truly frightened, donned gas masks and sought help from neighbors. At this time, the 2 leaders of the Linha tribe also led their troops to surround the Shimu tribe. The 200 slave soldiers acted as the vanguard, quickly pushing the siege engines to the 3 main gates of the Shimu tribe under the cover of the archers. Smoke billowed in the Shimu tribe, with flickering flames visible. The arrows defending against them were sparse and hardly effective. The main force of the Linha tribe was some distance from the walls, only hearing a tremendous racket from the Shimu tribe. The chief stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Sister, your method is indeed clever, but what Jean Shuri mentioned about the pine resin is also very good. Even if the Shenmu tribe reacts now, they must be exhausted from putting out the fire. The second leader kept an eye on the battlefield situation, ordering the archers to switch back to regular arrows and change direction to kill the Shenmu tribesmen at the watchtower. Jin Buwan pointed to the large wooden board carried by the slave soldiers for the chief to see. This wooden board is bent with a buckle. The soldiers hold the connected wooden sticks, which can block the hot water from the Shenmu tribe. Unless the Shenmu tribe truly has sorcery, otherwise, they can't produce so much boiling water to stop our army just by heating firewood. A small leader beside flattered. The chief is wise. The Shenmu tribe has almost no resistance. They must have been choked by the smoke. The pine resin ignites and lasts long. With so many of our fire arrows igniting their houses, there are no rivers or wells on this mountain. Where would they get so much water to extinguish the fire? Let the wind get stronger. Let them taste the scalding flavor. It's a pity that the chickens raised by the Shenmu tribe might have burned as well. I wonder if sprinkling some salt would still make them edible. A greedy little leader suddenly interjected. Several leaders swallowed hard. Months had passed, and the aroma of the dishes from the Shenmu tribe that they had smelled back then still dominated their senses. No, big brother. The second leader frowned. The tribesmen who went in didn't manage to open the city gates. There are quite a few Shenmu tribesmen. They should at least be organizing people to resist. Why are the slave soldiers on the wall hesitating and not daring to go down? Jin Buwan also noticed the problem. You all, go check the situation at the front line. The chief pointed to a batch of warriors. Each one stepped forward at this moment, volunteering to join. The chief knew that this guard was considered a confidant of the second leader, and seeing that the second leader agreed, he waved his hand. You and He Chi lead the team. Inside the walls of the Shenmu tribe, nearly all the slave soldiers who climbed over the wall fell into the trench filled with spikes behind the wall. This trench was dug by the Shenmu tribesmen after the last battle, about 3 meters wide, usually covered with barbed wire to prevent tribesmen from accidentally entering. Even those with good jumping ability find it hard to leap out of that 3-meter-wide trench. The first wave of slave soldiers was almost all pierced by the spikes, while ones behind were urged by small leaders to attack. Some hesitated on the wall and were shot dead by the archers of the Shenmu tribe. Some jumped forward with their eyes closed, but found it almost impossible to cross the trench, or were stabbed to death by the prepared infantry of the Shenmu tribe. Don't go any further. Hichuan stopped the small leaders from continuing to send the slave soldiers to make unnecessary sacrifices. As long as we press down those spikes, our tribesmen behind can safely enter the Shenmu tribe. He Chi's status is higher than his. Upon seeing this situation, he let the small leaders drive the slave soldiers to continue jumping down. The slave army was originally meant to be the vanguard. Although it was a pity that they died, this time the great leader was determined to take the Shenmu tribe. How could the matters of the army be ruined by a mere slave army? Hichuan cannot stop them. So he simply ordered the slave army to throw down their wooden signs and press them against the spikes to reduce casualties. He looked around. There was still a little smoke in the Shenmu tribe, and those places that had obviously caught fire were only ashes and charred remains, with no sign of embers. On the distant houses, there were incomprehensible red murals, with brightly colored little figures holding strange red barrels, and some square patterns that seemed to follow a certain order. Almost every few houses had a mural. Did the Shenmu tribe not engage in production? How could they have time to make these? Get down. Some slave soldiers urgently reminded Hichuan. He immediately crouched down as burning arrows were shot from the Linha tribe's army. It seemed the leaders had received news and wanted to launch another fire attack. The rain of arrows ignited various parts of the Shenmu tribe, quickly intensifying with the wind. The blazing flames reflected in Hichuan's eyes. These arrows were different. Something had been added. The chieftain of the Shenmu tribe, however, remained calm, still directing the tribesmen to guard the gate without even turning to look at the flames. Some youths and elders, clearly ordinary tribesmen, came out of the houses holding red barrels that looked very much like those in the murals, aiming them at the source of the fire. The barrels spewed out large amounts of white smoke, and the flames immediately diminished or even disappeared. Not only Hichuan, but the attacking slave army also widened their eyes. Some Linha tribesmen who had already climbed onto the walls were panicking. Sorcery. Sorcery. What kind of monster is that? It can eat fire. Hichuan gritted his teeth, leaping down with a dozen slave soldiers, stepping over the bodies of the tribesmen, using their bodies as cover to avoid the arrows from Shenmu. He was the first to reach the back of Shenmu's gate, but he did not see any supporting wooden sticks and prepared to pull the latch, but couldn't find the latch. There was only a square metal block, and it seemed there was a keyhole. Hichuan was in a panic, sweating profusely, when a slave soldier who had come down with him pushed him. Stone brother, run. Several fully armed Shimu tribesmen had already rushed over with their knives. After several exchanges, Hechuan raised his knife to block the Shimu tribesmen's long knives. And with a resentful leap, he retreated back into the army. That Linha warrior was quite skilled. It's a pity. Xiao Hasong replaced the big brother's position and pointed to the Linha tribesman who had escaped, saying, "That door lock, without a key, even a god can't open it." Chapter 137. Preparing to make dumplings since he recognized that Hechuan was capable, Xiao Hasong would certainly not let the tiger return to the mountain so easily. He quickly climbed up the watchtower and fired 3 arrows at Hechuan's back. To his surprise, Hechuan seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, rolling aside several times and blending into the crowd of Lina people. He didn't even fear being trampled by his own people. Xiao Hasong was extremely frustrated. Hechuan protected his head with his elbow, and the moment the killing intent disappeared, he quickly got up and continued running toward the leader. A young leader who had seen the scene of the Shinmu tribe putting out the fire returned to report. The second leader fell into deep thought, while the great leader began to curse loudly, ready to send the remaining 100 infantry onto the battlefield. Leader, the lock on the Shinmu tribe's gate is very peculiar. It's not an ordinary wooden bolt and cannot be easily opened. Hechuan reported. Do I need you to tell me that it can't be opened? The great leader was frustrated, thinking about how the arrow shafts had been urgently coated with pine oil, and more than half of his tribe's bows had been burned to increase firepower. Master Jean is skilled in craftsmanship. I can take him a try again. Maybe we can break the Shimu gate, Hechuan suggested. The great leader glanced at Jean Buhuan, clearly tempted, and the second leader did not object either. She saw that although Hechuan was dirty, he still looked spirited, indicating he had not suffered major injuries. Entering the Shinmu tribe and being able to come out unscathed after feeling their gait, she had a deeper understanding of Hechuan's strength. Jean Buhuan's face twitched. He feared he might go in and not come out alive. In a flash, Jean Buhuan thought of a way out. Great leader, climbing over the wall won't work. We should indeed enter through the gate. The Shinmu tribe's gate was sturdy, but the door was mounted on the wall, and the connection between the door and the wall was the most vulnerable point. This ram's head is a metal cone. If all the warriors strike together, they can surely break open the door seam. Once the Shimu gate falls, the warriors of the Linha tribe can use the slashing sabers I made to annihilate the Shinmu tribe completely. Jean Buhuan pointed at the gap between the Shinmu gate and the wall. The gap was nearly invisible, but according to his estimate, it should be easier to break than the metal gate. The great leader looked at his sister, and the second leader nodded. It's worth a try. Standing on the watchtower, Xiao Jingling noticed the unusual movements of the Linha tribe. They beat the drums to recall their troops, and the infantry that replaced them raised shields made of wooden signs, followed by 2 rows of warriors pushing vehicles equipped with pointed ramming poles. The archers stationed at the watchtower of the Shimu tribe were limited and could not effectively organize the Linha warriors with shields. When the 2 armies clashed, the Linha tribe, taking advantage of the cover, pushed the vehicles to crash against the Shinmu tribe's gate frame, causing mud and sand to fall from the wall with each impact, and the gate trembled accordingly. The Linha tribe had found a weakness. Xiao Jingling pursed his lips, using the walkie-talkie to communicate with Uncle Hu, who had stayed outside with some warriors, and learned that Su Linjian had already led troops up the previously planned cliff. Having lived in the mountains for more than half a year, the Shimu tribe understood this area better than the Linha tribe. Brother, what should we do? Xiao Hasong saw that the wall connected to the gate had already cracked slightly. The Linha tribe had truly found the right place. Xiao Jingling said, "The ones without uniforms are the slave soldiers. There are still over 100 left. You persuade them to surrender according to the original plan." After finishing, he adjusted the walkie-talkie channel and communicated with Su Linjian, prepare to make dumplings. Xiao Hasong shot down a few small soldiers pushing the vehicle with several arrows and shouted through the loudspeaker, "Surrender, and you won't be killed." The surrendered soldiers of the Shimu tribe can have 3 meals a day. Diligent workers will be given housing and clothing. After shouting, he placed the loudspeaker on a nearby ladder to continue playing the recording, signaling the squad leaders to also record messages for their loudspeakers. The squad leaders chimed in. Surrendered soldiers will not be killed. Work will earn you points. Points can be exchanged for new clothes. Those who lay down their weapons will not be killed and can join our Shimu tribe. There will be meat every month. Those who lay down their weapons will not be killed. Those who lay down their weapons will receive the protection of the Green God and will suffer no diseases. The injured of the Shimu tribe will be treated by tribal doctors. If sick, you won't be beaten for not working. Among the warriors of one vehicle, many were slave soldiers. They had come to do this dangerous work just to get a bite to eat, and at this moment, their strength in pushing the vehicle had noticeably weakened. The warriors of another vehicle were Linha tribesmen. A few hesitated slightly, but still felt that even though the Linha tribe had strict rules, it was still their own tribe, and they continued to push the vehicle against the Shinmu tribe's gate frame. The slave soldiers, after being struck a few times by the supervising young leader, obediently continued pushing the vehicle. Only the part of the slave soldiers who had climbed over the wall truly threw away their tattered weapons, quickly captured by the Shinmu tribesmen and tied to the rear pillars. Other slave soldiers saw that the surrendered tribesmen were truly not killed, and even some Shinmu tribesmen brought them food and water, so they also threw down their weapons. Only the Linha tribesmen cursed loudly, even stabbing the slave soldiers who did not surrender to death, fearing they would defect. The great leader could no longer contain himself and came to the foot of the Shinmu wall, shouting, "Take down Shinmu, and we will feast the army for 3 days upon our return. Rewards for merit." The other small leaders of Linha quickly conveyed the message that if they took down the divine wood, there would be food, and the warriors of Linha tightened their grip on their weapons. "Great leader, we've discovered the territory of the divine wood tribe." Suddenly, a few dusty Linha tribesmen came running from afar to report. The great leader waved his hand, and He-Chi, who was closest to him, took a group of people to investigate. Not long after He-Chi left, the great leader smacked his forehead. The place where the Divine Wood tribe lived was heavily guarded. The land that provided food for so many people in the Divine Wood tribe might not be as well defended. He took 200 warriors as backup and Jinbu Huan, ignoring the second leader's advice, and followed He-Chi's horse. A wave of warriors from the Divine Wood tribe had already charged out, clearly realizing that their direction was wrong and trying to obstruct them. This only strengthened the great leader's conviction. The more they tried to prevent them from going there, the more it must be a place they wanted to hide. Chi Hongye led a squad, waiting for the few Linha tribesmen who had come to report. Those were prisoners from the last battle, who had undergone numerous tests from the Divine Wood tribe and had become new members of the Divine Wood tribe. The intercom crackled. "Report. Elder Chi, He-Chi has realized something is wrong. We are currently fleeing in your direction." Chi Hongye replied, "Received. Prepare." She raised her long knife. She was leading cavalry. Soon, the sounds of chaotic hoofbeats and footsteps were heard. The few who pretended to be Linha tribesmen reporting quickly slipped into the deep grass by the side of the road, where there was a small dirt path suitable for hiding. The pursuing He-Chu was attracted by Chi Hongye's group, and the soldiers clashed with Chi Hongye's team. Most of the warriors led by Chi Hongye were female fighters. Their horsemanship was good, but their strength was slightly lacking. After a few rounds of fighting, seeing that a large force was coming from behind He-Chu, it seemed the tribe's ambush had been quite successful. She deliberately feigned a flaw, pretending to be overwhelmed, and led her warriors to retreat. "Great leader." He-Chu saw the newcomers and quickly pulled up his horse. The road ahead was narrow, fearing an ambush. "You two go check it out." The great leader pointed to 2 warriors. Jinbu Huan was also on horseback. He looked at the nearby narrow path, with steep cliffs on both sides. Not high, but he said, "Great leader, there are hardly any trees on that cliff. We can't climb up. We can only ambush at the bottom of the cliff." The scouting warriors reported back, "Great leader, that narrow path can only accommodate about 4 horses at a time, and the weeds by the roadside are too short to hide anyone." The great leader said, "Then let's continue. Everyone be careful and be on guard for any traps the enemy may have set at the exit." Chapter 138. This is the mountain you said we couldn't climb. On the side of the Divine Wood tribe, only a few teams were sent out. They claimed to obstruct, but in reality, when they saw the great leader of the Linha tribe break out and then retreat back to the Divine Wood tribe, the second leader felt uneasy and recalled the warriors at both side gates, dividing half to attack the main gate of the Divine Wood tribe, while the other 100 warriors were handed over to a Jiao. "You take them to support the great leader. The battlefield is dangerous. My mission is to protect you." Second leader, a Jiao occasionally shot down a few cold arrows, unwilling to leave. The second leader angrily said, "Follow my orders, a Jiao." A Jiao hurriedly complied, reluctantly reminding He Chuan before leaving to protect the second leader. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Wood tribe, on the narrow path where Chi Hongye and her group had disappeared, over 200 warriors from Linha tribe had already entered the narrow path, all on guard for potential dangers ahead. Suddenly, the sound of a gong rang out from the cliff. The great leader and his group looked up, and before their eyes was a row of Divine Wood warriors wearing helmets and binding ropes around their waists, all pushing a large log in front of them. The log rolled down, followed by waves of arrows. "Damn it! How'd they get that log up the cliff? No, how'd they climb up there?" The great leader cursed while spurring his horse forward. However, the narrow path was crowded with people and a few horses, all jumbled together. And the startled horses couldn't get through the crowd. A fire broke out at the exit, and 2 rows of divine wood warriors were lighting arrows while shooting them at them. These arrows were similar to Linha's resin arrows, tied with oil-soaked rags. Lighter, flew farther, and couldn't be extinguished by water. Chu, who was at the front preparing to charge out, was thrown off by his horse trying to dodge the rain of fire, and some horses refused to move forward. The warriors charging ahead who had narrowly avoided the arrows and rolling logs were also cut down by the divine, with cavalry blocking the exit. The segment of warriors led by the great leader suffered the most, with both the front and back roads blocked by their tribesmen, leaving them as targets. The great leader abandoned his horse and fled backward, with Jin Buhuan quickly following, listening to the great leader cursing at him. "Open your dog eyes and look. This is the mountain you said we couldn't climb." The surviving Linha tribesmen also tried to turn back and escape the narrow path, pushing and shoving each other. The enemy was too far away to reach, and preserving their own lives was the priority. More than 200 went in, but only about 20 came out. The great leader wiped his face in a panic, a part of his beard singed by the fire, curling up. He even had time to be grateful that he hadn't seen any divine with tribesmen on his way here, thinking that he could escape back with his little sister and the others protecting him. Just then, he saw that old man Husan, who had used a water gun, waving his arm. "You're the great leader of the Linha tribe, right? You've only just noticed us here. We've been standing here for a long time. Heaven wants to destroy me." The great leader's mind only flashed this thought. The divine wood tribe does not kill surrendering soldiers. Those who lay down their weapons will not be killed. Husan reluctantly shouted, "This is the rule set by the chieftain. If we face the enemy, we must first persuade them to surrender." If he had known earlier, he would have exchanged places with Su Linjian, bringing a large number of warriors to climb up, able to use chainsaws to cut wood and shoot a few waves of arrows, and the enemy wouldn't even be able to reach them. How exhilarating that would be. Seeing a few warriors showing signs of retreat, the great leader roared, "I want to see who dares." Those few warriors gritted their teeth and stood firm, not daring to let go. Some cavalry dismounted and helped the great leader onto a horse. With horses available, there was still a glimmer of hope to break through the divine wood tribe's encirclement. "What's your name?" "Heijun." "I see. Linha doesn't have many horses. Less than 50. Those who can train horses to join the cavalry are mostly from the prominent families of Linha, with the He surname being the majority. I will reward your family well." The great leader knew that Heijun had left a glimmer of hope for himself. "I swear to be loyal to the great leader," Heijun declared. The remaining warriors of Linha also successively said, "We swear to be loyal to the great leader." Then there is nothing more to say. Husan wanted to swing his knife to fight, but suddenly heard shouting and killing sounds coming from behind. "It's the Linha tribesmen, about a few dozen." Husan cursed, now with a feeling for dumplings. He made a gesture to follow, and the others understood. Husan swung his knife and charged forward, while the warriors on the great leader's side surrounded him for protection, standing ready. However, they saw Husan's group injuring a few Linha warriors nearby, bypassing the great leader and running into the narrow path. Inside the narrow path, only the dead and wounded Linha warriors remained, who were no match for Husan and the others. Having negotiated, a Zhao arrived with over 100 Linha warriors. Seeing that the great leader and his group were left with only a few dozen, he was filled with grief and anger, ready to lead his men to chase inside. "Stop!" The great leader shouted, "There are ambushes inside." A Zhao halted, but the warriors behind him, unable to stop, pushed him forward a bit. The great leader gritted his teeth, taking one last look at the bodies of their tribesmen sprawled in the narrow path, along with the triumphant divine wood warriors. "Retreat." The Linha tribe left behind nearly 300 corpses and injured individuals, completely defeated. The stronger captives were grouped in tens and shackled. The foot shackles were also sent by Zhou Manqing, and without keys, they were difficult to break even with a kitchen knife, making it easy to injure oneself instead. The bodies of confirmed dead Linha warriors were transported a bit further away by cart, where a deep pit was dug for cremation and burial. The Shenshu soldiers guarding the fire pit were equipped with gas masks and fire extinguishers, spraying a layer of dry powder after burial to prevent rekindling. The few warhorses and weapons left by the enemy also needed to be collected and stored. These tasks were labor-intensive, so the Shenshu tribe selected some seemingly honest captives to do the work, requiring only some effort and supervision. The few former Linha tribesmen who had risked impersonating Linha warriors, along with some Shenshu warriors who had performed notably in battle, gathered around Xiao, He, and Song Kahangi at the supermarket entrance to register their achievements. Impersonating Linha warriors was a deadly task. If any of the Linha troops recognized one of them as a warrior who had died in the last battle, anyone who had not returned was considered dead. They would be killed on the spot. Even with dirt smeared on their faces and their hair styled like Linha tribe members, they were anxious. Betraying their original tribe and stepping on it was a psychological hurdle that needed to be overcome. These warriors had almost no family ties in their original tribe and had truly seen the world in the Shunshu tribe, wholeheartedly wanting to follow Shinshu. Each of them received 100 work points. After weighing the options, Xiao He and Song Kahangi decided that Xiao He would register the work points in the ledger and note the reasons. 100 work points could be exchanged for many items at the supermarket. The group was thrilled and couldn't wait to receive their stamped work point cards to discuss what they wanted to exchange for. Zhou Manqing received a reply from Xiao Jinglin, lamenting the necessity of deception in warfare. The book The Art of War and The Friend of Dual-Use Talents, sent to me by Qing Shun, were very helpful, Xiao Jinglin replied. He omitted mentioning the traps and trenches behind the walls, as he could vaguely sense that Qing Shun had a somewhat compassionate nature, and overly cruel methods were not suitable for her exposure. Zhou Manqing, you all take a good rest, and feel free to ask if you need my help. Chapter 139. Does the divine world only eat chicken feet? The defensive battle of the Shunshu tribe had temporarily come to an end, and Zhou Manqing devoted herself fully to the promotion of her film Shunshu Tribe. The online community generally held a mocking attitude towards actors directing films, but fortunately, it passed the review and was released. Zhou Manqing hoped that netizens would go easy on it and not give the movie negative scores. With the support of male lead Chen Qi, a famous actor, and the recommendation of director Li Yu, Shunshu Tribe had a decent attendance rate. Zhou Manqing anxiously awaited market feedback. Director Zhang had watched the film but did not provide any comments, perhaps wanting to let the market judge it. Unfortunately, her reputation was not significant, and the viewing audience only had a few scattered recommendations, with the system not providing any paid promotions. Within a week of its release, Shunshu Tribe was pulled from the shelves due to insufficient attendance. It currently held a score of 6.5, lukewarm, and if it wanted to attract ratings, it could only be streamed online again. Zhou Manqing discussed with Mo Jieli several times without result, and before hanging up, she specifically reminded him, "No buying fake reviews for my movie." Mo Jieli reluctantly agreed. He genuinely thought Zhou Manqing was just playing around, and since his girlfriend Jiang Shirwan was also involved, he planned to buy some popularity to cheer them up. Jiang Jingxing also messaged Zhou Manqing, asking if she needed his company's help with marketing her new movie. It seemed like a business collaboration, and Zhou Manqing suddenly remembered that she hadn't visited Grandma Jiang in a long time. Once the Shunshu tribe defeated Linha, she planned to first try a longevity pill on her grandfather, then go visit Grandma Jiang, and later figure out how to accumulate points to help her out. As for Jiang Jingxing, Zhou Manqing politely replied, "The crew has already arranged post-production marketing and signed a contract, so no need to trouble President Jiang." Xiao Jinglin trained for 2 days, selecting 200 soldiers to advance and prepare for the counterattack against the Linha tribe. Calculating the days before the Shunshu tribe's army set out, Zhou Manqing specially gave the staff at the farmhouse 2 days off. Then she hired a full team of chefs to cook at the farmhouse, buying many stainless steel vegetable bowls to place the stir-fried dishes in the dining room. The subsequent work would be done by her own staff. It was hard work. Zhou Manqing settled the bill with the full team and even transferred an extra 500. "Oh, how can I accept this?" The boss, also the head chef, usually catered for village events and needed to bring tables, chairs, bowls, and utensils. This time, Zhou boss hired their team without needing to set up or wash dishes, just to prepare and cook, so he should have given a discount. Zhou Manqing smiled. "There's plenty of travel expenses. If there is a chance later, I'll invite you all to cook again." The boss of the full team modestly declined a few times, but accepted the money and left with the chefs and assistants in high spirits. Some dishes might not taste good after being left out for too long. It was uncertain how many staff members would come for the gathering. However, since the boss didn't mind, he wouldn't speak further about it. Little did he know, their convoy hadn't traveled a kilometer before the hot dishes and rice were already delivered to the diners. Several teams from the Shunshu tribe were responsible for distributing disposable bowls and chopsticks to the soldiers preparing to depart. The soldiers lined up in the tribe square, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and found places to sit. The Shunshu tribe's chefs and soldiers from 2 other teams were responsible for distributing the dishes, serving each table a plate of food along with a bowl of rice. though called tables, they were actually just plastic sheets laid on the ground, weighted down at the corners with stones to prevent them from blowing away. Over 500 soldiers. The clan leader would take 200 ahead, while the rest waited for orders and would depart in succession. With over 30 tables, each seating nearly 20 people, they couldn't fit on the playground, so they set up alongside the road. Wow, what kind of fruit is this? It smells so good. It tastes indescribably delicious with this meat. How is the pumpkin cooked? Why doesn't it have that watery taste? A plate of chicken feet. I can chew the bones. Is it true that in the divine world, they only eat chicken feet? Too extravagant. But there's a plate of chicken meat, right? It's not boiled. And I don't know what kind of mushrooms it's paired with, but it's delicious. Some dishes the Shunshu tribesmen could barely recognize. Some dishes were unidentifiable because Zhou Manqing hadn't sent the seeds yet, or the modern cooking methods differed from those of the tribe. All they knew was that it was delicious. The chefs of the Shunshu tribe were also fortunate enough to scrape the bottom of the bowls and come up with half a plate of food to taste. They were even more excited than the soldiers. Fish can actually be cut into pieces and cooked, and it has a crispy skin. It doesn't taste boiled or roasted. What technique is this? Pig's feet paired with sour and spicy peppers? The sourness makes it less greasy. Liuzi, help me remember. Next time we should also try making pig's feet with sour and spicy peppers. What is this? It's like meat, but not meat, with a bean fragrance. Both pork and fish meat are included. Whatever dish it's in, it carries that dish's meat flavor. One chef excitedly slapped his thigh as he picked up a piece of fried, crispy dish. Lu said, "It's like the tofu recorded in books. I know about beans, but what is curd? It seems to be made from beans." Liu recalled that Dongi grabbed his son and said, "Son, remember this dish of tofu," and later asked the clan leader if there's a way to make it. Liuzi, help me remember this dish, pork ribs with corn. It should be a soup. With a sweet flavor, quite nice. Liuzi, help me remember this dish of chicken feet. The skin is wrinkled and a bit detached from the bone for some reason, but it's quite soft and very flavorful. I must study how to make it. Dongi saw his son writing quickly in his notebook and couldn't help but say, "My son once said that a good memory is not as good as a poor pen. We still need to learn some writing. We can't always rely on Liuzi to help us remember. Without him, we wouldn't understand the menu." On the other side, the defeated warriors of the Linha tribe finally returned to the tribe after 2 days of travel. Hichi was ambushed and killed in a narrow path. He was a subordinate who had followed the chief since before the uprising. Every time the chief thought about his trusted aide not even having a body returned, his heart ached like it was being twisted. Upon returning home, the chief's wife came forward to assist him with changing and bathing. The chief asked, "Where is Lady Ran?" "Xiao Ran has been a bit sick from the cold lately. She has been slightly better these past few days, and fearing she might still be ill, she did not come to greet you," the chief's wife replied with lowered eyes. The chief patted her hand as she helped him undress, appreciating her genuine care and attention. In another courtyard, Xiao Ran, hearing that the chief had returned, was even more frightened and pale in her sickly face. She asked her maid, Yinhua, to inquire about her brother Hichuan, who was said to have followed the chief into battle. How could the army return so quickly after just a few days? "Lady Ran, it's time for your medicine," Yinhua said, bringing over a bowl of dark, murky herbal soup. Xiao Ran replied, "Put it down. I'll drink it when it cools a bit." Yinhua complied and set on the table. Noticing Yinhua's tired expression, Xiao Ran asked, "Yinhua, is your son feeling any better? I still have some items that the chief rewarded me with. Why don't I give you a few days off? And you can take some jewelry to find a doctor for your son?" Yinhua was touched and said, "Lady Ran, my son is much better now. Just a little more rest will do." Yinhua stayed with Xiao Ran while she drank her medicine, then took the empty bowl out, remembering what she had to do next. She couldn't help but shed tears. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, thinking, "Lady Ran, don't blame me for being heartless. My son's illness is not something an ordinary doctor can cure. At this point, I can only rely on the lady." Chapter 140. Who wants to escape? The warriors of Linha rested for a day after returning to the tribe, and the chiefs gathered at the chief's residence to discuss rewards and punishments. Even in defeat, rewards must be given and punishments must be enforced. This is how to stabilize people's hearts. Hijun, who had given up his horse to the chief for his escape in a critical moment, was highly valued by the chief and was appointed as a small leader to take over the influence of the deceased Hichi, continuing to protect the chief. Although Hichuan was unable to break through the gates of the Shimu tribe, he had merits in killing enemies and delivering messages. The chief asked him what reward he wanted. Seeing that all the leaders had gathered, Hichuan felt it was inconvenient to bring up some matters in front of everyone. So he said he hoped to discuss it with the chief privately later. The chief, considering that he was the personal guard of the second chief, reluctantly agreed. The second chief whispered to He Chuan, who had returned to his side, before the army set out. My brother held a banquet to accept your sister as a small lady. Don't cause trouble for her any longer. He Chuan readily agreed. He wouldn't be foolish enough to directly ask the chief to release his sister from the residence. But he had to find ways to keep her away from the power center of the Lena tribe. Zhou Ran was naive, and if no one pointed it out, once she was used by others, given the chief's violent temper, she would be in danger. As the banquet was about to disperse, the chief offered to escort his sister for a while. Brother, our residence is not far, and I have many guards, the second chief said, somewhat moved, as her brother had rarely cared for her since becoming the chief. The chief replied, I'll walk with you to dissipate the alcohol. After seeing off his sister, He Chuan, her guard, stayed close to the chief's group. After several attempts to speak, the chief didn't pay much attention. Before reaching the chief's residence, someone ahead turned into a side building under the moonlight. The chief, initially looking through drunken eyes, noticed that one person's clothing was quite bright, resembling a set he had previously rewarded to Lady Ran. There were few garments of such color in the Lena tribe. He had only dyed 2 pieces, both given to the chief. Go see who that is, the chief ordered. A few attendants quickly chased after and soon brought back 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. The man was disheveled and limping, looking like a young slave. One of the women covered her face with her hands, seeing her frail figure. The chief had some doubts and stepped forward to pull her hand away. The young woman trembled. It's you, the chief shouted angrily, slapping the woman to the ground. He Chuan focused and saw that the woman was actually his sister, Zhou Ran. Chief. He Chuan tried to step forward to stop it, but was quickly blocked by several of the chief's guards. Chief. Zhou Ran fell to the ground, covering her swollen face. The chief grabbed her hair and lifted her up, asking each word, Who is that person? He Chuan glanced at the young slave the chief pointed at, and his heart sank. That was Asong. His sister had been trapped in the chief's residence. How could she suddenly come out and meet Asong? Zhou Ran was not good at speaking. She fearfully looked away, only to see He Chuan. Brother. Zhou Ran cried out for help. The chief, furious, followed her gaze and saw He Chuan, who was being blocked by his guards. The second chief's guard, He Chuan, is Lady Ran's brother. No wonder the second chief had advised him to consider carefully before accepting Zhou Ran as a small lady. Speaking so righteously, he had thought that his sister was genuinely considering him, but now it seemed she was captivated by beauty. The chief was enraged. As the leader of the Lena tribe, Zhou Ran was just a slave who barely covered herself and was starving. If it were any other slave he favored, wouldn't they all be grateful and try to please him? Yet this woman had always shrunk away from him, avoiding his closeness. Why? The chief's eyes turned red. Seeing Zhou Ran's brother, He Chuan, who was valued by the second chief, Yinhua thought it was bad if He Chuan intervened. The chief might not be so ruthless with Zhou Ran. Remembering what the chief's wife had said about taking good care of her son, Yinhua gritted her teeth and broke free from the guards, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. Chief, please spare Lady Ran. It's all the slave's fault. The slave shouldn't have shown compassion and helped Lady Ran inquire about this slave. Shouldn't have helped her send messages, or helped her escape from the residence to run away with this slave. After hearing Yinhua's words, the chief's anger flared even more, and he drew his knife, ready to kill the pair of adulterers. Asong had received Yinhua's message, and his longing for Zhou Ran surpassed his fear of the chief. He just wanted to ask Zhou Ran how she was doing in the chief's residence. Since Shurtu had been helpless, it was better to just let it go. He only wanted to see Zhou Ran once and never intended to take her away. After being caught, he was drenched in cold sweat and dared not to argue, fearing that saying the wrong thing would put Zhou Ran in a worse situation. Zhou Ran, upon hearing Yinhua's words, suddenly looked at her, but Yinhua did not dare to meet her gaze. Zhou Ran shook her head. No, I didn't want to run away. I just wanted to see Asong one last time. I didn't get to say goodbye properly before, and I'm very worried about Asong. He Chuan also broke free from a few guards and rushed to hug the chief's leg. Chief, please discern clearly. Zhou Ran has always been timid and does not dare to go against you. Even if she didn't dare to go against you, she still left the mansion. The chief ground his teeth. Chief, you previously asked He Chuan what reward he wanted. He actually just wanted to see his sister once. She is fortunate to follow you, but has never been taught by her parents. As her brother, I want to teach her to prioritize you above all else, to regard you as her heaven. Now, I only wish to ask the chief to spare Zhou Ran this once. He Chuan felt that Yinhua's words were suspicious, but his sister was dull-witted and couldn't explain things clearly. So he could only try to stabilize the chief for now. The chief was somewhat swayed. After all, Mrs. Ran was only 15 and indeed very young. But he still said, "He Chuan, you have no right to ask for this reward." Mrs. Ran resembled Ollie somewhat. Even more like the Ollie the chief first met. Innocent and naive, coming from slavery, but managing to keep herself clean and tidy. Seeing the chief's attitude soften, He Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Ordered by the chief to stand up, He Chuan slowly got up but was restrained again by the chief's guards. With so many guards around, what if He Chuan intended to harm the chief? Wouldn't they all be implicated? Inhua was unwilling to back down. Having come this far, if Mrs. Ran escaped and later realized, she rushed to the guards, trying to let Ah Song go. "Ah Song, hurry and escape. Don't think about Mrs. Ran anymore. If you don't speak, the chief will definitely kill you." Impudent. The guards blocked with their sword sheaths. "What are you saying?" Ah Song noticed the chief's face darkening again and finally realized that Inhua was deliberately provoking him. "Hurry and escape." I won't say anything, Inhua was in tears and suddenly lunged at the knife the chief had drawn, even pushing Shaoran aside. Chapter 141. Primitive and savage. The knife struck her chest, and Inhua convulsed and fell to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. Inhua's death almost stunned Shaoran. She couldn't understand how things had escalated so severely just because she had secretly come out to see Ah Song. She knelt in front of the chief, pleading, "Chief, please do not kill Ah Song." "Whore." The chief felt humiliated in front of his men and ordered, "Drag this slave called Ah Song out and burn him alive." "No, no." Shaoran repeatedly bowed her head. "Shaoran, apologize to the chief." He Chuan shouted to stop her, "Please. This is adding fuel to the fire, foolish sister." Ah Song had already known he wouldn't survive when the chief's guards captured him. "Chief, it's all my fault. I lured Mrs. Ran. I admit my mistake and accept the punishment." "No." Shaoran stood up, wanting to stop the guards from dragging Ah Song away. The chief was furious. Vile slave. He stepped forward to behead Ah Song, and in a moment of crisis, Shaoran lunged forward. "Shaoran!" He Chuan's eyes widened in anger as he finally broke free from the guard's tight grip and caught the falling Shaoran. Ah Song's eyes widened. Shaoran's blood sprayed onto his face, and he collapsed. Brother, don't be sad. It's Shaoran who didn't listen to you." Shaoran raised her blood-soaked hand, wanting to hold her brother's hand, but she had no strength left. The chief, blocked by Shaoran, became even angrier. "Chop these two into pieces and throw them out to feed the beasts." "Chief, please, allow me to bury my sister properly." He Chuan cried. "I didn't kill you, and that is already considering the second chief's face. Get out of my way." "Slave." The chief kicked He Chuan, but didn't knock him down. Having accidentally killed Shaoran, he was both heartbroken and furious, ordering the guards to carry out his commands as he strode away. He Chuan, powerless against the guards, watched as they dragged away the bodies of Ah Song and Shaoran. He suddenly stood up and quickly ran towards the second chief's mansion. And then what happened? Zhou Manqing asked. The farce involving the chief took place on the street outside the mansion, where several old Linha tribe members sent by the Shimu tribe infiltrated to gather information and witness the entire scene. Xiao Jingling replied. "The second chief didn't come. Our people went to the execution ground, and both of them were chopped up. A Chiu was beheaded at the waist and abdomen." "That's terrifying." Zhou Manqing gasped. This truly was an uncivilized tribe, primitive and savage. The chief's family matters unfolded on the street, showing all the tribesmen the consequence of betraying him. Even after this defeat, ordinary tribesmen did not dare to complain. In the historical texts, the legalists advocate for strict laws in chaotic times. "But I still advise you not to punish others lightly based on personal likes and dislikes," Zhou Manqing said. Xiao Jingling lowered his gaze. He couldn't do that yet, but he would quietly pay attention and eliminate any unwanted forces. Zhou Manqing was unaware of how Xiao Jingling would exploit this accident. She and Jiang Sherwin drafted some cooperation letters and sent them to the top 50 influencers on various platforms. The movie's ratings had not improved for a long time, and Zhou Manqing hoped the influencers would watch her film. If interested, they could collaborate to promote it online. Previously, her supporting role in Tian Family Has a Daughter gained popularity through editing, and this time Zhou Manqing wanted to replicate that approach, hoping to attract more viewers to this film. The 300-point system ensuring the film's completion and release had been issued. Now it depended on whether the ratings could rise. More positive promotion and audience participation might help boost the score. After completing the film promotion, Zhou Manqing arrived in Ungshi. Xiao Jingling had previously sent her a few golden silk Nanmu wood pieces stored in the farmhouse's warehouse. She wanted to find a few shops selling golden silk namu wood to seek cooperation. This filming had consumed quite a bit of her liquid funds, and Zhou Manqing often paid out of her own pocket to treat the crew, resulting in a slight decrease in her savings. Zhou Manqing planned to replenish her savings and ensure adequate supplies for the already dispatched Shimu tribe. This was a little personal habit of hers, an odd consumption view. Earning a bit of income made spending money more enjoyable. The new district in Engshi had a relatively large high-end furniture market. Zhou Manqing chose a shop that looked quite impressive, with promotional signs outside featuring golden silk namu wood and Hainan Wangwali. Upon entering the shop, a sales assistant promptly approached her. "I'm just browsing," Zhou Manqing said first. Following the directional signs, she bypassed the areas for small leaf red sandalwood and big red rosewood, arriving at the golden silk namu wood section. Here, there was a set of antique-style tables and chairs, shimmering with golden light. "This is a popular golden silk namu wood bed," the sales assistant introduced. "This model is 1.5 meters in size, priced at 38,800 yuan, and is very popular among our young consumers." He had been secretly sizing up Zhou Manqing's outfit, which was ordinary casual wear, with shoes from a regular brand's offline store and wearing a mask, making her look more like a recent graduate or a newly employed college student. Furniture made from precious wood is generally purchased by relatively wealthy families for their younger generation's weddings. Good quality materials and craftsmanship can appreciate in value. When a young person comes in to buy, the sales associate often sighs internally, knowing they're likely just browsing, as some young people earn less in a year than the cost of a bed. For instance, regarding this bed, is it made from old or new materials? Zhou Manqing doesn't know much about wood and has only done some superficial research online. Just as the sales associate was about to provide more information, he was called over by the boss. "Xiaozhang, come here." "Sorry, I have to step away." The sales associate left. Zhou Manqing caught a glimpse of the boss, who was stingy and had only hired 2 sales associates, with one busy introducing a desk to an elderly couple. A middle-aged couple entered, with the man sporting a gold necklace thicker than his thumb and carrying a designer bag, fitting the common stereotype of a nouveau riche. Zhou Manqing withdrew her gaze and continued to compare furniture materials, but since she wasn't a professional, the sales associate with a decent attitude wasn't the boss and couldn't discuss collaboration. As for the man who looked like the boss, he was still engrossed in short videos on the sofa, occasionally sipping tea without any intention of engaging with her. "Excuse me, boss?" Zhou Manqing decided to give it a try. The store was quite large, and a small shop might not be able to accommodate her expensive raw materials. "Hello, miss," the store owner said, closing the video and sizing her up straightforwardly before continuing. "The furniture in my store may be a bit pricey. Most people need to consider carefully before purchasing. If you're looking for something, I can refer you to the south side of the city, where finished furniture is cheaper." The store owner's expression was relatively polite, but his words were not very courteous. A customer who had been browsing without making a decision seemed to be there just to check things out and wasn't worth keeping. Chapter 142. The visitor is not from the Linha tribe. The wealthy boss who came in later was a bit closer to them and, hearing the store owner's words, patted his wife's hand, indicating she should look at Zhou Manqing. The couple withdrew their gaze, revealing a look of mockery. "Oh, this one? I think it's not expensive enough. I heard that the old golden silk namu has appreciation potential. Do you have any here?" the wealthy man asked. The store owner quickly stood up from the sofa and, along with the sales associate, led the way. "Yes, we do. Please come this way." The wealthy man casually followed, enjoying the envious looks from other customers attracted by his loud voice. If it weren't for his wife's disapproval of him casually speaking to women, he would have liked to tell Zhou Manqing, "Young lady, if you work hard for another 20 years, you can walk into a high-end furniture store like me and pick whatever you want." Zhou Manqing was directly infuriated. What kind of person is this? Do you have to be older to be rich? Do you have to be carrying a designer bag to be wealthy? Wouldn't the store owner miss out on many rich second-generation customers? However, rich second-generation individuals usually have a big ego. She was still too polite. If she had known, she would have brought Jiang Bin or Bai Mutong along to play the role of her bodyguard and see if the store owner would still look down on her. Not far away, another high-end furniture store looked slightly smaller than the first. This store had a much narrower space and was guarded by a middle-aged man. "Hello. Feel free to look around," the man said, sitting at the entrance while polishing wooden beads. Zhou Manqing first checked the prices of the golden silk namu furniture, which were considerably cheaper than those in the previous store. Just as she was about to ask the owner if he needed raw material suppliers, the wealthy couple from the first store came in carrying their bags. The original store owner chased after them and loudly said, "This store doesn't have any good materials. No matter how good the craftsmanship is, it doesn't have the same prestige." The wealthy couple hesitated. The wealthy man's wife said, "Then let's go compare with other stores." How could someone be so rude as to block business at another store? Zhou Manqing felt a bit indignant for the small store owner. The small store owner remained calm, seemingly used to it. He said to Zhou Manqing, who was still in the store, "Miss, our craftsmanship is quite good. And while the materials are indeed not as old as those in the store across, if you feel the craftsmanship is satisfactory, you can place an order for some furniture." Execution ground of the Linha tribe Hechuan, in a daze, followed the tribesmen carrying out the execution, who held 2 bamboo baskets containing dismembered body parts. The second leader was unwilling to openly defy the chief and did not agree to Hechuan's request to intervene. The tribesmen executing the order also recognized this guard of slave origins and deliberately kept their distance from Hechuan in the gathering crowd. Once they left the tribe and walked a bit further, the tribesmen holding torches casually dumped the meat chunks from the bamboo baskets onto the ground. In places without firelight and crowds, bold beasts might invade. Guard, a tribesman kindly reminded, "It's getting dark. You shouldn't stay outside alone." Let's go. Don't talk. I think I heard wolves howling." "Hurry back to the tribe," another tribesman urged. They had completed the task assigned by the chief. But since Hechuan represented the second leader's faction, they didn't know the second leader's intentions and couldn't stop Hechuan from retrieving the bodies. As long as they didn't see it, the chief probably wouldn't blame them. Sure to. A male slave stumbled over. He was sure a neighbor and friend of Asong. When Asong's mother heard the news, she fainted, and sure carried her back. When Asong's mother regained some consciousness, she begged Sure to take her to find her son. However, upon arriving at the execution site and seeing the blood on the ground, Asong's mother fainted again. Sure asked the other slaves to take care of Asong's mother and boldly held up a torch to search for Asong. "You go back," Hechuan said. "Leave me a torch, you go back first." Sure, he found half of Asong's head, his mind blank. "If the Linha tribesmen see you, you might get implicated," Hechuan warned. Sure began to sob. Torn between the fear of being dominated by the Linha tribesmen for years and the trust placed in him by his childhood friend and her mother, Hechuan looked at him helplessly. Sure, he was frightened by Hechuan's dark gaze, dazedly left the torch and ran towards the city. He thought about finding a piece of cloth to secretly retrieve some of Asong's body when everyone was out working the next day. The howling of wolves grew closer, and the tribesmen lingering outside the walls were scared and hid inside. Hechuan's expression was numb as he separated Asong and Sharon's bodies, placing them to the side. He gently held his sister's head, which was still relatively intact. He wiped it with his sleeve, then wiped it again. It was still that clean little girl. "Shaoran." Hechuan looked at the corpse with tightly closed eyes and finally couldn't help but lean his head against her hair, which was covered in dirt and blood, and cried out loud. He remembered when he was 10, holding his 3-year-old sister's hand, bowing to their deceased parents. Their former tribe had been conquered by the Linha tribe, and little Shaoran had also been tied with a grass rope, walking and crying, saying, "Brother, my neck hurts." Their parents, still young and strong, were sent into the Linha tribe's vanguard army, acting as human shields against the arrows of hostile tribes. Afterward, 12-year-old Ali took him and Shaoran to work the fields for the Linha tribe, where a moment's carelessness meant a beating from the Linha tribesmen. Any food obtained unexpectedly must be offered up. If the overseers of the clan are in a slightly bad mood, they will have no food to eat. Over the 10 years of growing up, his clan has dwindled due to exhaustion and illness, and he has learned to protect the slaves like the predecessors who once protected him. However, he failed to protect his sister and lost his only younger sister as well. He does not understand why. Is he not human? In his original tribe, he was once cherished as a precious descendant. There was a sound of branches being stepped on, but it was dull, unlike beasts. Hechuan, do you still want to serve the Linha tribe, who do not see you as human? On the battlefield, you fought desperately to protect the second leader of the Linha tribe, yet she seems to have not helped you in this moment. The accent of the incoming person is not from the Linha tribe. Hechuan looked up warily and met a pair of compassionate eyes. Xiao Jinglin did not force Hechuan to make a choice. He put down a bag of bones, which were the remains of Linha tribesmen that had not been collected in time a few days ago, still bearing flesh and marks of being gnawed by beasts. Scatter this here, and then bury your family. At least on the surface, do not defy your leader, Xiao Jinglin said, stepping aside with 4 or 5 warriors accompanying him. They silently watched as Hechuan took off his shirt and wrapped the remains of his sister and clansmen. After a long pause, he finally reached for the plastic bag from the Shamu tribe and dumped the remains out. Chapter 143. Cancer cells suddenly spread in city's high-end furniture market. Zhou Manqing and the owner added each other on WeChat and agreed to transport the golden silk namu wood to an city in a few days. The wealthy couple, after being unsatisfied with several stores inside, prepared to return to the first store. All the furniture was made from new materials, which do not retain value. "Hey, husband, look. That little girl is still here." The wealthy man's wife nudged him with her elbow. The wealthy man was a bit curious. Is there really something good, or do they just not have money? The wealthy man's wife said, "Let's go take a look and we'll know." "Hey, do you have golden silk namu furniture here?" The wealthy couple stood at the door peering inside. "Yes, we do," the shop owner replied politely. "The previous store owner said you only have new materials, but it seems the craftsmanship is good." The wealthy man's wife spoke while linking arms with her husband to enter the store. "The craftsmanship is indeed good, but it's a pity the materials are lacking," the wealthy man observed. "We have a batch of new golden silk namu wood that is over 500 years old. If you like our craftsmanship, you can place a deposit first," the shop owner smiled. "How is that possible? Your small shop can have golden silk namu wood that is over 500 years old?" The wealthy man muttered, wondering if they were trying to cheat him because he had money. "Here is the sample and the authentication certificate. You can have someone supervise the whole process. And the wood can also be authenticated before work begins." The shop owner turned to Zhou Manqing and took out the sample wood block and the authentication certificate. "Wow, this has the official seal of the authentication agency. I know this agency. It's very authoritative," the wealthy man's wife said. The wealthy man looked at Zhou Manqing in disbelief, wondering what her ancestors did to have 500-year-old golden silk namu wood. Golden silk namu wood, even without lacquer, will become shinier with use. In ancient times, it was used by royal families. The shop owner had seen several wood photos Zhou Manqing provided, and since she was straightforward about waiting for him to verify the wood before signing the contract and paying the deposit, she didn't seem like a fraud. "Of course, you can come to our store to see the finished products after some time, but the old material furniture is precious, and I can't guarantee there will still be stock by then. Bye, let us buy now." The wealthy man's wife grabbed her husband's small leather bag. "Shop owner, take us to see the styles." The shop owner excused himself to Zhou Manqing. "No worries, I'll contact you when the wood arrives." Zhou Manqing was also ready to leave. When she stepped out, she saw the owner of the big store across the street watching everything here, his eyes almost sparking with fire. When he saw Zhou Manqing come out, he hurried over. "Hello, miss. All sold out. No stock left," Zhou Manqing shrugged, feeling good as she passed the frustrated big store owner and took a taxi back to the hotel. The promotional collaboration with the bloggers brought some attention to Shimu tribe. However, the audience's enthusiasm for rating was not high. The score slowly rose to 7-8. The golden silk namu wood was supervised by Jiangbin and by Mutong, transported to the city in a large truck. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinglin also sent a message to Zhou Manqing from the Shimu tribe. Combining what he saw through binoculars with information from each one, he roughly drew a map of the Linhe tribe. The major issue was that the stone walls of the Linhe tribe were high and thick. The Shimu tribe did not have siege equipment, and using wooden ladders was likely to be pushed down by the Linhe tribe. The Shimu tribe had around 30 war horses, which was about equal to the current Linhe tribe. Defending a city is easy, but attacking is difficult. The Linhe tribe currently had about 500 warriors, similar in number to those he brought. However, as the attacking side, the casualties would be significant if they fought head-on. Is there any convenient equipment for fighting that can be borrowed from Qingshan? Xiao Jinglin rarely sought help actively this time, aiming to reduce casualties for the Shimu tribe. Zhou Manqing could not solve the issue of numbers. Temporarily buying horses was impractical as horses needed to bond with people. The help she could offer was to get siege ladders for the Shimu tribe, or, just as Zhou Manqing was pondering, she suddenly received a call from home. Her grandmother urgently told her that her grandfather had fainted again. The village chief helped take her grandfather to the county hospital, which suggested transferring him to the city as the county's medical facilities were insufficient. "This is serious. Grandma, don't worry, I'm in the city. I'll call to arrange for Grandpa's transfer." Zhou Manqing had no time to think about the Shimu tribe's battle and quickly checked for well-known hospitals in city's oncology department and called to arrange the transfer. And city was about a 3-hour drive from Shantian County. Zhou Manqing followed the ambulance down, picking up her grandparents. After the city doctor completed the examination, he recommended conservative treatment. The doctor called Zhou Manqing into the office. "The cancer cells are spreading and further organ removal will not be significant, and the body is quite weak. We do not recommend any major surgeries." "How could it suddenly be so serious?" Zhou Manqing was caught off guard. Your grandfather's bodily functions have suddenly declined. You need to be mentally prepared. It could be 3 or 4 days, or he might last a few more months. The doctor stated honestly, cancer is a problem that humanity cannot currently overcome. We will do our best for treatment. We advise the family to keep it from the patient, allowing him to fight the illness more optimistically. Zhou Manqing did not hear the rest. Only one sentence woke her up. Cancer is a problem that humanity cannot currently overcome. Zhou Manqing murmured this sentence. Thank you, doctors. The treatment costs are not an issue. Please make sure to give my grandfather the best medicine. Zhou Manqing bowed in gratitude, quickly finding a stairwell to stand still. She quickly checked her points with the Tianluo system. With the 300 points from the movie airing, she now had 3,500 points. If the movie's rating could reach above 8.0, she would gain another 500 points. The Shimu tribe only needs to defeat the Linhe tribe, and she and Xiao Jinglin can each get 3,000 points, adding up to exactly 10,000 points. 10,000 points can be exchanged for longevity pills. Zhou Manqing. System, my grandpa's cancer cells have spread. Will the longevity pills still be useful? System ding. Your question has been detected. Additional explanation. As long as a human has a breath left, they can use longevity pills to alleviate pain and extend life. That's good, that's good. Zhou Manqing quickly searched her contacts, finding Jiang Sherwon. She collaborated with the official platform to launch a scoring campaign where viewers who watch movies on the official platform and rate them can get a 1-year video membership. Finding Mo Jialai, she asked him to keep an eye on online public opinion, and any organized and planned haters must be cleared out. Contacting Jianni's mother, the actress Mu Yang, to help promote her new movie, as well as director Li Yu, industry expert Zhang Dao, and even Jiang Jinxing, who owns a media company. After contacting her acquaintances, Zhou Manqing found the firefighter Zhao Fong, who had rescued her during a previous flood. An excavator can dig through walls, but learning takes time, and she had tried. The massive machinery couldn't get through. She remembered often seeing news about children getting stuck in walls, and the fire department frequently conducted such rescues. So Zhao Fong must know how to quickly dismantle walls. Chapter 144. Can live to 150 years old at the hardware market. Zhou Manqing got out of the taxi and headed straight for the nearest store. It was almost 8 in the evening. Time is money. Hello, what are you buying? The hardware store owner had just finished dinner and was about to close. Their hardware store usually receives orders from familiar craftsmen for renovations during the day, and there are rarely any walk-in customers at night. Zhou Manqing, with her small frame, might just be buying a lock or some nails. So the owner didn't pay much attention and stood up to digest his meal. A rotary hammer, the kind that comes with a rechargeable battery, Zhou Manqing said quickly. The surrounding hardware stores were gradually closing, and a few owners curiously looked over, with one jokingly saying, "Old G, is there still business at this hour? Thanks for your blessing." Old G noticed Zhou Manqing was anxious, so he hurriedly turned on the bright lights, making the store even brighter. "Here, miss. This rotary hammer comes with a high-capacity lithium battery, and if you buy it, you get a portable plastic case for storing the machine for 195 yuan. It comes with 4 types of drill bits, screwdriver bits, and socket connectors." Old G introduced. Zhou Manqing took the rotary hammer with one hand without blinking. "Can this thing break walls?" Old G, shocked by the girl's strength, said, "Are you asking about drilling holes in walls? I also have expansion screws here." Zhou Manqing examined the portable plastic case. It looked solid and durable. "I want to take down the wall." The provided hard alloy twist drill bits will do." Old G picked up another rotary hammer to demonstrate the installation. This has a stepless speed control switch. You can easily adjust the drill speed by pressing the switch. "That's the one," Zhou Manqing said. Old G helped carry a box of the new rotary hammer to the counter to ring it up. Zhou Manqing said, "Wait, boss. I also want to buy a sledgehammer." Okay. Old G put the rotary hammer down at the counter and went to find a sledgehammer. "I also want to buy gloves and goggles. I need all the tools for dismantling walls. Give me 20 sets." Zhou Manqing said, 20 sets? You want 20 rotary hammers? "Miss, is your house wall a great wall? Just buy more drill bits for consumption. That's enough." Old G was quite nice and didn't get dizzy from the sudden large order. Zhou Manqing bypassed the owner's question. "Boss, do you have so many rotary hammers in your store?" Yes. A scoundrel who doesn't earn money." Old G hurried to the small warehouse in the back to move the goods. The total was 18,000 yuan. Zhou Manqing called the rental company to send a van, asked Old G to help her move the goods, and paid 20,000 yuan at checkout. Zhou Manqing, 200 yuan is for your trouble helping me move the goods. "Ah, thank you. Old G patted his waist, his eyes squinting with joy. Zhou Manqing passed all the items except the rotary hammer to Xiao Jinglin and asked for a small car from the hotel front desk to drag the rotary hammer into her room. She realized she should have asked the hardware store owner to help charge them. Zhou Manqing unpacked the rotary hammers to charge them. It would take about 3 hours to fully charge a batch, and the room's outlets could charge 5 rotary hammers simultaneously. She first passed one rotary hammer over, telling Xiao Jinglin how to use it. You guys should drill the wall separately, with a hole spacing of 10 to 15 centimeters. Make sure to drill through the wall before using the sledgehammer. I bought you a few boxes of white chalk. You can find a way to mark the wall slightly. There was one more thing Zhou Manqing hesitated to write down. My grandpa suddenly fell seriously ill. He might not have long. Xiao Jinglin, I need your help. Xiao Jinglin quickly replied. All will follow Qing Shun's instructions. Zhou Manqing, Xiao Jinglin, I hope you could defeat the Linha tribe within 3 days and complete the system mission. I need those 6,000 points to save my grandpa's life. I will not disappoint Qing Shun's trust. Xiao Jinglin replied. He called Su Linjian, Husan, and others over. Notify Hisong and the 300 soldiers he brought along not to stop or rest. They must reach the woods outside the Linha tribe before dawn. Form 2 squads. Husan, you command. First, find a place for everyone to take turns trying out this rotary hammer. Select strong and agile individuals to dismantle the wall later. Su Linjian, you command 80 archers plus 2 squads of people. Apply the oil on the arrows given by Qing Shun and attach the medicine packs made by Hulu. Good. How the Linha tribe used rockets to burn our tribe. We will burn them back the same way. Su Linjian excitedly said, knowing the power of Hulu's medicine pack. Xiao Jinglin glanced at his watch. This was what he exchanged for his work credits from the tribe's supermarket, making it easy to estimate the time. At 8 in the evening, there were still over 9 hours until dawn at 5:30 a.m. The soldiers with Hisong should meet them around 2 in the morning. Originally, he wanted to take his time with each one, but now it seemed there wasn't enough time. The siege would be in 3 days. Let's choose dawn when the enemy is at their most exhausted. Xiao Jinglin adjusted the frequency on his pager and set up a separate channel for Hichuan. Hichuan, who had not been sleeping, heard the buzzing sound under his pillow, alertly turned over and picked up the intercom. The next morning, Zhou Manqing brought breakfast wontons to her grandpa and grandma. Manqing, you haven't had breakfast, right? Want to eat wontons with us? Her grandpa asked. Zhou Manqing replied. I'll go eat rice noodles at the store later, Grandpa. I'll wait for you to finish. Oh, okay. Zhou Manqing adjusted the bed control, raising the upper part of the bed slightly, and placed a large pillow behind her grandpa's back, allowing him to sit up somewhat. He could feel the heaviness of his body, but didn't want to worry his family, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, Our Manqing is so smart. She took an extra small paper bowl. Heen, quickly help me scoop a few to cool down. I'm really hungry. Zhou Manqing wanted to help, but her grandma told her to just sit there. She helplessly took out her phone to check the Dubon rating of a movie. The rating was 8. 2. Zhou Manqing couldn't believe it, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. It's really the page of Shimu tribe. A score of 8. 2. A notification sound rang in my mind. Ding. Detected that the score of Shimu tribe has reached 8. 0. Reward points 500. Oh, Manqing, why are you crying? Is something wrong? Grandma's worried voice pulled Zhou Manqing back to reality. Grandpa also said, Manqing, don't stress too much. Is it because of me? Don't be sad. I've lived to 70, and I'm content. Look at your great-grandpa and the others, who are as lucky as I am, living to such an old age without major illnesses. Zhou Manqing was both amused and exasperated. Wiping her tears, she retorted, Grandpa, no. I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm happy. Afraid the 2 elders wouldn't believe her, she turned her phone screen around. The movie I shot, Shimu Tribe, has scored 8. 2. Oh. The 2 elders didn't quite understand movie ratings and guessed it might be like scoring over 80 on a test, which is a pretty good result. Also, Grandpa, scientists say the human lifespan limit should be 120 to 150 years. You and Grandma are healthy. You should at least live to 150. Stay with me more. I'm still young and need you to take care of me. Zhou Manqing blinked. Oh my, 150 years. Wouldn't that mean turning into dry bark and old monster? Grandma exclaimed. The 3 of them laughed, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Chapter 145, Drilling Through the Wall. At dawn, most of the members of the Linha tribe were still asleep. The slaves had already woken up on their own, preparing the tools needed for work today. A little later, the overseer would come to assign work to the slaves. The day before, at this time, sure, he had taken advantage of the Linha warriors opening the main gate to collect a few bones, which he later found out were not Achio's. Achio's mother hadn't worked for 2 days, Without work, there was no food. Sure, he knocked on a Chio's small wooden door. Aunt? Aunt? There was no response from inside. Sure, he sensed something was wrong and called a few fellow slaves to break down the door. Sure enough, Achio's mother had collapsed on the ground, eyes closed, holding her son's bones, no longer breathing. Achio's mother had cried herself to death. The few slaves were at a loss. When a slave died, they could only cut off a lock of hair as a keepsake, which would be thrown into the woods as instructed by the Linha tribesmen. Slaves had a low status and were not qualified to use Linha tribe's land for burial. Just then, chaos erupted outside. Sure, he thought, here it comes. The place where the slaves lived was in the outer city, between the outer and inner walls of the Linha tribe, which not only made it convenient to go out to work, but also served to resist external enemies in times of crisis. Flaming feathered arrows flew into the enclosure, with small cloth bags hanging from the arrowheads. The weather was dry, and the wooden houses and items outside quickly caught fire, with loud explosions erupting as ignited materials scattered everywhere. Don't open the main gate. Hold the gate. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quickly go into the inner city to report to the chief. What kind of arrows are these? Why is the fire so fierce? Damn Shamu tribe. They actually used our tactics against us. Be careful. The places where the fire arrows are may explode. Damn slaves. Run faster. Hurry up and fetch water to extinguish the fire. The slaves in the outer city were in a frenzy, while the gates of the inner city of Linha opened wide. A line of Linha warriors and less than 100 slave soldiers rushed out, quickly climbing the walls that were more than a person's height. The earth and stone walls of the Linha tribe were not as high as the cement walls of the Shamu tribe, but they were thickly built, allowing two people to stand side by side. Fire again. Su Linjian ordered the archers. The archers of the Shamu tribe drew their bows and shot out flaming, feathered arrows, with small cloth bags mixed with sulfur and charcoal hanging from them. This was a little invention by Hulu. He originally wanted to study explosives based on principles from books, but never found the right method, causing several tables in the craftsman's area to collapse. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. This small cloth bag was the best ratio Hulu had experimented with, igniting with a certain probability of exploding. The Linha tribe had urgently developed wooden shields that were made of new wood and still damp, capable of resisting burning feathered arrows. Xiao Jingling waved a small flag, and the 200 infantry led by Hussein, under the cover of archers, donned gas masks and carried impact drills and large hammers, charging towards the walls of the Linha tribe. The Shamu tribe has issues with their eyesight. The door is on our side. The warriors of the Linha tribe gathered mostly near the main gate, watching the Shamu tribesmen charge to both sides, a bit confused. The chief didn't even tie his belt properly. He rode over to command the slave army to split into two parts to resist. The fire inside was blazing, and thick smoke rolled, especially the Linha warriors standing in a high position, many of whom inhaled black smoke and collapsed. Withdraw some warriors. First, extinguish the fire. The second chief covered his mouth and nose, being held in the arms of Ichuan, who rode over. Jinbuan also ran over, propping up his knees to catch his breath, shouting, "Chief, first, put out the fire. This black smoke is toxic." The chief casually grabbed the wooden stick from the overseer's hand and beat several passing slaves. "All of you, run faster. Move the easily flammable things here." The second chief shouted. The fire was too great, almost spreading to the inner city, forcing the Linha tribesmen to divert their attention to extinguishing the fire. The second chief was almost furious at this scene. Wasn't this the effect she wanted to achieve by setting fire to Shinmu? The infantry of the Shamu tribe, wearing gas masks and goggles, were hardly affected by the thick smoke. After the slave army exited the city, the Linha tribe quickly closed the city gates, cutting off their retreat. They looked at the brightly polished weapons of the fully armed Shinmu tribesmen with despair in their eyes. "Quickly go up." The Linha tribesmen on the wall shot down several of the slave army at the back, forcing them to move forward. The slave soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward, while the Shamu tribesmen directly bypassed them to the base of the wall. Some of the slave soldiers were confused. "Aren't they afraid we will surround them?" One slave soldier asked. "It might also be that we are the ones being surrounded." Another slave soldier looked at the dense group of Shamu tribesmen in the woods ahead. The small team that just passed was just a small squad. The slave soldiers realized that the Shinmu tribe didn't seem to have the intention to kill them. Their target was only the Linha tribesmen in the Linha tribe. With wolves in front and tigers behind, no one took the lead. All the slave soldiers tacitly stood still, cautiously taking out their weapons to confront the Shinmu army in the woods. A bunch of useless people. The chief, with a wet towel over his face, felt the air was slightly better. After he finishes this battle, he will execute all the disobedient slave soldiers. The vanguard team rushed to the base of the wall, while their companions used large shields to block the rain of arrows and sharp stones and dirt falling from the wall. At each location, 3 Shamu warriors holding impact drills pressed the switch and began to drill into the wall. The Linha tribesmen, standing on the wall, felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. What are these people using to dismantle the wall? Jean Buan, who had climbed up the wall to observe for a while, exclaimed, "What kind of tool is that? Easily drilling holes in the stone wall? It's simply unheard of. Use spears to drive them away." The chief commanded. The slaves used clay pots to heat water, pouring one pot after another of hot water that hadn't yet boiled over the earth and stone wall. The shields of the Shamu tribesmen could block solid objects, but boiling water would splash everywhere, forcing them to dodge. The troops of the Linha tribe gathered at several points near the walls. Xiao and Song received their orders and led about 80 soldiers from 3 squads towards the walls. The Linha tribe believed that more enemy troops had appeared at the far right wall and quickly sent people to reinforce it. Unexpectedly, as Xiao and Song approached the wall, they turned a corner and charged towards the main gate of the Linha tribe. I didn't see the spectacle of San using that boiling water gun last time, but today I'll show you my grandfather's chainsaw. Xiao and Song, along with a few leading soldiers, revved their chainsaws and charged at the main gate of the Linha tribe. "What kind of knife is this?" Jin Buwu saw that the chainsaw blade was sharp, but could it really break down the door? He said to the chief, "There's no need to worry, chief. I've already nailed a layer of metal plates behind the door as you instructed. Even if ordinary knives and axes can chop wood, they can't penetrate our metal plates." The chief nervously looked at Xiao and Song as they aimed their bows and arrows, trying to shoot the Shunshu tribe members below the wall. However, the bamboo arrows only clanged against their helmets and armor, leaving nothing but noise. With a snap, the door bolt was sawed off by Xiao and Song and fell to the ground. Chapter 146, Chainsaw Door Demolition. Hold on. Behind the main gate of the Linha tribe, there were wooden poles supporting the door. The Shunshu tribe pushed against the door, but couldn't open it. "You on this side, me on that side, let's get to work." Xiao and Song's face, hidden under the mask, was grinning wildly. "Last time you came to our tribe and crashed the door frame, it caused us a lot of trouble repairing it. Now I'm cutting your door and leaving you with just the frame." The second chief, seeing the situation was dire, ordered the slaves to stack the cleared items behind the main gate, leaving just enough space in the middle for 2 people to pass through. Bang! The main gate of the Linha tribe was hollowed out with 2 large holes, wide enough for people to pass through. "Light it up!" The second chief shouted. The Linha tribe members urged the slaves to throw burning objects towards the back of the door. A fierce fire ignited behind the main gate, but there was still a gap of about a person on either side to pass through. "Welcome to your doom." This was the lesson the chief had learned last time when the Shunshu tribe ambushed them on a narrow path. As soon as a Shunshu tribe member entered, they would kill one. Xiao and Song and the others indeed stopped in their tracks. "Ha, come on in. Are you scared, Shunshu tribe? Crawl back. Spare your lives. Spare my ass. Capture them and make them slaves," shouted a young chief. Behind a firewall, the Linha warriors were almost dancing, trying to lure the Shunshu tribe members to cross the fire to attack. Hussein and his group were still swinging big hammers, banging against the wall. The charge sounded again, and the more than 80 soldiers led by Xiao and Song split into a line. A squad of Shunshu warriors came over with fire extinguishers. Yichuan saw the red canister and said to the second chief, "Second chief, that's the secret technique of the Shunshu tribe. It can extinguish a fire in an instant. Is it really that magical?" The chief was also anxious and shouted, "Gather! Quickly gather at the main gate." It was crowded in this area, and the cavalry couldn't exert their power. Both sides could only engage in close combat. The weapons and defenses of the Linha tribe were obviously weaker than those of the Shunshu tribe, and they gradually fell behind. The chief roared, "Push the slaves forward." Bang! Bang! Hussein was still leading people to smash the wall with hammers. With a thunderous sound, a hole was made in the earthen wall of the Linha tribe. The outer city couldn't be held. The chief looked around for Jin Buwu, wanting to ask if he had any tools left, but he couldn't find him. Jin Buwu had already slipped away when the main gate of Linha was breached. "Retreat to the inner wall. Let the slaves block the attack." The chief's orders were conveyed. Yichuan jumped off his horse. "Chief, let me lead the team." "No." The second chief held the reins firmly. She knew the chief's character. The chief was prepared to abandon these slaves. Of course, slaves? If they die, it doesn't matter. They can be bought or taken again. "You have the ability, but..." The chief nodded. The second chief still wanted to stop him, but He Chuan said, "Second chief, I'm just a slave. This is what I should do." The second chief wanted to see He Chuan's expression, but He Chuan had already turned towards the main gate. She knew He Chuan was blaming herself for not leaving his sister with a complete body back then. There was no time for sadness. The second chief returned to the inner city under a Jiao's protection. The inner city gate closed. The chief rushed to the inner city wall. He knew that unarmed slaves facing the Shunshu tribe were just sending themselves to death. Archers, get ready to shoot. Therefore, he was prepared to kill both the slaves and the Shunshu tribe members. The Linha tribe quickly positioned themselves on the inner wall, drawing their bows. However, they saw He Chuan leading the charge, quickly taking off his upper garment, exposing his chest, raising his hands, and walking boldly through the smoke of the fire extinguishers towards the Shunshu warriors. Some young slaves also quickly took off their tattered upper garments and raised their hands, harmlessly approaching the Shunshu tribe members. Among the formerly still slaves behind the Shunshu tribe members, some tribe members were exchanging something and also took off their upper garments, laying down their weapons. What are these people doing? They're not resisting at all. Do they just want to die? The Linha tribe members were puzzled. Only a small portion of the slaves and slave army knew that this was their signal to the Shunshu tribe. Seizing the opportunity while the Linha tribe was stunned, the Shunshu tribe shot down some archers. Xiao Jingling led the persuasion. Those who take off their upper garments and surrender will not be killed. The Shunshu tribe shouted in unison. Those who take off their upper garments and surrender will not be killed. Those who take off their upper garments and surrender will not be killed. Damn it! When did the slaves betray us and collude with the Shunshu tribe? The chief hammered the wall in anger. The second chief shook her head in disbelief. The one leading was He Chuan. Why would He Chuan betray him? The first to take off their upper garments and surrender were the trustworthy slaves that He Chuan had contacted last night. The Shunshu warriors let them run to the back of the army, out of the range of the Lina tribe. The remaining slaves, seeing what He Chuan did, also took off their upper garments and raised their hands in surrender. The Linha tribe members, furious, drew their bows and arrows, and the chief said, "Kill the Shunshu tribe members. Don't waste arrows on the slaves." His intention was to have the slaves and the Shunshu tribe members mix in battle and shoot them together. As a result, the Shunshu tribe had weapons capable of breaching the city walls and gates. The slave army and the slaves had already betrayed. They could only bite the bullet and fight on. The ordinary Linha tribe members had long been boiling water in the back, preparing sharp stones and bamboo poles. As the warriors fell, the ordinary tribe members replaced them. The inner city gate was breached, and the bodies of the Linha tribe members piled up, almost blocking the road. He Chuan and some slave changed into the riot vests of the Shunshu tribe and raised their weapons to charge back into Linha. When they were young, their tribe was invaded by the Linha tribe, and the resisting tribesmen were slaughtered. The younger generation grew up in slavery, almost getting used to the identity of a slave. But at this moment, they were filled with passion. After years of being enslaved, they remembered the name of their former tribe and returned the violence with a big knife. "You despicable slave." The chief was stabbed in the chest by He Chuan. Without hesitation, He Chuan pulled out the knife and beheaded him. The chief was dead. He Chuan grabbed the disheveled hair of the chief and raised his lifeless head high. Seeing the head of the chief, the morale of the Linha tribe was shaken. The Shunshu tribe had a military rule of not killing those who surrendered. However, these people had once killed their family members, taken away their homes, and several times tried to drive them to extinction. The cowardly tribesmen who knelt down had their weapons confiscated by the Shunshu tribesmen and were kicked aside. The Linha tribesmen who were still resisting were met with no mercy from the Shunshu tribesmen, especially Xiao Hasong, Husan, and other small leaders, who were warriors fighting 10 against 1, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. The Shunshu tribe advanced like a hot knife through butter, capturing the inner city wall and entering the Linha tribe, killing anyone who resisted. The chief's office and the second chief's office had fortified their walls, but the guards had already escorted the second chief and the lady out, leaving only a few trembling attendants behind. "Find them. They can't have gone far." Xiao Jingling ordered. "Act in formation. Do not get separated. Capture all the Linha tribesmen who surrender. Surrendered ones must not be killed." Xiao Jingling reminded the squad leaders. With a deep hatred towards the Linha tribe, the old Xiao Jingling would have demanded the Shunshu warriors to kill every Linha tribesman they encountered. He had once vowed to slaughter the Linha tribe. However, after studying the books given to him by the Qingshin and understanding his thoughts, Xiao Jingling learned restraint. What he wanted was not only to defeat Linha, but also to establish a powerful and sustainable Shunshu. Chapter 147. Has the light returned? Zhou Manqing knew that today was an important day for the Shunshu tribe's attack on the Linha tribe. After having breakfast with her grandparents, she ate a tasteless bowl of rice noodles in an alley near the hospital and hurried back to the hospital ward. She now had money, so she booked a single room for her grandfather with a caregiver bed. Zhou Manqing hired 2 caregivers for her grandfather, but at night, she and her grandmother took turns staying with him. Your grandfather said he was tired after eating and went back to sleep, her grandmother said. While her grandmother was peeling oranges with the caregiver and chatting softly, Zhou Manqing nodded, feeling a mess in her heart. She walked into the corridor of the ward, which had no windows and was equipped with a clothes rack, and on one side was a separate bathroom. Zhou Manqing let the wind blow on her face and asked the system to activate the one-way monitoring. Xiao Jingling agreed. The sound of a jackhammer and a chainsaw came from not far away. What are you doing? Zhou Manqing asked. First, we'll tear down the surrounding wall to draw fire, and then let Husong and the others go to break down the Linha gate, Xiao Jingling replied. Zhou Manqing remembered that last time, the Linha tribe had also been attacking the walls and gates of the Shunshu tribe. The Shunshu tribe was indeed quite vengeful. The scene shifted to the Linha tribe's gate being breached, with fire erupting behind the gate. However, Zhou Manqing saw that some warriors beside Xiao Jingling were holding fire extinguishers, so that fire was probably not a problem. It was just that after the recent battles, there might not be many fire extinguishers left. Zhou Manqing opened an online store and ordered 500 dry powder fire extinguishers and 500 water-based fire extinguishers, which had a long shelf life. Thinking that the Shunshu tribe's old territory was vast and could use them. At 11 o'clock, her grandfather still seemed to be sleeping soundly. The experienced caregiver was the first to notice something was wrong. Aunt Zhou, Miss Zhou, come quickly. Is the old gentleman unconscious? He won't wake up. Zhou Manqing hurried over to check her grandfather's breathing and pulse while pressing the call bell. I'll go to the nurse's station to call the doctor. If I ring the bell, they'll just come and ask what the situation is, the caregiver said as she ran out. Her grandfather's breathing and heartbeat were weakening. Zhou Manqing anxiously patted her grandfather's shoulder, shouting loudly, Grandpa, Grandpa. There was no response from him. He had already lost consciousness. Zhou Manqing checked his pulse again. Her grandfather had no breathing and heartbeat. The doctor, accompanied by nurses carrying machines, rushed into the ward. Zhou Manqing quickly explained the situation. My grandfather has no breathing and heartbeat. Prepare for CPR. The nurses asked the family to step outside and quickly got busy. Zhou Manqing helped her grandmother, who was about to collapse, to sit on a chair outside, saying, It's okay, Grandma. We are in the hospital, and the doctors are here for any situation. She said this to comfort her grandmother, but also to reassure herself. As time passed second by second, Zhou Manqing's palms and back began to sweat coldly. She didn't know how long it had been when the doctor came out saying, The patient has awakened. You can go in to see him. Miss Zhou, please come with me, the attending physician said. Zhou Manqing followed the doctor to the office in a daze. The doctor said, Young lady, your grandfather has shown signs of coma. The prognosis for cancer patients in a coma is usually poor, and their survival time will be significantly less than expected. Is it only a few days? Zhou Manqing's voice trembled. It could be at any time, the doctor said. Zhou Manqing asked, Can't the tumor be removed? The doctor replied, At this point, removing the tumor is not very meaningful and would only cause the patient to endure the pain of surgery. It is not recommended to perform surgery on your grandfather anymore. You should go spend some time with him. Zhou Manqing felt a wave of darkness in front of her. She didn't even know how she walked into the ward. Xiao Jingling, she thought. Xiao Jingling, please hurry up. Defeat the Linha tribe quickly. Her grandfather, who had fallen into a coma and then awakened, looked weak. He held her grandmother's hand and, seeing his granddaughter come over, said, Manqing, you're here too. His voice was weak and hoarse, but still clear in the quiet ward. Zhou Manqing walked to the side of the bed in a daze. It was difficult for her grandfather to speak. He held Zhou Manqing's hand tightly, thinking about what he should say to the child in his last moments. Although the doctor hadn't said it, he himself had been a local doctor and had seen many elderly people in similar situations when he was young. At this time, it was basically about making arrangements for his funeral. His granddaughter was capable, successful, and had good morals. There was almost nothing he needed to worry about. Some villagers would try to get close to him, hoping to introduce his granddaughter to someone. But he was old, not blind, and he knew that his granddaughter had strong opinions. Finding a partner was a matter of happiness for the second half of her life, and he couldn't meddle blindly. In the near-dead silence, Zhou Manqing's body trembled. She widened her eyes and pulled her hand back to cover her mouth. Joy from the heavens. The system prompted her that the Shunshu tribe had completed the task of defeating the Linha tribe and reclaiming the territory. It rewarded her with 3,000 points. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingling quickly transferred the 3,000 points obtained to the main system. She now had a total of 10,000 points. She could exchange them for a longevity elixir. I remember the doctor said the medicine was to be sent today. I'll go find a nurse. Zhou Manqing stood up stiffly and awkwardly exited the ward. The medicine, don't the nurses usually bring it during the check? The caregiver said quietly. Let her go, let her do something. It will make her feel better. Her grandmother said as she tidied up her grandfather's somewhat messy silver hair. The two elderly people exchanged deep glances. Suddenly, Jiang Shirwang and her group arrived with a thermal container and fruits. Jiang Shirwang's siblings, along with Bai Mutong from the farmhouse, Aunt Wang Er, and her son, stood together, making the originally spacious ward feel a bit crowded. We thought that at this time, Grandpa Zhou might not have eaten yet, so we brought some dishes, like pork rib and winter melon soup, braised pig trotters, and stir-fried vegetables, Jiang Bin said while placing the dishes on the bedside table. Others stood awkwardly, anxiously watching Grandpa Zhou's pale face. It seemed that Grandpa Zhou's condition was not good. At that moment, Zhou Manqing entered, greeted everyone, and poured out the medicine that had long been replaced with the longevity pill, instructing Grandpa to take it with warm water. I felt a bit sleepy and thanked them for the food, saying I would eat after I woke up. Grandpa was puzzled as to why there was only one type of medicine today, but after taking it, he soon felt a bit drowsy. Before the hospital bed was properly adjusted, Grandpa fell asleep. Grandma Zhou choked up, and the group looked mournfully at Zhou Manqing. Just then, the hospital room door was pushed open again, and Mo Jialai and Yin Ku arrived with a fruit basket. Upon seeing Grandpa with his eyes tightly closed and Grandma Zhou crying sorrowfully, along with the sad expressions of others, Yin Ku walked over and heavily patted Zhou Manqing on the shoulder. Be strong. Zhou Zong. Mo Jialai also cried out, Well, Grandpa Zhou, I came to see you. Open your eyes and look at me. It's me, Mo Jialai. Hearing Mo Jialai cry, Jiang Shirwan, who had already begun to silently shed tears, could no longer hold back and cried out loud. With the atmosphere at this point, everyone except Zhou Manqing started to wail. The noise was so loud that the nurses at the station heard it, and they quickly called the doctor to come over, preparing to give the patient last-minute emergency care. Chapter 148. Is the land ruined by flooding? Zhou Manqing, who had just checked Grandpa's pulse and found it normal, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the doctors were alarmed, feeling somewhat speechless. Please make way. Please make way. The doctors and nurses squeezed into the crowd, asking unrelated personnel to leave. We need to treat the patient. What are you all crying about? Grandpa frowned and woke up. This must be a brief revival. Mo Jialai supported his girlfriend's shoulder and wept. Jiang Shirwan cried even harder. The others, still bearing sad expressions, looked at Grandpa with uncertainty. Grandpa's complexion was rosy. His voice was strong, completely different from the near-death state he had just been in. This is a brief revival. Everyone twisted their faces, trying to hold back their tears, wanting to leave a warm, final moment for Grandpa. The doctor quickly checked Grandpa again, raising his eyebrows higher. No need for a ventilator, Dr. Qin? A nurse asked. The doctor replied, the patient is in good condition, no need for emergency treatment for now. But they were all crying so much just now. Wasn't the situation critical? A nurse questioned, confused. Really no need. Everyone calm down, the patient is in good condition, the doctor repeated, unable to hold back. Seeing Mo Jialai and the others having expressions that indicated they knew he was just comforting Grandpa Zhou. The patient is really in good condition. After lunch, we will wait until the afternoon when the laboratory opens to do further tests and decide on subsequent treatment. The doctor left, leaving behind a group of relatives who had just been crying. Further treatment? Aunt Wang Er used a tissue to wipe her silly son's nose, catching on to the key point of the doctor's words. Yin Ku also said, we have to wait until the afternoon for normal work to check. Bai Mutong added, so that means the situation is really good? Zhou Manqing was touched that everyone came to visit Grandpa, but this group of people rushed in to give her Grandpa a collective mourning. She couldn't help but roll her eyes to the sky. In the tribe, Xiao Jingling heard the assistant system prompt that the points had been transferred out and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Qing Shun should have enough points to exchange for the urgently needed medicine. The captives from the Linha tribe cleaned up the battlefield under the watch of the Shenmu tribe members, and almost the entire Linha tribe was in disarray. Bodies were to be dragged out on carts for a unified burial, and the craftsmen from the Shenmu tribe had also rushed over with wheels. expecting to finish a few carts by the afternoon. Besides, over 100 tribesmen with various tasks remaining in the mountains and forests. More than 100 ordinary tribesmen returned to their homeland with the craftsmen. Some tribesmen try to find traces of the Shamu tribe at the old site of the Lina tribe, while others helped gather and concentrate various items. And some groups went to check the nearby land. Regardless of when and where, land use was of utmost importance. After lunch, Xiao and Song returned tired. Brother, the remnants of Linha ran away too quickly. I couldn't catch up with Yichuan. Xiao, jingling, nodded. To prevent them from returning, strengthen defenses during this period. Yichuan said, on the way here, I asked Brother Song about the captives, and from what I understand, if the numbers are correct, the second leader took no more than 80 people, so the threat isn't very great. Does the Linha tribe have any alliances with other tribes? Xiao Jingling asked. Yichuan replied, not that I have heard. The Linha tribe seems to have also been defeated and driven out by larger tribes, wandering around. Xiao Jingling nodded. Lunch is still warm. You guys go eat first. Chief, Yichuan hesitated before leaving. What will happen to the captives from Linha? Will they become slaves? Before Xiao Jingling could answer, Xiao and Song lightly tapped Yichuan on the shoulder. Brother our Shamu tribe only has workers, no slaves. What is a worker? It's someone who works every day and earns points based on completion. What are points for? How we solve food. Points can be exchanged for supplies in the tribe. As long as you work, we provide meals. I'm already hungry, come on. Let me show you our tribe's chef's great skills. Xiao Jingling made a note in his notebook. Properly arranged the new captives from the Linha tribe. Back at the former site, the Linha tribe had made too many changes here over the past 6 months, whether it was housing, land, or various supplies, all needed to be collected and redistributed. Chief, several Shamu tribesmen ran over with sad faces. Not good, Chief. What happened? Xiao Jingling asked. Most of the land near the riverbank has been destroyed by the Linha tribe. Yes, they left a layer of standing water on the land. We don't know how to scoop the water out. If the land is flooded, can we still grow food? The tribesmen spoke one after another, and Xiao Jingling distilled the main point. Are you saying that the Linha tribe flooded our land? Yes. Damn Linha tribe. Several Shamu tribesmen pounded their chests in frustration. Xiao Jingling said, the Linha tribe rushed to fight, so they probably didn't have time to destroy the land. Elders will go to check later. You don't need to worry. Just then, Zhou Manqing had sent her friends back to rest, lifting a heavy stone off her heart, and asked him how things were on the Shamu tribe's side. Xiao Jingling then mentioned the flooding of the land. Actually, you don't need to investigate in such a big way. Just ask a few Linha captives, and you'll know. Zhou Manqing suddenly thought of something and quickly wrote, Xiao Jingling, do you remember when I first sent you seeds? I told you that it wasn't suitable to plant rice there? I remember. Rice husking is now the most popular staple food in the Shamu tribe, rice. Zhou Manqing said, if I'm guessing correctly, the Linha tribe flooding the land is likely a preparation for planting rice in the next season. The Shamu warriors who went to gather information quickly returned to report to Xiao Jingling. Chief, the Linha tribesman said that the land by the riverbank is paddy fields, specifically for planting rice. Good, you go find Su Linjian. Have him bring people to record the Linha tribe's rice planting methods in detail. Xiao Jinglin quickly made arrangements. The joy of victory lasted only half a day. By the next day, conflicts began to arise within the tribe, with old and new members of the Shinmu tribe worrying about the distribution of resources upon returning to their homeland, as well as the captives from Linha worrying about their own fates. The tribe had not yet conducted the distribution, and some Shinmu tribe members, relying on their family's power, occupied 2 chief houses and some better houses. Xiao Jinglin's system issued a new task. Subsystem Ding. A new task has been detected for you. Select the new Council of Elders for the Shinmu tribe and complete resource distribution and personnel placement. Reward, 1,000 points. Failure results in no points and no penalties. Zhou Manqing also received an assistance task with a reward of 500 points. She touched her nose, feeling that the system had become quite generous lately, as even relatively routine tasks now offered high points. Was it her illusion? At the same time, Xiao Jinglin also received a letter for help. It was regarding the system task. Chapter 149, Socialism is Great. Regarding the management of the tribe, Xiao Jinglin had seen many different national systems in history, including the initial primitive society, matriarchal society, patriarchal society, and then slavery, small nations, and so on. However, history books only discussed principles and general ideas, without going into detailed operations. The pros and cons of various systems left Xiao Jinglin bewildered. Zhou Manqing said, the current problem is that your tribe has a mixed population. The system's request for the Shenmu tribe to reselect the Council of Elders is essentially to reorganize the entire tribe and stabilize it. Zhou Jinglin agreed. Previously, our tribe used an assessment system, where the outstanding ones obtained the identity of the Shenmu tribe. Now we can continue the assessment system, but after including new members, how to manage them still requires Qing Shen's guidance. If Zhou Jinglin thought for himself, he believed that the feudal system was the best, changing the Council of Elders to a bureaucratic system led by him to make decisions, with the tribe members just needing to follow the decisions. However, the feudal system, from the perspective of history books, had a significant flaw. The strength or weakness of a country depended on the strength or weakness of its ruler. Strong rulers like Emperor Qin Shi Huang could conquer the 6 states and unify the world. Weak rulers, like those at the end of the Song and Qing dynasties, were subservient, endangering not only their own lives but also their tribes. Zhou Manqing frantically searched the forum and finally replied, "You should disperse and reorganize the new and old tribespeople for various tribes. For example, 5 from Shenmu, 1 from Linhe, and 1 from an outside slave. After the personnel are dispersed and reorganized, conduct assessments in small groups. Since they are not from the same ethnic group, there will be no protectionism. If there is internal division, everyone will suffer. Only by working together can they achieve good results in group rankings." Zhou Jinglin quickly figured out the intention behind reorganizing the tribespeople. Zhou Manqing then asked, "Your tribe probably has nearly 1,000 people now, right? The rules for doing things must be clearly established and accepted by everyone so that it can operate in the long term." Qing Shun, what do you think of the feudal system? Zhou Jinglin asked. Zhou Manqing, the term feudal system is outdated and ignorant in modern times. Zhou Jinglin, haven't you studied modern history yet? Zhou Manqing rebutted without hesitation, "No, it's not good." After saying that, she fell into thought. She realized that the emergence and establishment of each system were based on the productivity and social foundation of the time. The Shenmu tribe, relying on her assistance, could not yet produce enough food to support the population's consumption. They still needed craftsmen to make handicrafts in exchange for food as payment. This is an agricultural society, unable to adopt the capitalist model. But reality is reality. She had to first instill her ideals into Zhou Jinglin. "You should check the textbooks I gave you before." "No. Did you leave them in the old tribe?" "I'll have someone run to the bookstore to buy a book on modern history for me. Let me tell you first. In the end, the highest, longest-lasting, and most stable system of social development should be socialism. You previously told me you wanted your tribespeople to be well-fed and clothed. So socialism is definitely the way to go. The value orientation of socialism is to ensure that every citizen under this system can achieve a happy life." Zhou Manqing couldn't help but recite a political segment to Zhou Jinglin, as the memory from her exam was too deeply ingrained. "You have temporarily driven away strong enemies. And after repairing defenses, the focus must be on developing productive forces. With my help, the increasing material and cultural needs of your tribespeople will inevitably conflict with the backward social production. In short, you must never learn the feudal system. If you learn our Huaxia socialism. Truly, whoever uses it benefits, and you've been here, you should know how good our country's system is, right?" Zhou Manqing now felt like a shining red star, directly proposing a method for the construction of the Shenmu tribe. "You should divide into village groups, elect village group leaders, and first follow the village committee model to organize your council of elders. Also adopt the militia system." Zhou Jinglin roughly imagined the socialism Zhou Manqing mentioned, but found it hard to visualize. He decided to study it thoroughly when Qing Shun's book arrived, and then apply it to the construction of the Shenmu tribe. The Shenmu tribe was in dire need of development. Meanwhile, at a riverbank outside the mountains, dozens of escaped Linhe tribespeople were fetching water and cooking. The escape was hasty. With over 50 people, they only had 2 bags of rice, which wouldn't last long. They had to quickly find another tribe to settle down. However, the number of Linhe tribe members was awkward. With so many people, a small tribe would worry they were invaders and would not accept them. There were not enough people even to conquer a small tribe. The second leader washed her face in the river, and the reflection of her delicate face gradually twisted. Hichuan, the second leader's eyes turned red. One of the leaders who had chased him yesterday was her once most favored guard, Hichuan. Hadn't she treated him well enough? The position of guard in the second leader's house was not low. After following her, Hichuan's living conditions were better than those of ordinary Linhe elders. Did he really want to put the entire Linhe tribe in jeopardy just because of his mistake-prone sister? Big brother. The second leader thought of the scene where her big brother was beheaded by Hichuan. If it weren't for Zhao dragging her away, she would have definitely gone up to fight He Chuan. Her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood, but it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. The second leader soaked her bleeding hand in the river water, letting the water wash away the bloodstains. She would return, and she would kill again. She would remember the location of the Shimu tribe. When she returned, she would personally chop off Xiao Jinglin's head. And He Chuan too, the second leader reminded herself. After being confused for several days, the people of the Shinmu tribe were filled with joy. The tribespeople in the mountains locked the tribe's gates and also arrived at the Shimu homeland. After having breakfast, everyone gathered in the open space within the tribe. For this tribal assembly, Zhou Manqing generously sponsored Xiao Jinglin with new equipment, a few fully charged portable speakers, a favorite among modern square dance ladies. The sound was clear and loud, and the battery lasted long. With a small cart or built-in wheels, it was super convenient to take it wherever. After setting up the speakers, Xiao Jinglin turned on the microphone. Silence. Silence. A loud voice emanated from the 4 speakers placed in the corners, startling the tribe's people. This speaker, it's even more powerful than the previous one. It can transmit the chief's voice from such a distance. Xiao Jinglin. After discussions in the old Elder Council, we have decided to officially elect a new Elder Council at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Behind Xiao Jinglin is a wooden sign with a large blackboard hanging from it, where the positions and affiliated tribes of the Elder Council have already been written in chalk. You can go back and think about which tribespeople are usually upright and trustworthy, and which tribespeople have the ability to work and fight for you. The candidates for this Elder Council will not be limited by whether they are new or old members of the Divine Tree Tribe, nor will it be restricted by their backgrounds, whether they are members of the Divine Tree Tribe, former slaves who have come to join us, poor people, or members of the Linha tribe. We have elder positions available for you to run for. The voting elders are temporary elders, and there will be monthly assessments. Those who do not meet the standards will be dismissed, and new elders will be elected. Xiao Jinglin read out the rules established at last night's Elder Council meeting one by one. The tribespeople did not dare to breathe too loudly, fearing they would miss any of the rules. The newly joined tribespeople, even those tied up with the Linha captives, widened their eyes. They also have a chance. Chapter 150. Villager Group. To ensure the election in the afternoon proceeds in an orderly manner, the original elders had already prepared a preliminary assessment. Those who had previously occupied houses by leveraging their family power, as well as those who were known for being deceitful and having poor reputations, were placed on the blacklists of various elders and handed over to Xiao Jinglin. As the tribe leader, Xiao Jinglin has a veto power over the elder elections. With over 1,000 people participating in the election, half a day is not enough to complete it. The preliminary list and then the final list took until the 3rd day to finalize the new Elder Council. Aside from Mu Xuanfang, Qi Hongye, and Uncle Hu, who were elected elders based on their existing prestige, new elders included Ban Mu and Nanxing. The new elders also included Linha representative He Chuan and foreign representative A Man. What surprised Xiao Jinglin was that Elder Chao Tuqiang's interpersonal relationships were actually quite good. He received many votes from the new tribespeople and narrowly joined the Elder Council. Elder Nin gave his vote to his daughter Nanxing, saying he was too old and lacked the energy. Additionally, there were 3 warrior leaders, Xiao Husong, Husan, and Su Linjian, who voluntarily gave up their elder positions. They were centurions in the army and also high-ranking members of the Divine Tree Tribe. Below them were the leaders of various production teams, some of whom also served as elders. Further down were the villager groups, with each group having a villager group leader. Each group consisted of families as the smallest unit. From now on, the tribespeople of the Divine Tree Tribe are officially divided into 3 categories: farmers, militia, and professional warriors. A man dragged her 28-inch suitcase, exchanged at the tribe's supermarket, along with her mother Gully to the wooden house assigned by the tribe. Each villager group consists of about 10 households, with a total of 20 to 30 people. Currently, there is a shortage of housing. One small group shares 3 houses, with several households living together until new houses are built in the tribe, at which point they can exchange work points to move out. Nearly 1,000 tribespeople of the Divine Tree Tribe sent 200 tribespeople back to the mountains to continue maintaining land and housing there. Each quarter, they would rotate with the external villager groups, and those willing to stay in the mountains could remain there long-term after an assessment. The elders would take turns leading teams to the mountains every quarter in pairs. Back to a man's side, the 2 of them had few belongings. They essentially just packed their clothes in the suitcase. A man found a pillar in the house and locked her suitcase to it with a bicycle chain she had exchanged for, drawing envious looks from other tribespeople in the room. Some tribespeople were very happy. Elder a man. Come live with us. We'll benefit from it too. Just call me a man. A man was not yet 15 years old and had only eaten well since arriving at the Divine Tree tribe for a year. Yet she had grown as tall as the adult tribespeople. It was precisely because of her mature appearance, combined with her background as a former slave, that she was able to help the new tribespeople as much as she could, earning her a good reputation and a good temperament, which led everyone to elect her as an elder. I wonder what our group will do, another tribesperson asked. A man temporarily managed various chores, such as repairing the city walls, cleaning the roads, and fire prevention. Those who originally had work positions in the Divine Tree tribe would continue to work as usual for now. Those without positions would work alongside their group members, and whoever performed well in their work would be able to stabilize their position. A man explained. Then, how will the work points be distributed? Didn't you say the group has work points? The first tribesperson asked. A man replied. The group work points are mainly for everyone to follow the rules and respond to various tasks. There's a basic score of 10 points each month, and if someone in the group commits an offense, group points will be deducted. If group members are too lazy, group points will also be deducted. How can we manage if others commit offenses? A man smiled and said, we can supervise each other. If a companion gets too excited, we can advise them. And lazy group members need everyone to motivate them together. As long as we work together, I believe our group can achieve good results. Reward will be distributed based on rankings. All members of the top-ranked groups will receive rewards. It was also during this grouping afternoon that Ali met He Chuan. He Chuan had received news from the tribespeople that there was a woman in the Divine Tree tribe who looked very much like Ali, the former lady of the Grand Chief's mansion. At first, He Chuan could not believe it. His sister had been beaten to miscarriage and expelled from the tribe during the cold, early part of the year. He had gone into the mountains with the Linha tribe twice afterward, but had not found Ali, thinking she had been devoured by wild beasts. After considering it, he thought about the various miraculous objects he had seen in the Divine Tree, such as telescopes that could see kilometers away and walkie-talkies that could communicate over long distances. If Ali was rescued by the Divine Tree tribe, it was indeed possible. When He Chuan arrived, Ali was holding the insulated cup she had exchanged for, thinking about drawing water from the tribe's well. Stone. Ali almost dropped her insulated cup. He Chuan was the last batch of elders elected that morning. She had been absorbed in weaving work and had not gone to see it. She had cast her vote for Mu Xuanfang on the first day. Sister. He Chuan affirmed. Ali was somewhat at a loss, as she had been favored by the Grand Chief, and had not cared for her younger siblings at home, having entered the mansion for over 10 years. When she had a bit of power to leave the mansion, she thought about currying favor with the elders of the Linha tribe to build momentum for her son, Xiao Shan, occasionally thinking of her younger siblings. She did not dare to visit, fearing the First Lady would think she valued her slave siblings and use her family to threaten her. After losing power and being expelled, she had been thinking about her son. Upon hearing the Linha tribe had fallen, she hurriedly followed the Divine Tree tribespeople, wanting to find her son, and searched through the bodies of Linha tribespeople, but found nothing. Now, in this unexpected reunion, Ali did not know how to face her brother and was speechless for a while. He Chuan looked at Ali's rosy complexion and the exquisite cup in her hand, knowing she was doing well. Ah, Stone, you have also submitted to the Divine Tree tribe. Ali, unaware of her brother's situation, adjusted her hair to hide her embarrassment. You've grown so tall. Has Xiao Ran also become a big girl? Sister still cares about his siblings. He Chuan recalled the previous time he had chased the second leader but had not caught up, and that the second young master Xiao Shan had also been taken away by the second leader. He told Ali about this. Ali swayed slightly. Forget it. Forget it. Stone, take me to see Xiao Ran. I heard the tribe will also build a supermarket here. I improved the textile machine and earn a lot of work points. When the time comes, I'll take you all to exchange for supplies. Ali paused for a moment, hurried back into the house, and after a while, she came out holding a small bag of candy. I exchanged this at the supermarket. When you see the supermarket, you'll know it's like a market, but I've never seen such a prosperous market. Hey, why aren't you talking? Try this candy. Isn't it delicious? Let's go deliver it to Xiaoran. She loved sweet things when she was young, but unfortunately, life was tough back then. I remember that time you fought with other kids just to grab a few rusty berries for her. He Chuan stared at the bag in Ali's hand and said softly, if sister wants to see Xiaoran, then let's go. Chapter 151. Preparing to build a new house at the foot of a low mountain outside the Shamu tribe, there was a freshly made earth mound that was still damp, with a small pine tree newly planted on one side. Ali was initially puzzled as to why her brother brought her outside the city, especially since today was the day the tribespeople were moving and temporarily settling down. The further they walked, the more silent He Chuan became. She sensed that something was wrong. This is Shaoran, Hechuan pointed at the small mound. She had bad luck, followed in your footsteps, and ended up in the chief's mansion. It seemed she was set up, lured out of the mansion by a follower, and then encountered the drunken chief, who killed her in a fit of rage. And her body was treated with a punishment of corpse dismemberment. He looked at Ollie, who was covering her mouth and gasping for breath. Sister has been away for so many years. She may have forgotten what Shaoran looks like. Even if you remember, after more than 10 years. The 3 or 4-year-old Shaoran is completely different from the 16-year-old Shaoran. Is it the great lady? Ollie squeezed out this sentence with difficulty from her throat. The Shimu tribe came too quickly. I haven't been able to find the truth. I killed the chief, which can be considered revenge for Shaoran. As for Asom, he is buried with his deceased mother. Only his close friend Sure, he occasionally goes to pay respects. In modern times at the hospital, Dr. Chin, the attending physician, was astonished by the examination results of Ollie's grandfather. He had never seen someone so ill, with bodily functions reversing to their limits, and cancer cells suddenly dying off and returning to the original lesion. Dr. Chin said to Zhou Manqing, "This is not a medical miracle. It's like he took a magical elixir." Zhou Manqing smiled. "The system's medicine is quite good. At least it's not too outrageous in its effects, and it knows to be gradual." Jiang Suan, accompanied by Jiang Jingxing, arrived late for the visit. She chatted with Grandma Zhou in the hospital room. "I'm getting old too. Maybe next time I'll have to ask Jingxing to come see you." "Don't say that. Everyone is healthy," Grandma Zhou quickly replied. Zhou Manqing entered the room and greeted Jiang Suan and the others. "Good, good." Jiang Suan asked, "Which attending physician did you hire?" "It's Dr. Qin Yin," Zhou Manqing replied. "Oh, good, good. I've heard of Qin Yin. His medical skills are top-notch in Engshi," Jiang Suan said with a smile. After bidding farewell to the Jiang family, Zhou Manqing discussed with her grandparents about rebuilding their house in the village. Their old house was a 1.5-story bungalow in the middle, with tiled houses on both sides. One side was a kitchen plus a room, and the other side was a pig pen and dry toilet. The village no longer allowed large-scale pig farming, as buying and selling pork was convenient, but hygiene was hard to manage, and private individuals were almost unwilling to raise pigs. So, the pig pen was cleaned out, half for firewood and half for raising chickens and ducks. The roof of the bungalow was made of precast panels popular in the 1980s, and it was unsafe to build another floor above. Before adding a half floor, it often leaked, and someone always had to be hired to repair the roof. "Then we elderly couple can live in the room next to the kitchen. We can supervise the work," Grandma said. Zhou Manqing nodded. "I'll live near the farmhouse. After all, I need to take care of the business there." Over the past year, the handicrafts and cultural products sold quite well, with high employee bonuses and even higher dividends for her. Unconsciously, her savings had reached 150 million. Building a 3-story Western-style building in the village would cost around 500,000, which was enough. She wanted her grandparents to live in the new house and enjoy life. Another reason was that the Shinmu tribe also planned to reorganize. The houses that were severely damaged in the previous battles and fires were set to be demolished. The chief's and second chief's mansions were built from bricks bought from outside tribes, along with some stones, and it would be a pity to tear them down. The chief's mansion was temporarily occupied by the clan leader, Xiao Jinglin's family, while the second chief's mansion was being remodeled by Xiao Jinglin to become a meeting hall and warehouse for the clan. The Linha tribe originally built mostly low wooden houses that were dark, hard to manage, and prone to bugs and fire. Zhou Manqing planned to replace them all with brick and stone structures. This time, while building her own house, she also wanted to learn more. Moreover, some of the new clansmen who merged into the Shimu tribe were masons from other large tribes, and their building skills were not an issue. Just changing the building materials would make it perfect. The Shimu tribe was still busy measuring land and making plans. Zhou Manqing printed out many layouts of cities and new rural designs to send to Xiao Jinglin for reference. It was essential to tidy up the homeland first. And there was rice. It was the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the perfect time to plant the second crop of rice. Zhou Manqing bought some books on rice cultivation online and sent them to Xiao Jinglin first. The Linha tribe had probably cultivated nearly 100 acres of land, and Zhou Manqing took the opportunity to buy 320 pounds of seed grain when she was free in the city. She planned to send it to the Shinmu tribe for soaking and seedling cultivation in the office of the red brick factory in Shantian County. Factory director Li poured a cup of hot tea for factory director Wang of the tile factory. "Old Li, more than a decade ago when we were all poor, anyone who came here by tiles, I would ask them if they needed bricks and recommend them to buy red bricks from you." Factory director Wang placed the tea aside. He looked at factory director Li sincerely and said, We agreed to recommend each other's businesses. I see that your factory seems to be able to ship out a few trucks of bricks every day. Hey, Director Wang. I've told my employees that for customers buying bricks, we recommend them to go to your place for tiles, Factory Director Li said with a troubled expression. But you also know that now rural houses prefer bungalows, and your tiles really aren't useful for many families. Factory Director Wang sighed. Now, apart from some villages doing old house protection and ordering a bit of green tiles from me, or buying some glazed tiles for their own repairs, our factory really has no business at all. If this continues, we'll have to close down. Factory Director Li comforted him. Times are changing. We can only innovate positively. Here, we also make red bricks and cement bricks. As long as the customers like them, we can produce them. The two factory directors were exchanging grievances when a team leader from the brick factory came to knock on the door. Seeing Factory Director Wang, he could only lean down and whisper in Factory Director Li's ear. What? Factory Director Li was shocked and stood up, hitting his head on the team leader's chin. And both of them exclaimed. Seeing Factory Director Li's delighted expression, Factory Director Wang guessed that he had big clients coming. Factory Director Li invited him to sit, and Factory Director Wang agreed on the surface, but secretly followed behind Factory Director Li and the team leader. I want to see if you, old Li, said anything good for me in front of the clients, Factory Director Wang muttered. In the reception room was Zhou Manqing. Hello, you must be the factory director. Zhou Manqing smiled. Factory Director Li shook hands with Zhou Manqing, feeling puzzled. This young girl, a big order? Did the sales team leader misunderstand? Zhou Manqing said, I heard from the director of your factory that a 300 square meter two-story small building requires about 60,000 bricks, while a 200 square meter one requires 40,000 bricks. Yes, Director Li responded. Zhou Manqing estimated the number of people in the tribe that Xiao Jinglin had predicted and said, if I buy 2 million bricks, can you give me a discount? She calculated based on 300 households, which only accounted for the number of individual houses. Many families live together. There are also soldiers from the Shenmu tribe, and she suggested that Xiao Jinglin first build ordinary two-story buildings and, once skilled, prepare to build dormitories. 2 million. Director Li nearly lost his balance on the sofa. Chapter 152. It's addictive to milk the sheep. Yes, 2 million. Zhou Manqing confirmed again. Director Li couldn't help but ask, are you building a factory or a tourist area that needs so many bricks? Zhou Manqing replied, let's do some ancient-style architecture. Director, if you're not at ease, I can pay a deposit first. Let's discuss the discount. She had also discussed the building structure with Xiao Jinglin and decided to go with the wooden house style, specifically a regular sloped roof house, to be tiled later. The roads in the Shenmu tribe are muddy, so it's unrealistic to lay tiles for bungalows. The Moke City area has relatively mature brick and tile manufacturing technology. And if there are any problems, the Shenmu tribe can self-inspect and repair. Meanwhile, most of the manpower needs to solve the planting issues. So building houses can only proceed slowly. As long as the foundation is well laid and the walls are built, living for 50 years wouldn't be a problem. She planned to look for traditional blue tiles for roofing. Xiao Jinglin plans to trade with other tribes in the future, before achieving absolute strength. The houses should be practical and not too luxurious to avoid attracting envy. Director Wang, who was eavesdropping cautiously outside the reception room window, became excited upon hearing that the client wanted to build ancient-style architecture. He deliberately knocked on the door and walked in, saying, oh, old Li, please pay attention to my tile factory. I'm getting ready to leave. You said you have a tile factory? Seeing the brick factory director hesitating over the discount, Zhou Manqing naturally struck up a conversation with Director Wang. Wang suppressed his excitement and said, yes, we mainly produce blue tiles and glazed tiles. Zhou Manqing exclaimed, oh, I was just looking for a tile factory to order tiles. Can you stay and tell me about your products? If they're suitable, I might buy a batch. Director Wang gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, realizing that in business, one must seize opportunities. After negotiating business with the two directors, they both paid a 20 deposit, and the total for bricks and tiles would be around 30 million. Since Zhou Manqing required a large quantity, production would take time, and the directors agreed on a schedule to deliver the bricks in batches when she needed them. Zhou Manqing checked her bank card balance and felt that buying this amount might be a bit precarious for her 100 million savings. Feeding 500 people and feeding 1,000 people actually doesn't differ much. The Shenmu tribe could be self-sufficient most of the time. However, once infrastructure development begins, expenses become very high. Zhou Manqing briefly explained to Xiao Jinglin, who suggested that modern bricks could be entrusted to her for safekeeping. As the Shenmu tribe planned to go to Moke City to buy some bricks and tiles, Xiao Jinglin said. The cane sugar we made with Qing Shin's guidance was very popular. We should be able to exchange it for a lot of bricks and tiles this time. He said this deliberately. Zhou Manqing understood immediately. Yes, she could take modern items to Xiao Jinglin and profit from the price difference in Moke City. In the end, whether she exchanged antiques to sell and used the money to buy supplies for the tribe or directly swapped for materials there, it would be much more cost-effective than spending money outright here. It's addictive to milk the sheep. Zhou Manqing thought, sorry, Moke City Lord, we're coming to play with you again. Hearing Zhou Manqing's thoughts, Xiao Jinglin fully agreed. Moreover, Moke City has 2-story houses. Last time, we built a single-story bungalow in the woods. This time, we should strive to invite the craftsmen from Moke City to build houses together, aiming to construct the high-rise buildings that Qing Shin mentioned. Xiao Jinglin was particularly interested in the collective dormitories Zhou Manqing proposed, especially for the military, which requires eating and living together to train a high level of tacit understanding and strengthen loyalty to the tribe. He planned to organize the clansmen to build residential houses first, and then dormitories, ensuring that not a single brick or tile provided by Qing Shin goes to waste. By the way, the system points have also been credited. If you plan to lead the team yourself, you can exchange for system space. Storing bricks and tiles in space would be much more convenient than moving them yourself, Zhou Manqing said. She checked the system store, and 3 cubic meters of personal space only requires 200 points. Each expansion costs at least 20 points, increasing the space area by 10 cubic meters. Spending 600 points can get a super large space of over 300 cubic meters, which should be enough to store the bricks and tiles from Moke City. Moreover, if Xiao Jinglin leads the team, he can also pass supplies to her for temporary storage, and when he returns to the Shimu tribe, she can send them back, acting as a transit station without waiting for Xiao Jinglin to refuse. Zhou Manqing transferred the 500 points that Xiao Jinglin had just earned for completing the tribe relocation task back to him, adding 200 points. Xiao Jinglin actually didn't fully understand the significance of the personal space. He exchanged for the initial 3 cubic meters of space, as Zhou Manqing suggested, and expanded it to 303 cubic meters. He had some books on hand. Following the operation manual provided by the system, he silently placed the books into the space. The pile of books immediately disappeared, just like when he transferred items to Qing Shin before. Xiao Jinglin said to the subsystem, "Open the space." A semi-transparent screen appeared before him, similar to the surveillance he had watched with Zhou Manqing in modern times, showing the pile of disappeared books. Xiao Jinglin went outside, looked at the chickens and ducks he raised, and silently thought to collect them. The chickens and ducks maintained their position before disappearing into the space. System ding. Time inside the space is static. Living things entering will not change. Xiao Jinglin. If time is static, will they die? System ding. No. You can take them out again for comparison. Xiao Jinglin quickly thought to release the chickens and ducks. When released, the chickens and ducks initially remained in the positions they were in before being captured, but the next second, they started hopping around, looking for food. Xiao Jinglin shared his novel experience with Zhou Manqing. Zhou Manqing said, "That's great. This way, in summer, you can store meat, and when you want to eat, just take it out to prevent spoilage. It's the most convenient to transfer grain during harvest. And also, next time if you hunt a tiger or bear, you won't have to carry it." Xiao Jinglin smiled wryly. "Unless necessary, I don't plan to let the clansmen know for now. They rely too much on me." Which isn't good. A strict clan leader, Zhou Manqing thought to herself. At this moment, she was curled up on the sofa in the farmhouse's office, browsing Taobao. She was looking for inexpensive items. If it were winter, she could stock up on Yumyajing again. She needed to find something light, practical, and effective immediately. Something that everyone could accept, preferably products that had already taken advantage of past caravans. Zhou Manqing felt a headache coming from all the thinking, so she went to the bathroom to wash her face, and her gaze fell on the soap and hand sanitizer on the sink. Soap. This is great. Lightweight. Practical. Very effective. Laundry soap hasn't washed the clothes yet. It's not as easy to fade as laundry powder. The color-fixing technology of ancient fabrics isn't as good as modern ones. Using laundry powder or liquid improperly can easily lead to fading, which looks worse. Zhou Manqing happily added 50 boxes of soap and laundry soap to her cart, and after thinking about it, she bought another 50 boxes of sulfur soap. When she returned to her room, she saw the ceramic jar that Xiao Jinglin had given her before for holding wine. A container. Zhou Manqing felt like a genius. She had seen gold and silver wine cups during her visits, symbols of noble status. So why not a glass wine cup? Xiao Jinglin mentioned that glass was difficult to produce in their area. Before the Shimu tribe, built houses using window glass. She could fiercely provide the nobles of Moke City with a supreme luxury, glass wine cups. Chapter 153. Does the Shamu tribe have its own exams? The weather was clear, and Amon's mother, Gully, began her day's work. She wore the tribe's work uniform, a light blue fabric, with both men and women dressed in tops and bottoms. Most tribe members worked in the fields. Men often wore long pants, while women would wrap a skirt of varying lengths over their pants according to personal preference. Such clothing that covered the body was something only the elders and leaders could afford to wear during her time as a slave in the Hongsher tribe. She heard that before leaving, the tribe leader sent several bags of rope called elastic bands to the textile team, along with some paper patterns blessed by the green god. The textile team was researching how to add elastic bands to the hems of pants and waistbands. It was said that the new pants, once completed, could be rolled up to the knees without falling down. Next month, they would allow work points to be exchanged. She planned to buy a pair to try. It was inconvenient when the ropes tied around the pant legs sometimes fell off. The tribe originally had a natural large well, but now, with more people, they built several water tanks, using pumps to draw water daily. Gully carried a plastic basin to the nearest water tank to fetch water for washing. After washing up, Gully glanced at the sky, took out her lunchbox, and hurried to the cafeteria. Since the houses had not yet been rebuilt, the Shamu tribe had chosen 2 larger wooden houses, one in the east, to serve as the cafeteria. Gully went to the east cafeteria. At this time, there was no long line. Gully handed over her work points book. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there was a small table where a tribe member marked a diagonal line in a small box on the first page of her work points book. Today's breakfast was 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. Is that enough? Yes, that's enough. Gully treasured her work points book. Every tribe member in the Shamu tribe had a work points book. Each production team had its own stamp, with different designs and generally ranging from 1 to 5 work points, stamped daily based on the tribe member's work. Tribe members could use their work points book to purchase items in the cafeteria, supermarket, and other communal areas, and once used, they had to mark it off. The stamps and ink of the teams were specially made, making it difficult for individuals to imitate. Those with such skills might as well join the craftsman team, which currently had the highest technical requirements and distributed the most work points. Gully, you're here too. A tribe member greeted her, a fellow member of the same production team. Kashyong. It was quite early, around 6 o'clock. Gully glanced at the clock hanging in the cafeteria. Every public area had such a large clock, and everyone had gotten used to checking the time before starting work to plan their next actions. For example, while eating breakfast, checking the cafeteria's clock would indicate whether they needed to finish quickly to start work or if they had time to tidy up their houses. Kashyong bought buns together with Gully, and they stood by the roadside eating breakfast. I heard your son went out with the tribe leader? Kashyong said. The tribe leader took a group of warriors to exchange supplies, reportedly for bricks. Kashyong kicked the wooden wall beside them. I think this wooden house is quite nice. We used to sleep with cattle and sheep, and now we have thick wooden walls. Kashyong was a slave bought back by the Shamu team, and after passing the assessment, he became a member of the tribe and regained his freedom. The tribe leader has his reasons for doing this, Gully said. With over 30 people, how many bricks can they bring back? I heard from everyone that it should be for building houses for the elders. Kashyong didn't yet know what it meant to have a decent place to live. However, in recent days, he had overheard other tribe members discussing it, with a hint of sourness in his tone that he himself did not notice. Gully took a sip of soy milk, remaining silent. A child ran over excitedly, and Gully, worried about the child falling, reminded, "Don't run too fast. Be careful." A half-grown boy stopped and looked at her, Aunt Gully, who Lu was already 14 years old, but unfortunately had not yet grown much, looking like a child. "Oh, it's the little inventor," Kashyong teased, mentioning that Hulu's last invention, the sulfur bag, had made a significant contribution during the siege, and the whole tribe was talking about it. Hulu shyly touched his nose, still flushed with excitement. "What are you so happy about?" Gully asked. Hulu replied, "I came to the East cafeteria to find my mom. We made tofu according to the Green God's recipe." Hulu's mother was the tribe's chef, Dong-e. Tofu. I've never had it, but before the siege, the Green God once held a banquet for the army, and the soldiers praised that dish endlessly. Yes, if we can make it consistently, once my mom researches the method, the cafeteria can have new dishes. Hulu dashed into the cafeteria like the wind. Gully and Kashyong exchanged glances, both unable to hide their happiness. There will be good food in the cafeteria? Xiao Lu, you're just in time. Come help me see this character. Does it read Tian Orda? Uncle, who was also helping his wife maintain order in the cafeteria. And there weren't many people at this time. uncle who held a small early childhood literacy card in his large hand. The elders and various small leaders had added a literacy test to their monthly assessments. Those who failed would have to retake it within a deadline, and if they failed again, they would have to regretfully step down. For people like Uncle Hu and Chi Hongye, who only liked to wield guns and sticks, sitting their learning characters was more uncomfortable than leading a team to hunt tigers. Where's my mom? Hu Lu waved his hand. He had important matters to discuss with her. Every day you come back to find your mother, or you go to the craftsman team to find Ban Mu. Can't you manage your own dad? Uncle Hu roared. Xing City, a Western restaurant, Mu Zhengyue brought his daughter Zhou Sima to sample new dishes. Their identification cards and household registration had all been changed to the Zhou surname, and Zhou Sima brainwashed herself into thinking she was just taking her mother's surname. Mu Zhengyue was almost always accommodating to Zhou Sima's requests. Leveraging Mu Zhengyue's influence, Zhou Sima smoothly joined her mother's company's board of directors, participating in high-level decision-making. Although she didn't understand business, she wouldn't give random orders, serving more as a mascot and getting along relatively well with the company's upper management. The waiter brought out the last two dishes, braised ox tongue and T-bone steak. Zhou Sima was 6/10 full and decided not to eat anymore, wanting to maintain her figure. She picked up her small bag to go wash her hands. Upon returning, she was blocked by a young man. Oh, Zhou Sima. She coldly looked at the person. Charlie Smith. When she was in trouble, he had staged a debt collection drama as the son of a foreign rich businessman. She had mentioned this matter to Mu Zhengyue, who investigated for a while and discovered that the Charlie family was indeed in financial trouble. But the debt collection incident Zhou Sima encountered at their home was fake, an act staged by Charlie and his father to get rid of her. The father and son went bankrupt in overseas business and tried to turn their fortunes around by trading stocks, but ended up losing even more. They escaped to China in an attempt to deceive a few wealthy girls for money. She is the wealthy girl who was targeted earlier. Sima, Charlie's blue eyes, which were filled with affection even when looking at a dog, were now fixed on Zhou Sima. Chapter 154. Is the Xinmu tribe's cultural creation collapsing? Zhou Sima's hand itched a bit, wanting to slap someone. Every day without you, I toss and turn. I can't help thinking about you. Would you give me a chance? Before Charlie could finish his words, Zhou Sima called the waiter. This gentleman is harassing me. Charlie couldn't believe it. Zhou Sima was a VIP at the restaurant, and all the staff recognized her face. Upon hearing this, the waiter quickly called security, and a group of polite yet firm individuals escorted Charlie out. Mu Zhengyue was also startled by the commotion. Dad, that person is Charlie Smith, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Zhou Sima put on a wronged expression. You did the right thing, Sima. Don't let those who bully you go easily. Zhou Sima nodded gloomily. Now that she had some free time, it was time to confront ZhouManqing. Soon, a blogger posted on a certain social media platform, saying that after buying cultural products from the Xinmu tribe company for their child, the child developed itchy, red skin and was taken to the hospital, where it was said they had come into contact with items containing excessive plasticizers. Another blogger shared that their child loved the Xinmu tribe's cultural products and insisted on buying them every time. As a result, the little girl experienced precocious puberty and got her period at the age of 6. The post showcased the daughter's blood-soaked children's underwear and a diagnosis that, at first glance, looked like it came from a doctor. Children are the bottom line. The post struck a chord with a large number of netizens, and that day, it garnered over 100,000 shares and views. The situation escalated too quickly. The sight of a 6-year-old girl with suspected menstrual blood-soaked underwear was particularly eye-catching. Several bloggers continued to submit articles to various online media and public accounts. That night, the hashtag Xinmu Tribe Company cultural products suspected excess plasticizers causing child precocity topped the trending searches. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The marketing department of Xinmu Tribe was located in the factory, and when they discovered the public opinion, the comments section of Xinmu Tribe's official account was filled. Excess plasticizers? I checked the cultural product I bought. Doesn't it only say it's not suitable for children under 4 years old? But they didn't say it can be used by those over 4. Doghead. I suggest relevant departments quickly investigate. That 6-year-old girl who got her period is too pitiful. Earlier, some media uncovered the response letter from the Ungshi Supervision Administration. It has an official seal, authentic. The official account was operated by the company. And when ZhouManqing received the news from the strict side, she was still a bit confused. The cultural products used PVC material, and plasticizers were indeed used during the manufacturing process. But the dosage and raw materials during the research and development phase were strictly in accordance with national standards. The sales interface and product descriptions included precautions against washing with hot water. Did that precocious child take hot baths every day with the cultural products? Even if they did, the dosage would be very minimal. Zhou Manqing's first reaction was that the blogger might have bought a counterfeit. Yin Ku said that they had already sent a situation report. They were still in contact with the parties involved to verify whether the blogger bought the genuine product, but the response letter was completely misleading. Just like when the public calls 110, the police must respond whenever a report is made, and the Supervision Administration must open a case for investigation upon receiving a report. Yin Ku helplessly said that someone must be working against them from behind. Zhou Manqing drove to the factory and worked with the marketing department on how to write a statement. Let's also post our inspection report showing that our products meet the standards, with confidential parts blacked out. Yin Ku was quite professional and proposed some key evidence. The statement from Xinmu Tribe Cultural Products was quick and detailed, rebutting and providing evidence against every smear in public opinion, and stated that they would actively communicate with the regulatory authorities and also verify the situation with the previous blogger. The next day, the Regulatory Bureau arrived at the Xinmu Tribe Cultural Products Factory, randomly sampled products for testing, and announced the inspection results that afternoon. Xinmu Cultural Products plasticizers met national standards. Thank you. We will definitely continue to work hard and create more value for society. Zhou Manqing hung up the phone. This time, the department responded quickly, not only because of the online public opinion, but also due to Xinmu Cultural Products' proactive donations during last year's flood, which helped resolve many employment issues for the public. The company's image has always been good in the local area. The higher-ups did not want such a positive, sunny, and philanthropic enterprise to be casually smeared. The call Zhou Manqing just received was from the county's responsible person. They said they would also help to refute the rumors about Xinmu Tribe Cultural Products on the county's public account. This wave of public opinion ended with the blogger deleting their account and disappearing without a trace. Netizens discussed it endlessly. Overnight, several media outlets reported issues with Xinmu Cultural Products, but once Xinmu Tribe Company issued a statement, the blogger vanished without a trace. They were simply being used as a pawn. It is impossible to say that there is no capital force behind it. Zhou Manqing was still pondering what unknown enemy had targeted her company when she received an invitation to a variety show. The Xinmu Tribe movie went viral on short video platforms. Zhou Manqing's previous role as the antagonist in Tianjia Has a Daughter became popular again. Coupled with this public opinion, astute netizens discovered that the largest shareholder of Xinmu Cultural Products was Zhou Manqing. The local area supported Xinmu Cultural Products and listed various contributions the company had made to local development. Also, around this time last year, there was black material about Zhou Manqing being bullied on set. Zhou Manqing had too many topics surrounding her, and appearing on a variety show would definitely be effective. This variety show is similar to group variety shows. Previously, farming variety shows had become a hit, and Langwatai was also eyeing this big cake. They invited male and female actors and ordinary people, using the return to simplicity and nature as a gimmick, in addition to creating an ideal pastoral life. They would deliberately set up conflicts to provoke friction among guests. Those who participated, though not necessarily achieving stardom, would at least have good topic potential for a certain period. It could be said that it was hard to get a spot. Zhou Manqing agreed to think about it. When her character became popular, many talent agencies extended olive branches. But Zhou Manqing had not signed with any good company since she was busy with her entrepreneurial endeavors. Now she had one foot in the entertainment industry and one foot in the business world, while secretly managing a tribe with thousands of people. Joining a talent agency would be too limiting. She decided to look for a manager for herself and establish a personal studio. Hundreds of miles away from the Xinmu tribe, Xiao Jingling led nearly 30 warriors, driving a cart to a super large tribe comparable to Moku City, near the Thunder tribe. Departing from the old road of the Xinmu tribe, the Thunder tribe was much closer than Moku City. The cart was modified by craftsmen from the Xinmu tribe, adding a wooden shed on top of the flatbed, with a door at the front to shield the goods from the wind and rain. Most of the goods were actually in Xiao Jingling's space, and the cart was mostly filled with empty boxes and provisions for the group. As soon as Xiao Jingling said to rest on the spot, the warriors tiredly sat on the ground. "Brother, the trade at the Thunder tribe is notoriously tough in our area. Can we really sell our goods at a good price to these shrewd tribesmen?" Xiao Hasong was a bit worried. Chapter 155, a difficult request, seeking votes in the Xinmu tribe. Everyone has exchanged a lot of goods from the tribe's supermarket for labor points. Many items have been used for so long that they have forgotten the initial sense of amazement and have become commonplace. The tribe only requires 5 labor points for soap, which Xiao Hasong has long gotten used to. Xiao Jingling smiled slightly. It had been a long time since Xiao Hasong had seen his elder brother smile like this. Usually, when Xiao Jingling smiled this way, It meant he had some unfriendly ideas. Hussein, Amon, come over here, Zhou called to the two people not far away. Amon was now a tall young man. Perhaps due to his ancestral origins, having fled from the northern grasslands, Amon's eyes were deep set, and his nose was high. The more he grew, the less he resembled the people of the southern tribes. Zhou whispered to Amon and Hussein about something. The more they listened, the wider their eyes grew. Amon hesitated and said, "Leader, if I do this, I really won't get beaten, right?" "This is a bag of gold," Zhou said, patting Hussein, "and you're the leader of the guards." Amon glanced at the muscular Hussein and felt slightly reassured. That afternoon, a young man from a distant big family, accompanied by several guards, swaggered into the largest and brightest shop on the street of the Thunder Tribe. Amon recalled the imposing presence of those big families in the Hongshe tribe and walked in front with his chin slightly raised, casting sidelong glances at others. "I heard you were the best merchants in the entire tribe, with all sorts of good things." Hussein played the role of a sycophant to the best of his ability. The shopkeeper of the Thunder Tribe was a plump woman. Seeing that the newcomers were well-dressed and the fabrics were fine, she knew they were distinguished guests. The shopkeeper, Xiao Nyang, quickly called for the errand boy to serve tea, warmly asking, "Yes, what would the distinguished guests like to buy? Just tell us, we have it all." Hussein shouted, "Good, good, good. Bring a piece of soap." "Soap?" Xiao Nyang laughed awkwardly. "I don't know if the soap you're talking about is edible or for use. Perhaps we don't call it that here." By now, a crowd had gathered around the shop to watch the excitement. Xiao Nyang was not an ordinary person. Her family had been in business for generations and was a well-known wealthy household in the tribe. The tribe's leader had always wanted to take her as a partner. But Xiao Nyang was not interested in matters of children and marriage. One was always pursuing, while the other was always rejecting. As a result, Xiao Nyang was now in her 30s and still unmarried, because other suitors had also been chased away by the tribe's leader. Now, these outsiders looked wealthy and arrogant. If they were sensible, it would be fine. What if they caused trouble? The onlookers showed expressions of watching a show, as the tribe's leader would soon be coming over. Hussein glanced around with peripheral vision, since the shop had 2 large windows on the wall. It was intended to allow more light into the shop and to let passersby see the variety of goods inside at a glance. Now it instead allowed passersby to watch the excitement. That was the effect they wanted. Amon let out a contemptuous snort. The sound was not loud, but it ensured that everyone present could hear it. Hussein explained, "Soap is definitely something that has a fragrance for use. It can be used for washing hands, bathing, or cleaning hair. After using it, you feel clean and leave a hint of fragrance, hence the name soap. Such a magical product. We indeed do not have it here." Xiao Nyang generously admitted, "Next time our merchant caravan goes out, we will definitely look into this soap and strive to ensure that guests can buy soap when they come in the future." Amon snorted again and turned to leave, deliberately saying as he walked, "I heard that the tribe that makes soap is in the south, so I came all the way looking for it." As a result, the so-called largest trading tribe in this area, the Thunder Tribe, does not even have in the biggest shop, nor have I even heard of it. Sigh. Amon's sarcastic demeanor made it so that if it weren't for the tall and strong guards by his side, the errand boy and manager in Xiao Nyang's shop would have wanted to come up and beat him. "Hey!" Xiao Nyang stopped her subordinates and chose the most inconspicuous errand boy, quietly instructing, "Money, you go follow them." Next, Amon and his group found a few larger shops. "What's soap?" "It's that soap that can be used for bathing and washing clothes. It can clean off dirt completely." "You don't know? What does it look like?" "It's less than half the size of my palm, like a lump of clay, small enough to carry in your pocket, and becomes slippery only when it encounters water. There's also a yellow one called sulfur soap, if you have itching or oily face during the change of seasons. Washing with this will fix it immediately. Is it really that magical? Too bad you don't have it here." After visiting several shops, a crowd of tribesmen followed to watch. By the time the errand boy, Xiao Nyang sent to report back arrived, almost half of the Thunder Tribe knew that outsiders were seeking a magical product called soap but could not find it. The Thunder Tribe already made a living from trade, and news spread the fastest. In a short time, merchants of all sizes were privately inquiring about this soap. It could cleanse the face, be used for bathing, washing hair, washing clothes, and even had certain medicinal effects. It was solid and easy to carry. This was simply a godsend, trading treasure. Money briefly mentioned the whereabouts of the outsiders and finally said they have asked in several shops on the street, but none of the owners have soap for sale. Xiao Nyang rested her chin on her hand, sitting at an angle, pondering for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "This person is quite clever." "Huh?" Money was confused. Xiao Nyang smiled lightly and remained silent, raising everyone's curiosity. If it weren't for the fact that the soap was truly extraordinary, it was possible that the seller of the soap was related to the outsiders. The Thunder Tribe was the largest trading tribe nearby. Xiaonyang thought. If it were a southern product, they shouldn't have never even heard of it. At this time, the tribe leader Lei Etian also arrived at the shop. Xiaonyang, where are those troublemaking outsiders? I'll take care of them for you. What trouble? Who is idly gossiping over there? Xiaonyang reproached. She was actually quite pleased that Lei Etian was so concerned about her, but she really did not want to have children. Carrying a child was not only a physical burden, but also prevented her from trading freely. Giving birth was fraught with risks. Her niece was deceived by a young boy in the tribe at the age of 15, and during childbirth, both mother and child died, wasting all her years of effort. Yes, the dignified leader of the Zheng family's merchant caravan, Zheng Xiaonyang, was unwilling to partner with Lei Etian solely to avoid having children. She and Lei Etian had known each other since childhood and had a deep relationship. Her only condition was not to have children after marriage, which Lei Etian could not accept. However, it didn't matter. The tribe leader of the Thunder Tribe was elected every 3 years, and soon it would be time to elect a new leader. By then, she would become the tribe leader, marry Lei Etian, and lock him in a backyard for a year and a half. Surely he would understand why she didn't want children. Seeing that Xiaonyang was not angry, Lei Etian guessed that the situation was not that serious, but seeing the errand boy's dissatisfied face, he suspected that the outsider had still put Xiaonyang in a difficult position. Lei Etian asked, "Where are the outsiders now?" "What? Do you want to chase away customers?" "That won't do. Being in business requires good relations," Xiaonyang said. The errand boy, Money, feeling the pressure from the tribe leader, quietly said at the Lei restaurant, "Good, good, good." Lei Etian rubbed his hands and rushed to his shop to cause a scene. Chapter 156. Is soap worth its weight in gold? Lei's restaurant attracted a crowd, and a group of chefs wielding large spoons, after Oman, made some sharp comments. "You say my skills are lacking." The chef had a rare, plump physique for the tribe, casually draping his shirt, exposing his furry round belly. With a face full of flesh, his eyes widened, making him appear even more fierce. Oman pulled Hussein closer to him and cleared his throat. "It's not that your skills are lacking, but rather your tribe uses too few seasonings, making the dishes lack flavor." The chef laughed instead of getting angry. "Seasonings? Do you know that the price of salt used in cooking is more expensive than gold? No restaurant would dare to use as much salt as we do. The dishes couldn't be saltier than plain water. Who comes to eat here without praising it and wanting to return? Talking more is pointless. Talking more is pointless." Hussein took out a pack of 13 spices and said, "If you sprinkle some of this on the meat and steam it for a while, you'll see we speak the truth." When Lei Etian, the chief of the Thunder Tribe, arrived, his family's restaurant was already surrounded by people. A strange aroma wafted from inside the restaurant. When did their chef come up with a new dish? Why didn't he consult him first? Pushing through the crowd of onlookers, the initially imposing Lei Etian just wanted to cover his face and leave. The clever girl who came with him was laughing so hard she covered her face with a cloth. A few outsiders placed a small piece of gold on the table to settle the bill and headed for the door. However, several chefs and waitstaff were half lying on the ground, clinging to the outsiders' legs, pleading for something, making it impossible for them to move. Upon seeing the chief, the lead chef stood up, clapping his knees. "Chief." Oman and the others heard the chef's address and silently looked at the chief of the Thunder Tribe and the shop owner they had met before. "Is it that effective?" Even the chief was alerted. Hussein whispered excitedly to Oman. Oman replied, "Let's finish the act first. You must be the chief of the Thunder Tribe." Oman stepped forward, saying, "The chef in this restaurant wants to buy seasonings from me, but these seasonings were hard for me to procure, and there isn't much. Could you tell me where you bought them?" As they entered the restaurant, the aroma of meat mixed with a unique fragrance became even more pronounced, making Lei Etian feel an impulse to snatch a few bites of leftover food from the table. "There's a tribe in the south that I heard would be trading around this time. I thought your tribe was the largest, so they would surely come, but I haven't seen them yet." Oman shook his head and sighed. "Why not let the guests stay in our tribe for a few days? If a merchant caravan really comes, we should be able to meet them," the clever girl suggested. Oman and Hussein exchanged glances and agreed. Fortunately, they had walkie-talkies. Otherwise, staying in the Thunder Tribe would mean losing contact with the chief. Staying here is fine. They initially planned to complete their mission and then hide far away. They wouldn't be able to enter the tribe with the Shinmu team and would have to endure the elements outside. Hiding in their room, Oman quickly contacted Xiao Jingling. Now the entire Thunder Tribe was seeking to buy soap and seasonings. The Shinmu caravan could appear at any moment. When Xiao Jingling and the Shinmu team entered the Thunder Tribe with their cart, thanks to the marketing groundwork laid by Oman and others. As soon as they announced the name of the Shinmu tribe at the city gate, the eyes of the Thunder Tribe's people focused on them. The Thunder Tribe charged merchants an entry tax per head. After paying with gold, The guards handed each of them a specially made wooden token to hang around their necks for trading in the Thunder Tribe, with the reputation of the soap preceding them. As soon as the Shenmu tribe entered the Thunder Tribe, they were surrounded by a crowd of errand runners and tribespeople, unable to move forward. The errand runners were dispatched by the Thunder Tribe and various shops operating in the Thunder Tribe, specifically waiting at the entrance for any merchant caravan that might belong to the Shenmu tribe. Some of the tribespeople were small traders from the Thunder Tribe, hoping to see if they could catch the Shenmu caravan that was said to be passing through recently. Surrounded by a group of unfamiliar tribespeople, with envious eyes on the cart behind them, Xiao and Song felt a bit pressured. The promotional effect of Oman and their team exceeded expectations. Some errand runners quickly went to notify the shop owners, while some bold Thunder tribespeople asked, "Are you the Shenmu tribe? Do you really have that soap that can wash hands, faces, and even for laundry?" Xiao and Song twitched their lips. Their older brother's advertising slogan seemed to have been memorized by the customers first. Xiao jingling nodded, seemingly unaffected by the throngs of onlookers. The Shenmu team, seeing the chief remain calm, also settled down. The driver from the Shenmu tribe comforted the horses pulling the cart. Soon, the chief of the Thunder Tribe personally came to clear the way. "Don't block the road. Those wanting to see the soap's effects. Go with the Shenmu tribe to the clever girl's shop." Bias towards the clever girl. "Why not go to my shop?" A big merchant who had a good relationship with Chief Lei Yiqian joked, half envious. "If your shop had windows as big as the clever girl's for everyone to gather around, why not go there?" Lei Yiqian teased. Before he could say where they were heading, the other chief had already helped them determine the destination. The chief of the Thunder Tribe was quite assertive, and Xiao Jingling had a preliminary understanding of him. He did not refute Lei Yiqian's words, and, after exchanging names, they headed to the clever girl's shop together. The clever girl had already prepared, ordering a few buckets of clean water and some dirty clothes, setting up a stand at the entrance of the shop. "Is there really that soap? I usually wash my face with rice washing water, and it works just fine," the onlooking tribespeople discussed. "You live in a big household, so you can have rice occasionally. We wash our hair with plant ash, and it cleans well, though it initially makes a bit of a mess." "Oh, you haven't seen it yet. I saw the clever girl have an errand runner smear some pig oil on a piece of clothing. What a waste. It would be better to use it for soup." Xiao Jingling and the others prepared 3 types of soap: ordinary soap, sulfur soap, and laundry soap. The clever girl first called over an errand runner who had just gotten their hands dirty on the road, and, following the methods described by the Shenmu tribe, soaked their hands in water to wet them, then took the soap in the box and rubbed it on their hands. Everyone held their breath and watched as the errand runner dipped their hands back into the wooden basin, alternating between them while rubbing. The clear water in the basin became slightly murky, but the errand runner's hands were now clean. The errand runner thought that clear water could wash away dirt, so they grabbed some weeds nearby and rubbed them on their hands to show everyone their hands covered in grass juice. "This is hard to wash off." "Yeah, pulling weeds leaves those green stains on your hands for days." The errand runner went to try the soap, and to their surprise, after rubbing their hands, the grass juice was washed away. Then there were clothes smeared with pig oil and stained with fruit juice. The tribespeople of the Thunder Tribe began to believe it a little. An old tribesman with unkempt hair rushed forward, saying, "I haven't cleaned my face for over a month. If this can clean mine, I will swear by this soap." A few tribespeople at the shop in trance stepped back, as the old tribesman carried a pungent odor that hit everyone. Xiao Jingling made a gesture inviting them to proceed. Chapter 157. Be a supreme noble, use glass wine cups. The Thunder tribespeople watched in shock as the old tribesman used the soap to wash his hair and face, even taking off his shirt to reveal layers of dirt on his chest, applying soap all over himself. The clever girl's buckets of water were used up completely. When that untidy man wiped his face with the wet coat he had just washed with laundry soap, the crowd was shocked. This was hardly an old man, but rather a young man with a fairly decent appearance. After wiping off the dirt, his face looked quite fair. Someone recognized him as Jiang Biting, who had previously suffered business setbacks and lost his family's fortune wandering around. He had not taken care of himself for over a month, which must have been a heavy blow. This soap was surprisingly magical. After washing, his face appeared several shades lighter. The foul smell was gone, indeed showing its deodorizing effect. "Not sure about the price. I want to buy some for my little girl. She is particularly unwilling to wash her hair with plant ash." In the excited crowd, Xiao Jingling bowed to Lei Yiqian. "Would the clan leader be willing to discuss the soap business with our tribe?" "I would be more than happy to," Lei Yiqian replied, suppressing his surprise. Zhou Manqing had been busy these days with the public relations of the Shenmu tribe company and the sudden surge in orders. When she finally had time to ask Xiao Jingling about the situation, she was shocked. "All the soap sold out? The sulfur soap is also sold out." But the laundry soap didn't sell well. The soap was exchanged for gold, and the Lay Thunder tribe had accumulated wealth over generations to afford it. However, the laundry soap was rarely consumed by them. Aside from the large merchant caravans, they seldom had meat or wild fruits and had low requirements for cleaning power. Zhou explained. What about the glass wine cups I gave you? Zhou Manqing asked. Zhou replied. Just the soap has nearly emptied the Lay Thunder tribe's treasury. The glass wine cups are meant to be sent to Moke City. It's about a 2-day journey from the Lay Thunder tribe, and with a cart, we can be a bit faster. Zhou Manqing still couldn't quite estimate the equivalent exchange value, until Zhou asked her if she was free to send her a box after box of gold and antiques. There were so many antiques that they could only be packed in the boxes that previously held soap. Zhou Manqing counted. There were exactly 20 boxes, and her room had no space left. So many antiques felt like wholesale. If sold, Zhou Manqing casually picked out one piece, an exquisitely crafted jade buckle, 20 boxes of antiques. Selling this for 100 million is not excessive, right? Her soap, with a cost of 150 boxes, hadn't even reached 2,000. Hearing Zhou say that this was only part of it, the Shimu team had also exchanged all the bricks stored by the Lay Thunder tribe. Over 50,000 bricks could build several houses. Calculating the arrival date of the Shimu team in Moke City, Zhou Manqing thoughtfully bought another 200 boxes of soap. Also, the 13 spices that Amon suddenly decided to promote. Zhou Manqing thought about the meat dishes she had eaten in Moke City and decided to buy a few sacks of ginger when the time came. Ginger is excellent for removing the smell of meat and has medicinal effects against the cold. After making a little profit in Moke City, she planned to promote ginger for them to grow themselves. Zhou Manqing calculated with a calculator, wondering what surprises could come back if she took soap, ginger, and glass cups to Moke City. It had been a long time since she had seen the Lord of Moke City, and there were many modern matters. While Zhou was discussing business with the Lord of Moke City, Zhou Manqing placed an order for monitoring. The Lord of Moke City regretted that a Qing did not come with Zhou. She asked, "Last time I saw a merchant caravan selling some nice agate bracelets. I picked a box for a Qing. If you see her, please pass it on." The Lord of Moke City casually clapped her hands, and immediately a maid brought over a box of jewelry. Zhou Manqing's eyes widened in surprise. "Thank you, my time-traveling friend." Luckily, she had also asked Zhou to bring a set of skincare products in advance. Otherwise, with so much agate, she would feel guilty. "Thanks to the Lord for allowing us to sell soap and other items. I have a gift for you from a Qing." Zhou took out a large box of skincare product from the backpack he used for concealment. Zhou continued. "A Qing specifically asked me to tell you that the soap has good cleaning power and may be a bit drying if used too much. Pairing it with hand cream and body lotion will provide moisturizing effects." The Lord of Moke City was nearly glued to the luxurious packaging box. She restrained herself from chatting with Zhou for a few more moments and couldn't wait to send him off to unwrap the new gift from Qing. Due to the prior visit to the city lord, the Shimu team's subsequent actions went very smoothly. Many merchant caravans came and went in Moke City, and the various families were well informed. What shocked them the most was the glass wine cups brought by the Shimu tribe, crystal clear and polished to a smooth finish. The entire piece showed no trace of impurities. The craftsmanship was also exquisite, with several styles having patterns carved inside the glass and then sealed. They couldn't figure out how it was done. The most popular was the antique-style three-legged goblet, which was similar to the wine cups used by contemporary nobles, making it easier for them to accept. During banquets, the host would take out a glass three-legged goblet, and under sunlight or dim firelight, the brilliance dazzled onlookers. This glass cup, which could be bought for $3 on a certain treasure site, exchanged dozens of boxes of gold and silver treasures for the Shimu tribe, along with the urgently needed bricks. Hearing that the Shimu tribe could also accept bricks in exchange for wine cups, several brick kilns in Moke City worked day and night, constantly smoking. Some powerful families that bought bricks to build houses and walls were unwilling to miss the rare opportunity to trade with the Shimu tribe and offered up their bricks. After staying in Moke City for 5 days, the Shimu tribe exchanged for nearly 100,000 bricks, and a master from a brick kiln was directly sent to the Shimu tribe by the family head just to exchange for a few more boxes of soap. That family head firmly believed that selling this item to other tribes would definitely yield more profit than selling bricks. When Zhou Manqing checked the monitoring, she found that Zhou and the others were all wearing straw sandals, including Zhou. The Shimu people had mud or scars on their feet. They still had to wear straw sandals for several more days of mountain roads back to the tribe. Anyone who walked to school as a child knows that thin soles can be painful after long walks. If one had the luck to experience the gravel roads before cement roads were laid in rural areas, That feeling, with sore feet, would also come with several large blisters. She sent Xiao jingling a measuring tape to measure each warrior's shoe size. Zhou Manqing immediately drove to the town shoe store and bought a pair of leather sports shoes for each warrior, waterproof and dustproof, also easy to maintain. They were quite breathable. The shop owner saw Zhou Manqing buying dozens of pairs in several sizes. "Sister, are you a teacher, buying these as reward for your students?" "For the kids at home," Zhou Manqing replied after settling the bill, winking as she left. The shop owner and his wife exchanged puzzled glances. Was it for many children or just for one? This girl was hard to read. Chapter 158. Did you manage to grab a few boxes of soap? After leaving Moke City, Xiao Jingling and the others continued to drive the cart. There were also more than a dozen warriors leading the horses exchanged from Moke City. This time, most of the supplies had been exchanged, and nearly all of them were stored in Xiao Jingling's space. He told the warriors that it was temporarily held by the Qin god. Everyone had no doubts. Previously, the Shimu would hold a small sacrifice for the Qin god once a month, with grand sacrifices during festivals. This time when we go back, shall we hold a lively sacrifice for the Qin god, clan leader? Clan leader, I exchanged the seasonings you allowed us to sell for a few ivory necklaces. Can I offer them to the Qin god? I exchanged for a gold knife. The Qin god might like it. Well, my mother said at the beginning of the year that she wanted to make a set of clothes for Qin Shen. My mother is from the textile brigade, and before I left, she had already exchanged her work points for fabric. Now that I'm back, she might have already finished it. If we're to make clothes for Qin Shen, we should invite the most skilled embroideress in the clan. The clothes should be embroidered with gold thread and agate. The Xiao brothers listened leisurely to the suggestions from the clansmen, with Xiao Jinglin occasionally noting down some good ideas. What he would give to Qin Shen is different from what the tribe offers to Qin Shen. After passing through a dense forest, the warriors who were initially discussing passionately suddenly paused in unison. "Continue. Ready your knives," Xiao Jinglin whispered. They still sat or walked, following the horse-drawn carriage. As they approached a place where enemies might be hiding, the warriors suddenly jumped off the carriage, brandishing their swords. The horsemen turned around to confront the enemy, while only a few warriors driving the carriage remained seated, holding their knives. Seeing that they had been discovered, the people hiding behind the trees no longer concealed themselves. They shouted wildly and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Xiao Jinglin glanced over and estimated there were about 70 to 80 people, most of whom wielded iron axes and iron knives, making them tough to fight. The people from the Divine Wood tribe charged forward, but in several exchanges, they failed to kill many enemies. Xiao Jinglin guessed these were elite warriors from some small tribes, possibly a coalition of several tribes, as their attire was not uniform. "Retreat!" Xiao Jinglin shouted. Some warriors jumped onto the carriage first, while others fought and retreated, protecting the carriage from the enemies. "Throw the boxes down," Xiao Jinglin yelled. The warriors on the carriage were clearly reluctant. "Chief, we can fight." Meanwhile, the enemy's attacks grew more fervent, with the leading few snarling, "Quickly leave the goods behind, and we'll spare your lives." The cardboard boxes on the carriage were not valuable, but the horse-drawn carriage and the 10 or so horses exchanged from Oak City were very precious. The newly exchanged horses had barely been around for a few days and were now frightened and starting to panic amidst the chaos. "Throw them," Xiao Jinglin ordered. The people on the carriage, including Amon, reluctantly began tossing boxes out. The bandits indeed rushed towards the cardboard boxes, no longer interested in fighting the Divine Wood tribe. The Divine Wood team drove the empty carriage away. Amon, still unwilling, shouted, "You wait for me. Next time I see you, I'll break your legs." Husin gave him a light smack on the head. "Sit still. Your small frame can't even wield a long knife, yet you're yelling about fighting." Xiao Jinglin urged everyone, "Speed up, don't linger." Only Xiao, he and Song suddenly burst out laughing. "Big brother, you acted too well just now. I'm really curious what their expressions will be when they open the boxes." The warrior driving the carriage said, "I really feel sorry for our boxes. If it weren't for needing to protect the carriage, I would have gone down to fight them to a standstill." The bandits carefully gathered the dozen or so cardboard boxes together, and more than 60 of them who were still able to move surrounded them, even neglecting their injured clansmen who lay on the ground moaning. "Chief, let us open them and see. This is a treasure that the Thunder Tribe and the nobles of Moke City would pay a fortune to obtain. It seems to be some kind of soap and also glass wine cups." The Divine Wood tribe threw the items down, hoping they wouldn't break the cups. "Quick, open them." A group of people shouted excitedly. The leading few shook the boxes. They weren't very heavy, but there were indeed things inside clattering. The boxes were fairly sturdy, but they had no openings or locks. The few people turned the boxes over and felt around. but couldn't he find a way to open them? Without the divine wood tribe demonstrating, it was normal for these poor little tribal members not to recognize transparent tape. In the end, they came up with a plan to carefully cut a corner off one of the boxes with a large knife. "Oh, let me smell what the soap smells like. I heard it's very fragrant. Let me smell too." The clansmen crowded around, but then they all left with twisted expressions. Most were covering their noses and waving their hands. What a stinky foot odor. The chief reached into the hole and pulled out a tattered straw sandal, covered in mud and dust. With a unique fragrance that only a man's foot would have, he was unconvinced and kept digging and throwing. The boxes were emptied, and several pairs of worn-out straw sandals were left on the ground. "Quick, let us cut open the other boxes and see," the chief shouted angrily. The clansmen also realized something was wrong, and when they cut open the other boxes, they found mostly pairs of worn-out straw sandals. 2 boxes that weren't sealed contained a little bit of broken rice and some dry bread. "Chase!" Several chiefs, furious, stomped on the cardboard boxes and ordered. The chief who had previously discovered the foot odor was even angrier, rubbing his hands against his clothes vigorously. On the other side, the path grew narrower. The divine wood team left 8 men to lead the 10 or so horses, driving the carriage forward. The others followed Zhou Jinglin. Zhou Jinglin said, "Once the enemies discover that the boxes contain nothing of value, they will definitely not let go easily. Now that there are no horses nearby and no worries behind us, we should take the opportunity to strike them unexpectedly and ideally eliminate them completely to avoid future troubles." "Yes," the warriors responded in unison. Hussein wiped his knife. "I can still wash and wear my pair of shoes. Those bastards." The shoes that Qingshan had sent them a few days ago had all been changed into, but they couldn't bear to part with their old shoes, fearing they would mix them up, so they had put them in the boxes. However, thinking about the bandits cursing while holding their shoes, they felt a bit secretly pleased. At the red brick factory, Director Wang from the tile factory came to find Director Li for tea. Director Li had received a big order from Zhou Manqing recently and was very happy, planning to give out some year-end bonuses to the employees at the end of the month. Old Li, Director Wang sighed as he held up his teacup. "Didn't that big client, Miss Zhou, contact you again?" Seeing Director Li's smile fade slightly, he continued, "It's been half a month, and the tiles Miss Zhou wanted. I had the workers work overtime to produce them, but I still haven't heard from her. I called her last week, and she said she needs to wait a few more days. I'm anxious. The deposit she gave me, to be honest, my costs are even higher than her deposit." Chapter 159. The mysterious divine wood tribe. Director Li listened to him and leisurely blew on his teacup. "Director Wang, you can relax. I'm counting on selling this batch of tiles to pay the salaries at the factory. Our factory really can't be compared to yours." Director Wang waved his hand. Director Li said, "I also contacted Miss Zhou last week. She's busy building a house for her family recently, and I even sent a truck of bricks over to her." Director Wang, "Don't worry, I know where her hometown is, a monk can run, but the temple can't run away. Moreover, think carefully, doesn't this Miss Zhou look a bit familiar?" "Familiar?" Director Wang began to frantically search his mind for friends, wondering whose daughter or which boss's daughter-in-law she might be. "Hey, I'm telling you, Director Wang, times have changed. Women should be allowed to start businesses too." Director Li put down his teacup and pressed the switch to continue boiling water. He pointed in the direction of the industrial park. "Miss Zhou is the owner of that popular cultural and creative factory in the county." "You mean the Divine Wood Tribe's cultural and creative business?" Director Wang gasped. He recalled, feeling completely relaxed on the sofa. The Shimu Tribe Cultural and Creative Company, known for its enthusiasm for public welfare and solid performance, put him at ease. That company never delayed employee wages, and the monthly bonuses were so high they made people envious. It was said that they collaborated with nearby kindergartens and elementary schools, allowing employees' children to attend school in the county directly. Such a warm-hearted company only existed during his youth in the glorious era of labor. Zhou Manqing had no idea that because Zhou Jinglin had taken people out for a while, they could not temporarily deliver supplies, which almost led to a huge misunderstanding with the manufacturers she ordered from. Recently, she had been leaving the farmhouse early every day to help the craftsmen build houses, leaving no time for practicing martial arts or archery. Building houses was also a skill: how to make walls perpendicular to the ground, how to lay the foundation, and the ratio of cement to sand for mixing. Zhou Manqing took notes every day with great enthusiasm, intending to make a copy for the Shimu tribe. The Shimu tribe also hired masons, but the tribe had no experience in building high-rise buildings during the tribal era. For this new house, Zhou Manqing bought new machines. one for the craftsmen to use and several more to give to the Shimu tribe later. There was also a small excavator sitting idle in the farmhouse. Zhou Manqing would occasionally test it to see if she could send it over to Xiao Jingling. Unfortunately, it couldn't be sent over yet. If she could send the excavator over, she could also buy tillers, harvesters, and rice milling machines. Imagining the ancient people of the Shimu tribe with their hair tied up in buns, wearing cross-collar cloth clothes, operating modern tilling machines. That picture was too beautiful to behold. Zhou, today we need to wrap up the rooftop. The house has to sit for a few days. The foreman told Zhou Manqing. Oh, good. Is it to make the house more stable? Zhou Manqing asked. The foreman said, the newly built walls need to dry for a few days to let the cement mortar fully cure and prevent future wall cracks. Also, I have some family matters, so I need to take a few more days off. This work stoppage would probably last 5 or 6 days. Okay, I'll settle the wages for everyone after we finish eating. Boss is generous. Zhou Manqing primarily hired a construction team for this house, and a few families from the village came to help as well. She paid them all. The villagers were initially reluctant to accept money. According to village tradition, when someone had a big event like building a house or a wedding, they would ask people to help with the understanding that they would owe them later. However, Zhou Manqing explained that her work often required her to travel out of town, and she might not be able to rush back to help when the villagers needed it. So it was better to pay them. The families that came to help knew she was the big boss and might be busy, so they agreed. The timing was also quite coincidental, just as her side was preparing to take a few days off. The manufacturer she had ordered from called to say that the mixer and other equipment had arrived. Zhou Manqing hurriedly contacted Xiao Jingling. Hey, they have returned to the tribe and can receive supplies now. In the Shimu tribe, besides the brick kiln master acquired unexpectedly, a few skilled masons hired at a high price, there was also a young man who had followed the pace of the Shimu tribe, Jiang Buting, a failed businessman who had previously tested soap in the Thunder tribe. Jiang Buting was temporarily staying at Uncle Hu's house as a guest. He had even clean-shaven his beard, as if preparing to get his spirits up for a good life. This brother was truly lucky. He set off at just the right time and happened to encounter us in the second battle against that group of robbers. Hu-san was describing the thrilling scene of their return to his family. After boasting about his heroic feat of taking on 2 enemies alone, Hu-san continued, Brother John's skills are pretty good too. He helped us kill all the robbers. If he had encountered that group of robbers alone, it might have been a bit dangerous. Jiang Buting smiled shyly. Hu-san also showed off his sneakers. These were specially given to us by Qing Shen for our hard journey. Jiang Buting looked in astonishment at the oddly shaped shoes on Hu-san's feet, which seemed to require laces. Didn't he know what material they were made of? The patterns blended seamlessly with the shoe's surface, and the soles were tough, neither wood nor stone, and he couldn't tell what material it was. Brother, you're back. It was Ulu calling him, with a golden beast following at his feet. The beast had long limbs and a sturdy body, resembling a wolf but not quite. It bared its fangs and rushed towards Jiang Buting, barking loudly and pretending to pounce on him. Da Huang, shut up. Hu-san and Hu-lu shouted simultaneously. The beast, which was nearly knee-high, whimpered a few times, gurgling in its throat, then walked over to Hu-san, rubbing against him, its eyes occasionally glaring coldly at Jiang Buting. Jiang Buting felt the hairs on his hands stand up and asked, Does your tribe still raise wolves? Wolves can't be domesticated. They eat people. Who are you? Hu-lu stepped closer to his brother and said, Da Huang is only cautious around strangers. He is a dog, not a wolf. Jiang Buting was puzzled. A dog? Hu-lu, this is Jiang Buting from the Thunder tribe. He is here as a guest in our tribe, Hu-san said. Hu-lu acknowledged and whispered something into Hu-san's ear. Hu-san nodded, called his father Uncle Hu, and instructed Hu-lu to take Da Huang to accompany their mother and the guest, then hurriedly left home. Jiang Buting glanced at the retreating figures of Uncle Hu and his son, wondering if there was something he shouldn't know. The warriors of the Shimu tribe finished receiving the supplies and locked up the wooden houses temporarily used as warehouses. Don't let outsiders know that Qing Shun has bestowed goods. Xiao Jingling reminded the warriors who came to transport the supplies. One of the tribesmen asked, What about the sacrifice? Xiao Jingling replied, Please ask Elder Nanqing to choose a good day. A few days later, the tribe used a generator to connect the machines sent by Qing Shun and quickly built the first experimental house. The house was small. It was a sentry box by the tribe's entrance for guards to rest during shifts. At noon, some tribesmen who had finished their meals came specifically to see the house, which was reportedly built using new techniques. Chapter 160, Building Houses in the Shimu Tribe. Chapter 160. The craftsmen had gone to eat, and no one was there to answer their questions, so they were pondering on their own. The wall was still made of bricks. What was this big iron thing? It seemed to be called a mixer. Let me see. It's not moving now. Hey, dangerous. There's a rope around this machine. It means no one is allowed to get close. Otherwise, it might swallow you. Why is there such a big hole in this wall? A child asked. A tribesman replied. I heard it's a window. An elder shook his head repeatedly. I must tell the chief. How can a window be left so big? What if it collapses? If the window is bigger, the house will be much brighter, a young tribesman said. The old tribesman still disagreed. If the window is big, when winter comes, it will be so cold. We'll have to find some grass or leaves to block it. Otherwise, the inside will be no different from outside. The cold wind will blow through the window gaps into the house. The tribesmen were all very concerned about building houses in the tribe. Although it seemed that they hadn't seen many bricks brought back yet, the chief had already instructed the elders to notify everyone that each household would have housing. Yes, every household. Every day, many strong and young tribesmen feel that after finishing their work in the fields and the production team, they still have the energy to volunteer and sign up with the elder in charge of the construction team. They are willing to help even without receiving work points. Meanwhile, at the temporarily vacant residence of the second leader of the original Linha tribe, several teams have arrived. The Qingshan messenger is bringing building materials over. The door of the second leader's residence is tightly closed, and the originally spacious courtyard has long been cleared. Xiao Jinglin stands in an empty room, where bags of cement continuously appear. The soldiers are counting the cement bags and stacking them into piles from inside to outside. Over 10,000 bags of cement, stacked more than a person's height, fill the room. Next come the river sand, red bricks tiles. 60 or so men from 3 squads took more than 3 hours to receive these supplies. There are also over 20 agricultural carts, cranes, levels, generators, etc. Even some strange steel pipes and fasteners have arrived. Even the few self-proclaimed experienced craftsmen dare not confirm the purpose of these steel pipes. Grandpa Bansan is there opening a handheld laser rangefinder according to the instructions. A fine red light emerges from the top of the machine. The soldiers quickly dodge wherever the red light passes. Grandpa Bansan smiles and says, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is for measuring distances. It looks like a monster's eye. One soldier mutters. Other craftsmen gather around. This is better than a tape measure. This number here is. Another craftsman pats him on the hand. You should learn more characters usually. Grandpa Bansan is still vigorous, and he has learned basic characters in just 2 months in the tribe. Grandpa Bansan also says, if you don't learn characters, how will you read the instructions and take notes on your inspirations? You need to learn more. Zhou Manqing told her family and friends that she was going out to shoot a small advertisement. Dragging her suitcase, she drove to Shantian County. The Shimu tribe encountered some issues with the renovation, but Xiao Jinglin's description in words was limited. She wanted to send a phone over for him to take pictures and videos, but it couldn't be transmitted. Zhou Manqing had a sudden impulse, packed a few pieces of clothing, and told Xiao Jinglin she would go check it out. She still wasn't clear about the threshold for receiving items in that world. However, the system had once said that as her and Xiao Jinglin's fortune increased, the world's threshold would also rise. Zhou Manqing parked her car in the far corner of the hotel parking lot and prepaid for a week's parking. She put on her backpack and checked again. Phone, tablet, power bank, charger, all there. A box of candies to prevent low blood sugar, several packs of cookies, sanitary pads, all included. Zhou Manqing had already contacted Xiao Jinglin in advance, and now she confirmed that he was ready to meet her. Then let's go check out the tribe. Zhou Manqing, system, teleport me to the Shimu tribe. System beep, your request has been received and is being prepared. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. A sudden feeling of dizziness, Zhou Manqing closed her eyes and tightly grasped the straps of her backpack. If she accidentally dropped her bag while crossing over, she would have no tears left to cry. She was trying to see if she could bring the phone and tablet through by herself. When Zhou Manqing met Xiao Jinglin, they both felt a bit of the shyness similar to online friends meeting in person. But thinking of her purpose for coming, Zhou Manqing quickly put down her backpack and opened the large zipper. Xiao Jinglin, I brought video tutorials. Xiao Jinglin's expression became serious. Zhou Manqing placed the phone and tablet in a separate compartment of the bag and opened the zipper. Look, I really brought them. Zhou Manqing pressed the power button on the tablet, and the screen lit up. She found the video and clicked it. The screen displayed synchronized visuals and sounds. Today, I will share scaffolding building techniques that even complete beginners can learn. But please be careful with safety during operations. Zhou Manqing tapped the screen again, freezing the image and stopping the sound. She looked up, her bright apricot eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Jinglin. We did it. Yes, we did it. Xiao Jinglin was also affected by Zhou Manqing's excitement, and his eyes curved slightly. At that moment, the two were beside a field in the Shamu tribe, with two large trees providing cover, making it hard for ordinary people to notice them. Xiao Jinglin helped Zhou Manqing carry her backpack. Qing Shun. Qing, I've already prepared a place for you to stay. Let me take you to see it. Zhou Manqing looked down at her sports pants and sun protection coat. Is it okay for me to enter the tribe like this? I didn't expect my outfit to be different from yours. The Shamu tribe had previously received many clothes sent over from Qing Shun, but the textile team had mostly used the modern patterns she provided to make the more popular crossover clothing among the tribes. It could also be said that due to fabric limitations, they didn't have stretchy cotton fabric to make looser and more aesthetically pleasing outfits that are easy to wear and take off. Xiao Jinglin led her toward the residence of the tribal chief, the original Linha tribe's main chief's residence. It's fine. There will be some differences in clothing between different tribes. As they passed the city gate, they encountered Xiao Ruan with a large yellow dog. This was the first time Xiao Ruan, already 6 years old and somewhat lanky, saw her older brother walking so closely with a young girl. Brother. Zhou Manqing saw a little girl with 2 pigtails running over, panting, followed by a large yellow dog. The dog hesitated, circled around her a few times, then suddenly barked excitedly, trying to leap in her arms. Ha! Big Yellow, you recognized me. You've grown so big. Zhou Manqing laughed, half squatting down to pat the dog's head. Xiao Jinglin held one of his sister's hands. Didn't we say that you can't play outside alone without an adult? The Shamu tribe currently has its gate open, and the walls are not yet repaired, making it dangerous for children to play outside the city gate. Not only is there a concern about harm from outsiders, but also fear of wild animals attacking young children. But I brought Big Yellow. He's really strong. Xiao Ruan looked curiously at Zhou Manqing. Beautiful girl, my name is Xiao Ruan. I don't think I've seen you in the tribe before. Chapter 161. Experiment with the tablet. Zhou Manqing took out a small bottle of candy from the bag held by Xiao Jinglin and poured out 2 pieces. She half squatted down again and placed the candy in Xiao Ruan's hand. Hello, Ruan. My name is Qing, and I come from a very distant tribe. There are rarely any adults in the tribe who speak to Xiao Ruan so equally. She glanced at her brother, and seeing him nod, she took the candy and held in her hand, mimicking Zhou Manqing's greeting. Hello, Qing. You should call me sister. Xiao Jinglin picked up Xiao Ruan and tucked her under his arm. This way, she would be more settled. Qing, follow me. Xiao Ruan squirmed under her brother's strong arm like a worm, and the tribesmen on the road were used to this sight. Occasionally, some were curious about Zhou Manqing's unfamiliar face, and Xiao Jinglin would explain that she was a healer from another tribe and a friend he met while out trading supplies. The chief's residence mostly retained its original appearance from the Linha tribe, except for some valuable small items that were taken away by Linha tribesmen during their escape when the Linha tribe was attacked. When Xiao Hasong and He Chuan entered with Xiao Jingling to find Xiao Jingling, he realized the limitations this world imposed on the civilization of another world. Zhou Manqing played a tutorial on building walls from the tablet for everyone to see. Except for Xiao Jingling and Xiao Hasong, no one else could see anything. He Chuan hesitated and said, I can only see a blurry metal plate in Qing's hand. Xiao Ruan leaned closer and said, I seem to be able to hear a little sound, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Only Xiao Hasong could clearly see the images on the tablet and hear the sounds it produced. My goodness, is this a fairy's mirror? Why are there people moving inside? So many little figures, and I can even hear them talking. Xiao Hasong's gaze toward Qing became filled with admiration. Xiao Jingling helplessly said, Calm down and take a look at what the people in the mirror are doing. In fact, if he hadn't previously visited the modern world while seriously injured and encountered smartphones, he would have been equally astonished by the tablet. However, only Zhou Manqing noticed a shock. At that moment, in the eyes of Xiao Ruan and He Chuan, Xiao Hasong seemed like a shaman from the past. He stared at the object in Qing's hand, muttering to himself, occasionally gasping in surprise. So this is how it works? Oh, that's how the little shovel is used. Zhou Manqing temporarily pressed pause, and the people inside the tablet stopped moving. Xiao Hasong became a bit flustered. Brother, the master's teaching skills in the mirror have been sealed by Qing. Xiao Jingling rubbed his forehead. Let's talk about this later. I want to ask you to help me verify a guess. Please bring bamboo here. Zhou Manqing said. Each one immediately replied, I'll go. Xiao Jingling asked, Qing, have you discovered anything? This might be a limitation of the system or this world. I have a hypothesis, but I need bamboo to come over. Bamboo arrived quickly because He Chuan told him that the clan leader had a friend named Qing visiting the tribe, bringing with her a mirror that supposedly traps many people inside. Bamboo almost forgot about Aching, the healer. But when Chuan mentioned Aching and the clan leader together, he suddenly remembered that this was the healer who had briefly traveled with them when the Divine Wood team first set out. She had only met the Lord of Mo City once and was considered a confidant by him, attending his banquet. After a brief exchange of greetings with Bamboo, Zhou Manqing pressed the play button on the tablet again. Bamboo, can you see or hear anything? Bamboo's gaze lingered on the tablet for a few moments, reacting almost identically to Xiao Hasong. He jumped back a large step, shaking his finger at the tablet. Why do the people in the mirror look different from us? It was confirmed. There were too many people present, and since it was his first time here, Zhou Manqing didn't know who she could trust, so she didn't say it outright. But Xiao Jingling guessed her intention from her actions and responded affirmatively. Zhou Manqing speculated that to see and hear the content on the tablet, one needed to have contact with both Xiao Jingling and her, and also have a good relationship with them, or at least a favorable impression. For example, Xiao Ruanruan, even though it was their first meeting today, was the first to send the small pottery work of Qing Shin a long time ago. Zhou Manqing had always had a good impression of Xiao Jingling's younger sister. After that, Xiao Jingling took the tablet and went to find the members of the Divine Wood team who had initially climbed the cliff with him to exchange supplies. Only a few tribesmen who had interacted more with Aching at that time could see the content on the tablet. The next morning, Zhou Manqing and Xiao Jingling experienced the cafeteria of the Divine Wood tribe. The Eastern cafeteria was the only place in the tribe that limited the supply of soybean milk for breakfast, while Zhou Manqing was in line with Xiao Jingling. The registering tribesmen crossed off 2 of Xiao Jingling's work points. Even the clan leader did not have the privilege of eating and drinking for free. As for the soybean milk, the production was quite complex. Mainly, the soybean milk machine Zhou Manqing provided to the tribe was an old-fashioned hand crank machine that her grandfather had bought when she was a child. This machine was painted red, with a crank on the side, and was larger than a regular pressure cooker. Before grinding the soybean milk, the beans needed to be soaked overnight, requiring one person to pour in the beans while adding water, while another person continuously cranked the handle. The resulting soybean milk needed to be filtered to remove the residue, and then boiled in a pot, adding white sugar according to personal taste. Nowadays, people use electric soybean milk machines, and not only is there no sale of such heavy-duty and durable old-fashioned hand crank machines on the market, but even photos of them cannot be found online. Liuzi had always wanted to dismantle their soybean milk machine and make a few more so that everyone could drink soybean milk. When pouring the soybean milk, Dong laughed. Uncle Hu, standing nearby, puffed out his cheeks and glared. How can that be? If you take it apart and can't put it back together, won't there be no soybean milk to drink? Zhou Manqing couldn't help but laugh. She took the soybean milk that Dong handed over and went to the back kitchen that Uncle Hu and the others had specially vacated with Xiao Jingling. Xin Rue, who was quietly waiting in line at the back of the crowd, occasionally watched them. Xin Rue knew that Xiao Jingling was very perceptive, so she couldn't look too much, or she would be discovered. Ever since the downfall of the Lu family, she hadn't dared to take any action for a long time, especially after defeating the Linha tribe. The warriors in the clan were almost all admirers of Xiao Jingling, and his status among the tribesmen was hard to shake. She found it increasingly difficult to find another capable man who could question or even act against Xiao Jingling because of her beauty. Xin Rue's mother had been killed after a failed plot against Xiao Jingling, and there was no longer a shaman position in the clan. She had originally intended to run for this elder position, but her votes were not high, even lower than her mother's newly accepted disciple, Nanxing. Ah, I know that girl. Some warriors beside Xin Rue were chatting. It's rare to see the clan leader eating with a young woman. That must be Aching. I saw her in Mo City before. She's a very skilled healer. Xin Rue secretly noted Zhou Manqing's appearance. So this was Aching, the one she had been desperately investigating but couldn't find. It turned out Aching wasn't from the Divine Wood tribe. No wonder she couldn't find her back then. Chapter 162. Acting as an exam supervisor in the Divine Wood tribe after finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Zhou Manqing originally planned to show Xiao Jingling and the others the tutorial on the tablet directly. However, Xiao Jingling asked her to help with a new task in the tribe, supervising the exam for the leaders. The elders, production team leaders, and village group leaders were the leaders of ordinary tribesmen. The centurions, squad leaders, and class leaders were the leaders of the Divine Wood tribe's army. The Divine Wood tribesmen were still not used to calling military personnel soldiers or military members. They simply viewed the Divine Wood army as the strongest among the warriors. Exam supervision. All the leaders gathered in the courtyard of the chief's residence, sitting on the ground more than a meter apart from each other. with a book unrelated to the exam on their knees. Zhou Jingling handed each of them a piece of white paper and a black pen, then returned to give Zhou Manqing, the only one sitting on a small stool, a booklet. Pages 1 to 5 contain the exam content we are giving them. I feel that the test paper Aching gave me isn't quite suitable for them. Do you have any other good ideas? Zhou Jingling sought advice. Zhou Manqing flipped through it and said, it's just a few words at the kindergarten level. And there's a poem by Qianlong called Fei Shui, the one that goes one piece. Another piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 or 5 pieces. Various leaders, entrusted by Chief Zhou, I have prepared 3 questions for everyone for this exam. Zhou Manqing, as a public figure, is not timid. After all, who hasn't he gone through kindergarten? She can still handle a few tricky questions. Qi Hongya, determined to continue leading the female warriors to defend the tribe, gritted her teeth and practiced writing. Now that she saw the examiner was a woman, a strange courage emerged within her. Uncle, who was sweating profusely. Wow, is this little girl that capable? What is a question? There's still 3? What should I write now? The dozen or so leaders were taking the exam for the first time. Except for Banmu and a few others who had become increasingly familiar with writing, everyone else was nervous and sweating profusely. Zhou Manqing said, "Please be quiet." The leaders wanted to speak, but were silenced by Zhou Jingling's cold gaze, immediately becoming quiet as chickens. Zhou Manqing cleared her throat and said loudly, "The first question is a dictation. The chief will randomly read 5 characters, each read twice. Please write down the characters I read on paper." Did you hear clearly? Zhou Jingling repeated what Zhou Manqing said and asked again. The leaders only dared to nod and did not speak, behaving more obediently than children in a preschool class. Zhou Manqing's accent was quite modern. She worried there might be issues with the dictation, so she decided to let Zhou Jingling read the questions. She didn't want any slight differences in pronunciation to affect the leader's dictation. The second question was for the leaders to randomly select 2 characters to form words. Forming words was also something covered in their books. Originally, these little leaders were influential figures in production or on the battlefield, but at this moment, their expressions varied. Uncle, who kept stroking his big beard, as if thinking that the more he stroked, the more likely he was to come up with words he could write. Bama was not far from Qi Hongya. He quickly finished and wanted to see how his partner was doing, but was immediately met with Zhou Jingling's glance and quickly retracted his head. Zhou Manqing's impromptu questions caught the leaders off guard. However, they mostly managed to find a direction to think after a moment of panic. Zhou Manqing thought to herself that the leaders elected by the Shenmu tribe had decent psychological qualities, but there was still the final question. This question, for modern students, was quite common. However, for the leaders from the tribal era who had never written homework or taken tests, it was truly a test of their memory. Zhou Manqing asked the leaders who had completed their word formations to raise their hands. Seeing that everyone was done, she said, "Now, please listen carefully to my last question." The last question was the hardest. It required the leaders to write the poem Fei Shui from memory on a blank sheet of paper. Most leaders, who usually recognized characters but rarely wrote, struggled with controlling the size of their characters and requested the chief to provide them with more sheets of paper. Uncle, who was still tugging at his beard, Banmu continued to write like he was possessed, then stared gloomily at his toes, worrying about Qi Hongya's situation. Qi Hongya had a distressed expression, occasionally writing 1 or 2 characters. The third question took the leaders the longest to answer. Zhou Manqing handed a sheet of paper to Zhou Jingling, asking him to also write the ancient poem from memory. Zhou Jingling smiled, took it, and wrote it down quickly without needing a textbook, using his palm as a cushion, swiftly finishing Fei Shui. How can you do that? Seriously, without using the book? And the paper isn't torn? Zhou Manqing gasped quietly. Communicating with the Qing anytime and anywhere, he unconsciously learned it. Zhou Jingling looked down at her curious and surprised expression, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Finally, when the leaders submitted their papers, Zhou Manqing helped with grading as well. The little leaders gathered around to watch the chief's work, with some holding textbooks and comparing word for word. The chief didn't write a single character wrong. Nonsense. The chief is the chief. You are the one talking nonsense. Do we have to write this point and this circle too? Do we have to write the 2 characters Fei Shui, just like the chief? The leaders seemed like students who had just come out of an exam, with a few already painfully grabbing their hair. Zhou Manqing graded the papers quickly, as the questions were simple. A few leaders, under the pressure of the chief, asked why a certain character of theirs had a cross next to it. Zhou Manqing could immediately point out whether it had an extra stroke or was missing a dot. Comparing it to the book, indeed, those few leaders had made mistakes. After a round of questioning, the leaders were instead convinced of Zhou Manqing's cultural level. Qing, is your tribe also under the protection of a Qing god? Your use of characters is truly proficient, Qi Hongya asked. Zhou Manqing pondered for a moment. Yes. This half-day exam was a rare, leisurely time for the leaders. Qi Hongya invited Zhou Manqing to see their rice fields. Xiao Jingling reminded Qi Hongya to take good care of Zhou Manqing, as he could not accompany her all the time, being the chief. There were too many matters in the tribe that required his attention. In the rice fields, the Shimu tribe was planting seedlings alongside the Linha tribe. The Linha tribe had rich experience, and their rows of seedlings were neatly planted. The Shimu tribe's seedlings were crooked and clearly distinguishable. We can pull a piece of string to straighten the seedlings, Zhou Manqing suggested. In modern times, some flat fields use seedling machines for convenience. But in mountainous areas like Shengtian County, it's mostly done by hand. Plowing was the responsibility of Qi Hongya and He Chuan. He Chuan, an old member of the Linha tribe, was quite experienced in rice planting. The various tools and food of the Shimu tribe were so fascinating that many former Linha tribe members who were originally dissatisfied began to consider the Shimu tribe wholeheartedly after experiencing their life. Some issues came to mind, and they asked He Chuan to relay them. He Chuan was here to discuss rice yield. Leader Qi, we do not recommend opening more land for cultivation. Although this rice is delicious, the yield is low. In the past, the Linha tribe's rice production from this many acres was only enough for the elders of the Linha tribe to eat. It would be better to plant more wheat, otherwise, food for the second half of the year might not be sufficient. Qi Hongya frowned. She had always been responsible for hunting and guarding. Hearing that the rice yield was low, she became worried. Chapter 163. The origin of divine rice. Zhou Manqing was originally watching the dragon bone water wheel made by craftsman Bansan's grandfather. Hearing He Chuan's concerns, she came over and said, "Isn't this rice variety granted by the Qing god?" The two leaders nodded. "Then there's no need to worry. The rice we grow in our tribe is definitely this variety," Zhou Manqing asserted, with a yield of at least 1,000 kilograms per acre. He Chuan looked confused. The Linha tribe did not use kilograms for measurement. However, Bansan's grandfather quickly calculated. 1 pound is 4 dough, 1 kilogram is 2 pounds. What Miss Qing means is that 1 acre can yield 8,000 dough of rice. How is that possible? He Chuan exclaimed anxiously. Our tribe's rice planting is among the top in several nearby tribes, and even at peak harvest, it doesn't exceed 50 dough per acre. Other former Linha tribe members, who were acting as technical advisors, also gathered around. That can't be right. 8,000 dough is unheard of, Zhou Manqing said. This seed is not an ordinary one. According to the Qing god's oracle, it is a super rice developed by a deity named Yuan Lao in the Divine Kingdom. You could take good care of it. And when the harvest comes in a few months, you'll know that what I said is true. The tribe members did not dare to speak lightly of the divine. Zhou Manqing calmly spoke the words divine oracle, and half of the clan believed her. Suddenly, their waists no longer ached, and their legs no longer hurt, and they turned back to the fields to plant rice. It seemed that finishing planting these rice earlier would mean seeing the harvest of 8,000 dough sooner. He Chuan was also greatly shocked. Qing had a magical mirror that could see all things, knew the language of the immortals, and was aware of the origins of the divine seeds, which was no ordinary feat. At this moment, Zhou Manqing had already gone to discuss the dragon bone water wheel with Grandpa Bansan. Grandpa Ban stroked his beard and said, "This item is bestowed by the green god. As mentioned in the book Tiangong Kaiwu, although the tribe has a water pump, it consumes too much electricity and heavily relies on the generator. We still cannot figure out the mixture for the gasoline or diesel used by the generator. The dragon bone water wheel, while complicated to make and requiring precision, can definitely be replicated by our craftsman clan. One must remain vigilant even in times of peace." This was the biggest impression that the clansmen of the Shimu tribe left on Zhou Manqing. They enjoyed the conveniences she brought from the modern world, and aside from rituals and prayers, they were constantly thinking about how to replicate them. Xiao Jinglin worried that the clansmen were becoming too reliant on the green god, which would diminish their desire to train. The craftsmen feared that the tools of the green god were too profound and could not be recreated if damaged, while the production team worried about food yields. This was also the spirit that Chinese people have had since ancient times, pursuing independence and thirsting for knowledge. The oil indeed had requirements. It was crude oil from the ground, and even if found now, it would be difficult to process. Zhou Manqing sighed. To develop technology, some things must be utilized. Zhou Manqing added. Grandpa Bansan knew that the sulfur bag ignited by fire that Hulu created was indeed technology, and he nodded in agreement. When Xiao Jinglin came to fetch her for lunch, Zhou Manqing had already joined the rice planting team. However, she did not have a work point book, and when she came out of the field, the nearby team leader was at a loss with the stamp in hand. Looking at this girl who was not only accompanied by elder Qi Hongye, but also personally escorted home by the clan leader for a meal, the team leader gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, took the clan leader's work point book, and stamped it. They came to work, so they must get work points for meals. Zhou Manqing was curious to see the work point book of the Shimu tribe, but her hands were muddy, so she went to wash them in the nearby irrigation ditch first. When she returned, Zhou Manqing's feet were clean from the water, one hand holding her changed sneakers, and her face had a few smudges of mud from when she was planting rice. Xiao Jinglin said, "Qing, you are a guest. You don't have to do these chores. I just want to experience it." Zhou Manqing didn't mind much, but saw Xiao Jinglin getting closer and closer. Her toes curled up nervously. What was he doing? Until Xiao Jinglin used a handkerchief to wipe her face. Now it's all better. I could do it myself. Zhou Manqing said blankly. The two looked at each other. Xiao Jinglin was also stunned. His hand holding the handkerchief moved awkwardly. He had overstepped. In the evening before going to bed, there were few entertainment activities in the tribal era. Zhou Manqing closed her eyes, but suddenly thought of the handkerchief Xiao Jinglin had stretched out to wipe her face at noon. Her face was burning, and she burrowed into the cotton quilt. This was also the most precious new summer quilt of the Shinmu tribe, which was still soft. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she decided to leave it at that. Zhou Manqing thought that she was in a modern world, and Xiao Jinglin was in the tribe. Although Xiao Jinglin matched her preferences in height, appearance, and personality, the distance was too far, and there were too many uncertainties. She still needed to focus on developing her career and completing her system tasks. The next day, Zhou Manqing woke up and, after thinking for a moment while looking at the rough and simple roof, remembered that she had come to the tribe. Xiao Ruren occasionally came over to peek at whether she was awake. Seeing that Qing was awake, she said she wanted to give her a gift. It was a small clay bowl, round and with smooth lines. Zhou Manqing happily took it. Did you make this, Ruren? Thank you so much. Xiao Ruren shook her head honestly. Then this is. Zhou Manqing was puzzled. Xiao Ruren said, this was left in the cabinet by my brother. I saw that the small bowl had for Qing written on it, so I thought it was meant for sister A, Qing, and I helped him bring it. Brother works very hard, so I won't trouble him. There is no one who actively helps others deliver gifts. Zhou Manqing couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruren took out a crumpled piece of paper she had grabbed. It read, for the green god. It also had the date on the note. Zhou Manqing calculated. This was from a long, long time ago when she had just given Xiao Ruren a clay gift in return. The handwriting was indeed Xiao Jinglin's. She looked at the cute shape of the small bowl again. There was a character Xiao at the bottom of the bowl. If she hadn't said to keep the clay for the children to play with back then, this small bowl might have already made its way into her world. Zhou Manqing told Xiao Ruren to put the bowl back and reminded her that even if it was a family member's item, it couldn't be taken without their consent. Yet in her heart, she found Xiao Jinglin, who hid such small thoughts, a bit adorable the day after Zhou Manqing arrived in the tribe. She had already heard rumors about herself, both good and bad. The bad ones were particularly interesting. Today, while she was using Qi Hongye's work point book to eat breakfast in the cafeteria, the clansmen nearby were discussing the girl named Qing that the clan leader had brought back recently. That woman seems a bit. I heard that since she came, there have been frequent wolf howls outside the tribe. My brother is one of the warriors guarding the main gate. And it is indeed so. They have even strengthened the guard to prevent the wolf pack from attacking the tribe's children. Our tribe has so many people now. There shouldn't be a wolf pack that is so fearless to come and disturb us frequently. I heard that some clansmen have seen a wolf baring its fangs, and its eyes look like it recognized someone in the tribe. Should we tell the clan leader about this? It's just a friend that the clan leader brought back. It should be the leaders who persuade him. Chapter 164, The Runaway New Wolf. I heard everything you said. Qi Hongye coughed. There are no wolf packs. We have already investigated, just a lone wolf. Qi Hongye then comfortingly glanced at Zhou Manqing. And wolves are not stupid. A single wolf attacking a large tribe for one person is absurd. And you should all know that without thinking. Several clansmen who had been so eloquent just now felt a bit ashamed. They guessed that the unfamiliar face next to Qi Hongye was likely the girl A Qing. Having spoken ill of someone in front of them, several quickly held their food and left. Xiao Ruren, being small, went unnoticed by several clansmen. She angrily made faces at the fleeing clansmen. Bad eggs. After returning, Xiao Ruren told Xiao Jinglin about these words. Xiao Jinglin had just wrung out the sheets and hadn't hung them on the bamboo pole yet when he was caught off guard by his sister rushing in like a cannonball. Brother, why are you washing sheets? Xiao Ruren circled around her brother, tilting her head. Did you wet the bed too? Her round, black eyes widened more and more, and her mouth gradually opened, looking like she was about to shout this out loud. Xiao Jingling tossed the bedsheet aside and pulled it taut, one large hand covering Xiao Ruo's mouth while the other quickly lifted her up and left. It's just that it hasn't been washed in a long time. What do you need from me? Xiao Ruo, with her childlike nature, was quickly distracted by her older brother. At that moment, Zhou Manqing, who had just reached the door, overheard the siblings' conversation. She listened with a smile as Xiao Jingling promised Xiao Ruo that he would go find that wolf and make it clear not to wander outside the tribe and tarnish Miss Qing's reputation. Xiao Jingling's ear tips, hidden under his black hair, turned slightly red. He had noticed Zhou Manqing's arrival. In fact, the reason he washed this bedsheet was because of her. Separated by time, he could only reminisce, yet facing her, he found it hard to control his body's throbbing. I'm going to. Seeing Xiao Jingling pick up the Yinling knife, Zhou Manqing looked around and grabbed the bow, an arrow hanging under the eaves. Xiao Ruo was held back at home by her second brother, Xiao Hasong, who wouldn't let her go out and make trouble. The closer Xiao Jingling and Zhou Manqing got to the main door, the clearer the howling of the wolf became. It was daytime. How could that be? Zhou Manqing was puzzled. Perhaps someone in the tribe was deliberately luring it, or there was another reason for the wolf itself, but it was being used. Xiao Jingling signaled for Zhou Manqing to walk behind him and said, in any case, Miss Qing has only been in the tribe for a few days, and rumors have already spread, possibly because of me. Why is it because of him? Zhou Manqing thought to herself. Couldn't it be that my bad luck is also at work in the tribe? The closer they got to the wolf's howling, the more cautious Xiao Jingling became. Finally, outside the newly built barbed wire fence, they spotted a wolf howling occasionally at the tribe. Look, that wolf has a few wolf cubs under its belly, Zhou Manqing whispered. Xiao Jingling confirmed, it's a female wolf. Hey, don't you think these wolf cubs look familiar? Zhou Manqing nervously gripped her bow, an arrow. The female wolf showed no intention of attacking, so she chatted a bit more with Xiao Jingling. The few wolf cubs were gray and fluffy, but if you looked closely, there were some yellow patches in their fur, and their features were quite similar to those of little village dogs. They look a bit like Dahuang, Zhou Manqing said uncertainly. Xiao Jingling silently took out his walkie-talkie and asked Dahuang to bring Dahuang, who was happily having breakfast at that moment. Sure enough, as soon as Dahuang arrived, the female wolf's emotions became agitated, howling incessantly. Dahuang quickly approached the barbed wire fence, responding with whines. You troublemaker, Dahuang. It's you who has kept our guarding warriors from sleeping well for several days, Amon chuckled. Xiao Jingling was a bit more cautious. Amon, you go find Hechuan in a bit, and have him build a small den for the wolves outside the barbed wire. Feed the female wolf a bit every day from the tribe, and once the wolf cubs grow up a bit, we won't have to worry about them anymore. Wolves are unpredictable, but they can be vicious. They can't be allowed into the tribe. The reason for feeding them was partly for Dahuang and partly because the tribe's food supply was still sufficient. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother and would just deal with it quickly. These little wolf pups are really cute. Dogs are actually domesticated from wolves over generations. Zhou Manqing was already smitten by the little wolf pups. Amon was listening seriously. He was responsible for logistics and livestock and was intrigued. Wolves and dogs' offspring. Calling them wolf dogs is indeed nice. Can wolves also be domesticated, Miss Qing? Zhou Manqing glanced at Xiao Jingling, knowing he was worried about the safety of the tribe's people. But it wasn't without solutions. We can put muzzles on the wolf pups and use leashes. Let's talk about it later. In front of others, Xiao Jingling wouldn't easily discuss modern things with her. The ominous rumors about Miss Qing attracting wolves were dispelled due to the recognition between Dahuang and the female wolf. Zhou Manqing could confidently hold the tablet and let Banmu and the others learn about construction knowledge. She wanted to leave the tablet in the tribe and teach Xiao Jingling some simple operations. Using the teaching videos, the previous level gauge, mixer, and even scaffolding came in handy. The Shimu tribe had roughly divided the tribe into 4 areas, preparing to learn from the Thunder tribe. The street-facing houses could be used for business. This time, the Shimu team went out, and the Thunder tribe wanted to befriend them, agreeing to visit during the farming off-season. The street-facing houses were prepared to welcome the Thunder tribe and other merchants, as the tribe's resources gradually became richer, providing not only a supermarket, but also a place for the tribesmen to freely exchange resources. Zhou Manqing sketched some ancient houses based on her memory from watching historical dramas, especially sketches of inns. As soon as you enter the lobby on the first floor, you can see the reception counter. The spacious area is the lobby, where tables and chairs can be placed. The second floor is separated into many small rooms for guests to temporarily stay. Even Hussein, who had gone out this time to broaden his horizons, was surprised. When we went to the Thunder Tribe, their restaurant's first floor looked just like this. Zhou Manqing continued to sketch on the paper. The backyard can be divided into a kitchen, stable, toilet, and a place for the innkeeper to live. Xiao Jingling nodded in approval. The Shenmu tribesmen expressed their amazement, not expecting that so many variations could be built from a single house. At that moment, a tribesman suddenly came to find Xiao Jingling. "Chief, the firewood at the brick kiln is almost used up." Hussein responded, "How could it be used up so quickly? Didn't you say the excavated clay needs to be air-dried for a year before proceeding to the next step? What are you burning?" The tribesman smiled. "We're firing ceramic blocks." The brickmaster said that the commoners there all use broken ceramic blocks to build walls. After laughing, he became deflated. Isn't every household in the tribe required to build toilets? The chief already promised that these broken ceramic blocks, mixed with stones and soil, are durable and cheap. But the firewood burns too quickly. "Chief, we don't have enough people at the brick kiln. Please send another group over. We are currently short of tribesmen to chop wood." Xiao Hasong frowned. "The firewood used at the brick kiln is too much. Now that our tribe's population has increased, we need to cook and burn wood every day. All the nearby firewood has been picked clean." Chapter 165. Strange Phenomenon, Seeking Votes. "If you want stable temperatures, you could try charcoal," Zhou Manqing sincerely suggested. Charcoal is easier to obtain than firewood in modern times. Nowadays, almost no one in town cuts firewood for sale. Rural areas mostly use electricity, and only a few places that use firewood are farmers chopping a bit for themselves. Xiao Hasong slapped his forehead. "I used this before in the Hongshu tribe and forgot about it, brother." His eager gaze fell on Xiao Jingling. "May the Qing god grant us some charcoal." Other tribesmen also looked at Xiao Jingling expectantly. The one being implored stood right in front of them. Xiao Jingling subtly signaled to Zhou Manqing for favor, just as he often did when encountering unfamiliar things in modern times. "Isn't there going to be a grand sacrificial ceremony soon? Let the craftsmen work hard and make some exquisite offerings," Hussein added. Zhou Manqing twitched her mouth. She hadn't even sold the dozen boxes of antiques she had left. She had given some to Mo Jiaoyang, Director Zhang, and the rest she didn't know how to sell. The first time she came to the Shenmu era, she had brought back a bag full of antiques, but she had sold enough to Mo Jiaoyang. On the 5th day of Zhou Manqing's arrival in the tribe, new rumors began to spread. It was still ominous, but this time the rumors were based on facts. Besides learning moves from Qi Hongya and showing teaching videos to Banmu and the others, Zhou Manqing spent most of her time in the tribe dealing with various matters alongside Xiao Jingling. Since yesterday, various small leaders have been reporting to Xiao Jingling about the unusual discoveries made by the tribe members. "Chief, the water level in the tribe's open well has dropped, and the water has turned red." "Chief, today the planting team encountered over 100 snakes in the fields, but they didn't bite anyone. Instead, they were fleeing as if their lives depended on it." "Chief, several tribe members who were washing clothes told me that fish were constantly jumping out of the river, and when I rushed over, there were even thin streams of water spraying out from the river. But there was nothing unusual under the water." Chief! Zhou Manqing listened in shock. These are things that everyone can see and are quite objective, unlike something that could be done by an individual or be an accident. In the past couple of days, there have also been a few mice scurrying out during the day at the chief's residence where she is staying. Xiao Wenyuan was excited, taking Da Huang around to catch mice, but Da Huang was also restless, always going to the wire fence looking for his wolf wife and cubs. Today, Amon from the breeding team also came to find Xiao Jingling. "Chief, the chickens and ducks refuse to return to their coop at night, and many livestock are not eating their feed, making noise day and night. Are they sick?" Xiao Jingling asked. Amon replied, "I have already called the veterinarian, and they're not sick. I don't know why these livestock are so restless." Zhou Manqing listened on the side, increasingly alarmed. Snakes on the road, changes in the water flow, and animals being restless. It was too much like the signs before an earthquake. "Xiao Jingling," she trembled as she spoke. "Has there been an earthquake in your tribe before?" Xiao Jingling frowned, recalling the history book she once shared with him, which contained records of a seismometer. In the ancient times, they spoke of a ground movement meant an earthquake. "I have not experienced one since I can remember," Xiao Jingling quickly replied, "but I can ask the old tribesmen." Amon did not understand what an earthquake was. His hometown was the vast grasslands, where such natural disasters did not occur. But he was also a new member of the Shenshu tribe, and only the original members of the Shenshu tribe could seek out the old tribesmen. "Chief!" Hussein rushed in, breathless and somewhat panicked. I saw a fleeting light on the ground outside the tribe. It didn't look like the searchlights we used before, and by the time I wanted to look again, it was gone. Husin involuntarily glanced at Zhou Manqing. He had heard some rumors in the tribe, and now the ominous protagonist of the legends was right in front of him, causing him to waver. Chief, the two female leaders, Qi Hongye and Nanxing, hurried over, almost carrying an old tribesman inside. I encountered this when I was young. The old tribesman was frail, and from the wrinkles on her face, it was hard to judge her age. 40 years ago, there was a ground dragon turning over in the Shenshu land, and before that, the rats fled under people's feet. The Shenshu tribe began an earthquake preparedness drill. They had previously conducted fire drills, which had worked well during the attack on the Lena tribe. Now, conducting an earthquake drill made many tribesmen anxious. What is an earthquake? It is ground movement, the ground dragon turning over. When the ground dragon turns over, we have nowhere to escape. Is this a natural disaster or divine punishment? We should quickly ask the chief to offer sacrifices to the green god. Is it because the previous offerings were insufficient or not to the green god's liking? The tribesmen gathered in one place, discussing in a flurry. Xiao Jingling walked to the front of the crowd, holding a microphone. Upon seeing the chief, everyone spontaneously quieted down. Xiao Jingling explained to the tribesmen what they could do in the event of ground movement. The earthquake guidelines in his hands were written by Zhou Manqing after much thought. In ancient times, there was no internet, and people never considered storing related videos on mobile phones or tablets. Zhou Manqing also had her task. In a side room, she demonstrated some first aid techniques to Nanxing and the others, explaining how to determine the condition of patients. When the tribe's doctors practiced on each other, Zhou Manqing glanced at the wooden roof, hoping she was wrong. The Shenshu tribe was in a period of rebuilding, and an earthquake could bring too many uncertainties. It could create large cracks in the land, alter the rivers, or even flip mountains. If it were a significant earthquake, the basin of the Shenshu tribe could be raised or even closed off. That would be terrifying. Losing their homes due to such a natural disaster would force the Shenshu tribe to wander in search of another livable place. The previous accumulation could be said to be in vain. Zhou Manqing reminded them, when saving people, prioritize the easy over the difficult, especially for our tribe's doctors. They should do their best to save as many as they can. Only when the tribe's doctors are present can they maximize their ability to help the injured and save more lives. Many tribe doctors did not trust this young outsider. However, almost everyone who had interacted with her in recent days had come to respect her. She had answered some of their previous questions about saving people as soon as she arrived. Miss A. Qing spoke with reason and evidence, unlike an outsider randomly giving pointers. Most of the tribe's doctors were women, with a few men, all of whom were meticulous and detail-oriented. After Zhou Manqing finished explaining the first aid knowledge, she reiterated the earthquake guidelines to the tribe's doctors. The tribe members were anxious. Very few of the old tribesmen had lived past 50 years, and hearing them speak of the ground dragon turning over felt almost like there was nowhere to escape. Xiao Jingling also used the walkie-talkie to communicate with Mu Xuanfang and Su Linjian, who were leading a team in the mountains, instructing them to pay attention to safety and add another layer of wire fencing inside the walls. In case of a natural disaster, the wire fencing could serve as an additional barrier to keep wild beasts out. Chapter 166. The ground dragon turns over on the 6th day of Zhou Manqing's arrival at the Shenshu tribe. In another era, she could only stay for a week at most, and she would have to leave by tomorrow at the latest. The weather in July had become somewhat hot. Despite her inner unrest, the Shenshu tribe members still went about their work, eating and resting according to their schedules. However, many tribe members moved their beds to the door, and some even burned some dry grass to repel mosquitoes, sleeping outside the door. Unfortunately, on the 6th night, while most people were deep in sleep, the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhou Manqing put on a jacket and left her room, while Xiao Jingling's brothers also brought out their younger sister Xiao Wenyuan. De Huang was growling restlessly. "Let's go to an open area," Zhou Manqing shouted. Surrounding them were panicked cries as people, thanks to their prior training, headed towards the schoolyard and the grain-drying yard. The chief's residence opened its doors, and the courtyard was spacious, allowing nearby people to come here. Suddenly, a baby's cry echoed nearby. A tribe member who rushed over exclaimed, "Xia gave birth a few days ago and didn't participate in the earthquake drill. She and her child might still be inside." Xiao Jingling instructed Xiao and Song to maintain order at the chief's residence, and without a word, he rushed out, with Zhou Manqing closely following. Xia's partner was Su Linjian, who was currently leading the team in the mountains. They originally had a daughter. who tragically died due to the witch's slander against the green god's medical skills, having taken the wrong medicine. Before leaving, Su Linjian had specifically arranged for his pregnant wife to have a small wooden house with a partition for wind protection. That small house was not far from the chief's residence. But in just a moment, the ground began to shake violently, and everyone felt as though the sky was spinning. With no place to steady themselves, Zhou Manqing had learned classical dance for a while in her youth, and her balance was decent. She actually pushed the door in before Xiao Jingling. Inside the room, a woman was slumbering on the bed, while a nearby baby cried occasionally. The wooden house creaked with the tremors of the earth. Zhou Manqing felt the woman's pulse. She was too weak after childbirth. "Wake up! Quickly wake up!" She wrapped the woman in the blanket. At that moment, Xiao Jingling entered. Zhou Manqing quickly said, "I'll hold the baby. You carry this woman out." Xiao Jingling complied, carrying Xia outside. Turning back to assist Zhou Manqing, she suddenly dodged to the right as a beam fell, blocking the path between her and the door. The only way through was to crawl under the beam. However, it was inconvenient for her to do so while holding the baby. More wooden debris fell, filling the air with dust, and sand got into Zhou Manqing's eyes before she could rub them. Gritting her teeth, she hid in the corner of the wooden house, which formed a triangle. If the house completely collapsed, that corner would still have some support. "Aching!" It was Xiao Jingling's voice from behind as he crawled in through the door. Just as Zhou Manqing was about to respond, the tremors intensified, causing her to lose her balance and fall with the baby. Another beam fell directly toward her face. Her mind went blank. In an instant, Xiao Jingling lunged forward, pushing her aside and shielding her and the baby beneath him, letting out a muffled groan. Zhou Manqing, squinting against the dust, coughed. "Xiao Jingling, I'm fine." The wooden house completely collapsed, and countless dust and would cover them. Xiao Jingling supported himself with his arms, leaving a small gap for them, and neither could move. After an unknown amount of time, the earth gradually calmed. The chief and the tribe's doctors organized the warriors and young adults to search for people nearby. Xiao He and Song, not seeing their brother return, rushed straight to Xia's wooden house. Xia was still asleep and had been moved aside by the tribe's people to be cared for by a tribe doctor. The sound of a baby crying faintly came from the ruins of Xia's wooden house. "Brother, are you in there?" Xiao He and Song shouted anxiously. "Yes." It's Aching's voice responding. Xiao He and Song hurriedly had the warriors move the wooden debris. Near dawn, they finally saw their brother and Miss Aching. "Has the baby's mother woken up?" "No. Hurry up and prepare formula for the baby. A newborn can't be left hungry. He might have already fainted from hunger." Zhou Manqing saw a warrior clearing a can of formula, which should have been prepared by Xia and her husband for the baby. The baby in her arms had stopped crying and was no longer whimpering. It seemed to have fallen asleep, but Zhou Manqing suspected it was faint from hunger. Breast milk is easily digestible, and newborns usually need to be fed every 1 to 2 hours. Formula can typically be extended to 3 to 4 hours. The tribe leader was still trapped under a beam. The partner of Chief Su had fainted, and the only child had also fainted from hunger, leaving several warriors in a panic. Fortunately, a tribe doctor rushed over, took the formula, and hurried to the tribe's cafeteria. The cafeteria had hot water supply and warm pots. People finally rescued Xiao Jingling and the others from the ruins, but one of Xiao Jingling's legs was stiff and unable to move, likely broken. Zhou Manqing, feeling anxious, handed the child over to the finally awakened Xia for nursing and went to check on Xiao Jingling's condition. Thankfully, it seemed to be just numbness from being trapped for too long, not a break. Xiao Jingling needed to rest, while others continued the search and rescue. The loudspeakers of the Xinmu tribe kept calling out, "If any tribesmen are trapped, respond to our call or knock on something nearby. Do not shout continuously. Conserve your strength." Xiao Jingling asked his brother, "Is there a collapse at the tribe leader's residence?" Xiao He and Song shook their heads. The stone houses are relatively sturdy. Only a few roofs have partially collapsed. Long before Zhou Manqing suspected an earthquake might occur, Xiao Jingling had already stored all the bricks and tiles in a space to prevent damage. The sun was about to rise, and the tribe doctors, along with the tribesmen, tried to rescue everyone who cried for help. Some people had wooden debris temporarily stuck on them, so they first used small wooden pieces to support around them, allowing the injured to eat something. There were still some aftershocks during the day. The captains of various production teams searched for group leaders, and the group leaders counted the numbers to ensure no tribesmen were overlooked and left unrescued. The cafeteria had collapsed from the aftershocks, but fortunately, the tribe doctor who had gone to seek help was unharmed and had been stopped by Uncle Hu and others. The river had not changed its course. The terrain had not changed significantly, and the earthquake's fissures had not yet been discovered. Zhou Manqing didn't have much time to stay. She kept following the rescue team to help. Whenever the tribe doctors faced uncertain problems, she would guide them on-site or remind them remotely via the walkie-talkie. Seeing how the tribe doctors trusted Qing so much, some tribesmen who had previously believed the rumors gradually changed their minds. Those who were rescued and realized that the girl who helped them bandage was Qing scolded, who said Miss Qing was bad. Zhou Manqing smiled helplessly. The rumor was a lucky mistake. There had indeed been a disaster, but she wasn't powerful enough to cause an earthquake. It was now unsafe indoors. So the cook set up the pots outside. Some tribesmen still whispered words like unlucky regarding Qing. Xiao Jingling addressed the gathered tribesmen. An earthquake is a natural movement of the earth beneath our feet, like flowers blooming and trees growing tall. It is natural, not supernatural. If any tribesman blames the earthquake on someone, 50 work points will be deducted, and you will have to copy 10 pages from the geography book's earthquake chapter and hand it to me. The tribesmen quieted down. 50 work points were more than they could earn in a month. As for geography and nature, they didn't understand, but they knew it was a book bestowed by the Qing god, so it must be correct. Zhou Manqing looked at Xiao Jingling's serious expression, slightly moved. She estimated that she had to return to the modern world by 2 o'clock at the latest. At that moment, Xiao He and Song rushed over with a walkie-talkie. Brother, it's bad. We can't contact Mother. We can't contact Su Linjian. The tribesmen left behind in the mountains have lost contact with the Xinmu tribe outside the mountains. Chapter 167. Buying a motorcycle for emergencies. Xiao Jingling rarely showed a flustered expression. The tribe in the mountains was 2 days and nights away from the foot of the mountain, even if they rushed day and night. Zhou Manqing also became anxious. The walkie-talkie required both parties to be on the same channel to communicate. Zhou Manqing comforted. It might be that the earthquake affected the walkie-talkie signal. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem on a mountainside. She inquired about the route into the mountains. At that moment, the Xinmu tribe had not yet finished their rescue work, and sending more warriors into the mountains for rescue was feasible, but time was tight. They were worried they might miss the best time to rush over. Zhou Manqing's gaze fell on the cart in the yard. It was entirely wooden, and she hadn't transported a cart over before, so it was made by the Xinmu tribe themselves. She exclaimed, "This cart?" Xiao Jingling replied. It was used to transport supplies when we came out of the mountains. At that time, he hadn't exchanged for a spatial system yet. This meant there was a road that the cart could pass through from the mountains. Zhou Manqing said excitedly. The Xiao brothers didn't understand why she suddenly became happy, but nodded. Some sections of the road are a bit rugged, but we can pull it through carefully. Xiao Hian Song said. Zhou Manqing had already approached the cart to examine it, roughly estimating the dimensions between the cart's 2 wheels. If the cart can pass, the electric scooter can definitely pass too. However, I wonder how the roads are. Zhou Manqing recalled that the earthquake had just occurred, which might have changed some of the terrain. We often transport supplies in the mountains and forests, so we are familiar with the routes. Xiao Jinglin looked at her with a pleading expression, knowing that Qing must have a plan. But with Xiao and Song present, she had to keep her identity a secret. Xiao and Song had already grabbed the binoculars and ran towards the lookout tower in the tribe. I'm going to check the road. After they left, Zhou Manqing said, we have motorcycles there which are most suitable for mountain roads. I'll head back right away and send you the motorcycles and tutorials. The old-style motorcycles have a high chassis. When she was a child, the roads in her village were bumpy, and the adults loved riding motorcycles for travel as they were less likely to get scratched and faster than bicycles. If the motorcycles can't be sent over, she'll send bicycles, which are much faster than walking, and tricycles can also carry emergency supplies into the mountains. Xiao and Song ran back to say that the roads visible through the binoculars were currently all good. Upon hearing that Qing was worried about the situation in her original tribe and was about to leave, many dusty and dirty tribespeople came to see her off. They had salvaged quite a few supplies from the ruins of their wooden houses, most of whom were the tribespeople Zhou Manqing had helped in the past few days or their family members. Qing, the mountain roads are far. It's a bit dangerous for you to return to the tribe alone. Let's accompany you. Qing, here are some compressed biscuits my family exchanged for work points. Please take them to eat on the road. This is a water bottle my family exchanged for. It will be convenient for fetching water on the road. Qing. Xiao and Song put in a lot of effort to persuade the tribespeople who came to see her off to leave, as their elder brother wished. Zhou Manqing sniffed, realizing that these Shunshu people had already regarded her as one of their own. After leaving the tribal gate, Zhou Manqing kept reminding them, the water during this period must be disinfected. As mentioned in the previous drills, you must remind everyone again to boil it before drinking, or have the tribal cafeteria supply it uniformly. Xiao Jinglin nodded. Zhou Manqing, still worried, said also, you need to check your toilets and pigsties to see if there's any sewage seeping into the groundwater. During this period, be sure to pay attention to mosquito and fly prevention. I'll send you mosquito coils and fly traps when I return. Xiao Jinglin brushed off the dust from Zhou Manqing's dusty backpack, handed it to her, and watched her put it on. Qing, have a safe journey. As soon as Zhou Manqing returned to the modern world, she rushed to a motorcycle shop while ordering various emergency medicine from a pharmacy for delivery to her town's warehouse. After arranging for the warehouse manager to receive the goods, Zhou Manqing told the motorcycle shop owner to sell her one motorcycle first so she could test ride it before buying more. Haha, this motorcycle is durable. Everyone in the mountains loves to buy this model from my shop. The motorcycle shop owner was a bit puzzled when Zhou Manqing picked a model and paid within 10 minutes of entering the store. Now, motorcycles also require a license, and Zhou Manqing really went to learn one. She filled up the motorcycle at a nearby gas station, then went to the roadside fields to test it. It could be transported. Zhou Manqing rushed back to the motorcycle shop. Boss, I want 50 of that model I just saw. She borrowed the shop owner's place to charge her tablet and download the motorcycle tutorial. Riding a motorcycle requires some time to learn, so they would have to practice on their own. 50 motorcycles? The shop owner asked again in disbelief. 50. Boss, do you sell gasoline here? Zhou Manqing confirmed. Not only did she want to buy the bikes, but she also needed to refuel them. With gasoline, the motorcycles wouldn't run out of power halfway. The shop owner was already checking the motorcycle stock on his computer. Usually, he sold only a dozen vehicles when business was good, and he wasn't sure if the warehouse had 50. Upon hearing that Zhou Manqing wanted to buy gasoline, the shop owner said, beautiful lady, we don't have any here. Zhou Manqing frowned. There are many restrictions on gasoline purchases now. Buying 1 or 2 barrels at the gas station would be fine, but for 50 motorcycles, even if she refueled 1 motorcycle a day, it would easily raise suspicions. Seeing Zhou Manqing pay quickly but still frowning, the shop owner quietly said, I have a friend who sells it, but if you don't have any proof from a unit or something, it might be a bit more expensive. A bit more expensive is fine. Boss, I need it right away. After filling up these motorcycles, I'll also need 50 barrels. Zhou Manqing whispered to the owner since there was no one else in the shop. The owner hesitated. My friend might not have that much stock, and it'll take time to arrange the vehicles. The payment notification came through, 6,000 yuan. The cash register beeped. Zhou Manqing put away her phone. Boss, if you can deliver it to the warehouse in Shantian Town by 5 this afternoon, I'll give you an extra fee for your hard work. Money makes things easier. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the owner needed to arrange for the goods and refuel. He quickly called his friend and a truck driver he cooperated with. Zhou Manqing discussed the price over the phone, offering 1.5 times the usual price. She initially wanted to offer 2 or 3 times the price, but seeing the owner's low demands, she knew that raising her partner's expectations wouldn't be good. In the future, the Shunshu tribe would have a big demand for gasoline. This batch of motorcycles was still delivered to the warehouse in ZhouManqing's town. It would arrive around 5. Zhou Manqing first sent the tablet to the Shunshu tribe, and then rushed to the town warehouse to prepare to receive the goods. Chapter 168, Motorcycles. Go fast, 50 votes for an update. Arriving at Shantian Town, it was still early, and Zhou Manqing couldn't help but buy some medicine from several clinics in town a package and send to the Shunshu tribe. These were packed in several layers of plastic bags to prevent being punctured, suitable for carrying in a motorcycle trunk to the Shunshu tribe in the mountains. Oh no, I forgot to buy motorcycle helmets and gloves. Zhou Manqing was in a hurry and could only call the motorcycle shop owner to add 50 sets of gloves and helmets. The shop owner recommended small motorcycle repair tools, which Zhou Manqing also bought. At this moment, in the Shunshu tribe's training ground, Xiao Jinglin had already counted over 40 Shunshu warriors, equipping them with cutting machines, small generators, and bringing along several tribal doctors like Nanjing. The tablet video showed that besides Xiao and Song and Banmu, Kahongi and Xiaoruren could also see clearly. However, Xiaoruren was too young to be included in the motorcycle learning range. The motorcycle that had already been delivered was almost waist-high, with a smooth design. Sitting on it felt like sitting on a soft cushion, and the handlebars had enough friction to see the scenery behind in the rearview mirror. Kahongi inserted the key according to the paper manual and turned it. The headlights immediately lit up. It was as if a fierce beast had opened its eyes. Is this the steed of the gods? How mighty! I heard the gods will send dozens more over. The warriors gathered together had flushed faces with excitement. At this moment, there were still aftershocks, and the trees and stones in the mountains made it dangerous to enter. But seeing the motorcycle, they felt an infinite courage in their hearts. because the chief promised they would be the first batch of motorcycle drivers. Xiao Jinglin adjusted the video tutorial speed to 0.75. Bammu was timid, while Xiao and Song were anxious, so Xiao Jinglin let Kahongi try to operate it. Chi Hongye directly removed the decorative skirt she wore on her waist and handed it to Bammu, revealing her long pants and a knee-length skirt that was uniform for both men and women in the tribe. With a long stride, she sat on the motorcycle. Following the tutorial, she kicked her feet out, supported herself with her legs, unlocked it, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle emitted a buzzing vibration. This was the roar of a divine steed. It was awake again. The warriors held their breath. The main lecture was a foolproof tutorial, first teaching how to brake, then how to twist the throttle. Chi Hongye silently memorized the words of the person in the tablet. Usually carefree in her actions, she was now filled with caution. "Move aside," Chi Hongye shouted. The warriors quickly cleared a path. Chi Hongye started the motorcycle, her feet still hanging down to maintain balance. The motorcycle slowly began to move, initially just jogging like a person. A dozen warriors couldn't help but follow. As the motorcycle picked up speed, they found they couldn't catch up. Chi Hongye executed a beautiful turn, gradually pulled the brakes, and returned to the crowd. Her face was slightly flushed, full of excitement. She could ride. The bumpy road earlier only caused a little jolt, which didn't affect her. Once she mastered the balance, she could even lift her feet. The warriors were all shocked by the speed of the motorcycle. It was on two wheels and faster than the carts developed by the craftsman tribe. Incredible. It seemed even faster than horses, and it was more obedient. It could go wherever she wanted. She wondered if she could also learn this so-called driving skill. Falling off this metal contraption would surely hurt more than falling off a horse. "Let me try," Xiao Husong said eagerly. "Stop there." Xiao Jingling called his brother back, saying to the warriors, "Form 5 rows, one by one to learn." The warriors quickly lined up. They had developed a habit of queuing for daily training and didn't cut in line or disrupt the order just because they wanted to try the motorcycle. "You, stand at the end of the first row," Xiao Jingling told Xiao Husong. Normally, the chief should stand at the front of the line. Military orders are as solid as a mountain, and Xiao Husong quickly went to line up. Xiao Jingling sighed inwardly. His brother had lost his composure for their mother's safety, and learning to ride such a fast vehicle at this time was very dangerous. When a ninth person in the first row was learning, another 50 motorcycles from Qingshan arrived. "Take 4 more bikes. You all practice at the same time. Train on the safe distance for simultaneous road use," Xiao Jingling ordered. The roads in the tribe were narrow and couldn't accommodate too many motorcycles at once. The training ground was filled with dust. Bammu led the warriors who finished first to learn how to use the motorcycle's fuel tank, trunk, and other functions. The female warriors had a stronger learning ability than the male warriors. A few male warriors fell off the bikes and got injured, angrily pounding the ground, while the tribe's doctor quickly took them aside to check their injuries. The motorcycles were unharmed. "This bike even has lights. It can be ridden at night," Xiao Husong exclaimed. He had just tried the walkie-talkie, but still couldn't contact Mu Xuanfang and the others. "Tribe leader, the supplies are ready. The gasoline has been counted. And Elder Nanxing and the tribe's doctor she arranged have arrived," Chi Hongye said. A few of the most stable riders were assigned by Chi Hongye to practice carrying people. They would be responsible for bringing the tribe's doctor along. "Load the bikes," Xiao Jingling said. He glanced at the mountains and forests amid his busy schedule. "Mother, please be safe." Having not appeared in the company for almost a week, Zhou Manqing delivered the supplies and returned to the farmhouse. Although her hometown was in the mountains, it was not on a seismic belt and had not experienced earthquakes for hundreds of years. Her only memories of earthquakes were from previous painful news and donations in the country. While searching for information on post-earthquake reconstruction and precautions in the office, Zhou Manqing printed out a dozen copies of materials to send to Xiao Jingling, thinking that she should also download some educational videos, including first aid for Xiao Jingling. She ordered a few tablets with expedited shipping for delivery to the town the next day. There were also some work messages to process on WeChat, the most important being Mu Yang recommending her manager, who was planning to go solo due to a mismatch with the company's development philosophy and was also the former manager of several 3 Gold award-winning actresses, named Wu Xinhua, a more than 40-year-old manager still full of ambition. Upon hearing Zhou Manqing's requirements and the remuneration offered, Wu Xinhua felt that her positive attitude aligned very well with his own views. Regarding Zhou Manqing's previous controversies, he could prove they were fabricated by hired trolls. However, at that time, she wasn't popular, and the company's higher-ups had been bribed by her younger sister, CMO, and didn't think of clearing her name. Her mother also didn't care at all. You previously mentioned that the variety show that invited you is very necessary for you to participate in, Wu Xinhua said. He had significant connections in the entertainment industry, and Zhou Manqing's previous competitor, Qin Ziano, was also in it. If what you said is true, reality shows like this can easily expose a star's true nature, and then your reputation can be cleared. Wu Xinhua did not blindly trust Zhou Manqing. He trusted Mu Yang, believing in his judgment of character. Wu Xinhua suggested, don't set up a persona for yourself in the variety show. The more anxious you are, the more likely problems will arise. In variety shows, some people rise to fame while others crash. Hearing that her previous adversary, Qin Ziano, would also be there, Zhou Manqing calculated that her house should be built by the time of recording, giving her plenty of time. She then responded to the program team, agreeing to participate. Chapter 169. Rumors circulate again. Assistant Jiang Shiv informed Mo Jialai about the upcoming variety show. Soon, Mo Jialai secretly messaged Jiang Shiv in. I contacted the program team. I'm going too. Jiang Shiv in Ly. Mo Jialai. That person who spilled coffee all over me, your care recipient Qin Ziano, is also there. There's no better time than now. I'm going to vent. Jiang Shiv sighed softly. Life had been so good that she had almost forgotten about that person, mainly because Qin Ziano was now a bit irrelevant. By the way, don't tell Zhou Manqing yet. Let us give her a surprise, Mo Jialai instructed. In Xing City, Zhou's company, Qin Ziano had always been signed under Ms. Zhou Fengrong's agency, and now that the old President Zhou had passed away, the young President Zhou Sima had taken over, mainly managing this sector. She was not particularly concerned about the development of her stars. As long as they could make money for the company, quick profits were also good. However, the crew hinted that Zhou Manqing would be attending. Zhou Sima became a bit interested and pushed Yin Jianshan into the mix. Now, she had her father Mu Zhengyue as a backing, and Yin Jianshan had become a backup choice. Yin Jianshan insisted that he was truly in love with Zhou Sima and remained persistent. He agreed to almost everything Zhou Sima said. Zhou Sima told him, Brother Jianshan, although this variety show is quite popular and Zhou Manqing is going too, she didn't spare any effort to retaliate against me when my family had trouble. You must be careful with her. I'm not afraid, Sima, Yin Jianshan said. Hearing her soft nasal voice over the phone made his heart melt. If she provokes trouble again, even if it's in a live broadcast, I want to give her any face. Zhou Sima hummed in agreement, thinking to herself, don't worry, with Qin Ziano there, you will definitely have some trouble. After handling some modern affairs, Zhou Manqing awaited news from Xiao Jingling. I'm not sure if the motorcycles can learn. I also don't know if the road into the mountains is dangerous. In the Shunshu tribe at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Jinglin stayed here to continue disaster relief efforts. 2 days have passed, and over 40 missing tribe members have basically been found, but unfortunately, they were all seriously injured on the day of the earthquake and have already passed away. He received a call early in the morning from Xiao and Song's walkie-talkie. Brother, mother is fine. We reached the camp in just half a night. It was too dark, and we weren't familiar enough with the road, so we didn't dare to go too fast. Xiao and Song confirmed that our mother is okay, and everyone feels rejuvenated. If the road were a bit better, we would definitely be fine in 2 hours. How's the situation in the mountains? Xiao Jinglin asked. Xiao and Song replied, not too good. The earthquake's fault line cracked through the tribe, splitting off a small part of it, and some tribe members fell in with the houses. They have been busy rescuing people and didn't think to use the walkie-talkie. I have already sent someone to help, and I will report back to you too. Xian Rui was also among the rescue team entering the mountains this time. Her mother was the shaman of the tribe back in the day and also served as the tribe's healer, and she herself joined the team of healers. Although shamans had a bad reputation, Xian Rui had always shown diligence in the tribe, which did not raise other suspicions. Seizing the opportunity to save people, she secretly whispered in the ears of the injured that the girl, A Qing, whom the tribe leader brought back, was ominous and had brought about the earthquake. The injured tribe members couldn't tell whose voice it was and thought it was just a hallucination. However, as more tribe members heard it, they communicated privately and were suddenly filled with fear. The tribe members in the mountains did not know that the tribe leader had publicly denounced this rumor. They only thought it might be a warning from the gods. Misled, these tribe members went in groups to Elder Mu Xuanfang. Elder Mu, please be sure to persuade the tribe leader not to keep that Qing in the tribe. I asked the warriors who came from the tribe, and there's indeed an outsider named Qing who came to the tribe before the earthquake, and she truly brought misfortune to the tribe. I heard that Qing has fled in fear of her crimes. So please, Elder Mu, contact the tribe leader to capture and execute her to relieve the hatred of our deceased tribe members. Elder Mu Xuanfang was busy arranging the injured and only let her second son Xiao and Song report back to Xiao Jinglin. She did not believe her eldest son would be so foolish as to casually bring back an unidentified woman to the tribe, nor would she allow a woman who might bring disaster to leave. Elder Mu Xuanfang took the walkie-talkie and asked Xiao Jinglin what was the situation with the Qing. Xiao Jinglin affirmed, "Mother, the earthquake is a natural phenomenon, not the anger of the gods. A Qing is a member of the Qing god tribe and will only bring auspiciousness, not disaster." He added, "The motorcycles that he song and the others rode into the mountains this time were not only bestowed by the Qing god, but a Qing also contributed advice to the Qing god." Elder Mu Xuanfang was confused. A Qing is from the Qing god tribe? Does the Qing god also have a tribe? Mother, please help me keep this a secret. A Qing in her tribe is like me in the Shinshu tribe. We are both messengers of the Qing god. We can convey messages for the Qing god. Elder Mu Xuanfang completely believed that a Qing was not ominous and was probably a person of high status in the Qing god tribe. She also sent out an order that no one in the tribe should spread rumors about a Qing, and anyone who dared to speculate will be punished with 50 work points. The rescue efforts in the Shanshu camp were coming to an end. The ground fissures were too deep and gradually closing in during the aftershocks, making it impossible to rescue the tribe members who had fallen in. Meanwhile, news came from another site where over 50 people were stationed. The terrain at the Shanshu land had become uneven, but fortunately, there were no fissures. Since that area consisted mainly of temporary tents, there were no significant casualties. However, it seemed that some ore appeared after the earthquake. But the tribe members there had no blacksmiths to identify what kind of ore it was. Su Linjian brought along a dozen tribe members, including craftsmen who specialized in weapon forging. They also brought several baskets, intending to send them back to the Shanshu tribe at the foot of the mountain if they couldn't identify the ore, as there were more skilled people there. This is the craftsman who obtained the ore trembled with excitement. Su Linjian picked up another piece of fibrous ore nearby. A tribe member who was staying behind introduced, "Elder Su, this is not the same ore that emerged from the same location." He nodded, rubbing the ore through his gloves, listening to the craftsman's judgment. The craftsman turned red with excitement. "It's iron ore. Leader Su, we previously bought iron ore to forge weapons, so it can't be wrong. It's definitely iron ore." Everyone was in an uproar. Iron ore. Currently, only the Redstone tribe has iron ore. Aside from purchasing from the Redstone tribe, one would have to go further afield, to the Thunder tribe, who love to trade, but they're also reluctant to deal with this. Too heavy. The price is too high. That's a huge piece of ore. Some tribe members excitedly gestured. "So, can we forge weapons here? Will we become the next Redstone tribe? All tribes will want to befriend us." The tribe members were ecstatic when suddenly one pointed at the ore in Su Linjian's hand, saying, "Elder Su, the ore in your hand is glowing." Chapter 170. Building a woodshed? Zhou Manqing received good news from the Shanshu tribe. This earthquake exposed the gold and iron mines that were originally buried underground, turning disaster into fortune. With the gold mine, the Shanshu tribe's material exchanges with the outside world would become more convenient, and with the iron mine, the Shanshu tribe would no longer have to rely on the weapon supply from the Redstone tribe. She activated the system's one-way monitoring to see how the post-disaster reconstruction work in the Shanshu tribe was progressing and if there was anything she could help with. The weather in the Shanshu tribe was not good, with light rain falling. Just a few days had passed, and the Shanshu tribe at the foot of the mountain had barely rescued all the tribe members. The tribe leader's residence and the original deputy leader's residence were less damaged. And after the craftsmen reinforced the roofs, they let the children and the elderly move in first. The few remaining relatively intact wooden houses were also reinforced to accommodate some tribe members. More tribe members chose to temporarily build small wooden sheds and thatched huts. Zhou Manqing left in a hurry, and for the first time, she surveyed most of the tribe from Xiao Jinglin's perspective, seeing the devastation with almost no intact houses. "Does every tribe member have a place to stay?" Zhou Manqing sent a note to Xiao Jinglin. Xiao Jinglin replied, "There are still some tribe members who haven't been arranged yet, although not all were arranged." The Shinshu tribesmen continued to carry wood and weeds down from the mountains in teams, clearly showing no intention of seeking help from the gods. They were confident that they could build temporary shelters for their fellow tribe members. A woman accidentally cut her finger while weaving thatch. She licked her finger, and when the blood dried, she continued weaving. Nearby, a 4 or 5-year-old child was rubbing a small piece of wood against bamboo strips, trying to smooth out the barbs before his mother used them. A group leader asked Xiao Jinglin, "Leader, we still have 2 households that haven't been settled. Can the warriors deliver the wood today?" The fallen wood can't be used. The group leader kicked a few selected pieces of wood aside, most of which were broken in half during the earthquake. Isn't your captain here? Xiao Jinglin asked. The quantity of temporary lumber is calculated layer by the captain. Our captain is Elder Su Linjian, and he's still in the mountains. The woman weaving thatch responded. Elder Banmu is temporarily in charge of Elder Su's affairs. I'll help you relay the message in a bit. Xiao Jingling noted the tasks in his notebook. In this brief moment, the young child scraping bamboo strips was singing, "Oh, oh, oh, Aching, our little lucky star," without any adult stopping him. The child sang louder and louder, bent over scraping wood, his bottom sticking up high. "Our little lucky star, oh, 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 Aching." Okay, next time when Miss Aching comes, you can sing in front of her. It's all dust here, it'll end up in your mouth. The child's mother grabbed him and wiped his clothes with her sleeve. And sure enough, the little boy turned into a little calico cat. Everyone burst into laughter, and a slight smile appeared on Xiao Jingling's lips. The one-way monitoring time ended. Zhou Manqing imitated the joyful tune of the child. "Oh, oh, oh, Aching, our little lucky star hiss. Wait, who is Aching? Is it me?" Zhou Manqing froze after finishing the song and hurried to ask Xiao Jingling. Aching brought us earthquake drill knowledge that helped us avoid disasters and brought first aid knowledge that saved many tribespeople. Even such a terrifying event as an earthquake surprisingly brought us minerals. The tribespeople are all very grateful to Miss Aching, and the children are influenced as well. This song was softly composed. Xiao Jingling answered as if it were a matter of course. Zhou Manqing was skeptical. She had seen Xiao Jingling getting angry with those tribespeople who spread rumors about her. She suspected that this song might have been composed by Xiao Jingling, but she had no evidence. While in the tribe, hearing the people she had always helped speak ill of her. Even though they didn't know she was Qing Shun and might have been manipulated by others, she indeed felt quite upset at that time. Now, after days of pent-up feelings, it all cleared away. Zhou Manqing called the supplier from whom she had previously purchased disaster relief supplies, hoping they could send a batch of relief tents as soon as possible. She needed about 12 square meters and also wanted matching ground mats. Zhou Manqing estimated the number of people at the foot of the Shenmu tribe's mountain, about 600 households, calculating 2 households per tent, and she ordered 300 sets. The disaster relief tents, priced at 600 yuan each, needed to be windproof and rainproof, reinforced and thickened, totaling about 200,000 yuan, including the ground mats. Zhou Manqing directly transferred 50,000 yuan as a deposit, and the boss promised to deliver it to her by tomorrow morning. The disaster relief tents are not only easy to install, but also reusable. So, she didn't feel a bit of regret for spending that 200,000 yuan. She felt heartbroken just recalling the singing child. There aren't many children in the Shenmu tribe, and the adults are too busy with production to care for them. Once the Shenmu tribe finishes building the houses, she would discuss with Xiao Jingling whether they could also arrange some work, like studying for the children. Zhou Manqing looked at the weather. It was a clear blue sky. She simply drove to the county, bought 300 boxes of noodles, 20 bags of durable cabbage and other vegetables, as well as fresh pork, cured meat, sausages, and ham. In short, she wanted to ensure the Shenmu tribespeople could eat well and focus on building their houses. Xiao Jingling didn't know she was preparing to send tents and comforted her by saying the earthquake helped demolish the old houses, allowing the Shenmu tribe to fully concentrate on building new ones. She didn't believe a word of it. The crops in the fields needed to be reorganized. The fallen rice seedlings needed to be propped up, and some tribespeople who were injured needed care. Since Xiao Jingling became the tribe leader, he had become increasingly polite. No, he had always been very polite. Zhou Manqing thought to herself that she still preferred the younger tribe leader from the modern world who would look to her for help when facing problems. It made her feel very protective. Besides the tribespeople, the Shenmu tribe also had dozens of craftsmen that Xiao Jingling had brought back from buying bricks, and an uninvited merchant from the Thunder tribe, Jiang Buting. This earthquake had also collapsed the tribe's brick kiln, while the guardhouse made of cement remained intact. The brick kiln masters showed great interest in the cement brought by Qing Shun. During the earthquake drill in the Shenmu tribe, Jiang Buting was carried away by the crowd and learned a little. Fortunately, he ran fast during the earthquake. He was very worried at the time, as he discovered that the Shenmu tribe had many items that were very suitable for trade. With the knowledge passed down in his family, he firmly believed he could sell products from the Shenmu tribe that could originally fetch 3 times the price for 10 times. In the first few days after the earthquake, Jiang Buting helped the Shenmu tribespeople with rescue efforts as much as he could and ate meals with them. Due to the chaos caused by the earthquake, some Shenmu tribespeople regarded Jiang Buting as one of their own. Early that day, Zhou jumped around a bit to warm up his body that had been chilled by the night wind. He wiped his face with his sleeve, preparing to go to the assembly point for breakfast. On the way, he was stopped by a few Shamu tribespeople. "Hey, did you have breakfast? We're short on people. Come help us set up tents." Zhou was shaking his head at first, but then he heard the word tent. Tent? Never seen one. Can it be sold? Let's go check it out. Chapter 171. Setting up disaster relief tents. Zhou followed a few tribespeople to an open space. This piece of land was relatively flat, and the debris from the collapsed wooden houses had already been cleared away by carts. A few men were sweeping the ground while sprinkling water. It was drizzling today, and it felt a bit chilly. A woman came over with a few colorful, transparent garments. "Put on the raincoat first. Have you all eaten? If you haven't had breakfast, we have breakfast delivered here at 7:30 by the Western Cafeteria." The Shamu tribe's work site even provided breakfast. Zhou was surprised. He usually went to the assembly point to eat. For the past few days, meals didn't require labor points, so he didn't need to trouble Hussein and the others anymore. "What is this?" Zhou mimicked others and put on the transparent garment. The transparent garment was smooth, and the fabric's weaves were unrecognizable, with the same textured fabric edging. Zhou twisted around looking at himself through the transparent garment. It was magical. After putting on the hat, the drizzle was kept away from his body. This garment was lightweight and didn't hinder movement, much better than an oil paper umbrella. The rainwater gathered and fell on the outside of the garment, without wetting the inner cloth. No wonder it's called a raincoat. This thing is useful. Zhou began to analyze quickly. It's not easy to get wet while working, very good for outdoor use, and can wrap important wooden boxes and jewelry to prevent them from getting wet. However, those who work outdoors might not be able to afford this, and those who can afford it might not need it. Just as Zhou was heartbroken over the lost business opportunity, the tribespeople who came with him were already installing the poles for the disaster relief tents. In a short few minutes, he was pondering. The base of the disaster relief tent was already set up. Connect the top poles. Hold it steady. Hold it steady. The voices of the Shinmu tribespeople reminding each other pulled Zhou back to reality, and he hurried to help. The super-wide blue fabric was laid over the top of the tent's frame and secured. A few white wooden poles propped it up, and the whole tent was erected. My goodness, Zhou personally participated in building this tent, but it felt surreal. The walls of this tent were like thick fabric, yet also like a sturdy raincoat, keeping the rainwater from seeping through. A brushing sound came from beside him, and he watched as the people of the Divinewood tribe pulled a small black mechanism, causing the previously opened 4 fabric walls to easily close. He reached out to touch it, carefully prying it open, and saw a bit of black mark. Seamless? Zhou was stunned. Does this blue house have windows, a fabric door, and a carpet? Come help. A tribesman called him. Another tribesman laughed and said, "You didn't participate in setting up the tents over there by the land, did you? It's not your turn to guard the land yet. No need to look, young man. We'll have these set up, and everyone will be able to move into the tents before tonight." Everyone has. Zhou tongue was already a bit stiff. What kind of wealthy tribe is the Divinewood tribe? That night, Zhou was assigned to a tent with a few other young bachelors. "Be careful not to touch it. I'll press it down before we sleep." A young man brought over a black medicinal material in a metal tray. Zhou, who had been studying the remote control and solar lamp, was stimulated by the smell of the medicine and coughed a few times. The smell of the medicine wasn't too strong, but it was still noticeable. What is this? Zhou felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat. Since coming to the Divinewood tribe, he was curious about everything and recognized nothing. The young man shook the black medicinal material, making it into a circle connected to another, with a small red burning dot at the front, emitting a wisp of white smoke. A tribesman said, "You haven't used this before, have you? This is mosquito-repellent incense. Light it in the house for half an hour, and all the mosquitoes will be gone. If the door gaps are large, you can light it all night, but it's a bit wasteful." Mosquito-repellent? Just this small, thin piece. Zhou leaned in to take a look and got smoke in his eyes. Their Thunder tribe also had mosquito-repellent grass, which involved burning a large handful of it mixed with dry grass, filling the entire house with thick smoke. He didn't know how many mosquitoes died, but people would also be suffocated. Zhou was half skeptical, and gradually, he really didn't hear any buzzing from mosquitoes, and after a tiring day, he fell asleep. The next day, upon waking up, Zhou was the first to run to check the incense tray. The Divinewood tribesmen had extinguished the incense before sleeping, and there was still a large circle left. Zhou carefully picked up the incense tray, his expression one of fascination. Such a small size, such a lightweight, and such an amazing mosquito-repelling effect. If this were sold, wouldn't it make a fortune? It would be a crime against nature, he told the half-asleep tribesman in the tent. I'm taking the incense to find the chief. And dashed off. What chief? This was arranged by the chief for the group leader, a tribesman muttered. At the hospital in Shantian County, Zhou Manqing accompanied her grandparents to pick up their health checkup report. The results for the family of 3 were quite good, especially her grandfather's recovery status, which made Dr. Qing exclaim it was a medical miracle. Zhou Manqing felt relieved after receiving the report. She was about to go out to record a variety show, and her work would only get busier. As long as her grandparents were healthy, she would have any worries while working outside. Let's buy some fruits. The fruit stall owner at the hospital entrance greeted them warmly. The fruits at the hospital entrance were expensive. Her grandmother tugged at Zhou Manqing's sleeve. Let us go to the market to buy some vegetables. Zhou Manqing drove her grandparents to the market, and her grandfather grumbled about buying a crunchy watermelon. Watermelons had just come into season in July and were pricey. Whatever her grandmother wanted to buy, Zhou Manqing was only responsible for scanning with her phone. After her grandmother declined a few times, she stopped being polite, and Zhou Manqing enjoyed the feeling of paying. It's 6 yuan a pound? Her grandmother looked at the watermelon her grandfather picked and tried to bargain with the owner. Isn't this a bit expensive? The owner patted the watermelon, and the sound was crisp. Not expensive, this is the price for watermelons at this time. Is it crunchy? Her grandfather asked. The owner replied. Guaranteed sweet and crunchy. Her grandfather pulled out money from his inner pocket, but Zhou Manqing quickly scanned it, and her grandfather's money was a thin stack, not even opened. Zhou Manqing smiled sweetly at her grandfather. How to take the money back? She remembered when she was little. Her grandfather went to the market and bought her a 5 yuan pearl necklace. Her grandfather said he saw other little girls like this, so his granddaughter would definitely like it too. Looking back, that pearl necklace was just plastic beads covered with a shiny thin film. Little Zhou Manqing cherished it, but eventually, the thin film began to peel off, revealing the plastic underneath. The string of beads was also ordinary, and just a little twist would break it. Later, the pearl necklace disappeared along with Zhou Manqing's childhood. At that time, life was tough. Whenever she returned to the countryside from her mother's house, her grandparents would cook instant noodles for meals. Later, she realized it was because instant noodles came with an oil packet, and her grandparents couldn't bear to buy meat. At the time her grandfather bought her the pearl necklace, a bowl of rice noodles in town sold for 80 cents. Manqing, I think this watermelon should taste crunchy, her grandfather said, happily carrying the watermelon. Crunchy is delicious, Zhou Manqing agreed. Her grandfather looked even happier, like a joyful little old man. He always remembered Zhou Manqing's preference for crunchy watermelons. Chapter 172. There's a white moonlight named Xin by this time. When she went out, Zhou Manqing also ordered an electric tricycle for her grandparents. It was just like an old man's joy. The speed wasn't fast, but had rear-view mirrors, a canopy, and a cargo area. Her grandfather could take her grandmother to the fields and also go to town for the market. The house in their hometown was built, and they held a housewarming feast, allowing the family to smoothly move into the new house. Zhou Manqing estimated the time was about right. She also wanted to visit the Divine Wood tribe. The crossing only had a time limit. It didn't require communication with the other side system. However, once she reached the other world, she couldn't stray too far from the other party. The conch Shi and Xiao Jinglin War served as a positioning function. Zhou Manqing arrived just in time. She hid behind the newly built wall of the Divine Wood tribe, looking around when she was caught by Qi Hongye. Qing, it's really you. Qi Hongye gently patted her back. Zhou Manqing was startled. Elder Hongye, how did you suddenly appear? Is this Miss Qing? Accompanying Qi Hongye was a neatly groomed young man, with eyes darker than usual and a calm demeanor. Zhou Manqing said, if you're asking about the outsider, your chief's friend Qing, that's me. Without saying a word, the young man knelt down and bowed to her 3 times. Zhou Manqing hadn't reacted yet when a young man stood up, patted his knees, and said, Miss Qing, my name is Su Linjian. The mother and daughter you saved in the earthquake are my partner and daughter. Just bowing a few times isn't enough, thanks. Please come to my house for a meal today. The people of the Divine Wood tribe loved small canteens. They were convenient, delicious, and cheap. Elders like Su Linjian and Qi Hongye had more war points than ordinary tribesmen, so they sometimes brought some food home to cook, either for a feast or to entertain guests. Su Linjian's cooking skills were quite good. Qi Hongye said, Qing, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Why don't we let Qing go with me to the chief's house first? My mother has been saying she wants to cook a good meal to entertain Miss Qing. Xiao Jinglin didn't know when he turned back and had now arrived behind the wall. Zhou Manqing chuckled innocently. This matter ended with Su Linjian exchanging cured meat and sausages with the tribe to send to the chief's residence, helping the Xiao family cook to entertain Zhou Manqing. This was Zhou Manqing's first time seeing Xiao Jinglin's mother in reality. Mu Xuanfang, nearing 40, had an oval face and apricot-shaped eyes, and her face showed almost no signs of age. She spoke gently and was not hurried or anxious. This was the image Zhou Manqing had imagined of a mother. After lunch, Zhou Manqing followed Xiao Jinglin to the tribe's horse farm. From a distance, the two of them occasionally exchanged shy glances. If it weren't for a few tribe members scattered around taking care of the horses, who knows how close they might have gotten. Xian Rui, who was brushing the horses, thought this way. She risked her life to go into the mountains with the tribe to save someone, but couldn't find a breakthrough to control Xiao Jinglin from Mu Xuanfang. Moreover, the tribe members discovered or in the forest and linked this good news to the rumor she spread, turning her credit into a Qing's. And there were children singing nursery rhymes praising a Qing. The disaster that brought a seismic shift was clearly the lie she had woven with great effort. Xian Rui was so angry that she couldn't eat for several days, and her face had slimmed down a bit. She couldn't let Xiao Jinglin and a Qing continue to be good like this. Xian Rui gazed at a Qing's face from afar, thinking that if she changed into the attire of the Shimu tribe and styled her hair like the Shimu girls, how dramatic. Zhou Manqing hid behind a horse shed at the horse farm, listening to a Shimu tribe member named Xian Rui questioning Xiao Jinglin. Xian Rui was agitated and sorrowful. I originally thought that with my sister gone, I would have a chance to compete. But you don't care about me. And then my mother had that incident, so I can no longer care for you without reservations. Xiao Jinglin was checking the horse feed troughs to ensure there was no unsuitable fodder mixed in. Xiao Jinglin, Xian Rui called out his name directly. You like that foreign girl, don't you? Zhou Manqing's breath caught, fully concentrating on wanting to hear Xiao Jinglin's response. Unfortunately, Xiao Jinglin had already walked to another feed trough, continuing to check the horse feed. I know even if you don't say it. Xian Rui had already caught a glimpse of Zhou Manqing's skirt from the corner of her eye, her voice getting louder. That foreign girl looks very much like my sister, and acts like my sister too, graceful and gentle. Even the tribe members seem to like her just as they liked my sister Xian by back in the day. You all look for my sister's shadow in her. I didn't expect your way of missing my sister was not to send someone to find her, but to take care of a foreign girl. Xian Rui asserted. Zhou Manqing held her breath, not having heard of Xian Bai before. From Xian Rui's words, she realized that the Shimu tribe had once had a girl named Xian Bai who had a deep friendship with Xiao Jinglin. She silently stood there, wanted to hear Xiao Jinglin's response. Xian Bai is fine. You shouldn't speak carelessly and affect her reputation. Xiao Jinglin said after checking the feed trough and examining the clean water in the bucket. Horses have sensitive stomachs, and their diet needs to be monitored. What can I say? If it weren't for Xian Rui stepped in front of him. Aren't you two a couple now? Xiao Jinglin bypassed her, heading to the warehouse behind the wall to get more hay. Hey, Xian Rui felt nervous. That was the direction where Qing was hiding. What? Xiao Jinglin turned his head to ask her. Xian Rui deliberately stomped her foot and ran away. It's useless to say more to you. A Qing had left the Shimu tribe without a word. It was only that Amon saw Xian Rui causing a ruckus with the chief at the horse shed, and accidentally let it slip at Xiao Hisong's place. Xian Rui had previously made her feelings for the elder brother known to everyone in the tribe, so it was hard to say whether a Qing had seen her elder brother being entangled by Xian Rui. Xiao Hisong and Qi Hongya brainstormed. A Qing wasn't a willful person, so something must have happened to provoke her. The little leaders had originally prepared many gifts questions to share with a Qing, but now there was nothing left but air. Thus, Xiao Jinglin's treatment in the tribe suddenly became delicate. Every morning, Xiao Ruren would knock on his door. Brother, today, don't. Xiao Jinglin had already jumped out of bed and covered her mouth. I said not to ask again. Seeing Xiao Ruren nod, he finally released his hand. But when Sister A Qing comes, you will wash. Xiao Ruren continued to nod. Don't worry about my matters. Okay? Have you been using the early education machine that a Qing brought you? Xiao Jinglin looked at his sister helplessly. Xiao Ruren shook her head. Try again. I've changed the batteries for you, Xiao Jinglin said. Xiao Ruren continued to shake her head. The early education machine can only be opened by Sister A Qing. I won't learn if she's not here. Then you'll just have to wait to become illiterate. Xiao Jinglin also guessed what happened that day in the horse shed, but she wouldn't accept his note. Even if Qing Shun was angry, she couldn't come to the tribe often. Xiao Jinglin went to check the problematic water wheel, where Qi Hongya and Ban Mu were also present. It seems like the measurements are wrong. We have a few craftsmen who are still not familiar with the measuring tape, Ban Mu said, watching the water flow into the field and back out again. Xiao Jinglin nodded. Let's see if we can widen the water wheel. He noticed Qi Hongya frowning while holding a book and asked, how's the militia training going? They've practiced early, and now we're letting them practice writing. A Qing said the morning is the best time for memory, Qi Hongya hinted. She still has many questions she hasn't asked a Qing. I heard from Shaoran that a Qing was angered by the chief. It was Ban Mu who told her that there was something between the chief and a Qing. Now that the chief was present and a Qing had left, it showed that the chief had no clue about the way to get along with lovers. Ban Mu? Qi Hongya called out. Ban Mu, blushing, tore out a few pages from his notebook and handed them to Xiao Jinglin. Chief, look at this when you go back. Red Leaf asked me to pass it to you. Xiao Jinglin left in confusion, opening it halfway. The first line read, how to get along well with women. Ban Mu and his wife were hinting at him, and Xiao Jinglin chuckled softly. Chapter 173. Capture a bystander for emergencies. When he returned home at night, Xiao Hisong hesitated to knock on the door. Xiao Jinglin asked, what's the matter? Big brother, did Xian Rue say something to a Qing? Xiao Hisong hesitated. What could they say? Xiao Jinglin was reading by the lamp, marking the historical settings of the Song dynasty. Xiao Hisong turned his head. We grew up playing with Xian Bai and her sisters. How could I not know Xian Rue's temperament? She's a bit clever, but doesn't like to use it for the right reasons. When Sister Bai was around, Xian Rue often quarreled with her for you, right? Now that you have a Qing, it wouldn't be like her not to throw in some jealousy. A Qing is just my friend. Xiao Jinglin narrowed his eyes at his brother. If you have the energy, help me check the work points ledger. I just wanted to say that a Qing has helped us a lot in our tribe, and everyone likes her. If there's any misunderstanding between you, you should explain it to her. Xiao Hisong really took out the work points ledger and started flipping through it. Xiao Jinglin pondered. Zhou Manqing was discussing new precautions for the variety show with her agent Xian Hua. Wu Xian Hua pointed out that unlike other reality shows, this program would adopt an irregular and unlimited live broadcast format. Without prior notice or reminders, it would easily expose the daily state of the artists, which also tapped into the public's curiosity. Zhou Manqing took this point to heart. The newly launched show Tianjuji by Lang Huatai is a farming-themed outdoor reality show that closely follows trending topics, attempting to capture the genuine reactions of artists experiencing rural life, aiming to attract both fans and laid-back workers. The production team has paired celebrities with ordinary people, hoping to generate laughs and gossip in addition to the rural experience. As for the results, it's still too early to say. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Director Lang and Assistant Director were desperately banging on the door. The staff member beside them was at a loss, holding only a tissue, unsure of whom to give it to for wiping tears. Isn't it a requirement on resumes to state if one is a fan? How could they have let a guest fan in? The director's already thinning hair felt even more precarious at this moment. The recording was set for tomorrow, but one of the ordinary guests was discovered to be a fan of guest Qin Xiaonhua. A fan participating in the variety show with a celebrity would make many segments unplayable. This was so frustrating. The assistant director looked like he was holding his breath. What if we notify the last round of eliminated contestants for an interview tonight? The assistant director was also distressed. It would have been better if this ordinary guest had been exposed at noon. Then they would have had an afternoon to prepare. Now that it was past dinner time, even if they notified someone, they might not arrive in time, may not want to come, and might not meet their requirements. Sigh. The director faced the wall, the hotel doorframe trembling slightly. Suddenly, the director felt someone poke him on the shoulder. Fine, let us do it. Let us do an interview tonight. He thought the assistant director was asking for his opinion, but the director completely didn't want to open his eyes to this miserable world. The person poked him again. I said. The director angrily looked up, ready to poke back, only to find it was the assistant director, who was frantically winking at him along with the staff. A young man with a travel backpack was standing outside the hotel, seemingly observing the hotel sign. He was dressed plainly, with long hair, but his looks were striking. If there was such a handsome face in the industry, I would definitely remember it. Lang thought as he exchanged glances with the assistant director, both breaking into smiles. Meaning this guy was an ordinary person. P.S. so tall and looks very strong like he could dig. The staff whispered. The director smiled, even more happily. Quick, go get a few celebrity names to test him. See if he reacts. If not, let us try to recruit him. Before filming for Tianjuji began, there was a simple warm-up, and on the morning of the first shoot, they launched a big promotion, starting the live broadcast immediately. At this point, The guest phones had already been collected by the production team, and their agents and assistants were not allowed on the bus the guests were taking, unable to inform the production team of the arrangements in real time. Zhou Manqing was still unaware that the production team had kicked things off big. She had specifically brought clothes from her hometown, as farming required more coverage to avoid getting bitten by mosquitoes and insects at night. Is this the place? Tian Ju Ji live broadcast room? I heard there's a very good-looking, ordinary person. I'm here to cheer for young master. I can't believe the show ZhouManqing participates in is live. I want to see his fancy performances live. ZhouManqing. I saw ZhouManqing. I'm so excited running around. Is that Backview the actorine? The outfit doesn't seem like his usual style, but he is so handsome. We need to shoot a scene where everyone makes their appearance. The assistant director quietly reminded the guests preparing to get off the bus, as the live broadcast camera was already set up across from the bus door. This was also his first time doing such a thing, easily getting hit. But it was really exciting. The little person in the assistant director's heart was rubbing his hands together. Qin Xiaonhua, with her princess hairstyle, stepped off the bus in an off-shoulder top, hot pants, and white knee-high boots, finding the camera and giving it a coy smile, triggering a wave of so beautiful comments. After her was Yin Jianshun, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets, and Zhou Manqing was arranged to appear after him. Upon seeing Zhou Manqing, Yin Jianshun subtly frowned. He knew Zhou Manqing was coming and just hoped she wouldn't confuse the occasion. They had already broken up, so she shouldn't try to reconcile. He was at a crucial moment pursuing Xiao. Even if the company arranged for him to stir up a CP with Qin Xiaonhua, he wouldn't have come. Teacher Qin played the lead with Teacher Yin before, and Zhou Manqing seems to be the second female lead in that drama. This order of appearance is quite interesting. Doesn't matter. Our ZhouManqing is uniquely beautiful. Teacher Yin and Teacher Qin's second collaboration Tao Yao is about to be released. Hope everyone supports it. What level is Zhou Manqing at? Just tying her hair into a ponytail and showing up. It's a farming show, so it should be about farming. Upstairs haters, identification complete. The sequence of getting off the bus was a man followed by a woman, and then on the bus, Mo Jialai secretly signaled Zhou Manqing to pretend not to know her, along with a newcomer named Shun Juzhou, who had long wolf-tail hair, and a tall guy wearing a mask and a baseball cap, Xiao Jingling. Xiao Jingling was the first to get on the bus and sat at the back. Everyone knew he was an ordinary guest, but due to the production team's restrictions, they did not approach to greet him. The production team wanted to capture the freshness of everyone meeting for the first time, but since they had met in advance, they could only act in front of the camera. Mo Jialai racked his brains, feeling that this ordinary person looked very familiar. Zhou Manqing was originally standing there absent-mindedly, thinking about when the show would go live and how to help Qin Xiaonhua and Yin Jianshun so they couldn't act anymore. Upon seeing the last ordinary young man get off the bus, she couldn't help but stand up straighter, her expression shifting from confusion to indifference. The camera accurately captured her expression at that moment. It's known that Yin Jianshun, Qin Xiaonhua, and Zhou Manqing had no interaction, and Zhou Manqing's attitude towards the new ordinary person is cold. May I ask, who else in the group is Zhou Manqing friendly with? Excluding the wolf-tail girl? Because she is an ordinary person. Excluding ZhouManqing, young master has said he doesn't like playing with celebrities who have bad reputations. Did you all forget that Zhou Manqing seemed to have some ambiguity with actorine? Zhou Jie is really unfortunate. I actually quite like the tribal movie she filmed, and the concept conveyed in the movie align well with the definition of this variety show. Right? Noted. Don't rush to conclusions. It's easy to get slapped in the face. Chapter 174. Farming begins with transplanting rice seedlings. The ice-breaking activity arranged by the production team was for everyone to transplant rice seedlings together. They also distributed tools, a straw hat. Xiao Jingling, still wearing a mask, was quietly reminded by the filming staff to take off his mask. Really, straw hat. Our ZhouManqing has obediently handed over her sunglasses. Why hasn't that ordinary person taken off his mask? Is he self-conscious about his looks? The ordinary guy has such long hair, but even with long hair, he looks very manly. At this moment, Xiao Jingling was carefully confirming with the staff. He remembered Zhou Manqing had previously taught him to always wear a mask when going out. He had been too anxious when coming from the tribe and forgot. But when he encountered the production team, if they hadn't said Zhou Manqing was also participating, he would have definitely found a way to escape. It was determined that he must take it off, so he took off his mask and put it in his pocket. The two directors and the staff had already experienced his good looks, and at this moment, they were frantically directing the camera to zoom in. Habitual vigilance allowed Xiao Jingling to accurately find the camera, seeing it was a machine made him relax a bit and shift his gaze elsewhere. You guys talk. Hey, talk. Why aren't you talking? Are you feeling insecure about your appearance? Is the ordinary guy really an ordinary guy and not a newcomer prepared by some company to debut? Sigh. So what is the real name of the ordinary guy? Why didn't the program group provide subtitles when he appeared just now? I need all his information in 5 minutes. Mo Jialai was anxious. It was one thing for Sister Zhou to be here. But why was Xiao Jingling also present? Was this a coincidence or arranged by Sister Zhou? He tried to communicate with Zhou Manqing through eye contact, but Zhou Manqing completely ignored him. In Jianshun felt a slight sense of crisis, although he was about the same height as this ordinary guy. The ordinary guy had a very tough demeanor, which was on a different level. The next second, following the program group's instructions, Xiao Jingling stood next to In Jianshun, and with his duckbill cap, he was a whole head taller than the high straw-hatted In Jianshun. The director announced today's task, transplanting rice seedlings. There was a rice paddy over there, and everyone needed to choose seedlings to transplant into this acre of land. The director held a small megaphone, saying, "We divided the acre into 3 equal parts, and the guests can freely form 3 groups. The first place can choose their dormitory first. They're all single rooms. Completing the task will earn each person 200 yuan in spending money, which can be used as cash during the recording." Before the director finished speaking, Qin Ziano had already moved closer to In Jianshun. She winked at him. The company had arranged for them to lightly stir up a CP couple before entering the group. Mo Jialai raised his hand. "I want to team up with Miss Qin Ziano." Slowly digging in his ear, what did the young master say? The old servant's eyes are blurry. No one can resist our Ziano's charm. But Emperine is also watching Qin Ziano. "No, don't break them apart. Aren't they here to spread sugar?" Qin Ziano shyly smiled. In Jianshun also raised his hand. "Sorry, Jialai, I partnered with Brotherine before, so we might have better chemistry. I also really want to compete for first place." Qin Ziano stood next to In Jianshun. Mo Jialai wrinkled his nose. Well, not that familiar anyway. He just wanted to hold Qin Ziano back. The microphone on his collar picked up his complaints well, and the live broadcast room heard Mo Jialai's grumbling. Does Mo want to team up with Qin Ziano or not? The final groupings were Qin Ziano with In Jianshun, Mo Jialai with Xiao Jingling, and Zhou Manqing with the wolf-tailed sister Shinjujio. And our endorsement stickers, please stick them on your straw hats, according to the sponsor's requirements. The first sponsor, Yo-Yo Fresh Milk, gave them to In Jianshun, Qin Ziano, and Mo Jialai. The other sponsor, Farmer Fresh Milk, gave fewer endorsements and provided stickers to the less favored ordinary guy and Zhou Manqing. The other guests had already gone to pick seedlings. Qin Ziano and In Jianshun whispered a few words and, ensuring the camera captured their ambiguous discussion, confidently told the director, "Director, the program group gave all the guests 600 yuan as startup funds. Can we apply to rent a rice transplanting machine? It was the right time for planting, so renting a transplanting machine should be relatively easy." In Jianshun nodded in agreement. He was also dressed in casual suit with shiny leather shoes, just like Qin Ziano, which was not suitable for working in the field. "Director Lang, please follow the task card. This is an experiential task and cannot be transferred." Qin Ziano responded readily, her eyes revealing nervousness and grievance, saying to In Jianshun, "Brother In, I'm not really suitable for this. How about I help everyone make lunch?" The camera was right beside them, so In Jianshun couldn't say much. He gave her a reassuring look onto the camera. I'm shipping the Jianhua CP. Don't you think it's strange? Guests should know what kind of variety show they're coming to before arriving, right? Why are they wearing hot pants and long boots in a farming variety show? Some variety shows introduce the accommodations before working. Who knew the program group would start working right away? Exactly. And our Ziano is helping as much as she can. If the program group agrees to rent the transplanting machine, Ziano will definitely get the whole field done. Qin Ziano told the few people returning with seedlings about her division of labor, and Mo Jialai raised an objection. Mo Jialai washed his hands with water from the canal, but he still inevitably got mud splattered on him. He snorted through his nose. "You can change clothes to work in the fields. Did you only bring this outfit for the farming variety show?" The young master speaks truthfully. Unless Qin Ziano is just here to be a vase. Can Mo be a bit more gentlemanly? Everyone else has no objections. To be honest, I'm already quite surprised that little Mo can roll up his sleeves and work in the fields. The weather was hot and humid, with no sun but no rain either. Everyone took off their shoes and socks, rolled up their pants and sleeves, and went into the fields. Zhou Manqing and Xiao Jingling first placed the bundled seedlings at intervals to make it easier to grab when transplanting. Holding them this way, They should be planted about this deep. Yin Jianshan demonstrated how to plant the seedlings. Zhou Manqing walked by and took a glance, saying, "That's too shallow. It will easily topple over. Just go down half a finger deep." Yin Jianshan frowned, trying to hide his displeasure at being contradicted. He had reminded Zhou Manqing to avoid contact during the show. Why was she still talking to him? At this moment, Yin Jianshan selectively forgot about Zhou Manqing telling him to go away during their breakup and later demanding compensation for breach of contract. He only remembered how obedient Zhou Manqing was during their relationship, bringing him into the group. The bullet comments were speculating whether Zhou Manqing was trying to attract Yin Jianshan's attention, and there was also a debate about how deep the seedlings should be planted. The camera focused on the only one left on the ridge, Qin Xiano, who resolutely turned to leave. The program group provided subtitles. How will Qin Xiano choose? Next, the camera showed multiple angles of the guests transplanting the seedlings. Yin Jianshan carefully aligned the distance and admired his labor results with his hands on his hips. Very neat and beautiful. Taking a glance at the other groups, Yin Jianshan's expression broke. Zhou Manqing and Xiao Jingling seemed to be competing, not lifting their heads at all. They were already in the latter half, very skilled, and even Mo Jialai and Shun Jujiu had gone to help them with the seedlings. They were worried that helping with the seedlings would delay the progress of the two. Just watching Yin Jianshan for a moment, the two had already lined up a significant portion of the seedlings. Yin Jianshan's expression is acting. Yin Jianshan alone is slower than the two in the other group. Actually, he's fast. They each have one row, and Yin Jianshan is almost done with one row. Oh my, what about the neatly lined seedlings in the other half of the field? As you can see, transplanting machine number 1 is Zhou Manqing, and transplanting machine No. 2 is the ordinary guy. Xiao Jingling noticed he was too invested, and Qin Shin couldn't keep up with his pace, looking a bit unhappy. He thought for a moment, exchanged tasks with Mo Jialai, and went to check and straighten the seedlings that Mo Jialai had planted. During the inspection, Xiao Jingling secretly planted 2 rows in Zhou Manqing's section, but didn't go near her. Around 12 o'clock, they finally brought over a box of lunchboxes. Chapter 175, joyfully receiving the nickname Wild Man Brother. Qin Xiano was still in her usual outfit of hot pants and long boots, looking fresh and stylish compared to the other guests covered in mud. "Let's eat. It's hot today," Qin Xiano shouted. The guests, starving, gathered under the tree and found boxes of vegetable salad, leaving a few of them speechless. "You went to buy groceries and cooked? Where's the rice?" Mo Jialai complained. "Eating this is healthy. I even prepared a half-boiled egg for everyone." Qin Xiano said thoughtfully, "You all worked hard in the fields." Zhou Manqing, exhausted, said weakly, "Who eats this kind of stuff after farming? These are green and healthy. I ran around several supermarkets to buy these organic vegetables." Qin Xiano protested. "I even spent 300 usage coins," she added, trying to prove the quality of her purchases. Mo Jialai, having eaten a half-boiled egg, glared at Qin Xiano. "Our startup capital is 600, and you spent 300 on one meal?" Qin Xiano explained. "Each person's meal standard is 50 coins. This isn't expensive." Yin Jianshan had already finished a box of vegetable salad and tried to smooth things over. "Today, if we complete the task, each person can earn an additional 200 usage coins, and we can discuss the usage for the next tasks later." Once Zhou Manqing and the others finished eating, their lethargic movements showed that they hadn't had enough. "Anyway, we completed the task, so we can cook something else when we get back." The dormitory consisted of 2 rows of tile-roofed houses with a shared bathroom and shower, and choosing dorms in advance was merely about location. Today's recording was temporarily concluded, but Yin Jianshan's group still needed to finish planting the remaining rice seedlings. The assistant director took back the task cards. In the afternoon, Yin Jianshan and his partner went out to plant seedlings, while only the shy Shun Jujiu went to help. The next day's task card was to pick fruits, with each group required to gather 50 pounds. A light rain had drizzled all night, and when the guests arrived at the orchard, the weather turned muggy. The director said, "I have 2 tasks here, picking peaches or picking plums. Everyone can choose freely." Qin Xiano had changed into long sleeves and long pants today, her hair styled in a braid, finally looking like she was ready to work. She took over the director's words. "Yin Gu is the senior, so I'll let him choose first." This statement hinted that others could also choose first, implying that she did not consider Yin Jianshan a senior. So everyone let Yin Jianshan choose first, and he picked peaches, leaving the other 2 groups to pick plums. Zhou Manqing's group immediately picked up their baskets and left, their stylish exit making Yin Jianshan quite unhappy. They could switch groups every day, so why didn't Zhou Manqing request to be in the same group as him? Was she playing hard to get? The peach trees weren't very tall, and there were tools available for picking peaches. Ying Jinshan wore a slightly tight black shirt today, with arm sleeves highlighting his muscular arms. The peaches were stacked high, and the fresh, ripe ones would surely make Qin Zayano look as lovely as a peach blossom. Both of them were satisfied with how they imagined themselves on camera. The other two groups ended up with the only 3 plum trees in the orchard, which were over 3 meters tall. There were plenty of spots reachable by people, but after picking, they still needed 60 more pounds. Mo Jialai looked up. The remaining 60 pounds aren't still on the trees, right? The assistant director nodded in agreement. You can climb the trees, but be careful and know your limits. The live chat was buzzing with suggestions, suggesting that the 2 boys might need to climb the trees while the girls continued picking below. Xiao Jinglin grabbed an empty basket and bit the handle. As the number of live viewers increased, the sight of climbing trees brought back many childhood memories. Watching little Mo climb trees, reminiscent of a rich kid's downfall, was something people enjoyed. A few seconds later, the chat exploded. OMG, is he really climbing the tree? Wait, he just climbed up like that? Is a live stream on fast forward? This live stream can't be sped up, right? This ordinary guy is climbing the tree so well he just zoomed up there. The raindrops on the branches didn't even fall. Look, the assistant director hasn't even laid out the mat yet. He's scared he might have to catch someone. From today on, this ordinary guy is no longer an ordinary guy, but a wild man. The production team opened 2 live streaming windows, one at the peach tree and one at the plum tree. After climbing the tree barehanded, the live stream from the plum tree noticeably heated up. Viewers watched as he not only climbed the tree quickly, but also picked plums while pushing down a branch to allow the taller Mo Jialai to pick plums from below. His body control and strength were impressive. Later, Zhou Manqing also tried to climb a little bit on the plum tree, pushing down branches. And when the rainwater on the branches shook off, Shun Jiujiu picked below. I wanted to say yesterday, Zhou Jie can carry a load of seedlings without even panting. Anyone who has pressed down a branch knows that while it's easy to push down, maintaining the pressure requires a lot of strength. I just tried pressing down a branch on a tree in my neighborhood, and I ended up getting hit in the face by a branch that I couldn't hold down. Zhou Manqing's group couldn't keep up with the speed of Xiao Jinglin and his team, who were working together. After Xiao Jinglin completed the task, he came over to help, and Zhou Manqing did not refuse, even sincerely thanking him. Xiao Jinglin's eyes lit up. Qing Shen finally acknowledged him. Thus, the 2 groups at the plum tree finished faster than the one at the resource-rich peach tree. The afternoon task card read, do a live stream to assist farmers. At this time, Zhou Manqing, Mo Jialai, and Shun Jiujiu were doing self-introductions in front of the live stream. Qin Zayano noticed that the fruit basket was blocked by a curtain and that there were no staff around. So she quietly walked over and switched the price tags on Zhou Manqing's 2 types of peaches. The 2 types of peaches looked very similar, and unless one looked closely, the difference was hard to tell. Once the netizens received the fruits at home, she would guide the buyers to raise questions, and Zhou Manqing would end up marking up prices to make a profit. Once this happened, her boss Zhou Sima would have ways to make Zhou Manqing disappear from public view. Sigh. She wondered why both had the surname Zhou and what Zhou Manqing did to provoke her boss. Qin Zayano thought. But using this method to bring Zhou Manqing down was very effective. She had done it last year and almost became famous. What are you doing? A deep male voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Zayano, startled, quickly stepped aside, realizing it was the ordinary guy Xiao Jinglin, and gently patted her chest to calm down. It's you. I was just looking at what fruits are for sale, so I can prepare for the live stream later. Qin Zayano hoped he hadn't seen what she had done. Xiao Jinglin said, I saw you switch. Oh my god. Qin Zayano moved closer to Xiao Jinglin, clasping her hands together in a pleading manner. Jinglin, you can't stand Zhou Manqing either, right? She was making a face at you when you got off the bus. Promise me, don't say anything. Let's get back at her together, okay? Xiao Jinglin looked down at her, his eyes deep, revealing no emotions. That person, Zhou Manqing. I've worked with her before. She's the kind of person who steps on others to elevate herself. The reason she's ignoring you these days is probably because you're an unknown, ordinary person. Qin Zayano felt more relaxed as she spoke. Yes. Zhou Manqing looked down on Xiao Jinglin, and Xiao Jinglin was unhappy about it. He definitely wouldn't remind Zhou Manqing. So what was there to explain? As long as he didn't say anything before the live stream, even if he changed his mind afterward, no one would believe him. Qin Zayano gave Xiao Jinglin a final flattering smile before heading out to the live stream. After she left, Xiao Jinglin switched the tags on Qin Zayano and Zhou Manqing's baskets. Qin Xiaonhua had been paying attention to Zhou Manqing's side and noticed that Xiao Jinglin hadn't spoken to Zhou Manqing at all, which made her smile with satisfaction. Chapter 176, Powerful and Wealthy. After the live broadcast ended, Zhou Manqing, who was walking at the back, accidentally stepped on a mud clump and almost fell. But Xiao Jingling quickly helped her. Yin Jianshun happened to catch a glimpse of this and was a step too slow. Why does Zhou Manqing always like to do these low-key actions to attract Emperor Yin's attention? Wild Brother's reaction is really fast. Wait, where is the camera pointing? Zhou Manqing slowly loosened her grip on the waist of Xiao Jingling as the camera zoomed in on Xiao Jingling's slim waist. The cameraman adjusted the focus anxiously, and the two were still unaware. Xiao Jingling was still checking what had tripped Zhou Manqing earlier. Zhou Manqing's hand reluctantly left Xiao Jingling's waist, and she was surprised by how strong the muscles were beneath her palm. The two exchanged glances, and Zhou Manqing's lips, which had been slightly parted in shock, finally closed, with her smile more difficult to suppress than AK's. Sister Zhou, the medicine. Pay attention to your image. Quickly think of all the sad things you've experienced. It was recorded. Sister Zhou's hand let go and then touched again before leaving. With such a handsome man around, people's hearts are no longer pure. This is too much. Let me in. Although the cameraman adjusted the shot back, my gaze can't leave Wild Brother's waist, who could not smile while touching that waist. So awkward. If it were me, I would have rubbed a few more times before letting go. The incident happened suddenly and ended quickly, and Qin Xiaonuo, walking in front, did not notice. Yin Jianshun took another look at the smiling Zhou Manqing. After not seeing her for more than a year, her skin seemed even better. However, it really didn't look good to be pulling and tugging with a strange man in front of the camera. On the third day, it rained, so outdoor shooting was canceled. After dinner, the production team arranged a spontaneous activity. 6 people were required to gather in the living room to play truth or dare, and the content had to be related to gossip. They also quietly started a live broadcast. Truth or dare, such an old game. Although it's old, it really works, and it's a live broadcast. I'm looking forward to listening to gossip today. Teacher Yin is so handsome. The perfect house husband. Teacher Yin didn't even style his hair. He just washed it and still looks so good. The game started, and the one chosen for truth was Yin Jianshun, with the question coming from Shun Jujio. Shun Jujio asked a relatively safe question. As a star, does Teacher Yin prefer a spacious flat or a more private villa? Well, which star doesn't T have a few properties? Yin Jianshun coughed lightly. Actually, I prefer a villa, but in the several cities where I often film, I've only bought spacious flats. The living experience is more comfortable. Oh, everyone responded knowingly, subtly flaunting their wealth. Zhou Manqing's stood out especially, and Yin Jianshun felt proud. He had achieved his current success through his own efforts. It wasn't he that no wealthy women privately wanted to invite him to dinner. But he had firmly refused. He was not the kind of guy who would rely on a wealthy woman to go astray. Xiao Jingling, who was quite tall, blocked Qin Xiaonuo's view of the camera. She turned off her mic and pushed Xiao Jingling aside. Xiao Jingling shifted a bit. Qin Xiaonuo knew that even if she had a bad attitude towards ordinary people in private, these ordinary people had no way to deal with her. The online trolls couldn't compete with her fan base, and they could even become part of the persecution against her, solidifying her weak persona. Shun Jujio was still exclaiming, no matter which big city spacious flat is not cheap, Teacher Yin is really powerful. Teacher Yin is both powerful and wealthy. He earns money through his own strength. Sending flowers, sending flowers, sending flowers. The top stars in every industry must be doing well. While I'm here, crying with envy in my tiny 10-square-meter room. Is it a mortgage or a full payment? Isn't Emperor Yin financially strained? The last comment seemed to incite conflict and was temporarily muted by the live broadcast room's administrator. The one who drew truth became Xiao Jingling, and the questioner was Qin Xiaonuo. Qin Xiaonuo casually asked, is your home a spacious flat or a villa? Asking an ordinary person's home if it is a spacious flat or a villa feels like asking me if my savings are 50 million or 100 million. Sister Xiaonuo might not have thought it through. Maybe in their circle, these two types of housing are common. Still too wealthy, those big stars. Xiao Jingling fell into thought. Haha, sorry. Maybe you don't like these types of houses. Qin Xiaonuo realized she hadn't noticed Xiao Jingling's financial situation and felt a bit awkward. In front of the camera, one should apologize promptly upon realizing a mistake to gain audience goodwill. Xiao Jingling was still thinking about what Qin Shun had taught him before coming to modern times. When others ask, just say what you have. He said, my home has a yard. Ah, Wild Brother's voice is so nice. Is the mic set too high? I can't take it. My ears are going to get pregnant. A yard? A farmhouse yard? Our sister Xiaonuo is really kind. She has such a considerate baby. Forget the yard. Even if Wild Brother lived in the woods, I would still be willing. I'm willing. Someone wake her up from this dream. Is it the kind of yard we live in? Yin Jianshun deliberately asked. A man without money easily loses charm. He couldn't let this ordinary person steal his limelight in the variety show. About that, Xiao Jingling answered honestly. Qin Xiaonhua whispered, a farmhouse yard. Zhou Manqing couldn't stand Qin Xiaonua's condescending attitude and pretended to be curious. How big is Jingling's house? She actually knew that both the tribe chief's residence and the former second-in-command's residence belonged to the tribe chief. Xiao Jingling thought Qin Shun had forgotten and honestly reminded, over 5,000 square meters. Did you say over 5,000? Ask. Now you all are honest. I've seen houses of 500 square meters. Is a 5,000 mansion? Except for Xiaomao. Everyone's eyes went wide. But it feels like Sister Zhou's surprise is a bit exaggerated. Report. Xiaomao's eyes are also wide now. He probably didn't react just now. This wave of flaunting wealth caused the live broadcast room's traffic to surge. As everyone heard that a hidden, wealthy, ordinary person was invited to this variety show to reveal their true identity. The guests present all became interested in Xiao Jingling's financial situation. Every time it was Xiao Jingling's turn for truth, they asked related questions. Does Jingling's family raise horses? Do they have a horse farm? Over 100 horses with a horse farm. Brother Xiao, how many people does your family manage? Manage people? Over 1,000. I guess. Everyone continued to be shocked, while Zhou Manqing avoided the camera, feeling a bit heartbroken. She had already heard that Xiao Jingling was using the answers he had originally been taught, only saying what he had without elaborating. It was really reckless to come to modern times without a word. Clearly, he was still not accustomed to modern life and didn't understand modern language habits. Rushing over without explaining when he saw her. It feels like Wild Brother doesn't like to talk much. Wild Brother is tough and speaks little, but when he talks a lot, his accent is a bit strange. Before knowing he had over 5,000 square meters of property. If you said he had an accent, I would just smile. Now if you say he has an accent, I just want to laugh at myself. Finally, Qin Xiaonhua got to ask Yin Jianshun a question. Qin Xiaonhua said, Brother Yin, after you finish recording this episode of the variety show, will you be going to film, or do you have any other engagements? You know, our new drama's roadshow is next month. Yin Jianshun deliberately made his words ambiguous. Qin Xiaonhua smiled gently. Yin Jianshun continued, there won't be much work afterwards. I hope to hear from this director often. I'm looking for jobs and auditions. He clasped his hands toward the camera. Has the film emperor Yin really run out of work? Is the economy this bad? Directors still choose actors based on popularity, right? Isn't your film emperor also a newly popular figure? What? Didn't you say you were too busy to hold a fan meeting later? The last comment flashed by and was immediately silenced by the live stream administrator. Chapter 177. Bitten and can't walk more than 5 steps? In the next round, Qin Xiaonhua asked, and Zhou Manqing answered. Zhou Manqing had acted with Yin Jianshun while they were dating. For promotional reasons. Qin Xiaonhua publicly hyped up her CP with Yin Jianshun, but privately, she bought a lot of Zhou Manqing's dirt. Qin Xiaonhua thought for a moment and said gently, Manqing, why don't you choose a comment on Weibo to reply to how about that? The production team returned the phone they had temporarily kept for Zhou Manqing. Zhou Manqing opened Weibo, and on her homepage, a flash of Tianjuji Live Guest Truth or Dare appeared. She pretended not to see it and clicked on her own homepage. It's a live stream. She can make use of it. Qin Xiaonhua is the kind of person who won't hold grudges against her, so she treats others like fools. Hey. Why is Sister Zhou scrolling back? My latest comments are out of her sight. So sad. Come on. She has already scrolled back to last year. Last year's comments don't seem very good, right? You guys forgot about Zhou Manqing's dirt from last year after she acted for a few days? Just because she acts well doesn't mean her character is good. Just so you know. Zhou Manqing's phone screen paused on a negative comment from last year's filming. The comment read, Zhou Manqing, explain why you bullied the crew and forced all the girls to accompany you in cutting your hair. At that time, while filming Tai Weiweiling, Yin Jianshun was the male lead, and Qin Xiaonhua was a newcomer who became popular as an innocent flower. She played the villain in the drama, and later, due to an accident, burned most of her hair, resulting in a mop-like short hairstyle. The villain blamed the female lead for the burn and cut the hair of the character played by Qin Xiaonhua into a mess after capturing her. For the sake of filming, both she and Qin Xiaonhua actually cut their hair. Later, rumors spread that she was unwilling to cut her hair and wanted all the girls in the crew to accompany her. In fact, after Qin Xiaonhua finished this scene, she vented to her 2 assistants and made their hair look like a dog's chew toy, which made her feel better. The photos of the assistants' dog-chewed hair were exposed, but the name written for bullying was Zhou Manqing. The camera focused on Zhou Manqing typing on her phone as she replied, "Hello, I'm currently playing Truth or Dare and need to respond with the truth. To formally answer your question, I have never asked anyone to accompany me in cutting my hair. Click send." Wow, wow, wow. She really typed a response herself. A live person on Weibo. Sisters, I found a link from last year where Zhou Manqing was accused of bullying the crew, with pictures as proof. Come on, that picture is just of two girls with short hair. It's not of Zhou Manqing holding scissors. The one of her holding scissors is a crew photo. How should I put this if I didn't believe it before? But these days Zhou Manqing has been behaving well and working honestly without complaints. I've become her neutral fan. I believe her. Sister Zhou doesn't steal the spotlight or attention. She really has a pure feeling like the character she played in the Shimu tribe. I'm a fan now. The phone showed that the message was sent successfully, and Zhou Manqing returned the phone to Qin Xiaonhua, giving her a meaningful glance. These days, the weather has been hot and humid, with occasional rain. A good season for mushrooms to grow in the woods. Today's task card read. Guests can freely form groups, 2 people per group. Rankings will be determined by the weight of the mushrooms collected, with rewards of 800, 400, and 200 usage credits. Free combination means they can form groups. Qin Xiaonhua sighed. I've never looked for mushrooms. I'm afraid I might accidentally pick some toxic ones. I only recognize 1 or 2 types. I don't know if they are here. Shen Jojo also said, you have to be careful with mushrooms in the woods. If you can't tell whether they are edible or not, you can ask me first. Sensing the pleading gazes from everyone, Yin Jinshin stood up straight and glanced at Zhou Manqing subtly. Yesterday, she had replied to a comment under Tai Weiwuling, and indeed, Zhou Manqing still cared about her image. He was hyping up his CP with Qin Xiaonhua on the variety show, and Zhou Manqing must be jealous. If Zhou Manqing insisted on teaming up with him, he would reluctantly agree, although it might be a bit difficult for Qin Xiaonhua, who knew that Qin Xiaonhua walked up to Xiao Jingling. Brother Jingling, can you take me with you? This is a big shot. After the show, where else could she meet someone who owns a 5,000 square meter mansion? Xiao Jingling shook his head directly, eagerly bringing 2 empty baskets to Zhou Manqing. Qin Shun had helped him out yesterday, so he should be on good terms with her now, right? In Jianshun coughed loudly, hoping Zhou Manqing would ignore the ordinary person. Zhou Manqing didn't even look at In Jianshin and took one of the empty baskets from Xiao Jingling. Let us go. Qin Xiaonhua, feeling a bit unhappy, went to get the basket, puzzled. Why did this ordinary person suddenly have such a good attitude towards Zhou Manqing? Didn't they have a past? She was a bit worried about the previous livestream incident and glanced over at Xiao Jingling, noticing that the ordinary person was quite attentive. What method did Zhou Manqing use to change this wealthy person's attitude overnight? Did she secretly knock on the ordinary person's door while everyone was sleeping after the game ended? Using her body to seduce men, that's really shameless. Speaking of which, if she had known this ordinary person was so easygoing, she should have made the first move last night. Qin Xiaonhua hated herself for misjudging the situation. Zhou Manqing seemed so well-behaved, but behind the scenes, she was making moves without hesitation. Let us go. Mo Jialai handed an empty basket to Shun Jiujiu. He didn't want to team up with Qin Xiaonhua anymore. She was too superficial, only following the money. He shouldn't have gotten involved. Just find a rich second-generation friend and wave, and Qin Xiaonhua would stick to him, making it easy to tease her. When T come back after this episode, it's exhausting. Little Mo twisted his sore arms. First, focus on picking mushrooms. Zhou Manqing's group had already ventured deep into the pine forest with a stick each. There were many small branches in the forest, and the cameraman walked cautiously. Zhou Manqing casually picked up a branch to rake through the thick pine needles under the pine tree, while the stick Xiao Jingling chose was very straight. Generally, there are 2 types of edible mushrooms under pine trees. One is a dark gray color, referred to as tonluo mushroom by locals, and the other is pumpkin-colored, called pumpkin mushroom. Zhou Manqing's experience was to rake through the pine needles or piles of grass. Xiao Jingling's method was a bit more unique. He would sniff the air before accurately raking through a specific patch. Do mushrooms have a smell? Zhou Manqing was curious. Xiao Jingling nodded. There's a mushroom smell. Even the crew members stopped to try to smell the scent, but unfortunately, they could only smell the grass in the mountains and nothing else. At this moment, In Jianshan hurriedly passed by. He and Qin Xiaono wanted to pick some mushrooms in a place where no one had arrived yet. In Jianshan scoffed. I have the same reaction as in the movie Emperor. To be honest, the sticks chosen by the male guests are all very straight. It's a common trait among men. They must choose the straightest stick. Looking forward to it, In Jianshan's analysis of mushrooms is spot on. He's guaranteed to be first. I've picked mushrooms before, and there really isn't a mushroom smell in the mountains. I have to say something to you, wild man. Unlike the city, Zhou, who was rummaging through the grass, unfortunately encountered a snake. The snake was still far away. But Zhou was so scared that she threw away her stick and basket, wanting to hide behind Jianshan for protection. She took a few steps back to where Jianshan had been standing, only to find that he had run even faster than she had. The crew members, bundled up tightly, checked the situation. The snake was gone. Only then did Jianshan come over and comfortingly pat Zhou's head. Zhou still looked frightened, tears welling in her eyes. If it weren't for Jianshan sprinting out nearly 2 miles earlier, I would have fallen for this shot. There's no need to worship everything. It turns out some sisters said they were rushing to announce the road, and now I believe it. The mountains are really dangerous. The wicked crew scared our Zhou. Chapter 178. It's not good to be a shoddy filler like this. Some piles of grass had already been turned over by villagers who had come earlier. Mo Jialai was digging like a dog, scraping off a layer from each pile of grass, but with little reward. Shun Jiujiu was even less skilled. Not knowing which mushrooms were good, she used 2 twigs as chopsticks to pick mushrooms. This is the first time I've seen someone use twigs to pick mushrooms. This girl is quite cautious, haha. Mo Jialai's stick is waving around. If you didn't know, you'd think he was using a whip. Waves hand, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, young master, I'm getting teary-eyed over your results. While rummaging through the grass, Zhou Manqing gasped softly, and not far away. Shout Jingling rushed over to protect her from behind. Zhou Manqing tightly held onto her small basket. Her voice transmitted through the microphone pinned at her collar to the live broadcast room. There's a snake. We retreat, and Xiao Jingling took a defensive stance, guiding Zhou Manqing back. Don't look at it, don't make eye contact, don't disturb it. It won't attack people on its own. Wow, man, I want to praise you. Seeing a 5-step snake is like seeing an ant. Throw it away. Is it the legendary 5-step snake that can kill you with just 1 bite? To the friends above, I suggest you check on Baidu. You might be dead after just 3 steps. Just came from me in the movie Emperor's live stream. I don't know if any sisters can understand my complex feelings right now. Sister, I understand. One sprinted out nearly 2 miles, and the other rushed over from 2 miles away. In Jianshan, you can have them. I want this one to be my boyfriend. The cameraman reported the encounter with the venomous snake to Director Lang, who decided to pause the mushroom picking competition. The safety of the guests is more important. Finally, it ended. I felt itchy all over, as if there were bugs. Mo Jialai was already regretting participating in this ridiculous variety show. Director Lang clapped his hands. Please, all guests, bring your little baskets over here. The baskets were all standardized and weighed after being peeled. Xiao Jingling had the most. Zhou Manqing was second, followed by Zhou, Jianshan, Mo Jialai, and Shun Jiujiu. Jianshan was dissatisfied that the amateurs had stolen his spotlight. He pointed his stick at the mushrooms in Xiao Jingling's basket and said, You have some mushrooms here that are green. They are poisonous and cannot be eaten. Although the first place score is relatively high, it's not fair to fill in with shoddy goods like this. Jianshan, considering himself a senior, thought that Xiao Jingling should have known better than to argue with him. Xiao Jingling remained unflustered. They're not poisonous. No explanation, no argument, just 2 words. Not poisonous. You definitely can't eat those. I think you should pick out the green ones. I'm not asking you to weigh them again. It's just that Director Lang said lunch would be made with these, so don't let everyone get sick. Jianshan had a look as if he was thinking of Xiao Jingling's well-being. Xiao Jingling completely ignored him, reaching out to help Zhou Manqing carry her basket. They ignored Jianshan. Wild Man is a bit disrespectful to his seniors. Although, if the mushrooms are poisonous, it's better not to leave them in the basket. Wild Man is a bit vain. I've never picked mushrooms before. I'm waiting for a knowledgeable netizen to enlighten me. Zhou tried to cover her basket with her sun protection jacket. In the final moments, she picked every mushroom she could see and tossed them in her basket. After all, the task card only said to weigh mushrooms, not specify that they had to be edible. As for cooking mushrooms at noon, she could just dump them in the trash later. Unexpectedly, for safety's sake, the program team invited several villagers to help identify whether the mushrooms the guests picked were edible. A crowd of villagers gathered to watch. Zhou was anxious. She couldn't find an opportunity to dump the mushrooms. The guests lined up, placing their baskets in front of themselves. Jianshan crossed his arms, looking mysteriously at Xiao Jingling. The villagers are experienced veterans. You must listen to what they say. Except for Xiao Jingling and Zhou Manqing, everyone else was a bit nervous. Xiao Jingling learned to pick mushrooms from his mother, Mu Xuanfang, who had been responsible for gathering for the clan for 10 years. Knowing which mushrooms are poisonous and which are not is a skill every member of the Shenmu tribe must learn. It can save lives in critical moments. Zhou Manqing was also calm. She learned from her grandmother and only recognized the copper gong mushroom and pumpkin mushroom, refusing to pick any unfamiliar mushrooms. The villagers included the village chief and two older sisters, one tall and one short. The tall sister saw the mushrooms in ZhouManqing's basket. Wow, this kid picked a lot of mushrooms. Kid in the local dialect means boy. The short sister pointed at ZhouManqing's basket. This girl also has quite a few mushrooms. The villagers took a plastic basin and started picking mushrooms from ZhouManqing's basket. We'll put the edible ones in the basin for you. Okay, ZhouManqing replied obediently. 1 mushroom, 2 mushrooms. Another mushroom with a green edge was thrown into the basin, and Jianshan, who had been watching intently, couldn't help it anymore. Village chief, that mushroom has green on the edge. The village chief looked at him in confusion. Yes, so what? In the meantime, he threw several green mushrooms into the basin. Green mushrooms are poisonous, right? They are so brightly colored. Jianshan only knew one thing. Brightly colored mushrooms are mostly poisonous. The village chief took out another mushroom, turned it around. Oh, are you talking about this green one? Yes. Jianshan thought the village chief was old and hadn't seen well. You've already put several in the basin. Oh dear. The other 2 older sisters couldn't help but laugh at Jianshan's serious expression. Influenced by them, the surrounding villagers also laughed. After everyone had a good laugh, Jianshan looked somewhat helpless and confused. Only then did the village chief say, "This mushroom is blue-green, which is normal. The part that was touched will turn blue-green. There are these kinds of mushrooms around my place, and the caps have spiral-like patterns, making them easy to identify." That the previous accusation from actor Ian. Ignorance is no excuse. Take Brother Ian away. After checking the first 2 baskets, the villagers came to Qin Xiaonhua. Qin Xiaonhua picked up her sun protection clothing, and the village chief's brows had already furrowed. In her basket there were red, blue, green, and white mushrooms of all colors, some quite vibrant. The tall sister sighed. There are hardly any edible ones. They've mixed together, and selecting them might get us contaminated with bad things. So let's not pick anymore, said the short sister. I didn't know. Qin Xiaonhua said pitifully. Mo Jialai repeated Jianshan's earlier sarcastic remarks, filling the ranks with subpar items. Is that fair? I didn't know. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Xiaonua's voice was soft. Zhou Manqing sighed. Senior Ian cares about the mushrooms from other groups, but forgets to check on his own teammates? Jianshan's expression was quite something. Indeed, I also noticed that Jianshan seems to care a lot about Brother Wildman. Our Xiaonhua didn't do it on purpose. That is so uncouth, showing no respect for girls at all. Didn't I see Qin Xiaonhua putting all the mushrooms she had rummaged through back into the basket when she returned? For lunch, with the guidance of the village chief and others, the guests boiled a pot of chicken mushroom soup with a chicken bought from the villagers. Originally, plucking feathers and cutting meat was a technical job, and the production team planned to record the scene of the guests flustered. Qin Xiaonhua, as the production team wished, shook her hands in fear. I can't do it. I'm scared of live chickens and ducks. Her pitiful appearance seemed more suited to an arena than a farmhouse. At this moment, Jianshan wanted to save face, rolled up his sleeves, and headed towards the tightly bound hen. Let me do it. Jianshan looked very reliable. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen's wings flapped wildly, rolling about. After a tussle, Jianshan ended up with a few chicken feathers in his hair, but nothing else. Chapter 179 Live Stream Emotional Explosion. Our brother Ian is so responsible, so adorably clumsy. Wake up, your confident actor Ian can't even catch a tied-up chicken. Mo Jialai rolled her eyes. Shout jingling. Seeing that, Jianshan finally gave up on this opportunity to show off, went to the kitchen to grab a knife and a bowl, and in a few steps accurately caught the hen's wings. One cut, let bleed, placed in the boiling water brought by Zhou Manqing to pluck the feathers. All done in one go. Zhou Manqing, I want to praise you. I thought you were playing, but it turns out you were helping Shun Jiao boil water. Brother Wildman's cut was so cool, it didn't just hit the chicken's neck, it hit my heart. What on earth is Brother Wildman's background? At first, I thought he was a farmer, then I thought he was a hidden rich man. Now, I think he is a butcher. While drinking the mushroom soup, the sponsor's drinks were placed beside them, and Jianshan and Qin Xiaonhua diligently drank the mushroom soup while sipping yo-yo fresh milk. Brother Ian and Sister Xiaonhua are so dedicated. They never forget to show the sponsor's products. Thumbs up. I'm just curious. Can mushroom soup and milk be drunk together? Don't worry, sister. There's a foreign dish called milk mushroom soup. Waves hand. Jianshan. Why isn't that certain blogger responding? Why isn't he responding? Covering his mouth in the live stream. What's that? The last comment was too extreme, and the user was banned. The room manager mentioned this to the deputy director. It seems many fans of Jianshan have jumped ship recently. The deputy director was worried and decided to end the stream to discuss with the director about talking to actor Ian, making sure not to leave any pitfalls for their show. As for the farmer's juice, Zhou Manqing asked the production team for a 1.5L large bottle. Villagers like to drink from large bottles when hosting guests or during gatherings, and when she was a child, this was one of the few times she could enjoy drinks. The village chief and the two older sisters were very happy. Everyone poured themselves a drink and enjoyed themselves. I'm teary-eyed. I drank this when I was a child too. My grandmother would also fill empty large drink bottles with dry beans. Raising hand, my family too. The village chief brought two little kids who were so happy. Watching them hold bowls and drink feels like a return to when I was a toxic woman. I'm craving it. I'm ordering farmer's juice now. Just as Zhou Zima was guarding the live stream to buy the trending topic, mushroom soup with yo-yo fresh milk. It just hit the trending list, and then the live stream was hit with waves of nostalgia, spontaneously leading to purchases of farmer's juice. Family, I'm already drinking farmer's juice while watching the video. I never paid attention before, but it's really good today. I'm already toasting with Brother Wildman in sync with a live stream. Terrible. I've already toasted with Brother Wildman across the screen. Ah, someone come and throw the cups upstairs. The sponsor of Yo-Yo Fresh Milk looked on with satisfaction as the certain blogger trended, waiting for new orders to ring in. The sponsor of Farmer's Juice, Boss Ming, was already on the phone with distributors. Some distributors had bought little stock and were already out of stock. Boss Ming sighed to his employees, "We're the second sponsor, and we still have this kind of sales. Yo-Yo Fresh Milk must be selling like hotcakes, right?" A few days later, the Yo-Yo Fresh Milk sponsor, who found nothing but meme images on various chat platforms. "Teachers, you've worked hard these past few days. This afternoon, we'll play a game." Director Lang held a small microphone, and the guests started a tea party in a small courtyard. The tea was brewed by the village chief. Specifically, it was grinding tea, a specialty from some southern regions. Ginger tea that is a bit salty can be paired with various crispy fried dough sticks and snacks. A few mushrooms were saved for lunch, and the village chief was grinding mushroom tea. The tea was mixed with a few dried chilies, scallions, etc. Taking a sip was spicy and fragrant with mushrooms. Director Lang took a sip of the mushroom tea, let out a sound, feeling quite refreshed. He continued, "Each guest provided 3 numbers of friends within the industry. Next, we will randomly select one number. And please share your feelings about recording our variety show with your friend in front of the camera. This game will be live streamed. Please inform the other party immediately that we are live." Director Lang had a look that said, "I absolutely won't trick you." Jianshan's peripheral vision caught Zhou Manqing, and he smiled slightly, hoping for some results from the live stream. Xiao Jingling looked over warily. Jianshan coldly retracted his gaze. The guest calls were also drawn randomly, and the first was Qin Xiaonhua. She proudly stated, "The 3 numbers I provided are all friend in my circle. This is Geng Qiuqiu. This is..." The comments went wild, all superstars. The production team handed over the guest phones. 20 minutes passed, and Qin Xiaonhua hadn't gotten through to a single call. Even when she tried calling Geng Qiuqiu again, the call reminder clearly indicated she was blocked. Haha, maybe they are resting after being too tired from filming. She tried to smooth things over. The live stream was filled with booze. Next was Jianshan. To avoid the awkward situation Qin Xiaonhua faced of not being able to get through, the production team handed out all the guest phones in advance, signaling them to contact their friends beforehand. Jianshan smiled. 3 friends. One is a director who has helped me, one is my mentor, and the other is an old acquaintance. The display screen brought in by the production team only showed the last 4 digits of a phone number. Zhou Manqing and Xiao Jingling exchanged glances when they saw one of the digits, wondering what this person was doing. Old acquaintance. Old acquaintance. I drew an old acquaintance. There's gossip. There's gossip. It's worth it for me to be on time in the live stream. Don't get too excited. NED has been clean since his debut. What old acquaintance could he have? The display screen randomly selected the number of the old acquaintance, and Jianshan dialed it. A phone rang in the venue. Zhou Manqing faced the live camera and expressionlessly hung up the phone. What? NED's old acquaintance is Zhou Manqing. What kind of acquaintance could they have? What acquaintance? I'm not frantically looking for gossip for nothing. I can only find a few old stories about Zhou Manqing throwing herself at him. What is Jianshan nodding about? The trending topic exploded. Everyone was as anxious as a wild animal in a melon field. A Stars Live broadcast revealed romantic entanglements, something unprecedented. Yin Jianchen nodded at Zhou Manqing, achieving his goal. Now, no matter how the ordinary person fawned over him, public opinion would tie Zhou Manqing to him. His desire for conquest had been ignited by the ordinary person's provocation. If Zhou Manqing liked him once, she would surely find it hard to forget the old feelings and would like him a second time. By then, he would ruthlessly dump Zhou Manqing. While Yin Jianchen was feeling pleased, it was Xiao Jingling's turn. The display screen showed 3 phone numbers. Do you have a screenshot from earlier with Yin Jianchen? These 3 mobile number endings are exactly the same. I have a good memory. These 3 mobile number endings seem to belong to Sister Zhou. Zhou Manqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the 3 phone numbers on the screen. Her reaction was broadcasted live. The heat Yin Jianchen wanted was still accumulating, but now it was overshadowed by the trending topic the ordinary guy and Zhou Manqing are actually friends. Just like the atmosphere at the scene. Xiao Jingling got through the call, and Zhou Manqing answered it in the nearby vegetable garden, sharing recording insights over the vines. Mo Jialai. Can be played like this? One of his 3 random picks was the female Li Jiang Sherwin, who was also present as Zhou Manqing's assistant. He originally wanted to show off his affection. Is the wild guy blushing? He didn't blush at all while planting rice like an ox. Zhou Manqing is eating from a bowl while looking at the pot. Meaning D is right next to her, openly flirting with someone else. Wake up, no one admits to having anything with your brother. Don't take gossip tabloids as policy announcements. Quick, look at the comment link. Yin Jianchen's shocking gossip. Chapter 180. Celebrity Scandal Rapid Version. Taking advantage of this explosive traffic, Yin Jianchen's fan group flooded the comment section with links. Netizens who clicked in were shocked. What? Using a photo magazine to guide fans to raise funds? More than once? Even holding free fan meetings as a reward. Guiding fans to take out loans to help him cover breach of contract fees? Yin Jianchen's fans are really tight-lipped. Zhou Simiao had been keeping an eye on the live stream's dynamics and naturally noticed the negative reviews about Yin Jianchen. After spending a few days with Zhou Manqing, combined with the provocation from the ordinary person, he let his emotions get the better of him and even revealed gossip. Indeed, pursuing me is merely because of unrequited desire. Zhou Simiao frowned in disgust. An assistant knocked on the door. President Zhou, the negative reviews about Yin Jianchen are trending. Do we need to suppress them? Zhou Simiao waved her hand. No need. He not without a company. What does it matter? Useless things, only thinking about beauty. After a moment, Zhou Simiao added, contact the employees who bought Zhou Manqing's live-streamed fruits. Use this heat to expose her high-priced fruit sales. Meanwhile, on the set of Tianjuji, Yin Jianchen's assistant Xiao Zhu received a frantic call from agent Sister Mary. Sister Mary yelled angrily on the other end of the line. Do you know about Yin Jianchen's private dealings with a photo magazine? Sister Mary, Hearing Xiao Zhu's guilty and breathless response, Sister Mary had no confusion left. Quickly asked the production team to stop the live broadcast. Getting Jianchen to answer my call. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Zhu timidly replied. Sister Mary was pulling her hair in frustration. Fans have already posted irrefutable proof of the transactions and chats on social media. If you wait any longer, just wait to be unemployed along with Yin Jianchen. The variety show Tianjuji has exploded on social media these days. First, there were rumors about Yin Jianchen and Zhou Manqing's past. Then allegations of Yin Jianchen's illegal fundraising emerged. Zhou Manqing, who had been enjoying a good reputation from the variety show, was suddenly exposed for selling cheap fruits packaged as expensive ones during the live broadcast. When marketing accounts posted evidence, a buyer proved that the expensive fruits were sold by Qin Xianhua, not Zhou Manqing. And during the live broadcast of Tianjuji, Qin Xianhua defended herself, claiming she didn't know and wasn't that kind of person. Mo Jialai put on a black mask and said, not necessarily, after all. You didn't apologize when you spilled coffee on my pants in the parking lot. Qin Xianhua was terrified, her face losing color. This was live. Did Mo Jialai have no face at all? Mo Jialai grinned. The assistant you bullied is now my current girlfriend. Too bad you want to get to know that. Zhou Manqing had long been informed by Xiao Jingling about Qin Xianhua's underhanded tactics, and she had been keeping an eye on the platform, ready to expose the real scoop if Qin Xianhua dared to leak anything. The expensive fruit incident wasn't over yet. After Yin Jianchen claimed illness and missed the subsequent recording of Tianjuji, the matter of Qin Xianhua's crew bullying assistants and forcing them to cut their hair was exposed by 2 former assistants. One of the assistants had suffered significant psychological trauma and was receiving treatment. The surveillance of the coffee spilling incident in the underground parking lot was posted online by Mo Jialai. Zhou Manqing officially released a statement. admitting that she had dated Yin Jianxin and posted a long list of bills and chat records, leaving the judgment to netizens. I can't keep up with the gossip. It turns out they really are old acquaintances. Look at the bills. Didn't Yin Jianxin always claim to rely on himself and reject wealthy women's advances? This bill shows that his share of the dating expenses is 0.0001. Did you see? Dating Yin Jianxin not only means losing out, but also being insulted about his character. Where are Yin Jianxin's fans? Come and defend your 1 in a million incomparable brother. Tai and Juji, celebrity scandal rapid version. During the recording, 2 of the 6 guests had scandals, and the recording could not continue. They would have to cut out the footage of the 2 stars before airing the final version. Director Lang felt regretful, but he received many investment calls. The live broadcast effect was too good, and netizens sympathized with the 2 sponsors, especially Yo-Yo Milk, which had provided more sponsorship fees but had worse sales than the Farmer's Juice. Poor Yo-Yo Milk. The Farmer's Juice is lying back and winning, the assistant director asked Director Lang. If we edit this episode, a lot of the show's effect will be lost. After all, it lacked the prominent presence of Yin Jianxin. It's fine. As long as it can be aired, jingling will do well. Director Lang was happy. The next episode was far away, but the sponsors were already lined up with applications. The guests were sent back to the hotel by the production team, and they settled their payments before returning home. Xiao Jingling had the phone that Zhou Manqing bought for him last time, and the director's team transferred the money to his WeChat. Zhou Manqing packed her luggage and put on a mask. Jiang Shiwen was granted leave by her and went on a date with Mo Jialai, who had finally finished work. She planned to take a taxi back by herself. Dragging her suitcase to the elevator door, Xiao Jingling, who had been waiting there with a backpack, followed her. They took the elevator down together, and Zhou Manqing intended to find a place to eat first. Xiao Jingling followed closely behind her like a big dog, neither too far nor too close. Zhou Manqing ignored him, finished her meal, and packed a portion to go while hailing a taxi at the door. Xiao Jingling looked at her eagerly. She put away her phone and heard a rumbling sound from the person next to her. His stomach growled. Zhou Manqing finally looked at Xiao Jingling. Didn't the production team pay you? You have a phone, so you can go buy food. I can't use it, Xiao Jingling said, seeing that Qing Shun finally acknowledged him. It seemed like an invisible tail was wagging behind him, and he added, I haven't linked a bank card. It's frozen. Zhou Manqing glanced at his phone screen, and indeed saw that they had only set up his ID and SIM card, and she had been the one paying during their travels. She shifted her position, lowered her voice. If you're hungry, just go back to the tribe to eat. Xiao Jingling, also carrying a large backpack, moved slowly behind her, his head drooping like a child who had done something wrong. Zhou Manqing chuckled. Xian Rue said he was treating himself as Xian Bai's substitute, and while she wasn't even feeling wronged, he was already feeling aggrieved. Just then, the ride-sharing car arrived. Before getting in, she handed the packed meal to Xiao Jingling. Get in the car, eat well before you go accomplish a great cause, and explain that Xian Bai thing to me. Xiao Jingling took the meal box and saw that Qing Shun had saved him a seat. His eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Manqing didn't have time to go home and receive an endorsement invitation from Farmer Juice. There was an interesting follow-up. Yan Ku saw Zhou Manqing's advertisement and asked if they should do a co-branded cultural product. Recently, the tribe theme was very popular, and if they co-branded, they already had a series name in mind, the Shinnong series combining Shinmu tribe and Farmer Juice. The Shinnong series of cultural products launched, and netizens who had just climbed out of the melon field were hit with a shock. What? Zhou Manqing is not only an actress and director, but also the owner of a cultural company. All right, from now on, if anyone says Zhou Manqing only succeeded because of connections, let's see. She has her own powerful family. I even found out about her donating supplies for flood relief last year. Hardly publicized, only the local official media expressed thanks. In this day and age, celebrities doing charity would want to buy trending topics, yet there are stars who quietly give back to their hometown. It's not easy. Last year's flood relief also supported areas near her hometown, not just hers. I'm a resident near her hometown, and I'm really grateful. As netizens spontaneously uncovered the contributions of Shinmu Cultural Company to the local community and the spread of the recording of the live broadcast of Tianjuji, Zhou Manqing's reputation improved. Before she could buy a return flight, Zhou Manqing, resting in the hotel, received a system notification. Chapter 181. Reward of 10,000 points. System ding. Detected a significant increase in host fortune, rewarding 10,000 points. System store fully upgraded. Zhou Manqing quickly opened the system store. Previously, she had 900 points left. Now it was 10,900. The 2 items in the system store had a major price drop, now at 20 off. The longevity pill that originally required 10,000 points was now only 8,000 points. A new item, the life-reviving pill, can be administered to someone on the brink of death with a certain chance of revival. The difference from the longevity pill is that it doesn't guarantee survival, nor does it increase lifespan. The life-reviving pill costs 3,000 points. Additionally, a chi supplement pill that Zhou Manqing had wanted to exchange for, which could compensate for lost lifespan, was added, requiring 8,000 points. As her career improved, the rewards from the system became more generous. Before leaving, Xiao Jingling briefly mentioned Xin Bai to her. Xin Bai is Xin Rui's sister, who had been trained by Wu and was regarded as Wu's successor, respected by the tribe. During the early invasion of the Linhe tribe, Xin Bai went missing while leading the tribe's people in resistance and has not been found since. Without the variable of the Linhe tribe, she and Xiao Jingling could have indeed become partners, which would have been the best choice for both. Zhou Manqing realized she had developed feelings for Xiao Jingling and felt confused and wronged when others referred to her as a substitute. However, she remembered that when she was chased by 2 thugs and nearly drowned, Xiao Jingling willingly sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to help her traverse to the tribe and escape that calamity. Zhou Manqing decisively exchanged 8,000 points for the chi supplement pill and sent it to Xiao Jingling. She had 2,900 points left. When giving Xiao Jingling the medicine, Zhou Manqing informed him that her first traversal was due to the energy she exchanged for his lifespan. She felt quite guilty about it. Xiao Jingling keenly sensed this and comforted her, saying that her safety far outweighed his 10 years of life, and even if it couldn't be compensated, he had no regrets. Zhou Manqing lay back on the soft bed. What's the point of flirting if not to marry? While packing her luggage in a hotel, Zhou Manqing received a call from her grandmother. Her grandmother said, "Manqing, when are you coming back? There are more and more strangers outside our door these days, filming us with their phones." Zhou Manqing frowned. Previously, when her Shenmue company was exposed, she only thought that the villagers might know she was a celebrity and create some buzz, but why were there strangers? She asked Grandma, "Do you need to ask the village chief for help?" Grandma Zhou sighed. The village chief came to persuade them, but they wouldn't listen. Those people even recorded him. They said he was interfering with their freedom. "Grandma, you and Grandpa take care of yourselves. I'll come back to handle this," Zhou Manqing said anxiously. She opened a short video app and searched her name, seeing no less than 20 small influencer accounts live streaming outside her home. The door was tightly shut, and it was just an unremarkable 3-story building in the countryside, yet gifts were being sent in the live stream. Something was off. Zhou Manqing asked Mo Jialai to help her check those donation accounts, and learned that Grandma Jiang had been unwell lately. She was suddenly alarmed. There had been too much going on recently, and she had forgotten about Grandma Jiang. Zhou Manqing noted down the matter of exchanging the longevity pill for Grandma Jiang, as she had previously helped her, and this favor needed to be repaid. Zhou Manqing said, "Please take care of your health, Grandma Jiang, and I will definitely visit you sometimes." Zhou Manqing's family was literally struggling to get by now, and the live stream room saw the main character, their traffic increasing. Whether it was her, the village chief, or even the village secretary, they all came to say that they shouldn't film her personal life anymore. But those small influencers ignored them entirely for the sake of donations. Now, even an ant couldn't pass by Zhou Manqing's door, and the back door was blocked as well. Her Shenmue Cultural Factory had a gate and security team, so those small influencers couldn't get in. At the farmhouse, after being refused entry by Mutong and the others, those people, even Pride, opened the surveillance to film in the craft exhibition hall. Mutong and the others could only call the police. After dealing with matters related to the farmhouse, Zhou Manqing was followed by those live-streaming internet celebrities on her way back, almost crashing into an oncoming electric bike. At night, when she turned off the lights, people outside occasionally shone searchlights trying to illuminate her room. Zhou Manqing was so angry that she thought about calling Xiao Jingling to beat up the people outside. Meanwhile, in the Shenmue tribe, Jiang Jiping and Xiao Hesong took a team of 50 people out for trade. Xiao Jingling and the others were trying to build a 6-story collective dormitory. Zhou Manqing was now being followed by a group of people wherever she went, making it impossible for her to deliver supplies to the Shenmue tribe. After 2 days like this, when Zhou Manqing went out to buy groceries, her neighbor Sun Shui, with a rude demeanor, squeezed through the crowd, almost shoving her phone camera in her eyes. Come, this is the big star, Zhou Manqing herself. Thanks for the rocket from AI and Iruhua. Thanks for the spaceship from the Ji Ruo Shun. Sun Shui was relentless in getting back at Zhou Manqing. live streaming and receiving dozens or even hundreds of rewards daily. How could she miss this opportunity? Zhou Manqing ignored Sun Shui and the crowd of internet celebrities, noticing that villagers had set up stalls selling roasted sweet potatoes and corn outside her door. The internet celebrities could squat there all day just by buying some food. There were even villagers holding signs for accommodation and meals. Her doorstep was practically like a bus station. Upon seeing Zhou Manqing, several villagers doing business turned their faces away. They knew this was wrong, but the opportunity to make money at their doorstep was too rare. Making a profit was a profit. When Zhou Manqing returned from buying groceries, the vegetable leaves were already squished. Grandma, I have an idea. This can't go on. If the villagers became accustomed to getting money from the internet celebrities' live streams and formed an industry, it would be hard for her family to withdraw. No matter how many good deeds Zhou Manqing had done for the village before, the villagers would only blame her. At Mujing U.S. Company, several raw material suppliers left respectfully. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Sima now called her father without any psychological barriers. The water army she arranged was rewarding Zhou Manqing's live stream every day, and sure enough, those small internet celebrities looking to ride the wave flocked over. Now, Mujing Yue was putting pressure on the resin suppliers in the south, cutting off the raw materials for Zhou Manqing's cultural and creative factory. Zhou Manqing's career was struggling, and she was being monitored every day. It was no wonder she was going crazy. In due time, it would be broadcasted live. TSK. Zhou Sima thoughtfully poured more hot tea for Mujing Yue, with Mujing Yue's threats. Who would dare to help Zhou Manqing? Online, directors and stars like Zhang Dao, Li Yu, Mu Yang, and Chun Qi spontaneously condemned the behavior of the small internet celebrities surrounding Zhou Manqing's live stream. Their fans, and Zhou Manqing's fans, also protested online, denouncing the attention-seeking, trend-riding internet celebrities. However, the effect was minimal. Sun Shui saw those who rushed into her live stream, cursing her, and was even happier. The more people there were, the more traffic, and her shares would increase. What did it matter if they cursed online? She was live streaming in her own village, and the police couldn't control it. Sun Shui was Zhou Manqing's neighbor, living close by and being a local. She was bold enough that even those thick-skinned small internet celebrities from outside couldn't compete with her. Early this morning, she seized a great spot, opened her live stream, and aimed it at Zhou Manqing's doorstep. Suddenly, Zhou Manqing's front door swung open, and a crowd of internet celebrities surged forward with their live streaming poles. Make way. Please make way. Zhou Manqing's cries were drowned out by the uproar of the internet celebrities' live stream. Chapter 182. To get rich, first build roads. There were too many onlookers, and some even attempted to reach out and touch Zhou Manqing in the chaos. Zhou Manqing had initially pretended to be flustered, but now she only felt anger. If it weren't for her giving her grandpa longevity-enhancing food, if it weren't for her knowing her grandpa was in good health because of it and wouldn't easily fall ill, with this locust-like crowd, if anything happened to her grandpa or grandma, let alone driving, she wouldn't even be able to send anyone out, which would severely affect rescue times. Zhou Manqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she carried her fainting grandpa, with her grandma closely following. It took nearly 20 minutes to squeeze through the crowd and reach the car parked outside. There were so many people that she couldn't even park back in her yard. Some internet celebrities live-streamed as they followed them to the county hospital. Finally, at the hospital entrance, they were stopped by the guard Zhou Manqing had contacted beforehand. Please register for patient visits. If you need medical attention, please go to the next building. Dr. Qin, please help us. Zhou Manqing and her grandpa and grandma found her grandpa's former attending physician. Not long after, Zhou Manqing sadly announced on her platform that her grandpa had suffered a stroke and was partially paralyzed, and because of the live streaming of internet celebrities, the best treatment time was affected, making it unlikely for his health to fully recover. If her grandpa's condition continued to worsen, she would pursue legal action against all the internet celebrities present at that time. The water army bought by Mo Jialai sprang into action, reporting the live stream, creating trending search terms, and protesting alongside fans. I've long been annoyed by these locust-like internet celebrities. Just because Zhou Manqing is easygoing doesn't mean they can bully her family. Brothers, let's open a box. Use magic to defeat magic. Look at what kind of boring people these internet celebrities and their donors are. Streaming for doing good deeds, selling conscientious food, and now they're streaming while someone is in critical need. Bah! The more sensible internet celebrities had already deleted their videos or even closed their accounts to escape. While a few small internet celebrities eager for wealth faced reports and were even forced to withdraw from the internet. The village chief also organized villagers to patrol and live stream in the village, capturing anyone riding the wave of popularity online and offline. In the hospital, Zhou Manqing also had to deal with the issue of raw materials being cut off. Several tough old partners quietly revealed that this time it was a certain big shot who had spoken and prohibited them from supplying the Shimu tribe company. Although the Shimu company's orders were stable and payments were timely, it was still a new enterprise and could not stand alone. In that case, General Yin, we will recruit online, reaching out to the Central Plains, the North, and even abroad. Zhou Manqing said, it's just that the shipping costs will be higher. I don't believe that Mr. Mu can cover everything. Also, for the manufacturers that refuse us, let's ask for reasons and keep evidence. Zhou Manqing's fingers slid across the screen, checking legal provisions. No matter who he was, Huaxia is a place governed by law, not a country ruled by financial tycoons. After the live-streaming storm passed, if it weren't for Mu Zhengyue having some means, Zhou Sima, who bought water armies for rewards, would have almost been doxxed by the netizens. Zhou Sima was like a frightened deer. It's so scary, Dad. This woman's methods have always been so powerful. Mu Zhengyue's expression was also grim. He had just received a document from his secretary, an administrative penalty imposed on him by the relevant department according to the anti-monopoly law. This Zhou Manqing, whom Xiaomei had once fostered for a while, was indeed a tough nut. However, those who provoke Mu Zhengyue would not easily escape. Mu Zhengyue contacted a friend far away in a certain port and paid a deposit. I want to buy a jar of honey. Can it arrive next week? Okay, I will send you the information. After hanging up, he asked his secretary to find out personal information and addresses related to Zhou Manqing's former home. Once found, send it to this email. You don't need to show it to me. A small ant, not worth is too much effort. In the Shimu tribe, the roads between the mountains and the foothills were under intense construction. Before, sure, Yi was a slave of the Lina tribe. But now he has neatly combed hair and is dressed in clean and sturdy tribal work clothes, sitting in the cab of a road roller. He has moved on from the death of his friend Asong, just like many other slaves who have also escaped the oppression of the Lina tribe. Sure, Yi is not particularly quick-witted, but he is diligent and honest in his work. When the Qing Shun tribe sent road rollers and excavators, he was recommended by the team leader to apply for the driver position and successfully passed the selection. Those are hollow wheels. How can they compress the land so tightly? The craftsmen of the Shimu tribe are recording the road conditions. With a decrease in orders for handicrafts, Zhou Manqing discussed with Xiao Jinglin the need to unleash productivity and allow more craftsmen to engage in production. Ban Mu and Hu Lu are comparing the operating principles of the road roller. The tribesmen repairing the road with shovels are also amazed. Since the arrival of motorcycles, Qing Shun has sent more and more large machines, making work much more efficient. However, the machines require oil, which is scarce in the Shimu tribe, so they can only pray to Qing Shun for provision through sacrifices. If the road to the mountains can be repaired, a horse-drawn carriage can reach the mountain camp in just one day, while a motorcycle would only take 3 hours. Qi Hongya leads the female warriors to patrol the production situation while also maintaining public order. Riding motorcycles, they experience the construction of this mountain road. As the road roller flattens the gravel road, riding becomes increasingly comfortable. The houses in the Shimu tribe have all been built, and the production team has designated dormitory buildings as workshops. Employees without families can sign a labor contract to stay in the dormitory for free. Some street-facing houses have also been rented out to outsiders for business, half of whom are merchants from the Thunder tribe. Kujinya came out of the official restaurant of the Shimu tribe, wiping his mouth and sighing, saying that the chefs in the Shimu tribe cook delicious food. It is said that the food in the tribe's cafeteria is both good and affordable, with excellent culinary skills. However, only Shimu tribesmen can consume it with labor points. Outsiders like them cannot eat there no matter how much they pay. Forget it. How good can a commoner's restaurant be? Kujinya walked back to his rented shop with his servant. His precious son is currently being attended to by a nanny for washing up. Bauer kicked the nanny in the stomach. The water is too hot. Do you want to scald me to death? The nanny knelt down, enduring the pain, and apologized. Bauer's 2 serving companions hurried over to comfort him, each giving the nanny a kick. The nanny dared not speak up. These 2 boys, aged around 13 or 14, were of similar age to the young master and acted arrogantly, fearing no one but the master and mistress. Good boy, if you wait a bit longer, you'll only be able to eat lunch. Kujinya watched this scene with a satisfied nod. When dealing with servants, one must maintain the prestige of being the master. Daddy, Bauer called out, still unhappy, saying he was tired of the new things in the Shimu tribe. The other kids had things to do, and no one would play with him. Ada and a Xiao are still here, aren't they? Kujinya pointed to his two little servants. Kujinya's servant quickly replied, "Young master, there's a road roller working on the way up the mountain. That machine is quite interesting, and many people are going to see it." Only then did Kubauer perk up. "Let's get something to eat. And a Shao can accompany me to play." Chapter 183. The Shimu tribe welcomes newcomers. Zhou Simiao has been in high spirits these past few days. A few assistants are carrying bags as they accompany her to luxury stores. Zhou Simiao thought about next week when Mu Jingyue's goods ordered from a certain port would arrive in Shantian County, and then, crack, excited, Zhou Simiao accidentally broke a snake bracelet from a certain treasure. The sales lady turned pale. "Hello, this snake bracelet is 100,000, right? I'll take it. Let's check out." Zhou Simiao was unconcerned, paid, and handed the broken snake bracelet to her assistant. After leaving the mall, she encountered the scruffy Yin Jianxian at the entrance. Yin Jianxian now looked worse than when he had just broken up with Zhou Manqing and owed a penalty fee. He had no fans left and had even been placed on the domestic blacklist. "Simiao, haven't been able to contact you for a long time. I was worried about you," Yin Jianxian said, his tone tender. Zhou Simiao, sitting in the car, rolled down the window and waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. "You smell a bit. Don't stand so close." She no longer had the weak and charming demeanor she once had. Seeing Yin Jianxian's confused and anxious expression, Zhou Simiao smiled. "Brother Yin, this is the last time I'll call you that. Our family is also going through difficulties and can't help you with anything. However, if you stop bothering me in the future, I can spare some money." Yin Jianxian said, "This isn't the place to talk, Simiao. There's nothing for us to discuss." Zhou Simiao smiled. The car continued to drive, and the security guard stopped Yin Jianxian outside. Helpless and bewildered, Yin Jianxian received a 100,000 transfer from Zhou Simiao. He wanted to send a message, but found he had already been blocked. 100,000. Yin Jianxian's hand trembled slightly. He used to make more than 100,000 for just one episode of a show. How did it come to this? Why has Zhou Simiao changed into someone he despises the most, a bully? Yin Jianxian suppressed his disgust and replied to the only person willing to be with him, a wealthy woman in her 40s. "Where shall we meet?" "At the towering gate of the Shimu tribe." Jiang Jingtong and Xiao Hasong, along with the more than 400 people they brought, stared wide-eyed. "Is this the Shimu tribe?" Jiang Jingtong's voice trembled. Xiao Hasong wiped his face. "Yes. The guard are tribesmen I know." "Second brother." The two guards of the Shimu tribe happily came over to greet them, while two others had already ridden their motorcycles into the tribe to report. "The merchant convoy is back." "This wall?" Xiao Hasong pointed to the wall that was taller than the trees. "After you left, we built it using scaffolding. We also constructed a 6-story dormitory." The guard smiled. Xiao Hasong hurriedly asked, "How many stories tall is this wall?" The guard replied, "About 3 stories. "Oh my!" Jiang Jingtong was lost in thought, culminating in this one exclamation. Xiao Hasong clenched his fists, regretting not going out to lead the team. In just 2 months, the tribe had undergone such significant changes. What a missed opportunity. Following the Shimu team were slaves, commoners, and even a few scattered small tribes. They had never seen such a flat and luxurious city wall. Such a beautiful wall. Even the noble families wouldn't dare to do this. This was merely the outer wall of the tribe. Chi Hongya led people out to welcome them. After confirming the identity of the Shimu team, other outsiders were registered one by one, and the exchange goods were checked and stored. Niu Taitu carried his elderly mother on his back, while his partner Hahua carried their belongings, holding one child in each hand. The oldest child, Niu Shuzhen, was 12 years old and carried a bag almost as tall as he was, which was the family's luggage. Due to long-term malnutrition, Niu Shuzhen and his younger siblings had large heads and small bodies, like radishes. He looked at the towering city gate with a mix of anticipation and fear, observing the Shimu tribe, which was said to provide enough food as long as one worked. The Shimu tribe was highly efficient. More than 400 outsiders who arrived in the morning were almost all settled by the afternoon, with 5 or 6 households arranged. Niu Taitu's family, due to their large number, was assigned to an old, shabby wooden house. "You all work hard. These houses are temporary. If you pass our tribe's assessment, you will be able to live in our new houses." The Shunshu tribe member who brought them handed them a set of keys and told them where to apply for work. "Shuzhen, you take your younger siblings and grandma to tidy up the house while I go with your mother to register for work tomorrow." Niu Taitu placed his mother, Niu Dajiang, on the bed. Although the house only had one bed, it provided 2 straw mats, so they wouldn't be cold sleeping on the floor in summer. "All right." Niu Shuzhen set down their luggage, rolled up his tattered sleeves, and wiped his sister Niu Sanmei's nose. As evening approached, Niu Shujin heard a strange voice shouting, "New arrivals. Take your registration forms and follow the sign to the temporary cafeteria for meals." The voice was consistent, almost continuous. If he kept shouting like that, his throat would surely be hoarse by now. Niu Shujin told his younger siblings to stay with Grandma at home while he went out to check. He discovered that it was a metal horn hanging on a roadside pole. The new arrivals were following the green arrow signs out, and it was a bit empty in front of him. Niu Shujin remembered the registration form they received upon entering the city. Everyone had pressed their fingerprints on it, which was kept by his father. The Shinshu tribe had provided them with a meal at noon, but Niu Shujin was at the age where he was growing, and now he was hungry again. He wanted to find his parents, but didn't know the way since they were newcomers. At that moment, 3 unruly boys passed by, playing around. "Hey, brothers, can you tell me where the job application place is?" Niu Shujin shyly asked. Coop Bauer, who usually ignored the dirty and smelly commoners, casually said, "Young master, it seems these are the new outsiders who just entered the city today." A Xiao disdainfully remarked, "Their faces are as black as their hands. They're filthy." Niu Shujin vaguely heard Zhao's words and withdrew his hands into his tattered sleeves. "Oh, this person is shy." Coop Bauer became interested. Usually, the poor kids he saw would curse. Sometimes the 3 of them couldn't even out-curse one of them. Mu Zhengyue paused, pressing the back of his neck. Nowadays, any business deal required a contract, and even if a lawyer was involved, he had to personally review it. The phone in the drawer pinged with a message. That was a backup phone. He wouldn't use it openly. Recently, the only person who could contact him on the backup phone was a hitman he hired from a certain port. It might be to confirm the goods, as Mu Zhengyue was cautious and always confirmed things before dealing with rivals. A can of honey wasn't cheap. Mu Zhengyue casually opened his phone, suddenly becoming serious. Confusion. Memory. Disbelief. The woman in the photo looked only somewhat like a younger Xiaomei, but resembled his deceased mother almost perfectly. She looked like a twin sister to his mother, but his mother had told him she had no sisters. Moreover, even if his mother's sister were alive now, she should be in her 60s or 70s, not this young. Immediately, a message popped up with the image. "Hello, this is the honey prepared based on the address." Chapter 184. Trusting evil people, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Dad, why are you suddenly giving me a manner? Zhou Samai was taken onto Mu Jingyue's private plane. When she got off and transferred to another vehicle, she was blindfolded. It was all very mysterious. "You'll know once you arrive." Mu Jingyue's voice had little inflection. Zhou Samai maintained a smile. It was already past the delivery time from a certain port, and ZhouManqing's obituary hadn't arrived yet. The 2 old folks of the Zhou family probably didn't know what to do. How wonderful, Zhou Samai thought, feeling lighthearted. No one could compare to her. She was the daughter of a wealthy family. Whoever saw her would surely praise her as the pride of Ms. Zhou Fangrong. She had no doubt that things would stay the same. In the past few months, Mu Zhengyue had treated her like a treasured pearl, granting her every wish. This manner must be a gift to her as thanks. Zhou Samai was led by Mu Jingyue's assistant down a bumpy road. She heard Mu Jingyue knock on a door, which seemed to be opened by 2 elderly people. Zhou Samai inhaled the unique fresh air of the countryside and couldn't wait to rip off her blindfold. She wanted to see what kind of manor her dad had bought for her. Zhou Samai saw a brand new, but ordinary door and was somewhat stunned. Inside was just an ordinary farmer's courtyard. She had only met her maternal grandmother once, and now she couldn't recognize her at all. Zhou's grandmother recognized Zhou Samai and looked coldly at Mu Zhengyue. "Uncle and Auntie." Mu Zhengyue looked at Zhou's grandparents, who appeared much older, and couldn't say a word. Zhou's grandfather had already turned to grab a shovel. Since his discharge from the hospital, his health had been improving. Zhou's grandfather's voice boomed. "Mu Zhengyue, are you leaving on your own, or do I have to throw you out?" "Uncle, I just wanted to come and see you and apologize." Mu Zhengyue, despite his slicked back hair, looked like a nervous and guilty young man in his 20s. Zhou Samai had no idea what was going on and felt utterly foolish. She gasped and tried to run, but Mu Jingyue's assistant firmly grabbed her wrist. "Miss Yin, behave yourself." Zhou Samai. "No." Yin Samai then realized that this assistant looked unfamiliar, but he had a certain port's accent. A terrifying guess flashed through her mind. Zhou Samai trembled in fear, her face pale. The Zhou family elders didn't want to let Mu Zhengyue in, only wanting him to leave quickly. "You don't need to apologize to us. The one you owe an apology to is Fangrong. You may not know, but Xiaomei has changed her name. She is now called Zhou Fangrong. If you truly regret abandoning your wife and child, there's a river by the roadside. Go seek death there and apologize to Fangrong in the afterlife." Zhou's grandmother said coldly. At that moment, ZhouManqing walked out of the room, seeing her grandparents blocking a middle-aged man, with Yin Samai also present. Dad! Yin Samai closed her mouth that was begging for mercy as Zhou Manqing stepped out. Her lie was about to be exposed. Manqing, this person deceived me. She lied that she is Xiaomei, Fangrong's daughter, which is why I allowed her to harm you, Mu Zhengyue said with a pained expression. Curious neighbors were peeking at the Zhou family's door. Zhou Manqing quickly took control of the situation. I probably know what you did. You should be able to find out what Yin Samai did if you put in some effort. You don't need to pretend to be a good person in front of us, nor should you think I will acknowledge you as anything to me. When she came out, she heard Zhou's grandmother's words and realized this person might be her mother's first love, her biological father. I had to leave back then. It was a desperate situation. I could have been executed if I didn't escape. You wouldn't have had a father, Mu Zhengyue said humbly. No, even if you were executed, it would be for causing serious injury while gathering a crowd to fight, Zhou Manqing replied. You had no reason to do it. You were just selfish. You abandoned my mother, heartless and ungrateful. Trusting evil people, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Disdaining the law, reeking of capitalism. Mu Zhengyue opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. You have never taken care of me for a day. If you truly feel guilty, stay away from our family. If you keep bothering me, even after the statute of limitations, I will call the police and make you pay for the hit-and-run incident before. The Niu family has basically gotten used to life in the Shimu tribe. Usually, Niu Taitu and his spouse go to work, while Niu Shujin takes care of his younger siblings and the immobile Niu Dama. Don't hold back. Eat up, Niu Taitu says as he pats his eldest son's head. He worked hard today, and the team leader even gave him 2 big steam buns after dinner. Niu Taitu brought them back, broke them into 4 pieces, and shared them with his children and mother. New tribe members without labor capacity can pick up 3 meals a day at the temporary canteen with a registration form. But it's only plain porridge and wild vegetables, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Niu Taitu and his partner Hua occasionally trade work points for some food to bring back for the family to taste. Seeing Niu Shujin drooling but reluctant to eat, Niu Taitu advises, don't listen to your greedy little sister. Tomorrow, I'll get you some candy. I've heard it's really delicious, so you don't have to save this little bun. It's said that 1 work point can be exchanged for 5 lollipops. Dad will go exchange them, and then you can let your mom try as well. They receive food distribution from the production team for their work, which is much better than what they get at the temporary canteen. Only then does Niu Shujin take small bites of the bun and chew slowly. Noticing his son's face is dirty, Niu Taitu clumsily takes out a handkerchief and wipes his son's face. Niu Shujin gasps in pain. What happened? Did you go out to play? Niu Taitu asks. Niu Shujin mumbles, I fell accidentally. You can go out to look, but don't run too far. Once Dad and your mom are recognized as excellent and join the Shimu tribe, your younger siblings can go to the nursery there. By then, you can work with Dad, and we'll earn a lot of work points to get you new clothes, food, and toys. Oh, toys. Toys. Niu already jumps around excitedly. Niu Sanmei, sniffling, chimes in, oh, food. Dad, I want to go work with you now. Niu Shujin pleads. You little skinny thing, can you carry a piece of wood? Niu Taitu squeezes his son's shoulder, not noticing his son's pained expression. Just wait a bit, son. Your mom hasn't returned yet. I'll go get her. Your mom and I will definitely work hard to join the Shimu tribe. And when that happens, if you don't want to work, Dad will spank you. Niu Taitu laughs heartily as he leaves. Since coming to the Shimu tribe, he has become more cheerful and talkative, unlike before when he was too weak from hunger to even speak. Ignoring Yin Ximiao's pleas for help, Zhou Manqing allowed Mu Zhengyue to take her away. Zhou Manqing was very tired. After living more than 20 years, she finally met her biological father, who instead helped her half-sister deal with her and shamelessly came to ask for forgiveness. After staying with her grandparents for a few days and confirming they were not too heartbroken over Mu Zhengyue, Zhou Manqing said goodbye to them, saying she wanted to go out to clear her mind. She went to the Shimu tribe to temporarily escape from everything modern. Chapter 185. Save this child. Ending part 1-3. Sir. Ada rushed back to Kujinya's shop. The master was drinking tea. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Kujinya's attendant caught the shouting Ada. Where's the young master? I have something important to report to the master. Ada felt a bit weak in the legs. Seeing Kujinya, he cautiously approached him and told him about how Kubayer had severely injured a poor child. Kujinya's expression changed, and he took a few attendants with him to leave the tribe with Ada. Soon, Kujinya returned to the shop with the still excited Kubayer and ordered the servants to close the door. Go heat water for the young master to take a bath and wash away the bad luck. Kubayer and Ada's clothes were thrown into the river, and they were now changed into clean clothes. During dinner, Kubayer was still excited and couldn't eat. Dad, it was so much fun. He kept begging for mercy. It was too funny. This is way more interesting than having a duh and a shao pretend to be horses and pigs. All right, you need to tone it down for these few days. After all, we are not in our own tribe. What if those poor people cause trouble? Kujinya said as he put a piece of meat on his son's plate. Kabayer disdainfully replied, "That poor little brat, I told him not to tell his family. Otherwise, I would beat them all together. They want to know it was me." True, just a lowly commoner. Even if they find out, the Shimu tribe will handle it for them. I can just pay a little money. The next morning, Zhou Manqing stretched and ate a bowl of noodles made by Xiao Jingling. "Where's your brother?" Zhou Manqing asked. "He's taking a team of ducklings back and forth." Xiao Ruo said. The new outsiders lost a child, and Elder Hongya asked the older brother and second brother to help look for him. Lost a child? Zhou Manqing was puzzled. In such early times, there were already kidnappers? After 2 more hours, Xiao Jingling still hadn't returned. So Zhou Manqing took Xiao Ruo to check. The family's eldest son had gone missing. His name was Niu Jian. Usually, he stayed home to take care of his grandmother and younger siblings. But he couldn't be found after his parents went to work last night. Xiao Jingling explained the situation to Zhou Manqing. Niu Shugen's clothes were similar to those of the outsider children, and everyone was busy working, so nobody paid attention. They couldn't find him in the city either. Xiao Hasong added. Zhou Manqing followed to the small wooden house. Niu's parents hadn't gone to work today. Niu Taitu was still outside, looking for his eldest son with others. While Hua's eyes were red and swollen as she kept asking the 2 children, "What did Shu Jin tell you about where he was going?" "Ooh, the temporary canteen," cried the 6-year-old Niu Erdi, sobbing. Niu Sanmei, even younger at 4, only knew that her big brother was lost and cried until she was tired, sniffling beside Niu Dama's leg. Niu Dama had escaped with her son's family and was hurt, only able to walk slowly. She regretted. "I thought Shu Jin wanted to go out to play. The Shimu tribe has patrols every day, so I didn't ask him." Before he left, he even washed our clothes and swept the floor. Zhou Manqing saw the Niu family crying and felt like crying too. It sounded like Niu Shujin was a very honest and diligent child. The team leader who had been working with Niu Taitu came as well, saying that both Niu Taitu and his wife were honest and hardworking, wanted to join the Shimu tribe early so their family could live better. "We've asked the cooks and helpers at the temporary canteen, and they haven't seen Shu Jin," Xiao Jingling told Hua. Xiao Ruo sensed something bad was happening and, imitating a Huang when in danger, began to grunt in her throat. Xiao Jingling, "Find a Huang." Zhou Manqing suddenly had an idea and asked Hua, "Sister, do you have any clothes that Shu Jin has worn? Preferably something that hasn't been washed." Niu Erdi crawled under the bed and pulled out a jacket. "This one, my brother changed it yesterday and said he would wear it for 1 more day before washing it. If I keep washing it, it will get ruined." At that moment, Amon arrived on a motorcycle with Da Huang in tow after receiving a message through the intercom. Dogs have a keen sense of smell and can detect scents that humans cannot. As Zhou Manqing spoke, she held the jacket up to Da Huang's nose. Da Huang had not been specially trained, so she wasn't sure if he could understand her words, but she still wanted to give it a try. "Da Huang, remember this scent. Can you lead us to him?" Da Huang howled in response, seeming to understand her words. A group of people followed Zhou Manqing and Da Huang to a small grove outside the city. The Xiao brothers keenly noticed something unusual about a patch of fallen leaves where Da Huang was lingering. It looked like layers of leaves, but there was fine dirt mixed in. This was fresh soil, turned over. Xiao Jingling exclaimed, "Quick, dig it up." At this moment, Hua understood the meaning of the Shunshu tribe leader and rushed to uncover the dirt with her hands. Tree root. Tree root. Its mother. Hua's cries were heart-wrenching, and the Shunshu tribespeople who were helping were also in a state of panic. Soon, a bloodied little hand appeared from under the dirt. Tree root. Hua quickly brushed away the dirt covering the head, digging it out. Just then, Niu Taitu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, stumbled and fell at the edge of the pit. "Son," the tree root's lower half was still buried in the dirt, one hand protecting the head. Because of that hand, there were some gaps in the dirt in front. His face was covered in blood, his left ear was gone, and half of his right ear was missing, with numerous bloody marks on his chest and back, as if made by a shovel, making him look utterly tragic. Zhou Manqing hurriedly checked his pulse. There was still a heartbeat, but the breathing was too weak, already in a state of shock. The blood on Niu Shujin had stained the surrounding soil red. With this amount of blood loss and these wounds, only modern medicine could save him. The hurried Nanfeng gave Shujin a dose of the insurance pill, a life-saving medicine bestowed by the Qing Shun to the tribe. Previously, when Xiao Jingling was seriously injured, Bai Yun, who was accompanying the team, had deliberately lost this medicine. nearly causing Xiao Jingling to succumb to his injuries. It's not enough, it's not enough. Zhou Manqing saw everyone carefully digging out the lower half of Niu Shugen's body. Niu Shugen was barefoot, and a significant chunk of flesh had been gouged from the top of his foot. My tree root. Mother is here. Open your eyes and look at Mother. The doctor is here. Don't be afraid. He Hua cried, clinging to the increasingly cold body of Shugen. Li Tinyu knelt, repeatedly bowing to Xiao Jingling and the elders of the Shunshu tribe. Masters, save my son. Save my son. I will work for the Shunshu for a lifetime. I don't want any pay. I'll do anything. Please save him. Please save him. Zhou Manqing pleaded with the system in her heart. But the system repeatedly reminded her. Currently unable to bring anyone other than the host to the modern era, Zhou Manqing looked at the life-saving elixir in the system store, which required 3,000 points, but she only had 2,900 points. Tree root, wake up. Don't save your food for your sister. Mother will earn a lot for you. He Hua murmured. Li Tinyu was helped up by Qi Hongye, who said solemnly, Child, we will do our utmost to save him. Nanfeng, who could only bandage Shugen's wounds, shook his head in tears. I can't do anything more. Just as Li Tinyu was helped up, he collapsed to the ground, crawling to his partner, pulling out a lollipop from his pocket. Son, the candy I promised to trade for you. Get up and taste it, son. Zhou Manqing widened her eyes, holding back her tears, unable to bear to watch this scene of life and death, of flesh and blood being torn apart. She told the system, System, whether you take my luck or my lifespan, let me exchange for a medicine to save this child. Chapter 186. He is still a child. Ending 2-3. As Zhou Manqing pleaded with the system, He Chuan also rushed over. Tribe leader, I've asked around. And the neighbors of the Li family all say that Li Shujin often helps many people. He's very kind, and there is no known grievances. The parents of the Li family seem to hear nothing from others. Only He Hua suddenly said, Dad, hug Shujin. He is cold. Zhou Manqing wiped her tears and urged the system to quickly exchange her points. Whatever it took, the system could have it. At that moment, the system beeped. Subsystem transferred 100 points. Would you like to exchange for the life-saving elixir? Zhou Manqing looked at Xiao Jingling in surprise. They hadn't had any tasks recently. So what had Xiao Jingling exchanged with the system? Xiao Jingling merely nodded at her. They shared a mutual understanding, and at this moment, both knew what the other wanted to do. Let me try. I have a secret medicine I brought from the tribe. Zhou Manqing exchanged for the life-saving elixir and administered it to Li Shujin. Everyone anxiously watched Shujin. After a while, Li Shujin started to cough, and Zhou Manqing quickly helped him sit up straight as he spat out some congealed blood. Checking his pulse again, the heartbeat had become stronger. There's hope, Zhou Manqing affirmed. Those 3 short words awakened the nearly collapsing Li family couple. Can't get in? Kujinya was shocked by the news from his servant. Kobauer was finally a bit scared. The Shinshu tribe had strict discipline. Even brawlers would be punished by Qi Hongye and the others. Kujinya glanced at his chubby son. The Nyo Taitu family had been taken to the tribe leader's residence for care, and the path of killing and silencing was no longer viable. I should have confirmed things back then, burying them after killing them. Ada trembled. The young master thought it was fun to hear the poor child calling for help and wanted to test how deep he could bury him so that he wouldn't hear the poor child speaking. Moreover, the poor child was so severely injured that even if he wasn't buried in the dirt, he would undoubtedly die. Kujinya said, They may not be able to trace us here. If that day really comes, Xiao, it was you who harmed him, and it has nothing to do with the young master. Remember that? But Xiao wanted to say that it was the young master who first used the shovel to harm him, unless that poor kid was out of his mind otherwise. Kujinya glared. Ada and Xiao hurriedly bowed their heads in agreement. On the other side, Da Huang sniffed the smell of blood and found the clothes thrown down by the assailants by the riverbank. Li Shujin had also survived the most dangerous night and slowly regained consciousness. With the victim awake, the case was easier to investigate. That afternoon, Qi Hongye took the guard team to capture Kobauer and the others from Kujinya's house and brought them to the tribe's jail to await the elders' decisions. Kujinya only had this one precious son, knowing that the poor child had awakened. He brought gold and silver to seek an audience with the tribe leader at the leader's residence, but Xiao Jingling did not see him. The tribe leader is extremely busy. Can I at least see the Li family? Kujinya asked the guards. The tribe leader has ordered that without his command. No one is allowed to see the Li family. This path was blocked. Kujinya then went to find Elder Chao Tukiyang, who was in charge of temporary merchants and outsiders like them. However, to his surprise, Elder Chao, who had always been receptive to benefits, today claimed to be ill and refused to come out of his elder dormitory. Kujinya had no choice but to return home, offering heavy gold to unite with the street merchants, spreading alarming rumors. He detains my son, merely looking for an excuse to covet my family's wealth. Today it's my family, tomorrow it might threaten yours. If we raise the appetite of the Shunshu tribe, how can we do business here? Our lives may not be secure. Some merchants, hearing of Li Shugen's tragic situation, also knew that Kabauer was usually a little rogue and did not heed Kujinya. Others, whether tempted by the benefits Kujinya offered or genuinely frightened by his words. On the second morning, when the elders' meeting was held at the tribe leader's residence, Kujinya, along with more than a dozen merchants and over 40 subordinates and civilians, caused a disturbance at the entrance. Zhou Manqing followed, Xiao jingling out of the residence. Kujinya quickly said, "Tribe leader Xiao, we are from the Thunder Tribe. Even if we truly committed a crime, it should be dealt with by the Thunder Tribe. Where the person is, that's where the punishment should occur. If you're not satisfied, you can appeal to the Thunder Tribe after the execution." Xiao jingling replied. Kujinya said again, "My son is only 13 years old. No matter which tribe's rules you follow, a 13-year-old child who commits a crime should not be punished." Zhou Manqing looked worriedly at Xiao jingling. Xiao jingling quietly explained to her, the Shimu tribe considers 16 as the age of adulthood, while some tribes consider 14 or 15. Generally, children under adulthood should be dealt with leniently. After all, children who reach their teenage years are precious. No wonder Kobayer was not afraid in jail. Even spitting at the guards and throwing his prison food, he didn't think he would be punished at all. Zhou Manqing said. Xiao jingling comforted her by patting her back and said to the gathering merchants, whether to punish or not should not only depend on age. Kobayer's treatment of Li Shugen was too cruel. His methods were extremely brutal. If we do not take action, we cannot quell the people's anger. What people's anger? He is still young. What does he understand? Kujinya was frantic. I demand a public trial. A public trial? Yes. We need to have a public trial to find out what happened. The crowd that came with Kujinya responded one after another. Xiao jingling agreed to the Ku family's request. This matter was indeed to be discussed at the tribe's assembly. Kujinya felt a bit relieved. The Ku family had plenty of money, and no matter how well the Shimu tribe lived, they wouldn't turn down money, right? If he could invite 50 people today, he could bribe 500 for tomorrow's assembly. On the morning of the tribe assembly, as soon as Kujinya arrived at the venue, he and his servant were taken to the stage by Xiao Hasong. Stop shouting. We already interrogated this yesterday. You were also involved in the injury to Shu Jian. Xiao Hasong took out handcuffs and cuffed them to the same hemp rope as Kobayer. As the head of the security team, Chi Hongya held the microphone and announced the results of the investigation by the guard team, with team members providing evidence as she read. After investigation, the Li Taitu family settled in our tribe with a merchant team at the end of July. 5 days ago, on August 7th, Li Shugen, after finishing his household chores, was threatened by the owner of the Ku family's shop, Kujinya's eldest son, Kobayer, to leave the city. Kobayer merely sought amusement, beating Li Shugen with punches and kicks. Then, feeling unsatisfied, he had his servants, a Da and a Xiao, buy 3 iron shovels. And the 3 used the shovels to injure Li Shugen in over 40 places on his head, hands, chest, back, and feet, to cover up Kobayer's misdeeds. Kujinya took 2 servants to bury the severely injured Li Shugen alive. In the past few days, the Shimu tribespeople had heard, to some extent, that an outsider child had been beaten severely and buried alive. And it was Miss A. Qing from the Qingshan tribe who brought the divine medicine that saved the child's life. But Elder Nanqing unwrapped the bandage from Li Shugen's head, took off Li Shugen's shirt, and the warriors helped Li Shugen sit up, revealing his feet. It was a sight too horrific to behold. How could they even chop off his ears? Will he still be able to hear? Poor child with so many injuries. I feel heartbroken even if my daughter just has a small cut. This is too much, for no reason, just for fun, to beat a child like this. Such a good child, taking care of 3 people in his family. I heard that his parents are also well-known leaders in the temporary group. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Kujinya continued to struggle desperately. Kobayer is only 13. He is not yet an adult. What does he understand about right and wrong? You are distorting the facts, clearly trying to ruin my family and seize my property. Xiao jingling removed Kobayer's handcuffs from the hemp rope and brought him to the front of the stage. What are you doing, Chief Xiao? You want to... Before Kujinya could finish his sentence, a man, under Xiao jingling's signal, rushed up and pulled down Kobayer's pants. Kobayer fumbled to pull up his pants. He cursed angrily. That bunch of poorly family just wants money. Even if I beat him to death, what does it matter? Just let my dad pay. Xiao Hasong stepped forward, stuffed a rag into Kobayer's mouth, and handcuffed him back again. Zhou Jingling kept the microphone on, and at that moment, everyone present heard Ku Beiyer's words. Chapter 187 Zhou Jingling. Bastard. In 3-3, everyone. Ku Beiyer knows he has to wear pants to cover his shame in front of others. He has already come to terms with things, and in his thoughts, he is just thinking about buying his life with money, showing no intention of repentance. Ku Jinya allows his son to commit violence, showing no remorse. If we let one Ku Beiyer go today, tomorrow there will be 10, 100, 1,000 Ku Beiers. Zhou Jingling's words ignited the crowd's anger. 1,000 Shimu tribespeople voted, sentencing the principal offender Ku Beiyer, Ada, and Zhou to death by stoning, while the accomplice Ku Jinya and the Ku family servants would receive 50 strikes with a heavy stick and be expelled. Ku Jinya's face turned ashen, and Ku Beiyer and the others were so scared they wet their pants. Zhou Manqing did not go to witness the tribe's execution. She had been chatting with Li Shugen's family these days. Although Xu Jian had encountered such an incident, the Shimu tribe still could not make an exception to accept the Li family as tribespeople, but as long as the Li family worked hard, there would definitely be an opportunity to join the Shimu tribe. Li Shugen had lost one ear, but fortunately, his hearing was not greatly affected. Next time I come, I'll bring you a new ear, Zhou Manqing said to Li Shugen. As with modern technology, a realistic ear could be made to maintain Shugen's self-esteem a little. Thank you, Sister A Qing, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can't hear just fine, Li Shugen said cautiously. His father had taught him that if he could solve something himself, he shouldn't trouble others. Their family couldn't repay the kindness. It's no trouble. You should study martial arts well with the chief to protect yourself and your family. If anyone bullies you again, you must tell an adult. Okay? Okay, I remember. Chief A Qing, the radio telegram has been sent out. The city of Mo Ku has replied. A man waved a letter excitedly as he knocked on the chief's door. 17-year-old man was taller than his deceased father, and one could vaguely see the influence of Westerners in his deep-set eyes. Zhou Manqing put down her phone, which had a blurred case, and put it away in a box. She happily opened the door. This was her 5th year in the Shimu tribe after being almost killed by the desperate Yin Sima. Due to the bad habit of putting the snails aside while bathing, the snails were stolen by Exine Rue and smashed to pieces, and the system had no response anymore. With the radio, we can ally with farther tribes. Zhou Jingling also came upon hearing the commotion. Zhou Manqing happily took the reply from the city Lord of Mo Ku. Although it was just a simple code recorded by the tribespeople, it was already a significant step in communication in this world. Xiao Hasong stretched out his arms. Big brother, the Yingshi tribe has already been sent off. Zhou Manqing paused and looked at Zhou Jingling. Did you not go to see off Xiying? The tribal alliance is primarily Hasong's responsibility. Why should I go? Zhou Jingling looked down at her. There's also good news. The nomadic tribe has surrendered and has sent envoys with a letter of submission. Zhou Manqing's eyes sparkled. After 2 years, the northern nomadic tribes had moved south, almost exterminating all tribes big and small north of Mo Ku City. If it weren't for Mo Ku City's well-informed communication, contacting the Shimu team that passed through the Thunder and Redstone tribes in advance with radios, Mo Ku City might have been gone 2 years ago. The Yingshi tribe was a super tribe in the Central Plains, and the increasingly powerful nomadic tribes posed a threat to their safety. The chief of the Yingshi tribe, along with his daughter Xiying, originally intended to use marriage to bind the Shunmu and Yingshi tribes together. Xiying has a straightforward personality. In front of Zhou Manqing, she once said to Zhou Jingling, I have never heard of any Qing Shin tribe. This girl, A Qing, has been alone in your tribe for nearly 5 years. If she had family or friends, they would have found her by now. Your tribe treats her as a leader, and she is just a woman. You might as well pursue me. I have the entire Fluorite tribe backing me. Even though Xiying said this, Zhou Manqing was not angry. For 5 years, she had not only been looking for a way back, but also helped the Shimu tribe resolve many crises, big and small. During the election for the tribe leader held every 5 years, she tied with Zhou Jingling for votes. Now, both of them were leaders of the Shimu tribe, and she did not rely on Zhou Jingling's affection to attain her current status. She would no longer be unsettled by a few sour words from a little girl like she used to be. At the surrender meeting, the leader of the nomadic tribe bowed to Zhou Jingling and Zhou Manqing to show submission. The two tribes agreed to a truce and a pact not to attack each other for the next 10 years. Zhou Manqing held the microphone, and her voice echoed throughout the square through 4 speakers. The heads of various tribes and the people of Shimu cheered. Zhou Jingling, who had been sitting beside her, suddenly froze with a smile. After stepping down from the high platform, Zhou Jingling locked the door to Zhou Manqing's office in the Shimu tribe. What are you doing? Zhou Manqing had practiced martial arts for 5 years and couldn't defeat Xiao Jingling, but she could still resist a little. Xiao Jingling pressed his lips together, looking both happy and sad. He took out a bag of crushed apple snails from his waist and carefully placed it in Zhou Manqing's hand. The system has awakened, Xiao Jingling whispered. Zhou Manqing's pupils constricted. After all these years, she had almost given up on the idea of going back. Sometimes she thought about how Xiao Jingling had always been by her side, but never said he loved her. Otherwise, she could have suggested becoming partners in the tribe and settling down for the rest of their lives. But now, Xiao Jingling said the subsystem had awakened. So, my main system. Zhou Manqing's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled. Xiao Jingling gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with his thumb. The system says the energy is full and can be restructured. A host needs to be designated. However, the main system's authority has now transferred to me, and your apple snail has become a subsystem, which may make some things less convenient. Xiao Jingling. Zhou Manqing had already heard the long-lost voice of the system. Do you want to bind to the apple snail system? Yes. Xiao Jingling supported Zhou Manqing, who was about to collapse, and helped her sit down on a chair. He squatted down and looked up at her. Just as he had done all these years, he asked Zhou Manqing, "Qing, go ahead." They both knew where she was going. Zhou Manqing nodded vigorously. In the next moment, she disappeared. Xiao Jingling stared at the empty chair, feeling a sense of loss. Late at night, Zhou Manqing had not sent any news except to report her safety. Xiao Jingling stood by the Shimu Square, where roses, Zhou Manqing's favorite flowers, were planted. He felt warmth near his collarbone and looked at the small note Zhou Manqing had sent him in the moonlight. Xiao Jingling, I have wanted to say this for a long time. It seems I like you a little. I know you received the note. What do you think? Zhou Manqing tossed and turned in bed, and her grandparents saw her crying like a tearful person today. Her friends often visited her grandparents and had previously chased away some relatives of the Zhou family who wanted to take advantage of them. Mo Jialai saw her, as if he had met his reborn parents. Sister Zhou, Sherwin said she would only marry me if you come back. Got it. Zhou Manqing sat up. It had been 10 minutes since Xiao Jingling received the note. Why hadn't he replied? She thought Xiao Jingling had never confessed to her because he didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. Forget it, just pretend I didn't. Zhou Manqing wrote something and then crossed it out. What was Xiao Jingling doing? Even if she had misunderstood for so long, was it that hard to explain? Knock, knock. The knocking on the door startled Zhou Manqing. "Qing, it's me." Zhou Manqing went to open the door, feeling as if she were walking on clouds. When she saw Xiao Jingling holding a bouquet of roses, she felt dizzy and couldn't tell east from west. Haha, you still awake at this late hour? I'll sleep first. Zhou Manqing, who was talking nonsense, was gently pulled by Xiao Jingling by the wrist. "Qing, I like you. This is serious. I must confess to you face to face. I like you and want to be your partner and live together. Even if I can only come to your world once a month, I still want to tell you that I want to be your partner." Zhou Manqing took the thorn-free roses, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Xiao Jingling a loud kiss on the cheek. "You jerk. Confess to me first before sending flowers." Synopsis. Zhou Manqing is in a mess and being chased by crazy fans. Her ancestral apple snail unexpectedly awakens and sends a strong man to save her life. Thus, she discovers that the apple snail connects to a mysterious ancient tribe. Short on food, she opens a delivery service, and food keeps coming. Short on medicine, she goes shopping at various pharmacies. Short on power, with money, she can hire any personal trainer. To repay her debt of gratitude, a stone is sent to her, and she sells it for hundreds of thousands.